The man sold a glass cup bought for $1 for 10 taels of gold. Later, he used a bag of rice that few people ate to marry 10 wives. It was because the man was an ordinary delivery boy, but during a delivery, he happened to meet a 200-pound big sister who jumped from the roof due to emotional problems and fell directly on Chu Chen. Because of this, Chu Chen accidentally traveled to an ancient feudal dynasty, taking with him an entire shopping mall as well as supplies and space within a 2-kilometer radius. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. The long-awaited second part of Poor Boy Travels 5,000 Years Back with Supermarket, able to purchase unlimited supplies ammunition, is now open. Chapter 201, Hu Zi and Feng Fong finally get married. The growth cycle of sweet potatoes and potatoes is roughly 100 days, with potatoes taking slightly less, but still around 100 days. Now, everyone is practically racing against time. After the snowstorm, Qingyan City's food reserves can only last 3 to 5 months. If planting fails during this period, Lan Tianlei's burden can be imagined. However, Lan Tianlei remained confident in the seeds and methods Chu Chen had provided. Chu Chen had already brought Chuanxiang and Xiuju to the city. After all, no matter how great the disaster, the impact on the wealthy families in the city was minimal. The ladies continued to spend their money as usual, and the masters, who patronized red romance, continued to indulge in their extravagance. Therefore, Chu Chen continued to make money. Yet beneath the scorching sun, Masan village was exceptionally bustling. Today was Hu Zi's wedding day. Hu Zi had no family on his side, so Wang Defa single-handedly arranged the wedding. Naturally, Wang Defa was overjoyed. Although life in Masan village had improved considerably in recent years, the village's population had remained stagnant. While there were many young men of marriageable age, only a handful actually married and had children, far short of his expectations. What troubled Wang Defa even more was that, despite having many women, he still had no children. This was exactly what happened to Chu Wazi, who had recovered for over 2 years. Yet even Feng Erjia's Dahuang's children were all over the village, while his family was all talk and no action. Chu Chen's second aunt was also very worried about this. She asked Qinglian, Luoyi, Xiaofeng, and even Mu Shuichen to ask. But they all responded that it was Chu Chen himself who didn't want a child. Since he had no results, he could only pin his hopes on Hu Zi. During this period, Feng Fong had gained a lot of weight thanks to her good nutrition, so Wang Defa hurried to get Hu Zi married. This was exactly what he wanted, so the wedding banquet was set for that day. Chu Chen was naturally relieved to see that brother Hu Zi had finally married. He immediately took out 1,000 taels of silver and asked Hu Zi to send someone to Qingyun City to purchase wedding supplies. There were probably not many families in the world that could afford a wedding budget of 1,000 taels. Although Feng Fong had no natal family, the ceremony of welcoming her to the bride still had to be performed. After Lan Tianlei learned of this, he simply adopted Feng Fong as his adopted daughter, and the wedding was held from the city lord's mansion. The ceremony was simple but well-mannered. Early in the morning, Chu Chen drove a red BJ-80, with Hu Zi, dressed in a bright red silk dress, sitting in the passenger seat. Behind them followed 4 vans with bright red flowers tied to them, and the group headed towards Qingyun City in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the city lord's mansion was also decorated with lights and colors, and was bustling with activity. People began to inquire about the wedding. They learned that it was the wedding of Feng Fong, the adopted daughter of the city lord, and that the groom was none other than Mr. Hu from Masan village, the grain merchant who had stockpiled a large amount of food before the snowstorm. The news quickly spread throughout the city. Rumor had it that this tiger master had a special relationship with the higher-ups, and dignitaries from all sides decided to attend the banquet, both to make themselves known and to keep him for future use. Even Chu Chen hadn't anticipated such an unprecedentedly lively scene. When Chu Chen went out to pick up his bride, he encountered many carriages on the road, all heading towards Masan village. He noticed something was wrong and reminded Hu Zi, "Brother Hu Zi, it seems we need to add more wine and food." Hu Zi was still confused. "But we didn't invite many people." Chu Chen gestured for him to look at the carriages. "I guess they are all here to attend your wedding." Hu Zi was a little uneasy, "But I don't know any of them." Chu Chen said nothing more. Life is full of ups and downs, just like that. Few offer help in times of need, but many offer icing on the cake. Hu Zi might not understand this at the moment, but Chu Chen already knew it. He picked up the intercom and ordered his family to double the preparations for the banquet, stock up on ingredients, and if necessary, ask the chef and restaurant for help. Don't be stingy with the money. Led by Chu Chen, 5 vehicles drove into Qingyun City and parked neatly in front of the city lord's mansion. Hu Zi got out of the car and led the others into the mansion. After a ceremony, Feng Fong boarded the BJ-80. Lan Pingyun followed closely behind in a red romantic van, carrying Lan Tianlei and several of his wives. There were a total of 6 vehicles. Except for the lead vehicle BJ-80, the rest were vans, but they also caused a stir in the Great Xia dynasty. This was an unprecedented wedding car fleet. Masan village was also bustling with activity. Roy and several literate teachers sat at the ceremony table, looking at the sea of people in amazement. How could Hu Zi's wedding attract so many distinguished guests? Though puzzled, they couldn't help but entertain the guests. Fortunately, Chu Chen had designed the road as a dual lane, otherwise even the wedding car wouldn't have been able to get through. Feng Fong felt like she was dreaming. She had thought she would perish in that icy landscape, but she had never imagined that a single cry would completely change her fate. She couldn't help but burst into tears, wishing her parents and siblings could witness this moment. But now, her sister's whereabouts were unknown, and her life or death was uncertain. Although she had asked Hu Zi to search for her, there was no news. Hu Zi saw Feng Fong burst into tears and asked hurriedly, "My wife, you are so happy today. Why are you crying?" Feng Fong choked up and replied, "My husband, I just thought of my family. I hope you won't blame me." Upon hearing this, Hu Zi hugged her tightly in his arms. "My wife, how could I blame you? Don't worry, I will definitely find our sister." After that, the two of them were in love with each other. Chu Chen looked through the rearview mirror, his eyes numb. He lit a cigarette and teased Chen Qingxian in the passenger seat. "Jiu Mengzi, when are you getting married? I'll help you pick up your bride." Chen Qingxian retorted, "What the hell? Getting married? Isn't red romance open anymore?" Chu Chen was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. This time, Jiu Mengzi had won. The convoy passed through the crowd and returned smoothly to Masan village, stopping in front of Hu Zi's home. The village square auditorium had already been decorated, and the guests who had come to congratulate him took their seats. Due to the scorching weather, the villagers thoughtfully offered chilled fruit to quench the guests' thirst before the formal ceremony began. Chapter 202. Masan village is bustling with activity. In Masan village's auditorium, several floor-standing air conditioners were blasting away the scorching heat. Lan Tianlei and the dignitaries from the city were now seated inside. Most of the people inside had frequented Honglingmen and Winxiang Pavilion before and were accustomed to the bright LED lights and cool air conditioning. After completing some ceremonies at Hu Zi's house, the newlyweds arrived at the auditorium to formally meet the crowd. Following the 3 kneeling ceremonies, the bride was escorted to the bridal chamber. Chu Chen then ordered someone to set off firecrackers outside, which crackled and announced the official start of the banquet. In order to facilitate the guests to go home, this banquet was specially arranged to be held at noon. For a moment, the dignitaries in the auditorium, the villagers and servants in the square gathered together, and the atmosphere was very lively. The servants and grooms, who usually accompanied their masters on their outings, had never enjoyed such a feast. It was a year of famine, and the landlords had no extra food, so their lives were naturally tight. But today, not only were there wine and meat, but even fragrant white rice to eat, and everyone threw their arms around and drank heartily. Hu Zi, holding a wine glass and a bottle of Mao Tai in his hand, went from table to toast. In order to protect Hu Zi from the alcohol, Chu Chen specially arranged for Chen Qingxian to be his best man. As a seasoned alcoholic, Chen Qingxian enjoyed this. Chu Chen sat in the VIP seats with Lan Tianlei and the others. During the meal, Chu Dezhuang excitedly drank and chatted with Lan Tianlei, the two of them calling each other relatives enthusiastically. For Lan Tianlei, this in-law undoubtedly strengthened his relationship with Chu Chen. Hu Zi was Chu Chen's cousin, and from that moment on, they were considered relatives. Even if the Xia changed its leader in the future, Chu Chen would still look after the Lan family out of common sense. Chu Chen naturally understood the pros and cons of this, but he also had an eye on Lan Tianlei's family background. After all, Hu Zi would eventually have to strike out on his own, and having Lan Tianlei as his connection would naturally make things easier. As a betrothal gift, Chu Chen specially brought out a complete set of power generation equipment and household appliances, which not only added respectability to Hu Zi, but also added a lot of modern furniture to the city lord's mansion. Lan Tianlei had been thinking about these things for a long time, but he was reluctant to ask for them. Now, under the pretext of the wedding, the house suddenly became cool and bright, which prompted the seven ladies to reward him with an opportunity for in-depth communication. The banquet gradually dispersed until the afternoon, and the money he received suddenly sobered Hu Zi up. Converted into silver, it was no less than 50,000 yuan, which immediately put Hu Zi's family into the upper class. But Chu Dazhuang's family knew full well that all this was thanks to Chu Chen. Without Chu Chen, Hu Zi probably wouldn't even be able to afford the betrothal gifts and might still be fleeing. Therefore, Feng Fang's first rule after marrying into the Chu family was everything revolves around Chu Chen. Chu Chen, of course, didn't know these details. After sending Hu Zi home, he returned to the villa. For him, everything he needed to do was done. He had already donated sweet potatoes and potatoes to Zhou Shixuan, ensuring Masan village would have no shortage of food for several years. A few days after Hu Zi's wedding, Chu Chen prepared a batch of crossbows, compound bows, and other weapons, and stored a large amount of clean water in the cave. After secretly giving Hu Zi some instructions, he invited Chen Qingxian along and departed the village. Although Chen Qingxian was puzzled by Chu Chen's departure from Masan village at this time, after hearing Chu Chen's sentimental words, "The world is so big, I want to go and see it," he picked up the bottle of wine and sat in the passenger seat. This time, Chu Chen's target was Ganpu State. He was keenly aware that no matter how much jade there was in Daxia, it wouldn't be enough to trigger further changes in the space. Aside from the ability to retrieve items at will, the area and structure of the space remained unchanged. Chu Chen was always curious about what lay hidden behind the fog. Ganpu was the largest jade producer in the region surrounding Daxia, and its jade was of exceptional quality. Chu Chen speculated that if he could bring higher quality jade into the space, perhaps new changes would occur. Although Chu Chen had clashed with the Ganpu people the previous time, he had been wearing a helmet and hiding on the roof of the car, thus not exposing his identity. There were no witnesses when he killed Sang Bo, so as long as he didn't expose the car, he would be fine. Even if the car was discovered, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. After making his intention to go to Ganpu clear, Chen Qingxian readily agreed. Although a 9th-rank master, he had never been abroad and was quite curious about the customs and practices of Ganpu, especially whether the legendary high-end brothels existed. "Drunkard, when we get to the Ganpu border, we'll have to take a carriage." "Carriage, don't we need this carriage?" Chen Qingshuan's face was full of confusion, completely misunderstanding Chu Chen's arrangement. With his own strength, he was fearless. But Chu Chen was different. Ganpu wasn't Daxia, and Zhou Shixuan had no power or influence there. "Don't worry, I've had the car secretly transported over to prevent any accidents. When we need it, it will naturally appear near us." Chen Qingxian didn't care. As long as it was available when needed, it was enough. After driving for several days, the two finally arrived at Union City. After a brief stop, a carriage, converted from a van, pulled by 4 or 5 horses, drove out of the city gate. Chu Chen had actually transformed the van into a large carriage, using ropes to pull the horses. If an emergency arose, he could simply unload the horses and drive off. This disguise was not only to hide his tracks, but also to make Chen Qingxian look more reasonable. "You idiot, are you taking off your pants to fart? We're in another country, so we'd better be careful," Chu Chen said. He removed all the seats from the back of the van and converted them into a large bed. The cab remained as it was, and the back compartment was filled with all kinds of supplies. Chen Qingxian rolled his eyes and fell asleep on the bed. Chu Chen sat in the front of the carriage and drove it to Ganpu. Outside Ganpu City, a group of soldiers spotted the approaching carriage and immediately moved forward to intercept it. "Who are you?" Since the last conflict, Ganpu and Daxia had reached a settlement and were now trading with each other. Therefore, the soldiers didn't immediately take action. But Chu Chen was immediately stumped. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. The next moment, he pulled out a silver ingot and handed it to the leading soldier. He then pointed behind him and in the direction of Ganpu. The soldier immediately gave a look of "I understand" and looked relaxed. Chapter 203, Going to Ganpu to find Liang Yu. After the soldier put away the silver, he waved behind him. A thin-looking Ganpu man immediately came forward, bowing and nodding. After a few words of conversation with the soldier, he respectfully saluted Chu Chen. "Sir, are you here in Ganpu for business?" The man suddenly spoke, speaking fluent Daxia dialect. Chu Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar tone. and he smiled and said, "Huh? You can speak Daxia?" The man smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, my mother is from Daxia, so I know a little about it. The general wants me to be your guide." Chu Chen studied the lean man before him, then glanced at the grinning soldier behind him, and a few guesses began to form. It seemed that with the opening of trade between the two countries, many Daxia people had come to Ganpu to do business. This man's presence likely served two purposes. First, to monitor the Daxia people. Second, to extract high fees. "That's great. How much does it cost?" "Sir, 5 taels of silver a day, payable daily." Chu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, cursing inwardly. "This is too shady. 5 taels of silver a day, and payable daily. I'm afraid this is a joint business between the city guards and these people." But money wasn't scarce to him. As long as he could get into the city and find out where the high-quality jade was, any amount of money would be worth it. He still pretended to be distressed. "Young man, can you give me a discount?" The thin man gave Chu Chen a sly smile, turned his head and looked at the sergeant, then said, "Sir, we will definitely take good care of you. Don't worry. This Ganpu is not peaceful, and only by paying this money can the business be smooth and stable." Chu Chen sighed softly upon hearing this. "Well, thank you, little brother." Since the other party's words were threatening, Chu Chen didn't bother to bargain any further. However, if he was in a bad mood when he returned from this trip, he might as well blow up the military station. Seeing Chu Chen nod, the man's eyebrows lit up immediately. He took the 5 taels of silver and called Chu Chen's carriage to drive into the city. As soon as they entered the city gate, the man raised his hand and called over a young man who looked even thinner. "Erdetsi, don't say that I don't take care of you. You could be our guide today." Chu Chen looked at the boy approaching and thought to himself, "This is clearly a substitution scam. But he is still a child. At least he is more pleasing to the eye than the skinny man." The man did not look like a good person at first glance. The boy named Erdetsi bowed respectfully to Chu Chen and said, "Sir, I will lead you on your way to do business in Ganpu." "Oh, do you want to continue charging?" The boy ignored Chu Chen and jumped up directly, sitting in the front of the carriage and driving it out of the city gate. After a while, he turned around and said, "Sir, I don't want money. Just give me a meal." "Then you don't take a penny of the 5 taels of silver I pay every day?" "You are joking, sir. Those are the soldiers' money. How dare we touch them?" These words aroused Chu Chen's interest, and he started chatting with the child. Soon, Chu Chen learned a lot from the child. It turned out that Erdetsi was not from Ganpu, but from Daxia. There were many children like him, abducted by bandits, and brought to Ganpu to serve the Daxia people. After being captured, they were taught the Ganpu language and some basic knowledge before being assigned to their posts. On weekdays, they huddled in shacks near the city gates, waiting for their opportunity. Once a Daxia merchant arrived, they were dispatched to guide them to accommodations and food. This business was a highly profitable venture. However, it was unknown whether these individuals would lead Daxia merchants into other traps. "Then do you know where your home is? Who else is there?" "Sir, I was captured when I was 5 years old. I only vaguely remember that I was from Indian. Where exactly? It's been too long. I have no idea." "What's your current name?" "It was given by the military master." Chu Chen thought to himself, "Wow, this is a straight-up ancient trafficking ring. Perhaps there are more surprises waiting for him." But with his drunkard and firearms at his disposal, he wasn't afraid of anything. Other merchants, however, weren't so confident. A trip to Ganpu would likely cost them a fortune. This also explains the gradual decline in trade between Ganpu and Daxia over the years. That day, Erdetsi took Chu Chen and the others to an inn, neatly parking the carriage and then following them into their rooms. "Well, I heard that the jade in Ganpu is extremely fine. Take me to see it tomorrow. You can go back to your room tonight and rest." Erdetsi seemed particularly happy to have a private room. In the past, those merchants had only given him food, but they had never been so generous. But he wasn't worried Chu Chen would abandon him. As such a luxurious carriage entered the city, accompanied by guards, he knew he had a mission: to guide guests to gambling houses and brothels, so they could spend more money in Ganpu. If he could get them to pay their gambling debts, he might be able to earn a small commission. However, it was becoming increasingly difficult to do business in this industry. Merchants without strong backgrounds were unwilling to take the risk of coming to Ganpu. Halfway through the month, Chu Chen was the first customer he received. The next morning, Chu Chen rose early, summoned Chen Qingxian and Erdetsi, and left the inn. As for the carriage, Chu Chen had no worries. The handbrake was locked, and the doors could not be opened unless they were broken into. Anyone who dared to touch Chen Qingshuan's belongings would likely pay with their lives. Chu Chen wore stab-proof clothing and a large hat he'd bought from a shop outside the inn, inserting his bulletproof helmet into it. He had a pistol in his left sleeve and an Uzi submachine gun on his right waist, both loaded with bullets and ready to go. For Chu Chen, he only had one life, so when out in the world, it was always better to be cautious. Chen Qingxian held a steel sword in his hand, his expression casual, but his eyes were always vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "You idiot! A few people have been following us since yesterday." Chen Qingxian leaned close to Chu Chen and whispered. Chu Chen nodded, his expression calm, not the slightest bit surprised. He had realized he'd fallen into their trap the moment the lean man replaced him, but he didn't take it to heart. Relying on his own strength, he wasn't afraid. This trip was solely for the jade. If he could successfully retrieve it, one less thing would be a blessing. "Sir, the jade market is just ahead. Should we go in?" Detsy led the two of them to a street corner and turned to ask Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled slightly and walked into the market. Chapter 204. Top-grade jade appears in Ganpu. When Chu Chen looked at the dazzling array of jade on the ground, he realized that there were indeed a lot of these things in Ganpu. However, he didn't even look at the roadside stalls and directly skipped them. Chu Chen was looking for a jade merchant of a large scale, and it would be best if he could find out the specific location of the other party's mine. In this way, he would have a chance to ask Chen Qingxian to lead him in. After all, theft is always faster than legitimate purchases. Furthermore, he possesses spatial abilities, making it completely invisible to the naked eye. Even if he were discovered, he would have to catch the person red-handed. So, he turned to Detsy and said, "You can see my status. How can a street stall like this be worthy of this young master?" Detsy saw Chu Chen's face darken slightly and hurriedly said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me. Let's go inside. There is a shop that is the largest jade manufacturer in this area." After saying that, he led Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian inside. The three of them arrived at a shop with magnificent decoration. When the shop owner saw that they were from Daxia, he immediately came forward to greet them and asked, "Dear guests from afar, is there anything you like?" Chu Chen looked at the jade displayed in the store, and then said to the shopkeeper, "The jade from Ganpu is even more exquisite than our Daxia. It really opened my eyes." "You have good eyesight, sir. The jade of my family is all mine from the snow-capped mountains in the northeast of Ganpu. That is the real jade. I believe you won't like those from outside." With that, the shopkeeper took Chu Chen and his party to introduce various jades, and they walked all the way to the third floor. In the middle of the third floor, a giant emerald green jade stone was placed in a crystal cabinet, glittering and shining. Chu Chen pointed at the jade stone and asked, "Boss, this should be the treasure of your store, right?" "Sir, you really know what you're talking about. This piece of jasper is priceless. But the ones around are all high-quality jades that satisfy many people." Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, Chu Chen noticed that there were a lot of broken pieces piled under the big piece of jade. According to the shopkeeper, these jade fragments were mined together with a large jade stone. Most of the guests who come here will buy up all the broken pieces. Chu Chen picked up a piece and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this one?" The shopkeeper immediately smiled and said, "Sir, you have good eyesight. Since you are for Daxia, you must be our friend in Ganpu. As for this piece of jade, I will only charge you 1,000,000 taels of silver." Chu Chen cursed inwardly. Fuck, this is too deceptive. Although he doesn't know anything about jade, but he asked for 1,000,000 taels of silver. Is he being taken advantage of? The large jade stone in the middle isn't for sale, supposedly priceless and unaffordable. But considering the security of this wooden building, if it were truly valuable, it would have been stolen long ago, right? Chu Chen was mistaken. The jade weighed 2 or 3 tons. In ancient times, there were no large machines. Stealing it would have been a pipe dream, and the noise would have been too loud to be hidden. That's why the shopkeeper had the audacity to display it publicly. The moment Chen Qingxian entered the house, he realized there was a 9th-grade expert hidden inside, presumably guarding the jade. The shopkeeper had deliberately brought them up to the 3rd floor simply because it was easy to make money from the Daxia people. Aside from that large piece of jade, the rest were mostly ordinary, unremarkable jade. He sold it to you for 1,000,000 taels, but the shopkeeper was actually making a profit of 999,999 taels with tears in his eyes. Yet, relying on this very trick, he had already fooled many a wealthy client. Looking at Chu Chen's attire, wasn't he the typical son of a wealthy family? So, upon his arrival, he immediately went for the king bomb. At that moment, seeing the unconcealed greed in Chu Chen's eyes, the shopkeeper's face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Afterwards, he invited Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian into a private room. Chen Qingxian found an opportunity to get close to Chu Chen and whispered, "Except for that big piece, the others are no different from those outside." "Fuck, you also know Jade. I understand a little bit, a little bit." Chen Qingxian sat down with a smug look on his face. Chu Chen also had an idea at this time. Since the big piece is the good stuff, don't blame him for being rude. Chu Chen then engaged in an in-depth discussion with the shopkeeper. With Erdetzi's help translating, Chu Chen paid a deposit of 10,000 taels of silver. However, this deposit wasn't for the jade in the shop, but for the raw stones from the mine. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the specific location of the mine. After the two agreed to go to the mine to view the rough stones the next day, Chu Chen said goodbye and left. Although the shopkeeper felt a little sorry that the young man didn't buy the treasure of the store, worth 1,000,000 taels, he was immediately delighted when he saw him casually take out 10,000 taels to buy the rough stones. After all, the raw stones were heavy and difficult to pick, and without a discerning eye, it was impossible to select good ones. As for Chu Chen's knowledge of the mine's address, the shopkeeper didn't take it seriously at all. The place was guarded by Ganpu soldiers. Even if they robbed it openly, could they still transport it out smoothly? The next day, the shopkeeper, claiming to have something to do, sent a servant to take Chu Chen and the others to the mine in a carriage. The carriage moved slowly along the way, and it took 2 full days before they finally arrived. Looking around, the area within 100 miles was completely deserted, with few people around. Chu Chen suddenly had an idea. The servant first showed the 3 of them the mountains of raw jade, then led them to the jade quarry. Ganpu's current mining methods were significantly more advanced than those in Daxia. Instead of working in the open air, they dug holes into the ore veins after finding them. While still not as safe as modern machinery, the risk of collapse was low as long as the excavation was done recklessly. Therefore, the mining efficiency is far superior to that of Daxia. Looking at the piles of jade veins, Chu Chen secretly winked at Chen Qingxian. Then, they followed the servant back. On the way, Chu Chen stole a motorcycle from a deserted area, using the excuse of using the restroom. By the time they returned to the city, it was already evening. Tired from the long journey, they fell into a deep sleep upon returning to the inn. Chu Chen turned around and asked Chen Qingxian, "Jiu Mengzi, is there any way to make Erdetzi sleep until this time tomorrow?" "Yes, you wait." After saying that, Chen Qingxian quietly disappeared into the night. Chu Chen began calculating the time. The road to the mine was extremely difficult, and the carriage moved at a snail's pace. If Chen Qingxian carried him for a while, then switched to a motorcycle, crossed the uninhabited area, retrieved the jade, and then returned, the journey would take an estimated 6 hours. In other words, if they set out now, they could return to the inn tomorrow morning. Second idiot, what are you planning to do? "I found a rough stone in the jade mine that's exactly like their treasure gem, and I'm going to retrieve it." "Oh, then what?" "You carry me for a while. I hid a motorcycle in a deserted place. After you get the things, give them to the people I secretly arranged, and then return the same way." "How many people did you secretly plant?" Chapter 205, Emptying the Jade Mine Overnight. Chen Qingxian had no interest in the jade, but he was quite concerned about Chu Chen's maneuvering. After all, quietly transporting that motorcycle to Ganpu was a major undertaking. "Hey, Jimengzi, don't ask so many questions. Just accompany me," Chu Chen said, pulling out 2 sets of black night clothes and forcing Chen Qingxian to wear them. "All right, let's go. But I have to relax tomorrow." Although Chen Qingxian agreed, he had no interest in anything other than drinking, fighting, and visiting brothels. This was exactly why Chu Chen brought him along. In short, apart from his interest, he could remain indifferent even if the sky fell. "Deal. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to visit the most top-notch brothel in Ganpu." Chu Chen had just finished speaking when he felt himself being lifted up. A rustling sound of wind echoed in his ears. It was Chen Qingxian carrying him onto the rooftop. Then, the 2 of them quietly left the city. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the motorcycle's hiding place. This place was rarely visited, so Chu Chen wasn't worried about being discovered. Besides, in the darkness, even if someone saw it, they probably wouldn't be able to tell what this monstrous thing with its headlights on and roaring was. After riding for about an hour, Chu Chen hid his motorcycle and was picked up again by Chen Qingxian. The two dark shadows flew towards the jade mine. By the time they arrived at the mine, it was already late at night. In ancient times, there was little entertainment at night, and most people had already gone to bed. In addition, the mine was located in the wilderness, and the raw stones were heavy, so there were almost no patrols at night, which was convenient for Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian. After sending Chu Chen into the mine, Chen Qingxian waved his hand and said, "I'm so tired. You go and get it. If there is any danger, call me through the intercom." After that, he crawled into the grass, closed his eyes, and recovered his strength. Chu Chen quickly ran towards the area where the raw jade was piled, raising his hand as he ran. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would be shocked. Wherever he passed, the mountains of raw jade in the yard disappeared. After collecting the rough stones outside, Chu Chen, holding an electric baton, walked toward the warehouse. During the day, he had seen with his own eyes that the warehouse was filled with cut green jade. If he came here, he would naturally have to collect it thoroughly. A soldier stood at the warehouse entrance. Perhaps because it was late at night and the mine had been peaceful for decades, the soldier had already fallen asleep at his desk. Quickly, Chu Chen thrust his electric baton into his waist. With a crackling sound, Chu Chen entered the warehouse without a hitch. In less than a cup of tea, he had cleaned up the warehouse. After finishing all this, Chu Chen quietly left the mine and returned to the bushes where Chen Qingxian was hiding. "Finished so quickly. We'll just sneak in and take a small piece and hand it over to the contact. It won't take long." Chu Chen responded, but was picked up again. It was just dawn when the two of them returned to the city. After returning to their room on the rooftop, they both fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the mine was in chaos. At dawn, the soldier discovered that the jade in the warehouse had vanished. Furthermore, even the raw jade in the storage yard outside had vanished. This was the first time in decades that such a situation had occurred. You know, those raw stones weighed as much as a mountain. To have them removed by human labor overnight was simply unbelievable. If it weren't for the gods and ghosts, there was no other explanation. A swift horse galloped out, heading straight for the city. Even if it had been faster, the news wouldn't have reached the shopkeeper until the next day. After sleeping until noon, Chu Chen pulled Chen Qingxian out of bed again. "What for? Take me to the third floor of the shopkeeper's place. You want to get the big one? I tell you, there's a ninth-grade guardian there." Chen Qingxian was shocked by Chu Chen's decision. Is this kid crazy? How is he going to get away after this? "Jiu Ping, you can hold him back for a few moments, and then take me to escape into a mountain. Is that okay? No problem. But what if he chases us out? Have you forgotten my hidden weapon?" Chu Chen waved his hand. Chen Qingxian pondered for a moment and asked, "How do I take the things away?" "Then don't worry about it. I have arrangements. After you're done, how are you going to visit the brothel?" Chen Qingxian asked seriously. Chu Chen was speechless. So, visiting the brothel was the real business? However, it wouldn't be impossible to return and visit again after finishing. Besides, he had been traveling all day yesterday, so it made sense to sleep in until the evening. With Chen Qingxuan's skills, it was easy for the two of them to enter and exit the shabby inn without being noticed. Furthermore, they had already noticed that the people following them had withdrawn their surveillance after they entered the inn, probably because they believed Detzi's lies. After all, those people only wanted to lure them to the casinos and brothels to spend money. Who would have thought that these two people were heading for the jade mine? Even if the two had visited the jade mine before, others would never believe that they had the ability to empty the entire mine overnight. Not to mention the entire mine, even that massive piece of jade wouldn't be moved without a dozen skilled hands. Unless a deity descended. Who in this world has ever seen a deity? Chu Chen finished speaking. Then he took out two Ultraman masks, dressed them up for the two men, and then Chen Qingxian carried them straight to the store's treasure. As the two approached the house, the ninth-rank master inside suddenly opened his eyes and moved, appearing on the roof. He immediately saw two strange-looking people also leaping onto the roof. Chen Qingxian threw Chu Chen toward the third-floor window and immediately engaged in a battle with the ninth-rank master. Chu Chen entered the room without hesitation, and with a wave of his hand, he snatched up the emerald green jade. After succeeding, he pressed the button on the intercom. Hearing a rustling sound, Chen Qingxian forced the ninth-grade master back with a powerful attack, then flashed into the third floor, picked up Chu Chen, and flew out. The ninth-rank master was momentarily stunned, Are these two crazy they've come here just to fight? But when he realized the jade was gone, he reacted instantly and immediately gave chase. Chen Xian flew deep into the mountains, and the ninth-rank master followed closely behind, chasing him closely. Chapter 206. After killing a ninth-rank cultivator, he visited a brothel. The incident happened suddenly, and the man hadn't thought to inform anyone. His decision was driven in part by self-confidence. With his strength only one step away from reaching the upper ninth rank, it was only a matter of time before he could defeat a cultivator who had recently ascended to the ninth rank and an ordinary person. The only thing that puzzled him was that the ordinary person had only been there for a few moments when the store's treasure disappeared. He really couldn't figure out how this was possible. After Chen Xian led Chu Chen into the mountains, they quickly headed towards the top. In a rarely visited place, he set Chu Chen down. Chu Chen pulled out 2 loaded Uzis from his waist and hid them under his black clothes. At this time, Chen Xian turned around and exchanged a move with the 9th grade master, then quickly retreated behind him, pretending to flee after being defeated. Seeing Chu Chen lying paralyzed on the ground, the 9th rank master ignored Chen Xian, who had been knocked away by him, and turned around, mumbling something, and walked straight towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen raised his hands and stared at the rapidly approaching figure. Seeing Chu Chen motionless, the 9th rank expert thought he had been frightened into inaction. Facing an ordinary person, he didn't intend to kill him outright, but rather to capture him and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the jade. Therefore, when he was about 2 feet away from Chu Chen, he abruptly stopped. Chu Chen looked at the stopped 9th rank master, a sneer on his face. At such a close distance, even Zhu Liuxiang, caught off guard, would probably be hit by a few bullets. Chu Chen pulled the triggers of both Uzis without hesitation, aiming at the 9th rank master and unleashing a barrage of fire. The 9th rank master had never expected this seemingly frail, ordinary person to be capable of such a powerful attack. The thought of dodge flashed through his mind, but his body was no longer under his control. A burst of gunfire rang out, and the 9th rank master, his eyes wide open, collapsed to the ground, dead in the mountains. Chen Xian then flew down, decapitating the opponent with a single sword strike, and inflicted dozens of cuts on his body. He then lifted Chu Chen and sped down the mountain. Soon after, the smell of blood in the mountains attracted several hungry tigers. They surrounded the still warm 9th grade corpse and devoured it in less than an incense stick of time. They licked their tongues, spat out several unidentified objects, and turned to run towards the tiger's den. After the two returned to the inn, they crawled into bed to rest. In the evening, Detzi knocked on the door of Chu Chen and Chen Xingxuan's room. He looked at the 2 sleepy-eyed people and said with a smile, "Sir, you worked hard yesterday and overslept. Please forgive me." Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "My brother wants to see Ganpu's brothel. Let's go tonight." Hearing Chu Chen's initiative to go to the brothel, Detzi was immediately excited. After finishing the meal sent by the shopkeeper, they went out. Having come all this way to Ganpu, we couldn't let that drunkard down, could we? Detzi led the 2 of them to a courtyard hung with red lanterns and said to them, "Sir, this is the largest and best brothel here. Okay, let's go." The girl in the building saw the 3 people coming in, and they were the guests brought by Detzi, and she immediately smiled. "Guests from afar, welcome to Fenglu." As she said this, she hugged Chu Chen and Chen Xian on the left and right. Chen Xian glanced at the 2 girls beside him, their hips and waists thick, and without saying anything, he led them upstairs. Chu Chen quickly handed him a few small umbrellas. This was abroad. If he accidentally caught the disease and returned home, it wouldn't be red and beautiful, but red and disaster. He glanced at the 2 girls beside him and immediately lost interest. This aesthetic was too strong, and I was sure his small body would break even his ribs. In that case, the task of going abroad to win glory would be left to that drunkard. Chu Chen quickly said to Detzi, "Go ahead, I'll treat you. My uncle is here today." "Uncle? Why don't you invite him along? Go away. If you want to go, go ahead. If not, just sit here with me." After that, Chu Chen declined the girl's invitation, found a table on the first floor, ordered a few dishes, and sat down. When Detzi heard that Chu Chen wanted to treat him, he immediately nodded and went upstairs. Chu Chen was stunned. This kid, was he really a child? He didn't know that Detzi was very cunning. After entering, he went straight to the other room. The money Chu Chen gave him was also divided equally between him and the girl. This kind of thing, I guess, is something Heir Detsi only encounters once in 1,000 years. How could he miss it? Jimengzi tossed and turned for a full half-hour before finally coming downstairs, still unsatisfied. Heir Detsi also showed up at the same time. Fuck, Heir Detsi, you're going too far. I can understand Jimengzi, but how could you, a child, be gone for so long? Sir, I'm young. You're not young, you're young. The three of them walked out of Fenglu, chatting and laughing, and headed back to the inn. On the way, Heir Detsi suddenly turned around and asked Chu Chen, Sir, there's another fun place in Ganpu. Are you interested? Oh, tell me quickly. Where else is there to have fun? Before Chu Chen could speak, Chen Qingxian came up excitedly. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at him. Drunkard, you're not kidding, are you? You just came out. What do you know, you idiot? I, Taoist Qingxian, have profound skills. How could I have gained my reputation in vain? Chu Chen rolled his eyes at this, thinking, you can say whatever you want, you're a master and you're the best. Heir Detsi continued, Sir, that's not Fenglu, it's a gambling house, the favorite place for people in Daxia. Hearing this, Chu Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with Chen Qingxian. He thought to himself, this kid is finally starting to surprise him. It seems like he's been waiting for this moment. As the saying goes, stay away from prostitutes and stay close to gamblers. This is the experience of our ancestors. Now, by sending them to the gambling house, their intention couldn't be more obvious. However, Chu Chen didn't care. If something really happened, the two of them wouldn't be afraid. Besides, going to the gambling house was a good cover, just enough to hide their whereabouts of stealing the jade. But it was dark now, and it would be bad if someone attacked us from behind. So he turned to Heir Detsi and said, Let's go tomorrow. I'm a little tired now. Heir Detsi was puzzled after hearing this. How could he be tired again after just getting up? Could it be that these two had been to Ganpu before, or had met the merchants returning from Ganpu? Were they avoiding him? If that were the case, he would have to report it to his superiors as soon as possible and come up with another plan. However, he didn't show it at the moment and continued respectfully. Since you were tired, let's go tomorrow. I'll take you two back to the inn to rest. Chapter 207. Exploring the truth of Ganpu Gambling House. After returning to the inn, the three of them went to their rooms and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Chen didn't take the matter of going to the gambling house the next day seriously. If that gambling house was truly a cancer that harmed the people of Daxia, he wouldn't mind personally eradicating it. The next morning, Chu Chen was awakened by Heir Detsi. Heir Detsi, this isn't a good thing to do. Chu Chen looked at him seriously, and his expression made Heir Detsi feel uneasy. Young master, I was wrong. But you were targeted by those people on the first day you arrived in Ganpu. Either I take you there, or they will naturally find a way to let you go. Heir Detsi lowered his voice and whispered in Chu Chen's ear. You know, Daxia people don't cheat Daxia people. Tell me, what will happen if we go to that gambling house? Chu Chen asked directly, noticing his strange expression. Heir Detsi seemed to hesitate for a long time, finally speaking in a low voice. He was indeed from Daxia, but the thin man at the city gate yesterday was not from Daxia, but a small-time leader in the profit chain of the Ganpu gambling house. Once they spotted the Daxia people dressed in luxurious attire, they would send soldiers to harass them and then force a guide on them. The purpose of this guide was to lure them into gambling houses. At the very least, they would lose all their money. If they disobeyed, they would be imprisoned and forced to write home, demanding a ransom. If their families were unable to pay, they would continue writing to relatives and friends, bringing more people to Ganpu under the guise of doing business. After these people have been drained of their value, if they cooperate, they still have a chance of survival. If they don't, they'll die. After hearing this, Chu Chen suddenly felt something familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But since he was already here, he decided to go and see for himself. If it really was a cancer, he would destroy it. Sir, why don't you just knock me out and run away? Heir Detsi said, and actually stuck his head out. Chu Chen looked at the boy in front of him and suddenly felt that he was not completely bad. So he said, Your mission is to take us into the gambling house, right? Yes, sir. As long as you lead him in, my mission will be accomplished. Okay, lead the way. Chu Chen reached out and patted his head lightly, saying with a relaxed look, Huh? Sir, what are you doing? Editzi luo kachtunt. Chu Chen gave him a soothing look, then strode outside. Under the pretext of retrieving something from the carriage, he quietly stored the van within his space. This was a precautionary measure. If they really wanted to attack the gambling house, Chen Qingxian could drive him away. After hearing this, Chu Chen didn't care. It was just a gambling house, and there wouldn't necessarily be any powerful people in charge. Besides, Chu Chen's hidden weapons were unmatched, and even his master would find it difficult to avoid them without preparation. Detsy led the two men deeper into the street. Soon, they entered an alley guarded by men wielding steel knives. The two guards saw them, smiled, said something to Detsy, and then let them in. After passing through the alley, the view suddenly opened up. A bustling crowd of people, including both Ganpu people and quite a few Daxia people. "Sir, I can only take you so far. Have fun, both of you," Detsy said, turning and leaving. Chu Chen thought to himself, it's better to leave. This kid still has some conscience. If he takes action later, it won't hurt him. At this time, a Daxia man came up from the crowd and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, are you here to do business in Ganpu?" Chu Chen feigned ignorance and replied, "Daxia people? Brother, my brother and I are indeed here to do some small business. The guide said this place is fun, so we can take a look." He turned around and pretended to be surprised. "Huh? Where's my guide?" "Haha, young master, there's no use for a guide. I'll show you around." The man enthusiastically pulled the two of them toward the house. "Then I'll have to trouble you, big brother." Chu Chen responded enthusiastically, pretending to be inexperienced. The room suddenly became bustling with activity, with countless large tables filled with gamblers excitedly placing bets. Among them were both Ganpu and Daxia people. Chu Chen immediately noticed something unusual. At least half of the Daxia people were injured, while those around them looked bewildered, as if they had just arrived in Ganpu. It was a familiar pattern, a gang pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chu Chen and Chu Chen strolled around the venue in perfect sync, but never placed a bet. They both wanted to see what tricks could be played out here. The Daxia man leading them began to grow anxious, wondering if he should report to Brother Wang and capture them directly, rather than resorting to roundabout methods. While pondering this, he smiled and said, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I need to go to the bathroom urgently." He then turned and went into the inner room. At this moment, a paunchy man sat at the main seat in the inner room, flanked by two women from Daxia. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, making him flinch. "Who's so blind? Can't you see I'm enjoying myself?" "Brother Wang, it's me." That Detsy outside brought two young men, but they just watched and didn't gamble. "I was thinking about whether I should take them down," the man said while carefully observing Brother Wang's expression, knowing that he had run into bad luck. "Get lost. You're calling me for everything. Did I invite you here just to eat?" Brother Wang was furious. How could he be so polite? Just as the man was about to leave, Brother Wang suddenly stopped him. "Wait, I want to see which rich kid has the guts to enter my territory and think he can leave safely." After saying that, he pushed the woman beside him aside, put on his clothes, and strode out of the room. The Daxia man hurriedly lowered his head and greeted him. "Brother Wang, the person is outside. Please go there in person." "Oh, it's you haven't collected your monthly contribution yet. Have you? If you delay any longer, I'll take your wife away myself." Brother Wang laughed heartily as he walked towards the gambling house. The man, pale as a pale beetle, hurried to catch up. Soon, looking in the direction the man pointed, Brother Wang was instantly enraged. "Pass my order. Close the door and get rid of all the guests." Chapter 208. Meeting an old friend in the gambling house. Amidst a hearty laugh, the man said cheerfully, "This is fate. I didn't expect to meet you here." After that, he walked straight towards Chu Chen and Chu Chen. Chu Chen also noticed something was amiss. He saw the gambling house, once bustling with people, empty out in the blink of an eye. Then, a middle-aged man with a large belly slowly approached him, saying in a playful tone, "Mr. Chu, how are you?" Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. "How you know me? Haha. More than just knowing me, even if you turn into ashes, I would still be able to recognize you." Chu Chen's mind was working rapidly, and after a moment, he finally found the identity of this person in the original owner's memory, Wang Fuge, who was once the owner of the Sanha Casino in Qingyo Town. "Ah, shopkeeper Wang, you're still alive. You actually came to Ganpu. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous." Chu Chen looked at Wang Fugue, who had a greasy face and a chubby belly, and felt a mixture of emotions. He couldn't help but wonder, should I be grateful to this person, or resent him? If it weren't for Wang Fugue, the original owner wouldn't have died, and he wouldn't have had the chance to travel through time and space. But equally, if it weren't for him, the original owner wouldn't have suffered so much. Perhaps influenced by the lingering emotions of the original owner, Chu Chen was now determined to take this man's life, regardless of his motives. He sneered, after failing to bully men and women in Daxia, he's gone all the way to Ganpu. He's quite capable, and he's actually doing quite well here. Wang Fuguwei laughed loudly. I remember correctly, your name is Chu Chen. You have caused me so much trouble. When a gambling house was suddenly closed, I escaped in such a miserable way that I almost died under the knife of the police. He stared at Chu Chen, gritting his teeth, full of hatred. To reassure Chu Chen, Zhou Heng shut down the Sonic Casino. Wang Fuguei, having learned of the situation, fled Qingyou town alone. Fearing revenge, Zhou Heng mobilized his troops to pursue him. Though he had only run a gambling parlor in the small town for years, Wang Fuguei had a wide network of friends and, despite much effort, ultimately escaped to Ganpu. Upon arriving in Ganpu, his quick-witted mind decided to return to his old ways and reopen his gambling den. As Daxia and Ganpu were opening trade agreements, he saw an opportunity and spent a fortune to win over the city's defenders. Over the past year or so, he had indeed made a killing. How could he not be ecstatic to encounter Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian on his own territory today? In Daxia, Chu Chen had someone behind him, but in Ganpu, Wang Fuguei was the landlord. This kid, wasn't he just a fish on the chopping block? Since we have the chance today and you have broken into my place again, then don't go back. After he finished speaking, Wang Fuguei waved his hand behind him, and in an instant, dozens of thugs holding steel knives rushed out from all directions. Seeing this, Chu Chen showed no fear. He dragged 2 chairs over, whipped out 2 cigarettes, and lit them. As he puffed away, Wang Fuguei's eyes narrowed, a suspicion growing in his heart. Could it be that these 2 guys were trying to commit suicide? No, could it be that they were creating some kind of fog? He suddenly reacted. Brothers, cover your mouth and nose. These 2 guys are unkind and use drugs. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs who were about to rush up took a step back involuntarily. Suddenly, everyone pulled out various items from their possessions, handkerchiefs, belly bands, handkerchiefs, and covered their mouths and noses with them. Some even ran to a corner, smeared some powder on their handkerchiefs, and distributed a little, helping each other with a serious attitude. Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian watched the scene, laughing so hard they couldn't straighten their backs. Drunkard, this is the funniest thing I've seen this year. You idiot, I'll blow a smoke ring for you. Chen Qingxian took a puff of his cigarette and slowly blew a round smoke ring towards Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei shouted angrily, Boy, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're using some shady tactics. Brothers, go ahead and take them down. At his command, the thugs, their mouths and noses covered, charged forward with their knives in hand. But the next moment, Wang Fuguei was stunned. In just a dozen breaths, all the thugs he was so proud of were lying on the ground. A sharp sword, gleaming coldly, was already placed on his neck. Chen Qingxian chuckled. Jiumengzi, don't you think he's cute? Are you going to kill him just like that? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. If you don't kill him, are you going to keep him for the new year? Wang Fuguei roared. 2 despicable villains, using such despicable means. If you have the guts, kill me, and don't even think about getting out of this Ganpu alive. He still mistakenly believed that the consequences were caused by the smoke. Chen Qingxian shrugged. You idiot, you saw it too. He asked for it, I don't want to kill anyone. After that, he swung his sword, blood flashed in Wang Fuguei's throat, and he died on the spot. Chu Chen rushed into the inner room, and after a brief search, he found the legendary small treasury. Chen Qingxian outside lit another cigarette and shouted inside, Money grubber. Chu Chen waved his hand and stored all the yellow and white objects in the space. In the center, a box of jade with a green glow surprised him. The box was not large, only containing 5 or 6 pieces, but the placement and degree of locking alone indicated that this item was definitely not an ordinary item. He picked up a piece and examined it for a moment, then stored the rest in his space before rushing out the door excitedly. Jiumengzi, take a look at this jade. Is it valuable? Chen Qingxian took it and examined it. Wow, this fat guy really has some money. If I'm not mistaken, this should be jade essence. Jade essence. I have to take it to my master to see it to confirm. But if it is true, it is priceless. Damn it, we can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here. After saying that, he didn't return the jade, picked up Chu Chen and rushed out of the gambling house. Before Chu Chen could react, The wind whistled in his ears. In a flash, Chu Chen had led the two men over the city wall and stopped in a secluded area. His eyes were sharp as he stared behind him. I didn't expect Gan Pu to have such a master. Jiu Mengzi, what's going on? A strong man has appeared. His cultivation is no less than my master's. Fuck, why are you still standing there? Run. Chu Chen panicked when he heard it. A Grandmaster-level expert is no joke. If he's really caught up, how can he be alive? It's okay. The breath is gone. I'll take a break. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Ganpu Jade shop, an elderly man with white hair and beard stood before an empty jade stand, his brow furrowed. At his feet, a shopkeeper knelt trembling. Are you saying this jade disappeared for no apparent reason? Chapter 209, State Master Ganpu Attacks. Yes, Lord Wushan, not only here, but even the mines, all the jade disappeared overnight. The old Wushan frowned upon hearing this. Where's my disciple? Isn't he guarding this place? Then he seemed to have noticed something, his brows furrowed. No, that 9th grade aura just now. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and flew out of the city wall. At this moment, Chu Chen, who was about to take Chu Chen away, suddenly felt a familiar and powerful aura approaching again. The aura of the Grandmaster appeared again, and it was extremely fast, rushing straight towards them. Fuck you, you idiot. Find a place to hide. That Grandmaster aura is coming again. Chu Chen shouted in a low voice. He then threw Chu Chen toward Daxia and flew towards the aura. But within 10 feet, a gust of wind blocked their path. The old black god appeared, his face gloomy. Daxia people? Did you steal my Ganpu jade? The old man stood in front of Chu Chen, his tone cold. Precious jade? Senior, you're joking. Do we look like people who could hide precious jade? Chu Chen spread his hands, refusing to admit his mistake. Chu Chen, thrown far away, had already climbed up from a pile of dead branches. He looked at the two figures facing each other in the distance, and in a flash, he grabbed a shotgun. Behind him, an explosion-proof vehicle appeared. If, as Chu Chen said, this person was a formidable force on Zhu Liuxiang's level, a simple Uzi wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Only a surprise attack would be enough. If he truly couldn't be defeated, he would have to hide in a bomb-proof vehicle with Chu Chen and fight back with the vehicle's mounted machine gun. Chu Chen, with his 9th rank cultivation, saw no way he could defeat such a being. As for the origin and explanation of the explosion-proof vehicle, Chu Chen had no time to think about it at the moment. The old man Wushan stared at Chu Chen and said in a cold voice, 9th rank master, where is my disciple? Senior, I really don't know your disciple. How would I know? Nonsense. You fled in panic when you saw me. It's obvious that you are guilty. When I capture you, I have my own ways to make you tell the truth. As he spoke, the old man moved, drew out a rusty long sword from behind, and slashed at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was horrified, knowing he wasn't on the same level as the other man. He quickly drew his sword to block, fighting as he retreated. The swords clashed, sending Chu Chen flying several feet, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Fuck you, you idiot. Get out of here. I can't beat you. Ha ha. Wushan laughed loudly, his eyes sweeping in Chu Chen's direction. Do you think I didn't notice that ordinary person? Look at the pitch-black monster behind him. This person should be the great Xia god of war who defeated Sang Bo last year. I didn't expect you, all famous people, would do such a despicable thing. The black god seemed to have a clairvoyant eye, seeing through the explosion-proof vehicle and Chu Chen's figure in the woods. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately climbed onto the explosion-proof vehicle and drove towards where Chu Chen landed. Jiumingzi, get in the car quickly. No matter how powerful he is, he can't break into this car. Chu Chen naturally understood the power of this chariot, and, in a flash, rushed towards it. Seeing this, the black god hurriedly gave chase. Although he had never seen this thing before, he had heard from returning soldiers that it was invulnerable to swords and spears and extremely difficult to deal with. If the two were allowed to enter the chariot, today's battle would be at a disadvantage. Chu Chen was not slow, but Wushan was even faster. The moment he opened the car door and jumped in, the rusty long knife slashed fiercely on his arm, immediately leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. At the same time, 2 shots rang out from Chu Chen's shotgun, but Wu Shun dodged them all. Fuck, Jiu Mengzi, this old guy is much stronger than the Pu brothers. Chu Chen covered his arm with his hands, enduring the pain. Yes, I guessed right. This should be the Ganpu National Master Wushan. This person became famous even earlier than my master. The Pu brothers can't be compared at all. Chu Chen quickly locked the car door and took out gauze and alcohol to treat Chen Qingxuan's wound. The rusty knife in the old man's hand was clearly a tetanus blade. If not treated in time, it would easily become infected. Chen Qingxian gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain of Chu Chen's alcohol disinfectant. Chu Chen swiftly filled a bottle of alcohol, roughly bandaged the area, and then climbed behind the car, opened the lift, and thrust his head, clad in a bulletproof helmet, out. In his hand, a Type 95 machine gun appeared. Black God, huh? That's all you can do. If you dare, smash this car. The Black God's eyes were grim. Boy, you're just a mortal with no inner strength. Are you only capable of using those lowly hidden weapons? He was also horrified. The hidden weapons fired from the black car were incredibly powerful, something even a century-old freak like him had never heard of. If it weren't for his lack of speed, he probably wouldn't have escaped unscathed. It was likely that the disciple had died at his hands. If a 9th-rank expert had used this hidden weapon, it would have been reasonable for him to kill his disciple. You despicable Daxia man, you killed my disciple and stole my precious jade. Even if you could crawl into this tortoise shell today, I would still tear out your tendons and skin you alive. With that, he swung his sword fiercely, striking the bomb-proof vehicle hard enough to leave a crack. Fuck, so fierce. Chu Chen quickly retracted his head. The opponent was too fast. If he were outside, he would have been killed before he could even react. So Chu Chen got down into the car, opened a shooting hole, and shouted to the outside. Come in if you have the guts, old man. You can't break through my defense. The Black God instantly stared at the fist-sized shooting hole, sneered, and gathered his strength, ready to kill Chu Chen with one blow. At this moment, Chu Chen handed Chen Qingxian a box of grenades. Xiaomingzi, I'll release the hidden weapons later. Can you throw this stuff through the window? Although Chen Qingxian had an injured arm, throwing a grenade was no problem. Idiot, I'm not saying this is too simple. He can dodge it. I know he can dodge it. But if you throw this whole box out, he won't be able to catch up no matter how fast he is. I'll throw the hidden weapons, and you throw the grenades to cut off his retreat. Chen Qingxian nodded in agreement, bit open a grenade, and threw it out. The Black God approached, charging straight for the firing slot. At that moment, the Type 95 machine gun in Chu Chen's hand began to fire, a continuous clatter. Despicable villain. You're pulling this trick again. The Black God roared angrily, retreating violently, and quickly disappearing. Chapter 210. Two men team up to kill the Imperial Master. A dense barrage of bullets from the Type 95 machine guns poured out, all directed towards the Black God. However, the Black God was extremely swift, and with a low range of attack, he easily dodged the first wave of attacks with a single leap. But the moment he landed, a dark object suddenly came into view, heading straight for his face. Before he could react, he heard a loud bang, and then shrapnel exploded like flowers from the sky, several of which instantly penetrated his body. Wushan suddenly realized that the seemingly insignificant hidden weapon was just a deception, and the real killing move had just arrived. Seeing that the attack was effective, Chen Qingxian immediately kicked open the car door and moved like lightning, throwing more than 10 grenades in succession around Wushan. Chu Chen quickly climbed onto the roof, set up his Type 95 machine gun, and fired wildly in the direction of Wushan. In an instant, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, and bullets whizzing through the air merged into a symphony of death, shaking the entire mountain forest. Chen Qingxuan's hands kept firing, pouring out a whole box of grenades. Chu Chen also emptied a drum magazine. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Chen Qingxian rushed out and quickly ran towards the explosion pit. There, he found a mutilated body of Ganpu Wushan, whose remains were torn into pieces. The two men sat on the edge of the pit, cigarettes dangling from their lips, staring at the corpse in silence. You idiot, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Chen Qingxian exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone complicated. Such a powerful 10th grade master was blown to pieces by those magical things of yours. Well, of course practicing martial arts has meaning. You know, there's only one Chu Chen in this world. Chu Chen spoke, patting him on the shoulder. He knew that the drunkard's fierce battle today had left a psychological scar. If it weren't for the protection of the explosion-proof vehicle, facing the abnormal speed of the Black God, Chu Chen probably wouldn't have survived even a single encounter. It was this battle that made him truly realize his own shortcomings. Although they possessed firearms and protective equipment, accidents were always unpredictable, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't be silently eliminated in the next second. Jiomingzi, are you saying that I really have no chance to practice martial arts? Chen Qingxian turned his head to glance at Chu Chen and said casually, there is a chance, but if you don't achieve great success, it will be a waste of practice. You can also go back and ask my master. He may know more. Chu Chen shook his head, saying nothing more. Instead, he walked towards the Black God's corpse, bent down, and picked up the tetanus blade. Even after enduring the repeated explosions and bullet impacts, the blade only had a few marks on it, and the rust had been shaken off a little, but the overall blade remained incredibly solid. Clearly, this weapon was no ordinary item. Seeing that Chen Qingxian was still struggling with his martial arts training, Chu Chen took the opportunity to quickly bring the knife back to the car and stored it in the space with a wave of his hand. Let's go, Jimingzi. If we attract another large beast later, do you want to fight again? Chen Qingxian fiercely threw the cigarette, but at the corpse, turned around, and jumped into the explosion-proof car. Inside the car, the two were speeding towards Daxia. However, Chu Chen suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped abruptly. Caught off guard, Chen Qingxuan's head smashed against the windshield, grimacing in pain. You idiot! Are you looking for death? Chu Chen, however, looked stern and ignored his roar. Instead, he asked urgently, Jiomengzi, how many 10th-rank grandmasters do you think there are in Ganpu? How many? Do you think there are 10th-grade masters everywhere? It's just this one, and you killed him. Just this one. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Then we must do something big. Fuck, you idiot. You don't want to... That's right. The one who knows me best is Jiomengzi. Before he finished speaking, Chu Chen swerved the steering wheel, turning the explosion-proof vehicle around and heading straight for Ganpu again. Once they were out of sight of the city wall, the two men disguised themselves briefly and then sneaked towards the Ganpu city gate. Two guests from the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you need a guide? The guards at the city gate had been changed today, and seeing the two travelers who looked like Great Xia people, they greeted them warmly. Chu Chen sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, you gambling house owner is dead, and you're still doing this business? But in order to make things easier, he smiled and handed over a heavy silver ingot. Sir, we have friends in Ganpu, so it's not necessary. The soldier took the silver, waved his hand, and let him go without asking any more questions. Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian galloped down the street, heading straight for the inner city. As they passed through the alleyway where the gambling house was located, Chu Chen noticed the frequent in and out traffic of soldiers. Even the jade shop had many soldiers coming in and out. Jiomengzi, we can't stay here for long. We need to leave quickly. I've been busy all day. Don't try to get on with me. Chen Qingxian laid his cards on the table, clearly unwilling to expend any more energy. Helplessly, Chu Chen dragged him into a horse and carriage shop, bought a carriage, and hired a driver at a high price, driving the carriage out of the city. This time, Chu Chen's target was the capital of Ganpu State, the imperial city. With the local carriages and horses as cover, the journey out of the city became exceptionally smooth. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he knew the road conditions well. The two of them stopped and started along the way, swaying and staggering as they headed straight for the imperial city. You idiot. What on earth do you want to do in Ganpu Palace? Jade, this is the only thing that can attract you, right? Chen Qingxian asked Chu Chen with a puzzled look on his face. Chu Chen nodded. You don't understand. I fell in love with that jade the moment I saw it. He doesn't even have a 10th grade master anymore. Why not take some of it? Chen Qingxian glanced at him with disdain, and after a long while, he uttered a faint sentence. Are you still short of money? Chu Chen didn't answer, merely hushing him with a gesture. Chen Qingxian had never imagined that Chu Chen had already made a plan. Disasters were ravaging Daxia, and the people were suffering. Since Daxia couldn't grow food, there was plenty of taro. Why not control the space himself? It was a rare trip abroad, and Chu Chen felt bad if he didn't take some of Ganpu's granaries. He figured it would be a good idea to take a few of them, return for disaster relief, and get a bit of a good guy card. More importantly, Ganpu was secretly stalking Daxia, and now that Daxia was plagued by disasters, who knew what he was up to? If we could first cut off their food supplies and cripple their logistics, how could they possibly fight? The Ganpu imperial city was only one city away from the border, approximately 300 miles. The carriages only left the city for cover. The rest of the journey was clearly insufficient. After a day's journey, the driver led the two to an inn for the night. Chu Chen dismissed the driver and went to the market to buy 2 fast horses. Fortunately, when he was in Qingyun City, he had learned horseback riding from Chen Qingxian. Otherwise, this journey would have been difficult. The next morning, the two set out on horseback, traveling day and night straight to the imperial city. It took them 5 full days, changing horses several times, until, exhausted, they finally reached the Ganpu imperial city. After quietly entering the city, the two found an inn and fell asleep as soon as they entered. Chapter 2:11 Scouting the Ganpu Grain Depot. Chu Chen slept until the afternoon of the next day before slowly waking up. Jiumingzi, let's go out and scout the area. He pulled Chen Qingxian up from the bed. After saying this, the two of them got up and walked to the street, then turned and entered a clothing store. Chu Chen dressed them each in Ganpu local attire and covered their faces with towels. At this moment, as long as they didn't speak or look closely, they couldn't be identified as Daxia people. With their disguises complete, the two men felt relieved. They headed straight for a restaurant across from the palace and found a private room near the window. Pretending to be deaf and dumb, they ordered a table full of dishes. The restaurant owner, though curious about two mutes dining together, was lured by a few ingots of Ganpu silver and, with a smile, quickly and efficiently prepared the food. As for the silver, it was naturally plundered from Wang Fugui's casino, so Chu Chen spent it without regret. As for the price of the dishes, he didn't care. He only looked at the weight of the silver. The shopkeeper had to prepare a good meal. But it wasn't long before the two of them ran into a dilemma. The restaurant was too low, and they couldn't see what was going on inside the palace. But they didn't dare send Jimengzi to investigate directly. Who knew what monsters were hiding in the palace? So Chu Chen said to Chen Qingxian, Jiumengzi, you stay here and watch the soldiers coming in and out of the palace. Then where are you going? Chen Qingxian asked casually. I'll try to find out the location of the treasury, Chu Chen replied. Chen Qingxian glanced at him with disdain, then turned and started eating. He didn't believe Chu Chen could get any information, thinking to himself, you can do whatever you want. Stealing from the national treasury? Only he dared to think of it. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Chen headed towards a desolate-looking street next to the palace. Following the usual practice, he used silver to lead the way, and after some hand gestures, he entered an ordinary household. After sending the family away, he waved his hand and pulled out a drone from his space. This thing is usually fully charged in specialty stores, so Chu Chen wasn't worried about it running out of power. Even if it fell, it wouldn't matter. He had more than one in his space. He'd originally bought it when he was making a delivery, out of curiosity, planning to use it to shoot short videos for the girls, so he'd learned how to use it for a while. As the drone took off, Chu Chen's phone slowly displayed the image of the palace. The scale of Ganpu's palace was similar to that of Daxia's palace, so searching it took quite a while. About an incense stick later, following the drone's imagery, Chu Chen finally located the treasury's exact location and the deployment of the imperial palace's military. Treasuries were typically located within the palace, heavily guarded, and often contained valuables like gold, silver, and treasures. Granaries, on the other hand, were typically located outside the palace, making them relatively easy to search. Chu Chen knew that the locals knew some clues, and, as long as he was willing to spend money, he could find out. However, granaries were usually guarded by troops, so he could only start from the national treasury. If the treasury were in turmoil, the entire palace would be plunged into panic. By then, the attention of the Ganpu officials would be focused on the palace, making it much easier for him to move the granary. Half an hour later, Chu Chen put away the drone, tucked the simple map in his hand into his arms, and left the house. He then walked into a shop with a sign in Daxia language and struck up a conversation with the owner. The owner was from Ganpu, but could speak Daxia. He was essentially a reseller, buying goods from Daxia merchants and reselling them in the imperial city. Seeing the Daxia people wearing Ganpu clothing, the shopkeeper was particularly enthusiastic. Dear guest from afar, do you have any good goods to sell? Chu Chen looked around and took out a glass from his pocket. Shopkeeper, this treasure of mine came from the Daxia palace. Would you like to take a look? The shopkeeper, upon seeing the clean, transparent glass, immediately piqued his interest. Please take a seat, dear guest. This crystal glass is incredibly rare. Is this the only one? Shopkeeper, you're joking. There are 5 glasses in total, and this is just one. Name your price. Chu Chen said jokingly. He didn't dare say there was only one. The shopkeeper might immediately close the shop and attack him. What would you like to exchange for? Just ask for my Ganpu jade and beauties, and I'll definitely get them for you. Haha, shopkeeper, you're joking. You know, Daxia is plagued by frequent natural disasters these days, so I just want to exchange them for some food. Food? The shopkeeper looked embarrassed when he heard this. This thing is indeed difficult to get. After Ganpu learned about the summer disaster, it had closed its food exports early. Seeing this, Chu Chen hurriedly said, seeing that the shopkeeper is so embarrassed, is it possible that your Ganpu country has no food? What a joke. The shopkeeper slapped his thigh. How could Ganpu be out of food? Not only do the common people still have surplus food at home, but even the granary west of the city has enough food stored to feed the entire imperial city for 10 years. Chu Chen thought to himself, you're quite outspoken. Shopkeeper, could you please get some grain from the granary west of the city and bring it back to Daxia? 5 cups for 1,000 dan of grain. Honestly, I just want my people to survive. Shopkeeper, what do you think? Chu Chen finished speaking and even waved the glass in front of the shopkeeper. Seeing Chu Chen's innocent expression, the shopkeeper immediately had a sinister thought. This guy must be a fool. Doesn't he know that Ganpu has already banned the flow of grain into Daxia? But if I lie and wait for him to show the glass, wouldn't I be able to snatch it away? Haha, your distinguished guest is straightforward. I have some connections with the guards of the granary in the west of the city. Let me make a trip and then give you an answer. Chu Chen nodded and agreed. Then, shopkeeper, please go quickly and come back soon. I will wait for you here. The shopkeeper grinned and headed west. Meanwhile, a drone quietly took off from the back patio of the shop, tracking directly above the shopkeeper's head. Perhaps betting that Chu Chen had companions, the shopkeeper actually headed for the granary west of the city. At the granary gate, he exchanged a few words with the guards before turning back. When he re-entered the shop, he saw a smashed glass on the table. Chu Chen was nowhere to be seen. The shopkeeper stared at the shattered glass in amazement, roaring, "Who is it? Who kidnapped my valued guest? This priceless treasure. Damn you, this thief." Chu Chen, by this point, had already put away his drone and smashed the glass to pieces, for no other reason than to discuss the other person. He returned to the restaurant to pick up Chen Xian, and the two of them returned to the inn together. Chapter 212. The Ganpu treasury was emptied. Jiumengzi, look, the Ganpu treasury is divided into 2 places. I want to visit both places. Inside the inn, Chu Chen took out 2 drawings and said to Chen Xian seriously, 2 treasuries? Is Emperor Ganpu still insane? Also, how did you get this information? Chen Xian stared at the blueprint in shock and asked in disbelief. He had only had a few drinks, and this guy had already gotten it done. Don't ask so many questions. I have a plan. Chu Chen smiled mysteriously, then pulled out a box of grenades from behind him and placed them in front of Chen Xian. Jiumengzi, we'll do it tonight. First, you take me to the treasury and take out the guards, then you drop these things around palace. Come back and pick me up in 1 stick of incense. Got it. Chen Xingshuan's interest piqued upon seeing the box of grenades. Even if there were 9th rank experts within the palace, he showed no fear. This thing was a bloodline suppressor for the Ganpu soldiers. Anyone who had participated in that battle knew the power of this thing. If it had exploded in the Ganpu palace, the Ganpu emperor would have been forced to retreat into his cage, daring not to show his face. Ha ha, you idiot, this thing is good. Don't worry, it will definitely succeed tonight. After saying that, the two of them lay on the bed to recuperate, waiting for night to fall. Night fell. After a satisfying meal, Chu Chen and Chen Xian, dressed in black nightgowns, quietly headed towards the palace. Beneath Chen Xingshuan's nightgown was a bulge filled with grenades. This scene frightened Chu Chen. If one of these things accidentally exploded, they would both be wiped out on the spot, dying in a foreign land. Ganpu was having a feast. Late at night, under the wall of the imperial palace treasury, Chen Xian pulled Chu Chen and jumped, landing steadily on the wall. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the palace suddenly opened his eyes. Following the route captured by the drone, the 2 men approached the treasury at high speed. Chen Xian held Chu Chen in one hand and a grenade in the other. Chu Chen, in turn, held a loaded Uzi submachine gun in each hand. Just as they were about to reach the treasury, a dark figure suddenly blocked their way. "Who are you, you demon?" How dare you break into the palace at night? Are you tired of living? As the two masters faced off on the rooftop, Chu Chen suddenly rushed out from behind Chun Xian, unleashing a burst of Uzi rifles without hesitation. The ninth-rank guard never dreamed that he would have a tough battle and would be able to repel the invading enemy and then go to the emperor to ask for credit. But he was shot on the spot by a 6th grade and sent directly to see the Buddha. Chun Xian was also shocked by Chu Chen's action. "You idiot, can you say hello next time? Stop talking nonsense, go down quickly." The sound of hidden weapons has alarmed the soldiers. Yes, the sudden sound of da-da-da-da has awakened the entire palace. Seeing this, Chun Xian decisively threw a grenade at the treasury gate. With a loud bang, the guards guarding the door were torn apart on the spot. Then he picked up Chu Chen and rushed into the treasury. At that moment, the soldiers who heard the explosion reacted quickly. However, some were instantly terrified. The Great Xia Killer God. The Great Xia Killer God is coming. Run. The new recruits, who had never participated in the battle, looked bewildered, only to see a group of veterans already retreating in panic. "What's going on? The sound is over there." Yes, brothers, charge towards the sound." While encouraging the soldiers to charge, the old soldiers secretly slowed down their pace and quietly retreated. At this time, Chu Chen and Chun Xian had already entered the treasury. They saw a towering golden gate with a huge golden lock on it. "Jiomengzi, go out and throw the thunder to distract them. Come back and pick me up in 1 stick of incense." Chun Xian put Chu Chen down, then flew onto the roof and threw several grenades at the soldiers rushing towards him. The explosion was deafening, and dozens of lives were lost in an instant. The soldiers were immediately paralyzed, as if struck by divine thunder, and dared not move forward rashly. Chu Chen now stood in front of the Golden Gate, waving his hand to summon several grenades, which he clamped directly onto the golden lock. Then there were 2 loud bangs, and the thick smoke cleared, but the golden lock remained motionless. "Holy crap, it's so sturdy." He scratched his head anxiously in front of the door. A moment later, he placed his hand on the door, and with a thought, the door vanished in an instant. A sharp headache washed over Chu Chen. It seemed that the door was too heavy, and forcibly taking it would cause some damage to him. But it was just a headache. Looking at the door disappearing before his eyes, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Could he directly collect larger objects in the future? But now was not the time to experiment, so he slipped into the treasury. The interior was brightly lit, illuminating the entire treasury. The room, full of gold, silver, and treasures, left Chu Chen stunned. There was so much, several acres filled with gold, silver, and other rare treasures. The jade alone filled several rooms. Chu Chen immediately set to work. It took about 30 minutes, about an incense stick of time. He just hoped Jiomengzi could hold out a little longer. He raced through the treasury, and with every step, the items at his feet vanished. Even the shelves containing the supplies were retracted into space. What surprised him most were the jades in those rooms. These were not comparable to the original stones, and many of them were rare jade materials that had appeared in border cities before. He worked hard for more than 10 minutes, and finally, like Feng Er's rhubarb, he sat down on the ground and stuck out his tongue. People are like that. They can't lift a 100-pound stone, but they can lift a 100-pound girl and make her fly. After a short rest, Chu Chen raised 2 Uzis and walked out the door. The explosions continued. Apparently, Chun Xian had been having so much fun that he forgot about him in the treasury. At this point, a few soldiers had already rushed into the treasury, but they were all dispatched by Chu Chen's firepower. After killing more than 10 people, Chun Xian finally appeared, carrying Chu Chen onto the roof. Chu Chen pulled out 2 grenades and threw them at the pursuing soldiers. Chapter 213. After the National Treasury, the grain depot, when the explosion stopped, the 2 of them flew away quickly. They went straight back to the inn and then stopped. The 2 took off their nightgowns, and Chu Chen put them into the space as he threw them out. Because it was late at night, Chun Xian did not notice Chu Chen's actions. "Jiomengzi, are you tired?" "It's okay, but you don't have enough stuff. It's not satisfying." Seeing this, Chu Chen dragged out another box from under the bed for him. "Give you another box to play with?" "Fuck, why didn't you take it out just now? I had to blow up that Ganpu barbarian emperor." After Chun Xian finished speaking, he picked up the nightgown that Chu Chen had already prepared and placed on the bed and put it on. Then he loaded the grenade onto himself. "You idiot, go to sleep. I'm going to blast him again." Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly said, "You forgot. There's one more thing you haven't done yet." After saying that, he took out a black package and poured out a dozen pieces of jade from it. "This thing is not available in Daxia. I only brought these 2 boxes. Let's go get another one." Seeing this, Chen Qingxian also thought about it. This idiot still has one thing he hasn't done yet. Okay, let's go get that one. As agreed, you have to be careful about this. You blow up the soldiers at the door outside and send me in quietly. Save the bombs for now, and then listen to the voice of the Wind Earth Ear and come pick me up. After saying that, Chu Chen handed him a walkie-talkie. A country's central granary must be huge, so Chu Chen gave himself more time to prepare. As long as I can sneak in quietly, then I can collect all of them from him quietly. After that, the 2 of them put on a new set of night clothes. Go straight to the granary in the west of the city. Although the guards of the granary are equivalent to a troop, there are no experts. As long as Chen Qingxian throws a grenade at the door from time to time, he will definitely be able to cause panic among those people. After a while, the 2 arrived at the high wall of the granary. Chen Qingxian threw Chu Chen into a warehouse and rushed towards the door. At this time, the 2 soldiers guarding the door were still chatting boredly. "Brother, did you say that loud noise just now came from the palace?" "Yeah, I heard that too, but I don't know what it is." At this time, another sergeant came over and said, "You too, pay attention. I heard that sound. It's very familiar. Oh, you know the battle with Daxia back then? The Daxia god of death used thunder that made this kind of sound to repel us." "Ah, Zunda." The surprised sergeant hadn't finished speaking when he found a black lump falling in front of him, still smoking. So he subconsciously moved closer and let out a huh. The sergeant who had just walked over turned and ran away when he saw this thing. But he was still a step too late. Just as he turned to leave, a loud noise was heard. Then the 3 of them set off. The explosion also attracted the attention of the defenders inside. They were all awakened and rushed towards the door with weapons in hand. At this moment, Chu Chen stared blankly at the mountain of grain in the huge warehouse. The bags were neatly stacked there. If we become rich, we can fill several cities with this. We'll still worry about food shortages. Then he moved and rushed toward the pile of grain in one step. With his arrival, the entire grain pile began to shrink slowly with him as the center. When a giant warehouse was packed up, about 5 minutes had passed. Chu Chen casually turned on the safety of the Type 95 rifle with a silencer in his hand and rushed towards another warehouse at high speed. Since there was no unrest in Ganpu, the guarding of the granary was relatively lax. Only 2 listless soldiers were guarding the warehouse door. With a few PU sounds, the Type 95 successfully eliminated the guards, and Chu Chen quietly entered another warehouse. Explosions were heard from time to time outside. Back in the palace, Emperor Ganpu had already been awakened by the explosion. After the sound stopped for a long time, he was escorted out of the bedroom by a group of soldiers. Looking at the mess in the entire palace, he was a little confused at the moment. But the moment he walked into the treasury and saw the empty treasure house, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Immediately afterwards, the same explosion sounded from the west of the city. The guards understood what was going on as soon as they heard it. It seems that this mysterious thief who suddenly appeared was not only targeting the national treasury, but also the granary. So they quickly sent additional troops to support the granary. But the granary is several streets away from the palace. Moreover, the defenders of the palace had just been bombed and were still in a daze. By the time they get organized, Chu Chen will probably be gone. After working for more than half an hour and finishing the collection of the last granary, Chu Chen finally showed the demeanor of De Huang. He took out the intercom with great difficulty and shouted to Chen Qingxian, "Stop playing with me, Jimengzi. I'm dying of exhaustion." After a while, accompanied by dense explosions, Chen Qingxian appeared in front of Chu Chen as promised. He carried him like rhubarb and disappeared into the night. This time they did not return to the inn, but directly rushed out of the city wall and headed towards another city. With such a big incident happening in the Ganpu Imperial City, martial law will definitely be imposed immediately. It would be safer to leave the city directly while you still have some strength, because the border of Daxia is in the east. The 2 men dropped a dozen grenades at the west gate of the city and then headed out of the city through the east gate. For a moment, the garrison soldiers of the Imperial Palace, upon hearing the explosion at the west gate of the city, all rushed towards the west gate. The situation was urgent and the garrison general was confused for a moment. So errors of judgment occur. After half an hour's travel, the two arrived at a small town. I found an inn and stayed there. The next day, the two of them slept until noon before waking up slowly. Chu Chen took out a bag of jade and handed it to Chu Chen. Come, this is what you deserve. I'm not interested. Go back and show it to master. Seeing this, Chu Chen directly put the jade into his backpack. Then he flipped his hand in the backpack and entered the space. Xiaomingzi, I'll give you another box. Can we go steal from the border city again? Didn't they steal from that place once? Chen Xinxian really couldn't stand these two idiots anymore. Although this job is fun, it is tiring. He was so tired from running around all night last night that his calves were cramping. No, I haven't stolen it all yet. Although there is enough food in the granary of Ganpu Imperial City, it is still far from enough for the entire Daxia. Daxia itself has a larger population base than Ganpu, so Chu Chen thought that the more he could get, the better. Chen Xinxian looked at Chu Chen helplessly and nodded at him. The two bought 2 fast horses in a small town and headed toward the border city again. Chapter 214, Returning to Daxia to provide relief to the victims. 5 days later, outside the city wall leading to Daxia Union City, a black explosion-proof vehicle came towards the city gate at high speed. In the car, Chen Xinxian played with the 2 jade stones in his hand and took a deep puff of his cigarette. He said to Chu Chen unhappily, "You say we spent so much effort and only got a few dozen of this stuff? Then you're unhappy about the explosion?" Chu Chen threw away the cigarette, but turned around and said something. "It's okay. I still prefer the red romantic day to blowing this thing up." At this moment, everyone in the Ganpu Palace was in a hurry and in a panic. The national treasury disappeared overnight, and the largest granary in Ganpu, west of the city, also disappeared overnight. And it was accompanied by the thunder from the sky that many people had witnessed during the Battle of Daxia. Emperor Ganpu lay in bed, his face haggard. It must be Daxia who did it. Send the order, gather all forces and attack Daxia. At this time, the minister on the side hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. If we send troops at this time, without money and food, our entire Ganpu will not be able to afford it. Besides, we don't have any evidence to prove that it was the Daxia people who did it." Just as several people were arguing, a man walked in from outside and seemed to want to say something to the emperor, but stopped himself. "Just tell me what you want to say. Is there anything more unacceptable than the theft of the national treasury?" The emperor turned his head to look at the person who came in and said weakly, "Your Majesty, the granary in Border City also disappeared last night." "Ah?" After hearing this, the emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Immediately afterwards, a burst of crying and shouting was heard from the bedroom again. At this moment, Chu Chen and Chen Xinxian came straight to the city gate. The two arrived at Union City, welcomed by the soldiers guarding Union City. Si Wei, who was frowning in the room, heard the servant report. He immediately got up from the chair. "Quick, prepare the car, and stop Mr. Chu's car for me." At the entrance of the jade mine, Chu Chen and Chen Xinxian had just entered. Si Wei followed closely. Seeing Chu Chen coming, Zhao Tianlong hurried to greet him. "Sir, how do you have time to come to the mine? Go inside first, and then we'll talk." Just as they were walking towards the villa on the mountain, they heard shouting from behind. "Mr. Chu, I hope you're all right. You must have missed me so much." Chu Chen looked back and saw Si Wei hurriedly coming towards him with a group of followers. "Hey, City Lord Si, why are you here when I haven't visited yet?" After saying that, Chu Chen welcomed them into the house. "Mr. Chu, don't blame me for following you. It's really the people of Yundian who need you." "Oh, what do you mean?" Without even taking a sip of water, Si Wei started to talk about the grievances he had suffered recently. Due to the recent snowstorms and floods, there is no food left in the City Lord's mansion. The common people were also living in misery. They had been frequently plundered by the Ganpu bandits and had no food left. Although Chu Chen later repelled the Ganpu barbarians and built the city wall. But in just 1 year, everyone was able to recover. Unexpectedly, this natural disaster struck again, and all the pressure was placed on the City Lord's mansion. Si Wei had a lot of grievances and wrote to the capital to ask for disaster relief food. But what he got was just a drop in the bucket. This time it was even worse. They didn't get a single grain of food from the capital. Moreover, Zhou Shixuan also asked him to use work as relief to appease the people. By the way, I also threw him some ugly-looking seeds. It is said to be called sweet potato, and it can produce 50 dam per moo. But Zhou Shixuan didn't know what was going on in Union City. Everyone is hungry. Who has the energy to open up wasteland and farm? After listening to Si Wei's chatter, Chu Chen really felt that it was the right decision to get the Ganpu granary this time. Otherwise, if you encounter such a thing, you can only watch the people starve to death and be helpless. So he said to Si Wei soothingly, just implement the policy of using work for relief. I'll find a way to get you some food. Only by comforting the victims can we prevent unrest. You have to know that this was the era of cold weapons. If the common people really couldn't survive, peasant uprisings were very likely to occur. Why do you kings, princes, generals, ministers, and high-ranking officials eat meat and drink soup while the common people are starving? When Si Wei heard Chu Chen's words, his eyes instantly lit up. Since this Mr. Chu in front of us said that he could get food, then he can definitely get it. After seeing Si Wei off, Chu Chen looked at Zhao Tianlong again. What's the situation inside this mine? Sir, there's no problem with the mine right now. We still have some food in stock. It's only because of your advance warning that the entire mine is not starving. I thank you. Okay, don't bother with those useless things. Just survive. If you need anything, send someone to Qingyan to find me. After saying that, he didn't stay here for long. After checking the granary, he took Chen Qingxian and drove towards the inner city of Yundian. He walked into the warehouse that Si Wei had arranged for him. Chu Chen filled the entire warehouse with food with a wave of his hand. Then he spent money to rent the house next door and filled up the whole house. He also gave Chen Qingxian a few bottles of wine and asked him to be the monitor on the roof. After finishing all this, he drove towards the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, Si Wei was eating the pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Seeing Chu Chen coming, he almost jumped for joy. Master Chu, is there any progress on the food issue? City Lord Si, this matter is urgent. How can I not pay attention to it? Chu Chen looked at the steamed buns and pickles on the table and was indeed happy that Yundian City had such a good city lord. So he took out a few bags of instant noodles from his backpack and asked his servants to boil a pot of hot water. Okay, don't eat this. It's almost gone bad. You're old, and if you eat it again, you'll get hurt. After a while, Chu Chen made a large bowl of instant noodles, picked up the bowl, and picked up a bowl for Si Wei. Then he picked up a bowl for the servants behind him who were drooling. Si Wei smelled the instant noodles, then raised his head and stared at Chu Chen. His eyes were full of emotion and gratitude. Then he turned around and whispered to the servant behind him, "Quick, call the young lady back." Chu Chen was still there concentrating on distributing instant noodles. When he looked up suddenly, he saw Si Wei staring at him closely, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This is exactly the look a father-in-law gives his son-in-law. Could it be that even at this point, Miss Liu still hasn't given up? City Lord Si, eat quickly or we'll get cold. And you too, serve your master noodles. Only then did Si Wei realize that he had been a little rude. So he quickly picked up the bowl and started eating with big mouthfuls. After a while, the sound of slurping noodles could be heard from the room. Chapter 2:15. Everything comes naturally and I fall in love. Mr. Chu, you're here. Are you here to see Liu? At this moment, a sweet voice came into Chu Chen's ears, scaring him so much that his body trembled. Niece, you're back. When Si Wei heard Chu Chen calling her niece, he was shocked. What the hell did that have to do with anything? So he quickly changed the subject. Lord Chu, Nephew Chu, about the grain issue. Damn, this old guy reacted quickly and pulled that generation back in one go. Don't worry, City Lord Si. I will naturally provide you with food the day after tomorrow. You can gather the refugees first, then select a leader and manage them in batches. If the food comes too quickly, Si Wei will think of himself as a god. So I could only refuse for 2 days, and during these 2 days, I was with him, so it didn't seem so forced when I said later that I'd secretly sent someone to bring it here. That's good. I am relieved. My dear nephew, go and rest with Liu first. I will make arrangements right away. After saying that, Si Wei waved his hand, and without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, he led all the servants out of the house. At this moment, only Si Liu and Chu Chen were left in the room. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly at Si Liu. Miss Si, the people are currently living in dire straits, so it's not the time to talk about love affairs. Master Chu, I am a woman. If I meet someone I love, why can't I pursue him? But some things are not orthodox, and even if you get them, they're only short-lived. With Si Liu's intelligence, How could he not hear that Chu Chen was saying that he could not give him a status? But deep down, he simply liked Chu Chen as a person and didn't care whether they had a formal relationship or not. Mr. Chu, even though a flower blooms briefly, it still has its beautiful moments. If you have experienced the beauty, you will have no regrets. Chu Chen listened to these naked love words and thought to himself that this girl might have also traveled through time. Otherwise, how could I have such a lovesick mind? Well, Miss C, let's think about how the people of Yunding can fill their stomachs. Little did she know that after hearing these words, Si Liu liked the man in front of her even more. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a kind heart. So she couldn't help but hug Chu Chen. Feeling the softness behind him, Chu Chen also felt a little angry. Master Chu, you must know what Liu is thinking, but why are you so heartless? Well, your father is an official. It's so troublesome to marry into an official family. But when Chu Chen thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had helped Si Wei a lot. What the hell is going on? Chu Chen just felt his mind was a little confused. Miss C, you don't have to be like this. There are thousands of talented young men in Daxia. You are the daughter of the city lord, and I am just a commoner. We're not a good match. Besides, I really can't give you any status. Mr. Chu, there are indeed thousands of young talents in Daxia, but Chu Chen is indeed the only one. As for my status, I'm different from other women. I envy Sister Qinglian and everyone around you. I dream of becoming them and being by your side. As long as I'm by your side, it doesn't matter whether I have a name or not. The scene instantly became beautiful. This made Chu Chen think of the scenes in those magical dramas in modern society. While the war was going on, the hero and heroine were in a sweet relationship. It is the same now. People outside are living in misery, but people in the house are saying cheesy love words. What the hell is this? Chu Chen turned around and felt the two huge electric lights rubbing against his body. Miss C, I can't promise you anything at this moment. Let's talk about it later. I promised City Lord C that I would get him some food. I'm very busy right now. Si Liu still had his sense after all, and let go of Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, go ahead. Whether you can get food or not, you're the most powerful man in my heart. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, when did I stop being powerful? He waved to Si Liu and walked out of the city lord's mansion like a flash. He walked straight to the bottom of the warehouse and said, Jiu Mengzi, pull me up. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen felt his body flying up, and then he sat down on the roof. He snatched the wine from Chen Qingxuan's hand and took a big gulp. Jiu Mengzi, what do you think of this girl from Yundian City? What? You want to open a red romance here on Cloud Peak? Fine, I support you. Get lost. Your mind is full of dirty things. Don't fucking steal my wine. This is what I gave you. Believe it or not, I'll kick you down. After saying this, Chen Qingxian grabbed the bottle and took another big gulp. Chu Chen finally understood at this moment. It's well said, a person who carries a knife is called a swordsman. A person who carries a sword is called a swordsman. If you talk about love with a person who carries a gourd on his body, then you are wrong. He shook his head, trying his best to get the image of Si Liu out of his mind. Not long after, on the roof, two men were drinking wine, taking turns to drink. Chu Chen stared blankly into the distance, and suddenly realized that it was possible that he also liked that girl. Otherwise, why do we drink and why do we feel sad? As night fell, Chu Chen was thrown to the ground by Jimengzi. Reeking of alcohol, he walked towards the city lord's mansion. Since I promised Si Wei to stay in the city lord's mansion for a few days, I shouldn't disappear without saying goodbye. Nephew Chu, you're finally back. If you don't come back, I will have to send people to look for you. Si Wei looked at Chu Chen, who appeared in the city lord's mansion, and said enthusiastically, City Lord Si, the food has almost been delivered and will be delivered to you tomorrow. Hey, we're all talking about different things. Stop talking about food all the time. Damn, when did we become a family? I didn't do anything. Okay, let's eat quickly. I don't know when, a few side dishes and a jar of wine appeared on the table. Chu Chen drank with the drunkard for a long time and was a little drunk at this moment. So he simply sat down and started drinking with Si Wei, one cup at a time. As he drank, Chu Chen felt his body being lifted up and placed in a room filled with fragrance. The next day, Chu Chen shook his aching head and stretched lazily. When I stretched out my hand, I touched something warm. Oh shit. After a while, Chu Chen stared quietly at Si Liu beside him. Why are you so stupid? No, Master Chu, I am happy. I have finally gotten what I wanted. In my heart, You are truly the most powerful man. Chu Chen never imagined that one day he would enter someone's heart in this way. What's more, I have no experience at all. But now that the matter is settled, let's just keep making the same mistake again and again. Chapter 216. Opening the warehouse to release food to save Yundian. At noon, Chu Chen walked out of the house. At this moment outside, Siwei was staring at him with a smile on his face. My dear son-in-law, let's go and open the granary to store grain. You old man, how dare you push your daughter like that? Looking at Siwei's smiling face, Chu Chen suddenly felt powerless. So he said with a wry smile, City Lord Si, let's go. Siwei didn't care at all. He waved his hand and led a team of soldiers outside, walk into the warehouse with 2 rooms. Chu Chen opened the door, and the next moment, everyone was stunned. Then, everyone showed excitement. Ha! Yundian is saved. Yundian is saved. Okay, City Lord Si, the entire daxia is suffering from the disaster, and there are still many people who need my help. I have to leave. The sweet potatoes the Emperor gave you can really yield 50 dam per mu. You must plant them as soon as possible. It's still unknown when this natural disaster will end. Siwei looked at the explosion-proof vehicle going away and had some words in his mind, but he couldn't say them out loud. Chu Chen ordered Chen Xingxian to park the car in front of the city lord's mansion. Go straight to see Liu's room. Liu, I have something very important to do, so I won't take you with me this time. Go ahead. You're a hero. You never belonged anywhere. Okay, I'm leaving now. Remember to eat on time. Chu Chen patted her and walked out of the room. After changing his mind, he went to another empty room. With just a wave of his hand, the room was filled with all kinds of rice, flour, grain, and oil. After Chu Chen and the others left, the entire Yundian city became lively. Siwei wanted to let people know that there was still food on Yundian and to boost the people's confidence. The first thing to do with work for relief is to transport food. In times of natural disasters, this thing is more useful than silver, so it must be moved to a safer place. I saw a large number of refugees gathered at the door of the warehouse. Rows of soldiers stood at the door of the warehouse, holding steel knives and looking at the refugees with cold eyes. Siwei stepped forward and shouted at the crowd below with all his might. Fellow villagers of Yundian, be quiet. First of all, I have good news to tell you all. We have food in Yundian City. As soon as these words were spoken, huge cheers broke out from the audience. Young Master Chu, who drove away the Ganpu barbarians and built the city wall, has brought us some food. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. The word, sir, may be the best way for the people to express their gratitude to Chu Chen. However, although we have food, Yundian does not support idle people. Everyone must contribute to Yundian. Wait a moment. Your leader will tell you the specific work arrangements. After saying that, Siwei summoned the newly elected refugee leaders to discuss the implementation of the matter. Soon after, the refugees who were assigned to transport food showed excitement when they saw the food in the 2 rooms. Some even knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes, praying that God would bless Mr. Chu with a long life. Some of them were thinking of going back to erect a monument to Chu Chen to worship him every day. At this moment, Chu Chen was on his way to the capital, and he had no idea that his name had completely surpassed Siwei's in Yundian City. The common people are very simple. Whoever allows them to survive in hardship is a god in their hearts. The 2 drove all the way to Beijing. Although a series of royal policies were introduced, the suffering of the refugees was greatly alleviated. But there's only so much grain in the entire daxia, and most of it is still controlled by that aristocratic family. Although Zhou Shixuan defeated the Liu and Wen families, there was still a behemoth, the Zhu family. As well as some small families, they are controlling most of the grain in daxia. So Zhou Shixuan was also a little worried at this moment. There's only so much food left. If natural disasters continue, sooner or later there will be no food left. Chu Chen thought of this and ran to Ganpu to get food. At this moment, I am a huge mobile granary. Whoever can maximize the value of this food must be Zhou Shixuan. So after saving Yundian City, Chu Chen hurried towards the capital. When passing by Anda City, Chu Chen turned the car in. Firstly, it was to visit Chunxiang and Xiuju's families, and secondly, to give them some, thus saving the cost of transporting the grain. The car drove all the way into Anda City. At the city gate, Chu Chen took out the token Zhou Shixuan gave him as usual. After successfully entering the city, Chu Chen went straight to the city lord's mansion. When Mu Zheng, the lord of Anda City, heard his subordinates report that a strange black car had arrived in the city, he guessed that it was Master Chu. So he hurried out to greet him. Mr. Chu, I'm honored to have you here. How have you been lately, City Lord Mu? Don't mention it, Master Chu. Natural disasters have struck the world, and the people are living in dire straits. I am deeply distressed, but I could do nothing to help. After saying that, he welcomed Chu Chen into the City Lord's mansion. At this time, Shan didn't know where he got the news from, but he hurried to the City Lord's mansion. Shan, meet your brother-in-law. Meet City Lord Mu. Chu Chen raised his eyes and looked at Shan, only to see that he was now dressed in silk and satin, looking like a master from a wealthy family. Ah, brother Sure, I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to be getting younger and younger. All of this was given by my brother-in-law. After saying that, he stood aside respectfully, and Chu Chen told him to sit down. Then he turned to Mu Zheng and asked, how is the disaster situation in Anda City? Has your Majesty's policy of providing work for relief and centralized management of refugees been implemented? Master Chu, it has been implemented, but Anda's food reserves are about to run out, so it's not a good time right now. When Chu Chen saw this situation, he could guess that Zhou Shixuan was probably at the end of his strength. Otherwise, the nearest city, Andu, located at the foot of the imperial city, would not be short of food. In that case, Anda City is Chuanxiang and Xiuju's hometown, so I have to help them anyway. I can provide you with a batch of food, but this batch of food will be managed jointly by Shan and City Lord Mu. I don't want to see the emergence of corrupt officials. That's great, Master Chu. You've finally solved my urgent problem. On behalf of the people of Andu, Mu Zheng, thank you, Master Chu. After saying that, Mu Zheng stood up and bowed to Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't exchange many pleasantries. After instructing Mu Zheng to find a warehouse, he followed Shan. When Chu Chen arrived at Shan's house, he felt numb all over. I saw about 20 women coming out, all of them holding children in their arms. This brother-in-law, if he has money, he can really get married. He seems to be building an entire family on his own. Chapter 217. Beijing shocked Zhou Shixuan. After paying his respects to the old lady, Chu Chen left a lot of food for her family and headed towards the City Lord's mansion. We stayed in Anda City for 3 days and handed over the food. Mu Zheng led the people in expressing their gratitude. Chu Chen took Xian and drove straight towards the capital. Chu Chen was surprised to find that the security guard and 2 maids he had bought at the beginning were still living in a house that Zhou Shixuan had given him before he came to the capital. Sir, you are finally here. When they saw Chu Chen, the 2 little maids ran towards him crying. What's wrong? Why are you 2 crying? Chu Chen was also very confused. He had asked Eunuch Wei to take care of it. At least don't let them starve to death. Could it be that Eunuch Wei has no more food left? Are you hungry? Is there no food at home? Chu Chen looked at the 2 little girls and asked puzzledly. At this time, the security guard Lao Qin also came up. Sir, you haven't been here for a while, and the 2 little girls thought you didn't want this house anymore, so that's how it is. Having too much real estate isn't good either. Chu Chen comforted the 2 men, and they hurriedly cleaned up a room for Chun Qingxian. Chun Qingxian went into the room without any hesitation and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Chen called Old Qin over. What are your instructions, sir? Go to the capital and rent me a few warehouse-like yards. They need to be empty, with an area of about 50 acres. Old Qin hurried away with a silver note worth 1,000 taels that Chu Chen gave him in his pocket. With natural disasters rampant, everyone has little food, so the prices of real estate are also falling. 1,000 taels is enough to rent too many warehouses. Lao Qin was busy until evening before coming back. Sir, it's done. It's in the western suburbs. It used to be the one family's granary, but after the one family's accident, it became abandoned. It only cost 300 taels. After saying that, Lao Qin handed the 700 taels of silver back to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took the banknote and said, Okay, you've worked hard. Tomorrow, take me to find the place. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bedroom. The next day, Lao Qin drove the carriage and took Chu Chen to the western suburbs. As for Chun Qingxian, he was too lazy to move and was still sleeping soundly. Chu Chen looked at the huge granary and thought that the noble family was really generous. No wonder Zhou Shixuan had a headache. With such financial resources, how could he bring down the enemy in one fell swoop? Now they are empty, and these granaries have witnessed the decline of a family. He asked Lao Qin to watch outside and pushed open the door of the granary. With a wave of the hand, warehouses were filled with food one after another. It took a long time to get most of the Ganpu food out of the space. The reserve part is reserved for Qinyan City and Masan Village. This also proves that the Ganpu granary was so large that it was extremely terrifying. After doing all this, Chu Chen wrote a letter on the spot in the carriage. Old Qin, go deliver this letter to the palace gate and have someone hand it to Eunuch Wei. Okay, young master. Are you here alone? Don't worry about my safety. Don't worry. After you deliver the letter, just go back to the house and don't worry about me. After saying that, he waved to Lao Qin. Old Qin wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth abruptly and drove the carriage towards the palace. In the afternoon, Zhou Shixuan was busy reviewing memorials sent from various places. Almost every city asked him for food and support. Zhou Shixuan felt his blood boiling. Eunuch Wei looked at the busy Zhou Shixuan and said, Your Majesty, please take a rest first. Your health is the most important thing. My people in Daxia are starving to death, but I still have the body of a dragon. Zhou Shixuan said to Eunuch Wei in a bad mood, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Most of the sweet potatoes that Master Chu gave us have been planted. If we persist for a few more months, we can promote them nationwide. Oh wait, I'm worried. The sun is scorching hot these days, and there might be a disaster. At this moment, a young eunuch outside the door came with a letter in his hand and handed it to Eunuch Wei. Looking at the unique handwriting on the envelope that read, personally addressed to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei tore open the letter in an instant, and then an excited expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, Master Chu sent a letter saying that he got a batch of grain for you and asked me to go and collect it. Oh, this kid is really my lucky star. What are you doing? Tell someone to prepare the horse and go. After a while, Eunuch Wei personally drove the carriage and led a team of soldiers towards the one family granary. Chu Chen was counting ants on the ground out of boredom. When he saw the soldiers coming, he shouted towards the carriage. Uncle Zhou, you're finally here. It's too hot here. Ah, Chuwazi. What surprise have you got for me again? You'll know once you come in and take a look. As the door of the granary opened, everyone present was stunned. I saw that the warehouses were filled with food. The shining millet seemed more dazzling than gold. Old Wei, I'm not dreaming. Slap me. Your Majesty, you are not dreaming. Besides, how dare I hit you? That's right, Zhou Shixuan said and slapped Eunuch Wei in the face. The beating instantly left several red marks on Eunuch Wei's face. Old Wei, tell me quickly, does it hurt? Does it hurt? Your Majesty is full of energy and strength. This slap really hurts. Chu Chen looked at what Eunuch Wei did and gave him thumbs up. No wonder you can become the most powerful eunuch in Daxia. It is unique for a eunuch to reach this level. So, my friends, if you can reach the pinnacle in every industry, you will become the king. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he walked towards Chu Chen again. Seeing this, Chu Chen retreated quickly. Uncle Zhou, I'm not Old Wei. I can't stand a fight. How could I bear to hit you, Chu boy? You are really my lucky star. Lucky star, lucky star. I'll say it 800 times every time I see you. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly. Your Majesty, please send someone to guard it quickly. Don't ask about its origins or how it will be used. You can arrange it yourself. I am exhausted. After saying that, he climbed onto Zhou Shixuan's carriage and ignored them. At night, in the palace, Chu Chen had no choice but to take out a bunch of women's products such as perfumes. The queen was so happy that she kept serving food to Chu Chen. Chu kid, eat more. You've lost weight. Chu Chen was quite relaxed about this royal banquet and felt no restraint at all. But the only thing he didn't do was drink. Who knows what bad thing Zhou Shixuan was planning after seeing so much food. After a hasty meal, Chu Chen hurried back to his house. The two little girls and old Qin were still waiting for Chu Chen eagerly. After chatting with them for a while, Chu Chen also crawled into bed with the help of the two people. Early in the morning, Chu Chen got up early and walked straight into the warehouse of the house. The entire warehouse was filled with rice, flour, grain, and oil. No matter what, you can't let your own people starve. I originally thought that the matter was over and I would return to Qingyun with Qin Qingxian. Unexpectedly, just after breakfast, I saw the familiar figure of Eunuch Wei at the door. Chapter 218, The Zhu family granary is shaking. Eunuch Wei, it's so early in the morning. Could it be that the palace can't even provide breakfast? Mr. Chu, you're joking. His Majesty asked me to invite Mr. Chu to the palace. Eunuch Wei said this as he walked into the house without any courtesy. Two maids were cooking egg noodles in the kitchen, and the aroma filled the whole house. As a master of the 9th rank, how could he not smell it? How could Chu Chen not understand what he meant? Eunuch Wei, you've arrived just in time. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's eat together. After saying that, he turned and walked into the kitchen and asked the two maids to cook more noodles and fry a few more eggs. I guess the food of Eunuch Wei is not that good either, and his mouth is full of blandness. Since Master Chu is so kind, how can I, old Wei, refuse? Your Majesty was exhausted last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Don't worry. After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at him with contempt. This old man has also started to learn to be shameless. It turns out that people can change. Chen Xingxian stood up with a dejected look on his face, walked up to Eunuch Wei, and called out, Senior Wei. He grabbed his toiletries and rushed to the sink. Eunuch Wei still respected Zhu Liuxian's apprentice very much. He smiled and returned the greeting, then sat at the table and waited for his meal. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked to the door again and pulled Eunuch Wei's follower in. As luck would have it, it was the eunuch who helped him to allocate a room that day. Ah, it's fate. Without you, I wouldn't have such a nice house. Let's eat together. Master Chu, I have eaten. Chu Chen looked at Eunuch Wei with disdain again. What I said today, sit here, don't be afraid. Eunuch Wei smiled and didn't take it seriously. They were all his own people, so he would be happy if he could get more from Chu Chen. So he gestured for him to sit down. Only after the two maids had served the noodles 3 times did Eunuch Wei and the young eunuch put down their chopsticks. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. Are all eunuchs so good at eating? Master Chu, now that you have eaten and drunk enough, come with me and enter the palace. Chu Chen put on his backpack and followed the two of them straight towards the palace. The young eunuch may have eaten too much, and he kept holding back the burp that was about to come out. Eunuch Wei was so angry that he wanted to beat him to death on the spot. It was so damn embarrassing. When he arrived at the imperial study, Zhou Shixuan had already started his day's work. Chu Wazi is here. Please take a seat. Zhou Shixuan was scratching on the folded paper with the water-based pen Chu Chen gave him, looking very serious. Seeing this, Chu Chen did not disturb him, but sat quietly in the chair waiting for him to get busy. After a long time, Zhou Shixuan raised his head. Chu Wazi, do you know where the most food is in the entire Great Xia? Needless to ask, Uncle Zhou definitely has the most. Besides this royal family, Chu Chen listened to Zhou Shixuan's tone, and it seemed that this guy was holding in again. My nephew doesn't know. Haha, when did Chu Wazi start playing deaf and dumb? That's all for today. Zhou Shixuan stood up and walked in front of Chu Chen. You've already dealt with 2 of the Lu, Zhu, and Wen families. What about the Zhu family? Does Chu Wazi have any good ideas? When Chu Chen heard that Zhou Shixuan wanted to use him as a knife, he had to think about this matter carefully. If this is not done properly, it may be dangerous. I'm just an ordinary person. What can I do? After hearing this, Chu Chen quickly put on a harmless expression and said to Zhou Shixuan with a smile, Oh, old Wei, could it be that this Chu kid wants to be an official? What kind of official position should we give him? What kind of understanding ability is this? I just want to be an official. That's not a good thing. So he quickly said to Eunuch Wei, Eunuch Wei, Uncle Zhou is joking. I am used to being free and easy, but I cannot be an official. Okay, Uncle Zhou, let me think about it. You just want his family's food, right? I'll go back and think about it and give you an answer. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he compromised with Zhou Shixuan. There is no way. If you were really given an official position at that time, will you take it or not? If you do it, you will get into more trouble. If you don't, Zhou Shixuan will use public opinion to bring you down in no time. Well, with Chu Wazi's words, we can rest assured, right, Lao Wei? Yes, Your Majesty, with Master Chu taking action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Chu Chen watched the two of them singing the same tune, and Chu Chen wanted to take out his Uzi at them. I thought to myself, what's the point of someone trying to fleece me every day? But now that the matter has been agreed upon, it should be resolved. Seeing this, Chu Chen said goodbye to the two and returned to his house. Chen Xingxian looked at Chu Chen with a sad face and asked in confusion, You idiot, what happened? Did that hermaphrodite bully you? Xiaomengzi, do you know the Zhu family? Chen Xingxian immediately thought of what Zhou Shixuan asked him to do. It seems that they're going to take action against the Zhu family. I couldn't help but admire Zhou Shixuan. He was so busy with disaster relief. He took advantage of this natural disaster to eliminate his enemies. So he said to Chu Chen, he wants you to take action against the Zhu family. Yes, but I really can't think of any good way to become Zhou Shishuan's sword. Then just refuse. Jiomengzi, His Majesty said that if we can't take down the Zhu family, then we'll give you an official position. Fuck him, fuck the Zhu family, fuck him. Chen Qingxian became excited after hearing this. If you become an official, how can you openly go in and out of Honglang in the future? Don't get excited, Jiomengzi. What we need to think about now is how to do it. Seeing this, Chu Chen hurriedly grabbed him and asked, "Who the hell wants to be an official?" Chen Qingxian thought for a moment and said, "You are really stupid. You can handle Ganpu, so the Zhu family must be even easier." I really didn't think about it that way. Maybe this is what they call a bystander sees more clearly. Chu Chen felt relieved all of a sudden. Why didn't he think of this? If you take all the gold, silver, and jewelry from the Zhu family, you'll cut off their financial resources. And then they burn down his granary. How could the Zhu family still survive? Looking at Chen Qingxian speaking eloquently and with high spirits, Chu Chen immediately had an idea in his mind. Zhu family, just wait for your granary to shake. Okay, Jiomengzi, let's do it tonight. I'm going to burn down his granary, but I need your help. Don't worry, I will definitely not look back this time. After saying that, Chen Qingxian rushed towards his room. For him, going in and out of the Zhu family was extremely easy. Chu Chen returned to his room and began to prepare the things he would need for tonight. Night clothes and gasoline. The gasoline was used to conceal the truth, mainly to prevent Chen Qingxian from becoming suspicious. I just lit a fire symbolically, and it looked somewhat similar. Sometimes, being too perfect can make people suspicious. Chapter 219, Night Attack on Zhu Family Granary. The location of the Zhu family granary is concealed. But as the ruler of a country, how could Zhou Shishuan not know? It's just that now that a natural disaster has struck, I don't have time to deal with it. Another reason is that there is no appropriate reason to mess with the aristocratic family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. But he disdained to do such a shameful thing as stealing food. Therefore, this miraculous Chu Chen became his knife. That night, Chen Qingxian and Chu Chen rode their motorcycles quickly towards the northern suburbs of Beijing. He stopped about 1 kilometer away from the Zhu family granary and parked the motorcycle in and run by Zhou Shikai. Zhou Shikai certainly knew what they were going to do, so it was his duty to provide some convenience. Chu Chen was carrying a bucket of gasoline, and Chen Qingxian was carrying Chu Chen. The two of them quickly headed towards the Zhu family granary. Only Zhou Shishuan, Zhou Shikai, Eunuch Wei, Chu Chen, and Chen Qingxian knew about the whole thing. So there is no need to worry about exposing their whereabouts, as the Zhu family has already taken precautions. After a stick of incense, Chu Chen successfully entered the Zhu family granary. He reached out and pulled out a pistol with a silencer, fired a few shots, and then entered a granary. Looking at the piles of grain, Chu Chen also marveled at the wealth of this aristocratic family. But all of this will soon be yours. He just flew toward the food. In a short while, the entire warehouse was empty. Half an hour later, a huge fire broke out in the Zhu family granary. For a moment, cries for help and footsteps were heard everywhere. In the chaos, Chu Chen also walked out of the gate of the Zhu family granary and returned to Zhou's shirt size in with Chen Qingxian. Master Chu, the Zhu family probably has no chance of rising again, but it's a pity to waste the food. Zhou Shikai looked at the two people who had returned exhausted. I couldn't help but say it with some heartache. Don't worry, I have already provided a lot of food to His Majesty, Yindian and Andu. If there is enough time and those sweet potatoes can be planted, the people will be able to live in peace. Seeing Zhou's shirt-size expression, Chu Chen quickly replied. He wanted Zhou Shikai to convey a message to Zhou Shishuan. That is, he was the one who really burned down the Zhu family granary. As for the following matters, as long as Zhou Shishuan uses a little trick, it will be very easy to deal with the Zhu family. Another idea was to take Chen Qingxian away quickly. If I stay in Beijing for one more day, I'll probably be fleeced by Zhou Shishuan for one more day. There is one more thing. Please tell His Majesty that the matter has been resolved and we are both going back to Qingyan. Because of the urgency of the situation, we are leaving tonight, so we won't be saying goodbye like him. After saying that, the two of them got on their motorcycles and headed towards the inner city. Jiomengzi, you can find the Zhu family's mansion, right? What else do you want to do? All the food has been burned, but the Zhu family should be very rich. Why not? Let's go over there. Chen Xian was no longer surprised by Chu Chen's greed for money, so he guided him in the direction of the Zhu family compound. The Zhu family compound is incredibly large, almost as big as the imperial palace. So finding the vault is not an easy task. Chen Xian carried Chu Chen and jumped around on the roof. After searching for half an hour, he finally saw a suspicious palace. The Zhu family is smart, and this palace looks ordinary from the outside, no different from any other. But just as the two men flew past, two seventh-grade masters rushed out of the house in an instant. He chased after the two of them. What kind of place needs such a master to guard it? One can imagine what is inside the room. So Chen Xian waved his sword to force back the two masters, and then rushed into the room with Chu Chen. Chu Chen raised his hand and fired 2 shots to kill the 2 guards, then rushed inside. After fighting so many battles, Chu Chen has become more and more proficient in the use of firearms. Kill your way in. Pushing open the door of the Zhu family treasury, Chu Chen felt a little numb. It's just that there are gold, silver, and jewelry everywhere. After seeing them too much, they become boring. He worked inside for about an incense stick of time before finally coming out. The 2 7th-grade masters were now dead bodies. Chen Xian stood at the door, holding a bottle of wine, killing anyone who came in. Seeing Chu Chen coming out, he picked him up and disappeared into the darkness. Then the two of them returned to the house and drove the explosion-proof vehicle out of the city. At this moment, Chu Chen had no idea how much gold, silver, and treasures were in his space. Then let's go back to Mashan village. It's time for the villagers who have accompanied me along the way to live a luxurious life. Little did they know that the outside of Mashan village was already surrounded by refugees. Hu Zi was so anxious that he was at his wit's end. He couldn't kill these people, and he couldn't open the door either. I have reported to Lan Tianlei many times, but he simply cannot get in. It was late at night. Could they have killed those refugees? The cause of this incident was that Lan Tianlei failed to implement the work for relief policy properly. The water conservancy facilities were built and the city walls were reinforced, and Lan Tianlei could no longer find anything to do. Even Lan Tianlei couldn't bear to supply food to those refugees every day. Over time, people who are well-fed have higher demands. Those who want a house, and those who want a wife. It is said that keeping warm makes you want that thing, and human desires are endless. Gradually, Qingyan City began to run out of food, and the food became worse and worse. Instigated by those freeloaders, they all left the refugee camp formed by Lan Tianlei and went out to make a living. The eating and drinking in Mashan village will always be exposed, so this Mashan village is brightly lit. Naturally, he became the target of everyone's attack. If Chu Chen knew about this, they would definitely be too full. Lan Tianlei was helpless about this. It was easier to manage the natural disasters in the past. But after the snowstorm and flood, these problems emerged. Who can you go to for justice? In fact, it all comes down to a problem of food. If there was plenty of food, why would these people gather together? But Lan Tianlei was wrong. What he should do now was to find something for these people to do. I'm just bored. It doesn't matter if I have nothing to do after eating. If tens of thousands of people have nothing to do after eating, that would be unstable. Hu Zi placed an extra-large speaker on the wall. Holding a microphone, he shouted outside, "Everyone, Mashan village is private territory. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy." It's easy for you to say that. Everyone is starving and homeless. So why do you in Mashan village live so comfortably? Brothers, tear this thing down. We are all citizens of Daxia. This is unfair. Under the instigation of the leaders, some young people who had just eaten their fill in Lan Tianlei's refugee camp instantly took action, rushed towards the big iron gate. Chapter 220, The Greed of the People. Seeing this, Hu Zi quickly picked up the intercom and said to Lan Tianlei, "Father-in-law, if the refugees invade my Mashan village, don't blame me for killing people. Hu Zi, kill 2 to deter others. If you kill too many, the people might become unstable." Lan Tianlei was also very anxious at this moment. He couldn't kill, and he couldn't squeeze in. The whole thing is supported by that tiger-like son-in-law. If Chu Chen came back and saw this scene, he would be so disappointed. Hu Zi also considered the difficulty of the problem, but the leaders must be killed. Otherwise, under their instigation, this group of uninformed people would definitely rush into Mashan village. This could be considered a small-scale rebellion, but most people were instigated by others. So he decisively raised the crossbow in his hand and shot a few arrows at those people who had been making a lot of trouble. The crowd that was rushing over stopped instantly when they saw that the leader had been killed. At this time, Hu Zi's voice came from the wall again. I said, "Anyone who trespasses in a Masan village without permission will be killed." At this moment, someone among the refugees said, "There's been murder in Masan village. The murderer must pay with his life." This was almost 100 responses, and in an instant, thunderous shouts came from the crowd. Masan village kills people and pays with their lives. Masan village takes human life lightly. Little did they know that at this moment, at the back of the crowd, an inconspicuous figure couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. But despite their shouting, the crowd was frightened by Hu Zi's arrows and took a few steps back. No more rushing forward to ram the door. This group of people had no way of breaking through the reinforced concrete wall. In the villa in Masan village, Chu Chen also frowned tightly as she listened to Hu Zi's story. "You mean, after you killed a few of the leaders, there were no more attacks, but from time to time, there were always people in the crowd who took the lead and fanned the flames?" "That's right, Hero Mu. I think this must be organized and specifically targeting my Masan village." Chu Chen nodded after listening and said, "Next time someone stirs up trouble, let me know." She also understood at this moment that killing these refugees would be ineffective. Even if all these refugees were killed, it would be of no avail. These organized and premeditated people will recruit more refugees from other places, give them benefits, and then attack again. For this kind of thing, the only way to completely resolve it is to find the person responsible. This is different from a formal rebellion. Lan Tianlei was not afraid of going against him in a legitimate way. Just send troops to suppress it. 1,000 or 2,000 people surrounded a village, with the troublemakers at the forefront. Every time, a small group would suddenly attack, and he was unable to catch anyone. This seemingly unorganized and unarmed group of people is the most powerful weapon for social unrest. Hu Zi guarded the wall for a whole day and night, and there was no riot. But they just surrounded it, blocking the entire Masan village. And the organizer has not shown up yet. Fortunately, there's plenty of food in Masan village. Otherwise, we would be trapped to death after a long time. And those refugees naturally have their place to go, which is to sneak into the refugee camp in batches. After eating and drinking, I came to Masan village again. Lan Tianlei is helpless. If you don't let him enter the refugee camp, there will be a riot in the refugee camp. The reason is that refugees are always divided into different classes. You have to send soldiers to guard these people. The total number of soldiers in the entire Qingyun city is less than 20,000. So the situation came to a stalemate for a while, and Lan Tianlei was silently praying that Chu would come back soon. As long as he comes back, there will definitely be a way to solve it. For this reason, Hu Zi also left a walkie-talkie and kept Chu Chen's channel on all day long. As long as Chu Chen is nearby, he can be contacted. And every day he would ask people to call Chu Chen every once in a while. Finally, on the next day, Chu Chen's voice came from the intercom. The boy grabbed the walkie-talkie and ran towards Hu Zi. "Brother Hu Zi, Chu kid." Hu Zi looked at the walkie-talkie in the hand of the boy who was running out of breath and snatched it away. "Chuazi, where are you?" "Hu Zi, what's wrong with you? Is Honglang on fire? What's so romantic about it? Our Masan village is under siege." Chu Chen was also shocked when these words were spoken. What was going on? Then, I listened to Hu Zi's rapid-fire speech on the intercom. Chu Chen also frowned tightly. "Just hold on for half a day, and I'll be home." After saying that, he drove the car very fast, all the way towards Masan village. I haven't offended anyone, so who is messing with me? You can confront them openly, but if you try to use underhanded tactics, that would be a bit dishonest. The car drove to Qingyo town, and Chu Chen asked Chen Qingxian to get out. They walked straight up to the two refugees and asked, "Brother, can I trade something with you?" "Sir, you're joking. I don't have anything to exchange with you." "Old man, if I say you have it, then you have it." After a while, two young refugees appeared on the road to Masan village. Chu Chen's face turned red when he looked at Chen Qingxian, who was wearing only half of his pants. "What are you looking at? If it were you, you could just drive your car and carve a path through it." Chen Qingxian looked at his dirty body and said dissatisfiedly, "I call you a drunkard, and you really are a drunkard. Anyone with a brain can see that someone is behind this." Chen Qingxian didn't say anything else, but followed Chu Chen closely and walked towards Masan village. When the two men arrived at the village entrance, they were instantly numb. I saw that the gate of Masan village was surrounded by people. The base of the wall was also filled with people in ragged clothes. So Chu Chen and Chun Qingxian squeezed into the crowd calmly, pretending to be refugees. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to squeeze in through the door. There were several corpses placed at the door. Judging from the arrows on their bodies, they must have been killed by the crossbow. At this moment, a refugee-looking man standing next to Chu Chen raised his arms and shouted, "The people of Masan village must come out and give an explanation, otherwise everyone will rush in." As soon as the man finished shouting, the refugees behind him all shouted, "Charge in! Charge in!" Chu Chen stared at the man from behind and slowly discovered the problem. He looked strong and had a fierce look in his eyes, completely different from those refugees with empty eyes. So he looked around again, and soon he found about 10 such people around. Mixed in with the refugees, he then looked behind him. I saw a man wearing a turban and coarse linen clothes. But that strong physique clearly shows that of a martial artist. Moreover, this person was tall with a bulge around his waist and seemed to be carrying a weapon. He stood at the back without shouting or making any noise, but just looked at the refugees with a slight smile. Chapter 221, Killing One to Warn the 100 and Driving Away the Refugees. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but turn to Chun Qingxian. Then he gave him a look that reminded him to pay attention to the person behind him. Chun Qingxian immediately understood, and the two of them moved towards the man again. Chu Chen shouted, "Charge into Masan village." Slowly he came to that person's side. "Brother, why don't you shout? It's so lively," Chu Chen said in a hoarse voice, as his face was covered with various things. Even if Uzi was right in front of them, he couldn't recognize him and Chun Qingxian. The man glanced at him and said, "Why are you shouting? There are so many people here, and I can still make a difference. They say if you don't shout, you won't get any food. Try harder, bro." The man turned around and looked at Chu Chen, who had a wretched look on his face, and said impatiently, "Get lost. Don't delay my work." But suddenly, the man realized something was wrong, and a sharp dagger was pressed against his waist. "Tell me, were you sent from Masan village?" The man panicked instantly. "We're on the same side, brother. Don't do anything." "One of us? I think you are from Masan village." The man was a little confused at the moment. Why did these two idiots suddenly appear? I'm a senior executive in the organization. Don't these two idiots recognize me? "Brother, which hall master are you two? Please sit down. Why haven't I seen you before?" "Hall master? This is interesting. It seems a lot has happened during the time I was away from Daxia. I'm a chief disciple of the master of Kaiwa Hall. Who are you?" After saying that, Chu Chen stabbed the man in the stomach with the dagger again. "Kai waiting? Where the hell did Kai waiting come from? I have never heard of it. Could it be the gang in the new city?" The man's mind was full of questions for a moment. "Brother, please don't lie to me. When did our Tongtian sect have a Kaiwa Hall?" When Chu Chen saw that he was exposed, he immediately winked at Chun Qingxian. But at least he knew about the Tongtian sect. Chun Qingxian immediately understood and knocked the man unconscious with a palm. Then he picked up the man and Chu Chen and flew into Masan village in a few steps. After entering Masan village, Chu Chen took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed the man's hands behind his back to the pole of a solar lamp. When Hu Zi saw 3 refugees suddenly flying in, he became anxious for a moment. More than 10 cross furies hit them instantly. "Who dares to break in my Masan village?" "Uzi, don't move, it's us." Seeing this, Hu Zi waved his hand and told them to put away the crossbows. At this time, Chu Chen also flew down and came to the side of the two. "Why did you two come back just now? What's going on?" Chu Chen, an organization called Tongtian Cult, instigated many people outside who were not refugees. "Follow me to the wall." Then Chu Chen called a few people to the top of the wall, and the two of them also took off the refugees' clothes. Through the observation hole on the city wall, Chu Chen immediately recognized many people who were not refugees. In fact, it is not difficult to identify. Those who shout loudly, have strong energy, and are strong in build are basically the so-called Tongtian sect members. Most of the real refugees are those with empty eyes and weak energy. Although Lan Tianlei provided food, there was no way they could get enough food in times of natural disasters. And the reason why the so-called Tongtian sect was able to incite these people, it's nothing more than the combination of feudal superstition and benefits. Peasant uprisings in every era have always used ideas to control humanity. After identifying the target person, Chu Chen waved his hand to call Hu Zi over. Point all the crossbows at those people and wait for his orders. Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuiqin also assigned a few men who looked stronger, and their task was to capture the people and bring them to Mashan village. The crowd below was still shouting and excitedly ramming into the big iron gate of Mashan village. And at this moment, Chu Chen waved his hand. Dozens of crossbows shot out arrows, and in an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground and died. Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuiqin also rushed in the crowd, picked up 4 people at random, and were then controlled by the people inside. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd saw that the situation was not good, turned around, and fled quickly. Shortly after he left the crowd, he felt a pain in his chest and fell to the ground. Chu Chen on the city wall waved his hand and put the sniper rifle with a silencer into the space. Then he picked up a police shield and walked straight up the city wall. Dear fellow villagers, I am Chu Chen from Mashan village. With the natural disaster, I know everyone is having a hard time. However, Lord Lan has established a refugee camp and provided food to help everyone overcome the difficulties. Why are you guys making things difficult for my Mashan village? Seeing dozens of people falling down around them, the refugees were already thinking of retreating. Chu Chen's words made them even more hesitant. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he called Hu Zi to his side and gave him a few instructions. Hu Zi took the order and left. Bullshit. Everyone has nothing to eat. Why is your Mashan village doing so well? What kind of magical logic is this? This guy is a fool. Why don't you attack the city lord's mansion? But as soon as the man finished speaking, an arrow pierced his chest. Brothers, look at this. This is how Mashan village treats human life with such disregard. At this time, another fearless voice sounded. But the result was the same. As soon as he finished speaking, another arrow nailed him to the ground. Everyone rushed and puff. This time it was more direct. The man was shot dead before he could finish his words. At this time, Chu Chen stood on the wall again. I know everyone has been deceived, so I won't pursue the matter this time. I'll give you a cup of tea to disappear from the sight of Mashan village. Otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying that, Chu Chen raised his hands and fired a volley of shots at the few people who had just crashed into the iron gate. The sound of Uzi guns rang out, and in an instant, the few people rushing in the front fell to the ground again. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Run away! There are immortals in Mashan village." Immediately afterwards, one by one, then in groups, the refugees used all their strength to retreat backwards. At this moment, I wish my parents had given me a few more legs. The Tontian sect members who were mixed in with the refugees also realized that the situation was hopeless and fled. Chu Chen ignored them, told Hu Zi to be on high alert, and turned around to go down the wall. Walked straight to the 5 people who were arrested. Then he said a few words to the young people in the village. 5 people were locked in 5 dark rooms. Let's go back and wash up. We're so dirty. Chu Chen turned and said to Chen Qingxian, "Leave? Not to interrogate these people." Chen Qingxian didn't quite understand what Chu Chen meant. Although these refugees were driven away, why don't these people strike while the iron is hot and take food out of their mouths after they were caught? Chapter 222. Tontian sect appears in Daxia. Hey, Jimengzi, why are you in such a hurry? We've been out for so long. We should at least take a shower and have a meal comfortably. After saying that, he took the 2 of them and walked towards the villa area. Chu Chen took a full hour to take this bath. For no other reason than that Li Qinglian saw Chu Chen looked so dirty that she had to go in and wipe his back. You can rub my back if you want, but don't rub it randomly. As a result, the people waiting for food outside glared at the 2 of them with dissatisfaction. As night fell, the family prepared a table full of delicious dishes, and Chen Qingxian ate with his mouth full of oil. The wine bottles on the floor of the table are all thanks to him. When he was drunk, he asked Hu Zi to go to Hanlaman. As a result, after being severely beaten by Mu Shuiqin, he went into the room and fell asleep obediently. But Chu Chen didn't sleep. He took out 5 LED lights of several dozen watts from the space and headed towards the dark house. Brother Hu Zi, come and help me. Hu Zi had nothing to do after eating and was wandering outside the dark room. He was anxious, although Chu Wazi said he had driven away the refugees, who knew if this group of people would come back in a few days. From what Chu Wazi said, it seemed that a sect called Tontian sect was causing trouble. So I felt like Feng Erjia's rhubarb was scratching me. I wish I could find out the whereabouts of the Tontian sect and wiped them out at once. When he saw Chu Chen calling him, he ran over happily. "How's it going, Chuwazi? Have you tried it?" "Don't worry, Brother Huzi. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Chu Chen understood that if you went in and interrogated him like this, you would definitely not get anything out of him. Being able to organize such a large group of refugees to cause trouble, the Tongtian sect is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this person probably does not have a high status in the sect, so some means have to be used. I called Uncle Feng to connect the 5 big LED lights to electricity. Chu Chen, holding a light bulb, took Huzi and walked into the room of the man they caught the first time. He was locked in an iron cage. Then he was hung up and handcuffed to the steel bars above the iron cage. There was a small stool under his feet, and if he stood on tiptoe, it would relieve the pain of the handcuffs cutting his hands. If you put your feet down, your entire body weight will be concentrated on the handcuffs. When they saw the person coming, the whole room suddenly lit up. The man said, "Brother, I am just a refugee. Why are you arresting me?" "Oh, didn't you say you were from the Tongtian sect? Are you a refugee this time?" Who are you? How do you know about Tongtian sect?" Since Chu Chen looked dirty when they talked before, and now that he was clean, he couldn't recognize him. "It doesn't matter who I am. The only question is, where is the Tongtian sect, and who is its leader?" After saying that, he opened the door of the iron cage. Chu Chen walked in with the LED light. The light bulb was placed directly in front of him, and the dazzling light made it difficult for him to accept it. But at least it was better than before, and the room suddenly became brighter. After doing this, Chu Chen asked a few people to lock the cage and walked out of the house. "Chuwazi, what are you doing? Why are you lighting up for him?" "Lighting up? Haha, 1 hour is bearable, 2 hours a whole day." "Brother Huzi, I have my own way. The other 4 of you, go ahead and do it. Remember, if you're asked any questions, just answer the same question I asked before. Don't say anything else." After saying that, he went back to the villa. "I don't want to waste time because I have important things to do at home. Roy, Mu, Chu Chen, and the others are all at home." "Oh, it's another hard night." The night in Masan village is still quiet, but Da Huang and his descendants have amazing hearing. So the dog stayed in the doghouse in front of Feng Er's house and fell into a deep sleep until the roosters crowed. On the second day, Chu Chen got out of bed only when the sun was high in the sky. After breakfast, I went to the man's house again. I saw that person staring straight at the LED bulb, wanting to sleep but unable to, and already had dark circles under his eyes. Young master, if you have anything to ask, just ask. I really don't know where the Tongtian sect is or what the leader's name is." After hearing this, Chu Chen ignored him and walked out of the room. On this day, outside the 5 rooms where 5 people were imprisoned, Chu Chen took Huzi and the others to barbecue for a whole day. The smell of the skewers made Wang Defa and the others say that Chuwazi was a spendthrift, and Huzi also joined in the fun. The 5 people locked in the room closed their eyes and tried not to look at the LED light. But those rays of light seemed to have life, shooting straight into the eyes. It was not until the 3rd day that Chu Chen appeared in the man's room again. He had big dark circles under his eyes and didn't show much expression when he saw Chu Chen come in, just staring at him blankly. "Okay, tell me, what's your name? Where are you from?" "My name is Gui Yi, and I'm the deacon of the Qingyun Hall of the Tongtian sect." "What's your hall master's name? Where's the hall?" "The headmaster is Su Ning, and the hall is located in the northern suburbs of the city." Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen obtained some general information. This Tongtian sect is also called Tongtianshan sect. Its leader is very mysterious, and no one has ever seen him. This church was founded several years ago, before the snowstorm. Most cities in Daxia have branch halls with their own locations and hall masters. Generally, the guardian will assign tasks to each hall master, and the hall master will instruct his subordinates to carry out the specific tasks. This time the mission is to incite the refugees to besiege Mashan village and capture Chu Chen alive. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned tightly. He turned around and walked outside to chat with everyone. It was found that what this person named Gua, he said, was almost identical to what the other 4 people said, so the information was basically correct. But how did this so-called Tongtian sect know Masan village and my own name? I haven't offended many people, the Liu family, the Wen family, and the Zhu family, so I will send out the Zhu family first. As for the Wen family, the grass on the graves of the main family members is very tall, so the chances are not high. Could it be the Liu family? But Zhou Shishuan swore that the Liu family had been completely eradicated, which made the matter strange. Brother Huzi, give them food and lock them up. Don't let them die. After giving a few words to Huzi, Chu Chen turned and headed towards the villa. After a while, Chu Chen took Qin Xian and drove towards Xinyan City. That's right, he wanted to find a hall master named Su Ning based on the address provided by Gu Yi. Only by finding him can we follow the clues to find the root of Tongtian's sect and then eradicate it. Qin Xian was also confused about the so-called Tongtian sect, which had just been established. So the two of them had to head towards the north of the city as quickly as possible. Since people can call out Chu Chen's name, then he must know Chu Chen better. If we go there now, it has been several days since the refugee riots. Will this temple still exist? Chapter 223, The Confusing Clues Are Broken. The two of them went straight to the large house in the northern suburbs of the city that Gu Yi mentioned. But when the two rushed in, they found that the building was already empty. This is very frustrating. If it was a large organization, why did they just leave after arresting a few people? If it was a small organization, why did Gu Yi make it sound so mysterious? Is Gu Yi lying? He was facing someone who had been illuminated by that super bright LED light for 3 days and 3 nights. His spirit has already collapsed, so the probability of him lying is low. Moreover, what the 5 people said all matched each other. It was impossible that they knew they were being arrested and gave the same confessions. Chu Chen stared blankly at the huge courtyard. To be honest, he felt a bit of a headache at the moment. Things suddenly became confusing. Then he and Qin Xian started wandering around the house. Not only that, he also asked Lan Pingyun to find Lan Tianlei through the intercom. Lan Tianlei brought his men into the house and listened to what Chu Chen said. He pulled Chu Chen aside. Brother, do you still remember Lai who harassed my sister-in-law before? Lai? Remember, when I was trying to kill him, you tried to stop me, saying he was involved in a major case. In an instant, Chu Chen understood that Lan Tianlei must know something. That's right, this Lai roams around Xinyan City and the surrounding cities. The rumors about him back then said that he was related to the Tongtian sect. Lan Tianlei continued speaking. It turned out that there was a royal merchant family in Xinyan City at that time. As an imperial merchant, he must be extremely wealthy. But on a very ordinary night, all of the more than 200 members of this royal merchant family were killed. The women were in a terrible state, being ravaged beyond recognition. After the incident, the news quickly reached Zhou Shixuan's ears. After Zhou Shixuan ordered Lan Tianlei to conduct a full investigation, the spearhead pointed to 2 points. One is the way those women died. The method of committing the crime was extremely similar to that of Lai. It could be basically confirmed that it was him who did it. There's another piece of news, that is, this major case was committed by the Tongtian sect. The Tongtian sect has branches in almost every city in Daxia, but they have no fixed place at all, and if something happens, they will disappear in an instant. This time, it was all thanks to Qin Xian and Mu Shuochen that they instigated the refugees to cause trouble and captured 2 people alive. Then why don't I know? Qin Xian asked in confusion after hearing this. Master, you were practicing in that temple all along, and this is a royal merchant after all, so you concealed your presence and conducted a secret investigation. After listening to Lan Tianlei, Chu Chen suddenly had an idea. Could it be that there is someone like me in this world, and this person's space can accommodate a living person? That's why I can disappear in an instant. But if there really is such a person, why would he come to me at this time? Moreover, if such a person really exists, his space would be terrifying. You should know that there are halls in almost every city in Daxia. By the way, Brother Lan, according to the 5 people we captured, their leader in Xinyan City is called Su Ning. Su Ning, why does this name sound so familiar? As soon as Lan Tianlei heard this, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, Lan Tianlei said to Chu Chen, Brother, if you trust me, hand those 5 people over to me and I will interrogate them. As soon as Lan Tianlei finished speaking, Chu Chen stared at him closely. But then he shook his head. Lan Tianlei's usual behavior should not show that he is a member of the Tongtian sect. If he is, then this person is very cunning. However, it is not impossible to hand these 5 people over to him. Chu Chen believes that he can't get anything from them. But if they are handed over to Lan Tianlei, what if they die or escape for no reason? Then there is something wrong with Lan Tianlei. So he nodded and said, Brother Lan, the matter of trying the criminal is originally your job. You can send someone to bring him here. After listening to this, Lan Tianlei gave a few instructions to the followers around him, and the followers took his orders and left. Chu Chen also took out the walkie-talkie and told Hu Zi to hand the person over to Lan Tianlei. My dear brother, Taoist priest, we can't find anything here. How about you two move to the city lord's mansion? Then I'm sorry to bother you. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he drove with Chun Qingxian and Lan Tianlei towards the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, several people sat down as host and guest. Lan Tianlei immediately started talking to Chu Chen about the refugee issues. Brother, it hasn't rained in the past few months. Aside from the floods caused by the melting ice and snow, many places are already showing signs of drought. Qingyan City's food reserves are no longer enough to cope with so many refugees. Please help me share my worries. Chu Chen grinned after hearing this. Lan Tianlei was becoming more and more direct. Fortunately, there is still a lot of food stored in my space, and a part of it is actually prepared for Qingyan City. You're doing a good job with your work for relief program. If there's less food, just reduce the workload. I think so too. There are two big problems now. First, there's nothing to do in Qingyan City right now. Second, if those people were forced to work hard, Qingyan City wouldn't be able to afford it. Lan Tianlei sighed and said helplessly. Chu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then I told him my suggestions in detail. First of all, he would provide a large amount of food to Qingyan City. Second, rebuild their homes and allow the refugees to return to their own places with the help of Qingyan City. Those who need to build houses can build them, but at the same time, Qingyan City will not provide food for no reason. The only requirement is to grow sweet potatoes and potatoes on a large scale. Try to grow a batch before this possible severe drought. Even if a severe drought comes, the people will not starve to death. It would have been even better if the drought hadn't happened, as we could have directly entered a stable life. I believe that in a year or two, these people will settle down again. After listening to this, Lan Tianlei nodded deeply. That's great. Instead of keeping them half dead, it's better to send them back and use food to exchange for their labor, so that they can work for us. Lan Tianlei found the key to the problem in an instant, and at this moment, he already had a preliminary implementation plan in his mind. Okay, now that I've said that, I am ready to say goodbye. After agreeing with Lan Tianlei on the date and place for handing over the grain, Chu Chen took Chun Qingxian out of the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the house in the west of the city, Chun Qingxian disappeared in an instant, as usual. Chu Chen ignored him. After greeting Xiaolan and Xiaodao, he walked towards the children's houses. I have been training these children for a long time. I also learned some knowledge in various aspects. It's time to send some of them out. Except for those who are still young, the others should also be allowed to gain some experience. The purpose is to gather information in Qingyan City, to gather information about the Tongtian sect. Chapter 224 Tongtian sect comes to the door. Godfather, you're here. Meet Godfather. Chu Chen almost lost himself in the calls. Chu Er, come here. Chu Chen took the younger children off himself and waved to Chu Er. Godfather, what do you want? Chu Urban is about the same age as Chu E, and now he looks like a young man. In modern times, he might be a student, but in this era, some of them have already become fathers. You've grown up now, and you usually take care of your younger brothers and sisters, but now I have something I need you to do. Please give me your orders, Godfather. Chu Er also showed an excited expression when he heard that Chu Chen had something to do for him. Call Chu San to Chu Shiwu and help me find an organization called Tongtian Sect in Qingyan City. Then, Chu Chen told him some precautions. Then each of them was given a stab-proof suit and a military dagger. After equipping each of them with a walkie-talkie and teaching them how to use it, he quietly left. Returning to his residence in the west of the city, Chu Chen decided to return to Namishan Village. After all, this West City Villa is the wealthy area of Qingyan City. No matter how bold the Tongtian sect is, they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble in this wealthy area. Besides, Lan Tianlei is protecting his Wenxiang Pavilion and Honglingmen, so it won't be a big problem. There's another question. This Tongtian sect actually clearly stated its own name. Then their target is most likely me. If you want to talk about safer places, it is only Namishan Village. With Chun Qingxian and Mu Shuachen in charge of Masan Village, and the village's super strong defense, it can be said that no one can kill him. Chu Chen was helpless. If you come with real swords and guns, you won't be afraid of thousands of troops. But it really feels bad to be remembered by others. Now he is eager to find the leader of Tongtian sect and eradicate this so-called organization. Only then can this matter be truly resolved. Jiomengzi, let's go back to Masan. Chen Qingxian was in high spirits when he said slowly into the intercom, "Get lost." Then I was immersed in the gentle neon lights again. Chu Chen was also helpless about this. This guy followed him to Ganpu for a long time. It's time to reward them. So I decided not to go back today and stay in this house in the west of the city for one night. With nothing to do, Chu Chen walked towards the streets of Qingyan City. I haven't been to Wenxiang Pavilion and Honglang for a long time. It's time to go and have a look. It seems a bit unreasonable to be a hands-off boss for so long. When we arrived at Wenxiang Pavilion, Chuanxiang and Xiuju were warmly welcoming customers with a group of people. Looking at their busy appearance, it doesn't look like a disaster at the moment. As expected, it is the same in every era. The ones who suffer are always the working people. Seeing how busy Chuanxiang and Xiuju were, it would not be appropriate to go in and give them nutritional injections at this moment. So he turned around and walked towards Honglang. Since it was daytime, Honglang didn't have much business. The girls were sleeping to regain their strength for the raindrops that were coming in the evening. I looked at the door and greeted the lady at the front desk to let her know that I had been there. He walked out of Honglang Mei. As for Wang Qingchuan, he was probably discussing the Kuan character's secret with Jimengzi at this moment. Don't bother others at this time. Otherwise, that drunkard would chop himself with a knife in a minute. So I turned and walked toward the market. No matter what era it is, the market is always full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Soldiers were coming and going in Qingyan City. Perhaps Lan Tianlei had started the plan to rebuild his home. Chu Chen ignored this. Perhaps because it was a disaster year, there were fewer people visiting the market. But not far ahead, there was a crowd of people surrounding a circus stall. Chu Chen then squeezed into the crowd. There was only a man and two women with two monkeys. Some were playing with monkeys, some were playing with swords, and some were breathing fire. It was very lively. Oh my God, this young man, this big knife. Fuck, that girl. I'm worried about burning your clothes. Fuck, this monkey is pretty good. Catch those two light bulbs? Chu Chen was so excited that he gave some comments to several people. At this moment, a pleasant voice appeared in Chu Chen's ears. This young man, your words are quite shocking. May I ask what the hell you mean by FCK? After hearing this, Chu Chen turned around and saw a sweet-looking, well-proportioned woman in white clothes, holding a sword, looking at him curiously. When Chu Chen saw the beautiful woman, his problem immediately came out. He shook his head and made a cool gesture. My beautiful lady, regarding this fuck, it means I want to enter the boudoir to pick the stamens, but the door is too tightly locked. The girl looked at Chu Chen's lecherous appearance, and there didn't seem to be any expression of disgust on her face. Chu Chen couldn't help but look cold, thinking to himself, this woman doesn't look like a good person. Ordinary women, let alone taking the initiative to chat, would be shocked when they heard Chu Chen's words, enter the boudoir to pick the flower buds. She would probably draw her sword and stab him immediately, but her calm expression made Chu Chen immediately on guard. Sure enough, before he knew it, a dagger was pressed against his waist outside the stab-proof suit. The famous Mr. Chu, let's go. Oh, girl, you still recognize me. Are you Su Ning from the Tongtian sect? Chu Chen felt the force from the dagger and smiled slightly. Imwearing a staproshvist. If you can stab me with this broken dagger, I lose. However, he remained calm and said, when did I, Chu Chen, offend you? Why are you doing this? You know quite a bit, so stop talking nonsense and follow me, you scoundrel. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately gave in and said, goodbye, I was worried that I couldn't find you. Chu Chen touched the Uzi behind his waist with his backhand, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Even if it really doesn't work, I can just flash into the space and no one will be able to find me. As long as it's not a long-range sniper attack, there's no problem. At this moment, Su Ning was holding Chu Chen's waist with a dagger in one hand and holding one of his hands with the other, walking toward an alley. Chu Chen felt the softness coming from his hand, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. For ancient people, were both light bulbs this big? It seems like I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen any small ones yet. Su Ning originally thought that she had caught Chu Chen so easily, but who knew that he was enjoying the fragrance of the jade in his arms? After walking for about an incense stick of time, Chu Chen followed her into a small alley. After passing through the alley, we arrived at the gate of a house. There were not many people passing by in the alley, but a small figure caught Chu Chen's eyes. I saw a boy about 14 or 15 years old in tattered clothes, holding a broken bowl and walking around the gate of the yard. Chu Chen looked carefully and realized that this wasn't Chu Ba. So who else could it be? Chapter 225, The Envoy of Tong Tian Sect appears. Chu Ba saw Chu Chen being held at dagger and walking towards the house. My hand involuntarily touched my lower back. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped him with his eyes, turned around, and spoke loudly to Su Ning. Master Su Ning, you brought me here so blatantly. Aren't you afraid of my brother in Honglingman? Haha, what's there to be afraid of just a Qingxian Taoist? Besides, who would know that I have captured you? After saying that, he kicked Chu Chen on the butt and kicked him into the house. Outside, Chu Ba was holding a broken bowl and slowly walking towards Qingyan City. Walking to Qingyan Street, Chu Ba found a deserted place, took off his clothes, and hurried towards Honglang. Sir, you're so young, and you're already here at Red Romance. Does your mother know? At the door of Hongmong, Wang Qingchuan, with a rosy face, looked at Chu Ba, who had not yet fully grown up, and said, My pretty sister, please don't ask about social affairs. I'm here to deliver a letter. After saying that, he handed a letter to Wang Qingchuan. Wang Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the young man in front of him. Haha, you little sir are really interesting. Do you want to come in and play? The sister inside can give you a red envelope. All right, my beautiful sister, please wait 2 years, and I will definitely come. Please give this letter to Taoist Qingxian. After saying that, he turned around and walked outside and slowly disappeared from Wang Qingchuan's sight. Wang Qingchuan looked at the direction where Chu Ba disappeared in confusion, then walked upstairs with the letter. Qingxian, a young master just asked me to give this letter to you. Chen Qingxian reached out and rummaged through Wang Qingchuan's body, then took the letter. When he opened it, he frowned deeply. At this time, Wang Qingchuan was like a piece of land that had not been irrigated for a long time, and he took advantage of Chen Qingchuan's strengths. Okay, I have some serious business to attend to. After saying that, Chen Qingxian flashed and walked out of Honglang. Although he had doubts about the person who delivered the letter, he would rather believe it than not. If that idiot was really killed by someone, wouldn't I have to go back to the Taoist temple? Those days are so boring, I might as well go and take a look. Then he flew towards the place indicated in the letter. After Chu Chen entered the house, he saw about 20 people drinking in the hall. There were men and women in the crowd. There were burly men, and there were cute and charming girls. But there are various weapons around everyone. When they saw Su Ning bringing Chu Chen back, the noisy voices suddenly stopped. Everyone stood up and said, This subordinate greets the hall master. All right, this man is Chu Chen from Qingyan City. The envoy has given us a mission. Take him away and lock him up. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, 2 fierce-looking men stood up from the table. He carried Chu Chen and walked toward a room behind him. Hey, Master Su, why don't you ask any questions after locking him up? Seeing this, Chu Chen shouted at Su Ning. Haha, I'm hungry. I'll torture you after I'm full, you scoundrel. After Su Ning finished speaking, she waved her hand and sat down on the table. She picked up a bowl of wine and gulped it down. Chu Chen was helplessly carried into the house by the 2 men. After entering, I saw that there were 2 people who had been locked up inside. He knew one of them, the fat guy who had teased Li Qinglian in the Qingyan City restaurant. But before the 2 men could say a word, Chu Chen was locked in another separate room by the 2 men. 2 big brothers. Why don't you lock me up with them? Humph. You were ordered by the messenger to be imprisoned with those vulgar people. After saying that, the 2 of them slammed the door shut. The messenger ordered that the layman be locked up in a separate room. Chu Chen became more and more confused. What was the Tong Tian sect going to do? For money? It doesn't seem like it. Otherwise, why would they focus so much on themselves? But he didn't care. He guessed that the drunkard should be on his way by now. Chu Ba should be able to understand the shouting at the door. But no one has come to question me yet. I hope Jimengzi won't be so impulsive and kill all of them as soon as he comes in. At this moment, the intercom beside him rang. Second idiot, are you okay? For convenience, Chu Chen had earphones plugged into his walkie-talkie, so no one could hear it. It's okay, don't rush in. Let me touch them first. Touch who? Touch me too. What I'm talking about is to find out the bottom line. Find out the bottom line. After listening to this, Chen Qingxian felt bored instantly, so he lay down on the roof and waited for Chu Chen's next instruction. Chu Chen had nothing to do inside, so he looked around the room. There was nothing inside except a bedboard and a straw mat. There were no torture instruments and no guards. Could it be that the Tong Tian sect was so confident that no one would rescue them? I stayed there for about an hour. Su Ning, dressed in a heroic manner, walked in with a man. "Mr. Envoy, the person has been captured. What do you think we should do with him?" "Haha, it has to be Master Su. This kid is very slippery, and he has many masters around him. When I go back, I will definitely ask for credit from Master Su." "Haha, then I'll have to trouble the envoy." The two of them ignored Chu Chen in front of them and continued to chat among themselves. "Hey, you two, what exactly did you arrest me for? Come on, talk it over. And you, Su Ning, if you want to rob me of my money, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory. But if you want to rob me of my woman, get this old man out of here, or he won't let you go." Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Chu Chen shouted at them loudly. "You lecher, if you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart." After saying that, he drew out his sword and ran towards Chu Chen. But he was caught by the old man with quick eyes and hands in an instant. "Master Su, calm down. When a leader is done with this person, I will definitely hand him over to you for disposal. After using this person, use yourself? Why use yourself?" Chu Chen was also confused after hearing this, and couldn't help but tighten the Uzi in his hand. Could it be that the secret of this space has been discovered by someone, and they want to dissect it and study it? That would be fucking terrifying. The old man turned and looked at Chu Chen again. "Mr. Chu, the sworn brother of the current 8th prince, I wonder if that dog emperor would be upset when he sees us cutting off your flesh piece by piece." Chu Chen finally understood. This turned out to be related to the royal family. Fortunately, as long as the space is not exposed, there is no need to worry. So he said to the old man, "Sir, the deceased, Zhou Heng, and I have no connection, and I don't have royal blood. If you want to arrest me, you might as well arrest Zhou Heng." At this moment, Zhou Heng, who was far away in the capital, sneezed inexplicably. Could it be that my brother-in-law misses me? Chapter 226. Master Su, the master of the preserving beauty technique. Haha, Master Chu, you underestimate your own status. You guessed right. The reason why Zhou Shixuan was able to fight against the 3 great families and the natural disaster so easily was that you contributed a lot. If you know what's good for you, just follow me and you'll have less suffering. After the old man finished speaking, he stared at Chu Chen. But Chu Chen's mind became active at this moment. According to the envoy, the reason why the Tongtian sect came to capture him was to fight against Zhou Shixuan. If you ask why they didn't arrest Zhou Heng, that's a joke. Is it so easy to arrest a prince? Then why don't you follow the envoy and take a trip? Only in this way can we see that the so-called leader is not what he is. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Chu Chen, who was lost in thought. Su Ning was looking at Chu Chen angrily, and the 2 light bulbs in front of her seemed to be fluctuating up and down because of anger. "Sir Messenger," this man spoke rudely. Letting him go like this would be too easy for him. After hearing this, the old man turned to look at Su Ning. "What do you think, Hall Master Su? Break his legs so that it will be easier for the envoy to bring him to the capital." Su Ning stared at Chu Chen and said with a sneer, "Damn, this woman is so vicious. She broke my legs just because I offended her with words. This person simply doesn't take human life seriously. She is definitely not a good woman. But if he took action, wouldn't it disrupt his plans? As soon as they take action, this drunkard will definitely come to save him, and his Uzi brother will not allow others to break his legs. Otherwise, just give in first." "Well, Miss Su Ning, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you just now. Otherwise, please forgive me." "Oomph, you scoundrel. Since you've fallen into my hands, you should know the outcome. It's fine if you're not honest, but you actually dared to tease me. Then you and your family will have to endure my wrath." Su Ning looked at Chu Chen, who was submitting to him, and a smug expression appeared on his face. The envoy is an 8th rank master, and at this moment, he can do whatever he wants. But when Chu Chen heard the word family, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's okay to threaten yourself, but threatening your family is another matter. So he raised his hand and pointed it at the 2 people in front of him. Since things cannot be done, there will be plenty of time to look for the so-called Tongtian sect in the future. But the woman in front of him cannot be allowed to live in this world. "Master Envoy, please proceed." "Haha, the leader likes your ruthless character. I'm sorry, Master Chu. Since our hall master, Su, has requested it, let me help you loosen up your muscles. Don't worry, I will hire a comfortable carriage for the journey to Tongtian sect." After saying that, he walked towards Chu Chen step by step. Chu Chen immediately pressed the intercom. "Jiu Mengzi, take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen pulled the trigger at the old man in front of him. The firing rate of the Uzi is something that a mere 8th grade expert cannot possibly withstand. Before the old man could react to what was happening, he felt a pain in his stomach and blood spurted out of his body as if it was leaking. Then he fell to the ground. Chu Chen turned and pointed his hand at Su Ning. Try to move and see who is faster, you or my hidden weapon. After saying that, he fired another shot at her side. The loud snap frightened Su Ning so much that she froze on the spot. At this moment, outside the house, there were shouts of killing and the rustling sound of long swords entering flesh. As the sound stopped abruptly, a figure rushed in quickly. He immediately pushed Su Ning against the wall. Hey, she's a pretty girl. Kill everyone outside? Chu Chen asked as he looked at Chun Qingxian, who rushed in. What are you talking about? Am I that stupid? I left some of them alive. Haha. Jimengzi has made some progress in his thinking. Not bad, not bad. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he raised his leg and walked outside. Chun Qingxian brought Su Ning out. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and the injured Tongtian sect followers who were unable to move and stayed where they were. Chu Chen turned around and glared at Chun Qingxian fiercely. Is this the one you kept alive? All the men present were sent to the west by Chun Qingxuan's sword, and those so-called survivors were all women. It seems that this drunkard is seriously poisoned. Devils, you two devils, you shall not die a good death. Su Ning looked at the miserable scene on the ground and couldn't help but struggle and shout in Chun Qingxuan's hands. Devil, didn't you think about the consequences when you wanted my leg? Chu Chen slapped her in the face and said slowly. After saying that, Chu Chen walked to the corner, took out the walkie-talkie, and gave some instructions to Lan Pingyun inside. After a while, Lan Tianlei appeared in front of the two of them with the soldiers. Brother Chu, it has to be you, otherwise we won't be able to find their location. As soon as Lan Tianlei came in, he laughed and grabbed Chu Chen's hand. Brother Lan, I had to use myself as bait to catch them. What do you think we should do with them? Lan Tianlei looked at the corpses and injured women on the ground. He was in a good mood, but when he turned to look at Su Ning, he couldn't help but exclaimed, It's you. What's wrong, Brother Lan? Do you know him? More than knowing him, I wish I could tear his tendons and skin him alive. These two people have a story, and Chu Chen instantly became interested. Then, Lan Tianlei began to talk about what happened. It turns out that Su Ning looks young and beautiful, but she is not young at all, only a few years younger than Lan Tianlei. I don't know what kind of weird kung fu he practiced, but since then he has been able to maintain his youthful appearance and has never aged. When Lan Tianlei was young, he was not yet the mayor of Qingyun City. He came from a poor family, but because he was an excellent student, he was supported by his parents scraping together of money. After collecting enough money to go to Beijing for the imperial examination, he set out on the journey to Beijing. This time, on the way to Beijing for the exam, he met Su Ning. At that time, Lan Tianlei was not so pot-bellied, but a handsome scholar. A young scholar who had little experience in the world was immediately attracted by such a beautiful girl. Soon after, the two fell in love. Just when they were about to have an in-depth conversation, Su Ning disappeared, and with her, Lan Tianlei's travel money to Beijing also disappeared. Originally, Lan Tianlei thought that Su Ning was in some trouble. It was not until the third day that Lan Tianlei saw Su Ning and another scholar-looking man being affectionate with each other. Only then did he realize that he had been cheated. He rushed forward angrily to argue, but was severely humiliated by Su Ning and knocked to the ground in the street. So from then on, Lan Tianlei hated this man. Unexpectedly, when he was catching a member of the Tongtian sect, he met the woman who almost ruined his future. How could Lan Tianlei not be angry? Chapter 227, The Sun Tattoo Revealed. Chu Chen tried hard to suppress his laughter after hearing this. This is so fucking ridiculous. Lan Tianlei, oh Lan Tianlei. It's hard for him to encounter a honey trap at such a young age. Haha, Lan Tianlei, the dog that used to beg at my feet. When did you become so arrogant? Su Ning looked at Lan Tianlei and said with a sneer. After hearing this, Lan Tianlei was so angry that he was shaking all over. He drew the dog-leg knife from his waist, and with a word, damn it, he chopped towards Su Ning's head. Seeing this, Chun Qingxian quickly stopped him. Brother Lan, leave the revenge to me. I will make sure she suffers a fate worse than death. If you kill her now, she will be doing it too easy. Seeing this, Chu Chen also stepped forward and said, It's such a waste to just kill the leader of the Tongtian church like that. After listening to Lan Tianlei's story, Chu Chen, who was so passionate just now, looked at Su Ning with disdain. You idiot, don't you have handcuffs? I'm tired of holding you. After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen with contempt again. He was not excited just now. Now you're disgusted by someone's age? Scumbag. But his hands did not stop moving, and he pretended to take out 2 pairs of handcuffs from his clothes. Su Ning was handcuffed to a pillar. However, while Su Ning was struggling, Chu Chen accidentally saw a sun-shaped tattoo on the back of her neck. Then he turned around and looked at the corpses, and he found the problem. I saw that those people also had a sun-shaped tattoo on the back of their necks. Could it be that this is the symbol of the Tongtian sect? Then he shouted to the soldiers, "My dear soldiers, please take off their clothes." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Chu Chen in horror. This guy is too perverted. Not only does he kill the person, he also insults the corpse. But under Lan Tianlei's cooperative gaze, the group rushed into the corpses and injured people and stripped their clothes one by one. Chu Chen stepped forward and said, "Brother Lan, come and take a look. Come and see. What's so good about that thing?" But then he discovered the problem. He saw that each of them had a sun-shaped tattoo on the back of their neck. But there were 2 of them on Su Ning's body. Seeing this, Chu Chen hurriedly walked into the house. When the so-called guardian was stripped open, 3 suns were found on the back of his neck. Brother Lan, it seems that all the followers of the Tongtian sect have this thing, and the number of sun tattoos varies according to the level of the followers. Yeah, it seems that it will be much easier to catch these people in the future. The people of Tongtian sect are really fools. If you get this tattoo, what's the difference between that and writing, "I am a member of Tongtian sect" on your face? I really don't know what the leader of Tongtian sect is thinking. This is totally stupid behavior. Since you want to make it so mysterious, just erase all traces. At this time, Su Ning felt hopeless and couldn't win the fight. He didn't even have the chance to provoke Lan Tianlei to kill him. I really don't know what kind of torture is waiting for her. After doing all this, Chu Chen and Lan Tianlei returned to Su Ning. "Brother Lan, take these people away. I have something to ask this one." Chu Chen pointed at Su Ning and said to Lan Tianlei. Lan Tianlei waved his hand and left with his men. For him, his anger has subsided a lot at this moment. As for Chu Chen taking Su Ning back, he believed that no matter what, she would not have a good ending. "Tell me, where is the headquarters of your Tongtian sect, and who is its leader? Don't tell me you don't know. Considering how much your leader values you, you must know." Chu Chen said viciously to Su Ning. "Haha, you lecher. Not only do I know the leader, I'm also his concubine. If you want to know, I won't tell you. If you have the guts, kill me." After saying this, Su Ning turned her face away and ignored Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian. "Take it back, Jimengzi. If I want to take you with me, you can. This thing is almost as big as Lan Tianlei. I'm not interested." Chu Chen had no choice but to pull Su Ning along, and the 3 of them headed towards Honglangmen. Su Ning knew clearly what this red romance was. Before, she was just a female gangster who specialized in setting up honey traps on the streets. As a result, one time he chose the wrong person and chose Tongtian sect master. The honey trap failed, and he was captured by Tongtian sect master instead. But seeing that she was beautiful, he took her in and made her a flute-playing boy. 5 years ago, he was assigned to Qingyun City by the Master Tongtian. The purpose is to lie in wait for an opportunity, and develop followers. In the past 5 years, she has led the newly developed believers and has also committed several major cases. At that time, all the wealthy people in Qingyun City were afraid to go out for fear that they would be the next one to be targeted. Later, under Lan Tianlei's strong governance, the Tongtian sect slowly went into hiding again. Therefore, they also accumulated a lot of wealth. But most of them were secretly sent to the headquarters of Tongtian sect by Su Ning. This time, a natural disaster struck, so protectors were sent out again and given a mission. The purpose was to disrupt the order of Qingyun and capture a man named Chu Chen alive. In short, this so-called Tongtian sect is a force composed of some chivalrous men in the martial arts world. But unlike other knights who rob the rich to help the poor, they use the wealth they accumulated for their own enjoyment. "You lecher, why did you bring me here? If you want to kill me, do it now." In a dark and romantic room, Su Ning stared at Chu Chen and said viciously, "It's a relief. You don't want to tell me the location of your headquarters and the name of your leader, and you still want to be relieved?" After saying that, Chu Chen ignored her and took out 2 pairs of handcuffs from his clothes. She was placed in a spread eagle position and handcuffed to an iron bed. Then he turned around and went out, closed the door, and ignored Su Ning's calls. It was not until a day later that Chu Chen walked into the house. Master Su, do you know where this place is? Humph, the dirtiest place in Qingyun City. What exactly do you want? Chu Chen turned around and walked to her bed, pulling out a dagger from his waist. He tore her clothes apart with just a rip. What do you want to do, you scoundrel? Don't try this on me. If I were to say, you're handsome, I'd make a profit. But forget it, your trick won't work on me. Chu Chen ignored her and looked at the body that was no less than that of a young man and said, Master Su, you also know that this red romance is my property. Business has been slow recently, so I came up with a new marketing strategy, free trials. You said it was a free trial, but would I be willing to let those girls have sex with you? After saying this, he looked at her with a smile on his face. His meaning was very clear. If he refused to tell her the name of the leader and the news of the headquarters, she would be in for a big surprise. Chapter 228, Free Trial Red Romance. Chu Chen, you dare. Do you know the consequences of doing this? If I, Su Ning, suffer any harm in Qingyun, you'll be exterminated. The Lord Sect leader's ability is not something that ordinary people like you can resist. Su Ning thought about the consequences for herself and became scared instantly. So he threatened Chu Chen with words. After hearing this, Chu Chen shook his head and threatened me, saying, Can your crappy Tontian sect master really reach the sky? Moreover, he could send this woman to Qingyun City instead of keeping her by his side. I guess this Master Tontian is not short of women. Haha, you really overestimate yourself. You can't afford a mirror, but you still pee? Look at yourself. You are just a chess piece that can be discarded at any time by that old man Tontian. Okay, I'll give you 1 hour. If you still haven't figured it out after 1 hour, those gentlemen will have to come in. After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the room, slammed the door shut, and strode towards the office. On the red and romantic rooftop, Chen Qingxian uttered, Beast, but I like it. Then he took another big gulp of wine. After Chu Chen went out, he waved his hand and called Wang Qingchuan over. To celebrate the anniversary of Red Romance, we are offering a free trial event, half an hour per person. Wait for my notification in an hour, and then you go contact those gentlemen. Wang Qingchuan nodded at Chu Chen. Although she was confused, she didn't ask any more questions. An hour later, Chu Chen walked into the room again and spoke to Su Ning. Have you thought about it? Those gentlemen outside are screaming with excitement. Kill me if you can, or don't even think about knocking my mouth open. Su Ning stared and thought to herself, what else can you do as long as I don't want to? Their mouths can't be pried open, but those gentlemen are definitely masters. After saying that, he walked out of the room and said to Wang Qingchuan, Go call someone. One person will come in half an hour. After listening to this, Wang Qingchuan walked towards the group of guards. Hanliman has been open for so long that the guards know many of the masters. In less than a minute, an ugly man was brought in by a guard. A shopkeeper Wang, you're really good to me. When this good thing happened, you thought of me first. After saying that, he walked into the room where Su Ning was imprisoned under the guidance of Wang Qingchuan. Looking at Su Ning nailed to the iron bed, the man immediately smiled. This red romance is good. Sir, I like it. Immediately afterwards, Su Ning's anger was heard in the room. After a while, the old man came out of the room with a smile on his face. Girl, it'll be you next time. Then, I was busy until late at night. Chu Chen walked into the room again, looking at Su Ning, who had disheveled hair and a tired face. Have you figured it out? Don't even think about it. I'm enjoying this. Su Ning turned her head and stared at Chu Chen, almost spitting out these words from between her teeth. This feeling was too painful. As the head of Qingyun Hall of Tontian Divine Sect, she had never suffered such humiliation. If looks could kill, Chu Chen would be riddled with wounds at this moment. Oh, you seem quite strong. I wonder if the refugee brothers outside Qingyun City feel lonely at night. After saying that, he walked out of the room again, took Chen Qingxian with him, and headed towards the gate of Qingyun City. What brother refugee? What is he going to do? Su Ning was indeed a little panicked at this moment, considering those people just now. Although some of them are a bit old, they're all masters and young men from wealthy families. But what kind of scene will it be for those refugees? Then, she thought of another question. Judging from how perverted and ruthless Chu Chen is, who knows what he will do next? Where's Tongtian Patriarch? What is he doing now? She should still be enjoying the service of those maids at the headquarters. He discussed plans with the senior management, and then spoke nicely to his people showing off his grand plans. But I have been with him for more than 5 years, and it seems like I just had a sweet night with him 5 years ago. I never saw him again. Does he really care about me? Does he know that I am suffering for him? But he said that when he conquered the world, she would be his first beloved concubine. But this promise that is far away. Obviously, Su Ning's heart began to waver. She couldn't imagine what would happen to the refugees after they entered this room. But she couldn't die at this moment, even if she wanted to. She didn't know what material the shackles were made of. No matter how hard she tried, they didn't move at all. She also begged the men who had just come in, asking them to open the handcuffs and rescue her. But in Qingyun City, who would be willing to offend Hong romance? Half an hour later, Chu Chen brought back 7 or 8 refugees. "Master, bring us here as their food?" A man in tattered clothes and emitting a foul smell said to Chu Chen. "Haha, uncle, there must be food, but since you're here, why not enjoy it first?" The uncle looked up at the magnificent decoration and was a little bit unbelievable. Could it be that the man in front of me wants to kill me and make me into meat buns? But what else can I give him except this body of flesh? Immediately after Chu Chen waved his hand, the maids brought a table full of food and wine. "Uncle, you're older, so I will take you to play something fun first, and then we can eat later." Then, several guards took him into the room. When the uncle looked at the beautiful Su Ning, his eyes suddenly shone with gold. "My 2 generals this." "Uncle, my young master has told me that it will take half an hour. It depends on your ability." It was obvious that he had never seen the world and mistook the 2 guards for military commanders. Similarly, he had only heard that there were places in the city where men would rather die than go home. This was the first time he saw it, and he was so excited that he almost had a high blood pressure attack. The 2 guards said this and closed the door. Su Ning smelled the uncle's scent and looked at his big yellow teeth as he rushed towards her. She was so frightened that she immediately yelled, "Chu Chen, you will die a miserable death. Ah, get out of here." After half an hour, the uncle might be a little tired. He walked downstairs and said to Chu Chen with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This life is worth it." "Ah, then uncle, have something to eat and a drink." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he ordered 2 guards to take another refugee to the room. The uncle was probably in a very good mood, and he started bragging to the refugees while eating. "Talk about how powerful you are." Chen Qingxian on the roof took a sip of wine. He shook his head at the room and sighed deeply. Chapter 229, Tong Tian Sect Master Qi Yanfei. When the guard appeared in the room with 2 refugees at the same time, Su Ning finally panicked. "Chu Chen, I want to see Chu Chen. I want to see Chu Chen." The 2 guards seemed not to hear and turned to leave the room. But in the room, 2 refugees rushed towards her as if they had not eaten meat for 3 years and suddenly saw braised pork. Half an hour later, Chu Chen finally walked into the room filled with various smells. "What? I, the great Qingyun Su Hall master, have figured out." "Chu Chen, take me out and I'll tell you everything." "Oh, then what if you go out and refuse to pay the debt?" "Chu Chen, I, Su Ning, swear to heaven that I will tell you everything I know. I don't want to be here. Let me out now." After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled. "Tell me, I'm afraid that if we change the environment, you will regret it again. Ask me, and I'll tell you." At this moment, Su Ning looked at Chu Chen with pleading eyes, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Tell me about Tong Tian Sect. I am satisfied. It is not impossible for me to let you go." Chu Chen moved a chair for himself, sat at the door, and lit a cigarette for himself. He made a gesture of invitation to Su Ning, who was lying on the bed. Half an hour later, Chu Chen turned and left, waving to the guards outside. There's no time limit this time, so the refugee brothers can have as much fun as they want. What a joke. Chu Chen couldn't feel a bit of empathy towards a man who wanted to cut off his legs if he disagreed with him. Through understanding, he also had a general understanding of this so-called Tong Tian sect. The headquarters of Tong Tian sect is located in the northernmost part of Daxia, the ancient city of Saibei. There is heavy snow all year round, making it an extremely cold place in the summer. It was an extremely cold place with barren land and was extremely desolate, so Zhou Shixuan was not willing to spend much energy there. The most vicious people in Daxia either fled to the northern border to avoid being hunted by officials and soldiers, or most of the demoted aristocratic families were exiled here. The leader's name is Qi Yanfei. No one knows whether he was exiled here or escaped to the northern frontier. No one knows his origins, family background, or past. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. First, He used tough measures to win over a large group of extremely vicious people, and then founded the Tongtian sect. He has been entrenched here for many years, with thousands of followers at his headquarters, making him a veritable local emperor of the northern frontier. Most of the followers have unique skills and are true masters of the martial arts world. In recent years, the extreme cold in the northern borderland has become increasingly severe, so Qi Yanfei had the idea of expanding southward. Since Daxia did not have strict management over this extremely cold place, he secretly sent people to major cities to win over followers. In order to get money, he committed many crimes. The imperial merchant who was killed in Qingyun City before was killed by Su Ning and his followers. Chu Chen walked out of the room and couldn't help but think in his heart. It is really a turbulent time. Zhou Shixuan is probably going to have a headache again. But you, Qi Yanfei, just want to deal with Zhou Shixuan. Why do you bring me along? You know, no one who messes with you will have a good ending. Saibei City? It's really messed up. I don't mind going there. No matter how powerful Qi Yanfei is, I can still knock you down with one shot. I hope that after this Su Ning incident, those who have good sense will just hide in your northern Saibei and not bother me anymore. An hour later, the dying Su Ning was carried out. There was blood all over his body. Chu Chen waved to the group of refugees. The soldiers outside the door took them out. As for what happened to Su Ning, Chu Chen knew it without even thinking about it. And just as he was driving towards Mashan village with Chun Qingxian, in a grand palace far away in the northern frontier, the leader was a feminine-looking man who was working on the two beautiful girls beside him with a smile on his face. At this time, a man walked in from outside and bowed to the feminine man. Master, Hall Master Su and the others have successfully caused a riot among the refugees. The refugees have surrounded the residence of Chu Chen. They will capture him alive soon. The leaders of the other cities have also secretly developed a large number of followers. In just 2 years, the plan will be accomplished. The feminine man in the lead laughed after hearing this. Well, this Su Ning is truly worthy of being the backbone of my Tongtian divine sect. In that case, I should go to Daxiao for a walk. The man who came in immediately stepped forward upon seeing this. Master, the carriage and horses are ready, and we can set off soon. The feminine man waved away the two women beside him. Then he looked coldly at the snow-covered doorway. Yeah, I haven't been to the south for a long time. I wonder how my brother is doing these days. Go call Xiao Si over. I'll go with her. This person is the Tongtian sect master, Qi Yanfei. But if Zhou Shixuan were here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked, because this person was too familiar, so familiar that it frightened him. On the second day, the road from Saibei to the heart of Daxia was covered with ice and snow. On the snow, a carriage was heading towards the heart of Daxia. A coachman, a skinny horse, a girl, and a feminine man. There is no one else. The driver whipped the horse lightly, but the skinny horse, perhaps numb from the cold, didn't feel any pain at all. Just the touch of the whip made it understand that its master was asking it to walk faster. Uncle Blackie, this horse can't stand your whip, so be nice to it. The man in the carriage heard the whip and spoke. I know, master. I, Old Black, can't bear to hit it. Ha ha. Everyone says Uncle Black loves horses more than his wife. Sir, you also want Uncle Black to be able to marry. Before the driver Lao Hei could say anything, a burst of girls' laughter was heard from inside. The driver outside, Lao Hei, tightened his clothes. Little fourth miss is teasing me, Old Black, again. In this way, the three people and the horse walked on this snowy land. It was as if they were the only 4 living creatures left in this entire world of ice and snow. Uncle Lao Hei, you have to meet your junior brother when you go to the south this time. After a pause, Qi Yanfei in the carriage asked again. When the driver Lao Hei heard the word junior brother, a smile appeared on his face. It's time to meet him. It's been so many years. I wonder if he's been slacking off or how his kung fu has improved. Let's go, Uncle Black. He's much more powerful now than before. The skinny horse neighed, as if complaining that the snow was too deep. But without any pause, he continued to walk on the snow and move forward. And just half a day after they set out, the entire northern border seemed to have lost half its population. Many houses were locked, and the streets were suddenly deserted. Then, on the road covered with heavy snow, some were riding horses, some were walking, and some were flying fast with the help of light skills, all heading towards the heart of Daxia. Chapter 230, Absorbing Jade Essence and Transforming Again. After Chu Chen returned to Mashan village and stayed there for a night, he had nothing to do, so he went to the fields. I don't know where the stream water in Masan village comes from. Even though the weather is so dry, there is no sign of the water stopping. After experiencing the mountain flood caused by melting ice and snow, the entire Masan village returned to peace. Apart from the fact that the weather was a little warmer, there was no change at all. At this moment, under the arrangement of Wang Defa, the villagers are bringing water to every piece of field. The sweet potatoes that were planted have already sprouted new seedlings. Chu Chen brought Da Huang with him, and behind Da Huang was a group of puppies. A man and a group of dogs squatted on the shore of the Mashan Reservoir, staring at the fish swimming in it. Seeing this, Da Huang rubbed against Chu Chen, and the meaning was obvious. I want to eat fish. Seeing that there was no one around, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out a fishing rod. After putting up the bait, he caught a crucian carp weighing about half a pound in a short while. Da Huang, do you want it braised or steamed? Da Huang looked at Chu Chen in confusion, then looked at the fish in his hand. Well, it seems you still don't understand. How about this? I'll trade this fish for a puppy, okay? Chu Chen pointed at the fish in his hand, and then pointed at a cute Dalmatian behind it. Da Huang turned his head and looked at the Dalmatian, which he thought was ugly. It seems that he is calculating the gains and losses of this exclusive purchase. But then he barked at Chu Chen twice and bared his fangs. Chu Chen kicked it angrily and threw the fish back into the reservoir. You can't take a joke. It's boring. After saying that, he walked away. Da Huang looked at the fish that were thrown into the reservoir again and paced around the reservoir anxiously. But there was nothing he could do. The man who had gone away had done him a great favor, but he was too noisy, and he was noisy at night. After wandering around for a while, they led its group of puppies towards Feng Heir's house. As night fell and the family finished dinner, Chu Chen walked into Roy's room. After discussing the family's income situation with her during this period, he also taught her a profound Taoist method. In the middle of the night, Chu Chen walked into Roy's tea room from his room. He closed the door and entered the space in a flash. Since I came back from Ganpu, I have collected so much jade essence and haven't had time to take a good look at the space. So I want to take advantage of this sleepless night to investigate thoroughly. If there is no change, then I will be relieved and will never go to Ganpu to pick jade again. If it's just about material supply, Daxia's jade can fully provide it. But as soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. Chu Chen walked towards the half of the seed company in surprise, and now he found that all the subsidiaries had already come out. Seeing this, Chu Chen excitedly walked towards the rooftop of the tall building in the shopping mall. At first glance, I found that the space seemed to have become larger, with many more shops and high-rise buildings. Even the familiar hill behind the shopping mall has some green trees. No, green. These trees are not dead yet. Seeing this, Chu Chen shouted and ran towards the back mountain. He ran until he was out of breath, then stopped. Reach out and touch the tree trunks, looking at the green leaves on the trees. These trees are also living things. Could it be that life has begun to appear in space? But why does it still look empty and no animals are seen? I haven't even seen a cockroach. For this reason, Chu Chen couldn't help but take out the pistol from his waist and fired a few shots into the sky. Then the figure quickly went up the mountain. He found a big tree and lay in ambush behind it. If there is someone in this space, then when they hear the gunshots, they should come over to check. But he waited for an entire hour and was almost falling asleep, but still didn't see a single person. Quiet as ever, as if time has stood still. There are no objects that move on their own. Chu Chen couldn't help but walk down the mountain in disappointment and said leisurely, "It seems that the space has only expanded." But after walking for a distance, he heard a sound that surprised him. The sound of flowing water. Yes, the sound of flowing water. In the absolute silence, the sound of flowing water seemed particularly abrupt. After several years, he finally saw something he could move. Chu Chen shouted and headed towards the flowing water. After a while of panting, a small puddle appeared in front of Chu Chen. A thin stream of water was flowing out of the mountain into the puddle and seeping into the ground. After running for a few times, Chu Chen was so excited that he scooped up the water in the puddle and drank several mouthfuls. As the feeling of thirst disappeared, Chu Chen began searching all over the mountains again. But as expected, nothing was found. The change in space was just the appearance of a puddle of flowing water and the expansion of the scope. There was still fog all around. Chu Chen was not interested in checking the expanded space on the street one by one. At present, these inexhaustible supplies are more than enough for me and Daxia. After flashing into the tea room, Chu Chen rushed into Li Qinglian in his own room. Li Qinglian was sleeping and vaguely felt someone crawling into her bed. My hand involuntarily reached out towards this person. Then she fell asleep peacefully again. Because she was so familiar with this thing, she knew it belonged to Chu Chen without even thinking about it. Early the next morning, Chu Chen lazily got up from the bed. After washing up, I went downstairs. Chun Qingxian was probably still asleep, squatting in the open space in front of the villa with a toothbrush in his mouth, looking at that big yellow dog. When he saw Chu Chen coming out, he just glanced at him casually. But then he became confused and looked at Chu Chen intently, ignoring the foam in his mouth. Fuck, drunkard, stop looking at me like that. Are you changing your ways? No, you idiot. When did you learn martial arts? Learning martial arts? When did I learn martial arts? When asked this by Chun Qingxian, Chu Chen also became confused. That's not right. I didn't drink too much last night. You have a warrior's inner strength in your body, but it's very weak, not even the first level. After saying that, Chun Qingxian dropped his toothbrush, rushed to Chu Chen, and pinched and touched Chu Chen here and there, as if he was looking at a monster. Chu Chen was so angry when he touched him that he punched Chun Qingxian. Jiu Mengzi, you drank fake wine so early in the morning. But after throwing a punch, Chu Chen felt something was wrong. It seemed that his strength and speed were much faster than before. Hey, you've gained some strength. Tell me, have you been practicing martial arts secretly behind my back? Feeling the force of the punch, Chun Qingxian asked slowly. Chu Chen looked at his fist in disbelief. He had not practiced martial arts. Could it be that the change in space gave me strength? That's impossible. Before, I could transform myself into something I could pick up at will, but I didn't gain any power. What would that be? Chu Chen ignored Chun Qingxian and walked towards the tea room on his own. Fuck, I get it. In the tea room, Chu Chen shouted and flashed into the space again. Chapter 231 from now on it is called Daliquan. Chun Qingxian outside looked up, picked up the toothbrush on the ground, and put it into his mouth. You're such a fool. Chu Chen in the space excitedly rushed to the small pool of spring water. He took out a ladle and poured water into the bottle. He drank 3 or 4 bottles before walking out of the space. Then he picked up a bottle of water and gulped it down. As the spring water entered my throat, a cool feeling went straight into my stomach and then spread throughout my body. An unprecedented sense of comfort spread throughout Chu Chen's body. Then he drank 2 more bottles of water, and now only 1 bottle was left of the 4. After the cool feeling disappeared, Chu Chen punched a chair in his tea room. The punch was thrown at an extremely fast speed, and with a snap, the chair broke. Fuck, such great power, haha, I'm rich. With this thing, it won't be long before I become a martial arts master. Pour the last bottle of water into your stomach. Chu Chen then opened the door, walked out of the tea room, and went straight to the dining table on the first floor. My uncle has had breakfast. Lu Damii prepared a table full of breakfast early. The dining table was full of people waiting for Chu Chen to eat. Chu Chen greeted Lu Damii and sat down. When Chun Qingxian and Mu Shuochen saw Chu Chen, they were so surprised that their chopsticks dropped to the ground. Chu Chen made a quiet gesture to the 2 of them, grabbed the breakfast on the table, and started eating it. The most surprised person was Chun Qingxian. Why did this guy go upstairs? He has reached the level of a first-class master from the entry level. Could it be that I really drank fake wine? But from Mu Shuochen's face, he could tell that all this was not an illusion. Otherwise, his senior sister would not be so surprised. The 3 of them ate breakfast quickly, and soon they all walked out of the villa at the same time. Jiu Mengzi, tell me, did you practice martial arts with my senior sister? Chun Qingxian looked at Chu Chen and Mu Shuochen and asked. No, I never taught him martial arts. After saying that, Mu Shuochen slapped Chu Chen. Fuck, are you crazy? Chu Chen shouted and reflexively hid behind him. Since the 2 of them could see Chu Chen's strength, they didn't use their full strength. But even so, ordinary people cannot escape it. Then a strange thing happened. Chu Chen flashed backwards and barely avoided Mu Shuochen's slap. Immediately afterwards, Chun Qingxian kicked out again, directly kicking Chu Chen on the butt. Chu Chen was kicked to the ground. What are you 2 doing? Chu Chen got up and spoke viciously to the 2 of them. The 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this. That's right, only strength and speed. No moves. It seems like they really haven't practiced. Chen Xingxuan analyzed Tomuksekin. Yes, junior brother, but how did this kid develop such strength and speed without knowing why? This isn't right. You have to know that the two of them went up the mountain to learn martial arts from Zhu Liuxiang, and it took them half a year to reach the first level. And yesterday, Chu Chen seemed to be an ordinary person who even dared to show his teeth to the Huang. How did it become so powerful overnight? Chu Chen knew the reason, but he wouldn't tell it. This was another big secret of his. So he made up an excuse and said, "Well, if I say that I was taught internal strength in a dream, would you believe it?" "I don't believe you. I never believe in ghosts and gods." After saying that, Chu Chen pressed Chu Chen's head against her chest. Chu Chen was so suffocated that he couldn't breathe. "Chu Chen, my dear husband, tell me what's going on." Chu Chen struggled to break free from her. "I'm suffocating to death. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway." In the end, after about half an hour of questioning from the two, Chu Chen still said the same thing. "It is the internal strength that was taught to me in a dream." For this reason, the two of them had no choice but to give up. "Well, since you don't want to tell me, neither of us will ask. So, tell me, what kind of magic do you want to learn?" Seeing that Chu Chen had no intention of explaining, Chu Chen turned around and asked Chu Chen, magic?" "Nonsense. If you can live with strength and speed, you must practice martial arts. Otherwise, what's the point of having strength alone?" Immediately afterwards, the two of them demonstrated many moves to Chu Chen. Boxing, kicking, swordsmanship, knife skills. Chu Chen looked at it helplessly for a long time, then shook his head in disappointment. "This is so fucking difficult. It makes me dizzy." Chen Qingxian looked at Chu Chen, who looked like he had no talent at all, and couldn't help but shook his head. He then turned around and went back to the villa, and when he came out, he had a knife in his hand. "Well, look at your stupid brain. You can't learn even the most advanced ones. So, I will teach you the 3 peerless swords that I have learned over the years." After saying that, he began to demonstrate to Chu Chen. After reading it, Chu Chen cast a look of contempt at Chen Qingxian. "That's right, it is indeed the 3 peerless swords: chop, split, and pick." After the two men finished the demonstration, they dropped the knife and went back into the villa. In their words, "The weather is too hot, and instead of wasting time on these idiots, it is better to go inside and turn on the air conditioner." Chu Chen had no choice but to pick up the knife on the ground. "Chop, chop, pick. Hey, it seems pretty good." After saying that, Chu Chen excitedly picked up his knife and ran towards the small woods next to him. Just chopped and picked at those poor trees. Chen Qingxian and Chu Chen lay in front of the French window, watching the idiot jumping around in the woods. They all shook their heads in unison. "Senior sister, this guy is useless. He only has brute force for nothing. Get lost. Don't talk about him like that. Look, isn't he becoming more and more skilled?" Although Chu Chen despised him in her heart, anyone could say anything except this drunkard. Chen Qingxian showed an expression of despair, turned around, and went into his room. When Chu Chen was working hard to practice peerless martial arts, Aunt Zhang from the village happened to pass by and asked, "Is Chu Wazi chopping trees?" Aunt Zhang, I'm practicing martial arts." "Don't be ridiculous, Chu boy. This is just a farming trick your uncle always does." After saying that, Aunt Zhang picked up her urine bucket and walked towards the field laughing. Chu Chen looked at her with disdain as she walked away. "You are the farmer. Your whole family is farmers." Chu Chen practiced until noon before returning to the villa covered in sweat. "I took a comfortable shower in the bathroom, then went into the tea room and closed the door." He slipped into the space again. In front of the small puddle, Chu Chen filled 2 bottles of water and gulped them down. Then he left the space and lay on the sofa in the tea room, thinking about this sudden benefit. This spring water should be the result of collecting so much jade essence and that giant jade stone in Ganpu. So far, it seems to have the effect of increasing one's strength and speed. In that case, I'll call you Dalikwan from now on. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 232. Practice hard, chop, and pick. After closing his eyes, Chu Chen thought silently that this thing could improve his strength. Don't know if it's useful to others. Chu Chen was not surprised that these things suddenly appeared in the space. Even time travel exists, so what else is unacceptable? Gradually, he analyzed the patterns of the spring water. The small puddle can only hold about 4 bottles of water. It takes a day to fill this small puddle. After drinking 4 bottles of water, he reached the first level of strength and speed. I wonder how much it would take to reach the height of a wine mask. It seems that I have to go in and drink water every day during this period. So, in the next 10 days or so, Chu Chen worked particularly hard. During the day, you could always see Chu Chen in the grove, laughing and talking with a flat knife in his hand. At night, in addition to going back and forth in every room on the second floor, always take advantage of the gaps to enter and exit the space. Chu Chen also discovered problem. His body seemed to have returned to being as energetic and strong as it was when he was 20 years old. No matter how busy you are at night or how many rooms you move through, you will still be full of energy the next day. In one's life, what is more important than good health? In 10 days, Chu Chen also reached the level of a second-grade warrior. The price he paid was that he drank more than 40 bottles of the powerful spring, which took him 10 days. He also made rapid progress in the use of the three-sword techniques. If you have nothing to do, just ask Chun Qingxian to go out and fight for a few moves. Chun Qingxian was made miserable by him, but he was also very confused. Those 3 moves of mine were just used to piss off this guy. How could he improve his strength? By practicing them. Another 20 days passed, and Chu Chen continued to chop and pick wood and go to the space to drink the spring water every day. He had already entered the ranks of the 3rd rank, and as he felt the changes in his own strength and speed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a bang, he smashed the chair in the tea room. Is this the strength of a 3rd-grade cultivator? It's a bit of a useless chair. After saying that, he strode out of the tea room. During this period, the entire Masan village had become accustomed to Chu Chen going to the grove to cut trees every day. In Wang Defa's words, it's because you've eaten too much and it's hard to digest the food. At this moment, on the official road leading to the capital, a skinny horse was struggling to pull a broken carriage towards the capital. In the imperial study of the Great Xia Palace, Zhou Shixuan looked up at Eunuch Wei, who was standing beside him. Old Wei, how's the progress on that home reconstruction Lan Tianlei mentioned? Your Majesty, everything has been delivered, and the people are happy about it. As long as we have a sweet potato harvest, this hurdle will be over. Haha, speaking of sweet potatoes, I miss that kid a little bit. Zhou Shixuan paused with a ballpoint pen in his hand, then asked, It hasn't rained in the past few months, and I'm still a little uneasy. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. I have been observing the celestial phenomena tonight. Perhaps next month, sweet dew will fall from the sky. Eunuch Wei looked outside and said confidently. Zhou Shixuan immediately gave him a look of contempt. This guy observes the night sky every day when he has nothing to do, but after all these years, I have never seen him figure out anything. If he says it's going to rain, then it's likely to be sunny. Thinking of this, Zhou Shixuan couldn't help but feel worried again. If he continued to act like this, perhaps a new round of disaster would come. I hope your old mouth will be right for once. Zhou Shixuan sighed and stopped talking. Qi Yanfei and his party successfully entered the capital city not long after. Looking at the wide streets and the people coming and going, Qi Yanfei said to the girl beside him, Xiao Si, this is the capital. How is it? Is it new? The girl named Xiao Si looked around through the carriage window and did not need to answer this question at all, because her face was full of curiosity. For a girl who grew up in the northern part of the Great Wall, she had never seen such a lively scene. Compared to the cold days in the northern frontier, she felt very warm at this moment. Sir, shall we continue walking? Yeah, we haven't reached Qingyan City yet. We won't stop until we get there and find the person we're looking for. Xiao Si nodded after listening. As soon as the carriage stopped, Lao He jumped out. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go buy some food before we get going. After saying that, he disappeared into the crowd. As the carriage passed by the imperial palace, Qi Yanfei lifted the curtain of the carriage, took a deep look at the palace, then revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth and lowered the curtain again. Chu Chen didn't go anywhere during this period. He still drank water, chopped, cut, and picked every day. That day, after releasing the juice accumulated in his body at night, he came to the tea room and flashed back into the space. After collecting 4 bottles of water and drinking them, he walked to the area where he collected supplies from Daxia. Suddenly, a rusty tetanus blade appeared in front of him. Hey, isn't this the weapon of the national master Ganpu? You took it out of curiosity at that time, and now, when you see it again, you reach out and grab it? Because I put it into the space casually at that time, when I held it in my hand, I found that it was extremely heavy. Even though he had reached the 3rd level of strength, he could only barely lift the knife. Seeing this, Chu Chen gathered his strength and swung it in the air. Suddenly, I felt as if all the strength in my body had been drained away. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath like Da Huang. Fuck. No wonder that Imperial Master Ganpu was able to cut a hole in that explosion-proof vehicle with just one blow. I really don't know what this thing is made of. Chu Chen, who was sitting on the ground, talked to himself, and then he thought of another possibility. If I can't control the things in and out of this space at will, then can I control this knife to suddenly shoot out and attack? He did it as soon as he said it, and Chu Chen flashed out of the space. Now in front of the wall of the tea room, Chu Chen's mind moved, and a rusty knife shot out and headed straight for the wall. The knife continued to move forward, piercing through the wall and nailing into the concrete floor of the yard with a loud noise. Seeing this, Chu Chen hurriedly ran into the yard and put away the knife with a wave of his hand. The sound instantly woke up everyone in the villa and Feng Er's family's Da Huang. Immediately after that, Da Huang barked loudly, and the person on night duty immediately drove to the outside of the villa. Chuazi, are you okay? It's okay, brother. I couldn't sleep, so I set off firecrackers. At this moment, Chun Qingxian and Mu Shuiqin also appeared in the yard. After looking around, Mu Shuiqin turned around and went back to her room. Chun Qingxian scorned him and said, "If you don't sleep, everyone else will. If I were to tell you, with just those 3 moves, you'd never be able to beat me even if you practiced your whole life." After saying that, he quickly went back into the house. It turned out that this guy thought he was practicing martial arts in the middle of the night. Chu Chen smiled, turned around, and went back to the house, but he felt happy in his heart. I thought to myself, this knife must be no ordinary thing. Chapter 233, Mysterious Tetanus Blade. However, the weight of this knife seems to be beyond his current strength to fully control. It seems that it is not the time to show up yet. When he woke up the next day, Chu Chen did not go to the grove again. For this, the whole family was happy for him, thinking that the boy was finally well. But Chu Chen just had breakfast early and rode a motorcycle towards Qingyo Town. Everyone thought he was going to the street. Little did he know that as soon as he left the village, he and his motorcycle entered the space. After he controlled the tetanus blade last night, he thought of a question. A very simple problem that I have overlooked. It was just that pool of spring water, and I just noticed the amount of that spring water. Little did they know that the small stream of water was flowing nonstop. How come there are only those 4 bottles in one day? A little thought will show that most of the water has seeped into the ground. So Chu Chen in the space rushed into the hardware store and got out a piece of water pipe. Then he picked up a bucket of water in the mall and headed towards the back mountain. Walked straight to the front of the water. He picked up the 50mm tube and pushed it towards a water outlet. Immediately afterwards, the water flow passed through that section of the 50-degree pipe and changed its direction. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly used a bucket to catch it. With nothing to do, Chu Chen moved a stool and sat by the stream. Holding a cigarette, he watched the water flow into the bucket. After only half an hour, the bucket began to fill up. Chu Chen couldn't help but slap himself when he saw this. Chun Qingxian was right. He was really a fucking idiot. For a full half day, Chu Chen sat beside the water stream holding a ladle. Give yourself a bite every now and then. Go to the bathroom from time to time. For the sake of strength, he also tried hard and drank a bucket of water in one morning. When he walked out of the space, feeling the power and speed that only a 4th-grade strength could bring, a smile appeared on his face again. Immediately afterwards, a rusty tetanus blade appeared in his hand. I swung the knife a few times, and it was no longer as tiring as it was last night. Then he put the knife back into the space. It seems that I have gained another powerful weapon, even if I am caught and stripped naked. He can also use this tetanus blade unexpectedly. If we extend our thinking further, ordinary swords and the like can still control attacks at any time. But grenades are not the same. There is not much point in throwing them out before the ring is pulled. Having improved his realm and obtained the tetanus blade, Chu Chen was in a very good mood. After a while, with the sound of a motorcycle, Chu Chen entered Masan village. Brother Huzi, why are you in such a hurry? Go home and get married. Chu boy, stop teasing your brother. Your sister-in-law wants to eat sour food, so I went to Uncle Wan's house to ask for some. I want to eat something sour. Could it be that I'm pregnant? As the saying goes, sour boys and spicy girls. It seems that I will have a chubby nephew soon. So he gave Huzi a thumbs up and said, Brother Huzi is awesome. You think everyone is like you? All thunder and no rain. Not even as good as that rhubarb. After saying that, Huzi held a big plate and walked towards his home without looking back. Chu Chen suddenly felt bored. Was it because he was not good enough? He simply didn't want to do it. As I was walking, I saw Wang Defa coming out of the house with an embarrassed look on his face. As he walked, he cursed, "You bastard, if you want to be jealous, then be jealous. Didn't you see that I worked so hard to?" But when he looked up, he saw Chu Chen looking at him with a smile on his face, so he closed his mouth abruptly. "Chu Wazi is here. What's going on?" "Uncle Wang, I'm old now, and it's not a good thing for this daughter-in-law to be too young." Chu Chen immediately understood why Wang Defa kept talking about this matter. It was probably brother who ruined his good fortune. "You little brat, you only know how to make fun of your Uncle Wang." "Uncle Wang, I have a good thing here. If you spray it beforehand, it will be very effective." "Are you serious?" Wang Defa looked at the small bottle of something in Chu Chen's hand and immediately showed excitement. "Just try it and you'll know. When has Chu Wazi ever lied to you?" Wang Defa took the small bottle awkwardly and put it in his arms like a treasure. Chu Chen laughed and walked away. "You're still staying here. Aren't you annoying?" Then, Chu Chen walked around Masan village and listened to the clear sounds of reading in the school, and the old men and women in the information exchange center who were eating melon seeds and analyzing the fate of the Xia. From time to time, you could hear the couples fighting and Huang's occasional screams. A feeling of comfort and relaxation instantly surged into Chu Chen's heart. As I was thinking, a van drove straight towards me. Looking closely, it was either Chun Qingxian or someone else. "Get in the car, you idiot. Where are you going? Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up." Although he was confused, Chu Chen still climbed onto the passenger seat. The car rushed out of the gate at extremely fast speed. The villagers guarding the gate looked at each other, wondering if Taoist Qingxian was sick again. Seeing this, a villager raised his finger and said, 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared at the door. "Brother, have you seen Qin Qingxian?" Master Mu, no. We've been stationed here and haven't seen any." "What about the van that just left?" "Oh, you mean the car? The purchasing guy must have gone out. I didn't see it clearly." Mu Shuachin looked at it in confusion for a few seconds, said hello to the villager guarding the gate, and returned to the villa. At this time, on the cement road leading from Mashan village to Qingyo town, a van was speeding away. "Jiomengzi, what are you doing? Is your mother-in-law here?" "Shit, luckily they didn't catch up. I'm going to get moldy in Mashan village. Let's go to Hong, Qingyan city, and have some fun." Chu Chen shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. "It's time to have a good talk with Mu Shuachin. You're already so drunk. What's wrong with going to this red romance?" "I don't go there often, only half a month." So he said, "Why go to Qingyan city? Go to Linhai. We haven't been there for a long time. I don't know what happened to Chu." "Yes, let's go to Linhai. There's that Japanese guy in Linhai." "Yes, that kid Chu, he must have grown up a lot." With Chu Chen's idea, Chun Qingxian instantly found his target. Linhai is much safer than Qingyan city. Even if you, Mu Shuachin, have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't find me. In fact, going to Linhai city was not a sudden idea of Chu Chen, although his Peach Blossom Fairy Island was managed by Chu Yi and Lu Rongdong. But information exchange is inconvenient, so who knows what's going on. But it is highly unlikely that anything will happen. If something happens, Chu Yi will definitely find a way to inform me. Go to Qingyan and wait for me to pick someone up. Chu Chen looked at the anxious Chun Qingxian and said immediately. Chapter 234, Brother Linhai and his son. Chun Qingxian stopped the car, not knowing why. "Pick someone up who? If you're allowed to go to Linhai for fast food, why can't I bring a pack of instant noodles?" Chu Chen looked at him and said unhappily, Okay, hurry up. Qingyan City is waiting for you." After saying that, he drove Chu Chen out of the car. Chu Chen returned to Mashan village cursing. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw Mu Shuachin's murderous eyes. "Chu Chen, please take care of Chun Qingxian. If he continues like this, he'll be ruined." Seeing Chu Chen coming back, Mu Shuachin walked up and said, Okay, I'll definitely take care of it. I have to go out this time. Roy, come with me." Chu Chen casually dismissed Mu Shuachin and spoke to Roy. Roy almost jumped up with excitement. Chu Chen said he wanted to take him out and go out alone. How could he not be happy? Li Qinglian had no objection to this, and so did everyone else. So in order to avoid being entangled by Mu Shuachin, Chu Chen took Roy's hand and climbed onto the SUV. "Sir, I didn't bring anything." "No need, Linhai has everything." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and headed outside. The villagers guarding the gate had sore hands from opening the iron gate. What's going on today? Why is everyone rushing outside? Although he was doubtful, he was not from the information exchange center in the square. He turned around and went back to the room that looked like a security room and drank tea leisurely. After picking up Chu Chen, Chu Chen headed towards Linhai City. The two of them took turns driving for a whole day and only arrived at Linhai City after dark. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the car, they immediately opened the city gate. After Chu Chen drove the car into the city, he heard Chen Xian shouting from behind, "Stop!" How could Chu Chen not know what he wanted to do? After stopping the car, Chen Xian disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Chu Chen took Roy all the way to the dock. We parked the car at the dock, took a small boat, and headed towards the brightly lit Peach Blossom Island. Peach Blossom Island remains the same, and the soldiers are still patrolling as they should. The salt-making workshops and the people working there still perform their respective duties. Seeing Xiao Zhou coming, the soldier immediately aimed the searchlight on the wall at Chu Chen. After seeing the people clearly, the soldier immediately opened the door and welcomed Chu Chen and Roy in. "This subordinate greets you, sir." "Okay, no need to be so polite, just go about your business." Chu Chen waved his hand to let the soldier retreat and headed towards the villa on the top of the mountain. As soon as they reached the door of the villa, Lu Rongdong appeared beside them. "Sir, long time no see." "Haha, Brother Lu, long time no see. How are you on the island?" "Don't worry, sir, everything is fine." When the maids in the villa saw Chu Chen coming, they rushed into the kitchen. I thought that the princess must be hungry since she came in the middle of the night. Soon after, a table of dishes was served. Chu Chen pulled Lu Rongdong to the pavilion outside. Each of them had a bottle of cold beer and started drinking. "Brother Lu, why is Chu E nowhere to be seen? What is that kid doing?" "Haha, you're talking about Chu E. He's really amazing now." So while drinking, they talked about what Chu E had done since Chu Chen and the others left. Not long after they left, the natural disaster struck. It was rare for heavy snow to fall in Linhai City. Linhai is a coastal city with poor land, and most people make a living by fishing. But the heavy snow prevented the merchants from traveling back and forth. If the catch cannot be sold, people's lives will become difficult. We can't eat seafood every day, and it suddenly got colder, so the catch is gradually decreasing. As a result, many refugees appeared. Although Murong Huai made great efforts to provide disaster relief, the food reserves were limited, so he had no choice but to ask Chu E for help. And Chu E also saw the opportunity. He decisively took out a batch of food and, under the banner of Qingyan Chu Chen, became a great philanthropist in Linhai. And taking advantage of the snowstorm, they gathered a large number of refugees. Gradually, he had a group of loyal subordinates under his command. After the snowstorm, make use of the resources at hand. A medium-sized organization was established in Linhai City. Gradually, Chu E became the young master loved by everyone in Linhai City. The reason why he is not called Master Chu is because Chu E said that there's only one Master Chu in this world. That is his godfather, Master Chu Chen. Therefore, Chu Chen's reputation became famous in Linhai because of Chu Yi's actions. Chu Chen burst out laughing after hearing this. This kid is not bad. He did not take this opportunity to develop his own power. Instead, he took this power upon himself, which shows his loyalty. But you call him Master E, and your godfather is called Master Chu, so it feels awkward no matter how you say it. Chu Chen didn't care. Since that was the case, let him do it. Sometimes it is often an unintentional thing that can produce miraculous results. Just plant a seed, and maybe it will take root and sprout. After drinking a few drinks with Lu Rongdong, they all went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Chen entered the space as promised and drank enough water. So we went to the first floor to have breakfast. As soon as I reached the first floor, I saw the familiar Chu E walking towards me. "Sir, you are here." "Haha, you're not bad. Since you can do things, just go ahead and do it in the future." Chu E wanted to develop your power, so he made the decision on his own. "Please forgive me." Chu Chen looked at him with a smile on his face and advertised him as his godfather. However, because I repeatedly requested, he still called me young master in front of me. "I won't blame you. As long as you can be loyal, how can I blame you?" After saying that, he took Chu E towards the dining table. After the meal, Chu E seemed to be struggling with something, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chu E was puzzled. How come the young master had reached the 4th rank in such a short time? This is still secondary. I promised those subordinates that I would take Chu Chen to meet him. What if he doesn't go? Okay, just say whatever you want to say. Don't be so shy like a woman. When Chu Chen saw his expression, he knew that he must have something to say. He stood up immediately upon seeing this. Sir, my group of brothers would like to pay their respects. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Chen. When did you start being so literary? Let's go and meet him. After saying that, Chu Chen stood up and walked towards the door. In fact, he also wanted to see whether the person Chu recruited was just a street thug or someone who could really help. Chu was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately followed. I originally thought that the young master would be disgusted, but I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. As the boat with the propeller sounded, the two of them quickly headed towards Linhai City. As soon as they stepped onto the dock, they saw two men in their 30s kneeling in front of them. Subordinate greets Master Chu. Chapter 235 Linhai forms a communications team. Chu Chen was startled by this sudden kneeling, so he turned to look at Chu. Did you arrange this? Chu smiled sheepishly. Sir, they have wanted to see you for a long time, but they just didn't have the chance. Okay, get up and lead the way. Chu Chen called the two men up. The group of four headed towards their base. After walking for about a cup of tea, the four of them arrived in front of a tall house. Chu made a gesture of invitation to Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled and stepped into the house. I saw that there were already about 100 people gathered inside. Most of them are strong men in their 30s, and there are also some young people around 17 or 18 years old. Seeing Chu coming respectfully with a young man, everyone knelt down in the direction of the two men and said, Subordinates, greet Master Chu. Under the leadership of Chu Chen came to the front. Everyone get up. After saying that, he waved his hand to let the group of people stand up. My name is Chu Chen. I'm from Qingyan City, and I'm also the island master of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Since you're following Chu, you're mine now. From now on, we'll share both happiness and hardship. Today, as we meet for the first time, I'm going to announce a rule. You don't need to kneel, whether in front of me or Chu. Since this is our first meeting, I have to give her a gift, but I haven't prepared any beforehand. So he said to Chu, how many people are there in total? Give me an empty room. Seeing this, Chu nodded and walked towards the back with Chu Chen. The 100 or so people below looked at each other in confusion. What do you think our boss is going to do? Is it possible that you want to give us a meeting gift? What are you thinking about? I haven't done anything, but I'm still relying on a young man for support. How can you be so ashamed? After Chu Chen and Chu left, there was a lot of discussion and the noise became intense for a while. Okay, Chu, go out first. Come back and call me in half an hour. Chu turned around and left the room, closing the door. Seeing this, Chu Chen flashed into the space. What should I give you as a gift? After a little thought, he came up with an idea. With a wave of his hand, about 100 daggers appeared on the ground. Then, about 100 lighters and more than 100 bags of rice appeared. After a natural disaster, what is the most important thing? Food. The dagger was used to facilitate their actions, while the lighter was a novelty. It's just for them to show off. Imagine that in a dark alley, 100 people with lighters surrounded another group of people. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. Half an hour later, Chu Chen appeared in front of everyone as promised. Everyone in the back room, I prepared a small gift for everyone. It could be considered a greeting gift. After saying that, he told Chu to find a few people to carry the supplies bag by bag from the back. But when everyone saw the white rice and the sharp dagger, they all showed excitement. Although Chu took them together, considering the overall expenses, he basically just wanted to keep them from going hungry. They had seen this snow-white rice before, but had never eaten it. It is obvious that this dagger is not an ordinary item. If it is sold, it will definitely be valuable. After Chu Chen saw that everyone had received the supplies, he spoke again. This dagger is given to you for your use only. But if anyone among you takes it and sells it, whoever catches him will keep the money from the sale. I had some thoughts in mind just now, but now I immediately dismissed the idea. If you dare to sell this thing, the people around you will tear you to pieces in a matter of minutes. You know, when it comes to interest, human hearts are the most vulnerable things. Looking at the quiet and serious crowd below, Chu Chen also showed a satisfied smile. Then he picked up a lighter, and with a snap, a flame shot out. Seeing this, everyone looked at the small object in their hands. This is called a lighter. It's the only one of its kind in Daxia. No one else can get it except me. From now on, this item belongs to you. I believe that anyone who can get this thing is basically related to me in Daxia. You should be able to tell the difference. After he finished speaking, the sound of lighters clicking could be heard from below. At once, more than 100 lighters lit up, creating a spectacular scene. Some were even more curious and touched the flame with their hands, as if to see if it was real. But after being burned and grimacing, he finally gave up. All right, everyone, I'm busy, so I won't talk to you anymore. I'll take my leave now. I'll have a mission for you later. After saying that, Chu Chen took Chu Yi out of the house amidst everyone's farewell. Sir, if there's anything you need them to do, just give them your orders. As soon as he got outside, Chu Yi started asking anxiously. Chu Chen thought for a moment and asked, do many of you have families with you? Are you willing to live somewhere else? Chu Chen had an idea in his mind, which was information exchange. The communication range of walkie-talkies is limited and long-distance communication is not possible. But what if you build a base station within the communication range? That would solve the problem. All you need to do is support more people. Sir, half of them are families. They're all homeless. For them, it doesn't matter where they live. Okay, then I need you to do something. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen told Chu Yi his thoughts. After hearing this, Chu Yi said that he would definitely get this done. For him, when the heavy snow came, he was guarding the island by himself, but he couldn't contact Chu Chen, and he was extremely anxious. But if this line is opened and there is someone to pass the message, then the news will spread much faster. By the way, be sure to choose someone who is tight-lipped and reliable. Also, try to satisfy him in life. Try to choose someone with a family, buy them land and build a house, let them live there steadily, and send people to check on them from time to time. After listening to this, Chu Yi nodded. He completely understood what Chu Chen meant. Moreover, this kind of thing must be done in secret. Otherwise, if the information is interrupted by others at a critical moment, it will not be worth the loss. Okay, there are two routes, one from Linhai to Qingyun, and one from Qingyun to the capital. I only have one request. Whether I'm in the capital or in Qingyun, I can communicate with you as soon as possible. After saying that, Chu Chen sent Chu Yi away and walked alone onto the streets of Linhai City. Establishing a communication line was not a sudden idea of Chu Chen. I had the idea a long time ago, but I couldn't find the right person. Chu Yi accidentally solved a problem for himself. While thinking, Chu Chen couldn't help but step into the Red Sea side. Chapter 236, Shimen Gongzi and Jinlian. Linhai is in full bloom, and Shangwan Kaier is counting the bills at the counter. And Murong Shimen was also flirting with a girl next to the counter. Seeing Chu Chen coming in, the two hurried forward and shouted in surprise, Master, you are here. Hey, Simon, who is this? Chu Chen nodded at the two of them and asked the very beautiful girl in front of him. She had fair skin, a well-proportioned figure, and a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes. Uncle, this is the girl I just recruited. Her name is Jinlian. This name, is it her own name? Chu Chen suppressed his laughter and asked Murong Shimen. Uncle, the name was given by my nephew. I thought it sounded nice, so... After hearing this, Chu Chen gave Murong Shimen a thumbs up. You and your father are both rare talents in Linhai City. Jinlian meets Master Chu. Jinlian was also sensible, and her pair of phoenix eyes stared at Chu Chen. Although she had never seen this person, she had often heard Shangwan Kaier and others talk about this famous name. It is right in front of me now. If I can climb up this big tree, I will never have to worry about food and clothing in this life. So he quickly walked forward and saluted Chu Chen. Chu Chen greeted her with a smile and hurried towards the office. I said in my heart, Jinlian, it's not that you're not good, it's just that the young master wants to live longer. When they reached the office, Shangwan Kaier followed them in. She made a cup of tea for Chu Chen and sat quietly beside him, waiting for his instructions. Where's the drunkard? Hasn't he gotten up yet? My lord, the Taoist priest must have been overworked last night and is still resting. Okay, tell him to come find me on the island when he wakes up. Also, try to persuade him not to spend all day rolling around in this red romance like a rotten sweet potato. After saying that, he called Shangwan Kaier out. Shangwan Kaier thought Chu Chen wanted to ask about the profits of the past few days and was thinking about how to answer when she was called out. It seems that my young master really has no interest in money anymore. We had just experienced a natural disaster and business was not particularly good, so I was worried about being blamed. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about this at all. As soon as Shangwan Kaier came out, Jinlian came to greet her. Sister Kaier, why is the young master so fast? What are you thinking about all day, little girl? Our young master has so many women around him, and they are all as beautiful as flowers. How could he be interested in such vulgar women like you and me? After saying that, she sat down at the counter again and started calculating her bill. Jinlian felt bored and went toward Shimin again. In her heart, she could not reach the level of the eldest son, but this young master Shimin really liked her. If I could sneak into the city lord's mansion and become a concubine in the future, my fate would be completely changed. After staying in Honglaman for a while, Chu Chen ran towards the island. I still have to prepare something for Chu E. To open up this communication line, not only a large number of walkie-talkies are needed, but also a key issue is charging. If solar power generation and energy storage equipment are installed in every household, I guess as soon as you turn on the light, you will be targeted within a month. After all, that thing is too conspicuous. Therefore, if you want to find a small and discreet one, the only option is the portable photovoltaic charging device. Don't count on hydroelectric power generation, as not every place has the conditions. Moreover, all equipment must be camouflaged for concealment. So as soon as he got back, he rushed into that space. After searching for a long time, he finally found a portable photovoltaic charging device in an outdoor goods store. The photovoltaic panel is not big, but it is sufficient to charge the walkie-talkie. After all, modern society has entered the 21st century, and the standby time of this thing is longer than the age of that pig. After taking out a bunch of intercom equipment, Chu Chen went to Lu Rongdong's barracks and asked him for 2 carpenters. Make a box for this walkie-talkie. However, to install the photovoltaic equipment, I have to go back and seek help from Uncle Feng. So he picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and called Chu Yi over. Asked him to go back and bring Uncle Feng over. He didn't ask what was going on and drove the van towards Qingyan. Chu Chen gave the drawings of the box to the 2 carpenters and took Roy fishing. After traveling through time for so long, there are some things that I basically won't do if I can avoid it. We came to this ancient time just to lie down, so why work so hard? Why not go back to modern society and deliver food? 3 days later, Feng Wu climbed onto the Peach Blossom Island with a smile on his face. There is no doubt that Chu Yi must have taken him to stay at Honglang last night. Otherwise, where did the smell of perfume on Uncle Feng come from? Uncle, I have to trouble you again. What are you talking about, Chu? This is what I should do. Tell me, what happened this time? Before we get started, how was your fun last night? Chu Chen looked at Feng Wu's rosy face and asked with interest. What are you talking about, Chu Wazi? I traveled all night last night, and I'm so tired that my bones are about to fall apart. Then I'll go back and tell my aunt. Hee. Chu kid, all you know is threatening your uncle. Tell me what's going on. Seeing this, Chu Chen laughed and brought out a set of portable power generation equipment. Uncle, I want you to separate this solar panel from this and install it on the roof. Then, I told him the idea of building a communication station. Feng Wu took the portable charging device, studied it briefly, and said that there was no problem at all and he would take care of it. Then, Chu Chen took out a wooden box. A small stick extended from the box, pressing directly against the button of the intercom. Chu Chen installed the walkie-talkie in front of Feng Wu. Then he did it again. Uncle, now you know how to do it. Haha, don't worry, Chu Wazi. Teach me everything. I promise no one will know what this thing is. After explaining all this, Chu Chen let them go out and do their own things. As for money, all of Honglaman's income is with Chu Yi, so there is no need to ask Chu Chen for it. Not only that, the specified time must also be given to Chu Chen. After sending the 2 away, Chu Chen took Roy fishing again. This communication route takes a certain amount of time. So after Chu Chen took Roy to stay in Linhai City for a few days, he called Jimengzi back to Qingyan. The beach is beautiful, but if Roy is blown by the sea breeze all day long, his skin will be cracked if he stays there for too long. Chu Chen couldn't bear to let this beautiful woman get hurt. It was 10 days later when I returned to Qingyan City. Just as they entered Qingyan City, a skinny horse, struggling to pull a broken carriage, also entered Qingyan City. Chapter 237, Tong Tian Sect Master enters Qingyan. Sir, this is Qingyan City. Look, it's so bright there. At night, outside an inn in Qingyan City, a girl pointed at the red flowers in the distance and shouted excitedly. Xiao Si, don't make a fuss about everything. There are so many things you haven't seen. Sir, take me to see it. It's over there, the brightest side. After saying that, Xiao Si dragged Qi Yanfei and headed towards Honglangman. As soon as Chun Qingxian returned to Qingyun, he basically lived in Honglaman. What a coincidence! Chu Chen also came to Honglang today. After spending a few nights here since the opening, Chu Chen basically never came here at night. At this moment, he and Lan Pingyun were squatting on the stairs at the door, smoking cigarettes, watching and chatting with customers coming and going. Lan Pingyun is no longer the same person he used to be. He has money in his pocket and speaks louder. Originally the biggest playboy in Qingyun City, he gradually matured under the management of Hong Liman in the past few years. He is no longer the dandy young man that common people would hide from when they saw him. Uncle, last time my father asked us to donate money for a natural disaster, I took the initiative to donate 3,000 taels. I haven't told you about this. If you don't agree, then the 3,000 taels will come from my share. Lan Pingyun squatted beside Chu Chen and asked cautiously. He was afraid that Chu Chen would blame him for this matter. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this. Haha, you've made great progress. You understand the sufferings of the people now? It's okay. It's just a donation of money. I even gave your father so much food. The money will be provided by Hongman. The amount of money donated will be the same as the amount of money earned. Lan Pingyun chuckled. My uncle is still the most righteous. You know, Chu Chen's words saved him more than 2,000 taels of silver. With these 2,000 taels, I can seduce so many young wives in Qingyun City. At this moment, a beautiful figure came into their sight. Uncle, look there. Lan Pingyun stretched out his hand to the fourth girl in the distance. Chu Chen had already seen it with his sharp eyes, but he was not so surprised. Don't fucking point your finger at people. If they beat you up later, I won't help. At the door of Hongmong, two men with wretched faces were staring at the fourth girl intently. If there were short videos in this era, and someone took a picture of it, it would probably become a trending topic. That scene was so funny. Qi Yanfei brought Xiao Si straight to Hong Laman's door. But when he looked at the scantily clad girls walking around in the hall and the wealthy people drinking and having fun, it was a lively scene. Qi Yanfei knew what this place was at a glance. Although I have been in Saibei for a long time and want to go in and take a look, it is not convenient to bring Xiao Si with me now. So he said, there's nothing fun here, Xiao Si. Let's go. Sir, I see it's very lively in there. Why isn't it fun anymore? At this moment, seeing the girl being led by a man into the red and beautiful Chu Chen and Lan Pingyun, they suddenly became happy. Uncle, strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. This is the first time I've seen someone take a girl to a brothel. Chu Chen curled his lips after hearing this. That's nothing. I've seen sons-in-law and fathers-in-law before. While the two were chatting, Qi Yanfei turned around and saw two people squatting at the door. Sir, look at these two people. It's so fun inside, why don't you go? Well, maybe they don't have money. Qi Yanfei took Xiao Si and left Hong Langman without looking back. What he needs to do now is not these, but to contact Su Ning as soon as possible. It's true that he came to find Chu Chen, but none of the three of them knew him. Little did they know that just now, the two of them looked at each other. Although he could see that this person possessed the strength of a fourth-grade master, he could not take a mere fourth-grade master seriously. Chu Chen actually noticed him, but with his weak strength, how could he see through Qi Yanfei? But since this person took the girl in and out again, he guessed that she must be from another place. And from the look in this person's eyes, it could be seen that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Only those who have been in high positions for many years and often kill people can have such eyes. Qi Yanfei returned to the inn and went into his room. I plan to take Xiao Si with me tomorrow to find the location of Qingyun Hall of Tongtian's sect. Only by finding them can your plan be realized step by step. The next day, Qi Yanfei took Xiao Si out early, walked towards Qingyun Hall. As long as he finds any of the former halls, he will follow the marks left behind. Finally found Qinjian Tang and Su Ning. The two walked leisurely on the street, looking left and right. He looked like a foreign businessman. Qingyun City was not closed, so there were many merchants coming and going, and the two people did not arouse suspicion at all. In less than 2 hours, the two arrived at the house in the alley. Looking at the seal of the city lord's mansion on the door, Qi Yanfei immediately felt that something was wrong. Xiao Si, pay attention to your surroundings. Hall Master Su Ning, something might have happened. They searched 6 or 7 places, all of which had signs of eviction. But when they found this place, what they saw was the seal of Qingyun City. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either Su Ning was discovered and escaped without leaving any mark. Otherwise, Su Ning should have been captured by the city lord's mansion at this moment. Xiao Si, go ask around and see if you can find any useful information. Just after the two of them left, a little boy poked his head out from the corner of the wall. Then he took out a black object from his bag and pressed the button on it. Chu Chen was still teasing Xiaolan and Xiao Tao in the villa in the west of the city. The intercom next to me started ringing. Godfather, someone came to that house. A man brought a girl and investigated a little. Then, Chu Air described the characteristics of the two people again. Chu Chen frowned after hearing this and thought to himself, according to Chu Air's description, why does it feel so familiar? In an instant, he remembered the two strange outsiders from last night. Ah, it seems that the younger one gets beaten to the older one. This is interesting. He put away the intercom and grabbed Xiaolan's body. I won't be back for lunch. After saying that, he headed towards the city lord's mansion. At this time, Qi Yinfei had returned to the inn early and was listening to Xiao Xi's report. What did you say, all killed? After Qi Yinfei finished speaking, he slapped the table in the inn and the table shattered. Sir, calm down. It is said that this hall master Su was taken away by two men. His whereabouts are unknown, and his life or death is unknown. Okay, Xiao Xi, we will stay in Qingyun City for the next few days. It won't be difficult to find out about Chu Chen, but now I want you to do your best to find that hall master Su. I want to find him alive or dead. Chapter 238, Qin Xian disappears in Honglang. Xiao Xi bowed to Qi Yinfei and walked out of the inn. According to the information they have, Chu Chen not only has industries in Qingyun City, but also has close ties with the city lord's mansion. And the city lord Lan Tianlei gave birth to a super playboy. If you want to find Chu Chen, just get close to that playboy. But the current task assigned by Qi Yinfei is to find Su Ning. It must be said that Xiao Xi is very fast. After some investigation, it was found out that Su Ning was captured by Chu Chen and the famous Taoist Qing Xian. All these things happen at the same time, and we just need to find Su Ning and Chu Chen. After a busy day, she returned to the inn to report to Qi Yinfei. After hearing this, Qi Yinfei's face flashed with tenderness. I originally wanted to borrow you for use, but I didn't expect that we would become enemies. Qing Xian Taoist, this is interesting. After Qi Yinfei finished speaking, he asked Xiao Xi to call in the coachman Lao He. Uncle Lao He, Hall Master Su has been captured by Taoist Qing Xian. You know what to do, right? After hearing this, Lao He chuckled, revealing his big yellow teeth, and said nothing. Instead, he turned around and left the inn, disappearing into the darkness in a flash. At this moment, Chen Qingxian was in the bathroom of Honglang's room. Feeling the comfort coming from the hot water washing over his body, Shu let out a breath of air comfortably. The girl had already packed up and left. When he walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, suddenly a figure sat on the bed. Who the hell are you? You walked into the wrong room. Chen Qingxian looked at the man in front of him quietly. He saw that he was wearing a coarse linen shirt and was grinning at him with his big yellow teeth showing. Are you Zhu Liuxiang's disciple? Lao He asked Chen Qingxian. Who are you? Chen Qingxian also calmed down at this moment. Who am I? I am your uncle. After saying that, Lao He exuded an extremely strong aura. Chen Qingxian, who was of the 9th rank, actually felt powerless in front of him at this moment, just as he was feeling the man's superb method of concealing his breath. The old black man on the opposite side rushed towards Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian immediately used all his internal strength to resist, but was still knocked away by the blow and hit the wall behind him. Chen Qingxian struggled to get up and rushed towards the walkie-talkie. At this moment, he understood that he was no match for this man. Moreover, he had never seen this person before, and this person had no reputation in the world. God knows which mountain this hermit is from. He has achieved success in his cultivation and came down the mountain to have fun. The first thing he thought of at this moment was to inform the idiot. You idiot, Hong Langman has a powerful enemy. Chu Chen was discussing life with Roy at the moment and was startled by the sudden voice of the intercom. What did you say? I picked up the walkie-talkie and asked a question, then I heard the rustling sound of wind coming from the other side. At this moment, Chen Qingxian was wrapped in a bath towel and was carried by Lao He and flew across the roof. As for the walkie-talkie, since the old black man had never seen such a thing before, he didn't take it seriously. Chen Qingxian turned off the sound as soon as he finished speaking, so he didn't hear Chu Chen's subsequent answer at all. Are all of Zhu Liuxiang's disciples so weak? They even learned to call for help, haha. Lao He laughed at Chen Qingxian while running. Chu Chen lost interest at this moment and got up. At this moment, a conversation between two people was heard on the intercom. It turned out that Chu Chen had been pressing the conversation button. Who are you? What do you want? You'll understand when you get there. You're just like your master. You don't have much ability, but you talk a lot. Chu Chen understood after listening to their conversation. This drunkard must have met a strong opponent, and this opponent seemed to be very familiar with Taoist Master Zhu. So he rode a motorcycle parked in the yard and headed towards the Red Romance at night. At the door of Honglang, the girl who had been there yesterday was staring closely inside. Chu Chen saw her at a glance and stopped his motorcycle at the corner. He connected the walkie-talkie with headphones and put it on his back. He then took out the Uzi from his waist and hid it inside his sleeves. Then he walked towards the Red Romantic door. As he passed by the girl, she didn't pay any attention to Chu Chen, but was quietly waiting for something. It seems that this girl doesn't know me, but since he is following me here in the middle of the night, there must be something fishy about him. Moreover, according to Chu Air, this person went to the branch of Tontian sect with the man last night. Could it be that the Tontian sect has set its sights on me so quickly? Chu Chen came to the room where Chu Chen had just stayed and saw only a few signs of fighting inside. I couldn't help but frown. He thought that the Tontian sect was not only targeting him, but also had super masters. If it was someone like Eunuch Wei, Chu Chen might still be able to resist. Judging from the traces of fighting, the drunkard should have been subdued in one move. The person who came was probably a super master who could be on par with Zhu Liuxiang. Perhaps even more powerful than Zhu Liuxiang. So he turned and walked to the Red Romantic Hall and headed outside. But at this moment the girl had disappeared. At this time, another voice came from the intercom. Godfather, that man and woman are staying at the Tonglai Inn in the west of the city, but today an old man appeared with them. The girl has been out for a day, came back and went out again, and she hasn't returned home yet. The young man and the old man haven't left the house at all. After listening to Chu Air's report, Chu Chen frowned slightly. This girl has been running around outside all day, probably doing an investigation. But the man and the old man didn't go out all day. So who was the one who caught the drunkard? But then he thought for this super master, it would only take a few minutes to avoid surveillance. It seems that we cannot act rashly on this matter. Since he can be compared with Zhu Liuxiang, we should notify him first. After saying that, he changed the channel on the intercom and said, "Send someone to Beijing immediately to inform Taoist Master Zhu that his disciple has been captured by an old man." After saying that, he turned around and went back into Honglang. At this moment, he didn't want to go back to the villa in the west of the city. If the Tontian sect really sent a large number of masters, then you have to be extra careful and don't do anything at this moment. The girl just now had obviously found out that Honglingman and Winxiang Pavilion were both her own properties. It's just that he doesn't recognize his own face yet, but he has done too many things in the past few years in Qingyan City. It is not difficult to find yourself, so you might as well wait for the reply from that drunkard in this Red Romance. Since they were all at the inn together, it must be that the drunkard was also taken there. He can make Chu Chen lose his strength instantly, and is probably stronger than Zhu Liuxiang. He was not sure if he would rush forward, so he simply chose to continue waiting. Chapter 239. Smart and Clever Chu Chen. Chu Chen walked to the third floor of Honglang and pushed open an extra-large security door. After walking in, he closed the door heavily. He picked up the intercom and said a few words to Chunxiang, Qiuju, and Roy in the house in the west of the city. He told them to pay attention to strangers and stay safe tomorrow, then slipped into the space. He felt powerless at this moment. That is because my own strength is still too weak. He walked to the small puddle, picked up the water scoop next to him, and filled himself with the spring water that could make him strong. Although he has been busy during this period, he has been watering the plants every day, but his strength could only break through the 5th level. After drinking half a bucket of water and feeling comfortable, Chu Chen left the space. He didn't dare stay in there too long because the walkie-talkie was useless there. If I stay too long, I'll be in trouble if I miss important information from Chu Chen. After waiting for about an incense stick of time, the intercom finally started to speak again. Chu Chen was kicked into a room of the inn and thrown to the ground. "Who are you anyway? Do you know my master?" "Haha, kid, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Now, I'll ask a question, and you answer it. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Chu Chen kept holding his stomach, and his thumb was pressed on the talk button. "Okay, ask. Su Ning, where are you?" As soon as Su Ning's name appeared, Chu Chen and Chu Chen, who was far away in Honglaman, understood. It turns out that the younger one was beaten and the older one is here to seek revenge. Chen Qingxian thought for a moment. Who is Su Ning? Male or female? Haha, Zhu Liuxiang is a bastard, but I didn't expect his apprentice to be an even bigger bastard. After saying that, he slapped Chen Qingxian in the face. I'll give you one more chance. Where is Su Ning? Otherwise, it will be your arm that's broken next time. After saying this, Lao He drew the knife beside him. At this moment, Chen Qingxuan's brain was spinning rapidly. No, senior. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Coward. Lao He looked at Chen Qingxian, who surrendered in an instant, and couldn't help but reveal a look of contempt in his eyes. At my brother's place, locked in a black box behind the hills on the eastern outskirts of the city. Okay, I hope you're telling the truth. Take me there quickly. When Lao He heard what Chen Qingxian said, a smile instantly appeared on his face. I thought that this little fourth girl was no match for me, so it seemed that I had to step in and solve the problem instantly. Senior, it's so late and it's pitch black outside. I was so scared by you that I couldn't find the way. Let's go tomorrow. Chen Qingxian said quickly after hearing this. The old black man chuckled and said, Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's see what other tricks you can come up with. But if you lie to me tomorrow, then you will have to endure my wrath. After saying that, he waved his hand, took out a rope from under the bed, and tied Chen Qingxian tightly. Hey, what kind of treasure is this? You don't even want your clothes for this thing. Lao He looked at the walkie-talkie in Chen Qingxuan's hand and snatched it away in an instant. After Chu Chen heard this, the sound of the walkie-talkie stopped abruptly. Oh no, we've been discovered. No, he doesn't know me. As long as this drunkard is smart enough and keeps quiet, he shouldn't be exposed. Chu Chen said to himself in the room. Chen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat when the old black man discovered the walkie-talkie. But then he felt relieved and turned off the sound. No matter how hard he tried to study it, he wouldn't be able to figure it out for a while. Now I pray to God that the idiot can hear my conversation with the old man and understand my plan. Senior, this is what I use for that Honglaman. Which one? That's it. After saying this, Chen Qingxian gave Lao He an expression that every man would understand. Asshole! How could Zhu Liuxiang, who has a great reputation throughout his life, have such a bastard disciple? After saying that, the old black man threw the walkie-talkie out the window and walked out of the room. After listening to this, Chu Chen immediately opened the door and walked out. At this moment, he was going to drive the explosion-proof vehicle and then arrive at the location designated by Chen Qingxian. The black box that Chen Qingxian mentioned is the explosion-proof vehicle. Chu Chen completely understood his thoughts. As long as the two of them got on the explosion-proof vehicle, they would be safe. Next, find a way to kill that person. And that explosion-proof vehicle looked like something with ancient mechanical light. The old man would definitely be cautious and let Chen Qingxian get in the car first. After confirming that there was no problem, he would feel at ease to check the so-called Su Ning. Even if this old man was brave, he would have rushed into the car in advance. But as long as you're fast enough, you can get out of the car and lock the door the moment he gets in. I guess he won't be able to open the car door for a while, so we can just throw a few grenades in then. Even if you're a god descending to Earth, you'll be blown to pieces. But just as Chu Chen walked out of the red romantic place and prepared to find a place to get the car, a dagger was pressed against his waist. Chu Chen turned his head with interest. Girl, your thing is pressing against me. Your name is Chu Chen? Seeing that Chu Chen showed no sign of fear, the girl tightened the dagger against Chu Chen's waist. Girl, you know my name. Could it be that you are secretly in love with me? By the way, what's your name? Chu Chen was familiar with this girl. She was the one for the Tongtian sect who followed the man yesterday and was wandering at the door of Honglang today. My name is Xiao Si. Bah, you let her. Why should I tell you my name? The fourth girl regretted what she said. How could she, who had lived in the northern frontier for many years, have witnessed the sinister nature of people? So when Chu Chen teased him, he said his name in frustration. Miss Xiao Si, I used to know a girl named Xiao San. Is she your sister? Chu Chen said, and pushed her with a palm. With his fifth-grade strength, he was confident that the girl's dagger was not that fast. As luck would have it, the palm went straight towards the headlight on her side. Hey, that's pretty solid. Let's go, little fourth sister. After saying that, Chu Chen took advantage of the force and ran in the opposite direction. I can't beat you, but I can't run away from you? Chu Chen turned around and headed toward the small alley next to Honglaman. But just when he thought he had escaped, he heard the sound of wind behind him. Fuck, this woman is so fast. Beast, where are you running to? You're only a fifth-rank warrior. yet you dare to be rude to this girl. After being grabbed by Chu Chen, the fourth girl was stunned on the spot. All of a sudden, grievances and resentment surged in his heart, and now he just wanted to tear Chu Chen's tendons and skin him alive. But little did she know that while she was stunned, the scoundrel actually ran away. But when she saw that Chu Chen was only at the 5th level, the fourth girl smiled again. He turned around and ran in the direction Chu Chen fled. But after a while, he caught up with Chu Chen, who was running wildly. Chapter 240. The girl from Saibei, named Xiaoxi. Chu Chen, who was running away, suddenly felt a pain on his back and was kicked to the ground by Xiaoxi. "You beast! How dare you be rude to me? I will kill you." After saying that, the fourth girl rushed towards Chu Chen with a dagger in her hand. Wait. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly raised his hand and said to the girl who was rushing over, "What else do you have to say, beast?" Seeing that Chu Chen seemed to be giving in, Xiaoxi stopped abruptly. "Well, you can't kill me. If you kill me, your master won't let you go," Chu Chen said tentatively to the fourth girl. Sure enough, when Xiaoxi heard this, he immediately put the dagger he had extended back behind his waist. "Also, your Hall Master Su and I have a good relationship. How could you kill your own people?" "What did you say? You have a relationship with Hall Master Su Ning?" Xiaoxi fell into deep thought after hearing this. But according to the investigation, it was Chu Chen and Taoist Qingxian who kidnapped Master Su. Then he immediately said to Chu Chen, "Impossible. Someone saw with their own eyes that you and that Taoist Qingxian kidnapped Master Su." Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly after hearing this, thinking that this girl had good strength, but not much brains. To be honest, fourth miss, this is all out of helplessness. That day I learned that Lan Tianlei was going to capture Hall Master Su, so I rushed over. I didn't expect it to be too late. Hall Master Su has already been beaten to a pulp. You also know that Lan Tianlei and I have a very good personal relationship. I spent a huge price to make Lan Tianlei believe that Master Su and I have an irreconcilable feud, so he agreed to let me take Master Su away. I rescued Hall Master Su under the pretext of a private interrogation. Chu Chen was in tears. At this moment, he was as sad as the mistress of Master Su. After hearing this, the fourth girl also put away her dagger. "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely true." "Then take me to see Hall Master Su. The leader is here and needs to see her." "Oh shit, the leader is here." Could it be that the man who looked so feminine at the door of Honglang yesterday was the leader of his Tongtian sect? But how could such a leader have such a silly girl under his command? She believes everything others say. Miss Xiaoxi, I have arranged for Hall Master Su to be treated in a secret place. It's not convenient to see him at this time of night. Go back and tell the leader that there's a big black box behind the hills east of the city early tomorrow morning. You'll be able to see Master Su then." After hearing this, Miss Xiaoxi frowned, seeming to be conflicted. But when he looked up and saw Chu Chen's harmless expression, he instantly felt that this man should not be lying. Otherwise, I can go back and report to the leader. Anyway, Chu Chen is only at the 5th level. If we let him go, we can catch him again. Okay, I'll trust you just once. If you lie, you should know that if I can catch you once, I can catch you a second time. After saying that, he disappeared into the darkness in a flash. Chu Chen stared blankly at the direction where Xiaoxi disappeared. I wonder when the world became so simple. It would be great if this girl was not from the Tongtian sect. It would definitely be a different experience to train her. But since the feud has been established, the two sides are destined to fight to the death. With your brains, you still want to catch me a second time? When the time comes, I will dodge away and you won't be able to touch a hair. In fact, when Chu Chen saw that things were not going well, he wanted to hide in the space. It was pitch black and disappeared on its own. I guess with that girl's intelligence, she just thought she was fast. Alas, let that drunkard kill her. Such a lovely girl, what a pity. Chu Chen cursed bitterly as he headed into the darkness. He walked to a deserted place and waved his hand. An explosion-proof vehicle appeared on the ground. In the explosion-proof vehicle, Chu Chen also took out 2 boxes of grenades. He took out 2 bullets and put them on his waist, then drove the explosion-proof car out of the city. As soon as your so-called master of the Tongtian sect gets on the car, I will throw these 2 into it, and it will be like shit exploding in the toilet all over the sky. As he was not sure whether there were any hidden people in the Tongtian sect, Chu Chen turned off the lights of the explosion-proof vehicle. After driving for a long time, We finally stopped behind the first hill in the eastern suburbs of the city. Then he turned off the car and slipped into the space. That's right, he was also in a hurry to dig a pit and go into the space to drink water. The more I can improve my strength, the better. Who knows how many people will come tomorrow morning? It would be dangerous if a monster appeared that could tear apart an explosion-proof car, like in TV dramas. Drain the remaining half bucket of water in the space. Chu Chen slowly slipped out of the space and returned to the explosion-proof vehicle. He burped, opened the window, and discharged his inventory out of the window in the way of the Huang. Then he started the car, let idle to start the air conditioner, went to the back seat, and fell asleep. As for the idling noise, even if he, the master of heaven, came, he wouldn't understand what it was. In Chu Chen's words, if his subordinates are not smart, then the leader's brain is probably not much better. Just after Chu Chen left the city, Lao He and Xiao Si both came to Qi Yanfei's room. The information you two received is from behind the small hill in the eastern suburbs of the city? That's right, Master. That scoundrel also claimed to have a personal relationship with Hall Master Su, and that he was the one who saved Hall Master Su from Lan Tianlei. Xiao Si stepped forward and spoke to Qi Yanfei seriously. Haha, you're just too naive. You may not understand this Hall Master Su, but how could I not understand him? Can he be interested in Chu Chen? Qi Yanfei understood that Chu Chen was most likely lying, but he and his companions have never revealed their whereabouts, so why are they saying the same thing? So Qi Yanfei was confused at this moment. Although he couldn't figure it out, his face remained calm. In the entire daxia, the only person who can fight against this old Uncle He is probably Zhu Liuxiang. As for other people, don't take them seriously. So he was confident that no matter what tricks these two people played, they would not escape his control. Uncle Lao He, please take the trouble to take that kid to have a look tomorrow morning. If it's true, bring them all back to me. But if it's fake, kill the so-called Qingxian Taoist. As for Chu Chen, I still have some use for him, so just bring him back. He waved his hand and called the two of them out. The two returned to their rooms, waiting for tomorrow to come. And that old Uncle He, after returning to his room, he turned around and looked at Chun Qingxian, who was tied up in the corner and snoring loudly. I wondered what kind of kid Zhu Liuxiang had taught. He could sleep so soundly even when disaster was imminent. Chapter 241, The Grandmaster. The next day, when the sun in the east slowly showed a smiling face from behind a mountain, Chu Chen woke up slowly in the car. Without even bothering to wash up, he opened the curtains of the entire car and looked outside. Chun Qingxian, who was far away in the Tonglai Inn, was also awakened by a slap from Lao He. Boy, come on, take me to where Su Ning is. Lao He pushed open the door and walked out carrying Chun Qingxian. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Xiao Si heading towards Qi Yanfei's room. Oh, this beauty! Why does she look so familiar? When Chun Qingxian saw the fourth girl, he instantly became energetic. Uncle Lao He, this man is just like Chu Chen. Both are beasts. After saying that, Xiao Si gave Chun Qingxian a fierce look and continued walking towards the next room. Miss Xiao Si, please calm down for now. He won't live long anyway. Uncle Lao He and Xiao Si. Seeing this, Chun Qingxian looked at the back of Xiao Si's neck again, but he did not see the sun tattoo through his clothes. So he asked Lao He in confusion, Senior Lao He, don't you guys have tattoos? Tattoo? What tattoo? Don't you Tongtian sect members all have a tattoo on the back of your neck? Humph, that's the faith our leader bestows upon ordinary believers. As for someone like me, the highest guardian of the Tongtian sect, you little brat, are you trying to trick me? Lao He immediately realized something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Immediately afterwards, another slap hit Chun Qingxian on the back of the head. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. As he spoke, under the guidance of Chun Qingxian, he ran straight towards the east gate of Qingyan City. With Chun Qingxian leading the way, the two of them walked out of the east gate smoothly and headed straight for the small hill in front of them. Since they were just going there to check things out, and it was broad daylight, both of them walked. When the two reached the hill and turned a corner, Chun Qingxian and the old black man couldn't help but be dazzled. They saw an explosion-proof vehicle parked not far in front of them. Chun Qingxian couldn't help but say in his heart, this kid is really reliable. It seems that I will be free soon. And Lao He couldn't believe his eyes. I originally thought that this guy was just stalling for time and made up a lie, but I didn't expect that there really was a black box there. But it was not until the two men approached the explosion-proof vehicle that Lao He discovered something strange. This black box looks like a car no matter how you look at it, because it has wheels, and they are wheels that I have never seen before. But if it is a carriage, why is there no horse? Boy, what are you doing? This is obviously a car. That's right, it's the black box car. After we rescued Master Su, we used it to secretly transport her here for treatment. Chen Qingxuan's words made Lao He doubtful. Then, the two of them came to the outside of the explosion-proof vehicle. This black box car looks like a prison cell, no matter how you look at it. Then why don't you, Senior He, go and check it out yourself, and you'll know if what I said is true. Don't try to play tricks on me, kid. Go first and call Su Ning out for me to see. If I don't see her, do you think I'm stupid enough to go in with you? The more Old Black looked at the black box, the more he felt that there was something sinister going on inside. And, judging from the calm attitude on Chen Qingxuan's face, it might be a trap they had prepared in advance. Knowing that he can't beat me, he lures me into a trap and then uses tricks to deal with me. In that case, he would use this kid to explore the way first. The distance was so close, he was confident that this kid couldn't escape. Moreover, this kid's hands were tied with thick ropes by himself. So what tricks could he play? Chen Qingxian looked at Lao He with a defensive look on his face. I thought to myself, okay, once I get in the car and close the door, I'll let that idiot shoot you into a sieve. Senior Lao He, if that's the case, then I'll go explore the way for you first. After saying that, he ran towards the back door of the explosion-proof vehicle. The old black man took a few steps back and looked around vigilantly, fearing that some danger would suddenly emerge from somewhere. Being cautious has always been a good quality that he has possessed throughout his years. Seeing that Lao He took a few steps back, Chen Qingxian became even more unscrupulous. He walked to the back door of the explosion-proof vehicle in a swagger. When Chu Chen inside saw Chen Qingxian coming, he pushed open the back door. Then they dragged him into the explosion-proof vehicle and locked the door. Fuck, you idiot, you're quite smart. You understand what I'm saying. Get lost. If you have the guts, go out and fight him one-on-one. Stop being funny and untie me, then I'll drive and you shoot him. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately helped him untie the rope on his hands. Lao He outside saw that Chen Qingxian had entered for a while but had not responded yet. So he approached the explosion-proof vehicle cautiously and shouted into it. Boy, quickly hand over my Master Su, or I will break into this car. After shouting a few times but getting no response, he started circling around the explosion-proof vehicle. When he reached the front of the car, he saw through the windshield that Chen Qingxian was sitting on a chair inside, smiling at him. Boy, do you want to die? You actually cheated. Chen Qingxian was not idle either. His car was already in the starting state. When I saw Lao He come into the front of the car, I thought that the opportunity had come. Without hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator. When Lao He outside heard the monster roar, he wanted to retreat. But perhaps he had never seen this thing before. Even though he was a 10th grade master, he was still a step slower. He was hit in the stomach by the huge front of the car and flew backwards at a very fast speed. At this moment, a head popped out from the roof of the car, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Lao He instantly felt the danger coming, like a hidden weapon. Although he felt a little uncomfortable after being hit, he was definitely a 10th grade master. Because his reaction speed was extremely fast, and the car was bumping around in the wild and was in motion. Chu Chen's volley of bullets was like a scattering of flowers, but Lao He unexpectedly dodged this wave of attacks. Seeing that the first volley of bullets failed to hit, Chu Chen immediately returned to the car. Why don't you shoot anymore, you idiot? Do you think we still have a chance now that the first blow didn't kill him? It's all my fault. I was thinking about hitting him. Chen Qingxian realized that he was too impulsive just now, and his tone softened. After dodging the first wave of hidden weapons, Lao He found that no more hidden weapons continued to attack. He turned around and headed towards the explosion-proof vehicle. And as he rushed forward, a long sword appeared in his hand. But in order to defend against the hidden weapon, his body movements became even more serpentine than a snake's. This also resulted in Chu Chen, who was looking for an opportunity through the shooting hole, having no idea where to start. Chapter 242. Things cannot be returned to Masan. So Chu Chen fired a random volley of bullets, forcing him back a little, but it was only a little. This guy seemed to be completely unaware of the danger. After dodging the bullet, he picked up the sword and ran towards the explosion-proof vehicle. Seeing this, Chu Chen put away the Type 95 and took out a grenade from behind his butt, quietly waiting for his arrival. When the old man saw that the hidden weapons did not continue to be used, he thought that the people in the car were gone. So he picked up the sword and quickly came to the right side of the car and stabbed the explosion-proof car with one sword. But the next moment he was disappointed, even though he had the support of his inner strength. The sharp sword in his hand did not penetrate the car at all. Instead, the sword was shaking violently, as if it was about to break. Hey, what material is this? Is there something so hard in this world? But immediately, he saw a small hole in the car open, and then a black object was thrown at his feet. Oh no, hidden weapon. As soon as Chu Chen left Chen Qingxian behind, he stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. And Lao He was not stupid either. He bet that this thing was a hidden weapon. So he retreated quickly, but was still a step too slow. With a loud bang, the broken shrapnel came towards his face. Even though he moved very skillfully, a shrapnel still pierced his thigh. Seeing that things were hopeless, Lao He turned around and fled towards Qingyan City. Chen Qingxian turned the car around and chased in the direction where Lao He fled. However, due to the bumpy road, the speed of the explosion-proof vehicle did not reach its maximum. Although one of his legs was injured, Lao He's figure slowly disappeared from the sight of the two. Okay, stop chasing him. This guy has missed his chance, so we can only wait for your master to deal with him. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he directed Chen Qingxian to drive towards the city. Go, pick them up and go back to Masan. Chu Chen considered that the opponent he met this time was quite difficult to deal with. It's not like he hasn't killed masters at the Grandmaster level before. Park Buching and Park Bun of Silla, as well as the national teacher of Ganpu, are all masters. But the killing of these three people was unexpected. And this time, if Jimengzi didn't hit him, he would wait for him to get around to the shooting hole and then fire a burst of bullets at him. Then this person will definitely die. But once the opportunity is missed, it is missed, so for safety reasons, we still have to take the people around us to Mashan Village. After all, in Mashan Village, even if he is a master, the chances of killing him will be greatly increased. The two drove into the house in the west of the city. Chu Chen said to Chen Qingxian, go to the Wenxiang Pavilion and bring Chunxiang and Xiuju over. Chen Qingxian didn't hesitate and turned around and headed towards the Wenxiang Pavilion. Chu Chen drove the car into the deserted alley next to the house. He waved goodbye to put away the explosion-proof vehicle and then walked into the house. In the courtyard, a red BJ-80 was parked quietly. Chu Chen walked forward and started the car, then turned and walked into the house. Xiaolan and Xiaodao, the young master will take you out to play. Ah, sir, really? Where are you going? Haven't you always wanted to go to Masan Village? Let's go now. Without giving them a chance to pack up, he called Roy and stuffed the two of them into the SUV. As for Zheng Tianlong, he didn't have to worry. When the time came, he would just have to tell him over the intercom not to come back. As soon as the car drove out of the yard, Chen Qingxian came to the door with Chunxiang and Xiuju. For a moment, 5 women were crammed into the back row. Fortunately, they were small in stature, otherwise they would have been squeezed. When everyone got in the car, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Masan Village. Judging from the look on Lao He's face when he ran away just now, he must have been injured. Otherwise, with his arrogant temper, he would definitely attack the car, but the fact that he turned around and ran away proved this point. He didn't need to take these people to Masan Village and hide there for a few days, waiting for Zhu Liuxiang's arrival. Then there must be someone who can restrain him. As for the leader in Shaoxi, Chu Chen believed that with Mu Shuiqin and Chen Qingxian around, there should be no problem. And as long as he and Chen Qingxian disappeared from Qingyan City, then Honglingmeng and Wengxiang should be safe. Otherwise, with such a powerful Lao He around, these two stores would probably be in trouble once they knew my identity. Since they didn't take action, it means they are still afraid of something. Maybe it was the soldiers from a city lord's mansion, or maybe it was something else, but it didn't matter. The car drove towards Masan Village at high speed. Just after Chu Chen and his companions left the city, Lao He also limped into the Tong Lion. Master, change the location immediately. This place has been exposed. Lao He rushed into Qi Yanfei's room and said anxiously. Qi Yanfei glanced at the injured Lao He. Uncle Lao He, you are injured. Did something happen to you? Don't mention it. Let's go first and talk about it when we get there. After saying that, he told Xiao Si to pack up. After a while, the three of them left the Tonglai Inn and walked towards the other side of the street. After the 3 men left, a little beggar squatting in the Tonglai and took out a black object from his clothes. Xiaojiu, I'm going to your side. The old man seems to be injured. Okay, seventh brother, got it. The car entered Masan village smoothly and stopped directly at the door of the villa. 5 women got out of the car and stared at Li Qinglian and Mu Shuichen. What happened? Why are you all back? Li Qinglian immediately stepped forward and asked Chu Chen with a concerned look on her face. Mu Shuichen immediately noticed the marks on Chun Qingxuan's hands from being tied with ropes. Jiumengzi, come with me. She didn't say anything, but pulled Chun Qingxian to the second floor. Chu Chen stepped forward and touched Li Qinglian's head. It's okay. Xiaolan and Xiaodao wanted to come to Masan village to play for a while, so they just brought everyone here. Are you really okay? Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen seriously and asked, Oh, what happened to our Qinglian today? Your husband is fine. What could be wrong? Take Xiaolan and Xiaodao out for a walk. Xiaolan and Xiaodao looked at Li Qinglian with envy. After hearing this, Li Qinglian felt relieved and let a few people into the house. Chu Chen wan ke oops di lai su. On the rooftop, Chun Qingxian was telling Mu Shuichen what had happened. Seeing Chu Chen coming, Mu Shuichen stood up and gave him a blank look. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? What if something happened to you two? Chu Chen touched his nose awkwardly. Things were too urgent at the time, and I didn't have time to inform you. Besides, don't you think we're good together? You two are lucky this time. You saved your lives. After Mu Shuichen finished speaking, she sat down again and continued to listen to Chun Qingxuan's narration. After a long while, she stood up and said, Since I have informed Master, he will definitely come. You two should stay at home honestly for the next few days and not go anywhere. After saying that, Mu Shuichen walked downstairs on her own. Chapter 243. Skinny Horse and Broken Cart come to Masan. 3 days later, the entire Masan village was peaceful, quiet, and comfortable. Chu Chen was sitting by the reservoir, holding a fishing rod and fishing. The dog, next to me, would stand up from time to look around, and then lie down on the ground from time to time. Chun Qingxian continued to drink on the rooftop. Several women were chattering in the villa, busy here and there. On the official road from the capital to Qingyun City, a van was driving fast. Little brother, can you drive faster? I am anxious. Master, this is already the limit. Don't worry, we will definitely reach Qingyun City this afternoon. That's right, the person sitting in the car was Zhu Liuxiang. When he heard that his beloved disciple was in danger, he didn't have time to pack up and followed the car of the visitor towards Qingyun City. He knew very well that his disciple was already a 9th rank master, and there was also a female disciple who was above the 9th rank. Plus, with that kid's amazing hidden weapons, there shouldn't be any danger in Qingyun City. But now that Chun Qingxian was in danger, he must have met a very powerful opponent. Otherwise, these children would not come to me for help. After Chu Chen caught a few small carp in the reservoir, he threw them to Da Huang. Da Huang took the fish and went to his nest. Chu Chen also found it boring, so he put down his fishing rod and headed towards the villa. Sitting in the tea room, there was a walkie-talkie on the tea table that had never been turned off. At noon, a voice suddenly appeared on the intercom. Godfather, 3 people are heading towards Qingyou town with a skinny horse and a dilapidated carriage. Okay, got it. Thank you for your hard work, Chu Air. It's not hard, it's what I should do. I'll give you another task. Place good people in a mansion in the west of the city, in Honglingmen, in Wenxiang Pavilion, and at the city gate. If you see a van coming in, stop it. If there's an old Taoist priest in the car, tell him to go directly to Mashan village in Qingyou town. After saying that, Chu Chen put down the walkie-talkie again. According to the information Chu Air just said, the people from Tongtian sect must be coming towards his Mashan village. In that case, he should make preparations now. And if he calculated the date well, and his people could deliver the letter in time, then Taoist Zhu should be able to arrive in Qingyun City today. Because there were 2 people driving the car, they work day and night without stopping. The speed is very fast, and Chu Chen doesn't think that the magical car will give up halfway. At this moment, Chu Chen deeply felt the importance of the communication base station. But there was no time left. Before the base station was built, the Tongtian sect came knocking. Thinking of this, Chu Chen flashed into the space and drank half a bucket of water. But his realm is still at the 5th level. Breaking through to the 6th level is not such an easy thing, and it takes time. Time, everything seems to be too late. Chu Chen felt a little impatient at the moment, but as soon as he left the space, he headed towards the balcony of the villa. On the balcony, Chun Qingxian and Mu Shuichen frowned as they listened to Chu Chen's narration. You mean, they're heading for Mashan village? Yes, It seems that today is not peaceful. Chu Chen, don't worry. The two of us will do our best to hold back the old master. Then, as long as you find a way to capture their leader, things might get easier. Chu Chen looked at the two of them and said firmly. Chu Chen knew that it would be no easy task for an upper 9th rank and a 9th rank to hold back the old man named Lao He. He is not afraid. If it really doesn't work, he can hide in space, and even the king of heaven can't find him. But there are so many people behind me, so many villagers. At this moment, Chu Chen regretted returning to Mashan village. But even if they didn't return to Mashan village, wouldn't those people not come? The result is actually the same. The Red Romance and the Wenxiang Pavilion in the city must have been secretly investigated by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Mashan village. Jiumengzi, what do you say? Let's drive a car and drag them to the village entrance until your master comes. Chu Chen thought for a while, then said to Chen Qingxian with his eyes shining. No, it's too dangerous. I think I've guessed the identity of that old black man you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Before Chen Qingxian could say anything, Chu Chen beside him interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. Do you know who he is? As soon as Chu Chen said this, they both looked at her and asked. I'm not sure. I only met that person once when I was very young. What should we do? Once they reach Mashan village, it will be difficult to deal with them. Chen Qingxian looked at Chu Chen and asked. If it's him, then the villagers shouldn't have to worry. He never seems to kill civilians. Chu Chen, tell Brother Huzi and the others to retreat. Don't provoke him. The three of us will go and greet him. As long as we can hold off until Master arrives, the crisis will be resolved. After Chu Chen finished speaking, she headed towards the wall. Chen Qingxian had no choice but to follow her. As it was almost noon, Chu Chen asked Xiaolan and Xiaodao to prepare some food, put in lunchboxes, then he armed himself fully and headed towards the city wall. On the city wall, Chu Chen called Brother Huzi and asked him to take the villagers away first. What are you talking about? Who has your brother, Huzi, ever been afraid of in all these years? Just leave if I tell you to. Even Jiumengzi can't handle it. Not only are you useless here, but you'll also affect Jiumengzi's performance. Huzi thought it made sense, nodded at Chu Chen, turned around and called the young people in the village to walk towards the back. But they were not idle either. Instead, they walked to the front of the house, holding strung crossbows in their hands, and organized a line of defense there. Chu Chen did not stop them when he saw this. Since they were so united, he let them go on their own. So, on the wall of Mashan village, the three of them each held a lunchbox and waited quietly for the arrival of the broken carriage that Chu Er mentioned. There was a steel sword placed next to Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian. Behind Chu Chen's but were several grenades and an Uzi. In the rooms with shooting holes, Chu Chen also ordered Huzi to open the doors. When the time comes and there's really nothing we can do, we will just give that leader and that girl a volley of bullets first. Kill one at a time. The waiting time seemed particularly long, and the three of them were bored and chatted idly. At this moment, on the smooth cement road leading to Mashan village from Qingyo town, Qi Yanfei opened the curtain of the carriage and said, Uncle Lao He, I didn't expect that there would be such a smooth road in this world. Haha, sir, there are many strange things in this world, just like the car and weapons in Chu Chen's hands, which are unheard of. Lao He gently whipped the skinny horse on the back and said with a laugh, Uncle Lao He, what you said scared Xiao Si. If that night, Xiao Si thought about the night when he held the dagger against Chu Chen's waist. If Chu Chen had the intention to kill at that time, according to Uncle Lao He's description of the power and speed of the hidden weapon. I guess I'm already a corpse at this moment. Chapter 244. Failed to win over, forced to stay. Little fourth miss. Since he didn't kill you that night, he won't have the chance to do so again in the future. After Lao He finished speaking, he stopped talking and began to feel the smooth road surface with great interest. I thought to myself that I hadn't been around in this world for too long, and I was getting old. As the carriage slowly moved forward, the three of them slowly saw a tall gate with the words Mashan Village written on it. On both sides of the gate are high walls. There were three people standing on the wall at this moment, staring at the approaching carriage. And at the door, the black boxcar that had caused Lao He to suffer a loss was parked there quietly. At this moment, a van drove into the gate of Qingyun City at high speed. But as soon as they entered the city, the driver slammed on the brakes. Where did this wild kid come from? Do you want to die? Instead of crying, the child walked towards the car. Seeing the Taoist priest inside through the window, the child said anxiously, Master, Please go to Masan village quickly. Zhu Liuxiang looked at the child who walked away after saying that, and thought for a moment. The next moment he opened the car door, flew away, and disappeared. For the distance from Qingyun City to Masan village, it would be more convenient to go at full speed by yourself than by car. After all, it's just a mountain to climb. I saw him moving quickly towards a mountain. For a moment, the bamboo tails bent and the fallen leaves flew everywhere. At the entrance of Masan village, as Lao He pulled the reins, the old horse obediently stopped. Then, 3 people got off the carriage. Only at this moment did Chu Chen truly see Qi Yanfei, the leader of Tongtian divine sect. Is this how you treat guests in Masan village? Don't you want to invite us to sit down? Qi Yanfei said, while looking at Chu Chen on the wall. When friends come, we have good wine. If the jackals come, we also have hunting rifles. You're pretty fast. You've caught up here. Tell me what you found. Chu Chen looked at the 3 people below and said expressionlessly. Qi Yanfei raised his head, looked around the wall, then walked forward a few steps and pointed at the explosion-proof vehicle. Uncle Blackie, this thing is actually moving, and it has amazing defense. It's causing even a master like you to suffer a loss. Yes, that's exactly it. After saying this, Lao He looked up at the 3 people on the wall. He scanned the area and finally fixed his eyes on Chu Chen. You are so young. Where did you learn such despicable tactics? Chu Chen rolled his eyes at him and thought to himself, if you're afraid, then so be it, but you're such a despicable person. But now is not the time for conflict. Every minute you delay means a better chance of winning. At this time, Qi Yanfei stood up and said, Chu Chen, Master Chu, I have heard of your great name for a long time. My name is Qi Yanfei, and you should know my identity. I know, the leader of the Tongtian sect, Qi Yanfei, is a good name. Can you fly? Chu Chen stood on the wall, with Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuichen standing beside him holding swords. Boy, stop talking nonsense, and come down and surrender yourself. Otherwise, I won't be as polite as the leader. Lao He next to him couldn't wait any longer. According to his instructions, go up and get rid of Zhu Liuxiang's apprentice and the girl. Then just break this kid's legs and kidnap him. Why go through so much trouble? Uncle He, please don't be impulsive. Qi Yanfei turned his head and said something to Lao He, then continued to speak to Chu Chen. The emperor of the Great Zhou is now incompetent and has no successor. Since young Master Nian Chu is a rare talent, why not follow me and accomplish great things? Chu Chen smiled slightly after hearing this. It turned out that this guy was eyeing Zhou Shixuan's position. How many people has Zhou Shixuan offended? The 3 major families are eyeing his position, and now a Tongtian sect has emerged. Is it really that good to be an emperor? Not only am I tired every day, but I also have to deal with all kinds of trivial matters from morning to night and handle various relationships. Even a competition for favor in the harem has to be taken into consideration. So that's what you're thinking about? You got the wrong person. I don't have any other advantages. My only advantage is that I have no ambition, and I'm just a playful person. Mr. Chu, you are able to create so many miraculous things. Moreover, you are Zhou Heng's sworn brother. How can you be just an ordinary person? You must not underestimate yourself. Qi Yanfei was still trying to persuade him to join his team, if for no other reason than the black iron box in front of him, which was worth fighting for. In the past, I wanted to catch him to discuss Zhou Shixuan. But when he saw that his uncle Lao He was injured at his hands, Qi Yanfei changed his mind. It is so exciting to charge into the army when even Uncle He can't break through the defense. Go away. I'm really not interested. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and waved them away. Boy, don't be ungrateful. The leader is kind-hearted, but I am not a kind person. After saying this, the man on the side turned to Qi Yanfei and said, Master, why are you talking so much nonsense? Let me go and catch him for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up the wall and grabbed Chu Chen. At this moment, Mu Shuichen and Chen Qingxian also flew out and fought with Lao He. Just when the 3 of them were fighting together, Xiao Si, who had been silent all this time, also rushed towards the wall. You scoundrel, wait and see how I'll deal with you today. Chu Chen looked at the 4th girl flying towards him, raised his hand, and pulled the trigger of the Uzi. Oh no, Lecher is using a hidden weapon. As a burst of gunfire rang out, Xiao Si, who was originally heading towards the wall, turned his body abruptly. He took advantage of the momentum and ran to the side. Haha, come on if you're brave enough, I'll shoot you. Chu Chen looked at the fourth girl running around and laughed. But Mu Chen and Chun Xian, who were fighting with Lao He, showed their disadvantage within 10 moves. As a good disciple of Zhu Liuxiang, I will kill you first. Lao He kicked Qingxin away and ran towards him with a sword in hand. Seeing this, Mu Chen shouted and chased after him, but her speed was no match for Lao He. Just when he was about to catch up, Chu Chen shouted loudly, "Old Black, believe it or not, I killed Qi Yanfei." After saying that, he pulled the trigger at Qi Yanfei, who was outside. When Lao He saw that Qi Yanfei was in trouble, he turned around and pounced on him. "Master, be careful." At this moment, he exerted his speed to the extreme, twisted his body, and kicked Qi Yanfei out. He picked up Qi Yanfei and flew far away, then placed it behind a big rock at the entrance of Masan village. Then he turned back and said, "Despicable boy, prepare to die." After saying this, he ignored the obstruction of Mu Chen and Chun Xian and moved towards Chu Chen in various ways. Chu Chen watched Lao He moving at a very fast speed with a trace of afterimage left behind. The area towards him was sprayed with bullets, but the effect was not good as he dodged the bullets one after another. Then he felt his body being lifted up. His shoulder was grabbed, and it hurt so much that he was grabbed and jumped off the wall. Chapter 245, Delayed Arrival, Wishing You a Fragrance. The speed and strength of the 5th rank were completely inadequate in front of this old black man. Chu Chen thought it was over. After traveling through time for so long, this was the first time he felt the threat of death. Let him go. At this time, Chun Xian and Mu Chen also came to the two of them, holding swords to block their way. At this moment, a large number of villagers suddenly appeared on the wall. Holding a crossbow in his hand, he aimed at Lao He and the fourth girl into the wall. "Old man, let Chu Wazi go, or I'll fire 1,000 arrows at you, and they'll pierce your heart." Hu Zi raised the crossbow and shouted loudly at Lao He. "Haha, it seems that this guy holds a very high status in your hearts." At this time, Xiao Si also looked at the villagers on the wall coldly. "How dare you interfere with the Tontian divine sex work? Are you tired of living?" But as soon as she finished speaking, a whooshing sound came towards her. "Brothers, shoot that bitch first. Shoot that bitch to death." Xiao Si never expected that the burly man on the wall was actually a tiger. "Didn't you see that Chu Chen was still in your hands? Could it be that he is really not afraid that Uncle He will kill Chu Chen?" But she didn't have time to think about it at the moment, because it looked like this arrow was not comparable to an ordinary bow and arrow. So she rushed outside again, avoiding the arrow attack. "Brother Huzi, you're a real tiger. Aren't you afraid that they will kill me?" Seeing that Huzi shot without saying a word, Chu Chen immediately started shouting. Chuwazi, I'm really anxious. With a Taoist priest here, how can this old man kill you? I'll shoot that woman to death first to relieve the pressure on you." Chu Chen felt like crying after hearing this. This Huzi is good in every way except that he has no brains. If this drunkard could beat him, how could he be caught by this thing? But this cannot be blamed on Huzi, as they didn't even see what was happening at the village entrance. They just saw Chu Chen being taken down from the wall, so they rushed up, just when both sides were on the verge of a fight. A deep voice came. "Heizi, you're getting worse as you grow older. Bullying a few juniors. Is this the result of your years of training?" The person and the voice that appeared in front of him at the same time was none other than Zhu Liuxiang. When Mu Chen and Chun Xian heard their master's voice, they immediately looked behind them. "Master, please save Chu Wazi." I saw Zhu Liuxiang carrying someone and walking slowly towards here. The thing he was holding in his hand was either Qi Yanfei or someone else. "Zhu Liuxiang, let the leader go, or I will kill this kid. Go ahead and kill them if you can. In your heart, see who is the most valuable. Let him go, otherwise I will make all your efforts over the years go to waste." After saying that, Zhu Liuxiang tightened her grip on Qi Yanfei's neck. "Okay, the grudge between us will not involve the younger generation. Let's release it together." Seeing Qi Yanfei's uncomfortable look, Lao Hei's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Liuxiang knew this very well and would never be threatened by an irrelevant person. But what he didn't know was that Zhu Liuxiang's female disciple had now become this boy's communication partner. Zhu Liuxiang was gambling on how loyal Lao He was to Qi Yanfei. After they finished speaking, they pushed Chu Chen and Qi Yanfei out, and at that moment, Xiao Si and Mu Chen stepped forward at the same time and pulled the two back. "Chu Chen, are you okay?" Chu Chen looked at Mu Chen, who looked anxious and smiled slightly. It's okay. You were too fast. I was just thinking about shooting him. Don't do anything stupid. He's not someone you can handle right now. Chu Chen nodded, turned around, and saluted Zhu Liuxiang. Thank you for saving my life, Taoist priest. No need to thank me. Just don't charge me any money from King Yanhong or Wenxiang Pavilion. After saying that, he pulled the 3 people behind him, and they carried Chu Chen and flew over the wall. After taking Qi Yanfei, Lao He took advantage of the moment when the others turned around, picked up Qi Yanfei, and slowly disappeared from their sight. And Xiao Si followed closely behind and chased after the 2 of them. Master, that old man ran away. Seeing this, Chu Chen shouted anxiously towards Zhu Liuxiang. It doesn't matter. He will come again. Zhu Liuxiang turned around and looked in the direction where Lao He left, then sat down on the wall and said, Yes, he will come back. Why don't we catch up and kill him? Chu Chen looked at Zhu Liuxiang with some confusion and asked anxiously, Please be patient, Chu Chen. Go and make me a cup of tea. Chu Chen looked at Zhu Liuxiang with a calm expression, and for a moment he didn't know what this guy was up to. Mu Chen turned and left, and when she came back, she actually asked Hu Zi and others to bring over a complete set of tea sets. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Mu Chen, then at Zhu Liuxiang. Then he stared at Chen Qingxian and said, Master, are you waiting for him here? Zhu Liuxiang smiled and nodded. Years of grudges must come to an end. Hey, how come you have the strength of a 5th grade boy? Who is your master? Zhu Liuxiang was not worried about Lao He running away. Instead, she looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled look. Chu Chen thought this was hard to explain, but he immediately thought of a way. He put his hand into the pocket of his clothes, and when he took it out, a piece of emerald green jade appeared in his hand. Senior, please take a look at this first. Hey, could this be the jade essence? This was the 2nd time Chu Chen heard this word. The first time was when that drunkard said it was like that. After a while, Chu Chen gave a mysterious explanation. Zhu Liuxiang's mouth opened in surprise. You mean you can absorb the energy from this jade essence? Chu Chen was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Zhu Liuxiang would not believe it, and that he was just making up nonsense based on the fantasy novels he had read in modern times. I didn't expect that looking at Zhu Liuxiang's attitude, he actually believed it. Could it be that this world... Yes, Taoist priest, can you do it too? Zhu Liuxiang didn't say anything, but handed the jade essence back to Chu Chen. Boy, make good use of it. Maybe it will be of great help to you in the future. After saying that, he started drinking tea by himself. Chu Chen originally wanted to ask again, but at the moment the enemy was at hand, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble since he had already fooled them. Mu Chen walked up to Zhu Liuxiang and asked, Master, was that man just now Uncle Haizi? Haha, you still remember it, right? You were 4 years old at that time. It's really him. Mu Chen was surprised and thought that her guess was correct. At this moment, a sound of wind came, and the old black man who had just left came back, flew down, and sat directly opposite Zhu Liuxiang. I'm almost dying of old age, and I still like this literary stuff. Boy, go give me a big cup. Lao He sat down and gave instructions to Chen Qingxian. Chapter 246, Drinking Tea and Talking About the Past. This operation made Chu Chen confused. What the hell was this? They were enemies just now, but now they are like old friends. Chen Qingxian also had a look of contempt on his face. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Mu Chen fly out. When I came back, I had an extra-large tempered glass cup in my hand. Then he poured all the tea in a large fair cup into a glass and walked to the old black man. Chu Chen, meet Uncle Haizi. Hey, you're the little girl from back then. You have grown up so much, and your cultivation is quite good. Lao He picked up the teacup, turned to look at Mu Chen, a kind look in his eyes. Okay, these are my 2 apprentices, and this is Master Chu. We all know each other, so let's talk. As soon as Lao He finished speaking, Zhu Liuxiang took over. What does it have to do with you what this old immortal says? Your female disciple is good, but this male disciple is a despicable villain, just like you. Chen Qingxian opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, what the hell is going on? I pissed you off. But because his master was here, although he was very angry, he knew what to do and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself with a melancholy look. Hey look, what kind of weird kung fu is that? It's even emitting smoke. Lao He was unhappy with Chen Qingxian and Chu Chen at this moment. After all, His thigh was still aching slightly at the moment. "You're an old monster, picking on a younger generation. Have some shame." Zhu Liuxiang interrupted Lao Hei's complaints and spoke to him harshly. Seeing this, Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself and took out a bottle of old sauce-flavored wine. He opened the lid and handed it to Chun Qing Xian. "Jiumengzi, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea are the best match. Some people will never understand in their lifetime." Chun Qing Xian angrily took the wine from Chu Chen's hand and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then, the two of them simultaneously exhaled a puff of smoke at the old black man. "I can't beat you, but I can't mad you to death. Okay, let's get to the point. If you follow him, do you know the consequences? Are you worthy of your master?" Zhu Liuxiang said as he looked at Lao Hei, who was pouring tea from a glass. "Humph, it's better than you following that Zhou Shixuan." After about half an hour, Chu Chen gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that the old black man in front of him was none other than Zhu Liuxiang's fellow disciple. That is Chun Qing Xian and Mu Shuichen's Uncle Haizi. Many years ago, when the late emperor was still in power, the two followed their master into the palace to meet the emperor. The emperor saw that they were smart and, after obtaining the consent of their master, allowed them to stay in the capital and have children. Another important task is to protect the two princes. One is called Zhou Shixuan and the other is called Zhou Shiji. That's right, the so-called Qi Yanfei is actually Zhou Shiji. The two have been close brothers since childhood and are the two princes most valued by the late emperor. The person who will inherit the throne in the future will be between these two. So when the two grew up, a gap gradually appeared between them. Zhu Liuxiang and his junior brother Haizi, who protected the two princes, gradually developed a rift between them due to their accumulated thoughts over time. So, a cliched plot occurs. The throne was seized by Zhou Shixuan, who originally intended to kill Zhou Shiji as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Lao Hei got the news, rescued him, brought him to the northern border, and he survived under an assumed name. After Zhou Shiji changed his name to Qi Yanfei, he gathered talented and ruthless people in the northern border and gradually expanded his scale. After so many years of development, it has become the current Tongtian sect. At this time, perhaps in this Zhou century, Qi Yanfei felt that the time was ripe and came to the heart of Daxia. The original plan was to capture those people Zhou Shixuan cared about to disgust him and make him uneasy, and then the armies would join forces to capture the capital in one fell swoop and regain the throne. Unexpectedly, they chose the wrong person from the beginning and chose Chu Chen, the sixth brother. So with the appearance of Zhu Liuxiang, this plan was completely ruined. After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is the most ruthless imperial family. Is the throne so good? Go back and persuade Sergio to give up. And you, if you come back, we can still be brothers. Forget it. Look at the world today. People are living in poverty. And what about Zhou Shixuan? What has he done? If you only care about pleasure and associate with such despicable people, what is the future of Daxia? After listening to Zhu Liuxiang's persuasion, Lao Hei pointed at Chu Chen and said. Chu Chen couldn't help but get extremely angry after hearing this. Why the hell was he involved again? So he dropped the cigarette but in his hand and said, "You are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, right? Do you think their fight for the throne has anything to do with you? You say the people of this world are suffering. Go out and see how many people are displaced after this disaster. You're good at lying with open eyes. Under the guise of saving the people, you're fighting for the throne and even establishing the so-called Tongtian religion. If you're that capable of Tongtian, why don't you ask God to send some rain? Can't you see that nothing is growing in the fields? Where's your Tongtian sect when I was delivering food to the people of Daxia? Where were you?" Chu Chen cursed the old black man fiercely. The old black man was stunned on the spot. "How dare you speak so rudely and show no respect to me, kid? Is this your upbringing?" Lao Hei was also furious at this moment. He stood up and slammed the table and said to Chu Chen, "If you were a human being, I would respect you, but you are not even as good as De Huang. How can I respect you?" Chu Chen still refused to give in and spoke viciously to the old black man. He analyzed the situation and concluded that Lao Hei and Zhu Liuxiang should be equally matched in terms of fighting power. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sit here and chat so calmly at this moment. So he dared to curse at that old black man. Another purpose is to provoke Lao Hei's anger and make him fight with Zhu Liuxiang. It would be best if Zhu Liuxiang could kill this man. Or even if he is crippled, then I can find a chance to sneak up on him and worry about not being able to kill him. With this person around, Chu Chen always felt a little uneasy. It would be troublesome if he took advantage of Zhu Liuxiang's absence one day to cause trouble to Masan village. Boy, do you know what happens if you anger me? Huh? Could it be that a so-called grandmaster could actually kill an ordinary person like me? Besides, with the Taoist priest here today, what can you do? After saying that, Chu Chen put his hands on his hips and acted like a shrew scolding a street woman. I learned this when I was delivering food. Those Annies are quite powerful in attack. At this moment, Chu Chen was just about to use the secret weapon passed down by the Andes, the retreat technique. Lao He looked at Chu Chen in front of him, and his heart, which had just calmed down after drinking a cup of tea, became angry again. Chapter 247, Grandmaster's Wrath and Cruel Attack. He threw the glass in his hand to the ground and said, "You sharp-tongued brat, if I don't kill you today, my name will be Wong, written backwards. Come and kill me if you dare. You can write the word Wong backwards, and it still looks like a Wong. Are you scared? What's the matter? You know you can't beat the Taoist priest." Zhu Liuxiang looked at Chu Chen, who was jumping up and down like a monkey, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. He understood what Chu Chen meant. In fact, he also wanted to get rid of this big trouble. Ever since Lao He captured Chun Qingxian, Zhu Liuxiang had been looking for an opportunity. This kind of person must either befriended or eliminated, but judging from the current situation, it is impossible to befriend him. In order to be responsible to Zhou, Shixuan, and also to myself, this person must be eliminated. Wang Laohe was extremely angry at this moment, and he grabbed Chu Chen. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Zhu Liuxiang grabbed it. "You old man, do you want to stand up for this kid?" "Hi Z, he's not just any boy. He's my daughter's husband. What do you think?" "Well, since you, Zhu Liuxiang, don't care about our past friendship, then let me see if you have grown over the years." After saying that, the two of them flew down the wall and fought at the entrance of Namashan village. For a moment, sand and rocks flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuichen were fine. They just looked at their master nervously, ready to go down and help if they found anything wrong. Chu Chen sneaked into a house with a shooting hole and closed the security door of the house. Then he took out a sniper rifle from the space. Through the shooting hole, he aimed closely at Wang Laohe, who was fighting with Zhu Liuxiang on the scene. As long as Wang Laohe is injured, Chu Chen will pull the trigger without hesitation. That's right, they will take advantage of your illness to kill you. It is too dangerous to keep such people in the world. So after he angered him just now, it meant there was no way out. At this moment, the two men's swords collided, and for a moment neither could do anything to the other. The battle between masters at the grandmaster level is not something that ordinary people can compare with. At this moment, Chu Chen felt that the scene was no less exciting than the duel between martial arts masters on TV. After Zhu Liuxiang forced the old black man back with a sword, he instantly flew forward and kicked him in the kidney. Then he made a sword flower with one hand and stabbed at Lao He, who was retreating in a hurry. Lao He didn't dare to be distracted. He twisted his body and barely avoided Zhu Liuxiang's attack. A kite flipped over and attacked Zhu Liuxiang. For a while, the two fought fiercely and neither could do anything to the other. But as time went on, the physical strength of both of them gradually declined. Haha, it seems that no matter what rank he is or whether he is a grandmaster, he is still a human being after all. Chu Chen, who was hiding in the room, watched the two people slow down and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Looks like I have to help that Taoist priest. If they keep fighting like this, my feet will go numb from kneeling while holding my gun. Chu Chen was talking to himself in the room, but in an instant, a loudspeaker used in a shopping mall to sell clothes appeared in his hand. Then he shouted outside, "Hey, Lao He, you can't do it. Look at the Taoist priest. He is still so energetic. Master, fuck him, attack his lower body. Oh no, that's not right. Look at this old man with a dark face and no beard. He can't be a eunuch. You are much better than him, Taoist priest. I heard from the red romantic girl that you ordered two in one night." Chu Chen screamed in the house. Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuichen, who were standing on the wall, looked at each other and uttered the word despicable at the same time. Lao He was already having a hard time fighting, and now he heard Chu Chen speaking rudely and even calling himself a eunuch. How would he bear this? So he blurted out, "You despicable boy, I will definitely tear your tendons and skin you alive." After saying this, The long sword in his hand flew and rushed towards Zhu Liuxiang. But the more anxious a person is, the more flaws he will have. Zhu Liuxiang instantly found an opening and pierced his arm with the sword. Ah, today I want you to die. I want you all to die. At this moment, Lao He was showing his mouth full of yellow teeth and roaring angrily. At this moment, that leisurely voice appeared again. Hey, everyone, look, this old black is anxious, but there is no use in being anxious. You can't beat the Taoist priest. Go back to your mother's womb and practice for a few more years. You can't do it. If you were to leave your style like this in my red romance, half a girl would take care of you. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he dropped the loudspeaker, raised his sniper rifle, and stared at the old black man. At this moment, Lao He lost his balance and stumbled, and Zhu Liuxiang took advantage of the opportunity and stabbed him in the thigh with a sword. At this point, the two sides separated. Heizi, stop it. I'll find you a place to spend the rest of your life. How about that? If you keep going like this, you'll die by my sword sooner or later. We're brothers, and I don't want to see you die by my hands. Zhu Liuxiang put away his sword and stood up, saying to the old black man in front of him, who was bleeding, Humph, you despicable bunch of people. Do you think I've lived in Saibei for nothing all these years? Do you know the realm that Master told us about before he died? After saying that, Lao He's body slowly turned red. Is this burning essence and blood? Zhu Liuxiang also became serious at this moment. This junior brother will probably die with me today. It's all Chu Chen's fault. He is too sharp-tongued. However, without him to provoke him, this serious concern would have been a permanent trouble. When he flew away with the red swallow before, it was not that I didn't chase him, but the two of them were equally strong, and I could not catch up with him at all. Even if I caught up with him, it would be difficult for both of us. Zhu Liuxiang thought secretly in his heart, but his hands made a defensive posture. Then he turned around and shouted to Chu Chen and the other two on the wall, Take Chu Chen and leave quickly. The farther away, the better. Your Heizi uncle has gone crazy. This is a style of fighting that burns your blood and essence and destroys your own life. Chu Chen in the room looked at Lao He, who suddenly became more aggressive through the scope of the sniper rifle. He said anxiously, Oh no, this old guy is planning a big move. Ha ha, all of you will die today. After Lao He finished speaking, he raised the sword in his hand, and the bleeding from the wound on his body stopped. It's as if he's never been hurt. Just as he was about to attack Zhu Liuxiang, then a loud noise was heard coming from the room where Chu Chen was. A ball of flame came out of the muzzle of the sniper rifle, pushing a large caliber bullet, which shot into the chest of the old black man with a puff. The high-speed rotating bullet formed a huge cavity in Lao He's chest. It instantly crushed his heart and then pierced through his back. Lao He, who was blushing just now, suddenly collapsed all over. He used up his last bit of strength to shout out the 4 words, no martial ethics. He fell headfirst to the ground. Chapter 248, Dazhuang beats tiger with a stick. Zhu Liuxiang looked at Lao He lying on the ground and waved his hand to put away his sword. Then he stared at the body for a long time. Then he turned towards the city wall and said, Qing Xian, give your uncle a proper burial. After saying that, he looked at Chu Chen again. You are a good kid, otherwise I don't know how to start. After saying that, he turned around and walked away towards Qingyou town without looking back. Chu Chen chuckled at the two of them, then took Chu Chen's hand and headed towards a villa. Qing Xian looked at his master who was walking away, and then looked at Chu Chen and Chu Chen who were walking away hand in hand. What the hell is going on? Kill you, but I'll bury you. After saying that, he shouted to the group of young men from Mashan village behind him. Huzi, call someone, bury the person, and have a feast tonight. Seeing this, Huzi quickly took a dozen young men to open the iron gate, lifted up Lao He's body, and headed towards the mountain ahead. In the evening, Chun Qingxian held a bottle of white wine in his hand and drank with Huzi and others until they were drunk. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chun Qingxian pulled Huzi over. Huzi, your wife is pregnant. She has been separated from you for a long time, right? Otherwise, walk. After Huzi finished speaking, he walked towards the van parked in the square. After a while, a van with its headlights on came out of Mashan village in a crooked manner and headed towards Xinyan City. It was already late at night, and no one noticed them going out. Feng Fong from Huzi's family waited for a long time, but Huzi didn't come back, so she went to bed early. The banquet in the square was still going on, but the two guys had already stepped into the red romance. At night, Chu Chen came out of Chu Chen's room and walked to the tea room. He flashed into the space. That's right, what I do every day without fail is to drink the spring water. He had a feeling that he was probably close to the 6th level. The moment he was caught by Lao He, Chu Chen realized the importance of this strength. Even if you have thermal weapons and indestructible explosion-proof vehicles. But if a master wants to suddenly attack and kill you, there will be basically no time for you to react. Therefore, Chu Chen urgently needs to improve his strength at this moment, and his only reliance on improving his strength is the pool of spring water in the space. Until I reach Zhu Liuxiang's strength, I must never reveal this thing. You must understand the principle that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Today, I took out the green stone called Jingyu just to deceive Zhu Liuxiang. Make him think that he is gifted and can absorb that thing to become stronger. Moreover, this stone probably won't be of much use to them. Otherwise, with Zhu Liuxiang's protective nature, Ganpu would definitely be visited by him. Perhaps Chun Qingxian and Mu Shuichen are already masters now. Since there's no such thing, then there's no need to worry about Zhu Liuxiang being obsessed with his stone. That's why Chu Chen dared to take it out and show it to Zhu Liuxiang. After drinking the water, Chu Chen went into Li Qinglian's room and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, I was woken up by the village's rooster brand alarm clock. The entire Masan village woke up one after another. A van took advantage of the morning mist and drove into Masan village at high speed. The man who came was Hu Zi. He rushed home at all costs and finally arrived home in the morning. Feng Feng, are you up? Hu Zi walked to the front of the house and shouted loudly outside. Just as he finished shouting, a fire poker flew out and hit his ankle. He grimaced in pain and said, "Dad, what are you doing? You bastard, your father's older than you, but you're still too young. If you continue to fool around with that Taoist priest, are you going to piss off Feng Feng and my good grandson to death?" "Dad, what are you talking about? Your sweet grandson hasn't even been born yet, and you already know he's your grandson." Seeing Hu Zi talking back, Chu Dazhuang's temper flared up. He picked up another fire stick on the ground and limped after Hu Zi. "Oh my god, my dad is crazy." Hu Zi yelled and ran towards Chu Chen's house. He knew he had drunk too much last night and went out to fool around. The only person in this village who can control Chu Dazhuang, apart from Wang Defa, is probably Chu Wazi. But it was obviously inappropriate to go to see Wang Defa so early in the morning. Besides, it doesn't matter if this father hits me, but if he chases me and then makes me fall, then that would not be worth it. Chu Wazi, come out quickly, my dad has gone crazy." Hu Zi rushed into Chu Chen's villa and shouted loudly. Chu Chen had just finished washing up and went downstairs when he saw Hu Zi, who looked haggard. "Fuck, brother Hu Zi, you look like you were just dug out of the ground. What's the matter? Did you hang out with that drunkard again last night? Don't laugh, my dad will be here soon. Go and persuade him." After saying that, Hu Zi ran towards the 2nd floor with a dark circle under his eyes. He ran straight to the roof and stopped. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked out of the door and saw Chu Dazhuang walking towards him angrily with a fire stick in his hand. "Good morning, uncle. What are you doing so early in the morning?" "Chu Wazi, don't stop me. I must kill this brat today." Seeing this, Chu Chen hurried forward and snatched the fire poker from Chu Dazhuang's hand. "Okay, uncle, if you have something to say, let's talk it over nicely. Don't hit me all the time. Look at your brother Hu Zi. Feng Feng is pregnant at home, but he's out fooling around. Isn't it good enough to be at home? Why does he still want to go out and have fun? Is he still the offspring of our Chu family?" After hearing this, Chu Chen touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "Second uncle, you scolded me well." It sounds like he is scolding himself. Uncle, calm him down. Leave it to me. I'll teach him a lesson." After saying that, he pushed Chu Dazhuang back. When Chu Chen came back, Hu Zi was sitting at the door as if nothing had happened, holding a meat bun in one hand and chewing it with relish. "Hey, don't talk about me. You're not much better than me." Before Chu Chen could say anything, Hu Zi's words left him speechless. So he shook his head, turned around, and walked into the living room, grabbed a bun, and started eating it. "But I was thinking about finding a way to organize some entertainment activities. We have to divert the interests of Jimengzi and Hu Zi. Otherwise, if this continues, these two guys will die in Honglimen." After breakfast, Chu Chen sat in the tea room, looking at a deck of cards and a square dance speaker in his hand. He murmured, "In that case, let me enrich the entertainment life of Masan village. But these things cannot be handed over directly to Hu Zi and Jiomengzi. So let the talents of the Village Information Exchange Center influence them subtly. After saying that, he picked up the square dance speaker and walked towards the square. Walked straight to the Information Exchange Center. Chapter 249, Skills Transmission in Masan Village. Grandma Dongmei, what are you talking about? Hey, it's Chu Wazi. Let me tell you, Feng Air's rhubarb ran away again last night. Also, you have to take care of Uzi. That kid didn't come home last night, and his father chased him with a fire stick early this morning. If I were Feng, I would have banged my head against this pillar and died. After saying that, he winked at Chu Chen, as if he was afraid that Chu Chen would tell others. Chu Chen smiled silently after hearing this. This power was too damn great. If he wasn't pissed to death by Hu Zi, he would be pissed to death by these people. By the way, Chu Wazi, what are you doing with this speaker? Before Chu Chen could speak, an old man beside him looked at the square dance speaker in Chu Chen's hand and said, "Third Master, you still know this is called a sound system. That's all nonsense. Everyone in our village knows about the fun things you Chu kid made. Haha, everyone, I've got something fun for you today." After saying that, he dragged a table out of the auditorium and placed it under the tree. Then a deck of cards was placed on top. Then those aunts and grandmothers were pulled directly into the auditorium. Grandma Dongmei, are you looking at those ladies on the screen? This is called square dancing. If you dance more, it can prolong your life and strengthen your body. Chu Chen turned on the square dance speaker with a screen and a USB drive. Suddenly, a piece of floating music sounded, and slowly, the aunties and grandmothers were stunned. Slowly, their bodies began to twist involuntarily. Chu Chen was secretly astonished by this scene. It seems that square dancing has a strong appeal to middle-aged and elderly people of all ages. All right, everyone, just follow the dance of the ladies on the screen, and I guarantee you'll live a long life. After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the auditorium and came to the tree where the old men were sitting. Chu Wazi, what are you doing? If you call them all away, how are we going to live? Everyone, this time I brought you something good. After saying that, Chu Chen picked up the poker cards on the table and opened them. In an instant, driven by curiosity, several old men gathered around. Chu Wazi, what is this? This is called poker. There are many ways to play it. Do you want to learn? Half a day later, the whole village became lively. Inside the auditorium, the music of square dancing was throbbing. A group of old ladies were dancing until they were sweating and never tired of it. And under the big tree, there were fewer voices of discussion. But it is full of calling the landlord, bombing, king bombing. Chu Chen looked at this scene and believed that within half a month, this group of people would stop gossiping. And those playing cards will become popular throughout Masan Village. 3 days later, Chen Qingxian leisurely returned to the entrance of Masan Village. When I entered the village, I suddenly felt that the whole style of the village was wrong. The old ladies under the trees at the entrance of the village have all disappeared, leaving only some old men sitting quietly under the trees. And in that auditorium, there came out songs that he thought were beautiful. It seemed that everyone was busy. He greeted everyone and walked straight towards the villa. As he walked into the villa, the person inside looked up at him, then stared at the small piece of paper in his hand. Li Qinglian just politely said to him, "Master, you're back." Then she turned around and ignored him. Chen Qingxian walked upstairs with a confused look on his face, only to see Chu Chen having a lot of fun with Xiaolan and Xiao Dao. And what they were playing with were also small pieces of paper that he had never seen before. "What are you guys playing at, you idiots?" King Bomb, Master Xiaolan, give me money, give me money. Xiao Dao was so happy that she danced with joy as she took the 1 or 2 taels of silver handed over by Chu Chen and Xiaolan. Xiaolan and Xiao Dao, what are you playing? Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chen Qingxian asked again. "Oh, the Taoist priest is back. We are playing landlord." "Fight the landlord? Where did the landlord come from in Masan Village?" Seeing that the time had come, Chu Chen turned around and pressed Chen Qingxian onto the stool. "Xiao Lan and Xiao Tao, the master is tired. You have already won more than 20 taels of silver. Let this drunkard play with you for a while." Before Chen Qingxian could react, the small piece of paper was instantly neatly arranged by Xiao Tao. "Master Chen, come and let us teach you." In front of the 2 little girls, although Chen Qingxian was confused, he couldn't refuse for the time being. Then, the 2 of them began to teach Chen Qingxian step by step. Chu Chen walked into the tea room and made tea for himself. After a while, Chen Qingxian rushed into the tea house, which was not closed yet. "Get your money, you idiot." "Take the money. Take what money?" I lost. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Chen Qingxian stretched out his hand towards Chu Chen, looking as if he could not refuse. Bye. I stole so much jade for you in Ganpu, and you didn't even give me a tael of silver. Before Chu Chen could finish speaking, Chen Qingxian shouted anxiously. Chu Chen had no choice but to wave his hand and took out a pile of change and put it in his hand. When promoting this poker, Chu Chen told them that small gambling can bring joy, but big gambling can harm a body. It's okay to play with a little money, but never play big. The original intention was to enrich their lives, but cultivating a few gamblers would be more trouble than it is worth. Chen Qingxian grabbed the silver and went to slam the table again. As night fell, Chu Chen and his mother-in-law Lu Damei sat at the table eating, but the food looked bland no matter how they looked at it. The others were having a great time while eating, and they all said they were not hungry. What fascinated him most was the wine hood. There was a pile of silver coins and a bottle of wine in front of the table. He would take a sip from time to time, and from time to time, he would give the change in front of him to Xiaolan and Xiaodao. Chu Chen took a quick look around, and then dived into the quilt. Okay, the plan is done. Go to sleep. However, Zhou Shixuan's imperial study, far away in the capital, was brightly lit at this moment. Master, thank you for the hard work on this trip. I also feel sorry for your junior brother's matter. Zhou Shixuan looked at Zhu Liuxiang and said, It doesn't matter. This boy has changed his heart. This is his end. Your Majesty, you should be on guard against that century. According to our investigation, his Tongtian divine religion has grown stronger. What if? Zhu Liuxiang looked at Zhou Shixuan and said with a worried look on her face. According to the information they received, there were so-called branches of the Tongtian sect in every city. Moreover, the people in the organization are either extremely vicious or have martial arts skills. Although this group of people may not be able to accomplish anything big individually, once they gather together, their power cannot be underestimated. Zhou Shixuan frowned deeply after hearing this. Everything else in this century is good, but the desire for power is too strong. You know, governing a country well and being a wise ruler is not an easy task. After saying this, he seemed to fall into memories again. After a long while, he asked again, Master, do you know where he went after leaving Masan village? I don't know, but he has definitely left Qingyan. After Haizi returned, he must have bought him time to leave. Chapter 250, and a hall, Master Feng Shiyuan. Zhu Liuxiang looked at Zhou Shixuan and said with a confused look on her face. Oh, there's a girl with him called Xiao Si. She's about 20 years old and very skilled in martial arts. That's right. That girl should be about to reach the 9th level. Not much different from my inferior disciple Qingxian. Zhou Shixuan shook his head after hearing this. He seemed to have guessed something, but at the moment he had no confirmation and did not dare to say it. Okay, Taoist priest, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Zhu Liuxiang saluted Zhou Shixuan and disappeared into the night. After Zhu Liuxiang left, Eunuch Wei immediately came over. Your Majesty, do you doubt? If Shiji could really do something so unscrupulous, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I, Zhou Shixuan, will beat him to pieces. After saying this, a warm picture flashed in Zhou Shixuan's mind. But then his eyes turned cold. Old Wei, pass the word. As many as possible will apprehend the Tongtian sect members. Arrest anyone with the sun tattoo on the back of their neck. Eunuch Wei took the order and left. Zhou Shixuan sat alone in the imperial study, muttering a few times in a daze, Xiao Si, Xiao Si. And at this moment, on the road from Qingyan City to Anda City, a fast horse pulled a carriage and galloped towards the city of Andu. Xiao Si in the carriage looked at Qi Yanfei and said, Master, do we really have to escape? Haha, if things can't be done, then look for an opportunity elsewhere. After saying that, Qi Yanfei touched Xiao Si's head and said, You should get some sleep. The journey is long, and it will take several days to travel. Sir, you are so nice to Xiao Si. Xiao Si said, and then fell asleep in the carriage. Qi Yanfei looked at the girl in front of him and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. After a long while, he uttered a sentence. Haha, you've grown up in the blink of an eye. After saying that, he opened the curtains and stared blankly at the dark night sky outside. There seemed to be an indescribable desolation. It was not until 8 days later that a dusty carriage arrived at the city of Andu. The carriage went straight into an alley. At the entrance of the alley, Qi Yanfei and Xiao Si got off the carriage and took out a huge ingot of silver and handed it to the coachman. The two of them walked into the alley along the route marked with the moon. The two men walked to a house, and Xiao Si went forward and knocked on the door. Da, da, da. After a while, the door opened and a man who looked like a servant came out holding a lantern. Then, they welcomed the two of them in. Inside the house, a figure received the news and came to Qi Yanfei, exhausted. Feng Xun, the head of the Anda branch, greets the leader and greets the fourth young lady. Okay, get up and find a room for Xiao Si to rest first. Feng Shuyuan quickly stood up, called a female disciple, and took Xiao Si to the side room. And he stood in front of Qi Yanfei with a respectful look on his face. Master Feng, you've worked hard. Please sit down. Qi Yanfei waved at Feng Shuyuan and said with a smile. Seeing this, Feng Shuyuan immediately sat down below Qi Yanfei. Tell me about the situation in Andu. Reporting to the leader, Andu currently has over 3,000 followers, all of whom are highly skilled in martial arts. The previous Tang family has been destroyed, and now a new Shi family has emerged. The head of the family is called Shi Qingshan, and it seems that he has some connection with Qingyun's Chu Chen. Currently, we in the city Lord Mu Zheng have a monopoly on the refined salt business in Andu. Qi Yanfei chuckled after hearing this. I thought to myself, it's Chu Chen again. How come wherever I go I always have something to do with him? However, this man named Shi Qingshan is related to Mu Zheng, so if they want to touch him, all of them will be exposed. Even if Xiao Si is very skilled, who can say for sure that Mu Zheng doesn't have any other expert around him? All right, let's wait and see. In the next few days, brothers, don't act rashly. The Zhou family might take action against you. After seeing Zhou Shixuan coming to Mashan village, Qi Yanfei knew that he could not hide his coming to Daxia. Although Zhou Shixuan cannot find me for the time being, it is still very likely that he can cause trouble for my followers. But for him, it was good enough that he could remind these people. Feng Shuyuan saluted Qi Yanfei, called someone over, and gave him an order. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go to bed. Master, please come this way. Feng Shuyuan heard it, and hurriedly led the master to a main room. Then he stepped out and told the two men to guard the door at all times. He turned around and walked out of the house. The next day, Feng Shuyuan carried a few boxes of gifts and headed towards the house engraved with the words Shi Mansion. Hey, Brother Feng, why did the magpie chirp so early this morning? It turns out it's my brother Feng who's here to visit. The servant in the house brought Feng Shuyuan to Shi Qingshan. Shi Qingshan greeted him warmly. Brother Shi, I have nothing to do today, so I came to bother you. Please forgive me. Aha, Brother Feng, you're being too formal. Hurry up and prepare the banquet. I won't leave until I'm drunk with Brother Feng today. Shi Qingshan spoke politely while giving instructions to the servants behind him. Brother Shi, you are very polite. I would be disrespectful to refuse. Feng Shuyuan handed the gift to the servant and sat down with Shi Qingshan. After a while, the two began chatting like old friends. Afterwards, the servants brought a table full of food and wine. Brother Shi, the wine and food are so abundant. Wouldn't it be a bit wasteful for just the two of us? Then he continued, I've heard that Brother Shi has a very good personal relationship with City Lord Mu. Why don't you introduce him to me? Feng Shuyuan spoke enthusiastically, but his hands did not stop moving. He poured wine for Shi Qingshan. Aha, City Lord Mu is very busy right now. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Brother Feng today. Oh, the Lord City Lord is really busy with everything. He is a good Lord City Lord of Andu. Feng Shuyuan laughed, raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp with Shi Qingshan while talking. After a few drinks, he continued, the stability and prosperity of Andu City is due to the dedication of the City Lord. Haha, it's nothing. I heard that the 8th Prince might be coming to Andu City soon. The City Lord should be busy welcoming him. Shi Qingshan was a little confused by the morning wine and spoke bluntly. Feng Shuyuan pretended to be nervous after hearing this. What? The 8th Prince is coming? That's a big deal. Merchants like me have received the Emperor's favor. We have to go and welcome him when the time comes. After saying this, Feng Shuyuan showed an imperceptible smile on his face. Zhou Heng, who was far away in the capital, suddenly shuddered. Hey, is my sworn brother thinking about me again? Feng Shuyuan poured another glass of wine for Shi Qingshan. Brother Shi, you're good friends with City Lord Mu. Could you please ask for the specific date for me, so that we can see the 8th Prince in person? Chapter 251 Zhou Heng's whereabouts were leaked. Shi Qingshan was drunk by the glasses of wine and started to flatter Feng Shuyuan. Instantly, she felt ecstatic. It's okay, brother Feng, if you have this intention, I will definitely help you. Feng Xuanjin achieved his goal and had a long talk with Qingshan before saying goodbye and leaving. After returning to the house, Feng Shuyuan poured several buckets of cold water on his face. Then he walked respectfully in front of Qi Yanfei. Master, Qingshan provided some information that might be useful to you. Oh, tell me. Qi Yanfei looked at Feng Shuyuan, who was drunk, and said with a smile, the 8th Prince Ba, that is, Zhou Heng, will come to Anda City soon. What did you say? Zhou Heng is coming. After hearing this, Qi Yanfei stood up immediately. Is the news true? What is the specific time? Facing Qi Yanfei's questioning, Feng Shuyuan smiled awkwardly. Master, I guess it will take another round of drinking to find out. But don't worry, Master. The 8th Prince's arrival will surely be grand. I will immediately arrange for personnel to guard the major city gates. If he shows up, before Feng Shuyuan could finish his words, he was interrupted impatiently by Qi Yanfei. Okay, it's up to you what to do. I just want the result, okay? As you command. Feng Shuyuan saw that Qi Yanfei was angry, so he quickly said goodbye and left. After Feng Xiu left, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on Qi Yanfei's face. God is really helping me. I want to see what it would be like for you to see your loved ones die in front of you. After saying that, he shouted outside, Xiao Si, come in. When Miss Xiao Si heard Qi Yanfei's cry from inside, she hurried into the house. Master, are you looking for me? We have confirmed that Zhou Heng will arrive in Anda City soon. Please be patient and kill him on the spot if you see him. Kill on the spot? You don't. Just do what you asked me to do. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Xiao Si took one look at Qi Yanfei and was so frightened that he dared not speak. She has been raised by Qi Yanfei since she could remember. For so many years, she didn't know who her parents were, even though Qi Yanfei called her master and young master. But in her heart, he has long been like her own father. Moreover, no matter how big the problem was or how big the mistake was, Qi Yanfei never got angry with me. But why am I so angry today? Qi Yanfei seemed to realize his own gaffe and reached out to touch Xiao Si's head. Okay, I lost my temper. Don't kill me yet. Just catch me. Xiao Si understands. The 4th girl felt the warmth in Qi Yanfei's palm, spoke softly, and then ran out. On the 2nd day, the upright Shi Qingshan came to Mu Zheng's city lord's mansion. Brother Mu, it is said that the 8th prince will come to Andu. Has the time been confirmed? As soon as Shi Qingshan met Mu Zheng, he asked straight to the point. Brother Shi, why are you concerned about the 8th prince's affairs today? Brother Mu, you also know that my brother-in-law has a very good personal relationship with the 8th prince. Without the 8th prince, there would be no Shi Qingshan. So when the 8th prince comes to Andu, as a native of Anda City, I should show my appreciation no matter what. When Qingshan heard this, he suddenly became smart again. Knowing that asking about the prince's whereabouts was a big taboo, he used Feng Shuyuan's previous words. After hearing what Qingshan said, Mu Zheng felt that there was nothing wrong with it for a moment. Qingshan is not a threat at this time, but I can't afford to offend his brother-in-law. So he smiled and said, it's rare that Brother Shi is so thoughtful, so I'll tell you about it. The 8th prince is scheduled to come to Anda City to inspect the disaster situation on the 3rd day of next month, which is 20 days from now. You must come alone and do not let anyone know. This world is not at peace. I will thank Brother Mu in advance and will definitely come when the time comes. After saying that, he said goodbye to Mu Zheng and left. As soon as he got home, Feng Shuyuan came to Shi Qingshan's house with some gifts. Brother Shi, I didn't have enough fun yesterday. Today, I'm here to have a few more drinks with you. Shi Qingshan looked at Feng Shuyuan coming over and instantly became happy. Brother Feng, you've arrived at the perfect time. I just came back from City Lord Mu. Come on, please take a seat. Feng Shuyuan couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this. Looking at Qingshan's expression at this time, he guessed that this matter would be settled. So he quickly and politely sat down and placed the gifts on the table. Oh, as the saying goes, arriving early is worse than arriving at the right time. Brother Shi, you have helped me a lot. That thing, Feng Shuyuan asked politely while pushing the gift over. Brother Feng, I've lived up to your expectations. How about I asked? On the 3rd day of next month, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince will come to Anda City. He will then go with City Lord Mu to inspect the results of the disaster relief efforts. Sure, Qin Shan laughed and told Zhou Heng's whereabouts without any precautions. After saying this, he ordered his servants to set up the banquet. Brother Feng, from now until noon, let's have a few more drinks. By the way, you and I, brothers, should discuss what gift to prepare for the 8th prince. Feng Shuyuan couldn't refuse, so he moved to the table with a smile on his face. At this time, Qin Shan could handle everything, but his drinking capacity was difficult to control. Every time I come here, I have to get him drunk. But there is no way. I have to finish the show. If I leave now, I will kill Qin Shan. That would not be a wise move. By then, as long as Qin Shan tells Mu Zheng about it, or if a murder happens and Mu Zheng investigates it, all his efforts would be in vain. Qin Shan had no ulterior motives at this time, but Mu Zheng was a veteran in the officialdom and was not easy to fool. The two of them drank until mid-afternoon, and Feng Shuyuan finally returned to Qi Yanfei drunk. Master, I found out that on the 3rd day of next month, the City Lord Mansion and Mu Zheng will inspect disaster relief efforts together. Oh, is the information accurate? It's absolutely true. Qin Shan didn't have any ulterior motives back then, and now he still considers me his best friend. Qi Yanfei couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this. He turned around and looked at Feng Shuyan with admiration. Well done. Continue to maintain a good relationship with Shiji Qin Shan and try to find out more useful information. After saying that, he waved his hand to let Feng Shuyuan leave, then turned around and told Xiao Si the news. Let her pass down the order that all the believers should not show up in the next few days and wait for the 3rd day of the next month. Xiao Si understood what he meant and turned around and walked out of the room. It was inappropriate to give orders to Feng Shuyuan at this time. So he found a deputy hall master of Andu and said, "Pass the order down. Everyone, from today on, stay in hiding and wait for orders." At this time, a group of people were walking towards a house in the suburbs a few kilometers away from the capital. Chapter 252, Communication Base Station Construction Completed. Old man, are you really willing to sell this house? On the outskirts of the capital, Chu Yi asked an old man in front of him. Sir, I'm already half buried in the ground. This house is useless to me. I might as well sell it for some money and retire to my hometown. Okay, if that's the case, then let's deliver it today. That's great. After a while, a carriage carrying an old man left the house and headed off into the distance. After the old man left, Chu Yi waved to Feng Wui. Uncle, it's time to work. Okay. Feng Wu climbed onto the roof nimbly, and then someone below handed him a black board from the ground. The photovoltaic panels are installed and wired in one go. They say practice makes perfect. Feng Wu has experienced the entire photovoltaic installation from Linhai to Beijing, and now he can install this thing with his eyes closed. After the photovoltaic panels were set up, Feng Wu went down to the ground and took a black box from his subordinate. He turned around and walked into a room. This was a room Chu had chosen long ago. Then connect the inverter, energy storage device, and then connect the wires to the black box. Then he shouted outside, Chu Yi boy, come in and debug. Chu Yi was delighted after hearing this, and immediately took the couple into the room. 0198 calling 0197, 0198 calling 0197. After a while, a sound came from the black box. 0197 received, please speak. Okay, the test was successful. After saying that, Chu Yi pulled the couple over and explained something to them. It's nothing more than keeping in touch at all times, paying attention to safety, and how to use this thing. Then he asked both of them to actually practice it. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. Chu Yi spent a lot of money on this communication base station. In order to save time, he was determined not to build one himself where he could buy a house. Feng Wu also followed throughout this period, accompanied by a disciple who came from Mashan village. After doing all this, a few people took advantage of the night and drove a van into the capital. The guards at the city gate saw that it was the iron carriage coming, questioned them briefly, and let them in. After calculating the distance, the last base station in the capital was set up in Chu Chen's residence in the capital. There is nothing much to arrange here. Everything that is necessary has been installed by Chu Chen. Chu Yi handed the walkie-talkie to Lao Qin, the security guard of the Beijing mansion. Brother Qin, this is called a walkie-talkie. I'll teach you how to use it. After saying that, Chu Yi demonstrated it in front of Lao Qin and the two maids. The three of them were startled when they heard the sudden human voice coming from the small black lump. Sir, How can this thing be so magical? Ah, my lord, you have many magical things. You only have one request. 3 of you will take turns guarding this thing every day. Once you get any news, you will do what the news tells you to do. After finishing the explanation, Chu said into the intercom, 0199 calling 0001. At this time, 0198 heard the voice and immediately picked up the intercom. 0198 calling 0001. The meaning was passed on over and over again. Although it is a bit troublesome to use, it is still useful in an era when the only ways to send messages are carrier pigeons and letters. It's already many times faster. After Chu exchanged the communication success code with 0001 in Linhai and ensured that the information was transmitted correctly, he thought that the task assigned by Chu Chen was finally completed. At this moment, Chu Chen was in Masan village, watching Chen Xingxian and other people playing landlord in the dark. Ever since he won the landlord game, this drunkard has never appeared in Qingyan Honglang again. It seems that the drunkard, who used to be incompatible with gambling and drugs, now has a new hobby. Chu Chen never thought that this Jiomangzi would completely stop participating in red romance because of the landlord game. Unless a woman appears in his life, who keeps him honest? Just as he was looking at the scene in front of him with a smug look on his face, the intercom suddenly rang. He received the first message from Chu, who was far away in the capital, which was that the entire base station had been set up. It took almost half an hour for Chu Chen to complete the information exchange with Chu to test the purpose of this base station. Chu Chen specially brought a message of greetings to Shi Qingshan, who was far away in Andu. It contained some information that only he, Shi Qingshan, Chunxiang Qiuju can know. If this base station is impersonated by someone, then they will definitely not know this information. He can tell the authenticity of the information sent back at a glance. Because even Chu, he didn't know about Qingshan's existence at that time. So it is best to use him to conduct experiments. Brother Shi, I'm Chu Chen. How's my mother-in-law? How are my 18 sisters-in-law? Is there anything important happening in Andu City? Is your business in Andu going well? Also, please communicate more with the merchants in Andu. You can't handle everything alone. Let me say hello to Mu Zheng. It was like a small note, passed to Andu over and over again without missing a word. Not long after, in an inconspicuous house in Andu City, a scholar-like man was holding a ballpoint pen and recording the words coming out of the black box. After a while, he stood up, put the information in an envelope, and hurried out the door. Shi Qingshan was teasing his group of children in the house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Is Master Shi Qingshan here? After hearing this, Shi Qingshan couldn't help but drop the child in his hands and walked out the door. Who are you? Shi Qingshan looked at the stranger outside the door and asked. Mr. Chu Chen Chu has written to me. Please reply immediately. After saying that, a scholar-looking man handed an envelope to him. Shi Qingshan took it and looked at it, then said with some embarrassment, Sir, I am not very literate, please. Seeing this, the scholar-looking man read the contents of the letter and then took out a small notebook and a ballpoint pen. Master Shi, if you have anything to say to our young master, just tell me and I will convey it to you. When Shi Qingshan saw the pen and notebook in his hand, he immediately confirmed that this was Chu Chen's man. This thing is not a common item. Chu Chen gave him a set before he left to make it easier for him to keep accounts. So he quickly welcomed the person in. After waiting for a long time, Chu Chen finally heard the echo from the intercom. The general meaning was, Brother-in-law, I'm doing well. My business is stable, and I have a good relationship with City Lord Mu. I've been communicating with other merchants recently. The one I'm best friends with is a merchant named Feng Shuyuan. We have a very good relationship. He also asked me to ask City Lord Mu Zheng when the 8th prince will come to Andu, so that we can welcome him together. Also, how did you know I took in another concubine? I still remember that day. You only saw 17 sisters-in-law. After hearing the general meaning, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems that this base station is okay. It is not an overly confidential information and is safe and worry-free. But then, he frowned deeply again. Chapter 253. Hearing the secret in the Imperial Study. Hey, that's not right. Feng Shuyuan, find out where Zhou Heng is. Chu Chen muttered to himself after hearing this. It's not normal for a businessman to inquire about the prince's information for no reason. In this era, merchants do not have a high status, so why would they want to establish a relationship with the prince? That was the high and mighty 8th prince, and this man was just a businessman. Could it be that Qi Yinfei, of the Tongtian divine sect has already fled to Andu? So Chu Chen quickly picked up the walkie-talkie again and asked Qin Shan carefully. Sure, Qin Shan did not hide anything and told Chu Chen the whole story of how he met Feng Shuyuan and how Feng Shuyuan asked him to find out the whereabouts of Zhou Heng. Chu Chen immediately sensed something suspicious. He quickly sent another message to the capital, saying that Zhou Heng had been targeted and asked him to be careful. It is best to change the time of your trip to Andu. Zhou Heng in the capital fell into deep thought after receiving the message. Then he said to old Qin, the messenger, tell your son to come to the capital for a chat. Obviously, Zhou Heng still didn't quite believe the authenticity of this information. Or, he was worried that the transmission of this information would reveal his plans. Not long after, Chu Chen fell into deep thought after listening to the message from the intercom. I thought that Zhou Heng was trying to stir up trouble again, and it seemed that my peaceful days were coming to an end. So he walked down the stairs. Jiumengzi, let's go to the capital. Chen Qingxian was holding a poker in his hand and was enjoying the fight with Xiaolan and Xiaodao. Get lost. Don't interrupt me from playing cards. It's over. I'm completely addicted to this thing. So he walked forward, took a look behind Chen Qingxian, turned around and walked behind Xiaolan. He whispered in her ear, Jiumengzi still has 4/8 left. This is how you should beat him. After hearing this, Xiaolan looked up at Chu Chen in confusion, but she understood it in an instant. After a while, Chen Qingxian reluctantly took out a handful of silver from the bag and handed it to Xiaolan and Xiaodao. Come on, keep going. Winning and losing is normal. In the second game, Chen Qingxian had just taken a landlord position. Hey, Jimengzi, you have 4 3s, a king, and a pair of 2s, and you don't even have a straight, and you dare to try to be the landlord? Chu Chen's voice sounded loudly behind him. You idiot, do you want to die? Whine. Taoist Qingxian, Master Chen, it's boring to play here. I will take you to the capital and win Zhou Shushuan's. After listening to this, Chen Qingxian looked at the bad cards in his hand. I immediately felt that what Chu Chen said made sense. He simply placed the cards on the table and said, Xiaolan, Xiao Tao, I have something to do in Beijing, so this round doesn't count. After saying that, he rushed out. Seeing Chen Qingxian suddenly cheating, the 2 little girls were helpless and could only watch the purse disappear. Okay, go find someone else to play with. After saying that, Chu Chen also left their card table. He walked to the table where Li Qinglian and Mu Shuiqin were sitting and told them to be careful. He said he was going to the capital and told them to contact him through the intercom if anything happened. The people at the card table said, in unison and continued playing cards. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen really regretted making this thing. He shook his head helplessly, walked outside, and got into the BJ-80 parked at the door. And Chen Qingxian had already sat in the passenger seat. He was thinking about something while holding a cigarette. Chu Chen started the car and staggered towards the village entrance. Looking at the old men in the information exchange center having a great time, the air in the auditorium was filled with the sound of drums. Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and left Mashan village. Jiumengzi, how do you handle that little 4th girl? She is only a quasi-9th grade one. I can take her down in a minute. As soon as Chu Chen heard Feng Shuyuan asking about Zhou Heng's news, he was actually analyzing it in his mind. Logically speaking, now that Lao He is dead, Qi Yinfei should not have any big trump cards. The only top force is probably the 4th girl. But with his 9th rank strength, there is still hope for him to catch Zhou Heng among those guards. So on this trip, I have to bring a wine mask with me. Although the Zhou family has a unique way, it is impossible for him to run away to protect Zhou Heng. Therefore, there is no martial arts master protecting Zhou Heng. This is the real reason why he came to the capital. Zhou Heng asked him to go, and he could guess what he wanted to do with his toes. The carriage drove into the capital city, and the soldiers at the gate escorted the people towards the palace. At the gate of the palace, Eunuch Wei received the notification and appeared at the gate of the palace in a flash. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Huh. Eunuch Wei, how are you these days? Chu Chen walked towards Eunuch Wei while exchanging pleasantries. Thanks to you, everything is fine. Let's go. His Majesty and His Highness are both in the Imperial Study. After saying that, he took the 2 of them towards the Imperial Study. As he entered the Imperial Study, Chu Chen bowed to Zhou Shushuan and Zhou Heng one by one. Chu Wazi is here. Please sit down. Chu Chen didn't hesitate and sat down on the chair. Uncle Zhou, Taoist Zhu told you when he came back that Qi Yinfei is Zhou Shurji. Already know, but there's one more thing. Have you seen the little girl next to Zhou Shiji? Zhou Shixuan asked Chu Chen anxiously, as if he wanted to find out more information about Xiao Si. I've seen her before. She's good-looking and clean, but she has a bad temper. We've even had contact before, and she doesn't seem to be very smart. Chu Chen described it without restraint, and the image of the girl appeared in his mind again. Not so smart? Zhou Shixuan frowned after hearing this. Then, he waved his hand and called out all the maids and guards in the imperial study. Then he looked at Chu Chen seriously and said, Chu, this matter concerns the royal family's secrets. I shouldn't tell you, but since you are Zhou Heng's sworn brother, it's okay for you to know. What the hell, royal secrets? I don't want to hear it. Chu Chen was very resistant in his heart. The less he knew about this, the better. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Shixuan expressed his doubts to Chu Chen. Many years ago, Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Shiji competed for the throne of the emperor, and Zhou Shixuan used tough measures to drive him out of Daxia. But just as Zhou Shiji was about to leave, he teamed up with Lao He and killed one of Zhou Shixuan's concubines, and snatched a hungry baby girl from her hands. Immediately afterwards, he fled the capital. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan heard about the fourth girl next to Zhou Shiji from the descriptions of Zhu Liuxiang and Chu Chen. The age is very consistent. So, Zhou Shixuan suspected that the fourth girl was most likely the child who was kidnapped by Zhou Shiji. But there's one thing that doesn't fit with what Chu Chen said. That is, his brain is not working well. After Chu Chen finished listening to this bloody plot again, it seemed that it was getting more and more interesting. So he quickly asked Zhou Shixuan, Then Uncle Zhou, what should we do now? Chapter 254 Zhou Heng wants to take advantage of the situation. Haha, Norus. It's still some time before this old man goes to Andu. We should take a long-term view on this matter. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Heng and thought to himself, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't be like a piece of wood all day long. Zhou Heng saw Zhou Shixuan staring at him. I understood instantly that my father wanted to see what I thought. You have to perform well, because you will be the future heir to the throne. If I don't perform well, and my father is in his prime and thinks I'm useless, and then he trains a new trumpet, then we'll be in trouble. Although he has some royal brothers, they are all good-for-nothings in his eyes, so he is not afraid of them. But who knew that the small trumpet that came out couldn't beat me? So he thought for a while and immediately stood up. Father, brother, why don't we try to take advantage of their situation? Oh, tell me in detail. After listening, Zhou Shixuan moved slightly and said to Zhou Heng, Their target is me. They simply want to use me to threaten my father. So I will go deep into the tiger's den and pretend to be caught by them. After catching me, Zhou Shi, Qi Yanfei will definitely kidnap me and bring me to the capital. By then, as long as he enters the capital, he will be unable to escape. When Chu Chen heard this, he realized that Zhou Heng wanted to use him as bait to lure the entire Tongtian sect into the capital and catch them all in one fell swoop. But by doing this, isn't that putting yourself in danger? If Qi Yanfei doesn't play by the rules and gets angry and kills him halfway, then Zhou Shixuan will have to practice with his trumpet. As soon as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Zhou Shixuan interrupted him. This is inappropriate and too dangerous. Father, this Tongtian divine sect is too mysterious. If we don't wipe it out, the entire palace and the entire Great Xia will be in turmoil. As a prince, I think it's worth taking this risk. After Zhou Heng finished speaking, he knelt in front of Zhou Shixuan. There was a kind of cuckold spirit that would not get up unless he agreed. Zhou Shixuan looked at Zhou Heng, who was kneeling on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he was also certain in his heart that Zhou Shiji would not kill Zhou Heng. If that girl was really the child from that year, it meant that Zhou Shiji still had a trace of humanity. At least when he was furious, he didn't kill the child or threaten himself. He knew exactly what Zhou Shiji wanted, and he also valued his life very much. If he really killed Zhou Heng, he should have realized that there was no place for him in the entire Xia, and all his efforts over the years would be in vain. After a moment's thought, Zhou Shixuan nodded. Get up, that's fine, but you must be fully prepared. After saying that, he turned to look at Chu Chen. Chu boy, what magical thing do you have that can guarantee the safety of your sworn brother to the greatest extent? This is outrageous. It turns out that the father and son are acting. They had already discussed the countermeasures and then put on a show in front of me to take my things. What should I give? A pistol? You shouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. It's your livelihood. Grenades, They have seen this thing before. Should he bring some for self-defense? You can get a stab-proof suit and a helmet. I guess this thing needs to be paired with a big hat. Thinking of this, Chu Chen stood up and said, "Brother, you are so righteous. For the sake of the stability of Daxia and the people's peace and happiness, you actually threw yourself into danger. I admire you. Please wait a moment." After saying that, he walked out of the imperial study and went straight towards the car. He got into the car, closed the door, and with a wave of his hand, a stab-proof suit, a helmet, and 4 grenades appeared in his hand. After thinking for a while, a switchblade appeared in his hand. But as for this knife, Chu Chen didn't think how much use it could have. As long as Qi Yanfei is not a fool, he will most likely search Zhou Heng after catching him. Grenades are black things, and there is no way to hide them. Give him a stab-proof suit and helmet first. The other things will be of little use to him, and he might even get himself blown up if he's not careful. So he put down the grenade, picked up the other things, and turned back to the imperial study. "Uncle Zhou, brother, this is called a stab-proof suit. As the name suggests, it is difficult for swords and knives to pierce it. It's called a switchblade. It's unremarkable when folded up, but it can be used to kill the enemy by surprise. And this one, called a helmet, can protect your head." Chu Chen laid out the things in the imperial study and introduced them to them one by one. "Oh, can this protect against swords and knives?" Zhou Shixuan reached out and grabbed the police soft stab-proof suit and asked. The painting was entirely black, but it felt light in the hand and was not made of steel. Then he picked up the bulletproof helmet beside him. This hat is really well made. Chu Chen had no choice but to walk forward and pick up the switchblade on the table. With the flick of a switch, a blade suddenly extended out. Then he took the knife and stabbed it towards the stab-proof vest. After stabbing many times, Chu Chen put away the knife, picked up the stab-proof suit, and placed it in front of Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng. "Uncle Zhou, look at this. How is the effect?" Zhou Shixuan picked up the stab-proof suit, examined it carefully, and laughed heartily, saying, "Chu Wazi, with this magical item, old 8 will be much safer." "Uncle Zhou, these are external objects after all, and they can't really provide safety. I think we should ask the Taoist priest to go with us. If we encounter any special situation, we can stop it in time." Zhou Shixuan couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. He turned to Zhou Heng and said, "When the time comes, I will have Taoist Zhu follow behind you and protect you secretly. Chuazi, how about you and Taoist Qingxian also go to Andu?" After explaining things to Zhou Heng, Zhou Shixuan turned around and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen thought to himself that he would always be involved in this dangerous matter. Although Zhou Shixuan seemed to not care about Zhou Heng going to Andu, he actually cared a lot. On the surface, it seemed that Qi Yanfei only had the 4th girl as a master by his side. But who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? "Brother, you're taking such a risk. I have to go with you no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep or eat." Chu Chen spoke to Zhou Heng seriously, which made Zhou Heng's face full of emotion. I thought to myself, with a sworn brother like him, what more could I ask for? After the discussion, Chu Chen said goodbye to Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng. To go to Andu, Chun Qingxian and I would go there secretly. If we drove in with great fanfare, wouldn't that be a tip-off to Qi Yanfei? Before leaving, Zhou Shixuan repeatedly emphasized that the 4th girl must not be hurt and that she should be able to arrive in the capital safely. He walked out of the imperial study, greeted Chun Qingxian outside, and drove towards his residence in the capital. Chu Yi had received the news that Chu Chen was coming to the capital, so he was waiting in the mansion with Feng Wu and others. Seeing Chu Chen's car approaching from afar, several people immediately stood up and went to the door to greet him. "Uncle Feng, how are you these days?" Chapter 255, Prepare to go to Andu. "True boy, everything is fine. This capital city is great, so lively." When Feng Wu saw Chu Chen coming up, he immediately replied happily, "Haha, Uncle Feng, if it's lively, let's play for a few more days and let Chu Yi take everyone around the capital." Chu Chen walked forward and patted Feng Wu on the shoulder while instructing Chu Yi. Then he turned and said to the group of people, "Everyone, you've worked hard during this period. Chu Yi, don't save me money. Take everyone to relax." After hearing this, Chu Yi bowed to Chu Chen, called everyone out, and walked out of the house and headed towards the main street of the capital. After arranging these people, Chu Chen pulled Chun Qingxian into the house. "Jiu Mengzi, the 2 of us are going to Andu. Go ahead, it's okay to eat anywhere." "But you idiot, you lied to me. How am I going to settle this? Chen Xian said indifferently. In fact, it is true. Lao He is dead. In Chen Xingxuan's mind, there is no pressure at all to deal with this group of people. Little did they know that at this moment, inside the house of Tong Tian's sect in Anda City, a figure that looked like an iron tower strode into the yard. He was nearly 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. When he walked, it seemed as if the ground was vibrating with his rhythm. Master Qi, are you doing well these days? When Qi Yinfei saw this person coming, he quickly stood up to greet him. Aha, it turns out it's Mr. Xiong who has arrived. Sorry for not welcoming you. That's right, this man's name is Xiong De, and he's the #1 warrior of the Bear People Kingdom in the north of Xia. This country of bear people is also called the Big Bear Country by them, which means that all of their people are mighty and strong, just like the bears in the mountains. As his name suggests, he looks like a standing black bear and has lived on the border between Saibei City and the Bear Country all year round. Over time, he came into contact with Qi Yinfei, and through him, Qi Yinfei also contacted the Bear People Kingdom. Before coming to Daxia Footy, Qi Yinfei went to the Bear People Country to seek their help. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the Bear Country actually sent out their first warrior, Mr. Bear. This gave Qi Yinfei hope again. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, who are you going to kill? This time, I'm following the orders of the monarch. I'll help you succeed no matter what. Even if I fail, I'll ensure your safety. Thank you so much, Mr. Xiongda. The target will appear on the 3rd day of next month. We won't kill him, but capture him. Qi Yinfei was delighted after hearing this. Mr. Xiong has competed with Old Black before. Although he does not have as many moves as Old Black, he is extremely powerful, and Old Black is completely unable to fight him head-on. Catching people? I'm not interested. Let Xiong Air do it. What? Mr. Xiong Air is here too? Where is he? This made Qi Yinfei happy again after hearing this. Both brothers came, although Xiong Air was not as powerful as Xiongda, but he was able to fight that Old Black man to a draw. With these two people here, the great plan can be accomplished. The great plan can be accomplished. It's his first time in Daxia, and he's gonna have some fun. I'm hungry. Hurry up and prepare some food. After saying that, Big Bear sat down on the huge chair. The chair creaked under the pressure. Seeing this, Qi Yinfei quickly ordered his servants. Go, prepare a sheep and 3 jars of good wine for Mr. Xiong. The servant had never seen such a tall man before, so he ran out immediately. I was afraid that this guy would get unhappy and eat me. After a while, a whole roasted lamb was placed on a large table. Big Bear tore off a leg of lamb and started gnawing on it like an ordinary person would gnawing on a chicken leg. Without using chopsticks or a bowl, he finished eating the chicken leg and grabbed a jar of wine, gulping down a few mouthfuls. You call this wine? Hurry up and find me some real wine. If you keep trying to fool me, I'll roast you. Xiong Dajiang spat out the wine in his mouth and roared fiercely at the servants around him. Qi Yinfei was helpless at this moment. The wine of Daxia was just like this. For him who had lived on the border of the Big Bear Country for many years, it was indeed a little bland, but this was already the best wine in Anda City. So he quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Xiong, the winemaking technology here is poor. This is already the best wine in Andu. Seeing Qi Yinfei say this, Xiong snorted. He turned around and continued to tear the roasted lamb without making any sound. In a brothel in Andu, the madam looked at the exhausted girls lying on the bed with tears in her eyes. I thought to myself, what the hell are these people? There are 5 of them, and none of them can satisfy the guy who looks like a bear. What should I do? At this time, a girl struggled to get up from the bed and said, Mom, if this doesn't work, let's call the police. Report to the police? Mom looked at the pile of silver on the table and immediately shook her head. Chunhua, why don't you try again? We can't afford to offend this guy. If he ends up destroying our building, how will we survive? The girl named Chunhua looked at her mommy with contempt. I thought to myself, who has the guts to destroy our building? That's when I saw the pile of silver on the table. Mommy, if I go again, I guess you won't see me again. Otherwise, Mommy, you are more knowledgeable, so you should go. Mommy was instantly unhappy after hearing this. Damn it, I still have to live a few more years. After hearing this, she grabbed the silver on the table, twisted her big butt, and walked out of the room. At this moment, a loud shout came from inside the room. Where are the people? Why haven't they come yet? I haven't had enough fun yet. The loud shout made Mommy's body tremble. She thought, why not? Give a try, he is so tall and powerful. Far away at the gate of the capital, a red BJ-80 quickly drove out of the gate and headed towards Andu. Chu Chen was driving the car, and the drunkard was sitting in the passenger seat with his head turned to the side like a young wife. He seemed to still be angry about Chu Chen tricking him into playing cards and going to Andu instead. Don't be so angry, Jimengzi. After we finish this matter, I will definitely take you to win all the money from Zhou Shixuan's treasury. You idiot, I'll trust you again. I'm Da Wang. After saying that, he took out a cigarette and turned his head out of the window. Seeing this, Chu Chen did not indulge him. This drunkard said so, but when it came to really putting in the effort, he never let down his team. As the car sped along, Andu Chengji slowly appeared in front of the two. In order to hide from others, Chu Chen drove the car to a remote place and hid it. He then asked Chen Qingxian to get out of the car, and the two of them walked towards the city of Andu. Chen Qingxian was dressed in black, holding a long sword in his hand, and wearing a hat specially prepared for him by Chu Chen. With this look, it will definitely be a hit if paired with the caption, "A lonely figure on the cold river, an old friend from the world." He is dressed like a true hero. Chu Chen was dressed like a scholar, with an Uzi on his waist, and walked with a gait that showed no regard for his relatives. When they arrived at the city gate, since Chen Qingxian did not take a carriage, the soldiers guarding the city saw that he was dressed like a dangerous person and immediately drew the sword at his waist. Who is coming? Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Jun, come here. I want to show you a treasure." Chu Chen, who possesses 5th grade strength, is not afraid at all when facing this ordinary soldier. Chapter 256, Encountering a Bear-Man Hercules. The soldier didn't understand what was going on, but he leaned forward as well. When he saw the golden token, he immediately knelt down. Chu Chen grabbed him and said, "Master Jun, don't make a sound." The sergeant nodded after hearing this, turned around and shouted to the back, "Open the door and let them go." The two entered the city as they wished, found a restaurant, and went in. As soon as Chen Qingxian sat down, he stared at the person opposite him with an excited expression. Chu Chen turned his head and saw 3 big words by Hua Tower written on the gatehouse opposite. Look at Chen Qingxuan's excited expression. Chu Chen said to him slowly, "Jiu Mengzi, do you know? That day in Masan village, I saw Da Huang cleaning the toilet at Feng Wu's house again. Look at this dog. He eats a lot of meat and fish every day, but he still can't help but go to the toilet. Why is that?" After saying this, he looked at Chen Qingxian meaningfully. "You idiot, are you looking for death? Waiter, bring me all your fine wine and delicious food." Seeing that Chen Qingxian was a little angry, Chu Chen immediately shouted to the second brother standing next to him. After a while, a table full of food and wine was placed on the table. The two picked up their chopsticks and were about to eat when suddenly a shout came from the opposite side. "Someone's dead. Report to the police." A group of people rushed out of the Baiwa Tower while shouting. Immediately afterwards, a man who looked like a small mountain came out from Baiwa Tower. He was dressed strangely, totally out of place in this Daxia city. He walked and spoke arrogantly to the people inside. "Your girls in Daxia can't stand being tormented. What? You still want me to pay you money? Believe it or not, I will destroy your Baiwa building." Chu Chen stared at the man who came out, then turned to look at Chen Qingxian. "He's from the Big Bear country. This guy is not weak. Don't be impulsive, you idiot." "People from the Big Bear country?" Chu Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. The Great Bear country has been trading with Great Xia for a long time, so this is not surprising. However, this person, even the Great Bear country, is probably a top figure. As soon as Chen Qingxian finished speaking, Chu Chen thought of a possibility. This Qi Yanfei has been entrenched in the northern frontier for many years. Could it be that he has connections with the Great Bear Kingdom? Then this matter is completely different. Qi Yanfei came back to seize power, which is just a conflict within the royal family. But if we ask the people of Big Bear Country for help, or if we are secretly supported by Big Bear Country, the nature of the situation will be completely different. So he immediately stood up, took out the walkie-talkie from his waist, and walked into the toilet. On the intercom, he informed Lao Qin of the situation through the communication base station and asked Lao Qin to report to Zhou Shixuan. Then he turned around and returned to his seat. At this moment, the bear-like man outside was surrounded by a group of soldiers from Andu City. The foreigners from the Great Bear Nation dared to cause trouble in Daxia. "Capture them." The leading sergeant gave an order, and the soldiers drew their knives and rushed towards Xiong'er. But after one round, These soldiers lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Big Bear had let them off the hook. Otherwise, none of these people would be alive. Haha, you big sound monkey. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Get out of here if you don't want to die. After saying that, Xiong pushed everyone away and walked towards the street. At this moment, Chu Chen instantly stood up with his sword in hand, ready to chase after him. But Chu Chen grabbed him and said, "Can you beat him? He's no match for me in swordsmanship, and I can't beat him in strength." Chu Chen said with some guilt. "That's all, don't worry." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took out a silver ingot from his clothes and placed it on the table. He continued to say to Chu Chen, "Let's go and take a look." Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stood up and followed the iron tower-like bear man with Chu Chen. Xiong was still somewhat complacent at this moment, thinking that the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom were really weak and that so many people could not beat him. If we go back and bring the soldiers from the Bear Country and attack directly south, it shouldn't be difficult to take over the territory of Daxia. By that time, you can choose the girls from the Great Xia Kingdom at your own will. However, the girls of Daxia are much prettier than those of the Bear People Country. They have fair skin, tender flesh, and great figures. Unlike in the Bear Country, those fat and strong girls have no experience at all. Looks like I need to go back and discuss with my eldest brother about attacking Daxia. Xiong muttered something and ran to the address his elder brother had given him. Little did he know that at this moment, two people were following him stealthily, looking in the direction he left. Just as Chu Chen and Chu Chen were following, Xiong suddenly ran into an alley and disappeared. "Jiomengzi, the person is gone. Why didn't you take me with you? You're really stupid, you idiot. If we make any noise, we'll be discovered." Chu Chen gave Chu Chen an unpleasant look, and then the two of them chased into the alley. As soon as he entered the alley and turned a corner, Chu Chen, who was running in a hurry, bumped into a piece of flesh. "What the hell?" Chu Chen looked up and saw that it was either the Big Bear countryman or someone else. Chu Chen also hurriedly stopped, pulled Chu Chen back, and then looked at the man in front of him coldly. "You two, why are you following me, Xiong?" Xiong looked at the two chicks, chuckled, and spoke in the not-so-standard Daxia language. When Chu Chen saw Xiong, he found it very appropriate. So he asked, "Your name is Xiong? Do you have a brother named Xiongda?" "Hey, you big Xiao monkey. How do you know my brother's name?" "Holy shit. Did your dad also travel through time? And that's why he gave you these two names?" Chu Chen was doubtful in his heart, but he had a smiling expression on his face. Chu Chen was confused and pulled Chu Chen aside and asked, "Do you know him?" "The Xiong I know is not him. The one I know plays with a bald man and a monkey." "A bald man and a monkey?" Chu Chen was even more confused. However, he did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he placed his hand on the steel sword, ready to take action if anything went wrong. "Although I'm not sure I can win, there is no problem in escaping with those two idiots." Seeing this, Chu Chen said again, "Are there many big trees near your house?" When Xiong heard this, he wondered if he had met a fellow villager. He instantly relaxed his guard. "How did you know there were trees near my house, kid?" "Haha, it's nothing. I'm good friends with your big brother Xiongda. I've even seen his movies." Chu Chen's mind started spinning when he saw this. It seems that the person in front of me is not very smart and easy to deceive, so it is better to let him tell me where he is going. "Hey, you know my eldest brother, so we are brothers." Xiong opened his arms and instantly gave Chu Chen a bear hug. Then he pushed Chu Chen away and said, "Come on, brother. I'm hungry. Take me to eat." Chapter 257, Fragmentation Artifact Blended Wine. "Let's eat. That's good." Looking at Xiong honest look, Chu Chen instantly smiled. Yes, let's go eat. I'm a little hungry too." After saying that, he enthusiastically pulled Xiong up, walked out of the alley, and ran towards the street. At this moment, Mu Zheng hurried over with his men. Seeing Xiong and Chu Chen together, he was suddenly confused. Xiong stepped forward and shouted to the soldiers, "What? Still want to fight?" Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly pulled Xiong back and said, "It's okay. I'm familiar with it. Brother Xiong, I'll handle it." After saying that, he walked towards Mu Zheng. "What's the matter? My precious guest from Big Bear Country, Xiong is here. What do you want?" As he spoke, he walked in front of Mu Zheng. Then, while carrying Xiong on his back, he quietly said to Mu Zheng, "Brother Mu, don't start a conflict to avoid further harm. This man has accomplices. After hearing this, Muzheng knew what Chu Chen meant. He immediately burst into laughter. What a misunderstanding. It turns out you are the distinguished guest from the Great Bear Country. Please do as you please. After saying this, he and a group of people dispersed in an instant. Haha, you're a good kid. Save yourself the trouble and delay our meal. When Xiong Air saw that Chu Chen had solved the problem in an instant, he also said happily. Chu Chen smiled without saying anything and called the two of them to walk toward the restaurant. Little brother, give me a portion of all the delicious food in your house. This gentleman is hungry. After saying that, he took the two of them to a private room. Brother, let me make it clear first. I just gave all my money to that mommy at Baihualo. Xiong Air felt a little embarrassed for a moment when he saw Chu Chen being so generous and coming up with everything. Chu Chen was amused when he heard this. This guy and that drunkard had the same hobby, and he's the type who will do anything for his hobby, but this drunkard is much happier than him. As a super VIP of Honglumen, when has he ever spent any money? So he quickly said, Brother Xiong Air, what are you talking about? How can I let you pay in Daxia? Thank you in advance, brother. This Xiong Air never even asked the two of them their names from beginning to end. Just because Chu Chen said he knew his brother Xiong Da, he enthusiastically called them brothers. After a while, the table full of dishes was served. Chu Chen made an excuse to go outside, and with a wave of his hand, a box of soft-flavored blended liquor of an unknown brand appeared in his hand. After turning around, he put the whole box on the table. Chen Qingxian has always had a drink in his hand, and he has his own favorite kind of wine, so he didn't even look at it. Chu Chen deftly pulled out a bottle and opened it, and instantly, a fragrance wafted out. Xiong Air sniffed and stared at the wine in Chu Chen's hand with excitement. Brother Xiong Air, good food goes well with good wine. This is the immortal wine I made specially. Would you like to try it? Haha, brother, you are so polite. How can I refuse your kindness? Let me try it. After saying that, he picked up the cup and handed it over. Seeing this, Chu Chen gulped and poured him a full cup. Xiong Air picked up the wine glass and drank it down in an instant. In an instant, a spicy taste filled his throat with a hint of alcohol in it. He just felt the alcohol pricking his tongue like a needle. But in an instant, he felt a little dizzy. In this era, when low-alcohol drinks are prevalent, Xiong Air has never drunk such strong liquor. He slammed the table and said, Haha, good wine, try it again. After saying that, he handed the cup towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly poured him another glass and picked up the bottle to take a look. Originated from Maozi Town, meticulously crafted, with an alcohol content of 53%. After reading this, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. If this guy drinks too much, he probably won't even recognize his father. Xiong Air was so excited after drinking that he started eating immediately. He took a sip of wine and a bite of meat, his mouth full of oil. He didn't bother to be polite with Chu Chen, but grabbed the bottle and started drinking. This action made Chen Qingxian, who was addicted to alcohol, twitch his lips. There were 6 bottles in the box, but Chen Qingxian and Chu Chen didn't drink a single drop. They gave them all to Xiong Air. After the 3rd bottle, Bear 2 started to let himself go. They started bragging about their Big Bear country. By the time he finished the 4th bottle, he was not afraid of anyone in the world except his brother Xiongda. By the time the 5th bottle came, Big Bear was actually nothing. Even if he tried his best, Big Bear was no match for him. As long as the two brothers joined forces, the monarch of the Big Bear Kingdom would have abdicated long ago. When the 6th bottle was finished, Xiong Air, with tears in his eyes, talked about how, when he was a child in the forest, there was a boy with a shaved head who always bullied him and his brother. Chu Chen saw that he was almost done, so he interrupted him and said, Brother Xiong Air, are you here in Daxia for business? Do business? Who's so bored? That idiotic monarch of our great bear nation said he promised Qi Yinfei of your great Xia to capture the prince of Great Xia. Don't say anything. Listen to me. My brother is the #1 warrior in our great bear country. I dare say that no one in Great Xia can defeat him. Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian looked at each other. I didn't say anything. I was just watching your performance. Aren't we here in Daxia just to capture a prince? If it were me, I would just send troops south and take down the Daxia Emperor's lair. And Qi Yinfei is also a fool. He thinks the Great Bear Nation will help him, and he even wants to be the emperor. Right now, he's dreaming of a lifetime in his house in the western suburbs of Andu. I'm telling you guys, don't tell anyone. On the 3rd day of next month, after we capture the prince, we'll head straight to the capital. I'll then use the excuse of threatening the great Xia Emperor, and my brother will launch a sneak attack from the dark and capture the Emperor in one fell swoop. Our Great Bear Nation's army is already on high alert in the northern border. As long as we control the Emperor, taking over Great Xia will be a piece of cake. After saying that, Xiong had no more strength left, so he lay down on the table and fell asleep. After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at Chen Qingxian. Then Chu Chen took out the walkie-talkie and ordered someone to carry Xiong into an inn. After agreeing with the innkeeper, he turned and headed towards Mu Zheng's city lord's mansion. When Mu Zheng saw the two people coming, he hurried forward to greet them. Chu Chen told him what happened, and Mu Zheng frowned. Brother Chu, this matter is extremely urgent. I must inform His Majesty immediately. That's fine. I'll let you know. What you need to do now is to pay close attention to the movements of the Tongtian sect in the western suburbs of Andu. If anything happens, discuss it with me immediately. After discussing with Mu Zheng for a while, Chu Chen took Chen Qingxian out of the city lord's mansion and found an inn to stay in. In the inn, Chu Chen took out the walkie-talkie and told Zhou Shixuan everything that happened. After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan slammed his palm on the table and said, Zhou Shiji, you are stupid. Our ancestors worked so hard to build this kingdom, and you actually want to join forces with foreign nations and make wedding clothes for others. In this case, how can you ask me to spare your life out of brotherhood? Chapter 258, Taking Zhou Heng back to the capital. After Zhou Shixuan calmed down a little, he turned and said to Eunuch Wei, Old Wei, summon the General Zhenghua to the palace. I have something important to discuss with him. After Eunuch Wei left, Zhou Shixuan said to himself coldly, Shinji army, let's pull it out and test its power. After such a long period of intensive production, the crossbow is now enough to equip an army of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, with Zheng Jing's day and night research, the crossbow was improved and expanded, and chariots equipped with powerful crossbows and various crossbow-related weapons were already built. Since the ambitious Great Bear Country is going to attack Great Xia, then these things are just right for testing its power. The next day, Xiong came out of the room in the inn, shaking his head in pain. He walked straight to the counter of the inn. Boss, why am I here? The shopkeeper looked at the tall man and felt a little guilty for a moment. My dear guest, after enjoying yourself in Baiwa Tower yesterday, you came to my inn and bought a few jars of fine wine and a table of food. You have been staying in your room and haven't come out yet. After hearing this, Xiong rubbed his head and asked, Are you serious? My dear guest, you are a wise and brave warrior. How dare I fool you? After hearing this, Xiong turned around and headed towards the room in the inn. When I pushed open the door, I found a dozen wine jars scattered inside and a table full of leftovers. Yes, I remember coming out of the White Flower Tower yesterday and having a fight with those Dacia monkeys. I can't remember anything else. It turns out I was drunk again. When Xiong saw the mess, he chuckled, turned around, and walked out of the inn. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a young man and a man in black clothes, holding a sword and wearing a conical hat, looking at him with a smile. So he instantly said angrily, What are you looking at? You're looking for a fight, you damn Dacia monkey. I'm talking to you too. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. When Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian saw Xiong appearance, they immediately turned their heads to the side and pretended to be scared. Xiong seemed to enjoy this feeling and did not go to settle the bill with the innkeeper. When he walked past Chen Qingxian, he said, Humph, you're as skinny as a chicken, and you're trying to act like a hero with a sword. Chen Qingxian, fuck you, you idiot. But he still didn't say anything, but stepped aside and cooperated by putting the sword behind his back. After hearing this, Xiong smiled, strode out of the inn, and headed towards the street. After listening to this, Chu Chen nodded at Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian pulled Chu Chen aside and said, What kind of wine is that, you idiot? Why, you want a drink? I don't want to be so drunk that I don't even recognize you. The two of them smiled at the innkeeper and walked out of the inn. It seems that this guy really has lost his memory. Otherwise, how could he show off so naturally? The days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the third year of junior high school. At noon, a group of people came towards the gate of Nanda City from afar. In the middle of the team, inside a super luxurious carriage, Zhou Heng wrapped himself in stab-proof clothing. He put the switchblade back into his sleeve, then opened the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. At this moment, the entire gate of Anda City was unusually quiet. On Zhou Heng's head, under a big hat, there was a safety helmet. In front of the luxurious carriage, an elderly sergeant was riding a horse slowly. On the walls of Andu, the soldiers were doing as usual. But there were two more men in civilian clothes standing on the city wall, watching the approaching team from afar. Just as the team was approaching the city gate, suddenly, a large group of gangsters appeared from the bushes on both sides. Among these gangsters, a man as tall as an iron tower stood at the front with a mace in his hand. On the other side, there was a young woman holding a long sword, looking coldly at the approaching team. At this moment, someone shouted, "Brothers, it's time to serve the leader. Capture the people in the carriage and kill them." In an instant, the entire crowd rushed towards the carriage. At this moment, the soldiers around the carriage also became nervous and immediately drew out the swords at their waists. Protect the young master and meet the enemy. At this moment, everyone around the carriage looked nervous. It was like being suddenly attacked and losing one's composure in an instant. The Anda defenders on the city wall also realized something was wrong and rushed out from the city gate. But these ordinary soldiers were no match for Xiao Si and Xiong Er, and were beaten to a pulp in an instant. The battle was just a confrontation, and there were two people sitting in the carriage. One was Xiao Si and the other was Xiong Er. They pulled open the curtain and looked inside, confirming that it was Zhou Heng without a doubt. Xiao Si entered the carriage in an instant and placed his sword on Zhou Heng's neck. And Xiong Er turned his horse around and drove the carriage towards the capital. At this moment, a fast horse also rushed out of the Anda city gate. Sitting on it was another man as tall as an iron tower, undoubtedly that big bear. Chu Chen watched all this coldly, but never noticed that the red swallow flew out of the city. Could it be that Qi Yanfei has already gone to the capital? Chu Chen said to Qin Xian and Mu Zhong beside him. That's impossible. I sent people disguised as ordinary people to wander around the house every day, but no one left. After hearing this, Mu Zhong also spoke in confusion. When the soldiers saw the carriage going away, they chased it for a while and then turned back. However, the old soldier had changed into a Taoist robe at this moment and was taking a shortcut to chase the carriage. After Chu Chen saw that everything had calmed down, he turned and said to Qin Xian, "Jiumengzi, go, we'll take a look at Qi Yanfei. Could it be that he can fly?" After hearing this, Qin Xian jumped off the city wall and ran toward the house in the western suburbs. Not long after, Qin Xian stood inside the house and took out his intercom. "You idiot, the person is already dead. I don't know how he got out. Then go in and check to see if there are any secret passages or anything like that." After listening, Qin Xian put away the intercom and walked into the house. After some searching, he found a secret passage under a big bed. Qin Xian went down without thinking. It was pitch black inside. I walked along the dark passage for a long time before I saw the light in front of me. When he was brought to the entrance of the secret passage, he heard voices coming from outside. "All right, Master Tontian, the people have been captured. Take them to the capital. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Xiong Daxiong and Mr. Xiong Er. I'll go first." "No problem, I'm faster." After saying that, the sound of horse hooves could be heard as they rode away into the distance. Chapter 259. The dragnet of heaven and earth covers the capital. Then the carriage began to move slowly. There were 4 people in the car at the moment. Qi Yanfei and Xiao Si were holding Zhou Heng hostage in the car, and Xiong Er sat outside, waving his whip and driving the horses forward quickly. After seeing them leave, Qin Xian stuck his head out and found that they had already arrived at an abandoned house outside Anda City. "You idiot, I've already left the city through the secret passage. Come over here." Qin Xuan's voice came from the intercom. After leaving the city and saying goodbye to Mu Zhong, he got on a motorcycle at the foot of the city wall and headed towards the capital. And at this moment in Zhou Heng's carriage, Zhou Heng looked at Qi Yanfei in front of him and weakly called out, "Uncle." "Haha, Uncle, it's been a long time since I heard that call. When I left, you were probably only 6 or 7 years old. What a pity. You're a good kid, but the problem is that you don't have a good father." Qi Yanfei looked at Zhou Heng and said with a smile, "Uncle, the people of Daxia are now living and working in peace and contentment. Although there have been natural disasters, at least there have been no large-scale rebellions. As the imperial family, our Zhou family's purpose is to be responsible for the world. Why are you so obsessed with the throne? Look at my father. He works hard all day and is always worried. Is the throne really that good?" Seeing that Qi Yanfei didn't say anything, Zhou Hong began to persuade him. Qi Yanfei looked at Zhou Hong in surprise. I thought that Zhou Shixuan and I didn't get along, but he had a son who looked pretty good. What surprised him even more was that this kid was now a prisoner. He still looks calm and composed, which is really a good character. If Zhou Hong knew what Qi Yanfei was thinking, he would probably curse in his heart. This was the first time in Zhou Heng's life that someone had a sword held to his neck. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. When that giant bear countryman, as big as an iron tower, rushed up, I almost pissed myself with fear. Okay, put down your sword, Xiao Si. He can't get away. Qi Yanfei turned and said to Xiao Si. Xiao Si was a little dazed because she was right next to Zhou Hong. So I always feel that there's a familiar aura around Zhou Hong. It seems like he is naturally approachable. After breaking free from the restraints, Zhou Hong twisted his neck and then looked at the girl named Xiao Si. Looking from the side, Zhou Hong already understood most of it. This person should be the one my father mentioned, the little princess whose mother was killed and abducted by Qi Yanfei, also known as Zhou Shiji. Perhaps because of blood, Zhou Hong also felt such a familiar breath. And her profile, vaguely, bears some resemblance to her father. But he just took a glance and turned his head to look at Qi Yanfei calmly. This is not the time to bring it out. It's not certain whether the fourth girl believed it or not, but there was a monster that looked like a bear outside the carriage. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward. Seeing this, Zhou Hong closed his eyes and quietly thought about countermeasures. She had said before that she would use herself as bait to lure the emperor's uncle and the girl beside him to the capital. But at this moment, there were two more people from the Big Bear country. Although I haven't seen the other one, my brother-in-law said that it is more powerful than the one outside. Among the masters in the capital, only Zhu Liuxiang had reached the 10th grade grandmaster level. Can Eunuch Wei and Taoist Qing Xian withstand the warrior from the Big Bear country outside? Although his sworn brother has a magical hidden weapon, some people with strong bodies can actually achieve the state of being invulnerable to swords and guns. As for Xiao Si, her identity has been basically confirmed now, so she must not be harmed. Therefore, it is difficult to grasp this balance. Looking at Xiao Si's attitude towards Qi Yanfei, it would be difficult for her to believe for a while that the person she had followed for many years was actually the murderer of her mother. Just thinking and walking along the way, Chu Chen took Qin Xian with him, riding an off-road motorcycle, taking a shortcut and heading toward the capital. With the speed of his carriage, how could it possibly withstand this motorcycle? Besides, taking a shortcut would be much faster. That night, Chu Chen brought Qin Xian to the gate of the capital. Without taking a rest, the two drove straight to the palace. Compared to the outside of the capital, the palace seemed much safer. The Tongtian sect has a large number of followers, and God knows how many people Qi Yanfei has arranged outside the capital. He was able to expose himself and capture Zhou Hong to threaten Zhou Shixuan to step down. Then there can be no arrangement. Moreover, Zhou Shixuan had previously ordered the arrest of the Tongtian sect member, the one with the sun tattoo on the back of his neck. But the results were not satisfactory. Those people seemed to disappear suddenly at the slightest sign of trouble. It is estimated that at this moment, there are many Tongtian sect members mixed in the capital city. In fact, Chu Chen's guess was correct. Long before the Red Swallow flew to Daxia, the gangs in almost every city were ready to go. After they entered Andu, Qi Yanfei openly ordered Xiao Si to lie low. But there was another order, which was to let them use various methods to slowly gather towards the capital. This is because after they kidnap Zhou Hong and arrive in the capital and enter the palace, these people will surface. But Zhou Shixuan had never thought of this. On the surface, the entire capital city was the same as usual. But secretly, the number of soldiers on the city wall had already doubled, and nearly every 3 soldiers was equipped with a crossbow. Putting aside the soldiers who went far to the northern border, there are currently sufficient troops in the capital. Besides, the entire palace also has Zhou Shixuan's 10,000 secret guards. If Zhou Shixuan really encounters an accident, these 10,000 people will rush forward together and will eventually kill a master. Qi Yanfei's fighting style is different from the previous 3 families. He has Zhou Hong in his hand, so he wants to use super strong force to directly enter the palace and coerce Zhou Shixuan. The followers of Tongtian sect only disturb the soldiers guarding the city outside, preventing them from returning to their source. 3 days later, a man led a group of people and drove a caravan carriage into the capital smoothly. If Qing Shan was there at that time, this man would definitely go up and say hello. That's right, he is Feng Shiyuan, the head of Anahal. After Feng Shiyuan's caravan entered the capital, they hurried towards a group of houses. After entering the house, people from all kinds of places suddenly appeared in the carriages. And such things happened one after another in various places in the capital. Not long after Feng Shiyuan and the others entered, Zhou Heng's carriage behind him slowly drove towards the distance. Feng Shuzhen, who was temporarily assigned to guard the city gate, recognized him instantly. Following Chu Chen's instructions, he picked up a black lump in front of him and pressed a button. Everyone, pay attention, they are coming. Chapter 260, taking Zhou Heng into the palace. After saying that, he dropped the walkie-talkie and went to meet them with a team of soldiers. Subordinates, I pay my respects to His Highness the 8th Prince. At this moment, inside the carriage, Shao Ci's sword was against Zhou Heng's waist again. Take us into the palace. If there is any mistake, I will kill you immediately. Qi Yanfei looked at the soldier kneeling on the ground through the curtain of the carriage, then turned and spoke coldly to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng nodded obediently and said to the outside, Shu Zhen, it's me, get out of the way. Your Highness, could you please get out of the carriage and see me? In order to confirm, Feng Shuzhen deliberately shouted towards the carriage. Otherwise, if it goes too smoothly, it won't make sense. No matter what, the appearance of Xiong Air outside would definitely make the city defenders suspicious. You guys should retreat. I feel a bit cold today, so it's not easy to get off the car. Seeing this, Feng Shuzhen pretended to stand up and walked a few steps towards the carriage, then pretended to think for a while. Then he waved to the soldiers behind him and said, We respectfully send off His Highness the 8th Prince. After saying that, the group immediately made way. At this moment, inside the imperial palace, on the huge square, Zhou Shixuan, Chu Chen, and others gathered together. Chu Chen said, Jiumengzi, your target will be the little 4th Mississippi eunuch Wei. You will fight with Xiong Air. Taoist Jew, you will stay by His Majesty's side at all times and be on guard against Xiong Air. As for Qi Yanfei and the brother who saved me, leave them to me. After saying that, everyone nodded and dispersed. While it was still early, Chu Chen took the opportunity to go to the toilet and dived into the space again, drinking several buckets of water. Then he checked the equipment around him and walked out. He was wearing stab-proof clothing, elbow and knee pads, and a large bulletproof helmet on his head. He had a tactical belt tied around his waist, which was filled with various weapons, both long and short. And in his hand, he only held an Uzi. This thing is good enough to stop the speed of Big Bear and Little Bear, or to deal with Qi Yanfei. If we really face Xiong Air face to face, the power will not be enough. But he also has a secret weapon, which is the police pepper spray and electric baton. Big Bear and Little Bear are known for their great physical strength, but their speed is definitely not as good as those of the masters who can climb walls and fly over rooftops. As long as you don't engage in close combat, you can use the Uzi to protect yourself. But if they get close to you, pepper spray and electric batons will definitely have an unexpected effect. And on the square, there was an explosion-proof vehicle parked, which was prepared for Zhou Heng. After the discussion, Zhou Shixuan took Zhu Liuxiang back into the house. Others also hid in other places. With the blessing of Zhou Heng's carriage and Zhou Heng's voice, a carriage smoothly entered the palace and stopped in the square. At this moment, Qi Yanfei had an indescribable feeling of familiarity, yet strangeness. After all, this was his former home. But he immediately felt something was wrong. How could such a large square be empty, as if to make room for them? But since they had already entered the palace, there was no way to retreat. So Qi Yanfei dismounted and shouted inside. Zhou Shixuan, your brother is back. Why don't you go out to greet him? Shiji, no, I should call you Qi Yanfei now. After all these years, you are still so impatient. Zhou Shixuan's voice came out slowly from inside the house. Qi Yanfei looked ahead instantly and saw Zhou Shixuan striding towards the carriage, followed by Zhu Liuxiang. Ha! Zhou Shixuan, look who I brought. After saying that, Qi Yanfei opened the curtain of the carriage. Xiong Air climbed onto the carriage and dragged Zhou Heng out. And then 2 more people came down. One of them was the 4th girl. The other one was Feng Shiyuan, who was halfway in the car in the capital. Zhou Shixuan glanced at Zhou Heng, who was controlled by Xiong Air, and his eyes instantly fixed on the 4th girl next to Qi Yanfei. Xiao Si also saw Zhou Shixuan at this moment and couldn't help but frown. Ha, okay, it's this big now. Century, why should we take out our grudges on the younger generations? Zhou Shixuan did not reveal Xiao Si's identity. He knew it was useless to say it now. Instead, he turned around and spoke to Qi Yanfei. From the day you kicked me out of this palace, I'm no longer Zhou Shiji. Remember my name? Qi Yanfei. Okay. Qi Yanfei, why are you making things difficult for this young man? Qi Yanfei looked at Zhou Shixuan as if he were a fool. Embarrassing the young man? Did I embarrass him? After Qi Yanfei finished speaking, he looked at the fourth girl intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, Zhou Shikai, who got the news from somewhere, also rushed into the square. His arrival instantly disrupted the tense atmosphere among the crowd. Second brother? Is that you, second brother? Zhou Shikai rushed straight towards the red swallow. Qi Yanfei looked at Zhou Shikai, who was running towards him, and instantly raised the sword in his hand and put it on Zhou Heng's neck. Third brother, let's talk from a distance. If you get too close, my second brother's hands will shake. Everyone present didn't know why such a guy like Lao Lu suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Zhou Shikai also has his own ideas. He had liked Zhou Heng since he was a child, and heard from his servants that Zhou Heng was in trouble. So he hurried over, trying to use his neutral identity to rush to Qi Yanfei's side and replace Zhou Heng. But he thought things were too simple. If Qi Yanfei dared to enter the palace, how could he not make preparations? Zhou Shikai stopped abruptly when he saw this. Brother, what are you doing? This is your nephew. After saying that, Zhou Shikai looked at Xiao Si again. Hey, this. Just as he was about to express his doubts, Feng Shuyan rushed towards Zhou Shikai in one step. Seeing Zhou Shikai in trouble, Chu Chen couldn't just stand by and watch him die. If he were to catch us, the difficulty of rescue would increase exponentially. So Chu Chen had no choice but to flash and rush towards Zhou Shikai. Just when Feng Shuyan was about to grab Zhou Shikai, he heard a voice saying, "Fuck you." Then a rusty big knife came towards him. Forced to do so, he quickly pulled himself back. Chu Chen took advantage of Feng Shuyan's retreat, grabbed Zhou Shikai, fled the scene in an instant, and ran towards the black explosion-proof vehicle. He threw it into the explosion-proof car and locked the door. Then he turned around and looked at the people who were confronting each other in the square and spoke. Sorry, I didn't know this Lao Lu would suddenly appear, so I've locked him up. You guys continue. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Qi Yanfei looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly appeared, and quickly said to Feng Shun, Master Feng, don't let him get away. He is Chu Chen. Chapter 261, the melee begins, and Big Bear appears. As soon as Feng Shuyan heard the name Chu Chen, he immediately chased in the direction of Chu Chen. Chu Chen saw it and shouted, fuck, and ran to the back. As he ran, he took out his intercom and shouted to Chen Qingxian, Jiomengzi, let me see quickly what grade is this thing. Don't worry, 6th rank, I'm not a threat to you. Chen Qingxuan's voice was heard from the intercom, and then it was no longer heard. Qi Yanfei watched Feng Shuyan chase after him, and then he winked at Xiao Si. Xiao Si understood what he meant and quickly chased in the direction of Chu Chen. Chen Qingxian saw that something was wrong and chased after him. Ha ha ha, Chu Chen, catching you is a great achievement. Feng Shuyan shouted as he chased Chu Chen. Chu Chen ran without saying a word, but headed towards the door. After he walked out of the door, he stopped abruptly. Looking at Feng Shuyan coming from a distance, he said, Wait, your last name is Feng? Humph, you daring lunatic. I am Feng Shuyan. Feng Shuyan didn't expect that Chu Chen could stop under his pursuit. So he said to Chu Chen with a joking look on his face. At this moment, the fourth young lady also arrived and said, Master Feng, leave this scoundrel to me. Just as she said this, a long voice came from behind her. I'm a lecher. Come here, beautiful Miss Four. I saw the drunkard sitting on the wall with a cocky look on his face, looking at Xiao Si with a rude look and speaking slowly. You. Xiao Si turned around and saw the person he hated again. In an instant, regardless of his realm, he flew up the wall and started fighting with Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxuan's purpose was very simple, which was to delay her as long as possible. He knew her identity. If he was allowed to stay next to Qi Yanfei, it would be better for him to fight with her himself and then control her. This might be the best way to protect her. Feng Shuyan was a little confused at the moment. He had just said that he would give it to her. So how could he get angry and leave just because of a single sentence? But when he saw Chu Chen, who only had the strength of the 5th rank, Feng Shuyuan didn't take it to heart. In this era, if one realm is higher, the combat effectiveness can be much higher. All right, kid, are you going to surrender? Or let me beat you to death? You are Feng Shuyuan. You are fooling Shi Shan, right? When Chu Chen saw the man in front of him, he instantly became furious. Ha! Shi Shan, I don't know how he got started with that brain. He's not even as good as a farmer. After saying that, he drew his sword and walked forward, ready to arrest Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly shouted, Master Feng, wait a minute, I have a secret to tell you. Secret? What are you planning to do? Come here, and I'll tell you. Chu Chen said to Feng Shuyuan with a harmless expression. Haha, you despicable boy. Do you think I will fall for your trick? As he spoke, he took a few steps towards Chu Chen. At this moment, the distance between the two was within that sword. Seeing this, Chu Chen thought that this kid was not stupid and was not easy to deceive, so he had an idea. He stretched out his left hand and pointed to the sky, shouting, Look, there's a plane. When Feng Shuyuan heard Chu Chen's call, his mind involuntarily turned to the side and looked up at the sky. But at this moment, he heard a swish sound, and a burning pain instantly came from his eyes and face. On the square, the appearance of Zhou Shikai broke the atmosphere of confrontation. Qi Yanfei was a little impatient at this moment. He shouted at Zhou Shixuan, If you want your son to live, hand over the imperial seal and abdicate. Otherwise, I will make you experience the feeling of losing your own children. Haha, you should be able to guess who Xiao Si is, right? You know, she has always been very obedient since she was little. As long as I say one, she never says two. Qi Yanfei said as he walked towards Zhou Shixuan. And Xiong Er was carrying Zhou Hong like a chick. Shurji, those are your nephews and nieces. How could you have the heart to do that to them? Haha, call me Qi Yanfei, dear. When you drove me out of the palace, did you ever think that I was your brother? No, Shurji, you were young and naive back then. Do you know how dangerous it was to leave Daxiao in your hands? Call me Qi Yanfei. Qi Yanfei almost shouted, his veins bulging, and he looked a little crazy for a moment. Okay, listen to me, Century. The imperial family is ruthless, but as long as we look back, we are still brothers. Zhou Shixuan looked at him and shook his head in his heart. It's strange that he used his own son and daughter as bargaining chips, so he must die today. I told you to call me Qi Yanfei. At this moment, Qi Yanfei was on the verge of exploding. Stimulated by Zhou Shixuan's words, he instantly shouted at Xiong Er, Leave the person to me. Go catch Zhou Shixuan. After hearing this, Xiong Er looked at Qi Yanfei with contempt, waved his hand, and threw Zhou Hong to Qi Yanfei, then flew forward and headed towards Zhou Shixuan. At this moment, a huge figure quickly appeared from behind Zhou Shixuan. It was Xiongda. Ha! Emperor Daxia, prepare tout dit. After saying that, he ran towards Zhou Shixuan at a very fast speed. Upon seeing this, Zhu Liuxiang immediately rushed forward and instantly started fighting with the big bear. But Xiong Er had only taken a few steps when Eunuch Wei appeared from somewhere else and blocked Xiong Er's way. Hey, you're pale and beardless. Are you a eunuch without a penis? Xiong Er looked at Eunuch Wei with a simple and honest face and said, You beast from the Great Bear Country, how dare you insult me? Prepare tout dit. Eunuch Wei was extremely angry at this moment. Over the years, few people dared to point out his shortcomings to his face, so he immediately started fighting with Xiong Er. But once we came into contact with them, we realized that the people from the Big Bear Country were surprisingly powerful. Qi Yanfei held Zhou Hong in his hand, but his eyes were anxiously watching the battlefield. Everything was clearly planned, so why did Chu Chen and Zhu Liuxiang's disciples suddenly appear? Could it be that there is a traitor within the Tongtian sect? Just as he was thinking, a voice sounded in his ears. Red sect leader, that's his mother. The sudden sound scared Qi Yanfei. Just as he was about to jump up, a hiss sound was heard, and then he found that he could no longer open his eyes. Vicious, my eyes, my eyes. Chu Chen ignored him, pulled Zhou Hong away, and kicked him to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a pair of handcuffs appeared on Chu Chen's hands, and he handcuffed Qi Yanfei tightly in an instant. Then he dragged Zhou Hong and ran towards the black explosion-proof vehicle next to him. Chapter 262, The Electric Baton, shows its power in the palace. After throwing Zhou Hong into the explosion-proof vehicle, Chu Chen immediately started the car and drove towards Zhou Shixuan. Only when Zhou Shixuan was safe could Zhu Liuxiang and eunuch Wei concentrate on fighting against those two men? With Zhou Shixuan by their side, both of them were unable to move freely and were forced to retreat step by Big Bear and Little Bear. Big Bear was also frightened when he saw the black box monster coming towards him. He quickly shouted to Xiong Er, "Be careful, brother. I've never seen this monster before, and I don't know how strong it is." Chu Chen drove the car towards the two of them, and they instantly retreated backwards. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped steadily next to Zhou Shixuan. "Uncle Zhou, get in the car." Chu Chen opened the door and grabbed Zhou Shixuan. Then he drove the car towards Qi Yin, who was handcuffed on the ground. After arriving at the location, Zhou Shixuan grabbed Qi Yanfei and put him into the car. Chu Chen parked the car, turned to Zhou Shixuan and said, "Take good care of this thing." After saying that, he opened the car door and walked out, because he saw in the car that eunuch Wei was obviously unable to bear it anymore. After getting off the car, Chu Chen quickly approached Xiong Er and eunuch Wei. At the same time, a smoke bomb appeared. Xiong Er looked at the old eunuch in front of him and instantly became playful. "Old man, hermaphrodite, what's going on? Come here." Eunuch Wei was furious and rushed forward, but as soon as the two men touched, eunuch Wei was bounced back by Xiong Er's huge force. "Haha, young man, you are too weak. If you don't use your full strength, I will kill you." Xiong Er walked towards eunuch Wei with a smile on his face, as if he was teasing a toy. At this moment, Chu Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of eunuch Wei. "Mr. Chu, hurry up and leave. This man has the power of a master. You are no match for him." When eunuch Wei saw Chu Chen appear at this time, he shouted anxiously, "Don't worry, eunuch Wei. I'll give you a treasure." After saying that, the two of them moved closer, blocked Xiong Er's sight, and handed him an electric baton. "Eunuch Wei, you will poke him with this end and then press this mechanism. Is this your hidden weapon?" Eunuch Wei looked at the black stick in his hand and said in surprise, "You know, this Mr. Chu's hidden weapons are famously powerful. As long as they are used properly, even a master can kill instantly." He actually gave such a valuable hidden weapon to himself. Then he looked at Chu Chen with a touched expression. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. "He's coming soon. Don't be moved, kill him first." After hearing what Chu Chen said, eunuch Wei instantly came to his senses. Yes, kill him." Then he shouted, "Fuck you," and went towards Xiong Er. Chu Chen almost dropped his jaw after hearing this. Even old Wei has learned such vicious words? Could it be that "fuck you" really has the effect of enhancing momentum? Thinking of this, Chu Chen also shouted, "Fuck you." Then he rushed towards Xiong Er with a shotgun in his hand as he rushed. He understood that eunuch Wei's electric baton alone could not cause much substantial harm to Xiong Er. The only way to finally get rid of him is to use this shotgun and shoot him a few times. Xiong Er looked at the two people rushing towards him and couldn't help but feel like laughing. "Haha, you're a hermaphrodite and your little chicken-like kid, yet you dare to attack me. You're quite brave." Eunuch Wei moved very quickly, holding the sword in his right hand and stabbing at Xiong Er, who shouted loudly. He swung the weapon in his hand and blocked eunuch Wei's sword. Just when he was about to turn defense into offense, he suddenly noticed that the hermaphrodite in front of him had a smile on his face. A pitch-black stick stabbed into his stomach through his left hand. "What? You want to tickle me?" Xiong Er smiled contemptuously and thought to himself, "Are you using this stick to poke people?" But then he couldn't laugh anymore. I just felt a tingling and numbness in my stomach, and then my whole body started to twitch involuntarily. Moreover, his body was suddenly out of his control, and even the mace fell to the ground. At this moment, Chu Chen, who had rushed over, shouted to eunuch Wei, "Eunuch Wei, go away and let me do it." Upon hearing this, eunuch Wei quickly turned to the side to make room for Chu Chen. At this time, Xiong Er saw that the young man who looked like a chicken also took out a black stick and stabbed it into his stomach. He thought it was over. He didn't know what kind of weapon it would be this time. He wanted to dodge, but his body wouldn't obey him. Chu Chen put the shotgun against Xiong Er's stomach and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, several loud noises were heard, and Xiong Er, who was still feeling numb, instantly discovered that his stomach seemed to be leaking. All the strength in my body was being drained away quickly. Chu Chen decided to go all out and pointed his shotgun at Xiong Er's head. "In your next life, let your parents give you a good name." After saying that, he pointed at his head and pulled the trigger. Then he turned to eunuch Wei and said, "Let's go help Taoist Xiaoyao." After saying that, The two of them gathered all their strength and ran towards the big bear. At this moment, Xiong Dajing was fighting with Zhu Liuxiang. But when he saw that Xiong Er was killed by those two people in some unknown way, he was instantly heartbroken. "Brother, despicable Daxiang monkey, if you have the guts to fight me face to face, you only know how to use these despicable tactics." As he spoke, the attacks in his hands became more and more intense. It was at this time that Eunuch Wei seized the opportunity and joined the battle. But even if it was 2 against 1, facing such a powerful force, the two of them could only barely tie with him. Moreover, Xiongda was very angry at the moment. Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei had been fighting for so long that they were gradually becoming exhausted. Chu Chen looked at the situation on the battlefield and thought to himself that this was not good and he had to think of a solution. The physical strength of that big bear is really too strong. By the way, he used a knife, and he was very accurate. Smoke bomb. Yes, let's shake him first and let Zhu Liuxiang take a break first. After saying that, he pulled out the pin of the smoke bomb in his hand and rolled towards the big bear. Just as Xiongda was about to take down the weaker Eunuch Wei with one move, he saw something emitting thick smoke coming towards him. The despicable Daxiang monkey actually used poison. After saying this, he quickly retreated, and the pressure on Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei was immediately relieved. The three people were separated by the smoke. Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei also fled from the smoke quickly. Obviously, they both thought that the smoke was poison used by Chu Chen. After all, in their eyes, Chu Chen is a master of hidden weapons, so it is normal for him to use some poison. Chapter 263. Chen Qingxian disappears. At this time, Chu Chen handed Zhu Liuxiang a bottle of police pepper spray and said, "Master Xiaoyao, you will spray this in his eyes later. It will work wonders. Eunuch Wei, as soon as Taoist Xiaoyao succeeds, you will hit him with your stick." The three of them came up with a plan in an instant. "What about this poisonous smoke?" Zhu Liuxiang asked while covering his nose. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It just blocks your view." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he rushed towards the smoke first, holding a fully loaded shotgun in his hand. Upon seeing this, Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei also rushed into the smoke. Because the smoke and dust have not yet dispersed, visibility is extremely low, and Big Bear was standing at the edge of the smoke, looking into it vigilantly. Suddenly, a long sword came towards him rapidly. At this moment, Chu Chen's arrogant voice was heard in the smoke. "Haha, you've been hit by my 10 steps heartbreaking powder. Within 10 steps, your blood and essence will burn. You will definitely die. Dare to move and try." After hearing this, Xiongda frowned. There are many talented people in this world, and there are also many strange poisons in this world. He didn't dare to bet whether Chu Chen's words were true or not. What if it is true? I have already flown 7 or 8 steps when I came out. What should I do? At this moment, he also felt a little hot all over. He couldn't tell whether it was caused by the hard fighting or the poison. Zhu Liuxiang rushed over and seized the opportunity while he was stunned. He flew closer and swung his sword, but a small black bottle instantly appeared in his other hand, and he pressed it against the big bear's eyes. With a hissing sound, a stream of semi-mist pepper spray shot straight into Xiongda's eyes. Xiongda felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and after being stuck by the unknown thing, his entire face felt hot. "Ah, my eyes, you despicable Daxiang monkey, you have no moral principles." As soon as he finished the word, Eunuch Wei's electrobaton arrived as promised. Like Xiong Er, Xiongda was also instantly electrocuted and lost the ability to move. Seeing this, Eunuch Wei shouted behind him, "Master Chu, come here." As he spoke, Eunuch Wei stepped aside. Chu Chen acted quickly, flew forward, pointed a shotgun at the big bear's body, and fired several shots. Many powerful marbles were pushed by gunpowder and instantly entered Xiongda's body and changed direction inside his body. The big bear howled and fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Chu Chen put the shotgun to his head again and sent him back to the big bear country like opening a watermelon. After doing all this, Chu Chen put the shotgun into his clothes and sat down on the ground. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "You two should take a break. Everything is fine. Boy, your 10 steps heartbreaking powder." Zhu Liuxiang was always a little worried because this kid had so many strange things. He had seen that powerful weapon before. He had used it when he killed the Park brothers last time. But who knows whether there is poison in the smoke from this kid. Oh, Taoist Xiaoyao, it's really not poisonous. If it were poisonous, would I not warn you? What about this? After saying that, Zhu Liuxiang took out the bottle of chili water. Well, this isn't poisonous. If you get hurt, just wash your eyes with clean water. If you don't believe me, try spraying Eunuch Wei. After hearing this, Eunuch Wei looked at Zhu Liuxiang with a vigilant look, wondering what the big deal was. Is it because I'm weak? Zhu Liuxiang, don't listen to that brat. If you dare to criticize me, I'll stab you with this thing. After saying this, Eunuch Wei raised the electric baton in his hand. After seeing this, Zhu Liuxiang retreated slightly. He had seen the power of this thing before. Even the powerful big bear could be subdued in an instant. I can't imagine how it would feel if I were to be touched by this thing. All right, you two, return the things to me. His Majesty is still in the car. Seeing this, Chu Chen stretched out his hand to the two of them. When the two heard this, they said, "Yes, His Majesty is still in the car. Let's go. Lao Wei, go see His Majesty." After saying this, the two of them turned around and left at the same time, with no intention of returning it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. Just take it away. It was a consumable item anyway. Once they had finished spraying the pepper spray and the electricity was used up, the thing would be like waste in their hands. Thinking of this, Chu Chen stood up and walked towards the explosion-proof vehicle. At this moment, the soldiers outside also carried 3 bodies and placed them on the square. The 2 with rotten heads belonged to Big Bear and Little Bear, and the other one with a big hole in its chest belonged to Feng Shuyuan. "Your Majesty, it's safe outside. Please move." Eunuch Wei walked to the front of the carriage and shouted inside. Chu Chen looked at the door thoughtfully, wondering where is that drunkard? He's been out for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to catch that little girl. At this time, Zhou Shixuan, Zhou Heng, and Zhou Shikai also got out of the car carrying Qi Yanfei. "Everyone, you've saved my Zhou family once again. Thank you very much." After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he bowed to them. Qi Yanfei, standing aside, looked at Zhou Shixuan with disdain and said, "Humph, a dignified emperor, actually bowing to a few servants. Zhou Shixuan, you are such a coward as an emperor." Zhou Shixuan turned and looked at Qi Yanfei. "Shiji, do you know why my father chose me back then? That's because you always put yourself in that high and mighty position. What is a king? A king is someone who cares about the people's worries and the suffering of the people." After saying that, he waved his hand to the soldiers behind him and said, "Take them away." Qi Yanfei laughed heartily after hearing this. "Zhou Shixuan, I didn't lose to you. I lost to this brat. You, Zhou Shixuan, will never be able to defeat me." Zhou Shixuan ignored him and led everyone into the hall. "Hey, where's Taoist Qin Xian? Where's Xiao Si?" At this time, everyone realized that something was wrong. They didn't know where the 2 men had gone and had not appeared since. "Chuwazi, you are with Taoist Qin Xian. Where is he?" After Zhou Shixuan asked, he looked at Chu Chen and said. Chu Chen looked helpless. "I don't know either. When I killed Feng Shuyuan, the 2 of them chased each other and headed outside." After listening to this, Chu Chen took out the intercom from his waist and walked outside the hall, "Jiomengzi," calling Jiomengzi. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from him. Seeing this, Chu Chen frowned deeply. He turned back to the main hall and said, "Uncle Zhou, this Jiomengzi seems to have disappeared. I can't find him either. The transmission range of this walkie-talkie is quite long. This guy must be crazy chasing after a beautiful girl." Zhou Shixuan frowned upon hearing this and turned to Eunuch Wei and said, "Old Wei, send someone to look for him immediately." Chapter 264, A Mysterious Person Appears in the Cave. Eunuch Wei bowed to Zhou Shixuan and walked outside. Soon after, a large number of soldiers appeared in the palace and headed towards all directions of the capital. Little did she know that at this moment Chen Qingxian was in a cave, looking coldly at the woman in front of him. "Who are you and why are you stopping me?" In front of Chen Qingxian, there stood a fairy-like woman, and behind her was the 4th girl. "Sister, this person wants to capture me. Please save me." When Xiao Si saw Chen Qingxian being stopped, he grabbed the woman's hand tightly and said, "It doesn't matter. I haven't taken him seriously yet." "Who are you?" Chen Qingxian asked again. "It doesn't matter who I am, but you're blatantly chasing a girl in broad daylight. Since I've encountered you, I have no choice but to intervene." Chen Qingxian looked at the woman in front of him and felt powerless for a moment. Originally, He wanted to delay time and play with the fourth girl before catching her back, but he didn't expect that the girl happened to dive into this cave. When he chased in, he met this woman. As soon as the two of them touched each other, Chu Chen found that he was no match for this person. I couldn't help but wonder when such a powerful figure appeared in the Xia. As expected, what the master said was right. Don't go out and show off when there is nothing to do. This world is not as simple as you imagine. Miss, do you know who the woman behind you is? She's the daughter of the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. I am here on the emperor's orders to bring her back to the palace. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the woman in front of him couldn't help but turn her head to look at the fourth girl. Oh, the emperor's daughter? Chu Chen didn't care about anything else at this moment. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he told them the identity of Xiao Si in one breath. After hearing this, Xiao Si looked at Chu Chen in confusion. You're talking nonsense. I'm from a northern part of the Great Wall. What relationship do I have with you, the Emperor of Great Xia? No, little fourth miss, there are some things you don't know. If you come back to the palace with me, I will be able to prove your identity. Stop. The woman frowned, looked at Xiao Si behind her, and then looked at Chu Chen. I'll give you a stick of incense to talk it over. After saying that, he walked away on his own, as if he was not worried at all that Chu Chen would suddenly abduct or kill Xiao Si. Chu Chen stepped forward and spoke to the fourth girl. If you come back to the palace with me, your identity will be revealed. Let's go. Humph, you scoundrel. Why should I believe you? Have you ever seen your parents since you were a child? Our leader said, I am an orphan. It's over. Chu Chen really couldn't explain it for a while. Instantly, he bowed towards the mysterious woman and said, Miss, could you allow me to go to the cave entrance? I'll find a way to prove her identity. The mysterious woman nodded and said, Go ahead. My patience is limited. Hurry up. After hearing this, Chu Chen rushed out of the cave and took off the walkie-talkie from his waist. Are you there, idiot? Xiaomengzi, where have you been? Did you encounter any danger? Stop talking nonsense and ask His Majesty how to prove the identity of the fourth young lady as a princess. At this moment, Chu Chen was sitting with Zhou Shixuan and others. After listening, he turned to look at Zhou Shixuan. Seeing this, Zhou Shixuan snatched the intercom and asked, Chu Wazi, how do you use this? You press here and then speak. Zhou Shixuan followed suit, picked up the intercom, and said, Master Qingxian, have you caught Xiao Si? Don't hurt her. Your Majesty, there's a situation now. The fourth young lady is unwilling to admit her identity and does not want to return to the palace. Do you have any way to prove that she's a princess? Chu Chen didn't waste time talking to him and spoke quickly. Zhou Shixuan didn't have time to think about it after hearing this. There's a black round birthmark on her left thigh. After hearing this, Chu Chen rushed back into the cave with a whoosh. Why, you still don't give up? With Sister Mo Yun here, you can't catch me. Montakyun? What nice name. Upon hearing it, Chu Chen looked towards the mysterious woman sitting there again. Miss, your name is Mo Yun? My name is Chu Chen from Daxia. Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly whether you can prove her identity. Before Chu Chen could finish his words, Mo Yun glared at him angrily. I thought that this little girl had good physique, but her brain seemed to be a little dull. Was she really a princess? Okay, Miss Xiao Si, there's a round black birthmark on your left thigh. You'll understand if you look at it yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Si's heart tightened. This birthmark was located in a very hidden place. As far as I can remember, no one has ever seen it, including the leader Qi Yanfei. How did the man in front of me know it? Ding Tuzi, how do you know? Look, I see. You are the little princess who was kidnapped by Zhou Shiji, also known as Qi Yanfei. At that time, your father, Zhou Shixuan, the current emperor of Daxia, was fighting for the throne with his brother Zhou Shiji, also known as Qi Yanfei. Zhou Shiji was defeated, so he killed your mother, took you away, and headed north. The leader you mentioned was the enemy who killed your mother. Seeing that the matter was urgent, Chu Chen didn't care about anything and told the whole story in one breath. After hearing this, Xiao Si stood there speechless. When Mo Yin saw this, he quickly stepped forward and knocked Xiao Si unconscious with a palm. Then he said to Chu Chen, Okay, you finished talking, get out. Miss Mo Yin, I don't know where you come from, but this is related to the royal family's affairs. Please hand over the fourth girl to me. Mo Yin laughed after hearing this. What does it have to do with me when it comes to royal affairs? I just like this girl, so get out of here. What the hell is going on? He likes this girl. Chen Qingxian looked at Mo Yun in surprise. Could it be? Hey, so perverted, I like it. So the habit that Hong Langman had developed instantly took over. Miss Mo Yun, you are a girl, and look at me. I am handsome and have great martial arts skills. If you don't mind, you can also be with me. Before Chen Qingxian could finish his words, Mo Yun kicked him in the chest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. I'll kill you, you scoundrel. Chen Qingxian was kicked far away and wondered why he couldn't control his mouth. But the girl in front of me is really beautiful. With her, what else do I need for romance? Mo Yun then stepped forward and pressed an ancient long sword against Chen Qingxuan's throat. Chen Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. It's over. He was just such a mean person. Miss, I have no intention of offending you. It's just that you are so beautiful that I, Chun, have fallen in love with you and cannot extricate myself. If I could die under your sword right now, my life would be worth it. Because when I was dying, all I could see was you. Chapter 265, The Mysterious Woman Named Mo Yun. Mo Yun laughed instead of getting angry after hearing this. Haha, you really are a pervert. Okay, I'm in a good mood today. Since you're not ugly, get out of here. After saying that, Mo Yun retracted his sword and waved at Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian quickly got up, looked at Xiaoxi on the ground, and asked, Then she? Don't worry, she has a good foundation. I will take her to the snowy mountains, and she will come home in the future. After saying that, he pointed his sword in the direction of the cave entrance. The meaning was very clear. If you don't leave, you, Chen Qingxian, will die. Miss Mo Yun, she is a real princess, so you don't have to worry about the royal family. Ah, the royal family, what a nobody. If you don't get out of here, you'll die. Also, you have no intention of knowing my name. If a third person finds out, no matter where you run to, I will come back and take your life. After saying that, Mo Yun took another step forward. Seeing this, Chen Qingxian shouted, Let's go, Miss Mo Yun. See you later. After saying that, he rushed out of the cave with a whoosh. At the entrance of the cave, Chen Qingxian discovered that his back was completely wet. After regaining his handsome image a little, Chen Qingxian hurried towards the palace. At this moment, in the hall, Zhou Shixuan sat in the upper seat, staring at the intercom, waiting for Chen Qingxuan's response. After he finished describing Xiaoxi's characteristics, Chen Qingxian never spoke again. Suddenly, a figure flew straight in from outside the hall. Everyone looked closely and wondered who else it could be but Chen Qingxian. Master, how is Xiaoxi? Seeing this, Zhou Shixuan quickly stood up and asked Chen Qingxian anxiously. She was taken away. Took her away? In this great xia, who else could take her away from you? Seeing this, Chen Qingxian told everyone everything he had encountered in the upper cave. But there was no mention of Miss Mo Yun's name. After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan frowned tightly and turned to look at Zhu Liuxiang. Master, what do you think? Your Majesty, the world is so vast that it's beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this isn't such a bad thing for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Qingxian, what does that woman look like? What kind of weapon does she use? Zhu Liuxiang turned around and asked Chen Qingxian again. Appearance? Beautiful, more beautiful than a fairy. She wielded a long sword, the blade of which is emerald green and has an ancient shape. Zhu Liuxiang nodded after hearing this and said, Your Majesty, let's end this matter here. Her Royal Highness the Princess will return one day. After saying that, he sat down, picked up the teacup, and said no more. Zhou Shixuan frowned after hearing this, then turned to look at Chu Chen again. Chu, what do you think? After listening to this, Chu Chen looked around and thought to himself, How can I see it? How else can I see it? Just use my eyes. Uncle Zhou, since Taoist Xiaoyao has said so, then there should be nothing to worry about. Okay, in that case, please go back. I will send the relevant rewards to your homes. It can be seen that Zhou Shixuan is very sad at this moment. After finally dealing with the people from Zhou Shiji in the Big Bear Country, he was about to reunite with his daughter who had been separated from him for many years. Unexpectedly, something went wrong along the way, and this living person was kidnapped right under Chen Qingxuan's nose. He blamed himself for being incompetent and unable to protect even his own daughter. Moreover, Taoist Xiaoyao told him not to worry, but that was his biological daughter. Putting aside his identity as the emperor, he was still an old father after all. Chu Chen took Chen Qingxian, climbed into the off-road vehicle, and drove towards the mansion in the capital. Mengzi, judging from your eyes, have you met a beautiful woman? How do you know? Every time Hong Lang brings new tea, you always look like this. Chu Chen joked to Xian. Don't be ridiculous. This person is so mysterious and powerful. I can't even escape a single blow from her. Could it be that I've met a god? Xian said with some reminiscence. When Chu Chen heard the word immortal, he immediately became suspicious. Could it be that there really are gods in this world? Maybe others won't believe it, but haven't there been enough strange things happening to me? Traveling through time and space, with such a large space, unlimited supplies, and spring water that can make you stronger. All of this proves that I cannot look at the world with an ordinary person's mentality. As the car drove into the mansion, the maid inside came out to greet them immediately. Chu Chen returned to the house, took a good bath, crawled into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Little did he know that the next day, he was awakened by shouting outside. "Brother, are you up? Brother, follow me to the battle." When Chu Chen heard this, he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He should have thought of it yesterday. Now that Big Bear and Little Bear have been dealt with, the next step will be the war in the northern border. I didn't expect Zhou Hong to show up as promised today. So he walked out of the room, his eyes hazy as he asked, "Brother, it's useless for me to go to this war." This is what the emperor said. He said that men should travel around and appreciate the beautiful scenery of Daxia. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that Zhou Shixuan was really good at finding trouble for him. "When do we leave?" "Set off immediately. The army has been on the march for several days. If we go too late, we might not be able to catch up. Just the two of us." "No, there's also Taoist Qing Xian." After hearing this, Chu Chen turned around and looked towards the house behind him, thinking that this drunkard might not have gotten up yet. So he turned to Zhou Hong and asked, "Are you sure he will go?" "Go, why not? The northern part of the Great Wall, the snow-capped mountains, are so beautiful. You'd be a fool to leave." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Chen Qingxian shouted from the passenger seat, "Fuck, Mengzi, why are you so active today?" "Because I like snow-capped mountains." After saying that, Chen Qingxian retracted his head into the car, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said nothing more. But at this moment, Mo Yun's words kept ringing in his mind. "Don't worry, she has good roots. I will take her to the Snow Mountain." Snow Mountain Snow Mountain is great. There are beautiful girls there. Not long after, Chu Chen was driving the car, and Chen Qingxian was sitting in the passenger seat, saying this from time to time. Zhou Hong in the back seat, and Chu Chen, who was driving, both looked confused. "Is this kid crazy? Mengzi, stop nagging. What girl is better than that red romantic girl? You idiot, do you want to die? The girl in my heart is no match for that romantic Hong." Chen Qingxian turned and said angrily to Chu Chen, "Oh, you said I was going to tell Qingchuan and Shangwan Kaier this. I wonder if they will be sad. Go ahead. From now on, Chen Qingxian, will only have one girl in my heart, and that is, Bah, why should I tell you?" Chen Qingxian realized that he had been talking nonsense again and quickly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Chen and Zhou Hong did not continue to ask questions, but drove the off-road vehicle towards the northern part of the Great Wall. Chapter 266, Tiger Fighting and Barbecue Encountering Refugees. A few days later, a red off-road vehicle with anti-skid chains was driving on the icy road. The four people in the car, feeling the hot air conditioning, couldn't help but have a slightly rosy complexion. Why for people? Because the off-road vehicle was fast. They caught up with the army a few days after setting out. In order to have someone to lead the way, they dragged Fang Shuzhen onto the vehicle. In this northern part of the Great Wall, heavy snow falls for almost half a year. Looking up, through the windshield of the car, I saw a snow-capped mountain in the distance ahead. At this moment, Chu Chen felt as if he had arrived at the foot of Mount Everest in modern society. He was a little confused as to why the world was so different after just over 1,000 kilometers. No wonder Zhou Shixuan looked down on this place. It is covered with snow all year round, and the land is extremely barren. If you want to live in this place, you can't survive without strong means of survival. At this time, they had already left behind the army that was on an expedition to the northern frontier. Walked ahead of them. "Master Chu, it is said that there are many wild beasts in the northern part of the Great Wall. You must be careful." Fang Shuzhen sat in the back seat and spoke to Chu Chen, who was driving. "A lot of wild animals? That's good. It would be nice to hunt some game along the way." Chu Chen turned around and said to Fang Shuzhen, excitement in his eyes. It is said that which man doesn't like hunting? Chu Chen would carry an air rifle up the mountain whenever he had time in Masan village. But as the hunting went on, there were fewer and fewer prey in the mountains behind Masan village. In order to protect the ecological environment, Chu Chen made a suggestion in the village. That is, hunting is prohibited in the back mountain of Masan village. In fact, all he has to do is take care of himself, because no one else will fight except him. For this reason, Chu Chen hasn't gone into the mountains for a long time. When he heard that there was prey to be hunted, he instantly became excited. Fang Shuzhen was also surprised after hearing this. Master Chu, you are joking. Once the prey in the northern frontier appears, it is beyond human power to contend with. So, it is better to be careful. No one refuted Fang Shuzhen's words. Chen Qingxian knew Chu Chen's abilities, and Zhou Heng knew something about them as well. My sworn brother can kill even a 10th grade master with a black stick on his body, so why would he be afraid of a mere beast? Seeing this, Zhou Heng changed the subject. Xu Zhen, when can we reach this city in the northern part of the Sai Bay? Your Highness, at our current speed, we may arrive in 2 days. Just as the two were talking, Chu Chen suddenly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Don't fall asleep, Jimengzi. You drive. I'll get you something delicious. When everyone looked up, they saw a huge tiger as strong as an ox standing directly in front of the car. Fuck, this idiot has become a spirit. What do you want to do? Chen Qingxian woke up from his sleep and said to Chu Chen, who looked excited, Have you ever eaten tiger meat? I have, but I haven't eaten it. Stop talking nonsense and change seats. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he stood up and moved backwards. Then he opened the skylight and stuck half of his body out. The tiger stared at the off-road vehicle that suddenly appeared in front of it with a strange look on its face. But when he saw a biped's head suddenly pop up on the off-road vehicle, he instantly became excited. It was freezing cold and there were very few prey. He had almost eaten all the prey in his territory. The tiger thought to himself that this was God chasing him and feeding him. Looking into the car through the head of the biped on the roof, the tiger instantly became even more excited, because he saw 3 two-legged beast heads inside the red box. Then it roared towards the sky and made an attacking posture. Then it leaped hard and ran toward the half of Chu Chen's body on the roof. After half an hour, a fire was lit in the snow. Next to the fire, 4 men in large cotton-padded jackets were drooling over a large piece of meat on the fire. Brother, your ingredients are really delicious. I can't help it. Yes, Master Chu, can we eat now? Zhou Heng and Fang Shuzhen were like primary school students at this moment, staring at the tiger meat and talking. After a while, Chen Qingxian put down the wine bottle in his hand and took out a dagger from his waist. In no time, the tiger meat was divided into 4 pieces. Fang Shuzhen, who had just told Chu Chen to be careful of large wild beasts, was now gnawing on the meat in his hand. He kept saying it smells so good from time to time. Just as they were enjoying the delicious barbecue, a group of ragged people suddenly rushed down the mountain. Who are you? Why did you go to the northern frontier and kill the tiger we saw first? Upon seeing this, Chu Chen and the other 3 immediately stood up. There were about 20 people coming, but all of them were dressed in tattered and thin clothes. Your tiger? Do you think that with all those things in your hands, you're just feeding the tiger? Chen Qingxian spoke first and drew out the long sword he carried with him. At this time, when everyone saw Chen Qingxian drawing his sword, they all stood there in a daze, not daring to say a word. Chu Chen saw that something was wrong and waved his hand to stop Chen Qingxian. He turned to the newcomer and asked, Who are you? Why are you here in this deep forest? Seeing Chen Qingxian put away his sword, an older man walked out from the crowd. Everyone, this young man doesn't know how to speak, so please forgive me for bumping into you. We are from Saibei City. We were forced to flee here. Forced to flee from famine? Chu Chen looked towards the crowd again after hearing this. There were only about 20 people, including men, women, and even a half-grown child. The child was wearing a thin linen shirt and a piece of animal skin wrapped around his lower body. Perhaps because he had stopped running, he was shivering with cold. Seeing this, Chu Chen turned to Zhou Heng and said, There are some problems with this matter. Zhou Heng nodded after listening, then turned to the middle-aged man who had spoken and asked, How is Saibei City doing? Why are you fleeing from the famine? You are from the Central Plains, right? Saibei City has been occupied by the bear people. They are burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities in the city. We are despicable and helpless so we are thinking of fleeing to the Central Plains to save our lives." Zhou Heng frowned when he heard this. "What about the city guards? The city defenders, where are they? They were all slaughtered the day after the Great Bear Nation arrived." Zhou Heng clenched his fists after hearing this. How dare the Bear Nation invade our territory? Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Your identity cannot be made public for the time being." After saying that, he pulled Zhou Heng behind him and said to the group, "Everyone must be tired. Let's sit down and have something to eat and warm ourselves by the fire." Chapter 267. Northern refugees wait for the army to arrive. After saying that, Chu Chen stepped forward and pulled the child over. Not caring that he was dirty, they pulled him straight to the fire. He took the dagger from Chen Qingxuan's hand, cut off a piece of meat, and handed it to the half-grown child. Seeing this, the others also gathered around the fire. Chu Chen ordered that all the tiger meat be roasted. More than 20 people suddenly arrived, and this amount of food was not enough. The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the refugees, saw Chu Chen take out all the meat. "I couldn't help but feel touched. Sir, my name is Gung Ha. I haven't asked for your name yet." "You're welcome. My name is Chu Chen. Am I from the capital?" "Ah, Master Chu, you came from the capital. Did you meet the great Xia soldier along the way?" After hearing this, Gung He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Chu Chen's hand, and asked anxiously, "Da Xia soldiers? Brother Gung, why are you asking them?" Before Chu Chen could speak, Zhou Heng immediately became nervous. Looking at this group of ragged people, could it be that they are rebels who have rebelled against the Bear Man's national policy? "Gentlemen, I'll be honest with you. Before the city's defending general died, he shouted from atop the city wall that our great Xia soldiers would arrive soon. Therefore, everyone is eagerly awaiting their arrival to reclaim our land and return our home to us." Chu Chen understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. He guessed that the people of Saibei City had been abused beyond recognition by the soldiers of the Bear People country. After a while, the meat was roasted, and Fang Shuzhen drew the dagger from his waist and distributed the meat to everyone. Chen Qingxian found a few strong-looking men in the crowd and gathered firewood to make a fire. Since the entire land was covered in white, there was very little dry firewood to start a fire. At Chu Chen's instruction, Chen Qingxian took out a tank of gasoline from the trunk of the car and poured it on the wet firewood. By the time the gasoline was burned out, the firewood was almost dry. Chu Chen handed a piece of barbecue to Gung He. "Brother Gung, please tell me about the situation in Saibei City. We came from a capital and we're planning to go to the northern frontier to purchase the medicinal herbs. If we really can't go there, we dare not go there rashly." Gung He bit off a piece of meat, then took the liquor handed to him by Chu Chen and took a sip. Then he began to speak slowly. About half an hour later, Chu Chen and the other three roughly understood the current situation of the entire Saibei City. According to the time, just after Qi Yanfei arrived in the central plains of Daxia, the army of the Bear People Kingdom marched south to attack Saibei City. Since the northern border has always been a barren land, Zhou Shixuan did not send many soldiers there. The Bear People Kingdom seemed to have made complete preparations and captured the entire Saibei City in one fell swoop. All the defenders, except those who died in battle, were executed as well as those who surrendered. Then the Bearman army directly occupied Saibei City. The original people of Saibei City were reduced to tools of production and labor for the Bear People country. Men did hard labor for them, building city walls and the like, while women became tools for their entertainment. For a time, the entire Saibei City was like hell on earth, with cartloads of corpses being pulled out of the city all day long. Needless to say, those were the people who intended to resist and were killed. Moreover, they closed the city gates, allowing only people in and not out. Therefore, not many people in the city escaped. Gung He and his companions were originally hunters in Saibei City. After the battle, they saw that the situation was not right, so Gung He took the entire village and fled while the city gate was still open. Unexpectedly, he was hunted down by the soldiers of the Bear Country. So far, of the more than 100 people who escaped, only about 20 are left. After hearing this, Chu Chen and the others clenched their fists tightly. Since ancient times, when two countries fought each other, it rarely affected the common people in this way. The actions of the Bear People country were extremely cruel and inhumane. Chu Chen thought for a moment, then asked Gung He, "Isn't there a Tongtian divine sect in Saibei City? How are they doing?" "Young master, You know quite a bit about Saibei City, and the Tongtian divine sect is nothing. The reason why the defending army was defeated so quickly has a lot to do with the Tongtian sect. Oh, what do you mean? Young master, you may not know that Qi Yanfei was the leader of the Tongtian divine sect before, but he left Saibei City with his followers the day before the Bear Nation attacked. When the city defenders were resisting the Bear Nation's attack, the Tongtian sect members took advantage of the opportunity, rushed to the city gate, killed the defenders, and opened the gate. After hearing this, Zhou Heng stood up and said angrily, "This damned Zhou Shiji actually colluded with foreign enemies to murder the people of Daxia. When I return to the palace, I will definitely cut him into pieces." Gung He looked at the suddenly excited Zhou Heng and said, "Master Chu, this young master is so concerned about the country and the people. He is truly a pillar of our great Xia." Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. "Yes, he is the pillar of the Xia. Well, Brother Gung, it's getting late. Why don't you set up camp with us?" "Master Chu, that's great. Tomorrow we'll go back to the central plains of Great Xia with you, so we can take care of you." After listening to this, Chu Chen did not say anything, but turned around and walked behind the SUV. Then he took out a dozen inflatable tents. Although Gung He and others thought that the big red box looked like a car, they did not dare to ask more questions at this moment. After all, they were kind enough to let you eat the meat, so if you can avoid asking, then don't ask. "Brother Gung, this is called a tent. Call a few people over, and I'll teach you how to use it." Chu Chen pointed at the inflatable tents on the ground and said. Seeing this, Gung He picked out several young and strong men from the team. With everyone's efforts, more than 10 inflatable tents were set up on the snow soon. This thing can resist wind and cold, is easy to set up and fold, and is much better than ordinary tents. Gung He and others had never seen such a magical thing before, and they expressed their gratitude to Chu Chen profusely. "I never thought that such a miraculous thing existed in Great Xia. I, Gung He, would like to thank Master Chu and everyone else." Chu Chen waved his hand. "It's okay." Then he pointed to a pile of down jackets on the ground and said, "Let everyone change into these clothes. With the little cloth you have on you, you can't even reach the heart of Daxia." Gung He didn't know what to say at this moment. He himself understood that with their strength alone, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of the mountain. In the freezing, cold mountains, even making a fire was extremely difficult for them. Moreover, this time we accidentally entered the tiger's territory, and the prey was pitifully scarce. They met these 4 young men who appeared out of nowhere and not only gave them food, but also brought them clothes. This saved the lives of the 20 or so people left in their village. Gung He took the down jacket handed to him by Chu Chen and knelt down in the snow in front of Chu Chen. Chapter 268, Early Scouting of Saibei City. At night, after the refugees from the northern border had eaten and drunk their fill, they put on the clothes Chu Chen gave them and crawled into the tents to keep warm. At this moment, none of the 4 people in the off-road vehicle were asleep, and they were discussing countermeasures. "Brother, if what Gung He and the others said is true, then Saibei City has already been occupied by the Bear Nation. If the 4 of us rush over here, Jimengzi and I can't guarantee your safety. How do you think we should handle this?" Chu Chen looked at Zhou Heng and expressed his concerns. "So what do you think, brother?" "There are 2 options. First, we can wait here together for the army to arrive. Second, I'm gonna go surfing by myself first." Chu Chen said to the 3 of them with a smile. But Zhou Heng rejected it immediately after hearing it. "Absolutely not. This is too dangerous." "No, I don't think there's any danger. Since his Tongtian divine cult can open the city gate for the Bear People Nation, then naturally they can also open the city gate for my Daxia soldiers." In fact, Chu Chen made this decision after careful consideration. What he was thinking was that since the Saibei City was occupied by the Bear People country, with the 20,000 soldiers behind him, it might not be possible to capture the Saibei City. Unless I take the lead, take out the howitzer, and blast open the city gate. But there is a problem. This vast expanse of white may very likely expose the howitzer. Although he had taken it out and participated in battles several times before, so far, no one except himself had seen what this thing looked like, and they all thought it was a grenade. Moreover, Saibei City is not an iron bucket. If what Gung He said is correct, Saibei City only allows people to enter but not leave, then he can sneak in. After the Tongtian sect surrendered to the Bear People country, they had to have someone to go out and do business. At that time, wouldn't it be enough for me to pretend to be a member of the Tongtian sect? Moreover, the followers of Tongtian sect have a very distinctive feature. which is the sun tattoo on the back of their neck. There are too many of these things in a shopping mall space. As for my own safety, I don't have to worry about it at all. As long as I act alone, even if I encounter danger, I can hide in that space and the Jade Emperor won't be able to find me. Thinking of this, Chu Chen pretended to take out 3 sun-shaped tattoo stickers from his clothes. It doesn't look much different from the Tongtian sect. Brother, do you think I can enter the city safely if I have 3 of these? What is this? Zhou Heng, Chen Qingxian, and Fang Shuzhen all looked at Chu Chen with confusion. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled slightly. Jiao Mengzi, please help me. After saying that, he took off his clothes, revealing the back of his neck. Then, under Chu Chen's guidance, after a while, 3 sun tattoos appeared on the back of Chu Chen's neck. The 3 of them looked at Chu Chen's tattoo in surprise, and Chen Qingxian even scratched it with an incredulous look on his face. I found that this thing was exactly the same as the tattoo, and I couldn't get it off no matter what I did. All right, everyone, please address me as the Dharma protector of the Tongtian sect now. You idiot, are you from the Tongtian sect? Chen Qingxian looked at the tattoo on the back of Chu Chen's neck and asked with a puzzled look. Your whole family is, you have a pig brain, do you understand, brother? Haha, brother, this is a very good idea, but I'm still a little worried about your safety. Zhou Heng laughed when he saw the tattoo, but then said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry. If you don't believe me, just ask this drunkard. Am I someone who can be exposed so easily? Your Highness, don't worry. This kid is a loach. So after discussing the next plan, they fell into a deep sleep in the car. The next morning, Chu Chen and his 3 companions got up early. Gung He and the others, perhaps because they were exhausted from the long journey over the past few days, slept particularly soundly. Chu Chen did not wake them up, but asked Fang Shuzhen to start a fire, and then took out a big pot. I carried 2 boxes of instant noodles from the car and started cooking breakfast. Gung He and others smelled the aroma of instant noodles and came out of the tent one after another. Everyone looked at the big pot and swallowed their saliva. Mr. Chu, what is this? Haha, Brother Gung, get up now, then gather everyone over for breakfast. After saying that, Chu Chen handed him a disposable bowl and picked up a bowl of noodles for him. Master Chu, how can we do this? How can we repay your great kindness? Brother Gung, you're being too polite. If you really want to repay me, then stay here for the next few days and help me protect the 3 of them. Chu Chen took a mouthful of noodles and spoke slowly to Gung He. Oh, what about you, Master Chu? I'm going to take a look at Saibei City. Chu Chen pointed in the direction of Saibei City and took another mouthful of noodles. Going to Saibei City? Gung He looked at Chu Chen, who had a calm expression. Could it be that this young man in front of him was a martial arts master who actually wanted to go to Saibei City alone? But he seemed to be struggling in his heart. After a long while, he imitated the other person and took a mouthful of noodles, then spoke with determination. Mr. Chu, since you're going to Saibei City, let Lao Gung accompany you. At least, if you really encounter danger, Lao Gung can act as a backup for you. Chu Chen looked at the bearded middle-aged man in front of him. Suddenly, I felt that the people in the northern borderland were so lovely. So he reached out and patted his shoulder. All right, it's inconvenient to bring you along. You and the other 3 will stay here and help me protect them. If nothing unexpected happens, you can set off in 3 days. After saying that, Chu Chen dropped the bowl and walked towards the SUV. You idiot, how about I go with you? Don't worry, Jimengzi, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. You stay here and protect Zhou Heng. Remember, don't trust anyone. Seeing this, Chen Qingxian nodded, sat down in the driver's seat, and said no more. Chu Chen's meaning was very clear, which was to pay attention to Gung He and his group. Chu Chen asked them to protect these 3 people just to test him. If this group of people were really spies, then after Chu Chen left, someone would definitely leave to look for the Daxia soldiers and gather intelligence. Or maybe he could kill Zhou Heng in the middle of the night. But with Chen Qingxian around, no matter how hard this group of people tried, they could not threaten Zhou Heng. But if they can stay here and protect Zhou Heng and the other 2, it means there is no problem with these people. Chu Chen had just asked Fang Shuzhen. This place is only 2 days away from Saibei City. You have to know that this is a snowy and icy place, and no matter what means of transportation you use, you can't go fast. So this Saibei City is not far ahead. On the first night of his departure, Chu Chen would not leave the transmission range of the walkie-talkie. In other words, as long as something happens here, Chen Qingxian will inform Chu Chen immediately. If everything goes well after the first night, Chu Chen can then sneak into Saibei City with confidence and make arrangements in advance. Chapter 269, Easily Entering Saibei City. After saying goodbye to everyone, Chu Chen carried a backpack and walked forward. In fact, the reason Chu Chen did this was because he was worried that he would expose that powerful weapon. Ever since Chu Chen heard Chun Qingxian say that he saw this strange, mysterious woman in the cave, he didn't want to be exposed anymore. God knows if there's anyone in this world who has such extraordinary means. If you expose yourself too much, it will easily attract other people's attention, which is definitely not a good thing for you. After Chu Chen walked across a mountain and left their sight, an inflatable tin appeared when he flipped his hand. Chun Qingxian was smoking boredly in the cab. Suddenly, Chu Chen's voice came from the earplug in his ear. "Jiu Mengzi, do you hear that?" Chun Qingxian looked around, got out of the car with his pants held up, and walked away. "Hear it, speak it. Tonight, keep a close eye on that group of people. If everything goes well tonight, you can wait for the army to attack the city together. When the time comes, I will give you instructions and then blast open the city wall. We can communicate via intercom then. I say, you idiot, are you really that stupid? Why don't you just come with us and blast it away? With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you." After doing all this, Chu Chen put away the walkie-talkie, took out an engineer's shovel, and started leveling the ground. Then, an inflatable tent appeared in the white snow. After a whole night, Chu Chen did not receive any message from Chun Qingxian. So after using the intercom to report safety to him, Chu Chen waved goodbye and put away his things. He took out an off-road motorcycle from the space, put on anti-skid chains, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the Saibei City. With anti-skid chains installed, this thing can run much faster than an off-road vehicle in the snow. About half a day later, Chu Chen saw the Saibei City in the distance. The entire city is surrounded by a vast expanse of white snow. Only where there may be traces of human beings in the city can the appearance of the buildings be seen. Seeing this, Chu Chen said to himself, "Sure enough, where there are fireworks, there is warmth." Then Chu Chen took out a white robe the same color as the snow from the space and put it on. As soon as he turned the accelerator, he headed towards the city. About 1 kilometer away from Saibei City, Chu Chen put away his motorcycle. Wrapped in white, he walked towards the city step by step. After walking a few hundred meters, Chu Chen squatted down behind a hillside. He took out a telescope and looked towards the city. I saw that the city wall was full of soldiers wearing leather armor, holding long spears in their hands and steel knives on their waists, patrolling back and forth on the city wall. At this moment, the city gate opened and several carriages came out one after another, heading towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked closely and saw that behind the carriage were piles of corpses. But the person driving the carriage was the Daxia man. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but move his feet and curse beast. Just as he moved his feet, he found that he stepped on something soft. Chu Chen dug it out of curiosity and sat down on the ground in an instant. Fuck, what a huge pair of headlights. Then, Chu Chen looked carefully at the ground and saw where he was. It was not a hill, but a small mountain made up of corpses. And he was lying on the pile of corpses. Looking at the densely packed corpses, Chu Chen's scalp suddenly felt numb and his hair stood up. These corpses had horrific deaths. Some of them had been frozen in ice corpses, and the one he was stepping on was that of a young girl. Perhaps she had been brought in not long ago, so it felt a little soft to Chu Chen's feet. Chu Chen slowly walked down the pile of corpses, turned around, and bowed to the corpses. "My fellow countrymen, rest assured, I, Chu Chen, will definitely avenge you. Rest in peace." And at this moment, I saw the carriage slowly approaching me. Chu Chen reached out and touched the back of his neck, then simply walked towards the carriage. "Stop, who is it?" The coachman was also startled when he saw Chu Chen suddenly appear. Chu Chen walked forward slowly and said, "You didn't quickly bow to me when you saw me. Do you want to die? Master Protector?" The Tongtian sect member who was driving the carriage immediately dismounted and asked Chu Chen in confusion. Chu Chen didn't waste any words. He turned around, put his hands behind his back, and pulled down his clothes, revealing the 3 sun tattoos on the back of his neck. Upon seeing this, several coachmen immediately knelt down in front of Chu Chen. "We are here to see the Lord Protector." Many people in Saibei City may know the sun tattoo symbol of Tongtian sect, but people outside don't know. Moreover, Qi Yinfei has been actively recruiting followers in recent years, so it is normal that they have never seen people from outside. All right, everyone, get up. What are you doing? My Lord Protector, this is the body of a pariah from Saibei City. They were executed for disobeying the discipline of this bear. By the way, may I ask, Lord Protector, you are from Daxia. How is our leader? The driver stood up and asked Chu Chen tentatively. He was testing whether the man in front of him was someone pretending to be from Tongtian's sect. However, Chu Chen knew very well that these people were testing him. Then he laughed heartily. The leader is very good. Miss Xiaoxi and Uncle Haizi are also very good. Also, Mr. Xiongde and Mr. Xiong'er have already arrived in Daxia, ready to capture the Daxia Emperor. When the drivers heard this, they were relieved instantly. This person has a tattoo of Tongtian's sect and can accurately identify Xiaoxi Girl and Lao He. He even knows Big Bear and Little Bear too. He must be the guardian without a doubt. Master Protector, please wait a moment. Once we finish this, we will take you into the city immediately. You must have traveled all the way here, so let us welcome you. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, then stepped aside and watched expressionlessly as these people dumped cartloads of corpses into the pit beside them. After they finished all this, they hurriedly drove to Chu Chen's side. Master Protector, please get in the car. Chu Chen nodded and sat down in the car. As the whips were raised, several carriages headed towards the northern gate again. At the city gate, several carriages stopped for inspection. A soldier from the Bear Country saw Chu Chen in a white robe and quickly asked the driver, "Who is this man? Why did he come to Saibei City?" Before Chu Chen could say anything, the driver came up to him with a smile on his face. "Don't be angry, Master Xiong. This is the guardian of my Tongtian sect. Moreover, he knows the two warriors, Xiongde and Xiong'er. Oh, you also know the two warriors from my Bear Country?" After hearing this, the soldier turned and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled and nodded. "Sir, I do know him." The sergeant laughed and said, "If that's the case, then go in." Chapter 270 Shiman Guardian enters the main hall. After Chu Chen followed the carriage into the city, he was stunned. I saw soldiers from the Bear Country walking everywhere on the street. Ordinary people were forced to gather together under the urging and whipping of the soldiers. Most of the businesses and shops were occupied by soldiers, and the entire Saibei City was filled with smoke and chaos. Inside the restaurant, the voices of the Bear People country were everywhere. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask the Tongtian divine sect groom beside him, "What about the people of Daxia? What are they being arrested for?" Replying to the protector, "Look at the group on the ground. They are not cooperating with Master Bear and will be executed soon. Those who were driven away were to build the city wall. And the people in the shop are all members of my Tongtian divine religion. Naturally, they are appreciated by Master Xiong. You don't have to do hard labor, just serve them well." After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking that the Tongtian sect was really despicable. The carriage headed down the street and passed by a house. It was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and soldiers from the Bear Country came in and out from time to time, which seemed out of place in this northern city. So Chu Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this room used for?" Replying to the protector, "This is Mr. Bear's happy garden. We can't enter. The protector has just arrived, so you must be careful." As the carriage approached, Chu Chen could clearly hear the heart-wrenching screams coming from inside. At this moment, Chu Chen had an urge to pick up Uzi and go in to kill everyone. But since he was alone, he chose to be patient and wait for the Daxia soldiers to arrive before dealing with them properly. There is a straight street inside the city gate, leading directly to 3 large halls, 1 tall and 2 short. "Master Protector, look, the building on the left is the headquarters of our divine religion. Master Protector, follow me." After saying that, the coachman led Chu Chen to the hall next to him. "Who else is in the main hall now?" After hearing this, Chu Chen asked the groom, "You know, if there are many senior executives present, the chances of you being exposed will be much greater. After all, I'm not familiar with Tongtian's sect." Replying to the Dharma Protector, "Most of the forces have been sent out by the leader, and there is still one Dharma Protector here." Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. This made him feel much more at ease. "There's only one guardian who is on the same level as me. If I really can't do anything, I can just send him away quietly." After a while, the group arrived at the door of the hall. Chu Chen looked to the side and saw that the hall in the middle was now having soldiers from the Bear Country coming in and out from time to time. There's soldiers guarding the entrance of the hall, and there are also soldiers patrolling around. When Chu Chen saw this hall for the first time, he thought of sneaking in because the hall was facing the city gate. It would definitely be the most appropriate place to set up the grenade launcher. Looking at the soldiers coming and going, it seems we have to slowly figure out a solution. As they were talking, several people walked into the hall. At this moment, in the hall, a woman in red was sitting in the main seat, and there were about 10 people sitting below, seemingly discussing something. Seeing Chu Chen and his group coming in, the woman frowned slightly. He shouted sternly, "Who let you in? You are so rude." Replying to the red protector, "This is the protector from the capital, so I brought him in directly." The woman in red stood up immediately upon hearing this and walked straight to Chu Chen. "Oh, the guardian from the capital?" After saying that, he walked around behind Chu Chen and pulled down one of Chu Chen's clothes. When I saw the 3 sun tattoos on that fair skin, the woman in red immediately closed Chu Chen's clothes, then walked up to him and said, "During this special period, please forgive me, Lord Protector." Chu Chen smiled and said, "No problem. My name is Shimin Qing. Nice to meet the red-robed guardian." The red-robed guardian smiled slightly upon seeing this, immediately arranged for Chu Chen to sit down, and then sat down opposite Chu Chen himself. "Shimin Guardian, I've been in the Tongtian Divine Sect for over 10 years. Why have I never heard the sect leader mention it?" The woman in red opposite asked suspiciously after seeing Chu Chen sit down. "Haha, I was originally a small hall master in Linhai. I was sent to Qingyun some time ago. I happened to see Hall Master Su Ning being hunted by City Lord Lan Tianlei, and I risked my life to rescue him. Perhaps Uncle Haizi and Miss Xiao saw my loyalty, so they recommended me to the Red Sect leader to become a Dharma protector." "Ah, Su Ning was saved by you?" The red-robed guardian feigned surprise after hearing this. "Alas, what a pity. I was too weak to meet Taoist Qing Xian and was unable to save Hall Master Su." After Chu Chen finished speaking, a look of sadness instantly appeared on his face. Having said this, the red-robed guardian had already believed most of it, because after Su Ning got into trouble, Qi Yanfei did send back some information, but it only said that she was surrounded and killed by the city lord's mansion. After hearing this, the red-robed guardian stepped forward and patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. "Shimin Guardian, since it cannot be undone, don't be sad. You know, our divine cult has already occupied the northern part of the Sai Bay. How is the cult leader?" "The leader and the others are all fine, but Uncle Haizi was injured in the leg by a man named Chu Chen from Qingyun City." When the red-robed guardian heard this, he felt relieved instantly, because she is not only the red-robed protector, but also someone Qi Yanfei trusts. When Su Ning got into trouble, Lao He had already injured his leg when he delivered the message. So, after Chu Chen finished speaking, she expressed her belief in the Shimin protector in front of her. "All right, trust the leader. We will definitely be able to enter the Central Plains and live a free life. Guardian Shimin is tired from the journey, so please rest first." After saying that, the red-robed guardian instructed several female followers to take Chu Chen to a room next door. As night fell, Chu Chen stayed in this room and never went out. Even though it was snowing heavily outside, it was unusually warm inside the house. Chu Chen was also very confused about this, but he did not take off his clothes. Instead, he lay on the bed with his clothes on, planning a countermeasure. At dinner, several maids entered the room, carrying a few side dishes and meals, placed them on the table, and were then driven out by Chu Chen. Chu Chen stood up and walked to the front of the food. He waved his hand, and a disposable bag appeared. He poured half of each dish into the bag and put it into the space. "I dare not eat this thing. Who knows if they have poisoned it?" Then he ate some bread and milk and went back to bed. At midnight, the entire hall seemed exceptionally quiet, but Chu Chen did not sleep. After entering the space and drinking half a bucket of spring water, he lay on the bed to digest the energy. He had a feeling that he was just a step away from the 6th rank. Just as Chu Chen was thinking about how to enter the hall next door, the door was slowly pushed open. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately climbed up, put his hands behind his back, and tightly gripped the pistol at his waist. "Who? What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night?" Chu Chen looked at the person and shouted sternly, "Protector Shimin, please be patient. It's me." After saying that, Chu Chen saw a person in red clothes rushing towards him and sitting on his bed in an instant. Chapter 271, The Fort on the Hall. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly got out of bed and lit the oil lamp in the room. After a closer look, I realized it was the red-robed guardian I had seen during the day. Red guardian, is there something important going on so late at night? Chu Chen wondered if this woman had been doing it for too long, so she came to my room in the middle of the night to ask for water. As expected, the red-robed guardian half lay on Chu Chen's bed. Then he gently lifted up the thin clothes and said, "Shaman guardian, your room is very hot." "Yeah, I'm also wondering why this house is so warm when it's freezing outside." "Haha, because this is my sister's room." After saying this, the red-robed guardian began to take off his clothes. Chu Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who was about 30 years old. He sat awkwardly next to the oil lamp for a moment, not knowing what to do. Logically speaking, this red-robed guardian is not bad-looking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the first in Qi Yanfei's harem. But I am not that drunkard. If I am in the enemy camp, I will be exposed if I am not careful. Some things can be done, and some things should never be done. So Chu Chen quickly said, "Ah, so this is the boudoir of the Red Guardian. Shimon didn't know about it. Please forgive me. I will leave now." I thought to myself, as soon as I arrived, you took me to your room. Am I too handsome? Chu Chen guessed correctly that this red-robed guardian was not a good person either. Although she is the first in Qi Yanfei's harem, this Qi Yanfei is not good enough. At this moment, she was at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger. It would be strange if she didn't have any feelings when she suddenly saw Chu Chen, a handsome man who came from the capital. Normally, due to Qi Yanfei's majesty, he dared not act rashly. But this time Qi Yanfei went far away to the capital. This red-robed guardian has brought harm to countless young men in the sect. Since Chu Chen had no problems when he arrived, he naturally became her target. "Hey, why call me Red Guardian? That's too distant. Call me sister." "Brother Shimon, do you think your sister is too old?" When the red-robed guardian saw Chu Chen was about to leave, he immediately acted angry and walked to Chu Chen's side. The red-robed guardian is joking. You are at the age of being as beautiful as a flower, and you have a charm that that young girl doesn't have. How can you be old?" Chu Chen's mouth twitched, and he blurted out these words. "There's no way. I can't just refuse this kind of thing directly, otherwise if it suddenly gets angry, I'll be exposed." "Haha. In that case, what do you think of my sister's figure?" After saying this, the red-robed guardian tore off his red robe. Chu Chen looked up and thought that these two light bulbs did have the capital. If I were to be encountered by a drunkard, I would have to give up the mission. But then he bit his tongue and said, "Red Protector, I've been running around all day tonight, and I'm really powerless. How about we talk about it later? Besides, if the leader knew what we were doing, I would be finished." After saying that, Chu Chen flashed out of the door and ran out of the hall. Seeing Chu Chen's great concentration, the red-robed guardian looked at the direction Chu Chen left and cursed to himself. Boring, no idea of romance. But then her beautiful eyes lit up with joy. I just like the excitement of not being able to eat it." After saying that, he said a few words to the maid outside. After a while, the maid led two young men into the room. Chu Chen walked straight out of the hall and was surprised to find that, perhaps because it was late at night and there was no one around, no one stepped forward to stop him. He walked to the door and said to the two sleepy guards at the door, "I'm out on business." Then he disappeared into the alley next to the hall in a flash. Then he flashed into the space. He walked to the spiritual spring, picked up a red ladle, and took a few sips. Then he sat on the sofa next to the spiritual spring, feeling the changes in his own strength. When he appeared in the space again, he had already become a 6th-grade master. At this time, the sky outside gradually brightened. Fortunately, it was early in the morning, and the patrolling soldiers in the middle hall and the soldiers at the door all looked listless. Because after they occupied Saibei City, they have been seeking pleasure. Daxia seemed to be unaware of the situation and did not attack. Gradually, they felt at ease, so the various defenses were also quite relaxed. Chu Chen looked up at the high roof of the central hall and thought to himself that since he was already a 6th-grade cultivator, he wondered if he could jump up to such a high roof. Once you have an idea, you have to try it. He just tried his luck and jumped on the spot, and was surprised to find that his body suddenly became light. After trying twice, I finally reached the roof. The palace is 3 stories high, and the 3rd floor does not have any living quarters, but a false roof. Chu Chen fumbled around a bit and found the location to set up the grenade launcher. That is above the 2nd floor, under the false roof. Judging from the dust accumulated on it, it seems that no one comes to check or clean it on weekdays. After being occupied by the Bear People country, there will be no one to clean up. After finding the location, Chu Chen worked on it for a while. Then he quietly went down to the ground and walked towards the side hall. At dawn the next day, Chu Chen returned to the hall. Today, he would go to Saibei City to check the deployment of the entire Bearman Kingdom's military forces. It would also be a good way to prepare in advance for the attack of the Great Xiao army. After being rejected by Chu Chen last night, the Red Robe Guardian liked Chu Chen more and more. If Chu Chen had just given her a few shots last night, the novelty would have been gone. Sure enough, what you can't eat is the best. Red Protector, I want to go out for a walk today and see the scenery of Saibei City. Chu Chen walked up to her, bowed, and said, "Oh, in that case, sister will accompany you?" No. The Red Guardian is busy. I can do it alone." After hearing this, Chu Chen quickly refused. What's the point of having fun with this woman around? The Red Robe Guardian thought Shimin was being shy, so he said sympathetically, "If that's the case, take this. If you meet those bear-like soldiers, just show them this, and they won't give you any trouble." After saying that, he handed Chu Chen a token. Chu Chen took it and looked at it. He saw a pattern of the sun painted on it, and on the other side, the words Tong Tian were written. Then he waved his hand and put it into his clothes. Then thank you, the Red-Robed Guardian. After saying that, he turned and walked out the door. After leaving the hall, Chu Chen went straight to the street. We took a quick tour along the way and spent half a day visiting and asking questions. Only then did Chu Chen have a general understanding of the situation in the entire Saibei City. There are only about 20,000 soldiers in the Bear People Kingdom, but each of them is tall and strong. Although not as strong as Big Bear and Little Bear, they're still much stronger than the people of Daxia. If we compare individual combat capabilities, this Daxia soldier is no match at all. Chapter 272, Saving Compatriots in a Restaurant. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked toward a luxurious-looking restaurant while thinking. With the 20,000 troops of the Bear People country, if he did not provide support from inside, the 20,000 soldiers of Daxia would never be able to attack the Saibei City. Even if they have crossbows, it won't work. In this era, if sieges were carried out without large weapons and relied entirely on human attacks, it would be a war of attrition. Moreover, the soldiers of Daxia have never adapted to this icy and snowy environment, and their physical strength is a huge problem. It seems that I have to walk around the city wall in the afternoon. Most of the city walls in the northern border are covered with heavy snow. If the walls are strong, we have to take action tonight. Use the grenades in the space to cause some damage to him first. Judging from the speed of the Daxia soldiers, they will be able to enter the outskirts of Saibei City in 2 days. If I open a few gaps tonight, it will be almost impossible to recover immediately with the current infrastructure strength of Saibei City. Having made up his mind, Chu Chen sat down at a table in the restaurant. After a while, a man who looked like a waiter came over. He was not as enthusiastic as Chu Chen had imagined. His first words were cold. "Token." Chu Chen glanced at him sideways, waved his hand, and threw the golden token given to him by the Red Robe Guardian onto the table. The waiter picked it up and took a look, and its appearance changed instantly. "I pay my respects to the Dharma Protector. Lord Dharma Protector, please take a seat in the private room." "Oh, lead the way." The waiter was also confused. Why did this dignified protector come here to eat? But no matter what, the man in front of him could not be neglected, so he quickly led Chu Chen to a private room on the second floor. As soon as Chu Chen sat down, the waiter walked out without asking Chu Chen to order. He nodded and bowed. At this moment, a babbling sound came from the private room next door. Apparently, there were a few women singing next door. After just one song, the voices of the Bear People country could be heard from the private room. Chu Chen didn't understand, but from their laughter and the woman's begging for mercy, Chu Chen knew what was going on. Just when Chu Chen was thinking about how to kill them, the waiter brought a few servants and instantly served him a table of dishes. Chu Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Little second brother, who is that person next door?" "Master Protector, there are a few bears next door having fun. Would you like some of them to join us?" Seeing the waiter's fawning look, Chu Chen burst into laughter. "Haha, that's great. Master Protector, please wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter went out with his servants. After a while, he came back with a few pretty girls. They held musical instruments in their hands, bowed to Chu Chen, and sat down. Then the two girls began to sing. The other girl sat obediently next to Chu Chen and served him food and drink. Chu Chen put on the proper demeanor and put his hand on the shoulder of the girl next to him. The girl's body suddenly paused, and then a slight trembling sensation came towards Chu Chen's palm. "Sir, I will serve you wine and meat." Seeing this, Chu Chen took his hand away. "Okay, I can eat it myself. You are not a member of the Tongtian divine sect. Please spare my life, sir. Is it that I have done something wrong?" When the woman saw Chu Chen let go of her hand, she immediately knelt down in front of Chu Chen, and the two singers were so scared that they lost their tune for a moment. "Okay, you two calm down and keep singing. You get up." Perhaps the girl's voice was heard by the waiter outside the door, who knocked on the door and came in. "Master Protector, is there anything you need?" "Well, these three girls are all good, but it's too noisy here." "Haha, Lord Protector, please follow me." After saying that, the waiter took Chu Chen and the three girls to the third floor. After a while, they entered an ancient room. Along with it came the table full of dishes. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh that the Tongtian sect had a very high status in Saibei City. The waiter gave Chu Chen a slow look, turned around and walked out, and considerately closed the door for Chu Chen. "All right, you two, keep singing. Come here." Seeing the waiter leave, Chu Chen turned around and gave instructions to the three people. "Sir, you don't want to eat? Then what about us?" After saying that, the girl walked towards the bed, but Chu Chen could clearly feel that her steps were somewhat unnatural, as if she was enduring great pain. "Okay, I have something to ask you." Sir, you don't." My master has something to do today, so I'll do it another day." Chu Chen knew what the girl meant, but he was not a drunkard. After saying that, Chu Chen pulled the girl to sit opposite him. Half an hour later, Chu Chen looked at the girl, sobbing softly in the red and swollen spots, and instantly clenched his fists. "Don't worry, just follow me for the next few days. You don't have to go anywhere. I will protect you." When the three of them saw that Chu Chen did not make things difficult for them, they instantly felt relieved. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life in a few days. But sir, this place is not safe. If we are seen by those bear masters, you may not be able to protect us." Chu Chen thought about it, and it was true. Although the Tongtian sect was quite powerful in Saibei City, it was, after all, just a vassal of the bear country. If a real conflict arises, you can only admit defeat. So he asked, "Then find a place and I'll take you there." The girl nodded, and then led Chu Chen out and walked downstairs. As luck would have it, as soon as I walked out of the restaurant and entered a small alley, I ran into 5 soldiers from the Bearman Kingdom. "Hey, this girl is pretty good. We want her, boy. Get out of here first." The leading soldier spoke to Chu Chen in not very standard Daxia dialect. After listening to this, Chu Chen looked around and pulled out a pistol with a silencer from his waist and held it in his hand. Then he stepped forward and took out the token given to him by the red-robed guardian. "Master Xiong, I am the guardian of the Tongtian divine sect. These 3 are my wives. Please, Master Xiong, do me a favor." The leading soldier looked at the golden token in Chu Chen's hand and looked around, seeing that there was no one around. He turned around and laughed at Chu Chen. "Wife of the Tongtian sect guardian, have you guys tasted it?" "Haha, brother, I like it. If you like it, just grab it." After they finished speaking, they drew their knives from their waists and said, "Boy, for the sake of this broken sign, get out of here. We will spare your life." After saying that, he wanted to go forward and pull the 3 girls away. Upon seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the 3 girls. "Master Xiong, although I haven't done well in Saibei City, I have obtained a treasure. Do you want to see it?" "Oh, what treasure? Take it out quickly." Chapter 273, The Strange Death of the Bear Army. "Then, Mr. Bear, please watch carefully." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed his wide sleeves at the leading soldier. The leading sergeant looked closely and saw a black tube facing him. So he asked doubtfully, "What is this?" But the next moment, he was responded with a puff sound, and then he opened his eyes wide. Chu Chen then pulled the trigger at the other 4 people. Before the soldiers could react, they all fell in a pool of blood. The 3 girls were so frightened when they saw this that they were speechless. Chu Chen turned to the 3 of them and said, "What are you standing there for? Lead the way. If we don't leave now, it will be difficult to move on if we are discovered." The girl reacted instantly after hearing this, pulled Chu Chen up, and ran towards another alley. It took him about a whole incense stick of time to finally bring Chu Chen into a dilapidated house. Then he lifted up a bedboard in the room and pulled Chu Chen in. It was pitch black inside. After walking for a long time, a few beams of light came in from a few small light holes. Chu Chen looked around and thought to himself, This has some of the flavor of underground warfare. Chu Chen looked up through the light of the small hole and saw about 10 people sitting in this underground space. They all looked at Chu Chen with vigilant eyes, and more than 10 people crowded in the easternmost corner. Don't be afraid, everyone. This young man is not a bad guy. He saved us 3 sisters. Seeing this, Chu Chen also smiled at the crowd. They just look a little thin and weak. Chu Chen then pulled the girl aside and asked, "What are these?" "Sir, they're all my family. My name is Xiaoyu. My Xiao family was once a wealthy family in Saibei City. Ever since the Tongtian divine cult let the bear people in, they've been purging us commoners. Fortunately, our ancestors had established property here and dug cellars, so these people can survive safely." Chu Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "Then how were you 3 caught?" "My lord, our tribesmen had eaten up all the food in the cellar, so the 3 of us sisters were planning to go out and find some food. We were spotted by the Tongtian sect members and were taken to the restaurant, where they were specifically prepared for." Having said this, Miss Xiaoyu began to sob. Chu Chen looked around and found that most of the people in this corner were the elderly, the weak, women, and children. There wasn't even a strong man around, which made me feel strange. Xiaoyu looked at Chu Chen's expression and instantly knew what he was doubting. "Sir, all the men of the Xiao family climbed onto the city walls when the Bear Nation attacked the city." After hearing this, Chu Chen instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that the Xiao family must be no simple matter. Then he said to Xiaoyu, "You guys stay here for a while. Don't worry, I will get you some food in a while." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the cellar entrance. Xiaoyu walked straight to the entrance of his secret passage, wanting to escort Chu Chen out, but he refused. Then he waved his hand, took out a large pile of dry food, and threw it in through the secret passage. "Master, can I ask for a name? After we get through this difficult time, Xiaoyu will serve you like a slave for the rest of her life." Xiaoyu looked at the huge pile of dry food thrown in, looked up at Chu Chen, and said. Chu Chen smiled slightly after hearing this. "Miss Xiaoyu, remember, my name is Deshuren. See you later." After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and left the house. At the door of the house, Chu Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. "I just killed those soldiers from the Bear Country. It was only a matter of time before I was exposed. Because when he took Xiaoyu and the other 2 out of the restaurant just now, the waiter and many diners saw it. If they follow the clues, it will be a matter of time before they find me. Haha, then I'll just go all out and have some fun with you guys." When Chu Chen thought of this, he instantly pulled out the pistol with a silencer from his waist and said with a sneer. Then he put on a Monkey King mask, walked out of the house, and headed into the alleys of Saibei City. That's right, before Zhou Heng's troops arrived, he wanted to cause trouble for those lone Bearman soldiers. As luck would have it, as soon as Chu Chen went out, he saw a team of bear soldiers who were impatiently taking advantage of a young lady from Saibei City. "Who is this? Why do you have a monkey head?" A soldier who was at the last party turned his head and saw Chu Chen. He immediately drew the knife from his waist and shouted at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled at them. "My dear Mr. Xiong, I am your father." "What? Don't you recognize me?" After saying that, he raised his hand and shot the last sergeant. Immediately afterwards, the entire Saibei City was filled with the mysterious deaths of the Bearman soldiers for a full half-day. And Chu Chen also came to the bottom of the city wall at this moment. While the Bearman soldier hasn't reacted yet, Chu Chen took off his mask, holding the token in his hand, and walked all the way to the base of the city wall. But when Chu Chen looked up at the city wall, he frowned slightly. Although the city wall is not strong, it is very thick. It would be difficult to make a hole in it with the power of the grenade. So he immediately thought of the captured materials in the space, which included some explosives made of gunpowder. This thing is black gunpowder, which has poor stability and can probably be detonated by a howitzer. So he walked over holding a jar and the token of Tongtian sect. "Are you the guardian of the Tongtian sect?" A soldier in front of him took the token in Chu Chen's hand and said with some doubt, replying to Lord Xiong, "I have just entered this Saibei city, and the goods are genuine." The soldier looked at Chu Chen with some suspicion. As far as he knew, in the entire Saibei city, there was only the enchanting red-robed protector. How come another one appeared? But looking at Chu Chen's thin appearance and harmless expression, the soldier waved at him. "Do you have any money on you?" Chu Chen immediately understood what this person wanted and took out a glass bead from his pocket with a wave of his hand. "Master Xiong, this is what I got in the capital of Great Xia. I specially gave it to you as a gift." When the Bearman soldier saw it, he immediately smiled. Haha, you're pretty good. What are you doing here at the city wall? Mr. Xiong, you don't know that my ancestors were from Saibei City. After my great-grandmother passed away, she wanted to be buried at the foot of this city wall. So, as Chu Chen spoke, he took out a jar from behind him. The sergeant understood it immediately and thought that this guy wanted to bury his ashes here. But considering the exquisite glass beads, he waved to Chu Chen and said, "Go ahead. Hurry up while I'm on duty." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Bear." Chapter 274, Everything is ready for the army to arrive. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately followed the wall at the gate. With the strength of the 6th rank, Chu Chen swung his shovel and dug a big hole in a short while. Then he waved his hand and filled the hole with explosives made of gunpowder. Then he covered it with a thin layer of soil, said goodbye to the soldier with a smile, and disappeared from the soldier's sight in an instant. And at this moment, in the tallest palace in Saibei City, a bald man from the bear country stared at a picture of a monkey on the table and asked his subordinates coldly, "You said it was this half-man, half-monkey monster that killed hundreds of our soldiers." "General, according to the soldiers who escaped, it's a half-human, half-monkey monster that can fire an unknown hidden weapon. Anyone hit by it will have no chance of survival." "Oomph. Then how did he escape back?" After hearing this, the bald general frowned and shouted at his subordinates. "This man is the general of the Bear People Kingdom who attacked Daxia this time. His name is Go Chang. He is tall and strong. He lives in this border area where the weather is cold and freezing, but he keeps a bald head all year round. General, this man was timid and watched from afar, so he escaped." Hearing his subordinate's answer, Go Chang slammed the table angrily. "Send people immediately, and make sure to catch this person pretending to be a ghost. I don't believe it. I've been fighting for so many years and have never seen a person with a monkey head and a human body." Seeing that Go Chang was angry, the subordinate quickly saluted and ran out of the hall. Little did he know that at this moment Chu Chen was above his head, chewing on bread and smoking. He had no plans to go back that night, as the Tongtian sect was no longer much of a threat. There aren't many masters in there. Most of them are people from the martial arts world who have some martial arts skills. For him, it's just a matter of one shuttle. If that doesn't work, then 2 shuttles. As night fell, Chu Chen lay quietly under the eaves, wrapped in a down sleeping bag, and did not feel cold. Zhou Heng and others, who were far away outside Saibei City, were surrounded by flames at this moment. In order to march quickly, the soldiers of Daxia traveled all night and finally met up with Zhou Heng and others at this time. As for Gung He and his group, when they heard the leading general kneeling in front of Zhou Heng and calling out, "Your Highness," his body involuntarily knelt down and said, "Gung He has failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Zhou Heng pulled them up and said to Gung He, "Brother Gung, if you ask for forgiveness, I, Zhou Heng, am the one who is most sorry to you. Saibei is in such a tragic state, and as the Prince of Daxia, I was slow to realize it and failed to provide timely assistance. I beg you, Brother Gung, to forgive me." After saying this, Zhou Heng bowed to Gung He and his group. However, Gung He and his group were at a loss the moment Zhou Heng lowered his head. Is this still the high and mighty prince? With such a prince, Daxia will surely soar. After Zhou Heng finished doing all this, he spoke to the general leading the team and Fang Shuzhen. "Shuzhen, everyone, my sworn brother, is currently in the enemy camp. Therefore, I would like to trouble you all to continue the march, rest in the second half of the night, and follow me to attack the city tomorrow morning." After hearing this, Fang Shuzhen and others saluted Zhou Heng, organized the soldiers who had just stopped for a moment, and continued to rush towards the Saibei City. Chen Qingxian drove the car and walked at the front of the team with Zhou Heng and others. The LED headlights of the off-road vehicle illuminate the snow, making it look particularly dazzling. It was not until midnight that everyone arrived behind the hill closest to Saibei City. After turning off the lights, we set up camp on the spot to rest, gather our strength, and prepare for tomorrow's battle. At this moment, Chu Chen was sleeping soundly under the eaves. Although the entire Saibei City is covered in ice and snow, there is a gentle breeze here. Downstairs in the hall, Go Chang was lying exhausted on the bed, hugging several abducted women. The next day, Chu Chen woke up early, rubbed his hazy eyes, grabbed a handful of snow, and wiped his face roughly. Just as I was grabbing a piece of bread and stuffing it into the bowl, I heard Chen Qingxuan's voice through the headphones. "You idiot, can you hear me?" Fuck, you guys are finally here. When are you planning to attack the city? Chu Chen was shocked after hearing this and asked quickly. For him, having seen the dire suffering of the people in the northern city, he was more anxious than anyone else at this moment. Brother, in an hour the army will be heading for the city gate. Are you ready inside? The one who spoke this time was Zhou Hong. He was also looking at Gung He and his group, and he was also very impatient. After listening to this, Chu Chen picked up the telescope next to him and looked outside. About 2 kilometers outside the northern city of Saibei, on a hill, a flag of Daxia was waving. Chu Chen calculated the time in his mind. The distance of 2 kilometers was not close. Not only was it icy and snowy, but there was also no shelter at all. The soldiers of the Bear People Kingdom have amazing arm strength, and the range of their bows and arrows is also much longer. So, I guess I have to help out. So he picked up the intercom and said to Zhou Hong, after you attack, I will first blow up the city gate and the city wall, and then you must rush in at once. There are about 20,000 Bear Country soldiers inside. You can be considered to be of equal strength. But I will do my best to eliminate as many enemies as possible for you. You will still need to fight on your own. Be careful of the bows and arrows of the Bear People. They have a long range and great power. Zhou Hong laughed heartily after hearing this. Don't worry, brother. All our soldiers wielding the crossbows are in iron armor this time, and we have shield soldiers leading the way. The shields are also made with the iron forging method you taught us. They are much stronger than the previous ones. Don't worry, brother. Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that the first arsenal of Daxia has not been idle during this period. The iron smelting technology of the Great Bear Kingdom is not even as good as that of the Great Xia. Relying on their brute force, even if their archers are powerful, how can they break the defense of the Great Xia soldiers? This battle should be a foregone conclusion. Seeing this, Chu Chen also relaxed. After finishing the conversation with Zhou Hong, he began to prepare his weapon leisurely. First, they took out several grenade launchers and several boxes of grenades. There are also 95 machine guns and sniper rifles, and next to them is a box of grenades. There was even a whole box filled with various magazines. If we talk about proportion, if Chu Chen can kill an enemy with 1 bullet, there is no need for the Daxia soldier to step in. I can eliminate a quarter of the enemies by myself. In the face of powerful firepower, the brute force advantage of the Big Bear soldiers will be wiped out. After preparing everything, Chu Chen dived into the sleeping bag again, ready to go back to the cage. It will take at least 2 hours for the Daxia soldiers to attack the city. Chapter 275, Powerful Earth and Gunpowder. An hour later, the Bear Country's defenders had just finished their breakfast. Everyone was still walking lazily on the city wall, as usual. It was nominally a patrol, but those soldiers wouldn't even glance outside. In their eyes, the Emperor of Daxia had probably been captured by the leader of the Tongtian sect long ago. With the help of 2 warriors from their own country, Xiongda and Xiong'er, capturing the Emperor of Daxia would be a matter of minutes. So in their hearts, this Saibei city has now become the territory of their own country. Just when everyone was going about their routine in a listless manner, suddenly a soldier pointed in the direction outside the city and was speechless for a moment. Brother, what do you see in the snow outside? The soldier grabbed the hand of the veteran beside him, pointed outside with a look of horror, and asked. The old soldier looked in the direction of the soldier's finger and was immediately frightened to the point of jumping up and down. He quickly ran to the back and rushed to Go Chang, who was doing his routine morning training. Report. General, enemy attack. Go Chang frowned after hearing this. What did you say? Enemy attack? Where? The veteran pointed in the direction outside, and Go Chang understood instantly. He ran toward the city wall, climbed up the wall, and looked at the dark scene outside. Go Chang immediately shouted to his followers. Everyone climbed the city wall, raised the signal smoke, and prepared to meet the enemy. With Go Chang's order, all the soldiers on the city wall became busy. The beacon tower immediately lit up a wolf smoke signal. And when the soldiers in the hall saw the wolf smoke signal, they put on leather armor, picked up their weapons, and headed towards the city wall in an orderly manner. The sound of running woke up Chu Chen, who was sleeping. He looked up and saw that all the soldiers were running toward the city wall. He picked up the telescope and saw a group of Daxia soldiers rushing towards the city wall on the snow outside the city. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled, quickly set up the grenade launcher, and aimed at the city gate. Archers prepare, release. When Zhou Hong led his men into the range of the Bear People's bows and arrows, Thousands of arrows were instantly fired from the city walls towards Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng sat in the SUV and watched all this coldly. Chu Chen shouted loudly to the soldiers, "Shields up!" The moment the shield was raised, dense arrows rushed towards the crowd. Chang looked at the black arrows flying towards the army outside, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I thought to myself that they wanted to attack the city with such a small number of troops. I could defeat them with 3 waves of arrows. You know, the soldiers of the Bear People Kingdom are incredibly strong, and the bows they use are many times stronger than those of the Great Xia Kingdom. But after a wave of arrows fell, Chang was stunned for a moment. Blocked? They actually blocked it. What kind of shield did they have? Chang asked loudly to the deputy beside him. "General, this is too far away, and I can't see clearly." Immediately afterwards, the soldiers of Daxia stood up and rushed towards this side again. "Quick, quick, quick, shoot!" Chang was a little bit surprised at this moment, so he quickly ordered his men to continue shooting arrows. After 3 waves of arrows, the attacking team did not change at all, and it seemed that only a few were killed. Chang waved his hand to stop the archers. "Don't panic. Are they attacking the city? They haven't even brought in a rampart. Are they relying on those few people to pile up corpses to build a staircase?" In fact, Chu Chen and his men brought a ladder to the city, but Chu Chen said that he could blow up the city gate, and it was inconvenient to carry it in the snow. In the end, Zhou Heng ordered the city climbing vehicle to be abandoned in the camp. This time we came here just to test it out. If Chu Chen really blew up the city gate, we would rush in at once. If not, there would be no rush to retreat and use the ladder to climb the city gate. As long as the 2 armies did not engage in direct contact, Zhou Heng was confident that he could escape unscathed with minimal losses. Not long after, Chu Chen put down the telescope in his hand. Estimating the approximate distance, the Great Xia siege army was only about 500 meters away from the city gate. "It's my turn to take action." Chu Chen smiled slightly, and with a bang, a grenade flew straight towards the city gate. Several soldiers guarding the city who were chatting leisurely at the city gate suddenly saw a black lump coming towards them. "Hey, brother, what is this?" Before they could communicate, they heard a loud bang. A hole was blown in the wooden city gate in an instant, and along with it, the soldiers who were chatting at the gate were blown away. Immediately afterwards, a series of boom, boom, boom sounds were heard. The wooden city gate was blown to pieces in an instant. "General, it's bad. The city gate was blown down by thunder." Chang was looking at the Daxia soldier who was rushing over without knowing his own limitations. Suddenly, I heard the deputy behind me reporting to me anxiously. "What did you say? The city gate was blown open by thunder? Where did the thunder come from?" Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen adjusted the direction of the grenade launcher and aimed it at the explosives made of earthen gunpowder that he had buried at the base of the city wall yesterday. Chu Chen has used this grenade launcher many times. For him, it is really easy to knock down such a huge target. With a dull thud, a grenade flew straight towards the gunpowder. Just as Chang was rushing towards the city gate anxiously, suddenly, there was a deafening sound, as if the whole earth shook. Then, Chang stared with wide eyes as the thick city wall suddenly exploded. For a moment, soil and rocks flew all over the sky. After the explosion, a huge gap instantly appeared in the thick city wall. At this moment, Chu Chen shouted loudly to the soldiers behind him, "Warriors of Daxia, the city gates are open and the walls are destroyed. Everyone, charge into the northern frontier and kill the Bear People. The Shinji army is in front, the infantry is behind. Follow me." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he kicked his horse's belly, raised the crossbow with one hand, and ran towards the city wall. Immediately afterwards, nearly 10,000 soldiers armed with crossbows rushed towards the gap in the city wall. Chen Qingxian stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the bear man, who came out to meet the enemy with Zhou Heng. At this moment, Chang saw a red box rushing towards him and quickly organized the cavalry to meet it. Take down that big red tent and capture their general alive. But these people had never seen this off-road vehicle before, so they rushed forward foolishly. And Chu Chen in the hall was not idle for a moment at this time. The grenade launcher fired 2 boxes of grenades at the Bearman soldiers on the city wall. Only then did Chu Chen drop the grenade launcher and set up the 95 machine gun. Chapter 276 killed them all without leaving a single one. Go Chang was holding a long knife in his hand at this time, looking coldly at the crowd rushing towards him, ready to charge and kill. But suddenly, the adjutant beside him fell to the ground. Go Chang turned his head and saw an arrow stuck in his chest. Looking closely, I saw that the people rushing over were holding some strange weapons in their hands. Any arrow shot from that weapon would kill any soldier, no matter how far away he was. He was somewhat doubting his life at this moment. Could it be that there were bows and arrows in this world that could shoot farther than his powerful bow? While he was thinking, he heard a series of tapping sound behind him. As the sound rang out, the rows of soldiers standing on the city wall fell down instantly. He rolled over and dodged a wave of attacks. Then he went towards the main hall with a knife in hand. Now he understood why the city gate was blown open for no reason, why thunder fell from the sky, and why the city wall was blown into pieces in an instant. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, which was the thing with a monkey head and a human body. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he believed in ghosts and gods. He stumbled towards the hall. He would not close his eyes until he saw clearly what was inside. Chu Chen, who was harvesting the lives of the Bearman soldiers in the hall, also saw a tall and mighty man with a bald head and wearing golden armor running towards the hall. Chu Chen guessed at a glance that this guy must be the supreme commander of the bear country. Otherwise, who would be so arrogant as to wear golden armor? Isn't that seeking death? He was about to turn the gun around and fire a burst of bullets at him, but when he saw Go Chang with a bald head in this cold weather, Chu Chen instantly became interested. In just a short time of about an incense stick, the soldiers of Daxia had already rushed into the city gate. With their iron armor and crossbows, they made the Bearmen soldiers helpless. Often, the soldiers of the Bear People's Kingdom who were armed with spears and swords were shot by the arrows and killed before they could rush to the front. Chu Chen looked at the battlefield and knew that victory was already a foregone conclusion. After firing a 95 machine gun drum, he instantly picked up a sniper rifle from the side and aimed at the bald man who rushed to the door of the hall. Then he waved his hand and took out a loudspeaker used in shopping malls to buy clothes and shouted to the audience, "Stop! Take another step forward and you will be pierced by thousands of arrows and die." Go Chang stopped in his tracks the moment he heard the voice coming from the loudspeaker. The several soldiers following him also stopped. But Chu Chen said something and aimed at him again. When Go Chang saw the voice stopped, he ran towards the hall again. Seeing this, Chu Chen raised his sniper rifle and killed a soldier next to him with one shot. "I told you to stop and don't move. You're so disobedient. If you move again, he'll be the one to get you." Since the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, Go Chang could only look up at the sky, following the sound of the loudspeaker. But he ignored Chu Chen, who was lying between the second and third floors. "Are you calling me, sir?" Go Chang tentatively shouted toward the sky. "Yes, it's you, the bald guy, the one wearing the golden armor." Chu Chen found it a little funny to see the bald head looking up at the sky and searching for himself. "Tell me, what's your name and what's your job title?" "My name is Go Chang, and I am the Expeditionary General of the Bear Nation. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." Go Chang, Xiong Da, Xiong Air, plus that bald guy, they're going to put on a show for myself. After hearing the name, Chu Chen immediately laughed like a pig. "Do you know the brothers Big Bear and Little Bear?" Chu Chen suppressed his laughter and continued to ask. "Yes, I know them. They're childhood friends. They're the top warriors in my country of bears. May I ask, Immortal, are you acquainted with them?" When Go Chang heard the people in the sky mention Big Bear and Little Bear, he immediately established a relationship with them. After hearing this, Chu Chen did not answer, but fired a few shots, instantly killing the people around him. At this moment, a red BJ-80 rushed in instantly. Chu Chen did a graceful tailspin and stopped straight on the square in front of the main hall. Then he got out of the car with the sword in hand, and with a whoosh, he placed the sword on Go Chang's neck. When Chu Chen saw Chun Xian and Zhou Heng coming, he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to the people below, "Jiu Mengzi, the one in your hands is the Expeditionary General of the Bear Country. You can handle it yourselves, and don't bother me if there is nothing wrong." After saying that, Chu Chen waved his hand and put everything around him into the space. Then he leaped and headed towards the Tongtian sect headquarters next door. At this moment, the red-robed guardian was still sitting calmly on the main seat. Seeing Chu Chen come in, he immediately asked, "Shaman Protector, where have you been these past 2 days? Also, where are the 3 girls you took away?" Chu Chen smiled when he heard this, thinking that it was just right that he couldn't find reason. "Since you suspect me, Let these so-called followers of the Tongtian sect fly away with Qi Yin. So he took a step forward and raised the Uzi in his hand. Red Guardian, do I need to report to you about my actions? Humph, don't think I don't know that after you took those 3 women out, you killed 5 bear lords. In the incident yesterday, where Mr. Bear was killed for no reason, you were the one who did it, right? After saying that, he waved his hand, and the Tongtian sect members who were originally sitting next to him instantly surrounded Chu Chen. After listening to this, Chu Chen pulled a chair over for himself and sat down. Then he said to the Red Robe Guardian, well, not bad. You're not stupid. I thought you'd just be thinking all day, but I didn't expect you had some brains. Tell me, who are you? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you confess now, for the sake of our conversation last night, I can still choose to talk to Master Xiong and give you a chance to survive. The Red Robe leader then stood up and took a few steps towards Chu Chen. And those who surrounded Chu Chen also drew out the long swords at their waists. Chu Chen looked at them helplessly and asked, there's a war going on outside. Are you just going to sit here and not go take a look outside? It's already this time, and you're still here, Mr. Xiong. You really have a big heart. Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you 3 breaths to tell me your identity. Otherwise, you will die. As soon as the Red Robe Guardian uttered the word death, the people surrounding Chu Chen took a few steps forward. It looked like after 3 breaths, they would rush forward and hack Chu Chen to death with their swords. Chu Chen didn't waste any time talking to them. He raised his hand instantly and fired the Uzi submachine gun at those people. Those believers never dreamed that just as they were about to rush forward, they found that their vitality was rapidly draining away, and then they fell to the ground. After a while, the Red Robe Guardian was the only one left in the hall, standing there blankly, staring at the handsome Chu Chen in front of him. Chapter 277, Cleaning Up Saibei City. You, are you a human or ghost? The Red Robe Guardian felt as if his legs were fixed to the ground. No matter how hard she tried to run away, her legs wouldn't obey her, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Chen waved his hand, and 2 pairs of handcuffs appeared in his hand. With 2 clicks, her hands and feet were cuffed, and then she was picked up and thrown onto the floor next to her. Haha, Red Protector, what a pity. Let me tell you something. I'm afraid Qi Yinfei has been tortured by all the instruments of torture used by the Great Xi'an Ministry of Justice. I don't know if he's dead or not. Chu Chen walked forward, squatted down with a harmless look on his face, and spoke to the Red Robe Guardian. When the Red Robe Guardian heard the news, he collapsed to the ground with a look of despair on his face. Impossible. You're lying to me. Our leader has incredible abilities and can gather heroes from all over the world to serve him. How is that possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chu Chen shook his head after hearing this, thinking that if Qi Yinfei were in modern society, he would definitely be the boss of an organization that could earn over 10 million a month with an investment of 50,000. What a pity, born at the wrong time. At this moment, Zhou Heng and his men also rushed into the hall. Looking at the Red Robe Guardian who was subdued by Chu Chen, he asked, Brother, what is this? You're a die-hard fan of your uncle, so you can do whatever you want. Brother, what are fans? Chu Chen rolled his eyes and walked out of the hall without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Heng turned around and looked at Chun Qing Xian who came with him. Your Highness, you are the backbone of the Tongtian divine sect, and Qi Yinfei's loyal follower. A die-hard fan. Zhou Heng immediately became interested when he heard it. Take it away. After saying this, he walked out of the hall with a group of soldiers. At this time, Chu Chen was in the largest hall in the middle, rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for valuables. When it comes to this kind of thing, he is more professional than a mouse in Daxia. After a while, they found the so-called treasure house. This was the property that the Bearman army had looted in the northern city during this period. That number is quite a lot. Although there is endless gold, silver, and treasures in Chu Chen's space now, no one would think that there is too much of this stuff. After doing all this, Chu Chen walked straight towards the place where Xiao Yu and his group were hiding. At this moment, on the streets, there are incidents of soldiers waving their swords and rushing towards the followers of Tongtian's sect. Zhou Heng then issued an order that anyone with a sun tattoo on their neck would be executed. For a time, the entire Saibei city was in panic, and ordinary people were hiding, worried that the Tongtian sect would counterattack before its death. The followers of Tongtian's sect were hunted down and had nowhere to hide. The whole Saibei city was filled with shouts and cries for help. As soon as Chu Chen walked to the door of the dilapidated house, he noticed something was wrong. I saw that the gate of the house had already been opened, and I could faintly hear a cry for help from inside. So Chu Chen couldn't wait to walk into the house. As soon as he entered, he heard Xiao Yu begging for mercy. "Brother, we are just the old, weak, women and children. We are of no value to you. Please let us go." "I'll let you go. Now that the Daxia soldiers have occupied Saibei City, do you think we still have a way to retreat? These young ladies are so beautiful. Let's be cool and dashing. Then we can kill you. Even on the road to the underworld, we should be comfortable." When Xiaoyu heard this, she realized that this group of desperate criminals had been forced into a corner, so there was no point in talking to them. "Ah, you scumbag from a Tongtian sect, don't worry. I can't do anything to you here. I can still be bullied by you on the Yellow Springs Road. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you." After saying this, he looked as if he was ready to die, staring at the several Tongtian sect followers in front of him. After hearing this, several people laughed. "Haha, brothers, do you believe in the Yellow Springs Road?" "Brother, no matter what road it is, I'll clear the road below first." After saying that, they rushed toward Xiao Yu and the other girls. At this moment, the door was kicked open. "I say, you little brats, how could you not invite me for such a good thing?" Chu Chen strode into the house with a smile on his face. Then he turned around gracefully, revealing the 3 sun tattoos on the back of his neck. When they saw him, they immediately stopped what they were doing. "Protector, protector, your subordinates are here to pay their respects to you." Chu Chen seemed very satisfied as he looked at the people in front of him who had suddenly become well-behaved. Xiaoyu looked at Chu Chen with some confusion. She could guess that he was not an ordinary person since he had rescued them from the restaurant before. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the guardian of Tongtian sect, a big shot to be sure. Chu Chen looked at Xiao Yu's puzzled expression and instantly gave her a comforting look. Then he said to the Tongtian sect members, "All of you, get out and line up for me." Although the Tongtian sect has collapsed, as long as these people still have the desire to survive, there is still hope in their hearts. Therefore, they still held on to a glimmer of hope that they could escape from the Saibei city by following the Guardian. So without any hesitation, several people filed out, walked into the yard outside, and stood in a row. Chu Chen turned around and smiled at Xiao Yu, then walked out of the house. Looking at the ferocious-looking men outside, Chu Chen smiled and raised his hand. "Meeting you is fate, so let me, the Guardian, escort you out of Saibei City." When they heard this, they immediately became excited. So they all bowed to Chu Chen and said, "Thank you, Lord Protector. As long as we leave Saibei City, we will follow you and serve you like slaves." "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll start the ritual." After saying that, he fired the Uzi in his hand at them. After a series of clicking sounds, these people finally left the Saibei city with smiles on their faces. After doing all this, Chu Chen went back into the house. "Okay, it's safe outside. Everyone come out." After hearing this, Xiao Yu and his group looked at Chu Chen with some caution, because he was the guardian of Tongtian sect. When Chu Chen saw them like this, he stepped forward, took Xiao Yu's hand, and went outside. The others thought Xiao Yu was in trouble, so they followed her out, shouting. But once they got into the yard, they were dumbfounded. They saw that the people who had just wanted to kill them were now lying in the yard, deader than dead. Just at this moment, the soldiers outside heard the gunshots and rushed into the yard with knives in hand. As soon as they saw Chu Chen, the soldiers all saluted him and said, "Mr. Chu, are you okay?" "It's okay. I just saved a few old friends. You guys can handle the rest." After saying that, he let go of Xiao Yu's hand, smiled at her, and walked out of the yard without looking back. Chapter 278, Preparing to Develop Homemade Explosives. Xiao Yu followed the soldiers and headed towards the makeshift first aid station. Along the way, she couldn't figure out whether the man who saved her twice was really a member of the Tongtian sect, but she didn't dare to express her doubts. What if this person was lurking among the soldiers? If she said that, wouldn't she be exposing her benefactor? But along the way, he saw those soldiers first catch the people from Tongtian sect and then pull them out of the back of their necks. I became even more confused because these soldiers obviously knew the meaning of the sun symbol. But why are they so respectful to a man with 3 suns tattooed on the back of his neck? As she walked along, she saw the waiter from the restaurant who had his head chopped off with a knife, saw those who had bullied her before, and saw those sisters who were bullied. Slowly, she figured it out. No matter who that young man was, in her heart, he was a good man and a benefactor. After figuring it out, she let it go, I will repay this favor someday when I find the opportunity. After saying that, Xiaoyu led her family and strode towards the temporary resettlement site. At this time, Gung He also walked out of the temporary resettlement site. Hey, this girl is so pretty. At this moment, Chu Chen was driving with Chun Qingxian towards the gate of Saibei City. For him, the subsequent matters are not his concern. After these battles, Chu Chen suddenly felt a little annoyed. Ever since he saw the explosive made of homemade dynamite emit such powerful force, he had an idea in his mind. It would be better to find the ratio of this homemade explosives and hand it over to Zhou Shixuan. Then if there's a war in the future, I won't have to trouble myself anymore. So at this moment, he urgently needed to return to the capital, then enter the space and find out how to configure this thing. In modern society, when he was free, he vaguely remembered that he was curious and searched for the mixing method of his homemade explosives. It seemed to be sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal or something, but I can't remember the details. Then you can only go to the book corner in that space to look for information. Maybe you can find it. If you really can't find it, then you can only use the infinite replication ability of space to directly give the finished product. The off-road vehicle sped along, and the two people took turns driving without intervals. Soon, they entered the mansion in the capital. Back in the yard, they both fell asleep at the same time. The next day, after taking out a purse and throwing it to Chun Qingxian, Chu Chen staggered towards the Ministry of Industry. At the entrance of the industrial department, Zheng Wenkai ran out like a flash after hearing the servant's report. Oh, Brother Chu, you have come to visit me. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Seeing Zheng Wenkai so enthusiastic, he thought that this old guy must have received a lot of rewards for his contribution to the creation of his crossbow. So he also said to him, Master Zheng is so radiant. What's the matter? Has he taken a concubine again? Thanks to my brother, I got a few wives. Chu Chen originally wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect that this old guy was still strong and vigorous. He has several rooms. So he quickly changed the subject. Is Zheng Jing in the Ministry of Industry? My son is in his room. I wonder what he's researching. I'll go get him right away. Brother Chu, come in quickly. No, Lord Zheng. I'll take him to His Majesty and come back another day. When Zheng Wenkai heard this, he thought, take him to meet the emperor. Not everyone can go if they want to. Moreover, his son had no achievements. Although he had made some contributions in making the crossbow, it was not enough to attract the attention of His Majesty. But if Chu Chen took him to meet the emperor, it would be different. So he quickly ordered his servants to call Zheng Jing, but he kept saying good things to Chu Chen. Brother Chu, your nephew is honest and dull. Please speak well of him in front of His Majesty. Don't worry, Master Zheng. If this can be accomplished, Zheng Jing will probably see a leap forward in his career. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chu. I will definitely come to your house to bother you someday. Zheng Wenkai was happy when he heard this. He felt that his son's problem had been solved and that His Majesty had paid attention to him. Then his Zheng family will be stable in the capital. As long as His Majesty likes them, what fame or honor is needed? As he was speaking, Zheng Jing was brought out. Nephew greets uncle. As soon as Zheng Jing saw Chu Chen, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Chu Chen nodded, said goodbye to Zheng Wenkai, and walked towards the palace with Zheng Jing. Zhou Shixuan received the battle report from Saibei City and was reading it with great interest. Old Wei, what kind of magical weapon did this Chu kid use to instantly create a gap in the city wall? Your Majesty, any magical thing is no longer magical with this young Master Chu. Then should we think of a way to snatch this thing from him? Just as the two were planning, a shout was heard outside. Your Majesty, Master Chu Chen, Chu requests an audience. Lao Wei, what did I say? As long as we need him, this guy will come. Zhou Shixuan laughed at Old Wei, turned around and shouted outside. Bring him in. Chu Chen led Zheng Jing all the way into Zhou Shixuan's imperial study. Chu Chen stepped forward and saluted. Chu boy greets Uncle Zhou in eunuch Wei. But Zheng Jing knelt on the ground with a thud. Zheng Jing pays respects to His Majesty. Zhou Shixuan looked at Zheng Jing, who was kneeling on the ground, and then looked at Chu Chen. Chu Wazi, is this the kid from Zheng Wenkai's family? That's right. I brought him here this time because I have something to tell you. Okay, get up. After saying that, he winked at eunuch Wei, who understood and moved a chair for Chu Chen, but Zheng Jing stood where he was, not daring to move. Chu Chen turned around and looked at Zheng Jing. Since the imperial study was big enough, Zheng Jing was looking at the three of them from a distance. Uncle Zhou, this kid is a talent in the study of things. Can you trust him? Chu Wazi, Zheng Wenkai's family has served the royal family for generations, so their loyalty is beyond doubt. But this matter is related to the entire daxiao reaching its peak. What do you think about handing it over to this kid? This is related to the entire daxiao reaching its peak. What is this? After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan frowned and thought to himself, could this Chu kid be planning to get something good for him again? However, he knew that Zheng Jing had made this crossbow before. Moreover, the manufacturing method has not been leaked for such a long time, so it should be credible. As a monarch, how could he not send people to investigate Zheng Jing's actions? But the investigation found that apart from his ability to study the nature of things, this guy was no different from piece of wood. So he nodded to Chu Chen. This man is trustworthy, and if he wants to do something wrong, your Uncle Zhou has plenty of ways to deal with him. Chapter 279. The Torpedo King Shocks Everyone. When Chu Chen heard Zhou Shixuan say this, he said, in that case, call him over. Trust people you employ, and don't employ people you don't trust. Let's talk about this together. After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan winked at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei understood and brought over another chair. Zhou Shixuan called out to Zheng Jing, please take a seat. Zheng Jing ran over happily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then he sat down on the chair. Eunuch Wei looked at him and thought to himself, what a blockhead. However, only such casual people can achieve great things. Upon seeing this, Chu Chen immediately took out a large black torpedo that was used to kill fish before modern times from his backpack and placed it directly on the table. When Zhou Shixuan saw this black thing, he immediately thought of something. So he waved his hand and drove out the palace maids. There were only 4 of them left in the entire imperial study. Chu Wazi, tell me, what is this? Your Majesty, this thing is called gunpowder. You should also know that the breach in the wall of Saibei City was all thanks to this thing. Zhou Shixuan immediately became excited when he heard it. His eyes lit up instantly, and he thought I was just thinking with Old Wei about how to get this thing away. Could this guy really be a god who can see through people's minds? He picked up the torpedo and looked it up and down. Chu Wazi, you think a small thing like this can bring down the city wall? Well, this one definitely won't work, but if it's made as big as a bucket, there might be hope. Chu Chen snatched the torpedo and said, if this thing gets blown up by Zhou Shixuan, it'll be no fun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shixuan immediately looked at Zheng Jing and said, Chu Wazi, you called this kid here. Could it be that you want to teach him how to make this thing? Chu Chen nodded when he heard it. How about this? Find an open space, test the power first, and then come back to discuss how to do it. But Uncle Zhou should understand the secrecy of this matter better than I do. Chu Chen meant that this thing could not be leaked. If everyone had it by then, it might not be a good thing for him. Although there are weapons in his space that can defeat these, if they are obtained by his enemies, it will be unsafe. The reason why Chu Chen gave this item to Zhou Shixuan was that he came up with the idea after his own strength increased greatly. By the time this thing is produced, I estimate that I will have reached the 7th level or higher in strength. By then, if you have no problem dodging bullets in your daily life, these few firecrackers will not pose a threat to you. When Zhou Shixuan heard this, he immediately said to Eunuch Wei behind him, Old Wei, let's go find a secret place and give it a try. After hearing this, Eunuch Wei ran out immediately, and soon a carriage arrived. Zhou Shixuan took Chu Chen and Zheng Jing on the carriage, and Eunuch Wei drove the carriage himself, and the 4 of them headed towards the suburbs. But behind Chu Chen was a backpack which was full of these things. If they exploded at the same time, all the people in this carriage would probably be blown away. After all, in modern society, there are many people who have had their hands and feet blown off when using this thing to fry fish. The carriage traveled for about an incense stick of time, and the 4 of them arrived at a deserted hill. In front of the hill, there is a small river with many fish swimming around in it. Chu Chen pointed at the fish in the river and said to Zhou Shixuan, Uncle Zhou, let's eat fish for lunch today. After saying that, he took out a torpedo and a lighter. He lit the fuse, waited 2 seconds, and then threw the thing into the river. Everyone stared at the black torpedo bubbling in the water. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the river. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake, and many bubbles emerged from the river, followed by many fish turning white and floating on the water. Chu Chen laughed heartily and shouted to Zheng Jing, "Hurry up and catch some fish. His Majesty will be eating at noon today." Zheng Jing didn't care about anything else and dived in. Then many big fish were caught. Chu Wazi, this thing can still explode with such great power in the water. What about on the ground? Chu Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, don't worry, let's see. This time we will blow up the mountain and use 10 of these things." After saying that, he took out an engineer's shovel and dug a deep hole in the hill. Then 10 torpedoes were buried. For safety reasons, Chu Chen specially lengthened the fuse and then connected the 10 torpedoes together. After burying the body, he pulled Zhou Shixuan and others and hid behind the carriage. Then he took out a lighter and handed it to Eunuch Wei. "Eunuch Wei, I'll make you braise fish at noon. Go and light the fire. You're a martial arts expert. Just light it and leave." Eunuch Wei looked at Chu Chen in confusion, thinking to himself, "You are such a cunning boy. Everyone knows the noise of the collapsing fish just now. That was just one, but now 10 of them are exploding at the same time. Sooner or later, you guys will kill me with these old arms and legs." But Zhou Shixuan also stared at him with a smile on his face. "Old Wei is counting on you. You're the most skilled martial artist here. Remember to run after you finish the order." Eunuch Wei took the lighter reluctantly and flew towards the mountain. He pressed the lighter with trembling hands, and when the flame touched the fuse, there was a rustling sound. Eunuch Wei dropped the lighter and retreated behind him. I was afraid that if I was a step late, I would collapse. In fact, Chu Chen just wanted to scare him. With the power of these 10 torpedoes, they posed no threat to Eunuch Wei. After all, he is a 9th grade warrior, and he can dodge bullets in daily life without any problem, let alone this little bit of power. A puff of white smoke emerged from the fuse in front of the mountain and went along the torpedo inside the mountain. Everyone hid behind the carriage, and Eunuch Wei and Zheng Jing blocked Chu Chen and Zhou Shixuan in front of them. After a while, a loud noise like thunder was heard. For a moment, a cloud of flying sand and rocks shot out from the mountain. Some small stones hit the carriage, while some directly penetrated the thin wood of the carriage and entered the carriage. Immediately afterwards, perhaps it was this mountain hammer that caused a large piece of the mountain to collapse in an instant. For a moment, it rolled into the river with a loud noise. The 4 people present, including Chu Chen, opened their mouths in surprise. Is this thing really so powerful? After the storm subsided, Zhou Shixuan was the first to emerge, pointing at the collapsed mountain and laughing. "Chu Wazi, you are truly my lucky star. With this item, I wonder which city wall can stop the attack of my great Xia soldiers, and which country dares to stand in front of my great Xia soldiers." Chapter 280, Making Gunpowder with Zheng Jing. After saying that, Zhou Shixuan walked forward and patted Zheng Jing's shoulder again. "Boy, follow Chu Wazi and learn well. The future of Xia depends on you." Zheng Jing was still in shock from the explosion. He stared blankly at the mountain and said to Zhou Shixuan, "Your Majesty, Zheng Jing will definitely live up to your expectations." After listening to this, Zhou Shixuan nodded and turned to look at Chu Chen. "Chu boy, you were able to offer such a magical thing. As long as my Zhou dynasty exists, your Chu family will never be bullied." Chu Chen smiled and nodded, and then the group headed toward the palace. Inside the imperial study, Zhou Shixuan happily praised Chu Chen. Finally, he ordered the two to return to the Ministry of Works to develop the gunpowder, and gave Zheng Jing an imperial edict, appointing him as the head of the Ministry of Works. As long as the materials were available in Daxia, they could be used unconditionally with this imperial edict. After a few people sent Zheng Jing away, Eunuch Wei came with a few fish and stopped Chu Chen. He said that he must make the braised fish today, no matter what. Chu Chen had no choice but to rush into the imperial kitchen of the palace with the fish in his hand. After lunch, Chu Chen simply did not return to the mansion in the capital, but found a deserted place and entered the space. First, he walked to the spring to drink his water, as usual. Then he burped and plunged into the pile of books. I don't know how long I flipped through the pages until my eyes were blurry, and then I saw a paper written by someone I didn't know. The above clearly mentions the various proportions and production methods of black powder. 75% saltpeter, 10% sulfur, and 10.5% charcoal. Chu Chen muttered to himself, and after memorizing it in his heart, he flashed out of the space. Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal are all easy to find in this world. Saltpeter is available for sale, and it seems that it can be mined in the mountains. Sulfur is available in pharmacies. As for charcoal, that is even simpler. After leaving the space, Chu Chen headed straight towards the Ministry of Industry. This time he did not exchange greetings with Zheng Wenkai, but went straight into Zheng Jing's private laboratory. "Uncle, you're here." Zheng Jing saw Chu Chen coming and quickly stood up and saluted. Chu Chen waved his hand and said, "Your place is not good. If there is a small mistake, your place will collapse." When Zheng Jing heard Chu Chen say this, combined with what he had seen today about the power of the Torpedo King, his heart skipped a beat. "Then, Uncle, I will arrange for someone to find a secluded place. Yes, the place has to be remote, and also purchase these things back." After saying that, Chu Chen handed him a piece of paper with a certain amount of sulfur, a certain amount of saltpeter, and a certain amount of charcoal written on it. Zheng Jing took a look at the note and thought to himself, could it be that his uncle's powerful thing is made with such simple ingredients? Chu Chen looked at Zheng Jing, who was holding the note with a surprised look on his face. He stared at him seriously and said, "Hurry and look at it, then burn it. You should know how much trouble this will cause if others see it." Zheng Jing nodded after listening to this. How could he not understand the interest involved? If it were to be leaked, not only I but my entire family would be in danger. So after taking a few glances at it, he threw it into the fire. "Don't worry, Uncle. I will arrange loyal people to purchase these things. I will also add a few things and buy them in batches. Even if someone knows what we are doing, they won't be able to figure it out." After hearing this, Chu Chen stepped forward and patted his head. "Yes, young man, you are indeed your father's son. Once you find the place, ask your father to arrange 20 trustworthy people, and then come to me at the mansion. I will teach you how to do it." After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the Ministry of Works and returned to his residence in the capital. The drunkard seemed to have suffered a relapse of his old illness and disappeared somewhere with a bag of silver given by Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't care about him. Putting aside the masters, Taoist priests, and so on, he was a man after all. The next day, Zheng Jing knocked on the door of the mansion in the capital early in the morning. "Uncle, everything has been arranged." Chu Chen said sleepily. "Okay, I'll go after I have breakfast." Zheng Jing sat obediently in the living room, watching Chu Chen eating and drinking there. Soon after, a carriage entered a huge mansion in the suburbs. Outside the mansion, many workers were building a wall. In order to conceal his whereabouts, Chu Chen did not drive the car, but followed the carriage. Chu Chen knew what the wall was as soon as he saw it. He guessed that except for Zheng Wenkai, Zheng Jing, Zhou Shixuan, and Eunuch Wei, no one else knew what this place was used for. Following Zheng Jing into the mansion, Chu Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily, thinking that the efficiency of the Ministry of Industry was really high. I saw that the structure inside was built into a series of assembly lines like a crossbow. "Uncle, I built 5 lines in total to prevent the formula from being leaked. Sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. I also secretly added a little lime and a little clay." Zheng Jing led Chu Chen as he walked and introduced the layout to him. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Add one more thing, water, boiling water." "Boiling water?" Zheng Jing asked in confusion. "Don't ask so many questions. I have my own uses." After listening to this, Zheng Jing nodded and immediately took out a small notebook to write it down. Not long after, Zheng Jing took Chu Chen into a very sturdy room. "Uncle, I plan to use this house to make the finished product." After listening to this, Chu Chen looked around, nodded in appreciation, and gave him instructions. "Wei, and bring some of the 3 ingredients. I'll teach you now. Once I've taught you, you can slowly figure it out from now on." Zheng Jing ran out immediately after hearing this. Chu Chen also entered that space by going to the toilet. A bomb disposal suit was taken out from the public security agency in the space. After all, it was the first time to do it, so who knows if this thing will explode. When Zheng Jing came back, he saw Chu Chen completely wrapped up, so he asked curiously, "Uncle, what are you doing?" "Well, you have to know that when doing experiments, there are always mistakes. I'm just worried that if I'm not careful." After hearing this, Zheng Jing looked at the pile of materials on the table with a worried look on his face. "I thought you protected him, but what about me?" However, Zheng Jing did not speak about his thirst for knowledge. Chu Chen pointed to a police shield next to him and said, "Take that thing and look carefully." Zheng Jing picked up the shield as if he had found a treasure and held it in front of himself with a nervous look on his face. Okay, the dosage isn't large, it should be fine." "Uncle, should this be?" "Well, then there is a high probability that there is no problem. After saying that, Chu Chen started to explain and fiddle with those things step by step. Chapter 281 Daxia produces large firecrackers. Look, first grind these raw materials, then add 75 grams of saltpeter, 1 ounce of sulfur, and 15 grams of charcoal, and finally mix them thoroughly. Then put the mixture into the bamboo tube and compact it. Not long after, Chu Chen quietly found a bamboo tube in his hand. Chu Chen stuffed a wick soaked in tung oil into the front end of the bamboo tube. As for the method of making the fuse, I will let Zheng Jing study it slowly in the future. It is already the limit for me to be able to make the black powder for him. After all, I have more money and supplies than I can spend. It's not worth losing my life making a firecracker. Uncle, is it ready? Whether it's done well or not, just experiment. After saying that, Chu Chen took Zheng Jing out of the house. He went to the ground, dug a big hole, and buried the bamboo tube underground. Come on, go light it. After burying it, Chu Chen threw him a lighter. Zheng Jing had no choice but to walk in front of the bamboo tube with his shield. After lighting it, Sayatsi ran behind Chu Chen. Fuck you. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he grabbed him and walked into the house. After a while, there was a loud explosion, shaking the ground. Chu Chen and Zheng Jing walked out of the house and looked at the big hole on the ground. I wondered if it was so powerful. You know, although the ancient times used the 16 liang system, in modern society, this is about 1 kilogram of black gunpowder. How can it not be powerful? Zheng Jing looked at the big pit and jumped up excitedly. Uncle, it's done, we've done it. Chu Chen, however, had a calm expression on his face and thought that the expert who wrote the paper was indeed not lying. Okay, now that you've seen the ratio, make one yourself. Pay attention to the dosage. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Chu Chen took off the bomb disposal suit and handed it to Zheng Jing. Half an hour later, another loud noise was heard from inside the house. But then, Chu Chen saw Zheng Jing, dressed in dark, walking out. Fuck, you failed. No, uncle, it was already mixed. I saw the nails for mixing the boards were coming out, so I hammered them in. Chu Chen laughed heartily after hearing this. You deserve it. You are the #1 inventor in Daxia. This thing can't even produce a spark. So make it later. After crushing it, add a certain amount of water and then dry in the shade. Do you understand? Add water? Can still be fried if it's wet. Zheng Jing looked at Chu Chen in confusion and asked. Chu Chen was helpless, so he told him some common sense about what dust explosion is, what frictional heat is, what collision fire is, and so on. Zheng Jing listened very seriously and took out a small notebook to write down every word. Uncle, you know so much. Please accept Zheng Jing's greetings. After saying that, Zheng Jing knelt down in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen was also happy to accept it. Telling him what he could think of in advance could save his life. This time the dose was small, and it was not in a sealed container. Otherwise, Zheng Wenkai would have to ask himself to compensate his son. After giving the instructions, Zheng Jing walked into the house full of energy again. Half an hour later, Zheng Jing looked at the big hole in the ground and smiled brightly. The experiment was successful, and Chu Chen took Zheng Jing back to the Ministry of Industry. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't understand something, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Chu Chen said, while looking at Zheng Jing, who was sitting opposite him. Uncle, this gunpowder explodes underground. But if it explodes on the ground, how can it kill the enemy? You've hit the nail on the head. If you replace the bamboo tube with pottery, or tie a lot of iron sheets, nails, or something like that to the outside of the bamboo tube or pottery, wouldn't the explosion be able to scatter these things along with it? After listening to it, Zheng Jing nodded and wrote it down in a small notebook. Uncle, how do we control the timing of his explosion? You can cut the wire short or wrap a piece of black powder in oil paper to make a wire. Then will it be faster? Yes, uncle. Why didn't I think of it? For a full half hour, Zheng Jing asked Chu Chen all kinds of questions like a primary school student. Can this thing be dried in the sun? Can it be baked? Can it be collided during transportation, etc.? Chu Chen's head hurt from all these questions. How could he know so much? He could only answer some common sense questions. More, he needs to figure it out on his own. Well, it's getting late, I should go. Chu Chen couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked to leave. Uncle, you've worked hard, so I'll take you there. After saying that, Zheng Jing called a carriage and sent Chu Chen to the mansion. After a comfortable night's sleep at home, Chu Chen called Chun Qingxian back using the intercom. Why did you ask me to come back, you idiot? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chen Xian said with an unhappy look on his face. Haven't you played cards a while? Chu Chen stared at Chen Xian and said that he had brought him to the capital because he promised him that he would defeat Zhou Shixuan. Now that you have said it, you must do it. No, I fought all night at Baiwa Tower last night. Fuck, you're spending money to play cards with the girls from Baiwalu? Chu Chen was a little confused. Could this person be a fool? What was he doing? Of course not. I didn't spend a penny last night. How powerful is this Taoist? Chen Xian said proudly to Chu Chen. After hearing this, Chu Chen immediately gave him a thumbs up and thought to himself, this operation is really awesome. It's definitely free. All right, when I asked you to come to the capital, I promised you to take away all of Zhou Shixuan's treasury. So are you still interested? Yes, of course, let's go. Chen Xian became interested instantly after hearing this. After listening to this, Chu Chen stood up, started the car, and drove towards the palace. Half a day later, Zhou Shixuan, Chen Xian, and Eunuch Wei sat in front of the table as if holding a tablet. You have a bomb, I have a straight, and he is 3 with 1. We have a lot of fun. However, the memorials piled on the table in the imperial study were coldly placed aside. Master, Lao Wei probably has another bomb. We need to be careful. Zhou Shixuan spoke to Chen Xian, not caring at all about Eunuch Wei's unhappy expression. Your Majesty, how about I show you my cards? Chen Xian spoke to Zhou Shixuan as if no one was around. Your Majesty, Taoist priest, this won't be fun anymore. Eunuch Wei was helpless at this moment. If he had known this earlier, why would he rob the landlord? Taoist priest, if that's the case, aren't we bullying old Wei? Zhou Shixuan said to Chen Xian thoughtfully. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, Your Majesty, you finally still have some conscience. But Zhou Shixuan's next words made Eunuch Wei vomit blood. But Taoist priest, this way we won't lose. Come on, take a look. Chapter 282. Zheng Jing's Agility. Your Majesty, if you really want to do this, then this old slave will not play today, no matter what he says. Eunuch Wei looked at the 2 men acting suspiciously and immediately prepared to quit. Old Wei, I was just joking with the Taoist priest. Just kidding. Come on, let's play cards. Seeing that Eunuch Wei was a little angry, Zhou Shixuan immediately put on a smiling face. Chu Chen looked at the 3 of them helplessly, then walked out of the imperial study. He went straight to the streets of the capital city. He didn't want to wander around in the palace. If you accidentally enter a princess's courtyard, there will be no way to explain yourself. I'm not afraid of Zhou Shixuan holding me accountable, but I'm afraid that this old guy will promise the princess to me. Looking at Zhou Shixuan's appearance, how pretty can a daughter be if he has one? He is someone you absolutely cannot mess with. On the streets of the capital, various hawking sounds are still heard, and the city is bustling with activity. Originally, there would be a severe drought after this heavy snow, but unexpectedly, due to Zhou Shixuan's timely promotion of sweet potatoes are now grown in many places. The policy of rebuilding homes was also promoted well, although the people of Daxia did not live as well as before the disaster. But at least there were no large-scale refugee influxes. The capital city is even more prosperous. No matter what happens outside, it is impossible to affect the imperial city. If the capital city fell, Zhou Shixuan would have no time to play cards. As they walked, suddenly, Zheng Jing appeared in front of Chu Chen with an iron pipe in his hand. Seeing Chu Chen coming, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Uncle, where are you going? I'm just wandering around with nothing to do. What are you doing with it too? Chu Chen took the iron pipe from him and asked in confusion. Seeing this, Zheng Jing quickly pulled Chu Chen aside and whispered in his ear. Uncle, I have an idea. What if we put gunpowder in this tube, light it, and then put an iron ball in front of the gunpowder? Then, the force of the gunpowder can propel it far away. When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this kid is too damn smart. I really don't know what's going on in his head. Isn't this the same principle that my parents used when hunting birds as a child? However, he did not point out, but said to him thoughtfully, since you have an idea, then do more experiments, just in case it works. Then he looked at the pipe again. After checking out, he said to him, if you drill a tiny hole at the bottom of this pipe, it would be easier to light the fire. Zheng Jing immediately started thinking when he heard it. Suddenly, he shouted to Chu Chen in surprise. Yes, uncle. Why didn't I think of it? Ha ha. Thank you for your advice. Don't worry. What if you enlarge this tube 100 times and stuff 100 times more gunpowder and 100 times larger iron balls into it? Chu Chen touched his head and said with a smile. After listening to this, Zheng Jing suddenly stood there, as if the door to a new world had opened. A barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Chu Chen did not disturb him, but turned and left. He cursed and muttered, "This kid, in a few years, he will be able to make guns and cannons." However, no matter how Zheng Jing made the weapon in his hand, it would still be far superior. The power of black powder is there. No matter how much you tinker with it, you can't make out the high explosive gunpowder in the bullet and the complex structure of the firearm. When Zheng Jing woke up again, he found that Chu Chen had already left and disappeared in the crowd. He just smiled in the direction Chu Chen left, and then ran towards the gunpowder research factory like a gust of wind. After walking around for a few rounds, Chu Chen returned to the mansion. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Chun Qingxian excitedly counting silver at home. "You fool, I tell you, today we've had a great harvest. We'll continue playing cards with His Majesty tomorrow." Chu Chen looked at Chun Qingxuan's excited expression. He had originally planned to invite him back to Qingyan City, but now he probably couldn't invite him away for a while. But it doesn't matter. I have to go out for a walk alone. Nowadays, he has enough money, and the threat from Daxia has been eliminated. Moreover, the seeds of sweet potatoes and potatoes were left behind and slowly developed. In a few years, Daxia would bid farewell to the era of hunger. After Zheng Jing makes the cannon and the bird gun, Zhou Shixuan probably won't be idle either, and will go around bullying other countries. I have been in this world for so long, but I haven't finished running through the entire Daxia kingdom yet. I heard that to the west of Daxia, there are many small countries, most of which are vassal states of Daxia. Ganpu's national jadestone expanded his space a little, and also produced a spring that could improve his strength. Perhaps there are unexpected treasures in those vassal states of Daxia. Therefore, Chu Chen planned to go back to Qingyan City to arrange matters at home. After improving himself to the 7th rank, he began his journey westward. "And this time I won't bring anyone with me. I can go alone." While silently waiting for Chun Qingxian to finish counting the money, Chu Chen told him about this idea. Chun Qingxian said without turning his head, "It's good to go out for a walk. You are now at the 6th level of strength, plus the hidden weapons in your hands. I don't think anyone can kill you. Don't worry, go ahead. You won't grow up if you always let me protect you." Seeing Chun Qingxuan's serious expression, Chu Chen blurted out, "Get out," and went into the room. On the second day, Chu Chen got up early, left an off-road vehicle and a lot of gasoline for Chun Qingxian, and drove towards Qingyan City. A few days later, a brand new red BJ-80 entered Qingyan City, and the old one was left in the capital by Chu Chen. So another one was copied from the space. After a while, Chu Chen took the walkie-talkie and gave instructions. The protection, infrastructure, production, and life of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. All the jade from the jade mines are concentrated in Qingyan City, and a super large warehouse will be built in Masan Village, and so on. On the second day, he came to the houses of the children in Qingyan City, gave Chu Air some supplies and silver, and rushed to Masan Village. Half a month later, an extra-large warehouse was excavated inside the mountain behind Masan Village. Chu Chen spent 10 days filling the warehouse with supplies and locking the door. He threw the key to Chu Dazhuang and told him not to open the door unless absolutely necessary. Over the years, the villagers of Masan Village have followed Chu Chen and have received many salary increases, so they have made a lot of money. As everyone's living standards improve, their gratitude towards Chu Chen becomes even stronger. It took several more months to give Li Qinglian and others enough injections. What's even more busy is that his cultivation has now reached the level of a 7th grade master, so he has no problem dodging bullets on a daily basis. In the blink of an eye, the new year began. Chu Chen drove a red BJ-80 out of Masan Village and headed towards the west of Daxia. Chapter 283, Arrange Everything and Head West. The car drove westward for about 3 days, and then the official road was no longer seen. Chu Chen had no choice but to park the car and walk forward. Chu Chen had an Uzi and several grenades on his waist, wore a stab-proof vest, and held a long knife in his hand. He put on a backpack as a cover and then walked toward the mountain ahead. The mountain in front of me is not big, and I approach it via a small path. After climbing over a small hill, the view suddenly opened up, and there was an open area in the middle that looked like a basin. There are fields crisscrossing above, houses scattered here and there, and only a sliver of smoke rising from the chimneys. Chu Chen thought to himself, we have arrived at a rural village in the mountains. In the distance, an old man was sweating profusely on the ground, so Chu Chen walked towards him. Old man, may I ask where this place is? It was obvious that Chu Chen came out to wander around the world, so he didn't make any strategies and was completely in the dark. The old man looked up at Chu Chen, put down his hoe, and said enthusiastically, this young man is from the city, right? What are you doing in this barren place? When the people working nearby saw Chu Chen, an outsider, they all walked over here. Chu Chen smiled and said to the old man, I want to go to the small country on the western border of Daxia, so I'm passing through your place. I got lost for a while, so I thought I'd ask you. What? Sir, you want to go to the other side of the mountain? When the old man heard what Chu Chen said, he immediately said in surprise. After saying that, he looked Chu Chen up and down. He saw that he was wearing the clothes of a rich family, with fair skin and tender flesh. Although he was holding a sword in his hand, he looked frail. How could such a person want to go to the other side of the mountain? Is he crazy? Chu Chen looked at the surprised old man and asked quickly, is there any danger on the other side of the mountain? At this moment, the old man had not spoken yet, and a man in his 30s who came over from the side took over the conversation. Sir, I advise you to go back. You're fine at home. Why do you have to go into that mountain? Chu Chen looked at the man when he heard the voice. He saw that he was tall and strong, with the appearance of a farmer. Oh, big brother, please give me some advice. Where is that mountain? Chu Chen turned around and pointed at the mountain and asked, Sir, this is not the place to talk. If you don't mind, come to my house, have a simple meal, and I will tell you slowly. Chu Chen thought this was a great idea, as it saved him from having to get food out to cook. So he nodded to the elder brother and said, in that case, I'm sorry to bother you, elder brother. After saying that, Chu Chen followed the man into the village. Chu Chen walked while taking in everything in his sight. I saw that most of the houses in this village were made of wood and thatch, and were built against the mountain. Compared to Mashan village, it is really a world of difference. When the children in the village saw the stranger coming, they all followed him and looked around. Chu Chen followed the man into a thatched house. As soon as the man came in and asked Chu Chen to sit down, he shouted to a woman inside, At home, there are guests coming. Cook a few dishes, and I'll have a few drinks with this brother. After saying that, he turned around and got some water for Chu Chen. But when Chu Chen looked up, he clearly saw the helplessness and embarrassment on the woman's face. Boss, this family? The woman uttered a few words, but when the man glared at her, she swallowed the words back. Chu Chen understood what was going on at a glance. The whole Xia was like this. After experiencing a great disaster, this family probably didn't have much food left. So Chu Chen turned around and reached for his backpack. He reached into his backpack and took out a large piece of mutton. Then he took out another bag of rice. Then he stood up with the things in his hand and said, Sister-in-law, please prepare these. I came here with great difficulty and don't have much to bring. I only brought some meat and rice. Brother, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, the man rushed over, snatched the meat and rice that the woman had just taken, and said, Brother, I have plenty of this stuff. Let's have a few drinks today. Brother, there's nothing good to offer in this mountain, but a meal is no problem. You're being very polite. Chu Chen looked at the strong man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that throughout history, people in the countryside are much more enthusiastic than those in the city. Chu Chen possessed the strength of the 7th rank, and the man was no match for him. After a few pulls, Chu Chen stuffed the meat into the woman's hand. Then he turned around and pulled the man into the main room. Sister-in-law, don't listen to my brother. Cook all the meat. I love eating meat. The man had no choice but to go to the main hall with Chu Chen and chat about family matters. Sir, you've been here for so long, and I still don't know your name. I'm a rough guy. My last name is Pan. You could just call me Brother Pan. Brother Pan, my name is Chu Chen. I'd like to ask, what exactly is in that mountain? Brother Chu, I didn't dare to speak loudly in that place just now. There is a monster in our back mountain. There are monsters? Chu Chen became nervous when he heard this. Could it be that there really are monsters in this world? Chu Chen didn't say anything after listening to this, but waited quietly for his next words. Brother, our village isn't big, but we have over 2,000 people. But when you entered the village, you saw only about 10 children running after you. In fact, most of the children were captured by monsters in the mountains. The young girl was also taken away. That's why I advise you not to go up the mountain. capturing children and girls. What kind of monster is so perverted? So he quickly asked, Brother Pan, has anyone seen what that monster looks like? Yes, I saw it. It was on the night of the 8th day of last month. I woke up and saw a black shadow that looked like a monkey or a giant bat. It grabbed Wu Lauer's child and headed towards the mountain. By the time I yelled for everyone to run out, the thing had already run away. Like a monkey, like a bat, Chu Chen's first thought was that it was a person. For modern thinking, people do not believe in the existence of ghosts and gods at all. Then he asked again, didn't you report this to the police? Yes, but you know, brother, we're just farmers. We don't have any money in our pockets. When the government comes, it's just a formality. We haven't even entered the mountains. Chu Chen understood it as soon as he heard it. Although Zhou Shixuan's management was okay, there were still many corrupt officials in the local area who were causing chaos and oppressing the people. However, Zhou Shixuan has been busy dealing with natural disasters and defending against foreign enemies in recent years, so internal management has become a little lax. As she spoke, the woman came to the table carrying a large pot of meat. By the way, there's also a pot of rice, but the rice was cooked into a mushy consistency. Maybe it was because I hadn't eaten it much, so I didn't want to cook it too dry. As soon as the pot of meat was brought up, several half-grown children rushed out from the back room. He stared at the meat in the bowl and swallowed his saliva. Chapter 284, A giant tiger appears in the forest. Looking at the children who suddenly appeared, Brother Pan smiled at Chu Chen awkwardly. Then he turned around and slapped the nearest child in the face. Can't you see they're guests? Get out of here! The child was slapped and burst into tears. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stepped forward to stop him. Brother Pan, what are you doing? Hitting children is not a good thing. The child went crying into his mother's arms. The other children also walked timidly to the back, fearing that their father would suddenly beat them again. Brother Chu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. This farm boy is greedy for meat and needs discipline. Farmers are always greedy. Let my sister-in-law bring the children to eat together. Brother Chu, this is against the rules. Brother Pan shook his head as soon as he heard it. Chu Chen was helpless when he saw this. This kind of thinking was already deeply rooted and could not be changed for the time being, and he would not change it. So he picked up the pot of meat and walked into the kitchen. After turning around, it became 2 basins and handed the larger one to the woman. Sister-in-law, take the children to eat. Brother Chu, this is not good. You guys eat first. Just take it. With me here, Brother Pan won't dare to say anything. After saying that, Chu Chen took the small basin and returned to the table. He took out a bottle of wine from a porcelain bottle, and the two of them drank while talking about the monsters and mountains. Brother Pan, besides your village, are there any other villages with missing children? During the meal, Chu Chen asked the man. I haven't heard of it elsewhere, but I've seen it with my own eyes here. I can't lie. As soon as it gets dark, every household in the village with girls and children locks their doors tightly. After hearing this, Chu Chen immediately started thinking. It seemed that if he had to cross this mountain and enter the neighboring country, he would sooner or later encounter this monkey-like and bat-like creature. In that case, why not wait here for a few days and see what this thing is? After making up his mind, Chu Chen drank a few glasses with the man and then said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Chu Chen gave each of the children 1 or 2 taels of silver as a good deed for Zhou Shixuan. Brother Chu, it's better not to enter this mountain. Hearing that Chu Chen insisted on going into the mountains, Brother Pan quickly tried to stop him. Nothing, I don't have that ability, nor do I dare to go in. Since I dare to go, I must be fully confident. After hearing this, Brother Pan didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and walked into the house, picked up an axe and walked out. Mr. Chu, we know each other well. Let me accompany you. I also want to see who is in that mountain. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stopped him and said, Brother Pan, this is absolutely not possible. It's more convenient for me to be alone. I appreciate your kindness, but look at your wife and children behind you. You can't take the risk. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he snatched the hatchet from his hand, then turned around and headed towards the mountain. In order to make Brother Pan believe him, Chu Chen used the speed of a 7th grade master. In a few breaths, he dived into the forest and disappeared. Brother Pan and his family looked at the fast-moving Chu Chen, then turned to the woman and said, Mother, am I dazzled? Why do I feel like Mr. Chu can fly? What did the boss say? I saw it too. It can fly. We have met a noble person. After saying that, he led the children to kneel down in the direction where Chu Chen disappeared. Brother Pan looked at the silver handed over by the children and muttered softly, "Yes, I met a noble person. Thank you, Brother Chu." "No, thank you, noble person." After Chu Chen entered the mountain, he disappeared in a flash. In the space, he was drinking water in big scoops. In order to guard against large wild beasts in the mountains, Chu Chen also picked up a shotgun and held it in his hand. Then he flashed out of the space, flew onto a big tree, and lay in hiding on the tree. Judging from the description given by Big Brother Pan, this thing must have been man-made, but why only the child and the girl were captured was a little confusing for Chu Chen. A monster that looks like a human and a bat. If a martial arts master wears a bat-like nightgown and displays extremely fast speed in the dark, ordinary people will not be able to see it at all. The night in the forest was a little chilly. Chu Chen wrapped himself in his down jacket and listened quietly to the movements around him. At midnight, fog came down from the sky, and Chu Chen felt wet everywhere and uncomfortable all over. Just when he felt that his efforts were futile and was about to slip into the space. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps on dead branches under the tree. Chu Chen immediately took out a pair of night vision goggles and put them on his head. When he looked under the tree, he suddenly saw a figure holding a huge tiger in his hand and walking down the mountain. After a while, they arrived under the big tree where Chu Chen was. He tied the rope of the giant tiger to the trunk of the big tree where Chu Chen was. Then he said to the giant tiger, "Brother, wait here for a while. I will take you downstairs and get you some meat." Then he turned to the village ahead and said, "This damn weather is too unbearable. If I wasn't afraid of the officials finding out, I would have brought you into the village long ago. Then I'd let you have a good meal. Alas, if you weren't injured, I wouldn't have worked so hard to find meat for you. But you're such a glutton. You've eaten all the wild animals around here. Otherwise, how could I gone down there and acted like a ghost?" Chu Chen could see it clearly from above. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with this person, he saw the man flying away and running down the mountain. Only the giant tiger was left under the tree. Chu Chen looked at the man's aura and speed and thought that his strength should be not much different from that of a sixth-grade master. Could it be possible that this person could keep such a large beast in captivity? But Chu Chen didn't have time to think at this moment. He jumped down from the tree and chased after the man at a very fast speed. After a while, the person in front noticed Chu Chen behind him. He stopped abruptly, then turned and shouted in the direction of Chu Chen. "Who? Why are you chasing you? Tiger Master? Master Tiger, you really think you're an animal. To feed that animal, you even killed children and girls for no reason. You must be the tiger's son, right?" Chu Chen raised his hand and turned on the LED light above his head, shining it directly on the man's face and said. The man was illuminated by Chu Chen's dazzling LED light, and his eyes were instantly dark. Only then did Chu Chen see the person in front of him clearly. He was wearing a black nightgown with sleeves connected to his waist. His open arms looked like the wings of a bat. Moreover, this person is thin and fits the image of the monster described by Big Brother Pan completely. Chapter 285, Capturing the Perverted Tiger Tamer. Where did you come from, you wild brat? If you have the guts, show your true colors. How can you be considered a hero if you hide behind others? When the man was illuminated by Chu Chen's light, he could not see Chu Chen's appearance behind the light at all. But he has been in the martial arts world for so many years and has seen all kinds of strange things. This object that can emit strong light in the dark must be a priceless treasure. Since he can speak human language, it means that he is a human. As long as he is a human, he will be afraid of no one when he combines with the giant tiger. So as he spoke, he blocked the light with his hands and slowly approached Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled when he saw this, waved his hand, and took out the electric baton from behind his butt. "Haha, you daring demon, you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Wait and see how we'll deal with you today." After saying that, Chu Chen picked up the electric baton and went towards the man in black. At this moment, with the flashlight shining, the man in black could not see Chu Chen's movements clearly. He could only wave his hand and draw out the long sword from his waist, then rush straight towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen thought that he came at the right time. When the two met, Chu Chen dodged the long knife by leaning sideways. He turned around and stabbed the electric baton into the black-clad man's waist. The man in black only uttered the word kill. Then, like a high-speed repeater, it kept going kill, 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 kill. After a while, he was electrocuted and foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Chen took off the LED light, took out 2 pairs of handcuffs, and handcuffed the man's hands and feet. Then he dragged him back into Shangling. After hanging and tying him to a tree, Chu Chen walked towards the giant tiger. The giant tiger was probably injured or hungry and was now lying weakly under the tree and snoring. Chu Chen approached slowly, trying his best not to make any noise. Facing such a huge beast, Chu Chen still felt a little uneasy. When he walked up to the giant tiger, Chu Chen took out more than 10 electric batons with a wave of his hand. Then he turned on the electric baton, rolled it up, and suddenly hit the giant tiger's butt with it. The giant tiger was sleeping soundly at the moment, when he suddenly felt his anus tighten behind him, and then his whole body trembled, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly took out handcuffs and ropes, tied up the giant tiger, and hung it on the tree. Don't be fooled by the tiger's big body, but Chu Chen is now a 7th grade master, so this little weight is no problem for him. After dealing with the man and the tiger, Chu Chen flashed into the space and drank a few buckets of water. Then he left the space and came to the tree, where he fell into a sound sleep. When the sun rose the next day, Chu Chen was awakened by a huge tiger roar. Chu Chen cursed and hit it on the butt with the more than 10 electric batons. Then he put on an Ultraman mask and walked towards the tree where he was kidnapped last night. When they came under the tree, perhaps Chu Chen had hit his kidneys a few more times after tying him up last night. The man in black hasn't woken up yet. Chu Chen looked up and saw that the man in black was actually just an ordinary person, but he looked particularly ugly. He was probably in his 60s, a little old man with a hooked nose and a bald head. Seeing this, Chu Chen waved his hand and a bucket of mineral water appeared, which he poured onto the old man's face with a splash. Who dares to disturb your Bat King grandfather's sleep? The old man seemed to be a little dazed by the electric shock. As he felt the coldness on his face, he immediately started cursing. What the hell, Bat King? You're wearing a big black cloth. I thought you were Batman. The so-called Bat King shook off the water on his head, and then he saw clearly that he was being hung upside down, and he was being hung up by the man in front of him wearing a strange mask. He shook his head and then remembered what happened last night. Boy, I suggest you release this Bat King as soon as possible. When my grandfather, Brother Tiger, arrives, he will chew you up to pieces. After hearing this, Chu Chen walked up and slapped him in the face. You're still the Bat King. Can you spin silk? Tell me, why did you harm the villagers? Was it just to feed your tiger? As Chu Chen spoke, he drew the knife from his waist and pressed it against his chest. Boy, my tiger brother. Before the old man could finish his words, Chu Chen slapped him in the face with the back of his knife. I'm your Uncle Tiger, Brother Tiger, right? Okay, I'll take you to see your Brother Tiger. After saying that, he cut the rope that was hanging him, dragged the so-called Bat King who had rolled down from the tree, and headed towards the tiger. When the Bat King saw the big tiger he raised being hung on the tree in the same way, he immediately softened. My dear hero, my senior, I'm telling you everything. Just don't kill my Brother Tiger. Chu Chen smiled as soon as he heard this. What the hell were you doing this morning? Tell me. After saying that, he kicked him to the ground, then found a tree stump to sit on, lit a cigarette, and listened patiently to his explanation. No, his quibbling. Half an hour later, Chu Chen finally understood what had happened. It turns out that this old man is from the beast-taming family in the mountains. This so-called beast-taming family is the people in this world who understand the language of beasts. The big tiger behind him is an ordinary tiger that the old man raised since childhood. Their family has been living in the deep mountains, making a living by raising wild animals. But this animal language has been passed down from generation to generation and has many branches, some of which make a living by attracting wild animals for hunting. However, this group of theirs raises powerful wild beasts and then commands them to fight. But for a long time, when their branch reached his generation, he was the only one left. Moreover, when he was young, he took the tiger up the mountain, but he didn't expect that the young tiger met a big lion. In order to protect the tiger, the lion bit off about 10 centimeters. So he simply took the giant tiger and lived in seclusion in the mountains, never going down the mountain again. This year, the mountains were blocked by heavy snow and many wild animals died. The tiger grew bigger day by day, and its appetite became bigger and bigger. So in order to continue to feed this creature, he came up with the evil idea of going down the mountain to capture the child and feed the tiger. Moreover, after doing it once, they found that the people in the village did not report to the police or go up the mountain to search, so they became even more unscrupulous. It was not until they met Chu Chen that they captured him. You mean you went down the mountain and killed people just to feed this thing? What's the point of feeding it? Senior, you may not know this, but I've been raising him since he was a child, just like my own child. What parent would want to see their child starve? Chu Chen frowned instantly when he heard it. After all this trouble, it turns out that we caught a psychopath. And he's a psychopath who's gone crazy for a beast. Have you ever thought about the villagers and how heartbroken they must be for the children they lost? Chapter 286, A Brand in a Book. Seeing Chu Chen, who was furious at this time, the Bat King instantly became nervous. Senior, I know I was wrong. I promise you that I will never come down the mountain again. Please spare my life. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this. Spare my life? You did such an inhumane thing, and you still want to live. By the way, what about those girls? Don't call you horny. You've lost that thing. After Chu Chen finished cursing, he asked the old man again. Senior, my tiger brother has grown up, and I'm thinking of finding him a wife. After hearing this, Chu Chen stood up and kicked him in the chest, causing the old man to spit out blood. I'm going to kill you right now. You're worse than an animal. What is in front of her is a giant tiger. You know, when an inexperienced girl faces a giant tiger, she will feel so desperate. No. Senior, I have a treasure to offer you. Please let me go. After saying that, he winked towards his arms. Chu Chen looked at his anxious look, retracted the knife in his hand, and asked with a smile. Oh, what kind of treasure can be exchanged for the life of a beast like you? You untie it for me first, and then I'll help you get it. Chu Chen laughed out loud when he heard this. Do you think I'm a fool? I'll untie you. You're the Bat King, you can fly. After saying that, he put the knife on his neck again and prepared to attack. Senior, no need to untie it. It's on me, inside my clothes. Seeing that Chu Chen was not moved at all, the old man immediately shouted anxiously. But we have a deal. If you take my treasure, you can't kill me and my tiger brother. Okay, I promise you. After saying that, Chu Chen used a knife to pry open his clothes, and an exquisite small box rolled out from inside. Chu Chen brought the box to his feet. Open it and let me see what treasure it is. You said you would let me go, and a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Chu Chen nodded impatiently. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. The old man looked at Chu Chen, who was wearing a strange mask in front of him, hesitated for a while, and then fumbled to open the box. A metal plate and a book rolled out. Seeing this, Chu Chen picked up the book and the metal plate, then picked them up and took a look. I saw that the sign was pitch black with a big word beast written on it. The book was written in words that were incomprehensible. Chu Chen pretended to put the things into his bag, then waved his hand and put them into the space. Tell me, what is the use of this treasure? Senior, this was passed down from our ancestors, and I don't know the secret. Chu Chen couldn't help but get furious when he heard this. After all this fuss, you gave me 2 useless things? After saying that, he used the knife to dig at the box. Seeing that the box looked very ancient, he didn't know what material it was made of, so he waved his hand and put it into the space. The old man watched Chu Chen casually put the things into the strange bag and instantly had a bad feeling. This person didn't seem to like him. So he quickly said to Chu Chen, "This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. It is said that if you get it, you can get the world. Senior, what you said just now still counts." Chu Chen said impatiently when he heard it. It counts. Why doesn't it count? I Taemin, have a seal of the 9 cauldrons. I said I won't kill you, and that means I won't kill you. After saying that, he took out an electric baton and pressed it on his waist. Then he turned around and went to the tiger, took out a dozen electric batons, and shocked the tiger again. Then he picked up the old man and the tiger and headed down a mountain. As he walked, he muttered, I said I won't kill you, but it will be difficult for Brother Pan and the others. Not long after, Chu Chen dragged a man and a tiger to Brother Pan's doorstep. Brother Pan, I've caught the monster for you. It's not dead yet. What do you think we should do? Chu Chen knocked on Brother Pan's door and shouted loudly. This voice, especially the mention of the word monster, made everyone in the village who heard it run towards this side. Everyone looked at the man and tiger in Chu Chen's hands and suddenly dared not step forward. At this moment, Brother Pan also came over after hearing the sound. Brother Chu, what is this? Brother Pan, you came at the perfect time. Look at this thing. Does it look like the monster you mentioned? After hearing this, Brother Pan immediately stepped forward and looked at the old man, then turned and said, Brother Chu, are you saying that the one who captured the child and the girl was this man? That's right. Then, Chu Chen told them the purpose of this guy's arrest. At this time, everyone looked at the old man and the giant tiger on the ground angrily, wishing they could go up and tear them alive. At this time, Brother Pan knelt down in front of Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, please accept my greeting. You don't know that our entire village is about to move. Fortunately, you are our village's benefactor." After saying that, all the villagers knelt down in front of Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly helped them up. "Well, when encountering this kind of thing, everyone will help. This kind of beast should be killed by everyone." After saying that, he raised the silenced pistol in his hand towards the old man and the giant tiger. With a puff, puff, puff sound, a magazine of bullets popped out, making several bloody holes in the hands and feet of the old man and the giant tiger. The old man felt pain and immediately lay on the ground wailing. "You despicable villain. You said you would let me go. Why?" "Why, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say they wouldn't kill me." Then he turned around, drew out a long knife, and said to the villagers, "Well, now they are no longer a threat to you, so you can deal with them." After saying this, the brave Brother Pan took the long knife from Chu Chen's hand and stabbed it into the giant tiger's throat. The giant tiger was probably severely electrocuted by Chu Chen and should have died long ago. Otherwise, there would be no reaction when the bullet hit its foot. After killing the giant tiger, Brother Pan walked towards the old man with a knife. Next, everyone in the village stepped forward and stabbed the old man into a pile of rotten flesh, and only then did they stop. "Brother Chu, you are our village's great benefactor. Please stay in the village for a day so we can eat tiger meat and gnaw on tiger bones." After hearing this, Chu Chen kept shaking his head and thought, "Forget it, this thing has eaten a lot of people." So he quickly waved his hand. "No, everyone, I have something important to do. I have to leave now." After saying this, without waiting for them to try to persuade him to stay, he moved his body and mind and ran towards the mountain. After a while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother Pan looked at the direction where Chu Chen disappeared and said, "Brothers, take the tiger's skin and erect a monument to immortality." Chapter 287, Crossing the Mountains and Heading West. Chu Chen, who entered the forest, did not stop at this moment, but looked at the compass on his hand from time to time. "Keep heading towards the west." In the other hand, he held the sign he had obtained from the Bat King. After looking at it for a long time without being able to figure out what it meant, he simply put it back into his space and continued on his journey over mountains and across rivers. It was not until nightfall that Chu Chen stopped and took out an inflatable house from the space. Then they found an open space and built the temporary shelter. "I thought that according to what the so-called Bat King said, there were no large wild beasts in this mountain. It looks like I can have a good sleep tonight." The tent is filled with solar-powered night lights. Then he took out a portable stove, pots and pans, and started making dinner for himself. After eating and drinking, Chu Chen dived into the tent and fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, it suddenly started raining. At this time, a man and a woman appeared in the forest and immediately ran under a big tree. "Brother, what do you think that is?" The woman pointed to the light in the distance and said. The man looked up and ran towards Chu Chen's tent in a flash. After a while, he turned back. "No problem, just a man resting in the mountains. He's probably a hunter lighting an oil lamp at night." "Brother, it's raining so hard. Why don't we borrow his place to rest? Don't mess around. Don't forget the purpose of our coming to Daxiao this time is to find the token. Don't make any unnecessary trouble." After saying that, the man looked up at the dark sky, flew up a tree, and drew the long sword from his waist. He quickly chopped down a lot of branches and soon built a small hut. "Junior sister, you and I will stay here for one night. When we get to Daxia, I will take you to the best inn." After saying that, he put his arm around the woman's waist and went into the shack. "Brother, is the information about the token you mentioned really reliable?" "Don't worry, I have my own way of sensing its presence. It appeared around here a few days ago, but it disappeared today. I guess it entered the city of Daxia." After saying that, he put his arm around the woman's shoulders and lay down on the branch. On the second day, Chu Chen slept until noon before getting up. He had not slept well because he had been guarding the giant tiger the night before. After washing up, Chu Chen ate some milk bread, looked around to see that there was no one around, and waved his hand to pick up the things on the ground. Then he looked at the compass and continued heading west. "Hey, who built a nest here?" As he walked, Chu Chen saw the man and woman building the shack last night. Driven by curiosity, he immediately went into the shack. Fuck, such a big smell of seafood, and the person just left not long ago This is strange. At such a close distance, it is impossible for him not to notice me. Who is this? Chu Chen muttered as he checked. But I was thinking that I would have to move the RV out of that space to sleep in the future. Otherwise, sometimes I sleep so soundly that I don't even realize I was killed. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. As soon as the sun rose, the man and the woman put on their clothes and headed down the mountain. I saw that his speed was extremely fast, not much weaker than Qin Xuan's. At this moment, they had already passed the village at the foot of the mountain and headed towards the city of Daxia. After a long period of confusion, Chu Chen also headed west. Many days later, Chu Chen finally walked out of the mountains and came to a place where he could see people. He knew that at this moment, he had already left the territory of Daxia and entered the Wutuo kingdom mentioned on the map. The Wutuo kingdom was a vassal state of Daxia, with a small land area, roughly the same size as Qingyan City. The population is sparse, the land is barren, and people's living standards are low. They often relied on Daxia, which is why they were not annexed by neighboring countries. What's interesting is that here they also use Daxia's silver and speak Daxia's language. It would be better to say that it is a city of Daxia rather than a country. When Chu Chen entered the populated area, he realized that this place was completely different from Daxia. All I saw were desolate fields and dilapidated houses, just like when Daxia had just been hit by a disaster. Could it be that this place has also been affected by the disaster? Chu Chen muttered as he walked toward a small village. When I entered the village, I saw that it was dead silent all around, which was completely different from what a village should look like. Not to mention the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs. Chu Chen had been in there for a long time and hadn't even seen a single living creature. Chu Chen walked towards a house that looked a little better. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the dilapidated door, but he didn't expect that the door would collapse with a loud bang. What the hell is this? Is anyone here? Chu Chen shouted inside. After a long while, a rustling sound came from inside. Who is it? A weak voice spoke outside. My fellow countrymen, I have come from afar and entered your precious land, but why is there no one in sight? Chu Chen said with some confusion, and soon after, a man with a rag wrapped around his lower body appeared in front of Chu Chen. He was as thin as a stick and was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that a gust of wind could kill him again and again. When Chu Chen saw this scene, he knew it must be a disaster. Sir, where are you from? I'm a lowly person. Please don't dirty your clothes. The visitor looked at Chu Chen, who was dressed richly, and immediately said with some lack of confidence. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately took out a piece of bread from his backpack and said, Brother, eat something first. I see this place. Could it be that it has been hit by a disaster? The man took the bread, swallowed, then turned and went back into the house. Not long after, he appeared in front of Chu Chen again. Sir, my family is poor, and it is inconvenient for me to come here. Please come to the big stone at the door to talk. After saying that, he gestured to Chu Chen to go to the big rock at the door. Chu Chen didn't say much, but followed the man obediently to sit on the stone. Hey, that bread, you finished it so quickly? Chu Chen asked with some doubt. That's half a pound of bread. Is this person a glutton? Sir, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but my family hasn't eaten for several days, so I'll bring it in. We've been hit hard by the disaster here. No one has enough to eat. People in the village have starved to death or fled the famine. There are only a few families left. After saying that, he bowed to Chu Chen again. Thank you for the meal and for saving my life. Chu Chen looked at the humble attitude of the man in front of him and couldn't help but feel moved. Then he casually took out another bag from his backpack and said, I don't have much food either, but at least I have more than you. Take it. Only when you are full can you have the strength to talk. Chapter 288. Meeting the disaster victims and giving them hope. The man looked at the bread in Chu Chen's hand, swallowed his saliva, but still said no. Sir, you must be a traveler. I am embarrassed to have eaten your food, but I cannot accept your charity. After hearing this, Chu Chen forcefully tore open the bread packaging and tore it in half. Brother, you take half and I take half. How about this? After saying that, without caring whether he agreed or not, he stuffed half of the bread into his dirty hands. The man smelled the aroma of the bread and opened his mouth wide. Then he took a bite and tears instantly fell. Sir, today I, Wu Gang, have accepted your kindness in giving me a meal which has allowed my family to survive. From now on, I am yours. You are at my disposal for anything you need. Chu Chen was chewing on a piece of bread with a confused look on his face. What was going on? It was just a piece of bread. Why was he crying so hard? However, what Chu Chen didn't know was that Wu Gang and his wife, children, and the elderly had been hungry for several days. There was no longer a grain of food or a wild vegetable to be found in the fields. He had originally planned to lie on the bed with his wife and children and starve to death today, but he didn't expect that as soon as he lay down, he met Chu Chen, who came and knocked on the door. If there is even a glimmer of hope, who would be willing to give up their life? I can't say it's a dispatch. Brother, the disaster is so severe. Why don't you seek help from the government or reclaim the land after the disaster? Sir, you're joking. How can we, the lowly people, get help from the government? I heard there are disaster relief funds, but for some reason, they haven't arrived yet. Everyone wants to open up wasteland and plant crops, but they have no seeds and are too hungry to have the energy. Vu Gong spoke to Chu Chen. Perhaps it was because he saw this wealthy family, or perhaps it was because he thought Chu Chen was a member of the official family, so he vented all the grievances and resentments he had felt for so long. At this moment, he is not even afraid of death, so how can he be afraid of people? Looking at this young man's actions, he doesn't seem like a bad person. If he can get help, then the rest of the people in the village can probably be saved. Why not do it? After a while, Chu Chen had a general understanding of the situation here. The disaster they suffered was the same as that of Daxia. Mountain floods after a blizzard, followed by drought. This makes sense. It is separated from Daxia by a mountain, and the climate is not much different. But the official status of Wutua Kingdom is far inferior to that of Daxia. When the disaster first struck, the officials came to show some respect and distributed porridge at the city gate for a few days, but they never cared about them again after that. So, after these ordinary people had eaten up all the food, they started to collect mountain products in the mountains. After they had finished eating all the mountain products, they started to eat wild vegetables. When they had finished eating all the wild vegetables, they really had no other choice. Some starved to death, some fled famine, and those who could not afford to leave stayed in the village. How many people are there in your village? Sir, our village used to have around 1,000 people, but now some have left and some have dispersed. The remaining ones are all old and young. There are less than 40 people left now. Wu Gang looked at Chu Chen and shook his head. After listening to this, Chu Chen stood up and looked around the entire village. Looking at this dilapidated and depressed scene, I said to myself, let me help you. It would be fine if you haven't met him, but if you have met him and have the ability, then help him. Brother Wu, please call out the rest of the people. I'll give everyone a good meal today. After hearing this, Wu Gang was immediately delighted and bowed to Chu Chen again. Sir, you're truly a living bodhisattva. I'll go right away. After saying that, he trotted off to knock on doors from house to house. After a while, a dozen skinny and pale people appeared in the open space, looking at Chu Chen with empty eyes. When Wu Gang left, a bag of rice and a large iron pot appeared behind Chu Chen. Seeing the dozen or so people in the open space, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. Brother Wu, didn't you say there were only about 40 people left? Where are the others? Wu Gang looked at Chu Chen somewhat embarrassedly. Sir, to be honest, most of the remaining ones are women. They don't have clothes, so they can't see anyone. Fuck, no clothes. Chu Chen frowned after hearing this, thinking that when he was in modern society, he saw a TV series in which a scene also described a poor family with only one way for the whole family. Whoever goes out wears it, and the rest of the people just lie in bed, and it is inconvenient to go out. I didn't expect that I would see the truth now. So he said to Wu Gang, well, you take these people and cook first, and I'll go and think of a solution for you. After saying that, Chu Chen handed the rice and the pot to Wu Gang and headed towards the village entrance. The dozen or so people with empty eyes suddenly saw the young man in front of them, handing Wu Gang a bag of rice and a pot. His eyes instantly became excited. Wu family boy, this young master, Uncle Shorty, this is the wandering bodhisattva, our savior. Yes, yes, you're everyone's savior. Brother Wu Gang, the young master is alone. Why don't we? A slightly younger man looked at Chu Chen, leaving and instantly had evil thoughts in his mind. Before he could finish his words, Wu Gang rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Wu Sanhwa, if you have such thoughts again, even if that young master doesn't care, I, Wu Gang, will be the first to enforce the family rules. And the older, short uncle just now also pointed at Wu Sanhwa and said with regret that he was a waste of talent. Sanhwa, believe it or not, we will beat you to death right now and feed you to the dogs. Then you can explain it to the young master and beg for mercy. Wu Sanhwa looked at the angry crowd and instantly lost his temper. Although he had this idea in his mind, he would never dare to do it alone. His weak body was not even strong enough to be slapped by someone. As soon as Chu Chen arrived at the village entrance and saw that there was no one around, he waved his hand and a pile of down jackets appeared. It is early spring now, and the weather is still a bit cold, so they need this thing. After taking out the clothes, Chu Chen turned around and walked towards the crowd again. When he walked to the open space, he saw a young boy kneeling on the ground, looking at him with aggrieved eyes. "Brother Wu, what is this?" Chu Chen looked at Wu Gang and asked, "Sir, you saved our lives, and we should be grateful to you. But this kid has evil intentions towards you, so I will hand him over to you for your punishment." After hearing this, Chu Chen squatted down and looked at the half-grown boy in front of him. "You want to kill me?" "Sir, I was wrong. I was so hungry that I had such a rebellious thought. Please forgive me." Chu Chen smiled slightly after hearing this. "It's human nature, I can understand, but your mistake is that you shouldn't have set your sights on me." Chapter 289, the officials smelling the fragrance come to the door. After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and looked at everyone. "It's okay to have this thought, but it takes courage to speak it out honestly. I was able to save you once, but it was entirely out of your pity. But if someone wants to take advantage of me, I have to think twice." After saying that, Chu Chen raised the Uzi in his sleeve and aimed it at the earthen wall of a house next to him. "Many people have tried to take advantage of me before, and a few of you wouldn't be a big deal, but they're all like this wall, meeting the king of hell." After saying that, Chu Chen started firing at the flimsy earth wall. The earth wall was already crumbling due to years of disrepair, and now it collapsed with a loud bang after being hit by Uzi. Everyone saw the young man in front of them raise his hand and make a sound to collapse the earth wall. They were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. "Sir, we have no intention of offending you. Please forgive us." The man named Wu Sanhwa was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He felt like he was going to die. With just one thought, he offended a person with the means like a god. So he would die. In this world, living is just to suffer. Seeing that the effect was good, Chu Chen stepped forward and pulled Wu Gang up. "Everyone get up. I'm not a sinner. Let's light a fire and cook. Also, there's a pile of clothes at the entrance of the village. You can each pick some and go back to call your family out. If you stay in that dark house every day, you'll either starve to death or get sick." After hearing this, Wu Gang quickly asked some people to light a fire and cook, and some people to get the clothes. After about an incense stick of time, the village suddenly became lively. I saw those young girls and wives, all wearing the clothes given by Chu Chen, walked out of the house with evasive eyes. What they were dodging was not the strange man in front of them, but the sun above their heads. It is probably because they haven't seen the sun for a long time, which makes these people look a little thin, and even their skin looks a little whiter. Chu Chen looked at it and felt uncomfortable. At this moment, a woman covered in dust, but naked, came out from behind the collapsed earth wall. Chu Chen looked back and was like, "Wow, what a good figure." Wu Gang followed Chu Chen's direction and immediately grabbed a piece of clothing and walked forward. "Sir, this is my little niece. Please don't pollute your eyes." Chu Chen wadili. It seemed that he had to change his habit of shooting as soon as he pulled out his gun next time. After doing so, he even shot a girl. Wu Gang put clothes on the girl and said to her, "Come, Xiaoyu, kneel down and greet the young master." The girl was probably choked by the smoke and dust. She looked at Chu Chen with numb eyes and knelt down. I wonder what I had done wrong. I was just feeling hungry and wanted to lie down in bed to feel less hungry, but I didn't expect my house to be destroyed. Perhaps feeling guilty, Chu Chen quickly pulled her up and said, "Brother Wu, take her to wash her face so she can eat later." Wu Gang nodded to Chu Chen and took the girl named Xiaoyu to the well on the side. At this moment, the aroma of rice emanated from the pot, making everyone swallow their saliva greedily. I wanted to pounce on it and eat the whole pot immediately. When Chu Chen saw Wu Gang bringing the girl back after washing, his eyes lit up instantly. He thought that this girl not only had a petite figure, but also had a pretty face. "Okay, everyone, go eat from that bowl. Don't fight over it." Wu Sanhwa, you're responsible for distributing the food to everyone." Chu Chen took a look and pointed at Wu Sanhwa on the ground and said, "If you dare to have ideas about me, I'll let you experience the feeling of having food in your hand, but not being able to eat it." Wu Sanhwa didn't dare to refuse. He picked up a spoon that someone had brought and walked to the big pot. Then more than 40 villagers lined up with bowls in their hands and came towards the pot. The first villager who got the rice didn't care about the heat and grabbed the rice grains and stuffed them into his mouth. For a moment, the sizzling sounds of burning mouths, smacking sounds, and chewing sounds filled the entire village. Just when everyone was getting their meal, the girl who had just crawled out of the house was staring blankly at the pot. Chu Chen then stepped forward and said, "What are you doing? Go get a bowl and eat." "My lord, my bowl was smashed by the wall that just collapsed." The girl named Xiaoyu spoke to Chu Chen in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Chu Chen couldn't help but pat his head when he heard it. Okay, this was his fault again. So he took out a stainless steel bowl from his backpack and handed it to her. "Go ahead, eat with this." The girl looked at Chu Chen in front of her with some disbelief, then looked at the bowl in his hand. But the next moment, she took the bowl from Chu Chen's hand and said, "Xiaoyu thanks you, sir." Then he rushed towards the big pot like a fly. However, just when everyone was eating enthusiastically, a sudden loud shout interrupted everyone's joy. "Who is cooking here?" Chu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw several men dressed as officials with swords slung around their waists appear in everyone's sight. As they were talking, several people came towards the big pot, and one of the officers pushed Senwazi away. Then he picked up a spoon and scooped up a ladle of rice, frowning and asking, "How dare you, a rude and unruly commoner, steal the government rations? What's your punishment?" Seeing this, Wu Gang swallowed the rice in his bowl and walked towards the official. "My lords, this grain was not stolen by us. You daring and unruly people, you still dare to quibble. It just so happens that the East Suburb Jade Mine needs miners recently. You unruly people, men go to the East Suburbs to dig, and women all go to the kills." After saying that, the officer stretched out his finger and circled around, looking at the more than 40 people in the village. When pointing to Miss Xiaoyu, the officer paused obviously. Then he said with a lewd smile on his face, "Hey, I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty in this remote place. Take this away from me later." Then he glanced again, and in a flash he saw Chu Chen looking at him with a smile on his face. When the chief officer saw the attire of Chu Chen, a young man from a wealthy family, he immediately became interested. This person looks unfamiliar. Could it be that he is some rich young man who has nothing to do and comes to this village to make a name for himself? "Sir, why are you here?" "I'm here to deliver food to them." "Any problem?" After hearing the news of delivering food, the officer looked at the rice in the pot again and muttered in his heart that it seemed that it would be difficult to bear the reputation of stealing military rations. However, he had seen all kinds of scenes in Wutua Kingdom, and a mere rich young man would not scare him. So he turned around and asked Chu Chen, "Sir, may I ask which family you are from?" "A wandering person has no family." Chu Chen looked at the officer with a smile on his face and answered. Chapter 290, Following the Officials to the Government Office. When the officer heard this, he immediately smiled. He was originally commissioned by the Jade Miner to come to this countryside to capture miners, paying 1 or 2 taels of silver for each miner. Unexpectedly, when I arrived outside the village, I heard a series of tapping sounds, and soon after, the smell of rice wafted out. So I came to check it out of curiosity and unexpectedly got this unexpected discovery. So he put on a stern face and said to Chu Chen, "You wandering bastard, why are you pretending here? I declare that this unknown man stole military rations, and these villagers are all accomplices. Come, arrest them all." Chu Chen laughed when he heard this. This operation was too cool. "You said this is military rations?" Chu Chen said, pointing to the remaining rice in the bag. "Humph, boy, he is whatever your grandfather says he is." After the disaster, this official had little credibility, and Chu Chen had just shown off his skills to the villagers. So when Wu Gang was about to speak, he was stopped by Chu Chen's eyes. They understood that these coffins had offended this gentleman. It was unlikely that the matter would be resolved peacefully today. So everyone is looking at the fun at this moment. When the officers saw that no one seemed to be afraid, they instantly felt that their authority was greatly challenged. Then he turned to Chu Chen and said sternly, "Boy, I won't waste my time talking to you. Do you want to go to court? Oh, then tell me, how should we deal with this matter today?" Seeing Chu Chen's tone of voice suddenly change to one of negotiation, the officer also instantly became happy. "It would have been nice to have said it earlier. I didn't have to threaten you. Boy, we were planning to arrest a few miners today. You're unlucky to have run into me. I'm giving you two choices. First, follow me back to the court to await processing. Second, there are about 40 of you here. I'll give you 100 taels of silver, and I'll pretend I didn't see you today. It doesn't matter who goes to that mine anyway. The officer did not hide anything at this moment and directly stated the purpose of going to the mine. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. It seemed that the Wu-Tuo kingdom was really rotten to the core. Should he go back and let Zhou Shixuan take over this country? Moreover, I have heard the officials talk about jade mines many times. Could it be that there is jade like Ganpu here? Sir, I don't have much silver with me. How about I go home and get some? Oh, where's your home? How far is it from here? Not far, about 800 miles. Chu Chen still looked calm and composed. Boy, are you kidding me? But Bailey, if that's the case, then you can follow me to the government office. After saying that, he drew the knife from his waist and prepared to arrest the person. Chu Chen saw that this was not a big deal. It would be too troublesome if so many people went. I just had a sudden impulse and wanted to see what the government office of Wu-Tuo Kingdom looked like, and also to go to the city to inquire about the news of the jade mine. I thought that it would be difficult for these villagers to find a way into the city, so it would be better for them to follow these officials. Sir, how about this? I'll give you 10 taels, and I'll go with you to the government office alone. The officer looked at the silver in Chu Chen's hand and immediately inserted the knife into it. 10 taels of silver. There are only about 10 people in this group who can be miners. The others are either old or young, and there is no use in arresting them. This deal is not a loss. So he pretended to think for a while and said, That's fine, but you guys are not allowed to run around. If I see you running away next time, that person will die. Sir, you can't. Sir, let's go. When Wu Gang and others saw Chu Chen going to the yamen alone, they immediately stood up to stop him. Although they thought that this young man was like a god, the yamen was a place where ordinary people would lose their lives and rich people would lose their skin if they went in. Seeing this, Chu Chen pulled Wu Gang aside and said, Brother Wu, I went to the government office for my own business. You don't need to worry. Also, I've left some food and seed for you in the house at the entrance of the village. Just farm the land at home and wait for me to come back. After saying this, he ignored Wu Gang's objection and walked towards the officer. Sir, you are our savior. How could we bear to see you fall into that tiger's mouth? All right, you've forgotten my strength. Also, don't try to stop me, or you'll ruin my plan. After saying that, he patted Wu Gang on the shoulder and walked towards the official. The officer looked at Chu Chen, who was so well-behaved, took the silver and pointed at Xiaoyu and said, Take this girl away too. I suspect you two are in cahoots. Xiaoyu was shocked when she heard this. Uncle Gongzi? This? Wu Gang looked at the officer shouting and felt happy instead of angry, thinking that this might be Xiaoyu's chance to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. Judging from the calm look of the young man in front of me, there will be no problem for him to enter the yamen. If Xiaoyu went with him and stayed by his side after he escaped to be a maid serving tea, pouring water, and warming the bed, then she would never have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Xiaoyu, listen to me, go ahead. This young man will definitely protect you, because you can tell from his eyes that he is a good person, and he is also in love with you. Chu Chen, I just took a look at the light bulb and her figure, and I fell in love with her. But how could Chu Chen know what Wu Gang was thinking? So he said to the officer, Sir, this is not good. We agreed that I would go alone. I regret it now, okay? Don't waste your time. Chu Chen took a look at Xiaoyu and thought it would be nice to have someone around to serve dishes and pour water, so he stopped talking. When he arrived at the yamen, with his current strength of the 7th rank and the firearms, he was fully confident that he could escape. It would only take a few minutes to rescue the girl. There was another thing he relied on. Before leaving, when Zhou Shixuan learned that Chu Chen was going to a vassal state of Daxia, he asked Eunuch Wei to personally deliver a token to him, saying that as long as this token was issued, the monarchs of the vassal states would have to give him 3 points. With several layers of support, for Chu Chen, it is no longer a matter of trouble or not. After hearing what Wu Gang said, Xiaoyu looked at Chu Chen deeply, then turned to look at those ferocious-looking officials and instantly felt like retreating. But the officer didn't give her a choice. He pulled Xiaoyu up and stuffed her into the same carriage with Chu Chen. Sir, the villagers have caused you trouble. Xiaoyu apologizes to you. As soon as Xiaoyu got in the car, she spoke weakly to Chu Chen. It's okay. I'm not afraid of this government office. Just follow me. With a whip from the coachman, the carriage headed towards the city of Wu-Tuo Kingdom. On the way, a small official with a pointed face and monkey cheeks asked the leader, Brother, that girl is pretty good. Why don't we get on this car? Chapter 291. The official in the government office was frightened. Get out of the way. This guy can't be touched. This girl looks like she's still a virgin. If we offer her to the official in the government office, do you think I'll push myself up again? If that happens, you guys will just follow me, and there'll be nothing to worry about. When the pointed-faced little official heard this, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are wise. Don't worry. I will swear allegiance to you until death and serve you at all times. You're so smart, kid. When you get back, find out where that young man is from. And then, the leading officer gave the people around him a look, and the surrounding officers nodded instantly, showing an expression that said, I understand. In fact, when Chu Chen said that he was a wanderer, they didn't quite believe it. But living in troubled times, the status of these rich young men dropped instantly. So this was also the reason why the officials dared to let Chu Chen into the yamen without fear. If he is indeed the wandering person, then he will be sent directly to the mine. If the family has some power, they will say that they have arrested the wrong person, and then ask Chu Chen's family to pay some money and release him. Anyway, I've already got 10 taels of silver, so no matter how I calculate it, it's not a loss. Why don't we just catch the dozen or so men in the village again? Tomorrow, these people have no food in stock and can't escape at all. As the carriage bumped along, Chu Chen soon saw that the buildings outside were becoming denser. In front of him, a large city gate with the words "Wu" written on it appeared in Chu Chen's sight. Seeing this, Chu Chen stretched lazily. Finally, I'm here. I'm so exhausted. Seeing this, Miss Xiaoyu sat next to Chu Chen immediately and said, Sir, let Xiaoyu massage your legs. Hey, why do you know how to massage? Chu Chen asked with some confusion, thinking that this Xiaoyu might be a retired cadre from some brothel. If that's the case, then it would be a huge loss. Sir, Xiaoyu doesn't understand what massage is, but my mother came from a poor family, but she taught me how to massage legs and shoulders since I was a child. Please don't despise me, sir. Chu Chen understood immediately when he heard it. It turned out that his lover's mother was a retired cadre. So he asked, What about your mother? My dear, my father and mother died of starvation last month and were buried in the mountains behind us. Okay, your condolences. Chu Chen answered and said nothing more, letting Xiaoyu's hands beat his legs. I thought to myself that your father was quite courageous for marrying a brothel girl in this era. The carriage entered the city smoothly and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. After Chu Chen and the other two got off the car, they were taken into a place similar to an ancient government office. Following a shout, a pot-bellied man sat down at a table below the main hall. He picked up the gavel and slammed it on the table. Without even looking at Chu Chen and Xiaoyu, he said, Who is this person in the hall? Xiaoyu was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground, while Chu Chen looked at the people in the hall with a calm expression. At this moment, the leading officer walked up to the pot-bellied man and whispered a few words in his ear. The man opened his eyes in an obscene manner in an instant, and then looked up at Chu Chen and the others. Hey, boy, why don't you kneel when you see me? Then he turned around and looked at Miss Xiaoyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Wow, this girl is sensible. Then, the man will be exiled to the jade mines, and the woman will be taken to the back hall. I will review the case another day. Court is adjourned. Chu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing this, and shouted to the top, Sir, how about we conduct an interrogation? Yes, let's try him. Come on, master, tell me the charges against him. As soon as the official finished speaking, a man with a goatee walked up to the table. Listen up, everyone in this room. First, you stole military supplies, which is a crime that undermines national stability. Second, you refused to kneel before the governor, which is a crime of disrespect. Third, you roared in court. All 3 crimes combined, and you'll be sent to the jade mines. Chu Chen was delighted when he heard this. This was a completely false charge. Well, Mr. Fuya, just tell me how much money you want, and we can go. Seeing Chu Chen's interested look, the official in the government office also became happy instantly. Oh, that's right. This kid is teachable. Close the door and leave. With just one order from him, the officers immediately drove out the onlookers outside and then closed the door of the government office tightly. After doing all this, the official from the government office walked up to Chu Chen and said, Boy, write a letter and ask your family to take the money. After saying that, several officers handed Chu Chen pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Chu Chen smiled slightly when he saw this, and took out a token from his clothes. Sir, I want to show you a family heirloom. It's priceless. Are you serious? the official said, and then reached out to take the token handed over by Chu Chen. He looked at him with an expressionless face, then turned and spoke to the man with goatee behind him. Master, come and see what's engraved on it. The master took the token arrogantly, glanced at it, and in an instant, the token almost fell out of his hand. The master knelt down in front of Chu Chen. Sir, I was blind and didn't know the great Xia envoy was here. Please forgive me. Master, you're drinking fake wine? What did you say? Xia envoy? Golden. Fui suddenly seemed to remember something, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily, and his trouser legs slowly became wet from top to bottom. Your humble servant, Yin Tiancheng from the Wutuo city government of Wutuo Kingdom greets the envoy. Then he knelt down. Your Excellency, this is all a misunderstanding. Please take a seat in front of the hall. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but pulled Xiao Yu, who didn't understand what was going on, and sat down on the chair in front. Yin Tiancheng finished speaking. There are 3 types of Daxia envoys, so there are also 3 types of badges. The first type is a copper token, which is used by ordinary envoys and officials. The second type is a silver token, which is basically used by the first and second rank officials in the capital. The third type is the gold token in Chu Chen's hand, which is generally only owned by royal family members, such as princes and princesses. You must know that the Wutuo kingdom was completely dependent on Daxia for its survival. His own people brought the man holding the golden token to court. If things went wrong, he would be beheaded by the king of Wutuo. At this moment, Yin Tiancheng was kneeling in front of Chu Chen, trembling like a primary school student. After the lawyer shouted, Your Excellency, the envoy, the officials behind him immediately knelt down towards Chu Chen. Without Chu Chen's order, no one dared to stand up. The chief officer who had arrested Chu Chen before was now regretting it deeply. Even the government officials are kneeling down, so the envoy must be of extremely high status. I guess that 10 taels of silver would cost me my life. Chapter 292. King Wu Tuo asks for help. Chu Chen looked at the group kneeling in front of him, then turned to look at Xiao Yu, who was still confused. Okay, don't panic, it's all over. After comforting Xiao Yu, he turned around and looked at the kneeling crowd. Chu Chen just smiled and slapped the table. For him, who has the strength of the 7th rank. This slap instantly smashed the table into pieces. Then he said to Yin Tiancheng in a stern voice, Are you the governor of Wutuo city? Yin Tiancheng looked up at the table that was smashed by a palm and felt his lower body tremble, and a warm feeling came out from his pants again. Mr. Envoy, no, Grandpa Envoy, since you have no losses, please show mercy. It was an unintentional mistake. Please spare my life, spare my life. As soon as Yin Tiancheng finished speaking, the legal advisors and officials behind him also kowtowed to Chu Chen. They were also shouting words like, spare my life. For a moment, the entire government office was filled with shouting, and it was very lively. They knew in their hearts that disaster had come. Moreover, they had no other choice but to kill the envoy privately to calm the situation. They didn't dare, because if Daxia came to question them, they would have nowhere to hide. Moreover, after seeing the palm strike Chu Chen had just displayed, Yin Tiancheng did not think that his group of rabble could be his opponent. Their only way out at this moment is to beg Chu Chen for mercy. Chu Chen watched all this with great enjoyment, then stepped forward and pulled Yin Tiancheng up. Master Yin, what are you talking about? I'm new here, so I hope you can take care of me in many places. Yin Tiancheng looked at Chu Chen, who had suddenly become gentle, with confusion in his heart. He had no idea what Chu Chen was up to. Have I forgiven myself? But why do I feel even more uneasy? Master Envoy, why don't you beat us up to vent your anger? I'm worried about you like this. Okay, I don't blame you. This ambassador is hungry. What did he say? He said he was hungry. After hearing this, Yin Tiancheng paused for a moment, and then he kicked his master on the butt. Didn't you hear that the ambassador is hungry? Go and get me some delicious food. When the lawyer heard this, he felt that if he could serve the matter well today, the matter would be over. So he ran towards the kitchen at the back. Chu Chen finally returned to his chair with satisfaction. Master, please sit down. I dare not. It's okay, just sit down. By the way, you return the 10 taels of silver to me. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he pointed at the official who had asked him for 10 taels of silver. When the officer heard this, he immediately took out all the money he had on him, and then he also took out all the money of the officers behind him, and then wrapped the silver in cloth. He handed it to Chu Chen respectfully and said, Your Excellency the envoy, I am blind and do not know the real Mount Tai. Please treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. Chu Chen took the bag of money and asked, Are you sure this is 10 taels? No, Your Excellency, this is only 9 taels. I have one more tael left, and I will present it to you tomorrow. Before the officer could speak, Yin Tianqing took over and said in a flattering manner, What a great opportunity. Tomorrow, I can borrow the name of 1 or 2 taels and give him 10,000 taels of gold or something like that. I guess the envoy's anger will disappear completely. Chu Chen understood what they meant, so he said, That's fine. Sir, how about you go change your pants first? Yes, I'll go right away. If I stay too long, I'm afraid it will pollute your eyes. After seeing the man from the government office leave, Chu Chen immediately handed the pile of silver to Xiaoyu beside him. Well, since the young master is happy today, I'll give you a reward. Xiaoyu took the silver handed over by Chu Chen stiffly and was speechless for a moment. After a long time, Xiaoyu stood up and walked to Chu Chen. Just as she was about to kneel down, Chu Chen pulled her over. Remember, from now on, you are my personal maid. This servant knows. Are you really? Xiaoyu asked with some confusion. It's absolutely genuine. Otherwise, why would I see you as the first stop in Wutuo? Just as the two were talking, the master returned to the hall, walked up to Chu Chen and Xiaoyu, and spoke respectfully. Respected Daxiao envoy, the meal is ready. Please move. After listening to him, Chu Chen smiled at him, stood up, and followed his instructions to walk towards the back. After a while, Xiaoyu looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea and swallowed her saliva. After all, she had been hungry for a long time, and she just ate a bowl of rice to fill her stomach with the help of Chu Chen. Seeing the table full of food at this moment, how can I not be greedy? Chu Chen turned his head and glanced at the people present, then shouted to the master, All right, I'm going to have dinner with the maid. Everyone who is not involved, please leave. After hearing this, the master and Yin Tianqing looked at each other in confusion. Mr. Envoy, would you please allow me to accompany you and pour you tea and wine? No need, I still have some things to discuss with this maid, so I won't disturb you for now. Seeing Chu Chen say this, Yin Tianqing pulled the master out of the room and said, Envoy, enjoy your meal. When he walked outside, he tactfully closed the door for Chu Chen and the others. After Chu Chen saw that everyone had left, he said to Xiaoyu, Eat. Hurry up. Sir, you said, Can I also sit at the table? There aren't so many rules here. Eat. Seeing Chu Chen's serious look, Xiaoyu stopped being pretentious and sat down on the chair to eat and drink. After a full stick of incense had passed, Xiaoyu patted her round belly awkwardly and let out a long burp. Sir, I'm done eating. While Xiaoyu was eating and drinking, inside a huge palace in the center of Wutuo City, Yin Tianqing was kneeling in front of a middle-aged man and talking to him about Chu Chen. An envoy from Daxia? During the natural disaster, I sent an ambassador to seek help. Has he finally arrived? Lord, he took out a golden messenger token. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hurry, send someone to prepare the horses. We are going to pay our respects. Don't be slow. It turned out that when the Wutuo kingdom suffered a disaster, it sent an ambassador to Daxia for help. As a vassal state, in addition to paying tribute every year whenever there was an invasion by foreign enemies, natural disasters, or man-made disasters, the country would seek help from Daxia, to which it depended. But after the ambassador was sent out, there was no response. Little did they know that when the messenger entered the mountain, he met the tiger tamer and was eaten till not even a trace was left. Unexpectedly, when a natural disaster was over and everything was in ruins, this messenger arrived. This made the king of Wutuo very happy, as he was worried that he had no good way to save the people. How many people are there in the envoys group? How much supplies are they carrying? In the carriage, the king asked Yin Tianqing anxiously. My lord, there were only 2 of us, and we were given away by the officers under me. Give me what? Tell me now. To the government office that arrested them. Chapter 293. The government office is extravagant and smelly. What did you say? King Wutuo jumped up the moment he heard it. Looking at Yin Tianqing in front of him, he wanted to chop him with a knife. Now, the Wutuo kingdom has experienced a great disaster and is on the verge of collapse. If it offends Daxia again, if they send troops to attack, I'm afraid that the Wutuo kingdom will be wiped out from his continent from now on. Yin Tianqing had long expected that the king would be furious and blame him, but now seeing that the king looked like he wanted to kill him, he couldn't help but shudder again, and a warm feeling came out of him again. These are new pants. Lord, the envoy is having dinner right now, and it seems that he doesn't blame me. I hope so. If anything goes wrong, your whole family will have to clean their necks and wait." The carriage quickly headed towards the government office. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the government office. At this moment, Xiaoyu had just finished her meal and was following Chu Chen out of the room. After Chu Chen came out, he only saw the legal advisor waiting outside with a group of officials. So he asked, "Where's your lord in the government office?" After hearing this, the lawyer felt that something was wrong. The man left the government office and went to the king and had not returned yet. They originally thought that the Daxiao envoy was going to drive them out and have some fun drinking with the maid, but who would have thought that he would come out so quickly? Moreover, his clothes looked clean and tidy, as if he had just finished the job a long time ago. The master thought silently in his heart, "It seems that the envoy is not good in that aspect. But at this moment, I still need to drag it on." Then, with a flattering smile, he said to Chu Chen and the others, "Your Excellency, our envoy has gone to change his pants and will be back soon. Please go to the front hall for tea." Chu Chen waved his hand after listening and said, "I'll just hang around here. When he comes back, tell him to come find me. I have something to ask him." Then, "My lord messenger, I will take you to the back garden." After listening to this, Chu Chen nodded and took Xiaoyu to stroll around the government office. You won't know until you take a look around. The more you look around, the more frightened you will be. The people outside are not able to get enough food. However, the government office was terribly luxurious. The back garden was filled with birdsong and flowers, and it seemed full of life. Chu Chen took Xiaoyu inside and saw many strange little animals. There were even a few tigers and lions in cages far away, gnawing on raw meat in big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at the master. Seeing this, the lawyer stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, these are raised by the governor. He has no other hobbies but to raise these animals." After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled and said nothing. My heart was in turmoil. The difference between the city and the outside world when I saw the disaster in Daxiao before could be described as rich people are feasting and drinking, while people are freezing to death on the streets. But in this situation, with Chu Chen's academic qualifications, he couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, was also shocked. She thought the same as Chu Chen, that perhaps these things were eaten as relief food issued by the government. The lives of ordinary people are so worthless, even less valuable than that of a lovable beast. However, seeing Chu Chen's indifferent expression, Xiaoyu did not say anything, thinking that the young man in front of her was probably used to all these things. After all, how can an envoy who is high above understand the sufferings of the world? Fortunately, the young man was kind-hearted and saved himself and the villagers. Chu Chen looked at it for a while and then lost interest, but then he turned around and thought about it and said to the master again, "Master, the people in the village we came to are starving. Do you know what to do?" "Understood, Your Excellency. Don't worry, it has already been arranged. All the supplies are on their way." After listening to this, Chu Chen nodded, turned around, and walked outside. But when Xiaoyu looked at Chu Chen, her eyes were full of gratitude. The young master had not forgotten his village. These villages are saved. Just as Chu Chen and his companions walked out of the back garden, they saw Yin Tianqing walking towards them with a middle-aged man and a group of people. When middle-aged man saw Chu Chen, he walked over quickly. Then he bowed to Chu Chen and said, "Yin Li Xuan, the king of Wutuo Kingdom, greets the respected ambassador of Daxia." Chu Chen frowned in confusion when he heard this, thinking to himself, "Is this Xia so powerful? The Yin Li Xuan in front of him is the ruler of the Wutuo Kingdom, yet he is so humble." Then he bowed to Yin Li Xuan and said, "Chu Chen of Great Xia, I pay my respects to the king." After saying that, Chu Chen took out the gold token and handed it to Yin Li Xuan. Seeing this, Yin Li Xuan respectfully took the token with both hands, took a look at it, and handed it back to Chu Chen. Seeing that there was no sign of displeasure on Chu Chen's face, Yin Li Xuan felt relieved. "Messenger Chu, you must have worked hard on the journey. Your Excellency, you could just call me Chu Chen. No need to be polite." "Haha, Mr. Chu is straightforward. I won't be polite anymore." This old fellow Yin Tianqing had no intention of offending Master Chu. "Please, for the sake of my friendship with Daxia, spare him this time." Yin Li Xuan took the opportunity to pull Yin Tianqing aside and pointed at him and said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. "It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding." Chu Chen had no interest in the corruption within their country. What he cared about was the legendary jade mine. Although he has no shortage of jade now, the kind of jade that is completely emerald green is extremely rare. Those that Ganpu had pulled out had already been absorbed by the space, so what Chu Chen cared about was the jade essence. Thank you for your generosity, Master Chu. Please move to the Imperial Palace. I'm afraid this place is not worthy of Master Chu's status. Seeing this, Chu Chen turned around, pulled up Xiao Yu, and said to Yan Li Xuan, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord." Yin Tiancheng, who was standing behind him, felt relieved when he saw that Chu Chen was so easy to talk to. He took his master and followed Yan Li Xuan and Chu Chen. As they walked, he whispered in the master's ear, "Have you found out the identity of this girl?" "Don't worry, sir. We've investigated and found out the young lady from a border village somehow caught the envoy's eye. The village has already sent someone to take care of her." After listening to this, Yin Tianqing nodded and trotted towards Chu Chen and the others. Yan Li Xuan did not take Chu Chen in a carriage, but took Chu Chen towards the main street of Wutuo City. "Master Chu, our Wutuo kingdom is currently developing very rapidly under the leadership of Daxia. But years of natural disasters caused the newly prosperous Wutuo kingdom to collapse in an instant, and the people in the suburbs were left with no hope of survival. Your Majesty sent Master Chu here to help Wutuo solve his urgent problem." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that Yan Li Xuan had misunderstood and thought that he was sent by Zhou Shixuan. Chapter 294, The Wounded Wutuo Kingdom. Looking at the sparse crowd on the street, hawking their wares weekly. There were also beggars everywhere, and I thought to myself that this old guy was crying poor in front of me. But seeing the extravagance in the government office, Chu Chen began to doubt what he was seeing. Or maybe Yan Li Xuan is putting on a show for himself. Or Yan Li Xuan doesn't know that people like Yin Tiancheng are hollowing out this country. At this moment, an old beggar and a group of children rushed to Chu Chen and his party. "Gentlemen, please be kind and save the children." After saying that, he brought the children to kneel in front of Chu Chen and his group. Yan Li Xuan looked at the group of people with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. He turned to Chu Chen and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The people have been exhausted by the disasters in recent days. Otherwise, they would never dare to charge at us in front of so many soldiers." Chu Chen watched everything in front of him with great interest. "Lord, I am an outsider, and it is not convenient for me to interfere in Wutuo's affairs. If you need anything, please tell me clearly." "Okay, since Master Chu is so straightforward, then I, Yan Li Xuan, will not hide anything. I beg Master Chu to save the people of Wutuo." Yan Li Xuan looked at Chu Chen with a calm expression and was not moved by the desolate scene. So he directly stated his purpose. "Of course we have to save them, but has the Lord ever thought about how this situation came about?" Chu Chen did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. "How was it caused?" Yan Li Xuan frowned after hearing this. This question was so obvious. Did he need to explain it in detail? So he quickly said, "This is a natural disaster. Wutuo was already poor. Master Chu this." "Okay, Lord, this is not the place to talk." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation to Yan Li Xuan. Yan Li Xuan immediately understood and turned to Yin Tianqing behind him and said, "Take care of this matter here." He took Chu Chen around the group of kneeling people and headed towards the palace. Yin Tianqing bowed and waited for Yan Li Xuan, Chu Chen, and the others to leave. Then he said to the advisor behind him, "Drive these people out of the city. If they appear in the sight of the king again, you will bring your head to me." Although he did not hear what the envoy said to the king, but the sudden appearance of this group of beggars made him lose face. It was because the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to prepare. After Yan Li Xuan brought Chu Chen to the palace, Xiao Yu was taken away to dress up. At this moment, Chu Chen was sitting opposite Yan Li Xuan, and a piece of emerald green jade was placed on the table. "Lord, to tell you the truth, I was sent by His Majesty, but I came out to find this thing. But your Wutuo problem is actually very easy to solve, so..." Chu Chen didn't waste time talking to Yan Li Xuan, but picked up the jade on the table and said. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Yan Li Xuan looked deeply at the jade on the table, then picked it up and looked at it in his hand. Then he said incoherently, "Master Chu, so our envoys to Daxia haven't arrived yet? Messenger? Never seen him. That's strange. Before the natural disaster began, I sent 3 envoys to Daxia to seek refuge. How come your Majesty didn't know about this?" Yin Lishuan held the jade and looked at Chu Chen deeply and said, he was wondering whether Daha had abandoned people like him. I originally thought that Chu Chen came to help with the disaster relief, but unexpectedly, he came to look for the jade. He had seen this jade before, as there was a lot of it in the national treasury, but this kind of thing was useless in saving the people. So after Chu Chen said this, he felt deeply disappointed and suspicious. Chu Chen understood his thoughts immediately, so he asked, did the Wu Tuo envoy leave from this mountain? Wu Tuo, must pass through this mountain to enter Daxia. Then it's clear. Your country's envoys should not have entered Daxia. After saying that, Chu Chen told him about the tiger-controlling man he had seen and killed before. Yin Lishuan stood up immediately after hearing this. Tiger tamer? But he looks like a monkey in a bat. Yes, that's a person wearing a nightgown. After hearing this, Yin Lishuan understood. It turned out that his envoy was eaten by the giant tiger before he even entered Daxia. So he quickly walked in front of Chu Chen, bowed, and said, Mr. Chu, I am ashamed of my doubt. After that, he picked up the jade and said, Master Chu, Wu Tuo, have some of these things. I will present them to you later. Did you say that my problem is easy to solve? Logically speaking, since Daxia hasn't received any requests for help, there's no reason for us to help. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Yin Lishuan meaningfully. The meaning is very clear. That is, since you have this jade, if you don't take it out, you can't expect to get any help from it. When Yin Lishuan saw Chu Chen's smiling face, he immediately waved his hand and called over an elderly man. Chu Chen saw through the old man's identity as soon as he saw him. Isn't this the same person as Eunuch Wei? The eunuch was probably Yin Lishuan's personal eunuch, who had the cultivation level of a 7th-rank master. I thought that the emperor always liked to have a master around him, but this person was much inferior to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Chao, go to the storehouse and get all these jade stones from Master Chu. Your Majesty, this is... After hearing this, Eunuch Chao hurriedly spoke nervously to Yin Lishuan. As soon as Chu Chen saw the expression on Eunuch Chao's face, he felt that the matter was not simple. Could it be that someone else could use such a stone? No problem, Eunuch Chao. Give it to Master Chu first. Nothing is more important than the people of Wu Tuo. Yin Lishuan gave the order to Eunuch Chao without thinking. Eunuch Chao had no choice but to turn around and walk behind him. Chu Chen looked at the two people in a dilemma and asked, Lord, are you in trouble? Master Chu, this is a matter within my palace, so it's better not to involve you. Oh, then tell me, since Wu Tuo is an ally of Daxia, I will definitely not refuse if I can help. Chu Chen said to Yin Lishuan with a serious face. I was thinking about going abroad, relying on the reputation of Daxia. I can't bring discredit to Daxia. I need to have the necessary magnanimity and vision. Yin Lishuan looked at Chu Chen with a serious expression and sighed slightly. I was just about to tell Chu Chen about this jade. Just at this moment, Eunuch Chao ordered someone to carry a large box into the room. Master Chu, this is the lifeblood of the king. Could you please take half of it, considering the good relationship between Wu Tuo and Daxia? Chu Chen opened the box and looked at the neatly arranged emerald green jade stones inside. He turned around and said to the two of them, Come on, tell me what you Wu Tuo use this thing for. Chapter 295. The king of Wu Tuo is threatened. Yin Lishuan took a look at the jade in the box. He turned around and said to Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, to be honest, this jade is the thing that makes me live. Oh, you can absorb this stuff? No, Master Chu, this is a long story. Then let me make it short. Chu Chen looked at the worried expressions on the two people's faces and immediately became interested. So far, Chu Chen still doesn't know what other people use this jade essence for. Apart from himself being able to allow the space to absorb the jade, even Zhu Liuxiang said that the jade essence was useless to him. Could it be that the Wu Tuo kingdom has other methods to allow people to absorb this kind of supplies? Yin Lishuan let out a long breath and slowly began to speak to Chu Chen. Half an hour later, Chu Chen finally understood why Eunuch Chao looked so reluctant and Yin Lishuan was so helpless. It turns out that there was no such jade in the Wu Tuo kingdom before. But just before the disaster struck, a jade mine was discovered in the territory of Wu Tuo kingdom. And in that jade mine, this kind of emerald green jade was mined. When Yin Lishuan received the report from his subordinates, he fell in love with this beautiful jade. But the joy didn't last long, and Yin Lishuan couldn't laugh anymore. Because not long after the jade was mined, a group of people came to Wutuo City. They have amazing martial arts skills, and each of them has strength comparable to Unit Chao. They rushed into the palace, defeated the soldiers of Wutuo Kingdom, and then forced Yin Lishuan to eat a white worm. After eating the worm, Yin Lishuan became thinner and had no appetite. He also suffered from unbearable abdominal pain from time to time. What's worse, sometimes when he went to the toilet, he would defecate the long white worm. After feeding Yin Lishuan the insects, these people forced Yin Lishuan to mine the emerald green jade for them and gave Yin Lishuan the antidote once a month. Otherwise, within half a year, Yin Lishuan would be eaten to death by the insects. In order to save his life, Yin Lishuan had no choice but to agree to their request. Then a large number of people were recruited from the Wutuo Kingdom to mine the jade. This was also the reason why Chu Chen first entered the Wutuo Kingdom and the officials arrested the miners. Every month, that group of people would send people to the Wutuo Kingdom to obtain the jade, and from time to time, they would send people to the jade mine to supervise. Therefore, the pile of jade in front of us is the bargaining chip that will be exchanged for the antidote this month. After hearing this, Chu Chen fell into deep thought, looking at the thin Yin Lishuan and thinking about the white bug he mentioned. Chu Chen thought of a possibility. The first one was that he was poisoned by someone, which was a rather mysterious thing. The second is being fed parasites, which is actually similar to being poisoned, but it is not as mysterious as those shown on modern TV that can control the host. So he asked, "Are you sure that the bug is completely white?" "It's grayish white and looks like an earthworm. It's really scary." Yin Lishuan sighed and answered softly, "Besides weight loss, loss of appetite, and abdominal pain, are there any other symptoms? Like mental ones?" Chu Chen asked again. Yin Lishuan looked at Chu Chen in confusion after hearing this. Could it be that Master Chu also knows this medical skill? Chu Chen smiled and shook his head after hearing this. "In Daxia, I just learned a little from a Taoist priest, but I can't say I know him." In fact, Chu Chen suspected that Yin Lishuan was fed the roundworms that left a deep impression on the post-80s generation in modern society. In that era, they suffered from roundworms a lot and ate a lot of pagoda candies. But at this moment, Chu Chen didn't see the insect, so he was not sure. Then he asked again, "Lord, did the bug stay?" "Master Chu, that insect looks disgusting. I'm afraid it will suddenly attack and hurt people. If it comes out, I'll order my men to kill it." After hearing this, Chu Chen was still unsure. It seemed that in order to figure this thing out, he had to wait for Yin Lishuan to pull it once. So he asked, "May I ask the Lord, when will this insect come out?" "Master Chu, I know this. Every time I take the antidote, a few will appear." After hearing this, Chu Chen thought to himself that if this thing was really a roundworm, could it be possible that this group of people had created pagoda candy in this era? "Well, I'll take half of this jade, and you hand over the other half. After you get the antidote, don't eat it yet. Let me know when the time comes. Perhaps I can expel all the worms in your stomach." After hearing this, Yin Lishuan seemed to suddenly see hope. "Okay, in 3 days, it will be the day to hand over this item. Please be patient, Master Chu." After saying this, Chu Chen took out half a box of green stones from the box without hesitation and stuffed them all into his backpack. Upon seeing this, Unit Chao took the remaining jade back. After Unit Chao left, Yin Lishuan couldn't wait to ask Chu Chen, "Master Chu, you just said that my Wu Tuo's crisis can be easily resolved. Please give me some advice." After listening to this, Chu Chen pretended to think for a moment and asked, "What is the most lacking thing in Wutuo Kingdom right now?" To be honest, Master Chu, Wutuo State is currently unable to allocate any grain for disaster relief. So many people are starving. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. "Food?" But along the way, the fields have been abandoned and have completely lost their ability to regenerate food. Even if I give you enough food now, can you guarantee that these people can survive this famine? Yin Lishuan frowned tightly after hearing this. Yes, is it food that is lacking? What is lacking more is the enthusiasm of the people. As long as the people can get moving and have hope to farm again, then after one season and the harvest, they will be able to come back to life. However, I allocated a lot of grain and seeds for disaster relief, but the people just refused to farm, and I was powerless to do anything about it. So he said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, what you said makes sense, but after the natural disaster, the government allocated a lot of money and food, but the people are unmoved." Haha. Then you have to check your Wutuo officials carefully to find out whether the money and grain have arrived. Then he shared with him the great Xia's disaster relief routine. The two chatted for more than an hour before Yan Lishuan suddenly realized that there was a problem with his internal management, and it was a big problem. He immediately summoned Eunuch Chao and whispered a series of orders in his ear, asking him to secretly send his trusted confidants to investigate. Chu Chen finished speaking and said goodbye. Seeing this, Yan Lishuan quickly called a few maids and took Chu Chen to the residence he had arranged. Chu Chen did not refuse and followed Yan Lishuan away. Now that the problem has been pointed out, there's no need to stay and watch how they implement it. After all, this is a foreign country, and too much involvement is not a good idea. But if nothing unexpected happens, as long as Yan Lishuan has the skills, officials like Yin Tiansheng will probably be miserable in a few days. After all, the people were starving to death without enough food, but he was still enjoying himself by growing flowers and playing with birds. How could this be the way of an official? Chapter 296 Wu Tuo mysteriously receives the Jade Girl. Chu Chen followed the two maids all the way to the side of the main hall and stopped in front of Small Palace. As soon as I stepped into the palace, I saw Xiao Yu, who was dressed up in gorgeous clothes, looking forward to it. Xiao Yu suddenly felt unreal after being suddenly washed clean and wearing the silk and satin that she had never dared to imagine in her life. Moreover, everything in this palace made her feel very restrained. At this moment, Chu Chen finally arrived. She immediately ran towards Chu Chen and walked straight in front of Chu Chen. "Master, you're finally back. You must be tired. Let me bathe and change your clothes for you." Chu Chen looked at Xiao Yu, who gave him a refreshing feeling, walked up to her, touched her head, and said, "No need for that. You just need to serve me tea and water. You can handle the rest yourself." After that, he was led by several people to a room with an extra-large bathtub. There was already hot water in the bathtub. Chu Chen waved everyone away, stripped himself naked, and jumped into the bathtub. Seeing Chu Chen driving her and others out, Xiao Yu's face showed a trace of loneliness. She couldn't help but think that she was just a little country girl who was saved by the young master. Since the young master doesn't like me, then don't be delusional. It's enough for me to stay by his side and serve him. Chu Chen didn't think so much about it. After all, there were too many strange weapons under his clothes. If these things could be kept hidden, then they would be hidden. After all, the world is becoming more and more confusing to him. The person who can control the wild beast and the mysterious person who needs jade essence. All these make Chu Chen feel a little uneasy. After taking a comfortable bath, Chu Chen flashed into the space. He needs to quickly improve his strength. In addition, he needs to reorganize those hot weapons again. The most powerful weapon in my hand right now is probably the grenade launcher. There are no larger thermal weapons. According to the current development, who knows what kind of powerful person will appear. If there is a super expert who can withstand the howitzer, then I will be in danger. After drinking half a bucket of spring water in the space, Chu Chen came to the equipment warehouse and the two rooms where the sea supplies were kept. After searching for a long time, Chu Chen shook his head and returned to the room. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as this space does not expand, these will be all I have to make a living. After getting dressed, Chu Chen pushed open the door of the room. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately came forward and said, "Master, you're done washing up. Let's go have dinner." "Oh, you've been waiting at this door? I am afraid that you may need something suddenly, so I am waiting here to serve you." Chu Chen smiled gently. "You've worked hard. Go to bed early tonight. You haven't had a good rest all day." "I'm not tired. As long as you need me, Xiao Yu will always have the strength." Chu Chen's mouth twitched after hearing this. No matter how he thought about it, this statement didn't seem right. But she didn't say anything else, but followed the two maids to a dining room. Looking at the table full of dishes, Chu Chen picked up a piece of food, put it in his mouth, and then spat it out. "Is this a fucking dessert?" Chu Chen looked at the maid behind him with some confusion. The two maids immediately looked horrified and said, "Sir, I, Wu Ta, mainly eat sweets. This is not to your taste. Please forgive me." Chu Chen waved his hands at them. "Don't blame you. It's my fault that I don't understand the customs here." After saying that, Chu Chen looked at the table full of red and green and instantly lost interest. "You guys eat, don't worry about me." After saying that, he walked into the kitchen in the house. Several maids were so anxious when they saw Chu Chen enter the kitchen that they followed him at a trot. Chu Chen turned and looked at the two of them. "I thought that if someone cooked for me every day and I didn't eat anything, Yan Lishuan would definitely blame these two people. Wouldn't that be an unexpected disaster? So he said, after you two bring the food over, just eat by yourselves, okay? Ah, this is the young master's food. How about us? Don't talk nonsense. Just eat what I tell you to. After you're done, just say I ate it. That way you won't be punished, and I won't have to eat that cloyingly sweet thing either. After Chu Chen spoke for a while, the two maids immediately understood Chu Chen's intention, nodded, turned around, and walked towards the dining table. Chu Chen walked into the kitchen and asked Xiao Yu to light the fire. Soon he cooked a full pot of noodles. Then he grabbed the big bowl, picked up a bowl, and started to eat it without hesitation. Xiao Yu looked at Chu Chen eating happily, and a smile appeared on her face. She added noodles for Chu Chen from time to time. For the next 3 days, Chu Chen basically did not go out. Every day, two maids would bring him meals, and he would eat them himself, and then Chu Chen would cook for him in different ways. Xiao Yu and the two maids were curious about how the young man could take out so many things from his strange bag, but no one dared to ask. After breakfast on the 3rd day, the hoarse voice of Eunuch Chao was heard at the door. "Mr. Chu, have you finished your meal? The king invites you." Chu Chen sucked up the last noodle in the bowl, wiped his mouth, and walked towards the door. Chu Chen meets Eunuch Chao. "Good morning." Eunuch Chao looked at Chu Chen, who looked relaxed, and immediately said, "Thanks to Master Chu, it's great." Well, that's not how people greeted each other in ancient times. After saying that, he followed Eunuch Chao towards Yan Lishuan's palace. At this moment, Yan Lishuan was the only one sitting in the palace. When he saw Chu Chen coming, he quickly stood up. Chu Chen pays homage to the king. "Master Chu, I apologize for calling you here so early this morning. Today is the day that man will come to collect the jade in exchange for the antidote. Thank you for your patience." Chu Chen smiled and nodded, walked to a seat nearby, and sat down, waiting for the mysterious person to arrive. After waiting for less than an incense stick of time, a gust of wind suddenly blew at the door and a black shadow flew in. Chu Chen couldn't help but look up at the person who came. He was dressed in black, short in stature, with short hair that was inconsistent with the times, and an iron mask on his face. Seeing Chu Chen appear in the hall, the visitor immediately spoke to Yan Lishuan. "Well, why is there one more person today?" After saying that, a powerful aura burst out from the person who came and went straight towards Yan Lishuan. Upon seeing this, Eunuch Chao quickly flew in front of Yan Lishuan and blocked the momentum. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and instantly saw the man's cultivation level. His strength was above the 7th rank, which was much higher than his own. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was different from that of Jiumengzi and the others. It was a power that Chu Chen had never felt before. Chapter 297, Space Pharmacy Treats Ascaris. Upon seeing this, Yan Lishuan immediately stood up and said, "Master Protector, please calm down. This person is from our royal family and has always wanted to see you, so I asked him to come with me." After hearing this, the man immediately subsided and turned to look at Chu Chen. "It's truly rare that your Yin family has someone with such strength, but don't think you can resist me with just that. You should know that you have that intestinal-eating, bone-eating divine insect in your stomach." Chu Chen frowned after hearing this. Dharma Protector, divine insect, mask, short hair. Could it be that this Wu Tuo has come from the Tongtian sect? But Qi Yanfei is currently imprisoned in Daxia. And this person with a mask and short hair, could it be that he's a time traveler from the modern era? So he blurted out and asked the man, "Dharma Protector, what's your home Wi-Fi password?" The guardian looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly spoke, and turned his head in confusion. Seeing that he was ignored, Chu Chen said again, "The king of heaven covers the earth. Don't you understand? That young man doesn't know the benefits of a rich woman." The man looked at Chu Chen doubtfully, then turned to Yan Lishuan and said, "What a pity! He is indeed a master, but his brain seems to be." At this moment, Yan Lishuan and Eunuch Chao were also looking at Chu Chen in confusion, wondering what Master Chu meant by saying such strange words at this time. Yan Lishuan immediately said, "Master Protector, my younger brother was kicked by a horse when he was young." "Chu Chen, you were the one kicked by the horse. Your whole family was kicked." After hearing this, the man laughed and ignored Chu Chen, but sat down with his legs crossed. He said to Yan Lishuan, "Okay, no more nonsense. Take out the things." After hearing this, Eunuch Chao immediately took out a box from behind him and placed it respectfully in front of the man. Seeing this, the man drew the knife from his waist and opened the box, then frowned instantly. Well, why are the numbers so small this time? Master Protector, you also know that the people of Wutuo are currently living in dire straits, and it is really difficult to find laborers, so this output— don't tell me about these things. I'm just following orders. I'll let you off this time, but if you do it next time, you'll just have to wait for your intestines to rupture and you'll die. After saying that, he threw a small bag to Yan Li Xuan, then picked up the box and turned to walk towards the door. Halfway through the walk, he turned back and said, I have a few more things to tell you. Starting tomorrow, we will send people to the mine to monitor it day and night. Also, give orders to search Wuta for a pitch-black token engraved with animal characters in an ancient book. If you find them, you will be freed from suffering. After saying this, he flew out of the palace without looking back. Chu Chen immediately became confused when he heard about the dark token with animal characters engraved on it in an ancient book. Aren't these two things exactly what he got from that tiger tamer? What are these people looking for? Could it be that these two inconspicuous things are really the treasure? Yan Li Xuan and Eunuch Chao also became confused after hearing this. Eunuch Chao, do you know anything about the token and book this man mentioned? Eunuch Chao was also confused after hearing this. My lord, I've lived my whole life and have never heard of these two things. So the two of them turned their eyes to Chu Chen standing aside. Chu Chen also shook his head in confusion and said, no matter if it's a token or not, take the antidote first and get the bug out first. Yan Li Xuan came back to his senses instantly after hearing this. Yes, Mr. Chu is right. The matter of the insects is important. After saying that, he opened the small packet of medicine powder. Chu Chen dipped a little with his finger and smelled it, but couldn't smell anything. So he gestured to Yan Li Xuan to eat it. Seeing this, Yan Li Xuan swallowed the packet of powder without hesitation. About an hour later, Yan Li Xuan's stomach started to react, and he rushed into the bathroom. After coming out, Eunuch Chao had a plate in his hand, and on the plate, a grayish-white worm like an earthworm was rolling around. It seems that he is not adapting to the new environment. Chu Chen looked at the bug in front of him and instantly recognized it as a roundworm. It's too familiar. I did this a lot when I was a kid, which made me look pale and thin, and I had stomach aches from time to time. Finally, with the help of the pagoda candy, he pooped out a large nest and slowly recovered. Once it is confirmed that it is roundworms, then it is easy to deal with. There are plenty of pharmacies in space. Killing a roundworm is just a piece of cake. So he said to Eunuch Chao, take it away. This thing can cure the disease, and it is not as dangerous as that person said. It is not fatal. Master Chu, do you have any solution? After hearing this, Yan Li Xuan immediately saw hope. Since Mr. Chu in front of him could recognize this thing, there must be a remedy for it. Chu Chen did not hide it and spoke to him with a relaxed look. Please wait a moment, my lord. I will give you some medicine to kill this creature completely. Your Majesty, please go and rest first. After hearing Chu Chen's affirmative words, Yan Li Xuan finally felt relieved. So he ordered Eunuch Chao to send Chu Chen back to the mansion. When Chu Chen entered the house, he closed the door and slipped into the space. In a large pharmacy in the space, Chu Chen began to search through all the drawers and cabinets. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find the pagoda candy. Could it be that there is nothing left to sell? Chu Chen muttered to himself while searching. After searching for a while, he didn't find the pagoda candy, but he found a box of granules for treating roundworms with a little man painted on it. Using medicine for children? Never mind. As long as it works, it's fine. Increase the dosage appropriately. If it really kills the child, he won't be able to escape. So he took out the box of medicine and left the space. After adding some doses to the child, he then poured a bowl of medicine into a bowl with hot water. Then he pushed the door open and walked out of the room. She called the maid and came to Yan Li Xuan. Mr. Chu is so quick. How can I thank you so much? Seeing Chu Chen coming, Yan Li Xuan immediately came forward and spoke enthusiastically. It's okay. They're just some common medicines. If the king trusts me, then take the medicine. After hearing this, Yan Li Xuan picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. After drinking it, he smacked his lips and said, Hey, Master Chu's medicine tastes really good. Chu Chen rolled his eyes after hearing this. How could food for children not taste good? All right, Lord, go and rest first. We'll see how effective this medicine is tomorrow. After saying that, Chu Chen took his maid and went to his own house, and Yan Li Xuan also returned to the bedroom with peace of mind and prepared to go to sleep. Just as the maid had helped him to sleep, Yin Lishuan suddenly felt nauseous. Seeing this, Eunuch Chao immediately came to his side and asked, "My lord, how do you feel?" Yin Lishuan didn't say anything, but vomited with a wow sound. What came out along with it was a living roundworm. Chapter 298, Taking Over the Wutuo Jade Mine. Eunuch Chao took a closer look and was shocked to see that the king was vomiting worms from his mouth. So she turned around and shouted to the maid beside her, "Quick, go and get Master Chu. The king is vomiting worms." After hearing this, the maid did not dare to delay and ran towards Chu Chen's yard. After a while, Chu Chen asked the maid outside the door, "What did you say? Spit it out from your mouth." After saying that, Chu Chen secretly took out the medicine box from his pocket. On it was written the adverse reaction, occasional vomiting of roundworms in the mouth. So I immediately felt relieved. I thought I might have given too much, but I couldn't blame myself because I'm not a doctor. So he followed the maid to Yin Lishuan's bedroom. When I walked in, I was hit by a foul smell. I saw that Yin Lishuan was vomiting and having diarrhea and was farting all the time. Chu Chen looked at the scene and almost laughed out loud. When Eunuch Chao saw Chu Chen coming, he immediately grabbed Chu Chen's hand and asked hurriedly, "Master Chu." After the king took the medicine, worms appeared all over his body. "What should we do?" Chu Chen waved his hand after hearing this. "Don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon. The function of the medicine is to expel the worm from a body." "Ah, then why not kill the bug? This is too scary." "Well, think about it. If the bugs are killed, I guess your king is also killed." Chu Chen spoke without hesitation, and his words were well-reasoned and well-founded. Seeing that Eunuch Chao still looked nervous, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you're done vomiting. Take good care of yourself. Call me if you need anything." After saying that, Chu Chen left the bedroom. This smell was too damn intoxicating. After leaving the bedroom, Chu Chen, led by the maid, began to stroll around the palace. Yin Lishuan struggled for half a day before he stopped vomiting and having diarrhea. After the last roundworm was ejected from his mouth, Yin Lishuan instantly felt relaxed. After taking a comfortable bath, Yin Lishuan felt unprecedentedly relaxed and comfortable. He didn't even bother eating and shouted to Eunuch Chao, "Go, invite Master Chu here. Our lord will dine with him." Eunuch Chao bowed to Yin Lishuan and ran out. After a while, Chu Chen was brought by Eunuch Chao to the imperial kitchen of the Wutuo Palace. Looking at the table full of sweets, Chu Chen had no interest at all. He ate a few bites quickly and then told Yin Lishuan his thoughts. "Lord, your health crisis has been resolved. Can you take me to the mine to take a look? Also, even if your body is no longer in danger of the Jade mine, as you said, that group of people are incredibly powerful. If he wants to rob them by force, he won't be able to do so." Yin Lishuan nodded after listening. "Mr. Chu is right. This matter is not easy to resolve." Chu Chen immediately took up the conversation after hearing this, thinking to himself, "Even if it's not easy for you to solve it, I can, so why not take the opportunity to take over the Jade Mine? In that case, I have an idea." "Oh, please enlighten me, Master Chu." After hearing this, Yin Lishuan immediately became full of confidence. He had great trust in the Daxia ambassador in front of him. He gave me such good advice and even cured my illness, as if he could do anything. The most important crisis facing Wutuo Kingdom right now is not the Jade Mine, but the famine among the people. In that case, why not give me the Jade Mine? Those people only have eyes for the Emerald Jade essence. Their goal is the same as mine. If this is the case, the king will escape, and so will the Wutuo Kingdom. Isn't that perfect? Yin Lishuan shook his head the moment he heard it. "Master Chu, you can't do that. This will put a lot of pressure on you. Those people are all above the 7th rank. If you make a mistake in my Wutuo Kingdom, how will I explain it to His Majesty, the Great Xia later?" Chu Chen laughed after hearing this. "It's okay. I have my own way, Your Majesty, don't worry. If someone comes over there, just say that I robbed the mine." At Chu Chen's insistence, Yin Lishuan stepped forward and held Chu Chen's hand tightly. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Master Chu, I, Wuta, have received such great kindness, and I have no way to repay it. Please accept my master's greetings." After saying that, he bowed to Chu Chen. Chu Chen was also confused by Yin Lishuan's actions. He thought to himself, "I just want your mind. Why are you still counting money for me? But since they have given me enough face, I can't be ungrateful." So he quickly stepped forward and supported Yin Lishuan. "Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. Daxia is a country of etiquette. Since you are a vassal state of Daxia, How can I bear to see you suffer? I will take this matter. In that case, we will set off tomorrow. The king will give me a cart and take me to the mine." After saying that, Chu Chen said goodbye to Yan Lishuan, but he was very happy in his heart. You know, even in Ganpu, which is rich in jade, no reserves of jade essence have been found. But Wu Tuan minded, and he could only produce a big box a month. If he stayed here for a year or two, he would still get a lot. Now that we have the jade mine, we have to consider another thing. That is the mysterious man wearing a mask. What kind of organization is he from, and why does he want this jade essence? This filled him with deep curiosity. As for the danger, Chu Chen was not worried at all. He was just a 7th grade warrior and could defeat him. Even if we can't win, we still have thermal weapons. Even if thermal weapons don't work, we still have explosion-proof vehicles. Even if all these don't work, if I hide in space, even the Jade Emperor won't be able to find me. The next day, Chu Chen got up early and took Xiaoyu to the carriage prepared by Yan Lishuan. In his hand was an imperial edict from Yan Lishuan, which officially granted the mine to Chu Chen. The carriage headed towards the suburbs, and after 2 days of trekking, it finally arrived in the mountains. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chu Chen pulled Xiaoyu and, led by the driver, walked towards the mountain. After walking for more than an hour, Chu Chen finally saw a group of buildings in the mountains. They are basically some low thatched houses, and only in the middle of the thatched houses is there a green brick and tile house. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the mine. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. At the entrance of the mine, 2 soldiers blocked the way of Chu Chen and the other 2. The driver immediately stepped forward and pulled out a token from his waist. Be brave, step aside, and welcome your new mine owner. When the sergeant saw the token, he immediately knelt down and said, "We welcome you, sir." The coachman ignored them, turned around, and respectfully welcomed Chu Chen and the others in. After the 3 of them walked into the tile-roofed house, they were immediately greeted by a man who looked like an official. "Your Highness, I am honored to meet you." The man stepped forward and saluted the coachman. "Well, come and meet your new master, Master Chu." The man stood up and looked at Chu Chen in confusion, then turned to look at the coachman with a confused look. Seeing this, Chu Chen handed over the imperial edict in his hand. Chapter 299, Improving the Food at the Jade Mine. The official took the imperial edict and looked at it, then immediately knelt down in front of Chu Chen. "Your subordinate Yu Mingda greets Master Chu." Chu Chen helped him up. "Okay, I will take over this jade mine from now on. You have completed your mission." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the coachman next to him spoke to Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, you misunderstood. You're not only taking over this mine, but also them." Chu Chen was shocked when he heard this. "What's going on? Isn't this something I should be in charge of?" Seeing Chu Chen's puzzled look, the driver spoke again. "The king is worried that Master Chu will be too tired to manage the mine, so Yu Mingda and his group will help you manage the miners. As for other matters, the king is powerless. Don't worry, Master Chu. They are only responsible for mining and patrolling the surrounding area. They will not interfere with anything related to you, nor will they say anything." Chu Chen finally understood after hearing this. It seems that Yan Lishuan is quite considerate. This is good. It will make me feel more relaxed, and I can devote all my energy to dealing with the mysterious masked man. So he said to the 2 of them, "Since that's the case, go back and thank the king for me. Your name is Yu Mingda. From now on, you don't have to kneel when you see me. Also, immediately arrange for people to build a large warehouse to store the mine jade. I will send people to collect it, and you just focus on mining." After hearing this, Yu Mingda bowed and left. After seeing the coachman off, Chu Chen walked into the room alone and took out a lot of items such as down quilts. Then he pushed the door open and told Xiaoyu to throw away all the previous things, clean the room again, and arranged new quilts and other bedding. Only then did he walk into the house comfortably. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyu standing beside him and said, "We will live here for a while in the future. Do you regret coming out with me?" Xiaoyu came to Chu Chen immediately after hearing this and said, "Sir, as long as I stay by your side, I will never regret it even if I die." "Okay, you won't die. There are some ingredients in the warehouse. Go cook." After hearing this, Xiaoyu obediently walked into the kitchen. Soon after, the aroma of food wafted out. Xiaoyu lived in the palace with Chu Chen for a few days. Under Chu Chen's instruction, she had learned to cook several simple dishes. It happened to be lunchtime at the mine, so Chu Chen walked out of the house alone, holding a large bowl. What caught my eye were groups of ragged miners being driven by soldiers towards a large thatched hut. Chu Chen stepped into the thatched hut with great interest and saw many people holding bowls with empty eyes, heading towards a big wooden barrel in the middle. When Yu Mingda saw Chu Chen walking towards the wooden barrel with a bowl in his hand, he quickly stepped forward to block Chu Chen's way. "Sir, these are the meals for the miners. Please don't go any further, or you might lose your appetite." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself that this was not right. If you want the horse to run, you must give it enough grass to eat. So, ignoring Yu Mingda's obstruction, he quickly reached the wooden barrel. Chu Chen held the bowl and looked into the wooden barrel and was immediately stunned. It was filled with unknown wild vegetables and millet porridge. Looking at the dark porridge, Chu Chen suddenly felt that the rice in his hand no longer smelled good. He turned and walked outside and said to Yu Mingda, "How many people are there in our mine?" Yu Mingda looked at Chu Chen in confusion, thinking that this young man was different. Officials who had come here in the past basically didn't ask these questions. "Sir, there are a total of 3,000 miners and 800 soldiers. Oh, are they all eating the same thing?" No, the food for miners and soldiers is definitely different. After all, their status is different. Yu Mingda said this, and Chu Chen could understand that this was the way the world was. So Chu Chen asked Yu Mingda to bring the soldiers food, which consisted of only a small amount of meat and corn porridge. After reading it, Chu Chen asked again, "What about the progress of mining?" Yu Mingda frowned deeply after hearing this, and, as if he had made a great decision, he said, "Sir, to be honest, I'm not satisfied with the progress of mining. But the main thing is the food." Chu Chen understood immediately and said, "If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. So follow me." When Yu Mingda heard Chu Chen say this, his eyes lit up instantly. To be honest, he has been staying in this crappy place for a few years, and the food is getting worse day by day. Since this new young man can say this, he must be going to change everything. Chu Chen brought him into the house, and Yu Mingda smelled a strong aroma of food. Chu Chen turned and walked into the room. When he came out, he had a bag of silver in his hand. Seeing Yu Mingda swallowing his saliva, he said to Xiao Yu, "Go, add a set of bowls and chopsticks for Brother Yu." Xiao Yu turned around and went into the kitchen. When she came out, there was an extra bowl and a glass. This was the first time Yu Mingda saw this transparent cup, so he quickly refused. "Sir, we are of low status. How can we sit at the same table with you and use such a precious glass cup?" Seeing this, Chu Chen pulled him to sit on the chair and said, "Brother Yu, you're welcome. I need to stay here for a while. I'll have to rely on you for many things in the future. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you unfairly. Since I saw those meals today, I can't just ignore them." After saying that, Chu Chen pushed the bag of silver over again. "Take this money and go shopping. I don't have many requirements, just that everyone's meals should be several times better than the current ones." The miners had to eat dry food with broth 3 times a day and meat once every 3 days. Sergeants eat meat once a day and drink wine every 3 days. Don't save money for me. What I want is jade. Yu Mingda took the silver, stood up instantly, and was about to kneel down in front of Chu Chen again. But Chu Chen stopped him. "Brother Yu, there's no need to be like this. You work for me, so you're mine. It's dinner time today, and we're just meeting for the first time. Let's have a drink." After saying that, he pushed Yu Mingda onto the chair again, turned around, took out a bottle of wine, and filled a glass for Yu Mingda. Yu Mingda looked at the full glass of wine in front of him, picked it up, stood up and said, "Sir, I've been here for 3 years, and you're the only person I've ever met who cares about us. This glass of wine is a toast to you on behalf of everyone at the jade mine." After saying that, he drank the wine in one gulp. It was too late for Chu Chen to stop him. After Yu Mingda drank the wine, he felt a hot and spicy current in his throat rushing straight into his stomach, and there was a slight dizziness in the head. Brother Yu, this wine is strong. You must never drink like this again." Chapter 300. First Battle with the Mysterious Masked Man. Yu Mingda shook his dizzy head and said, "Good wine, sir. This is the best wine I have ever tasted in my life." Chu Chen's mouth twitched after hearing this. How could it be bad? This is mousy. The next day, when the ragged miners walked into the spacious thatched hut, they suddenly discovered that the food was different. Not only did everyone's bowl contain grains of dry rice, but there was also a ladle of vegetables on top of the rice. And there is meat in the dish. So everyone stared at the food in their hands in a daze. An elderly man stepped forward and asked the sergeant, "Sir, why are you treating us to such a good meal today? Could it be that you think I'm useless, and this is your last meal?" After saying that, he was about to kneel down in front of the sergeant. "Sir, I can still work, and I don't have a big appetite." The sergeant immediately pulled him up upon seeing this and said, "What are you talking about? This is a reward from the new master. If you don't believe me, just look at everyone else." The old man stood up and looked around. "Master Jun, is there a new master?" "That's right. Master said that as long as everyone works hard, every meal will be dry and have broth, meaning we can have real meat every 3 days." As soon as everyone heard this, they started talking. "Master Jun, is this true?" "Yes, General. You won't let us have this meal. You'll have to work day and night tomorrow." The sergeant looked at the puzzled crowd and said, "What are you arguing about? Is that thing in your hand a fake? As long as you work hard, the young master will not treat you unfairly." After this meal, all the miners burped repeatedly with satisfaction on their faces and were discussing it privately. I thought to myself that I had finally found a wise leader. The soldiers were also in their own dining hall, eating meat with big mouthfuls, their cheeks bulging, and they couldn't help but feel grateful to Chu Chen in their hearts. Most of these people come from poor backgrounds, and who would come to this desolate place for no reason. However, just as they were discussing how delicious the food was, 2 uninvited guests came to the door. "Who are you? You're so mysterious. Anyone who trespasses into this restricted area of the mine will be killed without mercy." The 2 soldiers at the door were still savoring their lunch when they saw 2 masked men appear at the door. So he stood up and shouted loudly at the 2 of them. No expression could be seen from the people under the masks. One of them stepped forward and knocked the 2 soldiers to the ground. "How dare these 2 gatekeepers yell in front of your grandfather? Tell the person in charge to come out and greet your grandfather." The soldier felt pain, got up, and ran inside. After a while, he ran to Yu Mingda and told him what had happened. Chu Chen happened to be with Yu Mingda, so he asked the sergeant, "How could 2 masked men beat you 2 without any chance of fighting back?" "Sir, that's it. Those who come here don't have good intentions." Yu Mingda frowned after hearing this. "Master, go back to the house first. I'll take someone to check it out." After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled and thought to himself that he was finally here. Since he was here, he might as well catch him and ask him some questions. So he quickly said, "They're not something you can deal with. Don't cause unnecessary casualties. Just keep an eye on the mine and let the mine normally. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Chu Chen flashed and headed towards the door. Yu Mingda and the soldier were secretly shocked when they saw Chu Chen's speed. This young master of mine is not only kind-hearted, but also extremely powerful in martial arts. Seeing Chu Chen like this, Yu Mingda was relieved and ordered the soldiers around him. "Nothing, just do what you need to do and don't disturb the young master." After saying that, he walked towards the door on his own. Looking at Chu Chen, who was coming at an extremely fast speed, the 2 masked men couldn't help but look cold. "Are you the manager here? How's the production this month?" Chu Chen listened to their questions, shook his head, and looked the 2 up and down, then pulled out the tetanus blade he had obtained from Master Gonpu from his waist. The reason why they didn't use hot weapons was that Chu Chen saw the strength of the 2 at a glance. One is about the 7th rank, and the other is estimated to be around the upper 6th rank, which is just right for me to test my own strength. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my private mine?" The 2 men watched Chu Chen take out a rusty knife and couldn't help but frown. "Your private mine?" I thought to myself, could it be that I have come to the wrong place? That is the place Yin Lishuan was talking about. "Are you sure this isn't the jade mine from Wutuwa Kingdom?" Chu Chen hefted his knife upon hearing this and said, "Yes, it's the jade mine of Wutuwa Kingdom. But just a few days ago, Yin Lishuan gave this mine to me. What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, the 2 looked at Chu Chen and then looked at each other. "It's a reward for you, that's fine. In the future, any emerald green jade you mine must be handed over to us. We will be stationed here to protect your safety. Remember to find me a clean house and a few beautiful maids." Chu Chen laughed when he heard this. What kind of organization is this? Are they brainless? Didn't they see that he even took out the tetanus blade? So he raised his hand and pointed the knife at the 2 of them. "This knife of mine doesn't seem to agree." The 2 of them seemed to find it incredible and said, "Hey, this kid actually dares to be our enemy? Why? With your own limited strength." Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He picked up his knife and rushed towards the 7th grade masked man. There are no extra moves, just 3. Chop, split, and pick. The two men didn't expect Chu Chen to attack them just because of a disagreement, so they quickly raised their weapons to resist. However, he didn't expect that Chu Chen would cut off the weapon of the 7th grade man with just one knife. Then, with an incredibly fast strike, the 7th grade masked man's stomach was instantly opened, and his intestines flowed out instantly. Chu Chen looked at the knife in his hand with satisfaction, then turned sideways and walked towards the other masked man. The other person didn't expect that the inconspicuous boy in front of him could kill his companion with just one move, and he became panicked. But how could Chu Chen let him do as he wished? He chopped him down and left a cut on his foot. The masked man fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Chu Chen dropped the tetanus blade in his hand, rode on the man, and started punching and kicking him. He didn't beat the man until he was exhausted. Then he took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed him tightly. This scene was seen clearly by Manga and several soldiers standing by. When they saw Chu Chen had controlled the man, they hurried forward to help. Chu Chen turned around and ordered, "Carry the corpse and this guy in. I want to see what's under this mask." After saying that, he picked up the tetanus blade on the ground, turned around, and walked inside. Chapter 301, Bleeding and Healing. After hearing this, Mingda immediately ordered the soldiers around him to carry the 2 people inside. Chu Chen walked into the house and washed his hands. Then he walked up to the masked man who was handcuffed and took off his mask. Then he took off the mask of the corpse next to him. The first thing he shouted out was, "Fuck, foreign devils." Then he turned to look at Mingda and asked, "Have you ever seen such a person?" I saw that underneath the mask was a modern Western face. But this is an imaginary world after all. So Chu Chen turned around and looked at Mingda. Seeing this, Mingda stepped forward and looked closely at the person before him. He frowned and said, "Sir, this person looks like he's from the other side of the sea. That's the Kasa people?" "Kasa." Chu Chen looked at the handcuffed man in front of him in confusion. "Then why do they know our voices?" After hearing this, Mingda wondered how this young man didn't even know about the Kasa people, so he began to explain. After a stick of incense, Chu Chen roughly understood the origin of this man who looked like a foreigner. "I am now in the border area of the Wutua kingdom. After crossing this mountain, I will reach the seaside. On the other side of the sea is where the Nisa people live. The sea is not long, and if you have a large ship, you can reach it in one day. Therefore, in the past, the Wutua kingdom also sent people to the territory of the Hassa people. But the Kasa people were not friendly to the Wutua people. They sent out 200 people, but only about 10 of them escaped. According to those who returned, they were besieged by the Kasa people as soon as they landed, so the Wutua kingdom never went to the other side of the sea again. But why these people can speak the language here is unknown." Chu Chen frowned after listening to this, and suddenly felt a sense of conspiracy. Could it be that another country was causing trouble? But Chu Chen immediately dismissed this idea. If the so-called Kasa people really wanted to invade the country, why would they hide it? Back to the original idea, this should be for the emerald green jade. We will know the details after we try this live one. Chu Chen then turned to Mingda and ordered, "Find a house and bring this person inside. I want to interrogate him." After hearing this, Mingda ordered 2 soldiers to drag the Kasa man, whose leg was still bleeding, into a dim room. Chu Chen drove everyone out, then walked up to the Hassa man carrying the tetanus blade. "Name, gender, where you're gathered, and what do you want the green jade for? If you tell me any lies, my knife will not be unreasonable." Chu Chen kicked him on the waist and asked. The man opened his eyes and stared at Chu Chen intently, a scornful smile on his lips. "Kill me if you dare, and don't even think about getting a word out of me." Chu Chen shook his head upon seeing this. "Everyone said so at the beginning, but after I've done all this, everything is finally explained clearly." After saying that, he took out a dark stick from behind his back and said, "Go ahead, I'm too lazy to do it." After hearing this, the man turned his head away with an expression of being as calm as a dead pig. The wound on his thigh had become numb from the pain, and he didn't feel any pain at the moment. Seeing this, Chu Chen stabbed him in the waist with an electric baton. With a series of crackling sounds of electric arcs, the Kazakh man in front of him screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Speak now. My patience is limited." The Kazakh man, whose body was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside by the electric shock, clenched his teeth tightly and said nothing. "Not bad, pretty hard." After saying that, he looked at his bleeding wound, turned around, and took out a large hemostatic gauze and alcohol. You know what? Suddenly, I have some interest in studying medicine. Come, let me treat this wound for you. After saying that, he took a bottle of alcohol and poured it on the wound. The moment the alcohol entered the wound, the Kaza man's whole body tensed up and he began to scream. That's right. The first step in treating this wound is to disinfect it. Look, the bacteria have been killed. After saying this, he ignored the Kazakh man who was screaming and picked up the gauze to bandage him. After some operations, the Hassa man was surprised to find that the wound really stopped bleeding. Do you really want to heal my injury? After being surprised, the Kaza man looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled look. When he saw the rusty knife in Chu Chen's hand, he knew that if he was not treated in time, he would probably not survive. As a Kaza person, he had fought many wars with foreign tribes, so he naturally knew that not many people would survive if they were injured by this rusty iron. Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. Yes, it's cured. By the way, what did I say the first step was? Chu Chen looked at the Kazakh man with a puzzled look on his face and said, the Kazakh man also looked at Chu Chen as if he were a fool. Oh, I just have a bad memory. Let me try again. After saying that, Chu Chen took out a dagger from behind him and stabbed it into the Khazar's leg. In an instant, the Hassa people screamed in pain again. Then Chu Chen picked up the alcohol again. Look, as soon as I saw the wound, I remembered that the first step is to disinfect it. After saying that, he fell down. After being bandaged, the Kaza man was in excruciating pain. But Chu Chen suddenly said, the first step is disinfection. Do you remember what the second step is? After hearing this, the Kaza people looked at Chu Chen in horror, wondering what this madman was going to do. As expected, there was another wound and a piece of gauze bandaged on his leg. Half an hour later, the Kaza man looked like a mummy, his entire body wrapped in white gauze. You despicable Wutuwa people, if you dare, kill me. I, the Hassa people, will not tolerate insult from outsiders. After hearing this, Chu Chen did not say anything, but walked outside and called Yu Mingda in. Sir, you called me? Yes, today I will teach you how to stop the bleeding from a wound. Sir, I was taught this in the military camp after I joined the army. But when Yu Mingda saw the Kazakhs wrapped in white cloth in the corner, he stopped talking abruptly. You have been taught, but do you know how to disinfect? Sir, what is disinfection? Chu Chen didn't answer after hearing this, but walked up to the Hassa man and said, Look, the first step is disinfection. Then he tore open a wound on the Kaza man's leg and used a dagger to cut open the wound that had just stopped bleeding. The Hassa man was stunned instantly. Is this still a human being? It's simply a devil. Yu Mingda, who was standing by, was also horrified. This was a living person. Could it be that the wounds on his body? After Chu Chen cut open the wound, another bottle of alcohol was about to be poured. Sir, I'll tell you everything. Just don't pour that thing. Chapter 302, Robbery of the Lair and Jade. Chu Chen stopped abruptly after hearing this, turned his head to look at Yu Mingda, and said, What did he say? Sir, he said he would confess everything. Well, that's what I told you. If you had confessed earlier, you would have suffered less. After he finished speaking, his hand shook, and a bottle of alcohol fell precisely on the wound, causing the Kaza man to tremble with pain all over. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly picked up the alcohol bottle and said, Oops, sorry, my hands are shaking. Kazakhs, that mother... After saying that, she bandaged his wound again and tied a bow on it considerately. Then let Yu Mingda move him to a chair. Tell me now, while I'm a little tired, otherwise I won't be able to remember what the first step is. When the Hassa man heard Chu Chen say this, he immediately shouted, Disinfection, disinfection. The first step is disinfection. The second step is bandaging. Immediately afterwards, under Chu Chen's questioning, the Kaza man confessed everything he knew. He was originally an ordinary soldier of the Hassa tribe, living on the land behind a mountain. No one knows when, but a group of Daxia people suddenly appeared on this land. This man was extremely powerful. As soon as he entered the territory of the Hassa people, he conquered all the Hassa people in a city and took the position of city lord. The first thing he did when he became the city lord of the Hassa tribe was to ask them to find the emerald green stone. After collecting a large amount of jade on the Hassa continent, they turned their attention to the other side of the sea. That is the vassal state of Daxia, the Wutuwa kingdom, and the Nagampa kingdom. They first went to the Ganpu kingdom, but as soon as they revealed their idea of looking for the emerald green jade, they were attacked madly by the Ganpu kingdom. I had no choice but to come to this Wutuwa kingdom. Unexpectedly, they discovered that there was a mine in the government of Wutuwa state that could produce this kind of jade. So he managed to control Yanli Xuan and took the jade for more than a year. After a long time, they became impatient and thought of sending people to keep an eye on the jade mine. And according to their experience in mining on the Nysa continent, the jade mining here is almost coming to an end. Be prepared to collect at any time and return to the Hassa tribe's continent. I didn't expect to meet Chu Chen when I got here. After listening to this, Chu Chen asked the Hassa man, "How many of you are there in total, and how strong are you?" "We have a total of 200 people, most of whom are around the 7th rank, as Xia mentioned. But we lost over 100 people in Ganpu. Now we are inside Wu Tua's base, with less than 20 people left." Chu Chen frowned after hearing this. 200 7th grade masters were deployed at once. Doesn't this mean that these so-called Kaza people are full of masters? Then he asked again, "Among you Hassa people, is everyone so powerful?" "No, our strength comes from the mysterious Dasha man. It is he who made us strong, and that is why we came to Wu Tua." "So what did you say?" "That person also taught me." The more Chu Chen listened, the more incredible it seemed to him. How could someone suddenly improve their strength instantly? Could it be that he also possessed the spring water like the one in his own space? This aroused his strong interest in the Dasha people far away in Nysa. "What about the jade you collected this time?" "It's inside the base. Before we could transport it back, Where is the base?" After the Hassa people told him the location of the base, Chu Chen stood up. He turned to Yu Mingda and ordered, "Don't let him die before I come back." After saying that, he walked out. Yes, he was in the Hassa people's base in Wu Tua to get the jade essence. After leaving the jade mine, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out an off-road motorcycle. In less than 2 hours, a wooden house was seen in the distance. The place was desolate, the houses were temporary, and there was no one living around. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled and said, "You hit it quite well." After saying that, he put away the motorcycle and quickly ran towards the house. While running, a 95 machine gun with a drum magazine appeared in his hand. There are only more than 10 7th grade ones. I caught them by surprise. With this bullet from the drum, at least half of them will be killed. On the roof of the wooden house, a person in charge of watching the wind saw Chu Chen coming at high speed and immediately sounded the alarm. Then, a dozen Kaza people armed with weapons rushed out of the house in an instant. At this moment, they were not wearing masks and all looked like foreigners. "Who dares to?" Before the leader could finish his words, he heard a series of tapping sounds coming from the black stick in the hand of the newcomer. Then he felt a sweet taste in his throat and fell to the ground. Because the incident happened suddenly, these 10 or so people were sent away by Chu Chen before they could react. When the other people in the house heard the sound of the 95 machine gun, they also rushed out, shouting loudly in Hassa, "What's going on?" Then they fell at the door one by one. After emptying the magazine, Chu Chen waved his hand to put away the machine gun, then took out the tetanus blade and stepped into the house. There were only 2 people left in the house, standing tightly at the door of a room, looking at Chu Chen in confusion. "Is this filled with the emerald green jade?" "Who are you? How do you know that there is jade inside?" Chu Chen shook his head after hearing this and said, "Your IQ is not high." Then Uzi inside the cuffs roared. After dealing with the 2 people, Chu Chen kicked the door open, and what caught his eye was the densely stacked boxes. Chu Chen looked at the door vigilantly and opened the boxes one by one with a knife. "Holy crap, I'm rich. This mine has produced so much in just over a year." After saying that, he waved his hand and put all the boxes and the clothes and masks of the people outside into the space. Then he flashed out of the space and left the place in a few breaths. After returning to the mine, Chu Chen thought of another possibility. Why do the Dasha people far away in the Kasa continent want so many jades? Would they use them or not? So he went into the room where the Hassa man was imprisoned and asked, "Has that person used up all the jade mined on your Hassa continent?" "Sir, I'm just an ordinary soldier. How would I know?" "Oh, it seems you want to disinfect again." Chu Chen raised his eyebrows and took out a bottle of alcohol from behind him. "Sir, I heard from our general that he seemed to have stored all the jades in a huge warehouse, and no one has seen them since." After hearing this, Chu Chen turned around and walked out of the room. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Hassa tribe's continent. Chu Chen muttered to himself as he walked towards Yumingda. One is curiosity about the so-called Dasha people. The other Chu Chen wanted to take a gamble. What if he really hadn't used up all the jade? He had the space in his hands, and he probably wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't grab some. Chapter 303. crossing the ocean to find the jade essence. Thinking of this, Chu Chen walked to Yu Mingda's barracks. Is what that young master said true? That's right. From now on, Wu Tuo will no longer be threatened by the Kasa people. You can focus on mining in peace. Yu Mingda couldn't help but feel delighted after hearing this. What's in there? After listening to him, Chu Chen said to him, let me tell you, the first step in bandaging a wound is disinfection, and the best disinfectant is that strong liquor. After hearing this, Yu Mingda immediately gave him a look that said, I understand. Okay, let's get down to business. How can we get to the Hassa tribe's continent? By ship, sir. Are you going to the country of Kasa? Yu Mingda looked at Chu Chen in surprise and asked, Nonsense. How could I not know that it's a boat ride? What I want to ask is if anyone has been to that place, take me there. Sir, I will go find someone for you right now, but they may not be able to escort you to that continent. Oh, why is that? Maybe he's afraid of being killed. Chu Chen thought it made sense when he heard it, but he immediately thought about it again. Since the Kaza people can come to Wu Tuo and go back, they will definitely leave a large ship or personnel on the shore to wait for their return. Why bother yourself? Just let them take care of it. So he patted Yu Mingda on the shoulder and said, Okay, then don't make things difficult for me. Keep an eye on the jade mine during this period. All the jade cannot be lost. Also, release that man, then follow him secretly. If he goes to the beach, let him go. If not, catch him again. Finally, take good care of Miss Xiaoyu. When I come back, if she loses even a hair, I'll hold you responsible. After saying this, Chu Chen walked out of the mine in a flash, facing Yu Mingda's puzzled look. After walking outside, Chu Chen took out a compass and rushed out in the direction of the coast that Yu Mingda had pointed out before. Yu Mingda shook his head, turned around, and walked into the room. He untied the ropes and said, Our master has already killed all your companions. You have been rewarded for providing information, so you can go now. The Kazakh man was delighted after hearing this and immediately stretched out his handcuffed hands towards Yu Mingda. Thank you, sir. What about these shackles? Yu Mingda picked up the handcuffs and looked at them, then shook his head. Well, the young master didn't tell me to open them, so I can't open them. You should go back to Hassa and find a way. After saying that, he grabbed the Hassa man and threw him out of the jade mine. The Hassa man stopped for a while, but found that he couldn't get rid of the thing no matter what, so he ran towards the beach with a helpless look on his face. Chu Chen ran, flew, and rode a motorcycle all the way. After a night of trekking, he traveled until dawn the next day and finally arrived at a mountain on the coast. The sun looked towards the sea and saw a large ship parked there quietly. There were some tents set up on the beach, and about dozens of people wearing masks were setting off fireworks on the beach. Seeing this, Chu Chen turned and ran to the side, then entered the sea in a place where they could not see him. He waved his hand and took out an assault boat and a propeller, then made a big circle and came to the other side of the ship. After folding up the assault boat, he jumped a few times and lay down on the top roof of the wooden cabin on the big ship. The cabin of this large ship is 3 stories high, and above the 3rd story is a platform built with wooden planks. There is nothing up there, and judging by the level of dust, it seems almost no one comes here. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately took out a mattress and a sleeping bag and lay down comfortably on them to recuperate. If his judgment was correct, the people who were released would definitely come back here and then escape back to the country of Nysa. At that time, I'll be able to follow this big ship to the other side of the sea. Just as expected, after Chu Chen waited for about a day, a staggering figure ran towards the group of tents on the beach. About half an hour later, everyone packed up their tents and ran towards the ship. The person who was released was now being carried. Perhaps because of the long journey, he was now very weak. Looking through the telescope at his flushed face, he must be having a fever. His tetanus blade wasn't just for show, it was too rusty after all. Moreover, Chu Chen sealed the wound directly after stabbing him a few times. The wound was so deep, and it was in an oxygen-free environment, a tetanus infection. Shortly after the group of people boarded the ship, the big ship turned around and left the coastline overnight. Chu Chen was lying on the roof with a compass, a notebook, and a pen at his side, recording the direction of the ship all the way. Perhaps because the weather was good, the ship was not as bumpy as Chu Chen had imagined. After driving for a whole night and a day, Chu Chen finally saw the coastline appearing in the distance. Chu Chen waved his hand and put away all the things around him, then stood up and stretched, then looked up at the deck. I saw that the person who was carried onto the big ship yesterday was now surrounded by a group of people, muttering something. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen saw him being carried by everyone and thrown into the sea. As the ship slowly approached the shore, Chu Chen began to dress himself up. He put on stab-proof clothing and the clothes he had snatched from the Hassa man's house, tied a tactical belt inside the clothes, and fastened his weapon. He quickly got off the boat. After getting off, Chu Chen saw many people dressed like him walking around with weapons in their hands. Chu Chen smiled slightly when he saw this. It seems that this should be the soldier of the Hassa tribe. This way, I can save myself a lot of trouble. At this moment, a group of masked men shouted towards Chu Chen, "Soldier, come here." When Chu Chen heard this, he was shocked. This guy actually used the Daxia language. Could it be that the legendary Daxia man has already popularized speech in this country? After hearing this, Chu Chen immediately nodded and walked towards the man. "Hey, you're not dumb, but you're not deaf either. Why don't you greet me when you see me?" The reason why Chu Chen didn't dare to speak was because he didn't know how to address her. Now I can use what I've learned right away. "Sir, I just found this there, and I was wondering if it was something you lost." After he finished speaking, a pile of silver appeared in Chu Chen's hand. The soldier looked at the silver in Chu Chen's hand and immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chu Chen's hand. "You're a good kid, very sensible. By the way, which team are you from?" "Forget it. No matter which team you are in, you will follow me from now on. Remember, call me Master Puss from now on." Upon seeing this, Chu Chen quickly said to the masked soldier in front of him, "Master Puss, from now on I will be your most loyal soldier." "Haha, okay, follow me." After saying that, he took Chu Chen and walked towards the center of the city. Chapter 304. Beach appears in space. Chu Chen looked around this so-called Kaza city and saw that the buildings were actually very similar to those in Daxia. Most of them were made of stone and mud, but the only difference was that the tiles they used were not the style of tiles used in Daxia. As they walked, Chu Chen followed them to a huge palace. This palace looks very new and its style is the same as that of the palace in Daxia. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately guessed that this should be the residence of the Daxia man, and it should be considered the city lord's mansion. It seems that this mysterious Daxia man has built up a career here. What a powerful force it takes to be able to enslave a city of an entire nation. The closer he got to the hall, the more excited and curious Chu Chen's face became. He couldn't wait to see who this legendary Daxia man was. The man named Puss took him into a side hall, then pointed to a small compartment next to the door and kicked Chu Chen in. "You will stay here tonight and go out on patrol with me tomorrow morning." After saying that, he walked inside, seemingly not very interested in Chu Chen. Chu Chen lay obediently in the cubicle, thinking to himself, "I don't understand the legendary Daxia people who can improve people's strength. Otherwise, I'll just give you a few boxes of grenades." The cubicle is not big, and there's only a small bed inside that can accommodate one person to rest. Seeing this, Chu Chen closed the door and sat on the bed, listening to the sounds around him. After a while, the wooden door next door was opened, footsteps were heard, and then the sound of two people talking could be heard. "Brother, when do you think the city lord will be able to meet with us and help us improve our strength? You want to be beautiful, but you can't speak standard Daxia dialect. Wait until you learn to speak it properly." The two were chatting in the awkward Daxia language. Chu Chen instantly became interested and put his ear to the wooden board and listened quietly. "Ah, look at our captain. He's brought back quite a few people to prepare for next month's competition." "That's right. Having more people doesn't mean a greater chance of winning. As long as we win, our captain will be able to become the master." Chu Chen listened for a long time, but didn't get much useful information, so he quickly entered the space. He came to the spring, picked up the ladle, and started drinking. After a while, "Hey, the energy contained in this water seems to have increased a little," Chu Chen said in surprise, and ran towards the boxes. He turned them over, only to find that the emerald green jade essence had disappeared without a trace. Then he turned around and ran towards the storefront of the seed company, only to see that another store had appeared outside the seed company. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen jumped up excitedly. It seems that the jade essence he collected from Wutua Kingdom has caused his space to change again. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen ran around the entire space. Indeed, many shops appeared in the space. What made him even happier was that directly opposite the shopping mall, after passing through those buildings, there was an open space with about dozens of square meters of sand. Seeing this, Chu Chen grabbed a handful and almost jumped up with excitement. "Is this sea sand?" "Yeah, Isn't there a harbor across from them all? Harbors, docks, containers, large cruise ships, and yachts, and the like. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. Thinking of this, Chu Chen could no longer suppress his joy and rolled around on the dozens of square meters of beach like a fool. You know, there are so many containers at a seaport terminal, which must hold so much supplies. If a few warships could be parked on the sea, there would be no need to worry about the lack of powerful weapons. It seems that I have to keep going on this path of collecting the so-called jade essence. Chu Chen was eager to see the day when the entire harbor and terminal would appear. After the excitement, he slipped away from Chu Chen and left the space again, lying on the small cubicle bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chu Chen was woken up by someone outside. Get up and go on patrol. Chu Chen got up immediately after hearing this. Follow the main group and walk outside. When we walked into a huge room, we saw the soldiers taking off their masks and starting to eat breakfast. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately retreated to the back of the team. Hey, brother, why don't you move forward? At this moment, a soldier behind him saw Chu Chen retreating and asked, Big brother, I'm not that hungry yet. Let everyone else eat first. The man's expression couldn't be seen through the mask, but he said, Hey, this is the first time I've seen someone like you. What did you say? Lao Zhu? Is your last name Zhu? Is there anything strange? Is there anyone in Kazakhstan with the surname Zhu? Chu Chen asked doubtfully. The man laughed out loud after hearing this. Who said I? Old Zhu. Am from Kazakhstan? I am from Daxia. Chu Chen became even more confused when he heard this. Daxia people? Could it be that this so-called Daxia city lord came to Kasa alone and brought Daxia people with him? If this is true, then it will be much easier for me to act in the future. At least this face will not bring me any trouble. So you're from Daxia, brother. When did you come to Kasa? I've been here for over a year. Why, brother, are you new here? Chu Chen immediately made a connection after hearing this. If this person could take off the mask and show the appearance of the Daxia person, then this point could be confirmed. So I leaned over to his ear and whispered, Brother Zhu, I'm new here and don't know a lot of things. Do you know where I can start a fire? Let's go have some small meals. The soldier named Lao Zhu became interested instantly when he heard Chu Chen talk about having special meals. So he quietly pulled him out of the cafeteria. Brother, can you really get that special food? No problem. But what about this patrol? It's okay. I'll take you to a secret place. As he said that, he pulled Chu Chen, who was carrying someone on his back, and quietly walked into a small alley. Then, after turning several corners, he stepped into a house. When Chu Chen opened the door, he saw a Kazakh woman busying herself inside. Husband, are you back? When the woman saw the two masked men enter the room, she immediately stood up and spoke. Seeing this, old Zhu quickly took off his mask and said to the woman, Go make a fire. We need to eat. Chu Chen took a look at the face under Lao Zhu's mask and felt relieved instantly. Behind the mask was indeed the face of a Daxia person. So he took off his mask. Then he took out a few packets of instant noodles from the soldier's small cloth bag. Chapter 305. People from Daxia fleeing from famine. Brother Zhu, sister-in-law, no need to bother. Just give me 3 bowls and some boiling water. Hey, what's that thing you got? This is noodles. It tastes delicious. By the way, my name is Chu Chen, and I haven't asked for Brother Zhu's name yet. Uh-huh. My name is Zhu Daniu. You could just call me Brother Zhu. After hearing what Chu Chen said, the woman turned around and went back to the kitchen. After a while, she brought out a pot of boiling water and 3 large bowls. Chu Chen quickly opened the instant noodles and soaked all of them in it. After a while, the aroma of instant noodles filled the whole house. Okay, Brother Zhu, sister-in-law, come and eat noodles. The 3 of them sat at the table. Zhu Daniu smelled the aroma of instant noodles, picked up the bowl without any hesitation, and started eating. Brother Chu, you just came to Hassa now. Could it be that Daxia has suffered another disaster? Disaster? Chu Chen put down his bowl immediately after hearing this. Brother Zhu, did you come to Hassa because of a disaster? After hearing this, Zhu Ilong looked at Chu Chen like he was a fool. Could it be that you came to Kasa for no reason, brother? No. I'm from Wuda. When Daxia was struck by disaster, I fled to Wuta with my family, and then came to Kasa. Next, Zhu Daniu seemed to be still savoring the taste of the instant noodles. He simply stopped patrolling and started chatting with Chu Chen. After more than an hour, Chu Chen finally managed to find out a lot of information through indirect means. These so-called masked soldiers are called ghost-face soldiers. At first, it was the Kazo army. When Daxia was hit by a snowstorm, a mysterious Daxia man came here with a group of men. Each of them had amazing fighting power, and they conquered the leader of the Ghostface army in a very short time. It was natural for him to take over the team and become the lord of this city in the country of Hassa. Although Kasa is a country, there are constant wars between cities every year, and the people are living in dire straits. This place is full of competition, and its development speed is far slower than that of Daxia. After he came here, he quickly put down the war and allowed the people to live a peaceful life. Then they rectified military discipline, developed planting, unified the language, writing, and currency, and gradually turned this place into a city similar to Daxia. In order to fill the city with Daxia culture, the mysterious city lord sent people back and brought many refugees from Daxia into the territory of the Kasa people. Co-produced with the Hassa people, intermarried. In this regard, the Kasa people in this city have escaped the suffering of war and are grateful to the city lord and are very supportive. This is also why Zhu Dainyu was able to join the army and marry a Kazakh woman in the territory of the Kazakh people. After hearing this, Chu Chen understood this person's intention. This guy wanted to slowly assimilate a nation thousands of miles away and create another great Xia. It seems that this person is the pride of the Xia people. But my purpose is not this, what I want is the jade. Then he asked again, have you met our city lord, Brother Zhu? Brother, what are you talking about? We are just refugees on the verge of starvation in Daxia. The Lord City Lord is so high and mighty that we can only kneel before him. How can we possibly admire his grace? Hearing what Zhu Dainyu said, Chu Chen thought that this city lord not only had amazing martial arts skills, but his brainwashing skills were also very powerful. Then he asked again, Brother Zhu, the Kasa kingdom is such a large territory. Are we Daxia people only able to join the army? Since this was only Chu Chen's first day in Kasa country, he entered the small box as soon as he arrived and had not seen any outsiders yet. Haha, Brother Chu, don't you usually go out to see the city? There are quite a few people from Daxia on the streets. Hearing Zhu Dainyu say this, Chu Chen immediately came up with an idea. Since the people of Daxia can walk freely on the streets, why should I join the army? If you go out and become an ordinary citizen, your chances of getting close to the so-called city lord and obtaining the jade essence will be much greater. So Chu Chen quickly said goodbye to Zhu Dainyu, walked outside, found a place where there was no one, changed into ordinary clothes in an instant, and ran towards the main street. After entering the main street, Chu Chen almost dropped his jaw in shock. The streets were bustling with people from the Naisa and Daxia groups. At the end of the street is a city gate. On both sides of the gate are high city walls, and the walls are covered with masked soldiers. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked towards the city gate and saw two big words written on it, Dragon City. Fuck, that's a really domineering name. Chu Chen muttered slowly, turned around, and walked towards a restaurant that looked very lively. In the restaurant, the waiter saw Chu Chen, dressed in luxurious clothes, coming in and immediately came forward to greet him. Sir, how many people are dining? Chu Chen took out a 10 liang ingot of silver without thinking. Bring out all the good wine and food from your house to me, the young master. Okay, please come in, sir. The waiter took the silver and led Chu Chen to a seat by the window. After a while, a table full of food and wine was served. Sir, take your time. If you need anything, you can call me. Chu Chen waved his hand to drive the waiter away, and then pricked up his ears. If you want to get information, this is undoubtedly a great place. Look, two wealthy-looking young men at the next table started chatting. Brother Imo, what gifts have you prepared for the city lord's birthday the day after tomorrow? Ha! Everyone knows that our city lord likes to collect jade. I've prepared a great gift this time. Oh, then Brother Imo, tell me about it. I can't say it. I can't say it. By the way, Brother Zhou, how did that Hassa girl taste at the Purple Moon Tower last night? Chu Chen turned his head immediately when he heard it. He was in the same department as Jiomengzi. But on this city lord birthday, we have to see if there is any chance. At this moment, the table opposite also started chatting. Someone took out a bottle of perfume and placed it on the table. See guys, I brought this from the fragrance pavilion. I'm going to give it to the city lord. When Chu Chen saw the perfume, what a coincidence. It was exactly the thing he sold. Come on, do you think the city lord, a man, would like this thing? That's wrong. If the city lord doesn't need it, then we still have the city lord's wife. Haha, you don't understand. Our city lord doesn't like women, and you're still giving him this? He is not interested in women. Could he be a hermaphrodite like Eunuch Wei? Chu Chen was eating while collecting information from the side. Haha, I heard from my neighbor's eldest brother's third uncle that our city loves delicious food. There are all kinds of strange and wonderful foods in the world. If you want to give me a gift, you have to think of a way to do it. As soon as Chu Chen heard about delicious food, he instantly became interested. After all, delicious food is something he has no shortage of. Chapter 306, City Lord's Mansion Takeaway Barbecue. But there is no information at all on how to deliver this gift. So he walked over to the next room with his wine glass in hand and said, "Brothers, how should we give the gifts to the City Lord's birthday that you just mentioned?" When they saw Chu Chen coming over with a wine glass, they looked at him in confusion. "My dear little brother, you don't even know this? Go to the gate of the City Lord's Mansion. There's a place dedicated to receiving gifts from all over the world. If you have something good that the City Lord likes, you will be rich." Amid their contemptuous looks, Chu Chen suddenly came up with a plan. "Haha, I don't go out very often. Sorry to bother you all." "It's okay. Little brother, you have to go out more often if you have nothing to do." Chu Chen exchanged pleasantries as he left the restaurant and turned to walk towards the City Lord's mansion. "If you like delicious food, then I will give you a delicious food temptation. There are plenty of delicious food in my space. If you send a gift but can't even see the person, the chance of getting close to them is slim. So this small barbecue that makes people want to eat more is the best way. At present, I have no idea who the City Lord is, what he looks like, or how powerful he is. And did he use the jade essence or store it somewhere? Or is there someone behind this so-called City Lord? I don't know any of this information. If I fly into the City Lord's mansion to investigate, it would be quite dangerous. Although he had space and his life was not a problem, if he alerted the enemy, it would be more difficult to get in again in the future. Therefore, the best way Chu Chen could think of at the moment was to get close to the City Lord. If he could become friends with him, he would have more opportunities to take action. Since the City Lord likes delicious food, a barbecue restaurant is the first step. Thinking of this, Chu Chen walked to the street in front of the City Lord's mansion. I chose a store closest to the City Lord's mansion and walked in. "Sir, please take a look at what you want." This is a shop run by a Kazakh person selling some small local Kazakh items. But Chu Chen observed outside for half a day and found that no one came. The owner was a little old man who was not dressed richly. It seemed that business was not good. So Chu Chen chose this one at first sight. "Boss, are you selling a specialty of Casa?" "Dear guest from Dacia, yes, is there anything you like?" The shopkeeper has been standing here for a long time, and suddenly a customer comes in. He can't let him run away. "Hey, what's the big Xia guest? We are family, aren't we?" Chu Chen said with a familiar look on his face. Yes, that's right. Ever since our respected City Lord has brought peace to us, we are all one family. We are the people of Dragon City." "Haha, that's true, but I think the shopkeeper's business... To be honest, sir, I'm an old man with no ties. I'm just running this shop to support myself in my old age." Chu Chen immediately thought this was a good idea, so he quickly said, "At your age, you should go home and retire. You shouldn't be so busy. I also want to do some business. Can you sell this shop to me?" The old shopkeeper stood up as soon as he heard this and said, "Sir, this place is right next to the City Lord's mansion. It's safe and secure, and the shop is across the street. This price is not cheap." When the old shopkeeper heard that Chu Chen wanted to buy this place, he was overjoyed. "I have long wanted to stop defending this shabby shop, but since it is close to the City Lord's mansion, everyone faces the majesty of the City Lord's mansion, and business here is not easy. But Chu Chen is different. His main goal is to attract people from the City Lord's mansion." "No problem, boss. Tell me the number." In less than half an hour, Chu Chen received the deed to the shop after paying 300 taels of silver. Behind the shop, there is a well and a small house, which Chu Chen does not mind. We stayed here that night. In the evening, Chu Chen waved his hand and collected all the small accessories in the store into the space. Then he took out a set of barbecue equipment, as well as a large number of meat skewers and various seasonings. There was also a barbecue restaurant in the space. He took down a sign on the door, took out a piece of white paper, and wrote the big words, "Lao Wang's Barbecue," next door with a brush. After doing all this, Chu Chen turned around and got into bed. Early the next morning, a group of ghost-masked soldiers at the gate of the City Lord's mansion suddenly smelled an extremely fragrant scent through the masks. "Brother, what smells so good? I seem to be hungry again." "Me too. Come on, you two, go check it out." Hearing the eldest brother's words, two ghost-faced soldiers came towards this side after smelling the fragrance. "Would you two soldiers like to have some barbecue?" Chu Chen greeted them warmly while sprinkling a handful of cumin. Shopkeeper Wang, this barbecue? How do you sell it? Shopkeeper Wang? What was going on? When Chu Chen glanced at his own sign, he instantly understood. In ancient times, didn't people like to use surnames as signs? Haha, today is the first day of business. We are free. You two soldiers can take some back and try it. After saying that, he grabbed a handful of barbecue and stuffed it into the hands of the ghost-faced soldier. Shopkeeper Wang, this, thank you so much. The two ghost-faced soldiers trotted towards the gate of the city lord's mansion with the barbecue. At this moment, Chu Chen turned his head and saw the proprietress of the bun shop next door looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. So he turned to her and smiled. Boss, come on, have some barbecue. The bun shop owner looked at Chu Chen in confusion, then glanced at his wife who was staring at Chu Chen. He took the barbecue and pulled his wife into the house. Chu Chen watched him do this, then looked at his own brand, wondering if ancient people also had this kind of crisis awareness. But my surname is not Wang, it's Chu. Besides, after the two soldiers returned, they went into a small room at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Brother, there's a shopkeeper named Lao Wang who probably lives next door. He sells something called barbecue, and it smells really good. After saying that, he handed the barbecue to the leader of the ghost-faced army. Seeing this, the leader of the ghost-masked army sniffed, tore off his mask, and took a bite of the skewer. Hey, it's not only fragrant, but also delicious. Come on, here's your reward. Soon, the entire entrance of the city lord's mansion was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Chu Chen also stayed in the shop for a long time. In this place where the food is already bland, the sudden emergence of a barbecue restaurant instantly attracted a lot of attention. Chu Chen was grilling and shouting, and half a day later, the whole area was filled with the smell of barbecue. At this moment, inside the city lord's mansion, behind a large snow-white tent, a figure sitting on a large seat holding a long sword was sniffing fiercely. Then he said coldly to the people outside the tent, "Go out and see what smells so good." Chapter 307. Food is the most tempting. After hearing this, the people outside bowed to the people sitting there and then left. After a while, the man returned to the outside of the city lord's tent and handed some skewers of meat into the tent on a plate. Then he said, "City Lord, there's a new shop called Next Door Lao Wang Barbecue that's opening. They sell this. I've tried it. It's delicious and non-toxic." Oh, barbecue? That's a novel name. After saying that, the person in the big tent picked up the somewhat cold skewer of meat, took a bite, and suddenly began to chew it with big mouthfuls. After a while, "Not bad, it tastes good, but it's a little cold. My lord, I went to the door of that shop. Freshly baked ones do taste better. I wanted to heat them up before serving them to you, but I'm afraid they'll lose their flavor. It's okay, you can leave now." After the city lord finished speaking, the people outside left the house. But when he looked behind the big tent again, it was suddenly empty and the city lord was no longer visible. It was already past noon. When some ordinary people heard that the delivery would only take half a day and the price would return to 100 coins per string in the afternoon, the number of people surrounding the shop suddenly decreased by more than half. This was also what Chu Chen did on purpose. He wanted to set a high price so that he could drive away many people who came to join the fun. With half a day free, the streets of the entire Longsheng are now full of people talking about this new barbecue. What's more, some have already begun to imitate Chu Chen's approach. Looking at the sparse crowd, Chu Chen was grilling their board, glancing towards the city lord's mansion from time to time. Suddenly, a cold voice came. "Shopkeeper Wang, how much is this barbecue?" After hearing this, Chu Chen looked up and saw a young man in white clothes standing in front of the barbecue stall, looking at him coldly and speaking. "Sir, 100 coins a string, no bargaining." "Okay, grill me 100 skewers." "What did you say?" Chu Chen raised his head and looked at the person in confusion. Chu Chen thought to himself that you are going to tire me to death. 100 skewers. Could it be that Shopkeeper Wang is out of ingredients? Well, yes, but I'm a little tired today, so I can only grill 20 skewers at most. Haha, this is quite unique, the young man in white said as he walked into the shop and sat down at the table. Chu Chen turned around and looked at him and immediately realized that something was wrong. Although this man is dressed like a young man, he has a petite figure, no Adam's apple, and his chest muscles are a bit exaggerated. Seeing this, he instantly understood what was going on. I thought that a woman dressed as a man would attract beautiful women, but the streets were full of young ladies walking around freely. So could there be something strange about this person? So after a while, Chu Chen came with a plate with a pile of grilled skewers on it, walked straight to the man, and sat down. Shopkeeper Wong, this is... Oh, I see you have a kind face, and I'd like to make friends. If you don't mind, would you mind having a barbecue and a few drinks together? After saying that, Chu Chen took out a bottle of red wine and two high-heeled glasses from behind him. The young man in white took the goblet and looked at it. Shopkeeper Wong, this wine glass is made of colored glass. Chu Chen was surprised when he heard it and said, Yes, it is made of that colored glass. How about it? Do you like it, young master? Ah, Shopkeeper Wong, you're joking. It's so crystal clear without any impurities. Why wouldn't you like it? Chu Chen smiled when he heard that and poured him a glass of red wine. It is such a pleasure to drink with beautiful women on such a beautiful day in a foreign country. Chu Chen's mood also improved a lot because of this. After a few drinks, Chu Chen took a deep look at the girl dressed as a man in front of him. Sir, it's getting late. How about we drink another day? Shopkeeper Wong, it's such a beautiful day. Why wait until another day? As it is today, I'll take over your shop. After saying that, the young man in white opposite took out a huge ingot of silver from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Chu Chen looked at the silver and then looked at him. Sir, you are so generous. Which young master in Dragon City is this? After saying that, he picked up the silver on the table and closed the door of the shop halfway. He simply sat down and said, In that case, let me open your eyes today. After saying that, he picked up the iron pan, and after a few delicious side dishes were added to the table. Chu Chen looked at the girl's dress and knew that she was not an ordinary person. She was generous and had a lot of money. The war in Dragon City had just ended, and the people's lives were not very affluent. And since this person doesn't reveal her real identity, her identity becomes interesting. Chu Chen looked up at the City Lord's mansion and thought to himself that perhaps only the people in the City Lord's mansion could be so rich and afraid of being discovered. So I took a gamble and bet that she was from the City Lord's mansion. Doesn't the City Lord like delicious food? I fed this person today so that she could go in and promote the business. Shopkeeper Wong, are all these from your hands? The young man opposite didn't seem to want to reveal his identity, but changed the subject and talked about the side dishes. Seeing this, Chu Chen did not ask. That's right, I don't have any other skills, but this cooking skill is inherited from my ancestors. I'm afraid it's unique in Longcheng. The young man in white didn't say anything. He reached out, picked up a piece of side dish, and put it into his mouth. In an instant, a light flashed in his eyes. Then, he started eating and drinking without paying any attention to his image. After having a satisfying meal and drinking, the young man in white had no intention of leaving, but instead laid down on the recliner that Chu Chen had placed beside him. Looking at her graceful posture, Chu Chen twitched his lips and said to her, Sir, if you were a girl, all the men in Dragon City would probably come to you. The young man in white turned his head and looked at Chu Chen as soon as he heard it. Shopkeeper Wong is not only an excellent cook, but also a great talker. Even a grown man like me can't help but feel a little shy when you praise me. Chu Chen rolled his eyes involuntarily after hearing this, thinking to himself, You are just a woman. Why are you pretending in front of me here? But he said, Now, under the leadership of the Lord of the City, the people of Dragon City live and work in peace and contentment, without the ravages of war. Everyone has a love for beauty, so why should I praise it? What a happy life for the people. Shopkeeper Wong must be new to Dragon City. Why is he so impressed by the City Lord? When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself, Oh no, I'm being investigated. However, since this girl could say that she was new to Longcheng, then she must be from the City Lord's mansion without a doubt. So he said without hiding anything, To be honest, sir, I'm originally from Daxia. Unfortunately, due to years of natural disasters, I fled to Wutoa. Later, I heard that Dragon City was a paradise for Daxia people, so I secretly boarded a large ship to Dragon City. I didn't expect that when I landed, I was really surprised. Chapter 308, Smoothly Entering the City Lord's Mansion. Oh, you're honest. However, with your ability, it should not be difficult for you to make a living in Wutoa. How did you come to this Dragon City? The young man in white listened to Chu Chen's words and asked again. Let's not talk about that barren land of Wutoa. A real man has ambitions to travel far and wide. Why not use this body of flesh and blood to travel around the world? A real man has great ambitions. The young man in white laughed and stood up after saying this. All right, Shopkeeper Wong, Let's call it a day today. Can we talk again tomorrow at this time? That's great. After the young man in white finished speaking, he walked out of the shop and headed towards the street, disappearing in an instant. After a while, inside the city lord's mansion, outside the big tent, a man was kneeling on the ground and said to the people behind the tent, I have checked again and found that this person has indeed come here recently. I was taken to the military camp, and after having a meal of noodles with that ghost-faced soldier Judaniu, I came here and opened a barbecue stall. Oh, how strong is this person? I can't see through him. He doesn't have any warrior aura. Maybe he's just an ordinary person. After the young man in white left, Chu Chen stared at his disappearing back for a long time. According to his own experience, he could tell that this person was extremely powerful, probably even as strong as Zhu Liuxiang, because he exuded the same warrior aura as Zhu Liuxiang, Jiu Mengzi, and others. It's not the kind of power that comes from within your body. If this person is the confidant or mistress of the City Lord, then the City Lord of Dragon City may have a way to convert the energy of the Jade Essence into warrior strength. Because up to now, Chu Chen has never seen such a young 10th grade Grandmaster, which means that this person's strength must have been forcibly improved by someone. Such a person in the City Lord's mansion has the strength of Zhu Liuxiang. The City Lord's mansion must be a den of dragons and tigers. It seems that the mayor of Dragon City is becoming more and more interesting. On the second day, Chu Chen closed half of the shop at this time as promised. And on the table, there was a boiling hot pot. In addition to the hot pot, there is also a bottle of women's perfume next to it. This bottle of perfume has never been sold. Only a few women have used it. The purpose of using this is to please this woman. If the City Lord's birthday is coming soon, then, as a cook, Shopkeeper Wang, you are indeed punctual. After a while, the pretendingly neutral voice came from outside. Businessmen should always be honest and trustworthy. Come, take a seat. Oh, this is what we prepared today, the young man in white said, pointing at the hot pot. This is called hot pot. You could try it later. By the way, this is the perfume I brought from Daxia. How about giving it to you, young master? After saying that, Chu Chen handed over the bottle of perfume. The young man in white took the perfume from Chu Chen's hand, and then a look of joy flashed across his face for a moment. Then he immediately resumed his aloof demeanor. It's rare that Shopkeeper Wang is so kind. I'd be remiss not to do so. After saying that, he hid the perfume into the clothes in front of his somewhat exaggerated chest muscles, as if he was hiding a treasure. Then I picked up the chopsticks and was addicted to it in one bite. Not surprisingly. After 3 rounds of drinks, the young man in white stood up and said, Shopkeeper Wang, you cook me food in various ways and give me perfume. What's your intention? Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. This person is not stupid, so he stopped trying to hide it. Young lady, you really have a good eye. I've suffered so much all the way here. I wanted to join the army and find a good job, but that's not my ambition. I accidentally heard in the restaurant that the City Lord's birthday is coming soon, and I have great cooking skills but can't put them to use. I originally wanted to open a barbecue restaurant to make a name for myself, but I didn't expect to meet you, girl. So, with the gift of perfume, can I enter the City Lord's mansion and get a job? The young man in white kept staring at Chu Chen's eyes while Chu Chen was speaking. After a long time, he finally walked in front of Chu Chen. I'm very curious. How did Shopkeeper Wang know that I'm a girl? Chu Chen was confused after hearing this. Is this really important? So my mind suddenly jumped, and I blurted out, girl, this is a little exaggerated. After saying that, he pointed with his clumsy hands. The young man in white blushed instantly after hearing this. Lecher, is this what you call the way you judge people? Chu Chen thought to himself that this was bad. This was ancient times. If he talked about other people without reason, this guy might suddenly attack and hurt people. So he quickly said, Girl, I didn't mean to do it, but your cover-up is too poor. Young lady, you must be a noble lady in the City Lord's mansion. If you feel that I have offended you, I will leave it to you to deal with. After saying that, he took a step back and stretched his neck. Girl, the knife is over there. The meat is over here. You can cut whatever you want. However, Chu Chen put his hands behind his back and turned on the safety of the Uzi behind him. As long as this woman makes the slightest move to chop him with a knife, he will pull the trigger at her without hesitation. The woman in front of him stared at Chu Chen for a while, then laughed. Interesting, you are not afraid of death. Girl, you're joking. Who isn't afraid of death? But it's better to die gracefully than to live a cowardly life. Okay, We've eaten and drunk the wine, and we'll come back tomorrow." After saying that, the girl turned and walked towards the door. "Miss, where's my job as a cook in the city lord's mansion? Also, what's your name?" Chu Chen asked anxiously when he saw her leave. The girl did not look back, but waved to Chu Chen behind her and uttered 2 words, "Lung Shuang." "Lung Shuang? No wonder he's so cold." Chu Chen muttered something, turned around, and walked into the store. After a while, they arrived at a huge room in the city lord's mansion. A figure stood before a bronze mirror, untied the restraints on his body, and then rubbed his body in front of the mirror. Then he picked up a bottle of perfume on the table, sprayed it on himself a few times, and said, "Interesting, really interesting." Early the next morning, Chu Chen had just opened the door of the shop when a team of ghost-faced soldiers walked straight to the front of the shop. Chu Chen was shocked when he saw this scene. "My dear soldiers, what is this?" "Shopkeeper Wang, the city lord's mansion invites you." Chu Chen was delighted after hearing this. As expected, being handsome has many advantages. So he quickly said, "Then I'll trouble you all to wait for a moment while I clean up." After saying this, he turned around and went into the house without waiting for the soldier to reply. "Put on stab-proof clothing, a tactical belt, knee pads, shoulder pads, etc. Put on your weapons and put on clothes on the outside." Then he walked out, handed a silver ingot to the leading soldier, and said, "Sir, I wonder if we can go to the city lord's mansion." The leading soldier looked at the silver in his hand and said, "Haha, there's no need to panic, Manager Wang. This is good news." After saying that, he took Chu Chen into the gate of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 309, The City Lord is a Girl. After Chu Chen stepped into the city lord's mansion, he looked him up and down. The layout inside was not much different from Lan Tianlei's city lord's mansion in Daxia, except that it was more majestic and taller. After passing through 3 gates, Chu Chen finally saw an exquisite back garden. The yard is filled with birdsong and flowers, and various rockery and flowing water crisscross each other. It is no less beautiful than Zhou Shishuan's back garden. There is a big lake in the middle of the garden, and in the middle of the lake there is a rockery. On top of the rockery, there is a pavilion surrounded by a large tent. At this moment, a tinkling sound of piano was heard from the pavilion. After the ghost-faced army brought Chu Chen into the door, he pointed to the rockery in the distance. "Shopkeeper Wang, the city lord wants to see you. He's in that pavilion. The city lord hates those scoundrels the most in his life. You must not speak carelessly or flirt with the maids around you." The leading soldier gave Chu Chen a few instructions and then turned around and walked out the door. These few words can be regarded as a reward for the silver ingot Chu Chen just gave him. The person who hates adultery the most? A figure in white clothes instantly appeared in Chu Chen's mind. He said slowly, "Could it be that the girl from yesterday was the city lord? Impossible. Even if she is very powerful, she is so young." Chu Chen walked towards the pavilion with a lot of doubts in his mind. When they reached the lake, Chu Chen was led by 2 maids on a floating bridge built on the lake, winding his way to the pavilion. About 20 meters in front of the pavilion, there is a coffee table and a stool. The maid gestured to Chu Chen to sit on the chair and wait, then turned and left. Chu Chen looked at these people who turned around and left in confusion, thinking, could it be that these people didn't dare to approach the city lord? Not long after Chu Chen sat down, the sound of the piano behind the gauze curtain suddenly stopped. Then a sweet voice came out. "I heard that Shopkeeper Wang's cooking skills are amazing. Come up and let me see." Chu Chen's mouth twitched when he heard this. "This is through the gauze curtain? How can you see clearly?" But after hearing this, he immediately stood up, holding the Uzi in his hand, and strode towards the pavilion in the center. The closer Chu Chen got to the pavilion, the more certain he became of one thing. The city lord in this pavilion must be the young man in white who was dressed as a man when he went out for barbecue. Because Chu Chen was too familiar with that unique perfume smell. And through the gauze curtain, Chu vaguely saw that there was only a beautiful figure inside, and no one else. I thought to myself that I didn't expect to use the perfume so soon. As expected, this thing is very tempting to women. Greetings to the city lord. Chu Chen walked to the outside of the pavilion's gauze curtain and said with a salute, "Haha, Shopkeeper Wang, are you a little surprised that the dignified lord of Dragon City is actually a woman?" From inside the gauze curtain, that sweet voice spoke softly. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this, not surprised at all. "Lord City Lord, if you want to be a young master, then you're a young master, and if you want to be a young lady, then you're a young lady. Am I right, Miss Lung Shuang?" When Lung Shuang heard Chu Chen so calmly state her identity, The fingers on her hand couldn't help but tremble. The Guqin made a dang sound. He sniffed his own scent in a low voice, then returned to normal and said, "Manager Wang is indeed smart. In that case, please come in and talk." Chu Chen was surprised when he heard this. How clever! With such a strong perfume and this translucent curtain, even a fool could guess it's you. But this woman was also generous. Since she had seen through his plan, she simply invited him in. Since they have invited me, there is no reason not to go in. Then he took a step forward and pulled open the gauze curtain, and suddenly a beautiful woman appeared in front of Chu Chen. She was still dressed in white, but Lung Shuang had changed into a girl's outfit, which made the knowledgeable Chu Chen marvel that there was no shortage of beauties in this world. "Manager Wang, please take a seat." Seeing Chu Chen coming in generously, Lung Shuang pointed to the chair opposite her and said. Chu Chen sat down on the chair without any hesitation. "I never thought that the Lord Mayor of our Dalong city would be such a stunning woman. I admire you." "Haha, it's just an empty title. I haven't asked for the name of Shopkeeper Wang yet." At this moment, Lung Shuang had already gotten down from the piano, walked to sit opposite Chu Chen, and started making tea. "Chu Chen of Great Xia, greetings to City Lord Lung Shuang." "Wang Chu Chen? This name is so strange. My last name is Chu. Then why do you call me Lao Wang next door? This is a sad story. Why are you sad?" Lung Shuang, whose identity was revealed, seemed to have become like a little girl again, and started asking Chu Chen all kinds of questions. "All right, Lord Ling Shuang, since you asked me to come here this time, do you agree to let me be your cook?" Chu Chen was a little overwhelmed by her question, so he changed the subject. "That depends on how you perform. If you perform well, you may not be a chef." After saying that, Lung Shuang stood up, then bent down towards Chu Chen and stared at him straight. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and moved towards Chu Chen's face. Chu Chen was so frightened by this sudden action that he stood up immediately. "Lord Ling Shuang, please respect yourself." I thought to myself, is this person crazy? It's too sudden, and this gauze curtain is so damn private. Lung Shuang seemed like a different person at this moment, and burst into laughter in an instant. "Chu Chen, not bad, and he's also very handsome. Stay in this city lord's mansion for the time being, and cook delicious food for this city lord." After saying that, he picked up the tea on the table and drank it all, then sat back behind the Guqin. He started playing again with a tinkling sound. Chu Chen was a little confused at the moment. Could it be that this so-called city lord had schizophrenia? Why did he act so impulsively? Also, you're staying here as a cook for now. Do you have other plans for the future? While he was still thinking, Lung Shuang on the opposite side spoke again. "What? You still aren't leaving? Do you want this city lord to ask you to leave?" "Then Chu Chen, I'll say goodbye now." After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and walked out of the pavilion. The maid waiting by the lake saw Chu Chen coming and led him out of the palace. Shortly after Chu Chen left, the sound of the piano stopped. Lung Shuang walked to the bookshelf behind him and pressed the book with the words Qinpu written on it. In an instant, a tunnel appeared in the middle of the pavilion. Then she jumped into the tunnel. I saw that the tunnel was brightly lit. It was clearly at the bottom of the lake, but it was extremely dry and not damp at all. After passing through the tunnel for a while, they arrived at a spacious stone chamber. Lung Shuang walked to the door of a stone gate and knelt down in front of it. "Lung Shuang, meet your aunt." After a long time, a long voice came from inside, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. "Lung Shuang is here, come in." Chapter 310, The Purple-Dressed Woman Under the Pavilion. After hearing this, Lung Shuang stood up and pushed open the stone door. I saw an older woman sitting cross-legged on a chair in the stone chamber. The woman was dressed in purple, with her hair tied up in a high bun and her face lightly made up, although she looked to be in her 40s. But there's a unique charm underneath that exquisite figure. If Chu Chen were here at this moment, he would be so surprised that he would be speechless, because around her, there were piles of emerald green jade. "Aunt, how is the jade research going?" Lung Shuang said as she looked at the woman in purple sitting on the chair. "It should be soon. I could already feel the energy overflowing from the stone during my training last night, but I still can't absorb it into my body." "Congratulations, Andy. Once your magical power reaches perfection and you break through to the 10th stage Grandmaster, then lead us all to the capital of Great Xia and take that old villain's head." I've been asking you to go out for such a long time. You've been working hard. How are things out there?" Lung Shuang is not bitter. This dragon city has stabilized. According to my aunt's instructions, we will not expand for the time being. So I'm just collecting these stones for my aunt. There is nothing important. Oh, how's the collection going? It's not ideal. We visited all the mines in Casa. We sent people to Wutua some time ago, but they were intercepted halfway. Moreover, all the 270 grade masters we worked so hard to train were wiped out. Lung Shuang learned the news that the Jade Spirit had been robbed on the day the big ship returned. However, the Ghostface army he raised was not yet fully grown, and Wutua was a vassal state of Daxia. So they only sent a few people to Wutua to investigate secretly. It's okay. This world is not as simple as you and I imagine. There are masters everywhere. You must be careful in your future actions. When the purple-clothed woman heard that the 270 rank master had been completely wiped out, a trace of heartache flashed across her face. But in the blink of an eye, she returned to her indifferent expression. Then she pulled out a few small medicine bottles from behind her back and said, "This is all my aunt has left. It's enough to train about 57th grade masters. Take them. These are external objects after all. The main thing is your own realm. You must hurry up and cultivate." Lung Shuang thanks Auntie. Lung Shuang stepped forward and took the small medicine bottles, and a look of joy appeared on her face. This thing is something that can be found by chance, but not sought after, and it can quickly improve a person's strength. But everything has its pros and cons. Those who are promoted quickly usually do not live beyond the age of 40. Everyone knows the previous functions, but only the woman in purple knows that it will not live beyond the age of 40. Even Lung Shuang, who was closest to her, didn't understand the reason behind this. After all, Lung Shuang was just a knife she kept. Therefore, these things can only be used by people around you, and I dare not touch them at all. Okay, take your things and leave. Seeing this, Lung Shuang stood up and was about to bow and leave. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman seemed to suddenly remember something and asked sharply, "I just heard a man's voice up there. What's going on?" Lung Shuang couldn't help but shudder after hearing this. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from her aunt. She originally thought that she was deep in the tunnel and didn't know what was happening above, but unexpectedly, she still heard it. So he quickly knelt down and said, Aunt, I met a very interesting person recently. He's a great cook and very handsome. Most importantly, he has no cultivation skills at all." Lung Shuang liked him, so she boldly let him stay at the city lord's mansion. As soon as Lung Shuang finished speaking, the purple-clothed woman's eyes lit up instantly, but then she immediately returned to her indifferent look. This woman in purple has a high level of cultivation and is cold-blooded and ruthless. In fact, her 3 favorite things in life are cultivation, killing, and keeping male lovers. Lung Shuang was raised by her aunt since she was a child. In her heart, the woman in purple in front of her is her biological mother. Therefore, as a daughter, she will have no secrets in front of her mother. "Oh, the Hassa." "No, someone for Daxia," Lung Shuang replied. Lung Shuang, do you know what you're doing?" Lung Shuang knew that there was a deep hatred between my aunt and Daxia, but Lung Shuang couldn't help it. Seeing the woman in purple getting angry, Lung Shuang instantly lowered her head like a frightened chick. "Okay, let's end this matter here. Send this person here tomorrow, and I will help you get rid of this dirty idea." When Lung Shuang heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Chu Chen, the man whose very look made her feel a little moved. She grew up with her aunt and had never seen many men, nor had she seen her aunt interact with men. This time when she arrived in Daxia, her aunt asked her to act as a man and wear a mask. Even after becoming the mayor of Dragon City, she never showed her true face. Only Chu Chen made him take off his mask for some unknown reason. She didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but she always recalled the 2 days she spent with Chu Chen in the barbecue restaurant. She couldn't stop thinking about this man, who made her feel more relaxed than ever before. However, this person, who had only met her for a few days, was about to be destroyed by her aunt. Men had come into this tunnel before, but they all tried to get close to this Lung Shuang person, but once they entered this place, they never came out again. Lung Shuang wanted to resist at this moment, but seeing the cold look and the disappointed expression on her aunt's face, she immediately took back what she was saying. "Got it, Auntie. Lung Shuang will bring this person here tomorrow." "Okay, Annie isn't stopping you from liking what you like, but you have to remember that all the men in Daxia are demons. They will ruin your life. Go, and remember to bring it back tomorrow." Lung Shuang bowed to the man in purple and walked out of the tunnel. After Lung Shuang left, The purple-clothed woman had a barely perceptible smile on her lips as she murmured, "He's handsome, but he has no cultivation. It's been a long time since I've tasted anything new." Sure enough, this girl has grown up, but if I let you get the man you like, then all my efforts over the years will be in vain. After saying that, she sat cross-legged on the chair again and closed her eyes. After Lung Shuang went up, she sat in front of the guqin, looking at the colorful scenery of the lake outside. I was struggling in my heart whether to let Chu Chen leave, but in an instant, another voice seemed to ring in my ears. "You were born as an enemy of Daxia. How can you like a man from Daxia? You've forgotten how your aunt raised you with great difficulty, improved your strength, and made you the lord of Dragon City. Your mission is to help your aunt achieve great success in her magical powers, not to have a personal relationship with her." In an instant, Lung Shuang, as if she had made up her mind, placed her hands on the guqin and started playing it with tinkling sounds. Chapter 311, Lung Shuang's drunk, heartfelt expression. After singing one song, Lung Shuang put on a mask, put on his arrogance, and headed towards the hall. After a while, in the room of the city lord's mansion, Lung Shuang said coldly to the people below through a layer of gauze, "Bring Chu Chen to me." After hearing the order, the subordinate took it and left. After a while, Chu Chen was brought to the tent. "Mr. Chu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" As soon as Chu Chen came in, Lung Shuang waved everyone away, let Chu Chen into the tent, and asked Chu Chen, "What would you like to eat?" "Lord City Lord." Chu Chen sat down on the chair opposite her, without any hesitation, and asked. Hearing Lung Shuang's question, Chu Chen instantly had an idea. If he wanted to have a good relationship with the city lord, he should take her out to play. Although this girl looks gentle, judging from her schizophrenic behavior in the pavilion before, she must be a person with a quirky personality. So he immediately said, "I wonder if the Lord City Lord is available to go out. How about I take you camping?" "Camping? What is camping?" Lung Shuang asked somewhat confusedly. "Well, camping means going out into the wild, setting up a tent, setting up a pot, starting a fire, cooking a pot of delicious food, warming up a pot of old wine, and appreciating the crescent moon." Chu Chen thought to himself, "If I say this, I'm not afraid that you won't be moved." Great. You choose the place. I'll be there soon." After saying that, he waved Chu Chen away. Chu Chen walked straight out of the city lord's mansion and headed towards a small hill in the suburbs. Chu Chen didn't have to worry at all about whether Lung Shuang could find him. As the lord of a city, if he couldn't even figure out the whereabouts of a cook, then he shouldn't do this job. He waved his hand and took out an inflatable house, then added pots and pans and ingredients. Then he took out a box of mauzi. After all, it's easier to get things done when you're drunk. Soon, the mountaintops began to shroud in smoke, and the aroma of various ingredients wafted into the air. Just as Chu Chen had finished everything, he looked up at the moon above his head alone. Suddenly, a white shadow appeared in front of Chu Chen as promised. "Coming. Not bad. So many delicious foods, and this wine smells so good." Lung Shuang ignored Chu Chen and said excitedly, while looking at the ingredients on the table, "Lord City Lord, I have prepared this carefully for you. Come, sit down and taste it." After saying that, Chu Chen poured her a glass of wine and then stood aside pretending to be respectful. Lung Shuang glanced at Chu Chen, then asked doubtfully, "Why don't you eat? I've already told you this. It's all carefully prepared for the city lord. You didn't poison it." Lung Shuang asked with a smile. After hearing this, Chu Chen felt helpless and picked up her glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then he took a bite of each dish and then stood aside again. "Okay, that's all for teasing. Let's eat together. Since you can enter my tent, I'm not on guard against you." After hearing this, Chu Chen sat down opposite her. Then the two of them enjoyed the food while drinking, and soon, the bottle of mauzi was empty. At this time, Lung Shuang was staring blankly at the moon above her head and seemed to be a little drunk. Chu Chen, how wonderful it would be if a person could be so free every day. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that if he tried harder, he would probably know the whereabouts of the jade stones tonight. So he quickly filled her glass again and said, "If everyone is free, who will create value in this world?" Lung Shuang thought what he said made sense, so she picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Yeah, no one can be free." Then the scene changed again, staring blankly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, tell me, as a city lord, are you destined to not be able to live freely, do things you don't want to do, and even be unable to protect the people you love?" When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that this woman seemed to be showing signs of spring. Then he picked up the bottle of wine in his hand and thought to himself that this thing is really good. From what the city lord said, "Are you in love?" Chu Chen said jokingly while pouring her some wine. "Love? What is love?" "Chu Chen, why do you always say such weird words?" "Well, love is when a man and a woman adore each other and live happily together. Just like we are now," Lung Shuang asked with a smile. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself, "Wow, this woman has taken a fancy to me. Well, if you love each other, then it's like us. Haha, what a pity." After Lung Shuang finished speaking, he drank the wine in the glass. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly filled her glass again. In order to ease the awkwardness, he quickly said, "As the Lord of Dragon City, you don't have any men you want. You must have a lot of them around you, right?" "Ha ha, the city lord. A city lord who doesn't even dare to show his true face." After Lung Shuang finished speaking, she drank some more wine, then stood up and walked to Chu Chen's side. She whispered in his ear, "Chu Chen, look at the moonlight tonight. How beautiful it is." Chu Chen felt a tingling sensation in his ear and his body suddenly shook. "I thought to myself, don't play with fire again. I'm really not a good person." Chu Chen shook his head vigorously to clear his mind. He knew what he was doing. After all, compared to women, what attracted him most was the emerald green jade. So he quickly moved his body and said, "I had a dream last night. I was camping alone and came to a hilltop. On the top of the hill, there were green stones all over. Under the moonlight, it was so beautiful." Lung Shuang felt a tightness in her heart when she heard about the emerald green stone. Could it be that this person's dreams could really predict the future? Doesn't my aunt have a mountain of jade? So he quickly said, "Chu Chen, so you dreamed. What's going on?" I originally wanted to change the topic to the jade to see if I could get any information out of it. What does this dream mean? Chu Chen guessed with confusion after hearing it. But his hands did not stop moving. After Lung Shuang drank a glass, Chu Chen poured her another glass, and he made her drink half a bottle. Lung Shuang was already extremely drunk at this moment, and would fall asleep after just a few drinks. "Chu Chen, let's go," Lung Shuang suddenly said after drinking a few more glasses of wine. "You want to kick me out? If you don't leave now, I will send you to the bottom of the lake." "The bottom of the lake?" Chu Chen looked at the already drunken Lung Shuang and wondered with some doubt. "Send me to the bottom of the lake." "Which lake?" Chu Chen quickly asked while the iron was hot. "It's under the pavilion we're in today." After saying that, Lung Shuang fell down and snuggled into Chu Chen's arms. "Chu Chen, you know what? Lung Shuang, have never seen many men since I was a child, but when I came back from the barbecue restaurant that day, I found my mind was full of your shadow. I can't bear to leave you, but I can't disobey my aunt's orders." After saying that, Lung Shuang fell asleep completely. Chapter 312. The Purple-Clad Woman at the Lake. After seeing Lung Shuang fall asleep, Chu Chen picked her up and went into the tent. Then he covered her with a blanket and disappeared into the darkness. He analyzed several pieces of information from Lung Shuang's mouth. That is the bottom of the lake in the city lord's mansion. If you go in through the pavilion, you may find the emerald green jade inside. But at the bottom of the lake, there should be someone she calls Aunt. So at this moment, he decided to break into the city lord's mansion at night. Chu Chen didn't have to worry about Lung Shuang's safety, as she was still sleeping soundly on the hill. There were probably her people everywhere around. Arriving at the gate of the city lord's mansion, Chu Chen swaggered in at the warm greeting of the guards. This gentleman is the city lord's personal chef and someone close to him. It is said that he has been received by the city lord several times, so he must have a good relationship with him. Chu Chen returned to his room. "Quickly equip yourself. All kinds of protective equipment are available, and the belt around the waist is full of various weapons." Then he put on a protective suit and quickly reached the roof. Under the moonlight, the entire dragon city was hazy. Chu Chen approached the back garden at a rapid speed. It was already late at night, so most people were fast asleep. Only the patrolling guards were chatting listlessly in groups of 3 or 5. After a while, Chu Chen avoided all eyes and came into the pavilion. Then he looked at the ground in confusion. After a while, he really noticed the difference. There was a square gap in the floor of the pavilion, which was completely different from the one next to it. Perhaps no one has ever entered this pavilion except Lung Shuang. So the workmanship of this authentic place is too rough. Chu Chen pulled out a dagger and, with a little force, pried open the floor. In an instant, A tunnel with candlelight inside appeared in Chu Chen's eyes. And just as Chu Chen went down into the tunnel, the woman in purple suddenly opened her eyes in the huge stone chamber inside. Then a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she stared at the entrance to the tunnel. Chu Chen slowly walked inside along the tunnel. Not long after, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he put his hands behind his back. "Yes, you are indeed handsome. Come here and let your sister take a look." As soon as Chu Chen entered the tunnel, the woman in purple discovered him, and she could also feel that this boy had no cultivation at all. It seems that this is the chef that Lang Shuang mentioned, but she was a little puzzled. Wasn't it agreed to be delivered tomorrow? Why was it delivered so late at night? When Chu Chen heard the purple-clothed woman speak, he also looked up and looked at her coldly. This is a woman in her 30s or 40s. Perhaps because she has taken good care of herself, she still has some charm. But when he looked towards the side of the purple-clothed woman, Chu Chen's heart suddenly started beating rapidly. I saw that the purple-clothed woman was surrounded by piles of emerald green jade, which was the jade essence that Zhu Yoxiang mentioned. But Chu Chen, who was slightly excited, regained his composure in an instant. Judging from the aura of this woman, her strength should be similar to that of Zhu Yoxiang. Moreover, those eyes were even sharper than Zhu Yoxiang's. This was the look one would have if they had killed countless people. This person should be the aunt that Lang Shuang mentioned. So Chu Chen quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, aunt." "Ah, you're sensible. Lang Shuang, this dead girl, still wants to take you for herself. Such a fresh and tender man should be filial to his aunt." Fresh and tender? Chu Chen's heart tightened as soon as he heard it. It turned out that Lang Shuang was schizophrenic. This aunt might be even more perverted. So he pretended to be obedient and walked towards the woman. The distance is too far at the moment, and it is not convenient for me to take action. If it comes to fighting alone, he is no match for this woman. But if she uses those electric batons, pepper spray, and hot weapons unexpectedly, Chu Chen is not afraid at all. Seeing Chu Chen walking towards her tremblingly, the smile on the face of the woman in purple became more and more intense. "Haha, since your city lord has given you to me, then you should serve me well from now on, and you'll get everything you want. Auntie, I'll bring you some tea right away." Chu Chen stood about 5 meters away from her and said with a flattering look, "Pour tea? What kind of tea?" After saying that, the purple-clothed woman grabbed Chu Chen, and he felt a huge force pulling him towards the woman. Chu Chen was a little flustered at this moment, thinking that they would start fighting if they disagreed. But judging from her tone just now, the chances of her suddenly killing him were slim, so he let her pull him without resisting. To deal with such a master, all your trump cards must be used at the critical moment. If he showed his 7th grade strength now, this woman would probably kill him or seriously injure him. It would be better to just see what she wants to do. The woman in purple pulled Chu Chen to her side, held him down, and started touching him all over. "Ah, not bad, follow me." Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen was brought into a room. The woman in purple looked at Chu Chen, who was in a daze, and suddenly she became naked. Then he sat down on the big bed, facing Chu Chen with his legs crossed. "Come here, I'll teach you how to breathe." Chu Chen looked at this scene and wondered where the dead rat came from. Suddenly, he felt a pulling force pulling him towards the woman in purple. Chu Chen thought to himself that if he didn't resist, he would be fucking stuck to him. In the blink of an eye, a black stick appeared as Chu Chen waved his hand. Then he used the force of pulling to stab her in an instant. "You useless guy, you're still holding a stick?" As soon as the purple-clothed woman finished speaking contemptuously, Chu Chen pressed the switch of the electric baton. Immediately afterwards, a roar was heard, and soon the woman in purple fell straight down. Chu Chen stood up at this moment, took out 2 pairs of handcuffs from behind, and tied her up. Then, a roll of climbing rope appeared in his hand, and he tied her up in a short while. For a master of this level, Chu Chen was indeed a little worried about just 2 pairs of handcuffs. Why not just kill him? Chu Chen said there were still many doubts to be solved. "Who are you? Aren't you the cook Lang Shuang mentioned?" The purple-clothed woman asked, a little confused by the electric shock. "It doesn't matter who I am, but you have to understand the situation right now. You are in my hands now, and I can do whatever I want to you. Next, I will ask you questions, and you will answer them." Just relying on this rope?" After saying that, the woman burst out with great strength and began to struggle instantly. Chu Chen shook his head when he saw her, then looked at her with a smile on his face. "I thought to myself, You are struggling, but this is a climbing rope. It is not comparable to the hemp rope in this world. Chapter 313. A room full of jade. The woman struggled with all her strength, but to no avail. Then she turned around and stared at Chu Chen coldly. I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Chu Chen looked at the exhausted purple-clothed woman and said, Yes, there is no grudge between us, but you tried to mess with me just now, so the grudge is formed. Then he pointed at the jade stones all over the room and asked, What is this? What do you use it for? The woman in purple looked at Chu Chen, then looked at the jade stones on the ground outside. Why should I tell you? Seeing this, Chu Chen stepped forward and pressed the switch of the electrobaton again. For a moment, the woman in purple began to howl again. Can you tell me now? Chu Chen said coldly when the woman woke up again. Don't even think about it. After hearing this, Chu Chen walked forward again and grabbed the electric baton. Okay, I said stop it. This is jade essence, jade essence. The woman in purple saw Chu Chen was about to fiddle with the black stick again, so she quickly spoke softly. She felt aggrieved at the moment. She had always tortured people to death before, but she had never suffered such a great humiliation. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have suffered. What are you going to use it for? Practice. Can you absorb this thing to increase your strength? Chu Chen felt that there was hope the moment he heard it. It seemed that this emerald green jade essence was just as he had imagined. Cannot. Then you still use it for cultivation? It's almost there. I accidentally discovered a method. Once I cultivate it to perfection, I will be able to absorb this energy. Oh, in that case, tell me the method of cultivation, and I may consider not killing you. Ha, kid, the method is in my head. Come and get it. Seeing that Chu Chen was very interested in the jade essence, the woman in purple instantly thought of a way to deal with him. So the purple-clothed woman cooperated so well because she wanted to use this method to attract Chu Chen and prevent him from killing her. As long as you don't die, there will always be a chance. When she finds an opportunity, she will use all her means to kill the man in front of her. Chu Chen looked at her and smiled slightly, then took another step forward and pressed the electric baton. This time, he pressed the electric baton until it ran out of power before pulling it out and waving his hand to put it into the space. For Chu Chen, it doesn't matter what method it is, as long as the space can absorb it. What he cares about most at the moment is the harbor terminal in that space and the spring water that can improve his strength. So for all the jade essence on the earth, this woman must die. The woman was electrocuted so hard that her whole body stiffened. She fell straight onto the bed and was no longer able to make a sound. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked out of the house, smiled at the hill of jade essences outside, and then waved his hand to collect them all into the space. After doing all this, Chu Chen turned around, picked up the dagger, and walked towards the woman again. But in an instant, he thought of the 200 or so 7th grade masters who were heading to Ganpu Wutoa, so he quickly retracted the dagger. When the woman woke up again, she found that she was still wearing purple clothes, but the shackles on her hands and feet and the ropes on her body were still there. But the dark stick had disappeared. Now he was tied to a chair, facing the wall, with the smiling man in front of him. There's another thing I'm very curious about. If you want to survive, it depends on your performance. Sir, please speak. The purple-clothed woman, who had been electrocuted several times, was still feeling dizzy. So when he looked at the smiling Chu Chen, he collapsed instantly. How did you create so many 7th-rank masters that you sent to Ganpu and Wutoa? When the woman in purple heard this, she frowned instantly. Ganpu, Wutoa, how did he know so much? Could it be that the jade was robbed? It seems that all this was done by the man in front of me. He came to the Hassa country and came to Longsheng, taking the opportunity to get close to Long Shuang, and then let Long Shuang spread the news to paralyze himself. And then, it turns out that all this... Thinking of this, the purple-clothed woman suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Long Shuang, you bitch, you teamed up with outsiders to frame me. It seems that this girl is so big that I can't keep her after all. Chu Chen remained calm when he heard this, but he started to speculate in his heart. In an instant, he had a smile on his face, but he was actually very happy in his heart. This unintentional action had inadvertently driven a wedge between the two people. So he said, Haha, I just figured it out now, but it's too late. Answer my questions honestly, and maybe you still have a chance to survive. Forget it. Go ahead and kill me. I won't utter another word, even if I die. Haha. The biggest regret in my life is that I couldn't kill that dog emperor of Daxia. I'll be waiting for him on the road to the underworld. After saying this, The purple-clothed woman looked indifferent, as if she didn't care. When Chu Chen heard Zhou Shixuan, he instantly became interested again. Could it be that there is some gossip between this woman and Zhou Shixuan? No, I have to eat some gossip. After thinking about it, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out a mobile phone from behind his butt, then turned on the camera function. He just put it in his jacket pocket. Oh, the Emperor Daxia? Why did you want to kill him? Haha, you are for Daxia. All the men in Daxia will have a miserable death. Damn, how deep is this hatred? But no matter how Chu Chen asked, the woman didn't say anything. So Chu Chen sighed and said, oh, how pitiful. I wanted to practice martial arts and go to Daxia for revenge, but ended up like this. Or I won't kill you. I'll lock you up, and then let you watch me and Lung Shuang being affectionate with each other every day. Will you be very angry? After hearing this, the woman didn't get angry, but laughed instead, and looked at Chu Chen with contempt. Haha, then you can give it a try? It's actually not bad. You still have more than 10 years to live before Lung Shuang dies. But yesterday, I gave her a few bottles of strength-enhancing medicine. I wonder if she took them. If she did, she probably won't live long. Ha ha ha. After saying this, the woman in purple burst into laughter. Then, her face became ferocious. The veins on her face bulged, and then a gurgling sound came from her throat. Boy, come here. I'll tell you a secret. Chu Chen walked forward in confusion and saw that her whole body was swelling. Slowly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it turned into a ball strangled by a rope. Chu Chen looked at this operation in confusion, and then wondered in his mind, could it be that in this world there really is such a thing as self-destruction as described in modern novels? Fuck, it's going to explode. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and extremely strong energy rushed in all directions. The huge rock above was seen falling to the ground. Chapter 314 Space Change Yacht appears. When everything settled down, Chu Chen's figure appeared again in an instant. Then he turned around and looked coldly at the mess on the ground. He turned around and headed towards the tunnel outside. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the tunnel, Chu Chen saw an exquisite little box on the ground. After waving his hand to put it into the space, he came into the pavilion with a whoosh. Then, taking advantage of the night, he ran out of the city lord's mansion at high speed. After the violent explosion just now, water was already seeping into the underground stone chamber. Moreover, it was probably the noise caused by the explosion that caused a large number of soldiers to rush over here. But when they arrived at the lake, Chu Chen was already in the darkness. Chu Chen walked all the way to the top of the small hill without stopping. When he walked into the tent, he saw Lung Shuang sleeping soundly, so he quickly entered the space. Just now in the lake, I just went in to avoid the explosion, and I didn't have time to see if there was any change in the space after I put in so much jade essence. When Chu Chen walked in again at this moment, he looked up and was instantly surprised. So he ran nonstop towards the coastline opposite the shopping mall. Next to the sea, sand, there were dozens of huge port cranes standing there. Below the crane, a huge cargo ship was parked quietly, and on top of the cargo ship, many containers were neatly stacked. On the dock, dozens of huge warehouses are filled with numerous containers. On the left side of the pier, several yachts appeared in front of Chu Chen. Going further outside, a blue and white color instantly made Chu Chen's eyes light up. Fuck, I'm rich now. What was that? The red was so dazzling against the blue and white. Perhaps it was the warship. I don't know how this warship appeared here. Although only one corner appeared, Chu Chen believed that as long as he had enough jade essence, this huge monster would eventually appear in its entirety. Then he dived into the containers at the docks. With a wave of his hand, a container appeared at Chu Chen's feet. He picked up the tetanus blade and slashed at the lock. A container of old cell phones? Chu Chen moved the container away without any interest and chopped at another one. Wow, this thing must have been imported from Zyarizi, and it's so lifelike. If we take it to Daxia to sell, those bachelors will go crazy for it. After saying that, he pinched it and turned to another warehouse. After working for a long time, he only saw things that had no interest for him. This space has the function of infinite replication, which means that the emergence of this dock simply increases the types of materials. But when Chu Chen climbed onto the yacht, his eyes lit up. This was a really good thing. After finding one of the boats, Chu Chen filled it with oil and then ran towards the spring. He gulped down a ladle of liquid, then looked down and saw Chu Chen showing a puzzled expression. Why has this spring water become turbid? But the huge energy that followed made Chu Chen unable to care about these things, and he flashed out of the space. Then he lay down next to Lung Shuang and digested the energy brought by the bucket of water in his body. About half an hour later, Chu Chen felt full of energy. 8th rank, I actually broke through. Chu Chen murmured, then turned to look at Lung Shuang beside him and whispered, "Thank you." Then he waved his hand to collect the pots and pans outside and quickly headed towards the coastline. That's right. Now that I have everything, it's time for me to go back to Daxia. As for Lung Shuang waking up and seeing that the pavilion was completely flooded, that was none of her business. Chu Chen was flying at full speed at this moment, and his speed was much faster than when he was at the 7th level. Not long after, he appeared next to the big ship that brought him here. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Chen waved his hand, and a white yacht appeared on the sea. Chu Chen felt the night wind and found it was calm. After some groping, he started the yacht. Then he fumbled and pushed the joystick, and the yacht whooshed out. At this time, the two ghost-faced soldiers on the big ship looked at each other. "Brother, did you feel something passing by?" "Yes, it seems to be a white shadow, right there." After saying that, the ghost-faced soldier took advantage of the moonlight and pointed in the direction Chu Chen left, and both of them showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. The older, ghost-faced soldier reacted instantly. "Quick, tell the captain, there is a water monster." Then, the two of them headed towards the captain's room. After a while, their captain tightened his clothes and kicked them in the waist. "Deduct a month's salary for teasing your father in the middle of the night." After saying that, he walked towards his room angrily. Chu Chen was in high spirits at this moment. After leaving the site of the big ship, he began to study the various instruments on the yacht. After fiddling with it for a long time, I found that only the compass, oil gauge, temperature gauge, and tachometer were usable. I couldn't understand what the others were. Then he adjusted the direction and rushed towards Wuta. 3 hours later, Chu Chen saw the familiar mountain and a large ship next to the coastline. It was early morning at this moment. Chu Chen slowed down and slowly approached the big ship. Not long after, Chu Chen put away the yacht, jumped onto the big ship. Fortunately, the Casa Ghostface army had no habit of living on large ships, which was a good thing for Chu Chen. It seems that Lung Shuang is still unwilling to give up. He must have received news that the Jade Spirits were robbed by him before, so he sent people again. In that case, you will never return. After Chu Chen finished talking to himself, 2 barrels of gasoline appeared in his hands. Then he poured the gasoline on the ship, took out a lighter, lit a fire, and rushed towards the mountain. The boat on the way back was burned. Judging from the look on the faces of those Kaza people, they probably have no place to hide in Wutuo or Ganpu. But at this moment, he had to quickly return to the jade mine. If this group of people investigated a little more deeply, they would probably soon find out that all this was related to him. Far away in Longsheng on the other side of the river, the cold frost that had been sleeping all night was awakened by the morning sunlight. He shook his aching head, then glanced around the tent and looked at his intact clothes. Then he walked out of the tent in confusion. But at this time, there was no trace of Chu Chen. So she smiled sadly. "It's better to leave. If I leave, I won't have to die." Then he turned around and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 315, Killing the Invading Ghostface Army. After running around all night, Chu Chen also felt a little tired. After entering the mountains, he did not leave in a hurry, but found a place to hide. After slipping into the space and drinking a ladle of the spring water, he came out of the space with a sniper rifle with a silencer in his hand. The direction of the big ship was now shrouded in smoke, and there were only 5 people stationed on the beach to guard the ship. Faced with such a huge fire, they could only stare and watch as the tools they needed to take home were burned to ashes. After the big ship burned, several people took off their masks dejectedly and looked towards the coast. After Chu Chen confirmed that they all had Khazar faces, he raised the sniper rifle in his hand without hesitation. If these people were put into Wutuo and taken to Daxia, they would still be a threat, so they could not survive. After solving these problems, Chu Chen headed towards the jade mine. At this moment, inside the jade mine, 2 masked men were staring coldly at the soldiers holding weapons in front of them. And among those soldiers was Xiaoyu. Call your master out. If he doesn't show up within an incense stick, we 2 brothers will start a massacre. A ghost-faced soldier with 7th grade strength spoke to Yu Mingda. Yu Mingda was trembling all over at this moment. Out of his 800 soldiers, more than 100 were killed by these 2 people in one fight. What a terrifying existence. But fortunately, the girl brought by Master Chu is still safe and sound. 2. Seniors, we have no grudges against you. Why are you so ruthless? Humph, no grudges or hatred. Do you know what your master did? After saying that, he raised his eyes and looked towards a crowd. In an instant, he discovered Xiao Yu surrounded by soldiers. Hey, this girl is your master's woman? Ha ha. If my 2 brothers do it to her in front of you, I guess your master will show up. Ha 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 ha. I'll give you a chance. Hand her over, and you won't have to die. The 7th-rank ghost-faced soldier stared at Yu Mingda and said coldly. Under the mask, Yu Mingda could not see his expression. But after these words were spoken, the soldiers were a little shaken. They thought it was worth it to exchange one person for hundreds of their own people. So a soldier close to Yu Mingda saw this and said to him, Captain Yu, if it really doesn't work, just hand it over. Our brothers want to live, and we can't beat these people in front of us. Yu Mingda heard this and killed the soldier with a single blow of his sword. Brothers, we still have 700 men. Why should we be afraid of these 2 men? Anyone who shakes the morale of the army will die. The 2 ghost-faced soldiers frowned after hearing this. To be honest, facing these 700 soldiers, although they were ordinary people without any fighting power, they were also well-trained soldiers. Just now, we killed hundreds of people in one breath, and that was also under unexpected circumstances. Now that the soldiers are ready and rush forward, the 2 of them will have no chance of winning. I didn't realize he's such a man and quite loyal. After saying that, he winked at the ghost-faced soldier next to him. The 2 nodded and headed towards Yu Mingda. They knew that as long as they caught the leader, this team of several hundred people would be half destroyed. Just as they were about to attack Yu Mingda, a cold voice was heard. If you have the guts, why don't you try to touch him? Yu Mingda looked in the direction of the voice, and his tense expression instantly relaxed. Master, you are finally back. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, he dodged and stood in front of Yu Mingda. Then he swung the tetanus blade in his hand, and the Ghost-Face army went west with their victory. Then he easily swung a punch, knocking another ghost-faced soldier away, and then flew forward again. He stepped on him with 1 foot, and the tetanus blade was inserted into his thigh. Ignoring the man's pig-slaughtering screams, Yu Mingda and the others rushed forward instantly, and soon tied him up and carried him in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at the corpses of soldiers on the ground. He didn't pay attention to the Ghost-Face army, but asked Yu Mingda, how many brothers died in total? My lord, I am incompetent and 98 of you have died. After hearing this, Chu Chen kicked the man hard on the waist. Tell me, where is your Wu Tuo headquarters? How many people are here in total? The 7th-rank ghost-faced army soldier panicked when he saw Chu Chen's ferocious look at this moment. Those were murderous eyes. If I disobeyed them today, I would be killed to pieces by this group of people. We are here to investigate the missing jade. There are only 2 of us. Sir, please spare my life. I'm only following orders. Chu Chen looked at the ghost-faced soldier, begging for mercy on the ground, and handed a dagger to Yu Mingda. Brother Yu, avenge our brothers. Yu Mingda nodded after hearing this and cut the man's neck. Seeing this, Chu Chen took out a large bag of silver from the backpack behind him. Brother Yu, you have suffered. Please bury the deceased brothers properly and provide their families with enough money to live on. The rest of the brothers, 3 taels of silver each, thank you for protecting this mine. For those soldiers who did not participate in the battle, 3 taels of silver was already more than enough. You know, in Wu Tuo, they only get less than 1 or 2 taels of silver after serving in the army for a month. The treatment is not even close to that of the soldiers in Daxia. After saying that, he walked to Xiao Yu and took her to his room. Sir, Xiao Yu will help you bathe and change clothes. Xiao Yu followed Chu Chen into the room silently and spoke to Chu Chen as if nothing had happened. But Chu Chen could hear the trembling voice when she spoke. Chu Chen stepped forward and touched her head. It's okay, go and rest. After saying that, he was about to drive Xiao Yu back to his room. But Xiao Yu's shoulders were trembling slightly, and she was obviously very scared. Sir, let Xiao Yu stay and serve you. Chu Chen could sense her fear, so after a moment's thought, he said, It's okay. You can sleep here tonight. There's soldiers guarding us outside. It's safer than where you are. After saying that, he picked up Xiao Yu and placed her on his big bed. Then he covered her with a blanket and turned around and walked out of the room. To be honest, Chu Chen was a little tired after running around all night and coming all the way to the mine but this was not the time to take advantage of someone in distress. At this moment, Yu Mingda and his men were dealing with the bodies of the dead soldiers and saw Chu Chen returning. He quickly put down the work in his hands and came forward. "Master, what can I do for you?" Chapter 316 Jade, Mining nears its end. "Brother you've worked hard. Are there really only two of you here?" "That's right, sir. These two have been sneaking around this mine for a few days, but they didn't commit any offense, so the brothers didn't take them seriously. Who would have thought that they would suddenly call in today?" After listening to this, Chu Chen nodded, thinking that Long Shuang probably didn't have any extra manpower. Then he turned to Yu Mingda and asked, "Is the jade in the mine safe?" "Sir, the situation is urgent. I haven't checked yet. It's okay, and I will go first." After saying that, Chu Chen led Yu Mingda towards the jade warehouse. If there really were two of them, the jade warehouse would definitely be intact. But if there was a problem with the jade warehouse, then there would probably be more than two people coming this time. Yu Mingda was worried about the jade at the moment, and quickly took Chu Chen to the warehouse, thinking that they must not lose it. After a while, the two entered the jade warehouse. Chu Chen looked at them one by one and saw that the emerald green jade essence was still being produced. Perhaps it was because the food was good, but in such a short period of time, the jade essence produced was almost half of what he had collected from the Ghostface army before. Seeing this, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work, brother Yu. Please continue to have them speed up the mining. I will have them take these away in the next few days. You can go and get busy." Seeing Chu Chen's satisfied expression, Yu Mingda was also happy. He said goodbye and went to do his own thing. When Chu Chen saw Yu Mingda leaving, he waved his hand and collected all the jade stones into the space. Then he turned and walked towards the room. Xiao Yu seemed to be too frightened and had fallen into a deep sleep. Chu Chen had nothing to do. He walked towards a mountain. I wondered what Wu Tuo's game tasted like. He walked to a deserted place, waved his hand, took out a rifle, and ran towards the deep mountains. Thousands of miles away in Longsheng, Long Shuang stared blankly at the tunnel filled with water under the pavilion, not knowing what to do for a moment. "Where's my aunt? Where did she go? All the jades I worked so hard to collect are gone just like that?" Outside the gauze curtain of the pavilion, a ghost-faced soldier was kneeling on the ground, telling her what he saw and heard last night. "You mean you heard a loud noise but didn't see any changes, so you left on your own?" "After all, only my aunt and I knew about the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake. These people just observed it for a while and then left on their own." After Long Shuang had a general understanding of the situation, she thought of a possibility. "Could it be you?" Immediately afterwards, she exuded the aura of a 10th grade grandmaster. "Is it really you? But you clearly have no martial arts skills at all." That's right. She thought of Chu Chen, his sudden departure, and then her aunt, and everything being submerged in water. Then the only person she thought of was Chu Chen. "Take me to the top of the mountain to watch the moon, then get myself drunk, and take the opportunity to return to the city lord's mansion. Then make this place look like this." But there were still many things in her mind that she didn't understand. How did Chu Chen know about this tunnel? How did he do all these things under his aunt's nose? So after thinking about it for a while, another possibility came to her mind. That is, her aunt's magical power was perfected. She killed Chu Chen and then destroyed this place. However, no matter who caused all this, their destination is the same place, Daxia. Then, she said to the outside, "I need to leave Dragon City for a while. After I leave, all the affairs of Dragon City will be under your full responsibility. I obey your command." After the ghost-faced army left, Long Shuang instantly put on a mask, flashed out of the city lord's mansion, and headed straight for the coast. Half a day later, a large ship set out from Longsheng and headed straight for Wu Tuo. When Long Shuang saw the burned ship on the coast of Wu Tuo, he frowned instantly. Then she flew off the boat, signaled the crew to return, walked into the jungle in an instant, then returned to her girlish appearance and headed towards Daxia. These days, Chu Chen spends his days hunting in the mountains and teaching Xiao Yu how to cook. After staying there for a full month, he saw that the amount of jade mine from the jade mine was getting less and less. He called Yu Mingda over and said, "Brother Yu, I'm going to be away for a few days. From now on, you will have people deliver the jade produced every month to the first village on the border between Daxia and Wu Tuo. Take this to a brother named Pan and give him the jade." Yu Mingda nodded at Chu Chen and took the item Chu Chen handed to him. When I looked up, I saw that what Chu Chen handed over was an object of novel shape. Then Chu Chen took out something that looked like a key and said, I will give the key to that Brother Pan when the time comes. If he can use the key to open the lock, it proves that you have found the right person. If he can open it in another way, you should understand. Understand. Chu Chen couldn't think of anything good for this kind of token, so he simply gave him a big padlock. When the time comes, I just need to return to the small village on the border of Daxia, explain everything to Brother Pan, and then send someone from home to take over. There won't be any big problems. Moreover, the reserves of this jade mine are estimated to be not much. The main thing is the jade essence. The other jades are no longer necessary for Chu Chen at this moment. If he wants them, Daxia can get them. After saying that, Chu Chen gave him a lot of silver and then took Xiao Yu and boarded the carriage prepared for him by Yu Mingda, heading towards Daxia. I gained a lot from this trip, and it's time to go back and take a look. After all, Masan Village is my real home, so after being busy for so long, it's time to go back and take a look. I don't know what happened to the gunpowder made by Zheng Jing. If it is well built, Zhou Shixuan must be unable to bear the loneliness and want to expand his territory. When the time comes, I will go and lobby, first deal with Wu Ta, and then cross the sea to take over the Hassa Kingdom. Since Dragon City has reserves of jade essence, it is very likely that other territories in Kassa also have them. As long as Zhou Shixuan takes over those territories, it will be much easier for him to find the jade essence. The carriage headed eastward. A few days later, Chu Chen brought Xiao Yu and saw the village where Xiao Yu had been from afar. Through the carriage window, I saw that the whole village had a brand new look. All the fields were filled with people working, and the houses in the village seemed to have been renovated. At this time, Wu Gang, who was working in the fields with his men, saw Chu Chen and Xiao Yu coming from afar. He didn't care about the dirt on his legs and ran towards them with his men. "Sir, you're back." Chapter 317, Return to Daxia. Haha, Brother Wu Gang, how are you these days? Thanks to you, the government has repaired our house and given us food and seeds. We're now farming. Wu Gang excitedly pointed at the fields behind him and said to Chu Chen, "That's great. As long as the fields come alive, the people will also come alive." Chu Chen looked at the crowd who were looking at him with smiles on their faces and spoke. Suddenly, Wu Gang and all the people knelt in front of Chu Chen. "Sir, we know that all of this was given by you. Please accept my greeting." After saying that, he kowtowed to Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stepped forward and pulled Wu Gang up. "Thank you for your courtesy, everyone. Now that everyone can live a good life, I am relieved." Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen and Xiao Yu returned to the village, surrounded by the crowd. Soon after, several tables full of food appeared in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at the dishes, turned around, and gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. "In that case, I won't be so pretentious. Everyone, come sit around and come to the table." For a moment, the whole village was filled with laughter and joy. During the meal, everyone clinked glasses and lined up to toast Chu Chen with their bowls. Xiao Yu sat quietly beside Chu Chen and served him. After the banquet, Chu Chen called Xiao Yu over and said, "You can live in this village with Uncle Wu Gang and the others." "Sir, don't you want Xiao Yu anymore? My lord has some very important things to do, so it's inconvenient for me to take you with me. With the money I gave you, you can live a good life. I'll come see you when I'm done with my work." After hearing this, Xiao Yu stared at Chu Chen blankly, her face full of loneliness. Seeing this, Chu Chen stepped forward and touched her head. "Don't be sad. Maybe soon, you will be able to see the master again." After a long while, Xiao Yu said to Chu Chen in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Sir, stay one night before leaving. Let Xiao Yu serve you for another night." Chu Chen looked up at the sky and said, "Okay, then let's stay one night before leaving." Chu Chen understood what Xiao Yu meant, but if he didn't accept it, the girl would probably die of depression. So I agreed. Another point is that if Zhou Shixuan wants to conquer Wu Tuo in the future, it will be much more convenient for Xiao Yu and these villagers to act in Wu Tuo in the future. At night, in the room prepared for them by the older sisters and aunts in the village, Chu Chen shook the sky and scattered the seeds of happiness. The next morning, Xiao Yu woke up and looked at the empty room. She murmured, "Master, Xiao Yu will wait for you all my life." At this moment, Chu Chen was already running in the mountains of Daxia and Wu Tuo. As night fell, Chu Chen looked at the village at the foot of the mountain. "Finally, I'm back." After saying that, he flashed and flew down at a very fast speed. After a while, he appeared at the door of Brother Pan's house. "Who is it so late at night?" As the door slowly opened, a man in robes holding an oil lamp walked out of the house. "Ah, sir, why are you here?" "Haha, Brother Pan. I went out for a walk and have something to tell you." "Sir, come in quickly." After saying that, he welcomed Chu Chen into the house. "Sir, you haven't eaten yet. Wait a moment. I'll let your sister-in-law make it for you." Chu Chen smiled and said nothing. After a while, a bowl of steaming food was placed in front of Chu Chen. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." Under their gaze, Chu Chen drank the hot soup in a short while. Then he took out a key and a pile of silver and placed them on the table. "Brother Pan, I need your help with something." "Sir, your business is the business of our entire village. If there is anything, just give me your orders." So Chu Chen took out the key and told him that Manga from Wutuo Kingdom would send the jade every month. "Master, leave it to me. If a piece of jade is missing, I will give it to you with my head." After hearing this, Chu Chen pushed the pile of silver over again. "Sir, do you look down on me, old Pan?" "No, Brother Pan. I'm a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If you help me, you should get the due benefits. You must not refuse." "Sir, you absolutely cannot do that." After pushing and shoving for a long time, Brother Pan finally took the silver under the threat of Chu Chen. After doing all this, Chu Chen took advantage of the night and said goodbye and left despite Brother Pan's desperate attempts to keep him. It's not that Chu Chen doesn't want to stay, but if the other villagers find out tomorrow, he'll probably have to drink all day. Although this wine is brewed by themselves and the alcohol content is not high, it will go bad if it is blown away by the wind. After leaving the village, Chu Chen found an open space. With a wave of his hand, an RV appeared in front of him. I took a comfortable shower in the RV, had a simple meal, crawled into bed, and slept until dawn. I got up early the next day, packed up the RV, and headed towards Qingyun City. Only when he reached the official road did Chu Chen stop, take out his off-road vehicle, and light a cigarette for himself comfortably. I couldn't help but think that this daxia is still comfortable and relaxed. What Chu Chen didn't know was that at this moment, a carriage was also heading towards the gate of Qingyun City. In the carriage, a stunningly beautiful woman was staring blankly at the gate tower of Qingyun City through the window. "Qingyun City, I wonder if my master Chu is in this city." As the carriage slowly moved forward, it headed straight for the inner city. Shortly after the carriage entered the city, Chu Chen's red BJ-80 also entered Qingyun City and went directly to the house in the west of the city. As soon as the car entered the door, a beautiful figure rushed out. "Sir, you're back." When Xiaofang saw Chu Chen getting off the car, she pounced on him and tightly clamped onto him like an octopus. Then Xiaolan and Xiaotao also walked out of the house. "Master, you are back." There was a gleam in the eyes of the two, but they were just maids and could not go forward to hug Chu Chen like Xiaofang did. He just looked at Chu Chen excitedly from the side, so excited that his whole body was jumping. Chu Chen hugged Xiaofang and asked, "You're back. Aren't the three of you in Mashan village?" "Sir, we can't give up Qingyun City's business. Not only the three of us, but Chuanxiang and Qiujiu are here too. They are currently in the Wenxiang Pavilion. Thank you for your hard work." Chu Chen held Xiaofang in his arms and ran straight into the house. Soon after, Xiaolan and Xiaodao were busy in the kitchen with red faces. "Sister, what do you think of this young master and Miss Xiaofang?" "Okay, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask and just cook." A full hour later, Chu Chen changed his clothes and walked out of the house refreshed. Chapter 318. Half-broken Coast Guard ship at the dock. At this time, the table was already filled with Chu Chen's favorite dishes. Xiaolan and Xiaodao are really capable, but there are so many things. How can we finish them all? We sisters thought that our young master couldn't eat the meals at home when he was out, so Xiaolan and Xiaodao said a little embarrassedly. They did cook too much, but Chu Chen knew what the two were thinking. They were afraid that he would be hungry, so they kept cooking the best dishes. "Okay, wait until Chuanxiang and Qiujiu come back, and then we'll start the feast." After saying that, he turned and walked to the warehouse, filled it with supplies, and took out a box of red wine and a few glasses. Only then did he return to the dining table and wait quietly for the two girls to come home. After a while, an excited voice came from outside. "Sister Xiaofang, did you know that a big customer came to the Wenxiang Pavilion today and bought 500 taels of perfume?" "Ah, sir, when did you come back?" As soon as the two finished talking, they saw Chu Chen at the door looking at them with a smile. Immediately afterwards, two octopuses appeared on Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen finally separated them. All right, let's eat first. After a while, everyone at the table was happily toasting each other, and it was very lively. During this time, Chunxiang and Xiuju talked about the big client today. Sir, you didn't see it. That girl is not only rich, but also very pretty. Yes, sir, if you see it, you will definitely like it. Chunxiang and Xiuju were chattering on the side, while Chu Chen was frowning. What do you mean I must like it? Could it be that in their eyes, I'm a beast who does what he does to everyone he sees? I just care too much about these girls in Daxia and make my own small contribution to the social stability of Daxia. It's just that the girl looks very fierce. Xiuju suddenly said this, and Chu Chen asked quickly, Why? Is she mean to you? No, sir, it's just that the girl looks like she has the same temperament as Sister Chu Chen. She's probably a martial arts master. Yes, sir, she even asked about you. When Chu Chen asked about himself, he instantly felt that something was wrong. Although I only opened 2 shops in Qingyan City, Honglingmen and Wenxiang Pavilion. But in Qingyan City, almost everyone knows that the owner behind these 2 shops is Chu Chen. Since this person is asking about me, he is most likely an outsider. Why would an outsider want to know about himself? There's a problem here. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to see what kind of person he is. So he asked Chunxiang and Xiuju, when that person shows up again, use the intercom to notify me. Sir, you've been thinking about me since I heard what my sisters said. Xiuju said with great interest. Seeing this, Chu Chen patted her forehead and said, Your skin is itchy, right? I will help you relax it tonight. When Xiuju heard this, her smiling face immediately turned red. Master, you are being naughty again. Chu Chen Lauet, eat. As night fell, Chu Chen completely relaxed himself. Early the next morning, he drove towards Namishan village. After entering the village, the car headed towards the villa. On both sides of the road, villagers were working in the fields. Under the big tree at the entrance of the village, several old men and women were playing landlord on several card tables. Passing by the auditorium, I could still faintly hear the elegance singing from inside. The whole mountain village is filled with tranquility and peace. Chu Chen looked at all this and couldn't help but say leisurely, This is what a rural area should look like. After parking the car steadily at the entrance of the villa, Chu Chen opened the door and got out. He only saw Li Qinglian looking at him with tears in her eyes. So he stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. Oh, you're crying again. What's wrong? Are you missing me? Husband, you're finally back. I miss Qinglian so much. All right, look at you, you've lost weight. Your husband will come back to replenish you. By the way, where are the others? Li Qinglian listened to Chu Chen's ruthless words and couldn't help but punch him in the chest. My husband is bad. Then he turned around and pointed inside. There was a card table inside, where Roy Muxwicken and the drunkard were playing landlord. Seeing Chu Chen and Li Qinglian come in, Mu Shuichen looked up, then her eyes returned to the card table. Roy, what are you doing? If you have a bomb, just throw it. It's a bit unfair for you two to play like this. When Chen Qingxian heard Mu Shuichen's words, he immediately became unhappy. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked to the card table and said, Hey, I'm back. The 3 of them turned to look at Chu Chen again, then turned back to playing cards. Xiaomingzi, brother is back. Oh, I see. Can't you see I'm playing cards? Shuichen, Roy, brother is back. Aren't you excited at all? Mu Shuichen and Roy looked at each other, and then looked at Chu Chen in unison. It's just a long trip. I'll be back soon. Let's talk about it after we finish playing cards. After hearing this, Chu Chen pulled Li Qinglian up and went upstairs. I thought to myself, I did all this myself. Why did I give them these playing cards in the first place? In the room, Chu Chen stared blankly at Li Qinglian, who looked like a peeled lotus root. She said affectionately, Qinglian, you still love your husband the most. Oh, my husband, they're having a great time. Don't be angry. After saying that, she pulled Chu Chen into her arms. After a while, the pointed-eared Dahuang was pacing around the doghouse impatiently. She whimpered from time to time and then cast a pleading look at the little bitch in the kennel. Then, after being chased for a long distance by the little bitch, he sat blankly by the small lake in Mashan village, looking in the direction of Chu Chen's villa with a lonely look on his face. Late at night, Chu Chen quietly got up, went to the living room, put all the poker cards in the house in his space, then went into the tea room and slipped into the space. The spring water in the space is now overflowing from the bucket. After Chu Chen drank a bucket of water, his exhausted body instantly became refreshed. Then he headed towards the port terminal full of containers. The warship on the sea had already revealed half of its body at this moment, and Chu Chen flew over to the warship in a few steps. Hey, no, this isn't a warship. Chu Chen looked at the half-finished configuration above and suddenly remembered some pictures he had seen when he was looking up information. He reached out and touched the main gun, 2 secondary guns, and the 2 anti-aircraft machine guns on them. He said thoughtfully, "This is a Coast Guard ship. It is not equipped with missiles." That's even better. This thing should be easier to operate. Chapter 319, Container Cream Pie Equipment. Compared to those large warships and frigates, this Coast Guard ship is indeed easier to navigate. In this world, even a Coast Guard ship can defeat everything. Moreover, based on Chu Chen's current understanding, even if he was given an aircraft carrier, it would be useless because he wouldn't know how to fly it. And that thing is not something that one person can handle. Even if it's a Coast Guard ship, I guess it will take me a while to figure it out. But there is no point in worrying about these things at the moment. Without enough jade, this thing cannot be taken out. Then he turned and headed towards a cargo ship full of containers. The container warehouse is mostly filled with daily necessities and some technological products. He didn't find the heavy weapons, but that was understandable. It would be strange if he could find the weapons since they were all stored in the warehouse. But it's hard to say what will happen on that cargo ship. What if someone is so bold as to do something? Who can say for sure? He boarded the cargo ship, waved his hand to move a container over, and the tetanus blade flew, and the supplies inside poured out. Beef jerky. Holy crap. Frozen meat. It looks like this cargo ship is no ordinary ship. Then he sped up and opened the containers one by one. Finally, after working for about an hour, he found an inconspicuous-looking container at the bottom of the cargo ship. He didn't look at what was written on the label outside. Of course, even if Chu Chen looked at it, he wouldn't understand it because it was in English. Tetanus Blade raised his hand and swung the knife, and then some wooden boxes rolled out. Chu Chen looked at those wooden boxes with excitement in his eyes. Could it be that there was something in there? Then he stepped forward and carefully pried open the wooden box. Fuck, they busted a super smuggling group. There was only a rocket launcher and several rockets quietly placed inside. However, no matter how well you hide this stuff, it probably can't be unloaded from this cargo ship in modern society. This smuggler must be very stupid to think of mixing these things into the cargo. Haha, I'm rich, a great siege weapon. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen pried open the wooden boxes one by one. It was filled with weapons. Thompson, Garand, MG-24 general-purpose machine gun, Maxim, and a single-person mortar, etc. Are these all things left over from World War II? Luckily, they're all equipped with ammunition. But even so, with these, as long as he can train a group of death warriors, dominating the world will not be a problem. Then, from a small box, he took out another gadget that made him ecstatic. A Glock pistol. This thing is really awesome. The most amazing thing is that it can be fully automatic, that is continuous firing. As for the recoil, for an 8th grade master, there's no need to worry about it all. There was also a long magazine of 30 rounds in the wooden box. And all the accessories are complete, which makes it much easier to hide than my Uzi. So he took the Glock and put it behind his butt, then put on a Thompson and Garland. Chu Chen wanted to laugh wildly at the sky at this moment. With so many light and heavy weapons, there was an added layer of security in this world. After satisfying his craving for weapons, Chu Chen moved all the weapons to the equipment warehouse of the Public Security Agency. Then he took the Glock and left the space. Then, he turned around and entered Li Qinglian's room. Lying in bed, Chu Chen couldn't fall asleep. With so many weapons, it was time to equip the children he raised. Li Qinglian was awakened by Chu Chen tossing and turning. She immediately turned over and hugged Chu Chen and asked, "Husband, why are you not resting so late at night?" My husband is very happy today." If you have something happy, tell Qinglian about it, and make Qinglian happy too." Qinglian, my husband feels that you're still not getting enough nutrition." When Li Qinglian saw Chu Chen's sudden change of attitude, she immediately started giggling again. Chu Chen thought to himself that it was a close call. He almost revealed the secret. It seems that he needs to control his emotions well in the future. But since we have already started happily, let's continue to be happy. Late at night, De Huang looked at the direction of Chu Chen's villa with some anger and howled to the sky like a wolf in the forest. After howling once, the little bitch next to him bit him and made him quiet down. Da Huang. Alas, humans and dogs have different fates. Tomorrow I will bite your little hand to death. On the second day, Chu Chen slept until mid-morning before waking up. At this moment, the villa was in an uproar. I saw the drunkard rummaging through the drawers and cabinets in the villa frantically. Senior sister, have you seen my poker? Qinglian, where are my poker cards? It must be that idiot, that bastard, who took my poker. Immediately afterwards, Chun Qingxian rushed to Chu Chen's door and knocked on it loudly. You idiot, come out here. Xiao Mengzi, why are you here calling for souls so early in the morning? Chu Chen opened the door sleepily and said to Chun Qingxian, Did you take my poker cards? Poker. What poker? You idiot, just pretend. Do you believe me? Chun Qingxian made a gesture as if he was about to fight, but he stopped in an instant. Because at this moment Chu Chen was raising his hand and pointing at his chest. Hey, Chu Chen, Master Chu, can you please return the poker to me? Xiao Mengzi, how long has it been since you last visited Qingyun City? Going to Qingyun City? What for? Chun Qingxian asked with a puzzled look. Seeing him like this, Chu Chen pretended to sigh deeply and said, Alas, poor Miss Qingchuan, she was wronged in the end. After saying that, he pushed Chun Qingxian away and strode downstairs. After hearing this, Chun Qingxian stood there in a daze. He murmured, Yes, I have changed. I have even given up the most basic hobbies. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he shouted to Chu Chen downstairs. You idiot! Wait for me. I will go to Qingyun with you. Chu Chen didn't respond, but smiled, sat down at the table, and started eating breakfast. Chun Qingxian rushed downstairs and sat directly in front of Chu Chen. When are we going? You really haven't been there for so long. I was playing cards and forgot. Chun Qingxian said a little embarrassedly. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but a person should have many interests and hobbies in his life. Don't just pick one up and then put it down. Don't you think so? When Chu Chen came back and looked at the three people playing cards, he really regretted teaching them this thing. Therefore, in order to prevent them from being addicted, the best way is to bring this drunkard to Qingyun City and let him pick up his old hobby again. When the time comes, and we are short of one person, it will depend on how you fight. Chapter 320. Tofu Shop in Qingyun City. After breakfast, Chu Chen said something to Li Qinglian, then drove to Qingyun with the drunk man. Not long after, in a house in the west of the city, Chu Chen used the intercom to send a message to Zhou Shixuan, saying that he was back. He also told him what he had seen and heard in Wutuwa and Hassa. The purpose was to arouse Zhou Shixuan's interest and send troops to occupy the Hassa kingdom to prepare for his own jade plan. As for Chun Qingxian, he got out of the car and headed straight for Hong Langman before reaching the house in the west of the city. At the red and romantic door, as soon as Wang Qingchuan saw Chun Qingchuan's figure, he stuck to him like an octopus. Master, you haven't been here for a while. Ha! Look, I just came back from the capital and came to see you first. While Chun Qingxian was lying, he held her in his arms and walked toward the backyard. After Chu Chen passed the message to Zhou Shixuan, he went to the Wenxiang Pavilion when he had nothing to do. Because Xiao Fang and the other two went to the store, only Xiaolan and Xiao Dao were left in the house. For the physical and mental health of the two girls, Chu Chen resolutely walked out of the house and headed towards the street. After a while, Chu Chen arrived at the Wenxiang Pavilion and went up to Xiao Fang's office on the second floor without stopping. Leaning lazily on the big sofa next to the window, watching the people coming and going, enjoying this quiet time. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd on the street, and soon they gathered outside shop opposite. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but become interested and called Xiao Fang over while she was doing the accounts at her desk. Xiao Fang, what's going on over there? After hearing this, Xiao Fang looked in the direction Chu Chen pointed and said, Sir, that's a tofu shop that just opened yesterday, called Xuanchen Tofu Shop. It is said that the tofu seller is a presumptuous girl with a beauty that is as beautiful as a fairy. I guess these people are attracted by her looks. Xuanchen Tofu Shop? Chu Chen frowned in confusion after hearing this. I always feel like there's something wrong here. As he thought about it, Chu Chen couldn't help but think of the day he just came back, the girl Chiu Ju mentioned who waved her hand and bought 500 taels of perfume. Asking about me, Xuanchen opened across from Wenxiang Pavilion. Could it be that this person is looking for me? Who could it be? Chu Chen connected these pieces of information together and instantly understood something. So he ordered Xiao Fang, Go and ask someone to buy some tofu so we can see what the girl looks like. Why are you so concerned about that girl, sir? If that's the case, why don't you go and ask her in person? Xiao Fang is smart. If Chu Chen can think of it, she can think of it too. As soon as the sign of the tofu shop appeared yesterday, she thought that this person was most likely here for her son. Haha, Xiao Fang, be more careful in everything. What if it's an enemy? Yes, sir, Xiao Fang is too stupid. I'll send someone over right away. After Xiao Fang left, Chu Chen took out a pair of binoculars and looked across, but because there were too many people, he couldn't even see the boss's shadow except for his heads. So he simply put down the telescope and lay down on the sofa again. I thought to myself, never mind her. If she is an enemy, she will show up sooner or later. If she is an old acquaintance, it is better to avoid trouble. After lying down until noon, Xiao Fang came to Chu Chen with a shopping guide girl carrying 2 pieces of tofu. Sir, I bought some tofu. Oh, it's quite fast. How is it? Did you see it clearly? Chu Chen looked at the tofu in Xiao Fang's hand and raised his head to ask. I can't see clearly, sir. The girl has a great figure, but her face is covered, so I can't see her face clearly. Covering your face? I can't see your face clearly. Is it worth it to sell tofu? As soon as Xiao Fang finished speaking, Chu Chen frowned deeply, but he was certain that this person was most likely coming for him. I was thinking about what Xiaoju said yesterday, about spending 500 taels to buy perfume. I thought to myself, it seems I have to do it myself. So he said to Xiao Fang, okay, since you can't see clearly, just ignore her. Go and make some tofu and try it. Xiao Fang left with the tofu. Chu Chen took out the telescope again and looked at the tofu shop opposite. But I still couldn't see anything through the telescope. How much tofu do you have to grind a day? We've been queuing for half a day, and they still haven't sold out. Chu Chen muttered as he observed. Then he put down the telescope, waved his hand, and took out a small drone from the space. It's the size of a palm, but it takes very clear photos. As the drone flew out of the window, the outline of the tofu shop slowly appeared in the picture. Immediately afterwards, the drone flew over the backyard of the tofu shop, and the entire scene in the yard appeared in Chu Chen's eyes. Then he saw a group of people grinding tofu inside, but the situation in the house could not be seen clearly at all. But after a while, a beautiful figure appeared in the backyard. As she took off her veil, Chu Chen, who was controlling the drone, couldn't help but shake his hand, and the drone also tilted. The person who appeared in his eyes was none other than Lung Shuang, the Lord of Longqing. Fuck, why is she here? Or is she here to see me? Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Logically speaking, when Lung Shuang returned and found that the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake was flooded, he could suspect anyone else but not himself. In front of her, I'm just an ordinary person with no fighting power. Moreover, that night, according to normal thinking, he should have been drinking with her. For a moment, Chu Chen couldn't figure out Lung Shuang's purpose in coming to Daxia. But, judging from the fact that she came to the scent pavilion to buy perfume, asked about her identity, and then did not attack anyone around her, Lung Shuang's hostility should not be strong. Otherwise, with her strength as a 10th grade master, she could easily capture the people from Wenxiang Pavilion and force her to show up. But no matter what she came for, I didn't want to meet her until she directly stated her purpose. After all, he is a 10th grade master. Even if you are not afraid of him, there is no need to make trouble for him. It seems I should leave Qinyan City for a while. Chu Chen finished speaking slowly, then put away the drone, turned around, and walked out of the Wenxiang Pavilion. Not long after, Chen Qingshuan's lazy voice came from the intercom. Don't bother me. I haven't had enough fun yet. Go back if you want. Chu Chen didn't say anything after listening, but turned around and adjusted to Xiao Fang's channel. Xiao Fang, can I take you out for a walk? Okay, sir. Where are we going? Wait for me. I'll pick you up. After saying that, Chu Chen climbed onto the off-road vehicle and drove towards the Wenxiang Pavilion. Not long after, the fiery red BJ-80 sped along the road from Qinyan to Linhai. That's right, Chu Chen hasn't been to the Peach Blossom Island for a long time. I wonder how Linhai is doing now after Chu Yi returned from the capital. Chapter 321. Jade Essence appears in overseas Japan. And it was on the evening of the same day that Chu Chen and Xiao Fang left Qinyan City. Xiaoju was guarding the Wenxiang Pavilion with her men. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in the Wenxiang Pavilion again. Girl, it's you. What do you want to see this time? Haha. I came here today and wanted to ask if you sell this kind of perfume. Lung Shuang took out a bottle of perfume from her clothes and asked Xiaoju with a smile. Xiaoju looked at the perfume, and was instantly surprised. Because this kind of perfume is not sold to the public in Wenxiang Pavilion, it is just an exclusive perfume given to these girls by the young master. How could she not be surprised when the girl took out this thing? But having been selling perfume for so long, she has long been at peace with it. Then he smiled and said to Leng Shuang, "Sorry, girl, we don't have this perfume in our store." Leng Shuang looked at the perfume in her hand, then glanced at the scent pavilion and said with a little disappointment, "Thank you. Is this the only perfume shop your Mr. Chu owns? Also, do you know where he is?" "I'm sorry, young lady. I'm just a small shopkeeper. How can I know about our young master's affairs? I haven't seen my young master for a long time." Looking at Xiuju, who was still smiling, a trace of loneliness flashed across Leng Shuang's face, and she said goodbye reluctantly. Back at the tofu shop, Leng Shuang sat in front of the candlelight, staring blankly at the perfume on the table. "Chu Chen, where are you? Could it be that you were really killed by your aunt?" Leng Shuang thought of the second possibility that she had thought of before in the Dragon City Lord's mansion. "Yeah, you have no power, so it's normal for you to be killed." Leng Shuang smiled sadly, then took off her clothes and got into the quilt. Staring at the ceiling quietly, a tear slipped down from the corner of my eye unconsciously. At this moment, Chu Chen and Xiaofang have arrived at Linhai City. After entering the city, the two did not go to the island immediately, but found an inn to stay in. Prepare to visit Murong Huai tomorrow before going to the island. Early the next morning, Chu Chen brought Xiaofang and gifts to Murong Huai City Lord's mansion. "Hey, Brother Chu, you are so welcome, so welcome." "Brother Mu, how are you? Is everything okay?" "Thanks to my brother, everything is fine, everything is fine." The two exchanged greetings at the door, and were then welcomed into the house by Murong Huai. As soon as she entered the house, Xiaofang was taken to the back garden by Murong Huai's wives. Murong Huai and Chu Chen sat down as host and guest. "Brother Chu, is there anything important that brought you back to Linhai this time?" "It's nothing important. I just wanted to come and see how Peach Blossom Fairy Island is doing after a while." "Haha, I'll call my son back right now to report to you on the business performance of Red Romance during this period." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Murong Huai thought that Chu Chen was here to inspect Hong Langman's work, so he immediately spoke. No, Brother Murong, I'm just here to have some fun and visit you. I'll be on the island soon." Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped him. Chu Chen was completely confident in Chu regarding the situation of Hong Langman. He didn't open Hong Langman just to make a lot of money for himself. It's more than enough to cover the island's expenses. This action made Murong Huai feel a little embarrassed, so he turned around and went back into the house. When he came out, he had a small box in his hand, and then he handed the small box to Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, you rarely come here, and every time you do, you always bring me gifts. This time, I prepared a gift for you too. It's not something valuable." Chu Chen took the box with great interest. In fact, he had received many conveniences from Murong Huai when he came to Linhai. Some things are much better than gifts. But since someone is so enthusiastic about giving me a gift, there is no reason for me to refuse. So he put the box into his backpack. "Brother Chu, this is a piece of jade that a Japanese man brought to me when he came to Linhai." At that time, the Japanese were just a few people who came to Linhai and had no ill intentions. So brother, I accepted it. After introducing the contents of the box, Murong Huai also explained that he was afraid that Chu Chen would think that he had some dealings with Japan. When Chu Chen heard the word jade, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, and he thought to himself, could it be that Japan also has this kind of jade essence? So he took the box that he was about to put into his backpack and put on the table again. "Oh," Brother Murong said, "there is emerald green jade in it." "That's right." Seeing Chu Chen's interest, Murong Huai instantly became happy. Chu Chen suppressed his excitement and slowly opened the box. In an instant, his eyes became clear. "Haha, Brother Murong, to be honest, I've been searching for this item for a while now. Did the Japanese give it to you and tell you anything?" Murong Huai became serious instantly when he heard this. So he slowly told Chu Chen about a business deal that the Japanese had negotiated with him when he came to Linhai. It turns out that many years ago, Japan sent people to Linhai. At that time, Japan was underdeveloped, so it sent people to Daxia to learn this planting technique. And they also took out what they called national jade as tribute. Their first stop was Linhai City, so they gave some to Murong Huai. Murong Huai introduced the people here to Zhou Shixuan. At that time, Zhou Shixuan regarded himself as a great country and warmly welcomed the people from other countries. and send people to teach them the advanced technologies and knowledge of Dacia. That's why later on, Japan became more powerful and wanted to invade Dacia. I didn't expect to be beaten back by Chu Chen. When Chu Chen heard the word National Jade, he immediately became excited. It has become the National Jade, so the reserves should be quite large. It seems that I have to make a trip to Japan. Thinking of this, Chu Chen took the box containing the jade essence and said goodbye to Xiao Fang. The two of them came all the way to the Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Chu Yi, who had received news from Chu Chen in advance, was waiting at the door early. "Young master, you finally remembered this island," Chu Yi said excitedly. "Haha, Chu Yi, thank you for your hard work during this period." Chu Chen walked up and patted him on the shoulder, then walked towards Lu Rongdong behind Chu Yi. "Is everything okay?" Chu Chen looked at Lu Rongdong and asked. "My lord, everything is fine. Don't worry, we are here. No one dares to take over here." The group chatted as they walked towards the villa on the top of the mountain. Inside the villa, several maids had already prepared snacks and other things and were waiting. Chu Chen looked at the clean and tidy villa and praised several people. Afterwards, after inspecting the island, Chu Chen drove away the others and instructed Chu, "Go back to Qingyun and pick up your 9 brothers and sisters. I will take you out to play." Chapter 322. A team of 10 enters the isolated island. Ever since hearing about the jade essence produced in Japan, Chu Chen has been planning to go to Japan. There's a large yacht in my own space. As long as I don't encounter a super strong storm, go to a small country like Japan is not a problem. Originally, he was thinking of going alone, but considering that those children had been with him for so long, they deserved some training, so he made a temporary decision to select the 10 oldest ones to take to Japan together. For these children, exposing themselves to some hot weapons can also help them prepare for settling down. That's why Chu Yi went back to pick up 9 of them, and together with Chu Yi, there were 10 people in total going to Japan to look for the jade essence. After listening to this, Chu Yi grabbed the intercom and walked out of the villa. Then, a small boat headed towards the Linhai city. Chu Chen took Xiao Fang to the 2nd floor of the villa to discuss the obstacles and breakthroughs encountered in the continuation of humankind. 3 days later, Chu Yi brought 10 children to Peach Blossom Island. The children had rarely traveled far, so when they suddenly saw the sea, they jumped up and down with excitement. Chu Yi didn't indulge them and brought them directly to Chu Chen's villa on the top of the mountain. Chu Chen looked at the 8 men and 2 women in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Sir, everyone from Chu Yi to Chu Shi is here. Please give us your orders." Chu Yi asked these younger brothers and sisters to stand in a row and spoke to Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked them up and down and found that there were 7 6th grade masters among them, and the 2 youngest girls were now 5th grade masters. Needless to say, Chu Yi is already heading towards the 7th rank. So he said to the 10 people with a smile, "Okay, you are tired from the journey. Chu Yi, take your brothers and sisters to have some fun on this island. I will tell you the mission tomorrow." After saying that, he drove them down the mountain. 10 children aged 16 or 17 walked up to Chu Chen respectfully, bowed, and left. And Chu Chen gradually lost himself in the calls of Godfather. After taking this group of children away, Chu Chen also walked towards the back mountain. After finding a spot on the coast, Chu Chen took advantage of the time when the patrol officers were changing shifts and a large yacht appeared on the sea with a wave of his hand. Then he flew onto the yacht and drove away into the distance. That's right, he needs to find an isolated island suitable for secretly training these 10 children. After driving for more than half an hour, Chu Chen finally flew onto an island that looked small. Then he took out a drone and flew it around the small island. They found that there was no human habitation except for some wild animals, and the fishermen from Linhai City could not reach here to fish. "Okay, here it is." Chu Chen muttered something, and with a wave of his hand, a lot of supplies appeared, including tents, food, etc. Then he took out an empty container, opened the padlock, and placed 2 Thompson submachine guns, 6 Garand rifles, an MG-24 general-purpose machine gun, and a single-person mortar inside, as well as some ammunition, various target papers, and some individual equipment. He locked the container and drove the yacht straight towards Peach Blossom Island. At the gate of Peach Blossom Fairy Island, the soldiers saw the yacht suddenly appear, and after picking up the telescope, they saw Chu Chen's figure. It was no surprise that the gate to the island was opened. Early the next morning, Chu Chen talked to Xiao Fang, then picked up the intercom and called Chu, E, and others to the gate of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Chu Chen was wearing camouflage today, and he walked directly in front of the 10 people. Kids, you are already 16 or 17 years old. Since you follow me, Chu Chen, you must be loyal. Next, don't say anything and get on the boat with me. Even Xiaofang didn't know what was going on with these 9 people who suddenly appeared. But everyone was tactful enough not to ask. After all, if they were taking Chu Chen's money, they should just work hard and not ask questions that they shouldn't. After Chu Chen finished speaking, Chu Yi brought 9 people and followed Chu Chen. After a while, they followed the yacht towards the isolated island. On the yacht, 10 people gathered in the cockpit, watching carefully how Chu Chen controlled the big ship. Chu Chen did not stop them. Driving vehicles or boats was also something they had to learn. Chu Chen deliberately drove very slowly for this purpose, so that they could see more and remember more. An hour later, Chu Chen parked the yacht next to the isolated island, and in a flash, he ran towards the island. Upon seeing this, Chu Yi led everyone and rushed towards the isolated island. The whole process was very serious, and no one spoke. Chu Chen was standing on the container at this moment, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the 10 people coming towards him with a smile. Yes, it seems you haven't given up on your skills here. You're all quite hard-working. Thank you for your cultivation, young master. After hearing Chu Chen's praise, the 10 people below said in unison, Okay, I won't say much else. You must be wondering why I called everyone here today. After Chu Chen finished speaking, there was a wave of expectant glances from the audience. As the saying goes, you train an army for 1,000 days, but deploy it for a single day. You call me Godfather, but in my heart, you are my family. So, I called you here this time to take you across the ocean to Japan. After saying that, Chu Chen took out an emerald green jade essence and said, I am not short of money or strength, but this thing, each of you remember it. I need it. Then he told them the mission and purpose of going to Japan to find the jade essence. Godfather, just leave this matter to us without any worries. Even if it costs us our lives, we will get this for you. The speaker was Chu San, a tall and strong man who had just turned 17 this year and had great brute force. Seeing Chu San express his stance, everyone stood up and expressed their determination. For a moment, the atmosphere was high and the words were exciting. Chu Chen was indeed quietly looking at everyone, trying to decide what weapons to distribute. Godfather, if it weren't for you, we would have starved to death. In everyone's eyes, you are our real father, so just give us your orders. The person who spoke was Chu Shi, a girl in her early 15 years old. If this happened in modern society, she would probably still be acting like a spoiled brat in her parents' arms. But in this era, she is already old enough to be a mother. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I understand your sincerity, but this trip is dangerous. We're going to find Jade, not risk our lives. So, I don't want anything to happen to any of you. Next, I'll give you some advanced weapons and teach you how to use them. This weapon is only in my possession. Therefore, you must keep it absolutely confidential. Once the mission is completed, retrieve it. After saying that, under everyone's expectant eyes, Chu Chen slowly opened the door of the container under his feet. Chapter 323, Isolated Island Training, Chu Family Gang. After the container was opened, everyone looked at each other curiously, wondering what Chu Chen would give them. But over the years, Chu Chen has given them so many new and useful things. Therefore, in their hearts, anything produced by Chu Chen must be a masterpiece. After a while, with the efforts of 10 people, all the weapons and equipment were placed in front of everyone. Chu Chen picked up a machine gun and handed it to Chu San. Old San, you are big, so it will be harder. After saying that, he took out the 2 Thompsons and handed them to Miss Chu Jio and Chu Shiliang. The individual rocket launcher was handed to Chu Yi, and he was also given a pistol. Then he took out 6 more Garens and distributed them to the remaining 6 people. Okay, you must be wondering what kind of weapon this is. Chu, you should be able to guess it. That's right, sir, you guessed right. These should be the firearms we used to fight the Japanese last time. Because Chu Chen had given Chu Yi a grenade launcher before, so when Chu Yi received the rocket launcher, he understood it. Okay, the things in your hands, to be precise, should be called guns, and what they fire are called bullets. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took out a row of bullets and loaded them into a Garen rifle. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he fired all the bullets at the big tree opposite. Everyone opened their eyes wide as they looked at the pierced tree trunk and listened to the sound made by Garland. Godfather, this thing is so powerful. If it hits a person, it will be disastrous. Yes, Godfather, with this weapon, we can go straight to the Japanese Imperial Palace. Godfather, I'm so excited just thinking about using this weapon to fight Japan. After seeing the power of the weapon, everyone immediately started talking about it. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but reached out and took Chu Geo's Thompson and fired a burst of shots into the woods. Afterwards, Chu Chen fired each weapon in front of them, especially when everyone saw the huge power of Chu Yi's individual rocket launcher bursting out. They were instantly numb. Okay, now for the requirements. First, never point the gun at your own people. Second, the weapons are currently only known and used by you. Don't tell anyone else. Can you do that? Sir, don't worry. After saying that, Chu Yi and his 9 younger brothers and sisters swore a poisonous oath to Chu Chen. Chu Chen doesn't believe this, but people in this world do, so just swear. After all the noises stopped, Chu Chen stood on the container again. Okay, next, let's start training. Then, Chu Chen began to teach them step by step. It was actually very simple. The main thing was to be accurate. For a group of experts like them, things like recoil can be completely ignored, which makes it much more convenient to use. Chu Chen taught for a whole day until everyone was proficient in the new weapons and equipment. Then he said to everyone, okay, from now on, I will give you 10 days. I want to see that there are no living creatures on this island except you 10 people. After saying that, after leaving them with enough weapons and ammunition, he drove the yacht towards Peach Blossom Island. After Chu Chen left, Chu Yi discovered that there was not a single grain of food left on the entire island. All right, brothers and sisters, the mission the young master has given us is to rid this island of all living things. So, grab your weapons and follow me into mountains. Without food, the wild beasts in the mountains are enough to survive. If they are still starving, Chu Chen would not bring them with him. Chu Chen ignored them and drove the yacht back to Peach Blossom Island. When he returned to the island, it was already nightfall, and he was exhausted from the day. After a quick shower, he crawled into bed, hugged Xiaofeng, and fell asleep. On the second day, Chu Chen came to the City Lord Mansion again and asked Murong Huai for a map of this world made by Xia. Murong Huai was also a little surprised that Chu Chen wanted this thing. He kept asking Chu Chen what he was doing there, but Chu Chen always evaded the question. After coming out of the City Lord's mansion, Chu Chen walked towards Linhai Hongman. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Murong Shiman at the front desk, chatting with Jinlian. Seeing Chu Chen coming, he immediately went to greet him. Shiman greets uncle. Jinlian greets the young master. Chu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing this. He turned to Murong Shiman and asked, Shiman, don't you want the name Murong anymore? Uncle, Jinlian said that Shiman sounds nice. After listening to this, Chu Chen took a look at Jinlian and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I thought to myself that history is always surprisingly similar. Then, he found Shangwan Kai and Murong Shiman and sat in the office together. After getting a general understanding of the business situation of Linhai Honglang, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he stood up, Shangwan Kai asked anxiously, Sir, I wonder if that Taoist priest came with you. Chu Chen turned around with a smile after hearing this. That Jioming, that Taoist priest has something to do in Qingyun. He will come over when he is done. Walking out of the door of Linhai Hongman, Chu Chen couldn't help but think with a smile. The people in this world are destined to attract a certain type of people. Look at this Jiomengzi. He attracts the best in the industry. After saying that, he picked up the intercom and conveyed another message to Qingyun Honglang. Taoist Qingxian, Kai is waiting anxiously. After saying this, he smiled and ran towards the Peach Blossom Island. In the next few days, Chu Chen had nothing to do, so he spent the whole day with Xiaofeng. Either go fishing on a yacht or have a barbecue and drink on the beach. Chu Chen has been running around since the beginning of the year. Now that he has some free time, it's time to experience the life of the rich. 10 days later, Chu Chen gave Xiaofeng some instructions and drove the yacht towards the isolated island. After approaching the isolated island, Chu Chen took out a telescope and looked at the beach from a distance. There were many bonfires, and above the bonfires, all kinds of meat were hung. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems that these guys have not been idle these days. As the yacht gradually approached, 10 figures appeared on the beach at the same time. "Young master, you are finally here." Chu Chen came forward and said excitedly. "What? Can't stand it anymore." "No, sir. I've been eating meat for 10 days. How about you give us some vegetables or something?" In 10 days, this group of people ran all over the island, and the animals on the island suffered as well. Now, they have turned into pieces of meat on the fire. It can be seen how miserable their lives were during these 10 days. Chapter 324, Setting Sail for Japan. "Isn't it good to eat meat?" Chu Chen asked back, then pointed at the yacht to Chu Chen. Chu Chen immediately understood and flew onto the yacht. Then he brought down a bunch of vegetables and fruits. Looking at them eating with their mouths full, I looked up at the meat on the fire. Chu Chen thought that if he had to eat this stuff all day long, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. "All right, eat quickly, and then everyone wash up. Today we will set off for Japan." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the group of people stopped what they were doing. Then the boys took off their clothes and jumped into the sea. Upon seeing this, Chu Jiu and Chu Shi immediately turned their backs and said to Chu Chen in dissatisfaction, "Godfather, look at them. There's a restroom on the yacht. You two can go up and wash up." Chu Jiu and Chu Shi were delighted after hearing this. They grabbed their backpacks and rushed onto the yacht. Chu Chen looked at the young boys on the beach. They were so young, yet they were slowly turning into killing machines. He couldn't help but sigh. Do they know the meaning of life and where their future lies? But in an instant, Chu Chen returned to his usual state. "Since I pulled them back from the brink of death, it is only right for them to do things for me. At worst, I could just be nicer to them in the future." This time, Chu Chen went to Japan to look for jade essence. Perhaps it was because of modern thinking that Chu Chen did not feel the slightest guilt. Instead, he felt a little excited. In that era of modern society, you knocked on the door of our country and committed all kinds of evil. Now it's time for me to take these 10 people and poke a poke at your ancestors. Although it's a fictional world, it's fun just thinking about it. Soon after, a row of people wearing camouflage uniforms, holding weapons, and wearing helmets appeared in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked up and said, "You look good, but when we get to Japan, we have to put on their clothes and act in secret. Do you understand?" "I'm waiting, understand." "Okay, now let's get on board and head out to sea. I'll tell you the detailed plan while we're on board." In fact, Chu Chen still doesn't have a specific plan because he doesn't know anything about Japan. All he had in his hand was a map that could point him in the direction to Japan. As for where the fine jade is, who controls it, and since it is the national jade, what role does it play in Japan? None of these are known. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Chen wanted to take Chu Chen and the others with him. In a word, things get done more easily with more people, and the collection of various information is also more convenient. On the yacht, Chu Chen spread out the large map, marked it with a compass, and then pointed in the direction of Japan. He pushed the accelerator, and the yacht quickly headed towards that direction. Watching the island behind him getting farther and farther away, Chu Chen pulled Chu Chen to his side. I told him how to use the compass, and then gave him the cab. Chu Chen was so happy that he patted his chest and promised not to let Chu Chen down. Chu Chen climbed to the top floor of the yacht with a smile, enjoying the scenery along the way. The waves raised by the stern of the yacht drew a white line on the sea surface. Chu Chen was driving this thing for the first time and was full of excitement. Chu Air was queuing up behind him, constantly shouting, "Brother, let me drive for a while." On the second day, Chu Air took over the driver's seat, and Chu San, a big guy, kept calling him brother behind him. Chu Chen watched them taking turns driving the boat, and couldn't help but think of Hong Langman, who was far away in Daxia. I thought this was somewhat similar to queuing. On the third day, Chu Chen took a pair of high-power binoculars and looked ahead. After searching around, he found something unusual. There was a small island not far away from them. Next to the island, there were several large wooden boats parked, which were somewhat similar to the Japanese warships that were previously driven away. So he quickly shouted to Chu San, who was enjoying himself, "Old 3, stop the boat. Something's happening." Seeing this, Chu San immediately stepped on the accelerator. "Godfather, what's wrong?" Chu Chen didn't say anything, but walked to the stern of the yacht. While they were not reacting, he waved his hand and a small speedboat appeared. "Hey, Godfather, can this thing give birth?" Not long after, Chu Chen, who was looking for Chu Chen, looked at the small speedboat at the stern of the yacht and asked. Seeing this, Chu Chen patted him on the back of the head and said, "This big ship has its own escape boat. What's the use of it?" Let's go and take a look. The rest of you wait here." After saying that, Chu Chen and Chu Yi, who was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, drove the speedboat around the bend and slowly approached the island. In order to avoid being discovered by the Japanese ship, Chu Chen deliberately went around the bay. At this moment, on those large ships, several Japanese soldiers were looking out to sea. "General, in 10 days, we will reach Linhai City in Daxia. All right, rest today and set off early tomorrow morning. Remember this. This time, we are negotiating peace with Daxia, so no violence is allowed." "How is the princess?" A ferocious-looking man looked at his subordinates in front of him and asked, "General, the princess may be unable to bear the turbulence of this huge ship and is feeling a little down. It's okay. Let the princess hold on for a while longer. You can take good care of her. If nothing unexpected happens, she might be the concubine of the 8th Prince of Daxia." "Don't worry, General. I understand." The subordinate took the order and left, and the general looked towards the deep sea again. Suddenly, he saw a white line appear in the distance, which looked like a boat or a fish, and his heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself, could it be that this sea area is really haunted by sea monsters, as the legend says? But the white line appeared in front of his eyes for a few breaths, and then disappeared from his sight. So he quickly called the subordinate and said, "Everyone, cheer up, pay attention to the sea, and protect the princess." He also turned around and went back to the room. When he came out again, he was already wearing armor and a crown, looking ready for battle. In order not to cause panic, he did not dare to tell his subordinates about the sea monster. He just stared blankly at the sea, looking for the extremely fast monster just now. At this moment, Chu Chen and Chu Yi had already arrived at the other side of the island. The two flew onto the island and quickly ran towards the big ship on the other side. Not long after, Chu Chen and Chu Yi stood on the island, observing the ships with telescopes. There were 3 large ships in total, with some soldiers holding weapons standing on the deck, as if they were ready for battle and were about to go to war with others. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but turn his head and ask Chu Yi, "Could it be that we have been discovered?" "No way, sir. We're moving so fast, there's no way we'll be spotted. Even if we do, we probably won't be able to see clearly." After listening to this, Chu Chen nodded, picked up the telescope, and continued to look at the big ship. Chapter 325, Firing Cannonballs to Blast Japanese Ships. After a while, Chu Chen put down the telescope and turned to look at Chu Yi again. "What are you going to do?" "Sir, I've offended you a long time ago. How about we fire a shot?" Chu Yi said, raising the rocket launcher in his hand. "Fire 1 shot? Fire 3 shots. Don't you see there are 3 ships?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes at him, then said calmly, "All right, sir, just wait and see." After saying that, Chu Yi stuffed a rocket into his rocket launcher. Then he squatted down arrogantly and fired a rocket at a large ship next to him. The rocket trailed a long line of smoke and went straight towards the ship. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and a big hole was instantly blown in the middle of the wooden boat. The soldiers on the Japanese ship didn't understand what was going on. They only heard the captain say to be on high alert. Unexpectedly, a big hole was suddenly blown in the warship. For a moment, the whole ship was shaking violently. General, something bad has happened. A sea monster is attacking. Don't panic. Raise the white flag first." The general saw the rockets coming from the mountains with their tails trailing. He just didn't know what it was, but just by encountering it, it could make a big hole in one of their ships. It was definitely not something they could resist. So raising the white flag at this moment is the most correct choice. Nachu fired a rocket and felt the power of the rocket, feeling excited and thrilled. He turned to Chu Chen and asked, "Sir, which ship are we going to shoot at now?" "Why are you asking me? The ships are right there. Shoot whichever one you want." Chu immediately became excited after hearing this, and slowly loaded ammunition into his rocket launcher. Then he walked in front of Chu Chen in a cocky manner. "Ha, little pirate, let me show you how powerful your grandfather Chu Yi is." Just as he was about to launch, Chu Chen behind him hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." "Huh?" Chu Yi turned his head, and a rocket whooshed towards a ship on the other side. Didn't you hear me?" "Sir, I heard it, but it's too late." Chu Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the big hole blown out in the hull of the 3rd ship. "Let's go down and take a look. Look, they've raised the white flag." Only then did Chu Chen hurriedly stop him. "Sir, raise the white flag. It means surrender." Oh, sorry, sir. Don't understand what that means." Okay, put the bazooka here, and then follow me down to take a look. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the large ships. When Chui saw Chu Chen go out, he touched the pistol at his waist and ran out quickly. Soon after, the two arrived on the deck of the middle ship. The Japanese general saw two figures coming at a very fast speed. They had Japanese faces, but were taller than them. So he stood up and said in his broken Daxia dialect, "Excuse me, are you the distinguished guest from Daxia?" Distinguished guest? Chu Chen was puzzled when he heard this. What kind of tricks does this thing have? So he said to him, "You spend all day thinking about the land of Daxia. How come you've become a distinguished guest?" "My dear guest, ever since our Japanese fleet was completely annihilated in Daxia last time, I've been greatly impressed by Daxia's military strength. To foster friendship between our two countries, I have specially brought my Japanese princess to Daxia to propose marriage, in order to foster friendship between our two countries." Princess proposing marriage. Chu Chen looked at the Japanese general in front of him with a smile, thinking that this matter was becoming more and more interesting. So he said, "Since the princess has been brought here, I have to do a thorough inspection and invite your princess out to see her." When the general saw that Chu Chen was very interested in the princess, he felt relieved instantly. In his eyes, this sudden attack was probably caused by Daxia sinking all the Japanese ships and then quickly sending troops to garrison in the direction of their Japan. They should be surrounded at this moment. So if the princess could catch the eye of the Daxia man in front of her today, then this matter would probably be over. As long as the Japanese princess successfully marries the 8th prince, then by whispering in his ear, maybe there will still be a chance. So he quickly ordered behind him, "Bring the princess up." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he pulled over a box and stared quietly at the so-called princess who was coming towards him. After a while, the soldier brought out a girl from the cabin. The girl was wearing a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. Although she is not tall, she is a pretty figure. Walking up to Chu Chen, the girl bowed to him and said in Daxia dialect, "Yangzi greets you, sir." "Hello, princess. Please take off your veil and speak." As soon as Chu Chen made the request, the Japanese general immediately stopped him and said, "Dear guest, this is not allowed. This is the woman of the 8th prince of the great Xia royal family. How can you show her to others so easily?" Chu Chen was immediately happy when he heard it. This thing was prepared for Zhou Heng, so he had to take a look at it. So he said, "I'm also a member of the royal family. As a brother, I have to help the 8th brother get married." After saying that, he took out the token Zhou Shixuan gave him in a cocky manner. As a general who could bring the princess to Daxia, he had more or less some understanding of Daxia. As soon as he saw the token, he knelt down immediately. "My dear guest, I was blind and did not recognize the great man. Please forgive me." Chu Chen ignored him and looked at the man in front of him who was so humble, but who knew what evil things he was thinking. In his subconscious, there are no good people in Japan. So he said coldly, "I haven't even entered your country of Japan yet. Where did the word distinguished guest come from?" This sea area, wherever the water reaches, is our great Xia's territorial waters. If we were to talk about honored guests, you are the honored guests. The general stood up immediately after hearing this and said, Yes, sir, you are right. I have no ill intentions. I have heard that Daxia is rich in resources, has developed agriculture, and has a strong culture, while my land is barren and the people live in poverty. Therefore, I would like to use marriage to become a vassal state of Daxia." Chu Chen laughed the moment he heard it. It turned out that there was something bad going on here. "I will learn from you, and then develop secretly and grow stronger. When my wings are strong enough, I will bite you back. Haha, since you Japanese are so sincere, how about you wait here for a while, and I will report to the Emperor Daxia, and then lead you to Daxia." After hearing what Chu Chen said, the general immediately started thinking. Judging from the token, the person in front of him is undoubtedly from the royal family of Daxia. With this person leading the way, it is estimated that the door of Daxia will be easier to open. So he nodded quickly. "In that case, I will wait for the news from you, master." Chapter 326, Sinking the Japanese Ship and Entering Japan. Well, that's right. By the way, take off the princess veil. After listening to Chu Chen's words, the general stepped forward and tore off her veil. Chu Chen looked up, his face expressionless, and thought to himself that it was just like that. I have seen many faces like this in modern society, and I guess Zhou Heng would not like them either. But if we use that red romance and label her as a Japanese princess, I wonder if those officials and merchants would be excited. In that case, let them stay on this island for some time. But seeing how the general treated the princess with disrespect and rudeness, it was estimated that the princess might be of low status or a fake. But then Chu Chen thought of another possibility and then asked the general, "It is said that you didn't bring the national jade from Japan this time?" "Sir, I brought some. I'll bring them to you right away." After a while, the general sent someone to carry a large box onto the deck. Chu Chen stepped forward to open it and saw that it was indeed a whole box of jade essence. Then he handed the box to Chu and asked, "Is this thing common in your country?" "Sir, this national jade is the most precious thing in my country of Japan. Ordinary people cannot own it. Only the royal family has some reserves. The common people cannot own it, but the royal family also has some reserves. Could it be that Murong Huai's information is inaccurate?" Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled when he heard it. "Oh, there are none among the people. Maybe there are some on the black market." Looking at Chu Chen, who was chatting casually, the Japanese general relaxed his vigilance and told him everything he knew. After hearing the news about the jade spirit, Chu Chen no longer had much interest in the people before him, so he waved his hand and said, "For the sake of your better lives, I'll let you all stay on this island for a while." After hearing this, the general looked at Chu Chen in confusion. What was going on? Could it be that this person didn't intend to let him and others wait on this ship? "Sir, what's the meaning of staying here for a while?" After hearing this, Chu Chen stood up, shook his head, turned around, and said to Chu, "Boy, tell them what it means to live on the island for a while." After listening to this, Chu nodded, hugged the box containing the jade essence, and flew towards the top of the mountain. A while later, a rocket flew toward a ship nearby. With a loud explosion, the soldiers on the ship gradually began to panic. Soon, everyone rolled up their bedding and ran towards the land, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would sink to the bottom of the sea forever along with the big ship. The Japanese general glanced at Chu Chen in front of him and said, "Sir, I treated you kindly. Why do you treat us like this? Aren't you afraid that I will ignore the friendship between Japan and Dacia and kill you?" After hearing this, Chu Chen raised his hand and pulled the trigger of the Glock towards the deck without hesitation. In an instant, a row of small holes were punched into the entire deck. Then he said calmly, "Ambush me? Do you have the ability to do that?" "Sir, I have spoken out of turn, but I don't understand why you treat us like this." Because our ancestors have a grudge against you." After saying that, Chu Chen flew up and disappeared into the mountains and forests on the island in a short while. The general looked at the direction where Chu Chen disappeared, and for a moment he couldn't understand where this hatred came from. But he stood up helplessly and said to the sergeant behind him, "Hurry up, pack up your things and get off the boat." With his order, all the soldiers on the ship suddenly became panicked. After Chu Chen returned to the forest, he stood beside Chu and patted his shoulder. "Give them 1 stick of incense. After 1 stick of incense, all 3 ships will be sunk." "Okay, sir. I'm familiar with this job." When Chu heard about this job, he turned around and grinned at Chu Chen, then started loading ammunition for himself. Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself and looked at the busy crowd below. But he started thinking in his heart, if this is really the favored princess of Japan, it means that Japan is really sincere. What if this princess is fake or is an unnecessary person? Then there is no need for the people on this island to live. A stick of incense later, one rocket after another, trailing long plumes of smoke, flew straight towards the 3 large ships from Chu Yi's shoulders. Chu Chen watched the 3 large ships slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Then he stood up and patted Chu on the shoulder. "Let's go. I'll take you to Japan." After saying that, Chu Chen took Chu and headed towards the forest behind him. Soon after, a speedboat returned to the yacht. "Godfather, did you guys sink those ships just now? Are you okay?" Seeing Chu Chen and Chu coming back, the people on the yacht asked Chu Chen with a worried look on their faces. Do we look like we're in trouble?" "Second brother, tie the speedboat to the yacht. Third brother, drive the boat, full speed ahead." After a while, a yacht towing a speedboat bypassed the island and headed towards the Japanese territory. After working in shifts for 2 days, the coastline of Japan slowly appeared in the telescope in Chu Chen's hand. There are many ships parked along the coastline. There are warships from Japan and fishing boats of ordinary fishermen. After watching, Chu Chen put down the telescope and thought that Japan's naval power was indeed much stronger than that of Dacia. It is no wonder that Japan dared to attack the territory of Dacia with only a dozen ships. Although there was internal and external cooperation from that noble family, this was enough to prove Japan's confidence in its navy. However, after I plucked out all the jade essence, I must let Chu have his fun no matter what. Beat them back decades, and then ask Zhou Shishun to send troops to conquer this tiny place. Then cultural invasion occurred, and these people were assimilated, just like what Lung Shuang did to Hassa. In this way, it won't be long before Japan completely wipes out all traces of its existence in this world. Thinking of this, Chu Chen called Chu onto the deck and instructed, drive the yacht around this Japanese country, find an uninhabited place, and land on the island secretly. Chu nodded and walked down the deck. Not long after, under a cliff in Japan, a yacht was quietly parked on the sea, and 11 people used their body skills to climb up. Chu Chen watched as all 10 people went up to avoid the view. Then he waved his hand and put away the yacht. Then he flew up and arrived at the land of Japan in a few flights. After gathering all 11 people, they all gathered around him. Okay, next, the first task is to find a translator, gather information, and settle down. Seeing how serious Chu Chen was, everyone immediately put away their excitement. They all nodded and listened to Chu Chen's instructions. Chapter 3:27. Daxia Rich enters the inn. After a brief explanation, Chu Chen took 10 people and rushed towards the Japanese city. Several people slowed down and entered the city while observing. It was not until night fell that they walked into a small inn. Since the Japanese were originally a primitive nation that ate raw meat and drank blood, although they were later unified by their first generation of emperors, their production level was still low, and the people did not live a happy life. Later, with the kindness and teaching of Zhou Shishun, the urban construction and culture of Japan became not much different from those of Daxia. This inn and brothel also exist. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Chen and his 11 companions walk in, thinking that a big customer had finally arrived. But after taking a closer look at their appearances, I was able to guess almost exactly what they were. So he found a waiter and said to Chu Chen and the others in Daxia dialect, "Sir, would you like to stay at the hotel?" Chu Chen and his companions listened to such standard Daxia dialect and thought that many people in Japan could speak Daxia's language. So he said calmly, "That's right, give us 11 good rooms." 11 rooms, this is a big business. When the waiter heard this, he immediately smiled and translated it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had a big face and laughed happily. He stepped forward and paid the silver, and the waiter led the 11 people towards the room. After entering the room, Chu Chen called out to the waiter, "Are you for Daxia?" "Sir, I am from Japan. I just learned the Daxia dialect." "Oh, is the Daxia language so common? You actually know it." Chu Chen was a little confused. How lucky was it that he met a Japanese who could speak the Daxia language as soon as he arrived? "My lord, you may not know that in order to better learn Daxia culture, our country of Japan has specially established the Daxia language school. I, a humble person, have studied there for several years." Chu Chen was immediately happy when he heard it, and then handed him a silver ingot. Then he said with a smile, "I wonder if you could be our guide for a few days?" "Young master, you have just arrived in Japan, having traveled across the ocean. Why did you come here?" The waiter did not take the money from Chu Chen, but asked in return, Merchants like me have been traveling all over the world. This is our first time in your land, and we're wondering if Japan has anything that our great Xia doesn't have." The waiter understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out that the man came to Japan to do business. That meant he was sure to make a profit from the money. So he took the silver handed over by Chu Chen and immediately said with a smile, "Sir, I'd be remiss not to accept this money, but I still have to speak to the shopkeeper." "It's okay. Go ahead and come back tomorrow morning." After sending the waiter out, Chu Chen closed the door and looked at the box of jade essence that Chu had brought in. He took out a few pieces and placed them on the table. Then he flashed into the space. After sailing for so many days, Chu Chen had never entered the space, so he had no time to drink the somewhat turbid spring water in the space. Now I'm already an 8th grade master, and I strive to enter the 9th grade industry as soon as possible. After entering the 9th grade, my strength will increase, and coupled with hot weapons, I guess I can roam the world freely. He gulped down half a bucket of spring water, then slipped out of the space, dived into the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the waiter knocked on Chu Chen's door. "Sir, are you up yet?" When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately went to open the door and welcomed him in. He asked, How did the conversation with the shopkeeper go? Sir, the shopkeeper has allowed me to accompany you for the next few days. That's great. After saying that, Chu Chen took out another ingot of silver and stuffed it into his hand. Sir, where are we going next? Let's go to the capital of your country, and I will go alone. The waiter took the order and left, while Chu Chen took out the intercom and called everyone to his room. Then he said to everyone, at present, the only places where we can confirm that the jade is found are the Imperial Palace and the black market. So, the 11 of us have to act separately. After saying that, Chu Chen pointed to the 10 bags of silver and 10 jade essences on the table. Each of you shall bring a bag of silver and a jade stone like this. Chu E and Chu San, take your weapons and follow me. The rest of you, go out and use your means to find the black market in each city and get the jade here. I only have this much silver. You can use any method you want, but you must not reveal your weapons or your identities. Do you understand? After hearing this, the 10 people nodded. Don't worry, Godfather, we are not fools. Chu Chen smiled at everyone after hearing this. Then you can all go your separate ways. One more thing, the 8 of you should not be too scattered. Keep in touch using the walkie-talkies at all times. We will reunite here in 10 days. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing. I want all of you to return here intact. After finishing his instructions, he patted Chu Jio and Chu Shi and said, You two are girls, so Chu Air and Chu Si will each take one, look after each other, and act together. Chu Chen brought them to Japan to train them. As for how much jade essence they could get for him, it didn't matter. After hearing this, Chu Jio and Chu Shi said, dissatisfiedly, Godfather, we are not worse than our brothers. Listen to me, this is not the time to be willful. Godfather can't bear to see any of you get hurt. After some explanation, everyone dispersed. Chu E and Chu San purchased several sets of Japanese clothes near the inn and hid there. Their goal is very simple, which is to appear whenever Chu Chen needs them. After Chu Chen sent everyone away, he called the waiter into the room and gave him many instructions, then handed him enough silver and asked him to take care of some things. This is when I finally have some free time. At this moment, everything is ready, just waiting to set off with the waiter tomorrow to the capital. Early the next morning, a luxurious carriage appeared at the door of the inn. The waiter stood upright beside the carriage, waiting respectfully. Chu Chen, dressed in luxurious Japanese clothes, walked out of the inn's door amid the shopkeepers chattering and smiling. The waiter immediately came to greet him. Sir, please get in the car. We'll set off immediately. After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled at the waiter with satisfaction and strode onto the carriage. The waiter nimbly jumped onto the carriage, whipped the horses but hard with the whip, and headed towards the Japanese capital. Just as the carriage left the city gate, Chu E and Chu San, who had been waiting outside the city, each riding a fast horse, followed. There was not only a person sitting on the horse's back, but also an object wrapped in a long black cloth. Chapter 328, Dasha Envoy, Chen Qingxian. Outside the city gate, on the carriage, the waiter respectfully asked Chu Chen inside. Sir, my name is Uguyong Do. I haven't asked for your full name yet. I will need an introduction when I enter the capital in the future. Chu Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing this. Hugu, you are still fighting bravely. How brave are your father and mother? Then he said to Uguyong Do calmly, Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian, who was far away in Qingyuanhong, had just finished his romantic work when he suddenly sneezed at Wang Qingchuan. Wang Qingchuan looked at Chen Qingxian distressfully and asked, Master, did you catch a cold last night? Nothing. Maybe some jerk is cursing me. Hey, why are you wearing clothes? When Yudo Togaya heard Chu Chen actually say his full name to him, he thought that this young man still valued him very much. So he immediately bowed to Chu Chen and said, So, it's Mr. Chen who is here. Hugu Yongdo is honored to meet you. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Taraya Yuto. 2 days later, Chu Chen in the carriage put down the notebook in which he recorded the route, then opened the curtain of the carriage and asked the waiter, Tiger Valley, where are we? Master Chen, we estimate we'll reach the capital in half an hour. After listening to this, Chu Chen waved his hand and told him to continue driving. He then pressed the earphone of the intercom and spoke to the inside. You too, hurry up and enter the capital city in advance. There will be inspections at the entrance. Please pay attention to safety. After a while, The voices of Chu Yi and Chu San were heard from the earphones. Immediately afterwards, two fast horses passed Chu Chen's carriage and headed towards the capital. An hour later, Chu Chen's carriage arrived at the gate of the capital. Seeing the carriage stop, Chu Chen lifted the curtain and looked at the city wall of the capital. I saw that the city wall was not much different from that of Daxia City, and was even more backward. There were a few Japanese characters written on the city gate, but Chu Chen didn't recognize them and was too lazy to recognize them. At this time, the voice of Hu Guyongdo was heard from outside the carriage. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived at the capital. Please get off the carriage and be inspected." Is the inspection so strict? After listening to this, Chu Chen waved his hand and put all the weapons and equipment on his waist into the space. Then he took a small bag of silver in his hand, stood up, and got off the carriage. Seeing this, Yudo Toraya took the carriage and walked towards the city gate. "Who are you, and what are you doing in the capital?" The soldier guarding the city looked at Chu Chen's luxurious carriage and stepped forward to speak to Hu Guyongdo. "Sir, this is the distinguished guest from Daxia, Master Chen." After saying that, Yudo Toraya obediently handed a small bag of silver to the city defenders. When that person heard that Chu Chen was from Daxia, he immediately became interested. So the man raised his eyebrows and strode towards Chu Chen. Then he talked a lot to Chu Chen. After listening, Chu Chen turned to look at Hu Guyongdo. "Mr. Chen, the general wants to know why you came to Japan." Chu Chen didn't say anything, but quietly handed a bag of silver to the soldier. Then he said, "Hugu, tell him that I am from the royal family of Daxia, and hope to come to the capital to meet your king." After hearing this, Yudo Toraya couldn't help but be shocked. As a member of the royal family of Daxia, isn't this Master Chen a businessman? But as a translator, he did not ask, but said this sentence truthfully. The soldier's eyes immediately changed after hearing this. He was not very clear about Japan's attitude towards Daxia, but he had heard that Japan had sent warships to attack Daxia before. This person from the royal family of Daxia suddenly came here. What's going on? At this moment, he felt the silver in his hand was a little heavy. He immediately said to Toraya Yudo, "There's something different about you, young master. Wait a moment until I finish my report." After saying that, he headed towards the city. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled, turned around, and went back into the carriage. In fact, since Chu Chen decided to come to this capital, he had no intention of concealing his identity, and his people had already dispersed. "Then I will go and break into the Japanese imperial palace. Without entering the palace, it would be difficult to find the location of the jade essence." The original plan was to come to Japan, find a guide, enter the capital, and then look for an opportunity to steal his treasury. But when he met the warship that was carrying the princess to Daxia to propose marriage, he changed his mind. If what the general said was true and the Japanese country was seeking marriage, then as soon as he showed his token, there would be two situations. One is that he was treated well by the Japanese and was regarded as a VIP. The second is that Japan changes its mind and controls itself to threaten Zhou Shixuan. But secondly, can they do it? With their own space in hand, no one can easily control them. As long as they implement the second point, Chu Yi and Chu San in the city will have a reason to use the rocket launcher and general-purpose machine gun. If he doesn't destroy his palace to pieces, then that would be considered Chu Chen's mercy. So, instead of being sneaky, it is better to be open about it. Moreover, when I went into the space to drink water last night, I found out that I had broken through to the 9th level in just a few days. In response to this, Chu Chen became more determined to confront the opponent directly. As for Yudo Togaya and the innkeeper who had seen his group of 11, they probably wouldn't survive the night. After a while, the soldier and a few others hurried towards Chu Chen's carriage. Yudo Toraya looked at the people in official uniforms who came hurriedly in surprise, and immediately became even more surprised. Could it be that the person I brought with me is really the hidden person? But the Japanese have always taught them that Daxia is rich in resources, and that when the time is right for Japan, they should go and occupy it. But looking at the hurried and respectful attitude of these officials, this is very unscientific. Before he could think about it, an official-looking man in the group respectfully said to Chu Chen in the carriage in Daxia dialect, "Dear guest who has come from afar, please get off the carriage and move to the palace. Let me, Japan, do my best to be a good host." Chu Chen grinned after hearing this and picked up the earphones of the intercom. "That waiter is useless. Find a chance to kill him." After Chu Yi's, I understand, was clearly heard from the earphone, Chu Chen walked out of the carriage holding a golden token in his hand. I am Chan Xian, carrying the great Xia Emperor's token, and I am here to meet the King of Japan. The visitor looked at the token in Chu Chen's hand. As a diplomat from Japan, how could he not know the power of this thing in Daxia? Then he immediately said to Chu Chen with a smile, Envoy Chun, please follow me into the palace. Chu Chen smiled slightly after hearing this. Thank you very much, please lead the way. After saying that, he smiled at Hu Guyongdo and said, You wait in the capital now. I will come to find you after I finish my business. Taraya Yudo didn't say anything, but bowed to Chu Chen, drove the carriage into the city, and then found an inn to stay in. Chapter 329, Meeting the King at the Japanese Imperial Palace. After entering the inn, Taraya Yudo seemed to suddenly remember something and muttered to himself, The great Xia envoy, with 10 people, suddenly came to my country of Japan. Could it be that he has other intentions? No, I have to inform the military commander guarding the city as soon as possible. After saying this, he stood up and wanted to go back to the city gate. For him, if this Mr. Chun had any other intentions and he reported them and discovered them, then his life would be over. But just as he stood up and took a few steps towards the door, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. When he looked down, he found a dagger stuck in his chest. Chu Yi watched Hu Guyudo's body collapse and immediately drew out his dagger. Then he said to Chu Sam beside him, You're strong, take him away. Okay, brother, leave this dirty work to me. After saying that, he carried his body, flew out of the inn in a few steps, and ran towards the nearby forest. At the same time, the innkeeper far away at the seaside suddenly died at home for unknown reasons. At this moment, there's a lot of noise in the house as people are having a feast. It is very lively. Chu Chen was now following those officials towards a huge palace. Chu Chen walked while looking at the surrounding layout and buildings. If nothing can be done, just kill him. Soon after, Chu Chen was arranged to wait in a square-shaped house. The house was surrounded by paper grills. Inside the room, a maid was making tea and there were some snacks on the table. Everything looked clean and comfortable. The only downside was the lack of stools. Chu Chen didn't bother to be polite to him. He dragged over a low table and sat down on it. The maid raised her eyes and glanced at Chu Chen with a smile, then said in fluent Daxia dialect, Sir, please have some tea. Chu Chen looked at what was in the teacup and took out bottles of green tea from his backpack. No, I'll drink this. The maid looked at the bottle in Chu Chen's hand with interest, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Chu Chen took out another bottle from his backpack. Here you go, it tastes great. The maid was a little confused for a moment. This young man from Daxia seemed to be very easy to talk to. Isn't Daxia a big country? Then the envoys coming here should be very arrogant. Why is this so? But looking at Chu Chen with a smile on his face, the maid reached out and took the bottle of green tea without anyone noticing. Then he didn't know what to do with the green tea, so Chu Chen had no choice but to unscrew the bottle for her. There were no screws in this era, so how could a maid in the deep palace make green tea? Come on, take a sip, and you won't drink this stuff again. The maid didn't say anything, took a small sip, and suddenly her eyes became clear. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a man who looked shorter than the other Japanese people walked in. There were 2 beautiful women around him. Ah, this must be the distinguished guest who came from afar. I am Kato Yin, the ruler of this country of Japan. When Chu Chen heard the name, he felt that there was a familiar taste, but he couldn't put it into words. However, the old guy in front of him seemed to be good at it. The soldiers outside called him the emperor, but his self-introduction was very humble. The king and the emperor are not the same thing. Chu Chen of Daxia, nice to meet Lord Kato. I didn't expect Lord Kato to speak Daxia so well. If the other person is polite, then you have to be polite on the surface as well. Haha, you're too kind. Daxia has always been an existence I look up to, so I'm very interested in Daxia's culture. I heard from my subordinates that your last name is Chun. Haha, it doesn't matter. You only recognize this thing. After saying that, Chu Chen took out the golden token that Zhou Shixuan gave him. Kato Yin took it and looked at it, then immediately handed it back to Chu Chen respectfully with both hands. I wonder what position the Chu envoy holds in the Great Xia Palace. After looking at the token in Chu Chen's hand, Kato Yin asked again. Chu Chen really couldn't tell what position he held, but he couldn't tell him that he was just a commoner. So he looked at Kato Yin with a smile and said, My lord, the 8th Prince Zhou Heng should call me his younger brother. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Kato Yin fell in a deep thought. Then, he said with a smile, it turns out that it is Master Chu who is here. Master Chu is no ordinary figure in this great xia. When Chu Chen heard Kato Yan's tone, he immediately became alert. Lord Kato, do you know me? To be honest, my country of Japan also has scholars who travel the world and have naturally visited Daxia. Master Chu is a man of great military and literary skills, and his name is well known. As the ruler of a country like Japan, I have naturally heard of him. When Chu Chen heard this, he started to think about it, thinking that it seemed that Daxia was not a place where you could get in anywhere. As far as he knew, if Japan entered Daxia by water, the only place where they could land was Linhai City. So how did these people enter Daxia? Linhai City was under the management of Lu Rongdong and Murong Huai. The Japanese ships could not even land near the sea, let alone enter. But then he realized that although Daxia didn't have much coastline, it had a lot of land borders. It would be very easy for Kato Yin to send people to Daxia. They could go from Wutuo or other neighboring countries of Daxia. However, one thing is clear, Kato Yin is always paying attention to Daxia, but he doesn't know whether Daxia has sent people to Japan. Thinking of this, Chu Chen didn't take it seriously, so he said to Kato Yin, Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. I just made a little money. Master Chu is too modest. I wonder if Master Chu came to Japan this time with a mission from His Majesty. Mission? What kind of mission? I'm here to steal your jade. Since Kato Yin knew his own identity, he should also know that he was the culprit behind the sinking of all the Japanese warships. And now I'm right in front of him, yet I can still chat and laugh so cheerfully. I wonder what evil things he is harboring in his heart. So he said to Kato Yin calmly, Lord, I have come a long way and am a little tired. How about I discuss this mission with you in detail tomorrow? That's fine. Mr. Chu, go and rest first. We'll be back here tomorrow. When Chu Chen heard this, he waved his hand and a recorder appeared. He turned on the switch and placed it under the cushion under his butt. Then he stood up, bowed to Kato Yin, and followed the maid who had just made tea out of the room. After Chu Chen left, Kato Yin waved his hand, and a man in black carrying a long sword appeared behind the screen. Black Shadow. Go check how this person entered Japan. Chapter 330. Plan to capture the Chu envoy alive. The black man didn't say anything, but disappeared into the house in a few flashes. The man in black walked around, and several officials came into the house as promised. We have met the Emperor. Everyone, stand up and tell me, how should I treat Chu Chen? Should I keep him or get rid of him? Your Majesty, according to the news sent back by Daxia spies, Daxia seems to be developing a very powerful weapon. Why not take this opportunity to capture Chu Chen and force the Daxia Emperor to hand over the weapon's blueprints? An official spoke to Kato Yin with a serious face. Oh, a very powerful weapon. Yes, it is said that this weapon is extremely powerful. Whoever obtains it will rule the world. Then is there any specific news? Kato Yin immediately became interested after hearing this. Emperor, you also know that our spies are all of low-ranking officials, so... The official looked at Kato Yin and said with some embarrassment. Kato Yin waved his hand. In that case, perhaps Chu Chen is an opportunity for us, but is he really so important to Daxia? After Kato Yin finished speaking, another official stood up. Your Majesty, you may not know this man, but he has created many miracles in Daxia. Last time, when our Japanese warships were at Linhai, it was this man who led the team and annihilated our army. Moreover, this man has considerable combat power, and most importantly, his status. Oh, his status? That's right, Your Majesty. Although this man holds no official position, he is indeed the sworn brother of the 8th Prince. Moreover, Zhou shares you in values and protects him particularly. Kato Yin was sorting out this information while listening. Soon after, he stood up and spoke to everyone. Well, in that case, let this person stay in Japan until the princess arrives in Daxia and gets a reply. Emperor, everyone knows that the princess is just a fake princess. That Daxia. Don't worry, the Daxia people can't tell. After saying that, he strode out of the room. Chu Chen followed the maid into a house opposite. As soon as he entered, the maid spoke to him in Daxia language. Since you are tired, please let me take care of you and help you rest. After saying that, he pulled Chu Chen towards the bed in the room. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped him and said, No, you go down first. I can do it myself. Master, do you dislike this servant of yours? Well, You're fine, a good person, but we're just not suitable. Chu Chen finished speaking and pushed her out of the room without waiting for her to continue. I thought to myself, what are you doing? You're just the king of Japan, and you're testing me with this? I'm here to take your jade, not your family. If it's this kind of job, it's better to leave it to Jiu who is much more professional. As night fell, Chu Chen put the food brought by the Japanese maid into the space, ate a little, and then flashed into the space. After drinking a large bucket of spring water, he came out again, already dressed in black. In the dead of night, only his figure could be seen wandering around the palace like a ghost. Not long after, Chu Chen passed the guards and entered the room he was in today. He took out the recorder from under the mat, then returned to his room the same way he came. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly, but little did he know that in the darkness, a Japanese man dressed in black and holding a long sword was watching everything that Chu Chen did. After Chu Chen returned to the room, he slipped into the space without any hesitation. Then he found a phone with a translation app installed among a pile of phones, opened a recorder, and started recording with a small notebook. As pieces of information appeared on the paper, Chu Chen's brows twisted into a knot. After a long time, a sneer appeared on Chu Chen's lips. Haha, Kato Yin, since you are full of bad intentions and are a fake princess, let me dig it out for you. However, the management of the Great Xia Palace is still lax. Such an important secret was leaked. It seems that after returning this time, it is necessary to remind Zhou Shixuan to properly rectify the internal affairs of the Great Xia. After saying that, Chu Chen drank another bucket of water and then left the space calmly. And at this moment, he was fully armed again. Just as he left the space and returned to his room, deep in the palace, there was still a candle lit in a room. Kato Yin looked at the man in black and said, "You mean he stayed in the house all day and didn't come out?" He came out once and went to the room where the emperor met with him, but he stayed there for a few moments before returning to his room again. After hearing this, Kato Yin couldn't understand for a moment why he went to that room. How strong is this man? Your Majesty, although the military force is not weak, I have made all the necessary preparations. Tomorrow's breakfast. I will give it my all, and I will definitely win. Okay, well done. Go down and follow my orders tomorrow. After saying that, Kato Yin went towards the bedroom behind him. After a night, Kato Yin dragged his tired body out of the bedroom, accompanied by a group of maids. The maid also knocked on Chu Chen's door. "Sir, shall I help you get up?" "No need, I can do it myself." After Chu Chen said that, he turned over and got up, put some bread on his stomach, then opened the door and welcomed the maid in. Looking at the breakfast in her hand, Chu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry, you eat it." After hearing Chu Chen's words, the maid's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. "Sir, the emperor has instructed you to try this unique food from Japan." Chu Chen stared at her, taking in all her expressions, thinking to himself, this old guy is up to no good. Is he afraid that he can't defeat me? So he tampered with my breakfast? But looking at the cold rice ball, he had no interest at all. But since it was a performance, it had to be real. Then he said to the maid, "Thank you, my lord." Then he picked up a ball of cold rice and stuffed it into his mouth. But the cold rice ball disappeared into his mouth as soon as it entered his mouth. The maid watched Chu Chen stuff all the cold rice balls into his mouth, then left the room with a happy smile. In the next room, a Japanese man in black asked the maid, "Have you eaten?" Replied to the general, "Eat it." "Well, you did a good job. While we have time, let this general take good care of you." After about 10 breaths, the maid walked out of the room, tidied her clothes, and went towards Chu Chen's room. "Sir, our emperor invites you." After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled slightly, opened the door, and followed the maid towards the hall in front. On the way, Chu Chen followed the maid and quietly explained something to Chu Yi and Chu San through earphones. Not long after, on the roof of a house outside the palace, two figures smiled at each other. "Brother, let me play with your thing later. Don't mess around. Don't delay the master's plan. You'll be the first one to be blasted." Chapter 331. Japan spying on black gunpowder. Chu Chen smiled and calmly stepped into the Japanese imperial palace. After entering, I saw that many people wearing Japanese official uniforms were already standing in the hall. Chu Chen didn't even think about it. This was another copy of the Xia's morning court. However, during the morning court of Daxia, there were not so many soldiers around, and all of them were wearing armor and holding sharp weapons. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. Since you were wearing armor and going into battle, don't blame the firearms in the hands of those two guys. Walk through a group of officials and look straight up. I saw Cato Yin sitting in the seat at the head with his horse and sword, and standing upright beside him was a man wrapped in black cloth and holding a long sword. Those eyes were staring at him fiercely. Please welcome the great Xia envoy, Prince Chu. Following a burst of chattering shouts, Chu Chen was led by the maid towards Cato Yin. Chu Chen of Daxia, greetings to Lord Cato. Chu Chen stepped forward neither humbly nor arrogantly, and bowed to Cato Yin as a greeting. How dare you refuse to kneel before this emperor? How absurd. Cato Yin didn't say anything, and an official next to Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen angrily and spoke in Japanese. Chu Chen looked at him, then pointed at himself. He said doubtfully, "What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand." Chu Chen was polite to Cato Yin on the surface, but he did not give any face to this kind of official at all and immediately filled his mouth with greetings. When a man heard Chu Chen speak to him in Daxia dialect, a language he couldn't understand, he realized that his brain was short-circuited. It turns out that this envoy couldn't understand Japanese at all. Is Daxia so careless when sending envoys? If they can't even understand Japanese, what's the point of sending them? Seeing this, Cato Yin immediately said to the man, "Don't be rude. This is a distinguished guest from Daxia." After saying that, he looked at Chu Chen with a smile on his face. "Mr. Chu, did you have a good rest last night?" "Thank you for the hospitality, Lord. It's quite good." "Haha, that's good. Come, please take a seat." After Cato Yin finished speaking, several soldiers brought an extra-large chair to Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't hesitate and sat down. "All right, to facilitate communication with our distinguished guest from Daxia, I've assigned each of you a person who's fluent in the Daxia language. Come on up." After that, an interpreter came forward and stood beside each official. Chu Chen took a look and thought, "Not bad. It even comes with a translation. Are you worried that I might curse people? Master Chu, why did His Majesty send you here?" After hearing this, Chu Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out a piece of emerald green jade from his pocket. "Lord, it is said that this object is the national jade of your country, Japan. That is why your Majesty sent me here to obtain this jade." When Cato Yin saw the jade in Chu Chen's hand, he immediately started thinking. Japan has plenty of this stuff, but no one knows what it is used for. Most of the materials mined every year are kept in the national treasury. But if he got it so easily, doesn't that mean that Japan has no integrity? Then he said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, to be honest, I have some of these things in Japan. They are not circulated among the people. They are all in my palace. But I don't know what you can use to exchange them for them in Daxia." Chu Chen laughed when he heard this. This is normal. Once you have a need, others can seize this opportunity to negotiate terms. So he said, "I wonder what conditions are required, Lord." "Haha, Mr. Chu is a man of few words. I have something to tell you. Before you came, I had already sent someone to take my beloved youngest daughter to Daxia to ask for marriage. Calculating the date, I estimate that we should be arriving at Daxia's Linhai city soon. If this journey goes smoothly, Daxia and our country of Japan will be friends for generations and become the strongest allies." Chu Chen didn't say anything, but listened quietly to him showing off and talking about his beloved youngest daughter. This old man is so bad. "Master Chu, I heard that your great Xia has a super powerful weapon. When my princess returns home to marry, you and I will be one family. Master Chu, you can have as much jade as you want, but as for the production method, I wonder if Master Chu has written a letter to His Majesty." Chu Chen laughed when he heard it. The sound of you using an abacus must have been heard by Zhou Shixuan in the capital of Daxia. He wanted to exchange a commoner woman for the method of making his own gunpowder. This is like a toad marrying a frog. What a nice idea. Oh, Lord Cato is quite well informed, but there are some things that knowing too much is not good. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the man in black took a step forward. "How dare you threaten the emperor?" Seeing this, Cato Yin stopped the man in black. Then he said to Chu Chen with a smile, "Haha, Mr. Chu is very humorous. Do you know my conditions?" Cato Yin was waiting for Chu Chen's attitude. "Lord Cato is saying that I must stay in your palace until your princess returns." "Ah, Mr. Chu has come from afar. Why not spend a few days playing in my palace? What if they don't come back or can't come back?" Chu Chen asked with a smile on his face. "Ah, Mr. Chu really knows how to joke. What do you think?" After saying that, Cato Yin stood up and looked at Chu Chen with a half smile. "Come here, invite Mr. Chu back to his room and treat him well." Oh no, they're gonna put me under house arrest, but I don't know where the jade essence is. So he quickly said, wait a minute, my lord. Oh, Master Chu, what else? Lord Cato mentioned many of these things, but I haven't seen any of them. To be honest, the method for making that weapon was created by me. If you want me to agree to your conditions, then. When he heard Chu Chen say that the method of making that weapon was invented by him, he instantly became interested. Oh, that weapon was created by you. I wonder if you could bring a sample of it with you. Cato Yin is not stupid. If this weapon was really created by Chu Chen, then there is a high possibility that Chu Chen is carrying it with him or putting it on someone else. Since it sounds so magical, why not let him demonstrate it again? Yes, I brought some with me, but I didn't enter the capital because I had to be searched before entering the city. But I wonder if that jade can open my eyes. After listening to Chu Chen, Cato Yin felt that what Chu Chen said made sense. His capital was very strict, and it was impossible for him to bring in weapons, even if he had them. So he said, no problem, my lord. I will open your eyes myself. Come on, move over. After saying that, several soldiers stepped forward, stood on both sides of Chu Chen, and motioned Chu Chen to stand up. The man in black followed closely between Cato Yin and Chu Chen to prevent any emergency. Chu Chen followed Cato Yin indifferently. As long as he can see the Jade Warehouse, the purpose of this trip will be half achieved. When the time comes, just find an opportunity to turn against me. Chapter 332, Trapped in the Japanese Jade Storehouse. After walking for about an incense stick's time, the group arrived at a door made entirely of gold. The gate was heavily guarded by a team of soldiers. Chu Chen could tell at a glance that most of these soldiers had internal strength, but their strength was not strong, only about the equivalent of a fourth-grade master of the Xia, about 20 people. In the darkness, there's also a faint aura of warriors, but it is not too strong. Following Nakato Yan's order, the soldier at the door opened the door. What caught his eye were countless gold, silver, and treasures on the left side of the entrance. Chu Chen was stunned. I saw the emerald green jade scattered randomly in a huge house. Chu Chen looked at everything in front of him calmly and agreed with Cato Yan's proud introduction. But in his mind, he was thinking about how to empty the treasury of Cato Yan. In fact, the best way is to let Chu bombard the palace. He diverted the attention outside and tied up the Japanese army, while he took Chu San with him and placed Chu San in a hidden corner, using machine guns to suppress the Japanese army coming to rescue. After tying up these troublesome, ordinary soldiers, he found an opportunity to kill the man in black beside Cato Yan. He only needed to go in for half an hour and it would be almost done. There is another way, which is to pretend to agree to Cato Yan's request, and then sneak here quietly, slowly consume those masters, or enter here secretly. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch the wall of the treasury. I saw that it was all made of huge blue stones. I don't know how the blue stones fit together so perfectly that even a utility knife blade couldn't be inserted. But suddenly, Chu Chen looked down at his feet and found that although the ground was paved with bluestone slabs, perhaps because of their age, some of the bluestone slabs were a little loose when stepped on. While he was thinking, Cato Yin beside him looked at Chu Chen with a smile and said, Mr. Chu, look at all these jades. Are you satisfied? It's okay, pretty much what I imagined. Oh, it seems that Master Chu is also a knowledgeable person. I wonder if my numerous jades, along with my well-behaved and sensible little daughter, can be exchanged for the method of making your weapon. After listening to this, Chu Chen glanced at Cato Yin and thought that this guy probably had no idea how to use the jade. Otherwise, with his character of wanting to get something for nothing, he would probably be reluctant to part with the jade. Not to mention bringing yourself here to show off. But as the ruler of a country, what does it mean to easily show these jades to others? Lord Cato, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to return and report to His Majesty, and then we can make a decision. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Cato Yan's eyes turned cold, and he turned to look at the black shadow behind him. Then, still smiling, he said, Mr. Chu, since the production method was created by you yourself, there is no need for Zhou Shixuan to make the decision. After saying that, he walked towards the center of the treasury. Seeing this, Chu Chen unconsciously followed the pace, but after taking about 10 steps, Chu Chen suddenly found something wrong. I saw that the group of people behind me did not catch up, and Cato Yin was walking forward at a very fast speed, leaving a distance of about 10 meters from me. Fuck, you're cheating. Chu Chen realized that something was wrong and rushed towards Cato Yin while shouting. But at this moment, a huge iron cage suddenly fell down from above his head and covered Chu Chen. Chu Chen immediately used his skills and rushed out with a whoosh. But just a few steps away, a sharp sword came towards him at a high speed, and Chu Chen had to dodge it. But in the moment Chu Chen dodged the long sword, the iron cage locked him in the center of the warehouse. Chu Chen stood inside the cage and looked coldly at Kato Yin outside. Then he said in a cold voice, "Lord Kato, what do you mean? You should know that if I cause any harm to this country of Japan, His Majesty will definitely send a large army to crush your country of Japan." As Chu Chen spoke, he was ready to enter the space at any time. He looked at Kato Yin with cold eyes and thought to himself, "You old man, your palace is rotten. It's a mess." When Kato Yin saw Chu Chen who had been controlled, he burst into laughter. "Mr. Chu, please be patient. Daxia is my elder brother. How dare I disrespect you, Mr. Chu? Oh, what do you think? The reason I'm using this method is because Master Chu is very powerful. I'm also doing this so that we can sit down and discuss your cooperation with my country, Japan." At this moment, Kato Yin sat down on the super high chair prepared for him by his subordinates, looking down at Chu Chen. "Alas, I'm not tall, so I like to sit on this high chair. I just can't stand seeing people taller than me." After saying that, Kato Yin took the tea prepared by the person next to him, took a sip, and spat in the direction of Chu Chen. Then he spoke slowly. "Master Chu, you are quite audacious. You actually dared to come to my palace alone. Have you forgotten how many Japanese warships you sank? However, since you are still valuable, I won't blame you. You only have one option left. Hand over the weapon manufacturing method and serve me diligently. Once I conquer the land of Daxia, perhaps I can reunite you with your wives and concubines." Chu Chen didn't say anything, but looked at him as if he was a fool, waiting for what to come next. "Why, Master Chu, you're not talking anymore? Haha, is this your attitude when asking others to do something for you?" Chu Chen looked up at him and asked back. Asking for help, what did he say? Asking for help. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, bursts of laughter came from the surroundings. Kato Yin almost laughed to tears at this moment, thinking to himself, "Are all the people of Daxia fools? You big summer pig. You really have a pig brain? Can't you see the situation clearly?" Chu Chen laughed instead of getting angry. "Kato Yin, do you think that you can control your grandfather just by relying on that idiot wrapped like a mummy and these chickens and dogs next to you?" Before Kato Yin could say anything, the man in black beside him stepped forward. He spoke in fluent Daxia dialect. Kid, do you really think that the 8th rank is invincible? Also, try your luck. Do you feel a strange sensation in your body?" After hearing this, Chu Chen stared at him coldly, took a deep breath, and imitated the Tai Chi posture of an old man in the square, then pretended to frown and looked very painful. "Ew, you're such a despicable person." But I was also very confused. After hearing the Daxia language this person spoke, I thought to myself, could this not be a Japanese? Chapter 333, Emptying the National Treasury and Digging Tunnel. Seeing that Chu Chen seemed to be showing signs of poisoning, the man in black continued to speak. It's your fault that you're too young. This morning's breakfast is delicious. What a pity. I've already put Daxia's famous poison, 7 days heartbreak powder, in your breakfast this morning. You only have 7 days. During this time, you'll find your internal energy mysteriously disappearing. If you don't take the antidote after 7 days, you'll die from a ruptured intestine. After the man in black finished speaking, Kato Yin stood up and walked straight to the iron cage. Then he said earnestly, "Mr. Chu, you Daxia people said it well. He who knows the current situation is a hero. I am not in a hurry. I will give you time to think about it. By the way, do you know why I want to keep you here? Don't you want the jade? Then stay here and guard it. Also, this cage is made of tempered steel. Don't even think about escaping with your limited skills." After saying that, he laughed heartily and strode out of the huge treasury with everyone. Immediately afterwards, as the golden door closed, the entire treasury was plunged into darkness. Now, it was Chu Chen's turn to be confused. Is Kato Yin a fool? I didn't know how to get in, so I just sent myself in. But I have to say that this treasury was built much better than that of Ganpu. Whether it was the Golden Gate or the gaps between the various bluestones, they were all so tightly fitted that not even a single ray of light could get through. Not only that, the sound insulation effect is also extraordinary. Kato Yin and the officials went out laughing, and the sound was deafening, but as soon as the door closed, the sound stopped abruptly. Seeing this, Chu Chen waved his hand, and a chair and an LED bulb with its own power supply appeared. You old fool. It's so private and soundproof. Is this for my convenience? Chu Chen turned on the LED light, stared at the jades, and spoke slowly. Then with a wave of his hand, a portable angle grinder appeared in his hand. This thing is not lacking in that hardware store. He skillfully installed a grinding wheel and started cutting the iron rod behind the iron cage. After a while, Chu Chen walked out of the iron cage, holding a piece of iron pipe, and said leisurely, "This is called 100-fold tempered steel, and not even a single grinding wheel has been used up." After saying that, Chu Chen walked towards the room full of emerald green jade. He grabbed one with his hand and said, "Hey, not bad, authentic. Give it a good review." After saying that, he waved his hand, and those jade stones disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, all entering Chu Chen's space. After storing all the jade stones into the space, Chu Chen drank a bucket of spring water for himself. He turned around and walked towards the gold, silver, and treasures again, thinking that since he was already here, and Kato Yin was so polite, there was no reason to let him go. After working for half an hour and emptying the entire warehouse, Chu Chen finally slipped into the space. Chu Chen in the space was not idle and went straight to the construction site around the space. Then he stopped next to a small excavator and said to himself, "I never thought that one day I would experience driving an excavator myself." Immediately afterwards, a small excavator appeared in the warehouse, and Chu Chen sat in the cab. After groping around for a while, he grabbed the ground in the warehouse. While digging, throw the soil to both sides. At this time, the soldier guarding the door said to the person next to him, "Brother, did you hear some unusual sounds, as if they came from inside? Stand guard well. The Emperor has said that the ventilation hole will be open for 1 hour tomorrow morning. For the rest of the time, don't worry even if the sky falls." After hearing this, the sergeant shut his mouth obediently and stood at the door like a piece of wood, looking around with eyes like a camera. Chu Chen was driving an excavator inside. At first, he would dig for a while and then stop for a while to listen to the noise outside the door, but as time went on, Chu Chen became more and more relaxed. I don't know if it was because Kato Yin was confident in the construction of his treasury or what, but despite such a big commotion inside, no one came in to take a look. In order to prevent people from outside from coming in, Chu Chen tied a dozen grenades and several smoke bombs to the door with thin wires. Since the door opens inward, as soon as someone outside pushes open the heavy door, the safety of the grenades and smoke bombs will be pulled off. He had plenty of time to put away the excavator and slip into the space. But at this moment, it seems a bit redundant. In this case, let's wait for Kato Yin to think that he has figured it out and use it the next time he comes in. Chu Chen was waving the excavator, although he was not very skilled, but he could use the joystick. Moreover, the task was simple: dig through the warehouse so that you could get out. So after digging for an hour, we finally saw the foundation of the warehouse. However, the foundation was too shallow, so Chu Chen got out of the car to check it out. He spent another half an hour digging the pit 1 meter deeper and then started digging outside the foundation. It took him about an incense stick of time to dig. Then he put away the excavator, took out an engineer's shovel, crossed the underground foundation wall, and started digging upwards towards the outside. With the strength of the 8th rank, such a small physical task is no problem at all. Chu Chen was moving very fast. Not long after, as an engineer, he saw a faint light. Chu Chen knew that it was the candlelight and moonlight outside. It should be nighttime now. Chu Chen chuckled when he saw this, and after a few engineers dug a shovel, a hole appeared that was large enough for him to escape. After taking a few breaths of fresh air outside, Chu Chen flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Outside the palace, Chu Chen took out his intercom. "Where are you two?" "Sir, what's the matter? Do you want to have a fight?" "What are you fighting for?" "Just fire one shot. I'll go find you guys, and we'll talk later." After an incense stick of time, Chu Chen arrived at the rooftop where Chu Yi and Chu San were. "Sir, what's going on?" As soon as Chu Yi saw Chu Chen coming, he immediately asked anxiously, "Don't worry, you two should take a break first. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be an explosion in the palace tomorrow. That's your signal to start fighting. Experts will probably arrive by then. Chu Yi, just fire rockets at the palace, and Chu San, hold back the soldiers who come to capture you too." Chu Yi and Chu San nodded after hearing this. And then Chu San asked, "What about you, sir?" "I'm going to fight that expert. Just protect yourselves and be safe." In the dark night, After Chu Chen finished speaking, he placed several boxes of shells and bullets and 2 transparent bulletproof shields in front of Chu Yi. Then he took out 2 bulletproof helmets and put them on them. They had already put on stab-proof vests. With these things, it is enough to dodge arrows. Chapter 334. Chu Yiwa bombs the Imperial Palace. As long as no extremely high-level supermaster comes, there is no need to worry about their safety. After doing all this, Chu Chen quietly walked down from the roof and ran out of the city in extremely fast speed. He found a dilapidated house and waved his hand, and a bulletproof car stopped inside the house. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen got some straw and covered the bulletproof car, then slipped into the space. Chu Chen was exhausted from all the operations that night. After drinking enough spring water, Chu Chen didn't have time to see the changes in the space. He left the space and quickly went to ambush outside the palace. On the second day, a golden glow appeared on the horizon, and the sun slowly emerged from the horizon. Kato Yin also discussed the Kuin character's secret with his 2 concubines all night last night. At this moment, he walked slowly into the hall with unsteady steps, being served by several people. The morning court was full of trivial matters, and Kato Yin had no interest in them. He resolved the officials' affairs in the time it took to burn an incense stick. All right, everyone, please continue your discussion. I'm a little tired today, so I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Kato Yin called the man in black and said, "Black Shadow, is there anything unusual in the treasury?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. This treasury is made entirely of bluestone. The bluestones are connected with a mortise and tenon joint structure we learned in Daxia. Even if he turned into a mosquito, he couldn't fly out. Haha, that's great. Come with me to visit Master Chu and ask him how it feels. Looking at all the jades he wants, but can't reach. Ha ha ha." After Kato Yin finished speaking, he headed towards the National Treasury accompanied by a group of soldiers. After a while, outside the treasury, Kato Yin looked at the golden door with a proud look on his face and asked the soldier, "How was it last night?" "Your Majesty, nothing happened last night. Our Japanese treasury is the strongest in the world. No matter how powerful that big Xia pig is, he can't get out." "Haha, I like what you said. You deserve a reward." The soldier's flattery made Kato Yin feel as comfortable as if he had drunk honey. "Okay, open the door. Chu Chen has been locked up all night, so he should have figured it out. Humph, since he came to my country to run wild, he should be used by me. Haha, Your Majesty, please step aside. I'm afraid that the big Xia pig's yelling and cursing will pollute your ears." The sergeant who had just flattered Kato Yin kindly reminded him, "Haha, I like you, kid. Go stand guard in the main hall tomorrow." When the soldier heard this, he thought the opportunity had come and instantly became a soldier on duty in the hall. He was the emperor's personal guard, so he immediately knelt before Kato Yin and said, "I am willing to serve the emperor until death." Sure enough, no matter what era, people who know how to flatter always get more opportunities. After standing up, he picked up the key and opened the big lock on the golden gate, and then the 10 people worked together to push hard towards the gate. At the same time as they pushed open the door, the safety pins of the grenades and smoke bombs that were pulled by a thin wire inside were pulled open one after another. Without the restraint of safety, the grenades and smoke bombs were fired instantly, and the seconds slowly counted down. "Brothers, work harder and push the door open quickly." The soldier who had just been valued by Kato Yin shouted loudly and pushed all the doors open with everyone. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared under their feet. "Hey, what's going on?" Kato Yin looked at the white smoke and looked at the man in black beside him in confusion. The moment he turned his head, several loud noises reached his ears. Seeing that the situation was not right, the man in black immediately stood in front of Kato Yin, but the airwave generated by the violent explosion still pushed them both far away. The 10 soldiers who pushed the door had already been blown to death in an instant for Kato Yin's loyalty. Kato Yin was blocked by the man in black and was pushed to the ground by the airwave. His already weak body suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The man in black stood up and shouted loudly to all around, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protect the emperor!" In an instant, the soldiers who heard the explosion rushed over and surrounded Kato Yin. And at the moment the explosion sounded, a hint of excitement flashed in Chu Yi's eyes outside the palace. "Haha, it's finally my turn." He picked up the rocket launcher and fired a rocket at the center of the palace. The rocket's tail trailed a long cloud of smoke and instantly shot into the hall. After a loud bang, The officials who were discussing the morning court affairs in the hall found their bodies being dragged up into the air and then smashed heavily to the surroundings. This shot instantly killed 4 of his officials and injured countless others. Before they could react, another rocket arrived as expected. It's over, it's over. Divine punishment is coming. Run away. No one knew who shouted, but the officials fled towards the square in front of the hall like rats crossing the street. Just as they ran out, Chu Chen laughed and pulled the trigger of the machine gun at the group of people. Immediately afterwards, a series of clattering sounds were heard, and the officials fell down one after another. Chu ignored him and concentrated on launching rockets into every corner of the palace. Kato Yin was a little confused at the moment. What's going on? Come on, go and see what happened. Just as the black shadow was about to turn around and leave, he saw a strange-looking creature trailing smoke running towards the crowd. Hey, what is this? But then his whole body went numb, and he saw the thing running straight towards the soldiers surrounding Kato Yin. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent explosion, knocking down several soldiers in an instant. Quick, protect the emperor and retreat to the treasury. As he spoke, he pulled Kato Yin and went into the treasury. As a master, how could he not know the power of this thing? He thought that at this moment, only the solidity of a national treasury could withstand the power of this thing. Although the treasury was filled with smoke at the moment, there had been no sound for a long time since the explosion. Perhaps it is safe now. Instead of being blown to death by the monster outside, it is better to enter the treasury. Black Shadow made this decision for Kato Yin with the intention of taking a gamble. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened after they entered. Then he looked at the thing on the ground that was still emitting smoke, perhaps because he was skilled and brave. He flew forward, picked up the smoke bomb, and threw it outside. The explosions and rattling sounds outside continued. The Black Shadow and Kato Yin had no idea what was happening outside. Soon, the smoke dissipated. Kato Yin, who was choked and had runny nose and tears, suddenly let out a cry of ah, and then fainted. Chapter 335 Dasha Traders in Black. Seeing this, the man in black looked behind him and saw that the entire treasury was empty. Seeing this, he couldn't help but burst out with a Dasha national quintessence. That's his mother. Then he looked towards the tunnel dug by the excavator. Oh no, there's a traitor in the Japanese imperial palace. What are you doing? From digging the tunnel to moving the entire treasury in such a short time, it would have taken at least hundreds or even thousands of people working simultaneously. Didn't you hear anything last night? The man in black shouted and cursed at the soldiers around him without caring about anything. But no matter how he yelled and scolded, the soldiers present just looked at each other, and no one dared to answer. Who was on duty here last night? Stand up. The dark shadow asked viciously to the group of people in front of him. After a long while, an older sergeant finally stepped forward and said, General, all those who were on duty last night are all there. After saying this, the older sergeant pointed at the body that had been blown to pieces on the ground. The Black Shadow took a look and thought, well, there is no need to even pursue responsibility for these people. Those who were on duty last night were turned into a pool of meat during the first explosion. Then he drew the long sword from his waist and said, You guys, take good care of the Emperor, and the rest of you, follow me out of the palace to meet the enemy. Following his order, except for the group of people who had surrounded Kato Yin before, the rest of the people who had just rushed over to rescue him all took up their weapons and followed the Black Shadow to run out. If he didn't go out, he wouldn't understand the situation outside. After he went out, the Black Shadow's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what Chu Chen had said in the court just now. He had powerful weapons, but they were not brought into the capital. At this moment, he looked at the strange weapon with a smoke tail flying into the palace, and instantly felt a sense of terror. Wherever this thing goes, there will be a violent explosion. What was reaped was not only the lives of those in the palace, but also the houses and palaces, which were all blown to pieces. But in an instant, his eyes were fixed on the outside of the palace, in the direction where Chu, Yi, and the others were, because the things with smoke trailing their tails were all flying from that place. So he increased his speed to the maximum, shouting and heading towards Chu, Yi, and the others. How dare you, you daring thief, attack the Japanese imperial palace? No matter whether you are a human or a ghost, you will die. Chu Chen looked at the black figure outside, smiled, and instantly rushed towards the direction he was coming from. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the tetanus blade appeared in his hand. Haha, You little black dumpling, your target is me. As the black shadow was rushing forward, he suddenly saw Chu Chen holding an ugly, rusty knife and slashing towards him. He didn't dare to be careless. The person in front of him was an 8th grade master from Xia. If he was hit by this sword, he would at least lose his combat effectiveness, if not die. So he stopped abruptly and swung his sword to deflect Chu Chen's ugly knife. Tell me, how did you escape from the treasury? Who are the agents you placed in Japan? Chu Chen shook his wrist, which was numb from the shock. That's right. I've never heard of anyone with such skills in Japan. I guess right, you are from Dacia. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Hand over the list of spies, and I can give you a quick death. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, but took out a shotgun from his back. Against experts, this thing is always effective at close range. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Watch me spray you with a series of deadly blows. The black shadow looked at Chu Chen taking out a dark stick and felt a little confused, but did not delay him from preparing for the attack. Just as Chu Chen was uttering those deadly words, he held his sword upright and rushed towards Chu Chen to kill him. But the more he rushed forward, the more he felt something was wrong. The boy in front of him saw his fierce attack and didn't even prepare a fighting posture. Could there be a trick here? Although he thought of it, it was still a step too late because he saw the black stick in Chu Chen's hand make a loud noise. He found that there were many bloody holes on his legs, and his legs could not bear the weight of his body. He fell in front of Chu Chen with a thud. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body, so painful that he couldn't muster any strength at all. Seeing that the man was shot down, Chu Chen quickly put away the shotgun, took out a pair of handcuffs to control him, and then carried him back into a house. Throwing the man in black into the corner of the room, Chu Chen pulled out a dagger from behind his butt and walked towards him. Mr. Chu, what are you doing? You can't kill me. Hey, I can't kill you. Give me a reason. As Chu Chen spoke, he put the dagger against his neck. I am from Dacia. Dacia people don't kill Dacia people. The black shadow saw Chu Chen's dagger getting closer and closer, and was so scared that he immediately shouted. Chu Chen thought to himself that it was just as he expected. This Japanese, even Taraya Yudo, who graduated from a special Dacia language school, could not speak as fluently as the man in black. But he did not stop his actions and cut the black cloth wrapped around his head with a knife. What the hell are you? After taking off the hood, an extremely ugly face appeared. The face was covered with scars, and there was no trace of good skin. Only the eyes could tell that it was a humanoid animal. Chu Chen put down the dagger, dragged a box over and sat in front of him, and asked with interest, "Tell me your story and the whereabouts of this thing. I can consider sparing your life." The black shadow looked at the emerald green jade in Chu Chen's hand, avoiding Chu Chen's gaze. After a long while, he seemed to have mustered up great courage and spoke. "I can tell you all this, and the jade you saw in the Japanese treasury is just a drop in the bucket. There's more hidden somewhere else." After saying that, he closed his mouth and looked at Chu Chen quietly. "Tell me your conditions." Chu Chen looked at him and asked immediately, "Take care of someone." "One person? Who? You have to promise me first. I know that I'm so badly injured. Even if you let me go, Kato, Yin will not let me live. Only if you promise me can you get this information." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought it was not bad. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so he might as well use these jades to exchange for something valuable. So without thinking, he blurted out to the man in black in front of him, "Okay, I promise you, tell me. But you'd better tell the truth. I can not only take care of people, but also kill people. I am more professional." Chapter 336, Commoner Princess Daxianu. As the wounds continued to bleed, the ugly man in black became increasingly weaker. When he heard Chu Chen agreed to his request, he immediately told him a shocking secret. "Master Chu, the Japanese princess sent to Dacia cannot marry the 8th prince." "Oh, what's going on?" After an incense stick of time, Chu Chen looked at the jade pendant in his hand and the ugly corpse in front of him. He said leisurely, "Among so many traitors, you can barely be considered a good person. If that's the case, then I'll be a good person too. But Zhou Shixuan, change his name and just call him Zhou Zhengshan." It turned out that the ugly man in front of him was also from the same generation when Zhou Shixuan was fighting for the world. His identity was one of Zhou Shiji's personal guards at that time. After Zhou Shixuan conquered the world, Zhou Shiji secretly did evil things and captured and killed a large number of people from Zhou Shixuan's lineage to vent his anger. He was assigned the task of killing Zhou Shixuan's youngest daughter and concubine, while Zhou Shiji was holding Zhou Shixuan back. The girl was less than a month old at the time. When the late emperor was alive, the relationship between Zhou Shiji and Zhou Shixuan was pretty good. Zhou Shixuan was generous and humble in those days, so he also received a lot of favors from Zhou Shixuan. But the royal power struggle turned them all into enemies. So after receiving Zhou Shiji's order, he rushed into the concubine's room with his men and prepared to take action. Little did he know that he was seeing the concubine calmly feeding the child. And the concubine said something at that time that made him soften his heart instantly. She said, "General, please be merciful and let this child die a full ghost. She is only 1 month old." So he quickly ordered the soldiers who were about to take action to put down their weapons, leave the room, and prepare to give her the final respect. Unexpectedly, when he pushed the door open again, he found a dagger stuck in the concubine's chest, and she had been dead for a long time. But the child was lying safe and sound on the bed. He held up the knife for a long time, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. At this moment, the shouts and cries of killing came from outside as expected. He knew that if Zhou Shixuan saw this scene, he would not be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. In the end, he would not only die, but also bear the infamy of the world. Moreover, Zhou Shixuan had treated him well before. So he simply picked up the child, kicked over the candle in the room, and prepared to complete his master's task and repay Zhou Shixuan's kindness. The fire spread throughout the room in an instant. Just as he was holding his child and closing his eyes waiting to die, perhaps thanks to God, a heavy rain came and put out the fire. He survived, but was left with a permanent scar on his face, and the child in his arms was not dead, but was dying. So he thought that since God would not let him die, he would fulfill his wish. He stumbled and fled with his child, and finally arrived in Japan. From then on, he appeared as a man in black, and the child was placed in the care of an ordinary family in Japan. In order to make a living, he entered the palace and became a guard. Due to his strong fighting skills, he gradually achieved his current position. And that child from back then, he has been secretly watching her grow up over the years. Little did they know that this time Kato Yin was planning to use the strategy of marriage to infiltrate Daxia and select people from among the people. But this child was chosen again. He was anxious but helpless, thinking back to his time in Daxia and considering his current criminal status. He was originally prepared to give up everything and look for an opportunity to catch up with the fleet and rescue the child. But he happened to meet Chu Chen's arrival. As soon as Chu Chen arrived, he saw that Chu Chen's purpose was not pure. Over the years, Kato Yin treated him well, showing his appreciation and support. So he stayed for a few more days, ready to help Kato Yin before leaving. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen ended everything for him with a single shot. Chu Chen stood up and placed the corpse quietly on the bed in the room. Alas, you're too loyal. Just imagine how tiring your life must be. But if you understood what PUA was, you would have killed Kato Yin and wandered around the world with that child. After saying that, he put away the jade pendant and flew upstairs. Watching Chu stuff the last shell into the rocket, it fired out with a whoosh. So he patted him on the shoulder and said, all right, you two have almost destroyed the palace. It's time to retreat. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave once the Japanese army arrives." After listening to this, Chu and Chu San nodded and followed Chu Chen out of the city. Before Kato Yan's army could react, a strange black car headed towards the coast shortly afterwards. Chu was driving the car, while Chu San was screaming excitedly in the passenger seat. "Brother, let me play with it. Honestly, do it well. You think this is a joke? We are escaping. Do it well. Brother's going to speed up." The soldiers chasing behind ran after the explosion-proof vehicle, but after chasing it farther and farther, they had no choice but to return to the capital city. Kato Yin also woke up from his coma at this moment. After the explosion stopped, he walked out of the treasury with the help of his subordinates. "Quick, send someone to investigate the situation in the palace." The subordinate took the order and left, but returned shortly afterwards. The emperor all were beaten to pieces, and many people died. The subordinate said with a gloomy face. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Kato Yan's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. "Where's the shadow? Have you seen him? It's outside the main hall. It's been dead for a long time." Upon hearing the news of the Black Shadow's death, Kato Yin remained very calm, but then seemed to have thought of something. "Quick, Send people to Fushan in the western suburbs. That is the foundation of our royal family. And just when he remembered it, Chu Chen was already standing under the so-called Toyama in Japan. Japan's largest jade mine, the royal family's true treasury? After saying that, he moved and rushed into the deep mountains. This was also another piece of information that the Black Shadow told him, which was the location of the jade essence. Moreover, it is also the ultimate foundation of the Kato clan, with countless gold, silver, and treasures. This is also the reason why the Kato family has been able to rule Japan for so long. Chu Chen was moving extremely fast, and soon a small village appeared in the telescope. In the very center of the village, there is a dilapidated red house that looks like a temple. Chu Chen walked around the back mountain and soon entered the back of the red temple. Outside the temple, Chu Chen discovered several powerful auras, and right in front of the temple, there was a faint aura that was comparable to Zhu Liuxiang's. I thought to myself, even in this tiny place, there are such masters. Chapter 337, entering the secret place to cut off the roots. But it seemed that his aura was different. Except for Jiu Mengzi and Mu Shuichen, who saw that he had cultivation, everyone else seemed to treat him as an ordinary person. Although I don't understand why this is the case, it has indeed provided me with a lot of convenience over the years. Perhaps because this place is rarely visited, the management is quite lax. Chu Chen followed the red temple wall and soon pushed open a side door, successfully entering the temple. Surprisingly, those auras seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. In fact, all the people living in this village are from the Kato clan. The villagers at the entrance of the village saw the royal carriage coming from afar, so the masters of the family all went to greet it. This is a rule in their family. When meeting a member of the royal family, one must leave the village to greet them. This coincidence also brought a lot of convenience to Chu Chen. At this time, there were only some ordinary soldiers standing guard at the gate of the Red Temple. According to the man in black, behind the statue in the Red Temple is the entrance to the jade mine. As long as you go in, you can get all the property of the entire Kato family. Chu Chen successfully entered the innermost room of the temple. When he looked up, he saw a statue with a snake head and a human body standing tall in the center of the room. Chu Chen didn't even look at it carefully. He walked around the statue and went to the back. After knocking a few times on the wall behind the statue, I found a door that was empty. Then he pushed the door open and saw a lighted tunnel in front of the door. Walking along the tunnel, an empty stone chamber soon appeared. But the scene inside really surprised Chu Chen so much that he almost jumped up. I saw that the stone chamber was divided into two sides. One side was piled with emerald green jade, and the other side was filled with yellow and white objects. After working inside for a full hour, Chu Chen finally looked at the empty stone chamber with satisfaction. Then he quickly headed towards the entrance. Just as he walked out of the Red Temple and entered the mountains, a group of people hurried over from outside the Red Temple. "Is there any outsider coming here? Your Majesty, the number of people who know about this place is only a handful. How can you say that it is from outsiders?" Kato Yin looked at the temple that was still intact, and finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart all the way. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared at the door of the temple. A skinny old man appeared in front of Kato Yin and others. "We are here to pay our respects to the ancestor." When this person arrived, everyone, including Kato Yin, knelt down in unison. "Get up. Why are you so panicked? Why are you coming back with such fanfare? Do you want this royal secret to be known to outsiders? It's fine that you brought that black-clad guard with you before, but now you've brought so many people with you. What do you think?" The old man looked at Kato Yin angrily and shouted, "Ancestor, something happened in the palace. I was worried about this place, so I couldn't take care of many things. That's why. You've been living a dissolute life all day long, with no ambition to make progress. Sooner or later, everything in this royal family will be lost in your hands." After saying that, the old man flicked his sleeves and ran into the temple. A moment later, he rushed out shouting angrily, "Kato Yin, you deserve death." Ancestor, what happened?" As soon as Kato Yin finished speaking, he was picked up by the old man and thrown into the stone chamber. Kato Yin got up from the ground, looked around, rolled his eyes, and fainted completely. At this moment, Chu Chen had already left the territory of Fushan and headed towards the seaside. On the second day, Chu Chen found Chu Yi, Chu San, Chu Air, and Chu Jiu in the mountains and forest by the coast. "Where are the others?" Godfather, there are still a few days until your 10th day. They may still be on their way. Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. All right, all of you, disperse and come back at the agreed time. Also, all long weapons are handed over to me. Each of you carries a pistol for convenience, but don't stray too far from me, understand? As Chu Chen spoke, he took out 3 pistols and some bullets from his backpack and distributed them to them. A few people put down their things and entered the city by the sea with pistols. After seeing them off, Chu Chen waved his hand to collect the weapons on the ground and the jade they had obtained in the black market, and then ran towards the city. He found an inn, took out a Japanese silver coin and threw it on the shopkeeper's counter, then gestured to the shopkeeper. Then he was successfully brought into a room by the shopkeeper. The other 4 people did the same thing and all entered the inn. At this moment, Kato Yin was so angry that he vomited a large mouthful of blood and had not yet woken up. The ancestor of the Kato clan interrogated the soldiers but failed to obtain any valuable information. All we know is that there was an envoy from Daxia, whom everyone called Master Chu. After Kato, Yin trapped him in the national treasury. The next day, the imperial palace was blown to pieces by unknown weapons. The Black Shadow who knew the most was dead. The maid who was responsible for taking care of Master Chu and the officials who had met Chu Chen were all killed in the explosion. The only person who knows the most about the situation at the moment is Kato Yin, but he has not woken up yet. The ancestor of the Kato clan was extremely anxious and kept guarding outside Kato Yin's room, waiting for him to wake up. It was not until late at night the next day that Kato Yin slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Am I dead? The emperor has woken up. The emperor has woken up. Following a few shouts from the maid guarding the room, many people rushed into the house one after another. Patriarch Kato looked at Kato Yin on the bed, then at the person coming in from outside, and said, "Everyone get out." When everyone heard the old man speak, they all left the room. Okay, Kato Yin, tell me the whole story. Ancestor, it's Chu Chen from Daxia. After an incense stick of time, Patriarch Kato stood up and said to the outside with a raging rage, "Chu Chen of Daxia, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood." Then he waved his hand and summoned a long sword and swung it at Kato Yin. Kato Yin, damn it! After doing all this, he called someone in from outside the door. All right, damn this Kato Yin. I've already cleaned up the mess. You support a new emperor. I'm going Daxia. Please help me prepare a ship. I'll do it right away, old ancestor. But what about those soldiers that Kato Yin brought outside? Kill them all. Not everyone is qualified to pry into the royal family's secrets. After saying this, Patriarch Kato turned around and walked towards his room. Chapter 338, Returning to Daxia with a full bounty. After returning to the room, Elder Kato pulled away the old floor tiles and took out a box. After opening the box, he took out a long sword from it. Old friend, it's time for you and me to fight side by side again. A few days later, Chu Chen patted their shoulders one by one. Good job. Nothing is missing. Let's go. The things are in my room. I'll have someone take them away. You're not as fast as me, so go to the coast first. After the 10 people left, Chu Chen waved his hand to collect the jade essence brought back by the children on the ground. Then he flashed and ran towards the coast. He was running very fast and soon passed Chu Yi and the others. He lowered the yacht into the sea, started it, lit a cigarette for himself, and waited quietly for their arrival. Soon after, everyone was gathered, and Chu Yi pushed the accelerator of the yacht, and the yacht rushed towards Daxia. About an hour after they left, a carriage arrived at the coast. A large ship was on high alert, with no one on board except the sailors. Patriarch Kato flew onto the ship, and at the captain's command, the ship slowly moved and headed towards Daxia. After all, the speed of a large ship cannot compare to that of a yacht. One day after they set off, Chu Chen had already brought them to the small island where they had met the Japanese soldier before. Chu Yi, you go and capture the Japanese princess aboard the ship. The rest of you will be trained just like you were on that isolated island. Do you understand? Everyone nodded, picked up the weapons and ammunition on the yacht, and rushed towards the island at high speed. Not long after, Chu Chen heard the sound of frying beans, just like the sound of firecrackers during the New Year, so lively. In just half an hour, the group appeared in Chu Chen's sight, and around Chu Yi's waist was a dirty girl. Is everything sorted out? Godfather, don't worry about us doing things. Okay, Chu Chi is awesome. I'll give you a chicken drumstick later. The yacht continued to move forward. Inside the cabin, Chu Chen looked at the Japanese princess who had been washed clean. Can you speak Daxia? Yes. Master Ugly said this is a language I must learn. Ugly Master? Chu Chen understood instantly. It turned out that this man in black was not only secretly taking care of this woman, but also meeting her in person. So why did Kato Yin catch this person when there were so many other people to catch? Could it be that he already knew the identity of this girl? If that's the case, then Kato Yin is really bad. That's good. Since you can speak Daxia, I'll ask you a few questions. Are you the princess of this Japanese country? I'm not. I'm just an ordinary girl. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that the man in black still didn't reveal her identity after all. Before Chu Chen could continue asking, the girl spoke again. Please let me go. I am of no value to you. The emperor will not stop hunting you down just because of me. Haha. You know a lot, little girl. Do you want to go to Daxia? Daxia? I'm from Japan. Will I have a good ending if I go to Daxia? Haha. If you follow the big brother who caught you on the boat, no one will dare to bully you. Also, when we get to Daxia, I'll take you to see someone. Then you'll understand everything. After saying that, Chu Chen no longer paid attention to her, but walked out of the cabin and headed towards the terrace. After Chu Chen left, the girl's mind once again recalled the scene of Chu Yi's godlike figure, who waved his sword to drive away all the soldiers, picked herself up and headed towards the forest. Unconsciously, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She is 16 years old this year, which is already the age for marriage in ancient times. How could a girl who was just beginning to fall in love not be overjoyed when she met the heroic Chu Yi? Just as Chu Chen took them to the yacht, grilling barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting. A large ship followed the smell of blood on the sea and landed on the island. Patriarch Kato jumped off the boat and looked at the soldiers lying all over the ground, his teeth chattering. Soon after, he returned to the ship and said, "Keep going. When you come back, send someone to bury these soldiers properly." Everyone present knew that these people would rot or be eaten by the wild animals on the island in a few days. Although most people nodded, everyone was guessing in their hearts. Who did the Japanese country offend in Daxia that caused the imperial palace to be bombed and so many people to be killed? Also, it is said that the weapons used by the Daxia people are like those of the gods, and no one could stop them. So, if these people go to Daxia, will this be the end of their lives? Seeing so many soldiers being killed at this moment, some people were so scared that they couldn't stop shaking. Elder Kato saw all of this, but he did not blame anyone. Everyone has the feeling of fear. Returning to his room, he quietly stared at the long sword in front of him. 50 years ago, I told you that Daxia should not be provoked, but you insisted on becoming more ambitious. He seemed to be talking to Kato Yin, or to himself, but no one knew. After a long moment, he sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. I hope the newly supported emperor will stay in Japan and behave himself. As for those things you have lost, I, with this broken body, will seek justice for you. The yacht was in front and the big ship was behind, and both ships were moving slowly. But there is always about a day's distance between them. A few days later, the yacht calmly sailed into Peach Blossom Island. Chu Yi still pulled the girl off the boat, arranged a room for her, and arranged for someone to guard her. Chu Chen gathered everyone's weapons together and only left each person with a pistol and some bullets for them to use for self-defense and to perform certain tasks. After a night of rest on Peach Blossom Island, Chu Chen said to them early in the morning, "Chu Yi and Chu Sen stay, and everyone else, go back to Qingyan City. You've had a hard time on this trip." The reason why Chu San was left behind was because Chu Chen felt that a machine gun should be left behind to defend the Peach Blossom Fairy Island. He felt that Japan would definitely not give up, and the people coming were either the warship army or the person with the master's aura that he felt in the Toyama Temple in Japan. Moreover, the latter has a greater chance. If he empties the national treasury, it can be said that he has cut off the foundation of Japan. With a large army approaching, they probably couldn't raise so much military funds at once. Then the cost for that master-level figure to assassinate him would be much lower. The group looked at Chu Chen and spoke, then saluted him. Under Chu Yi's arrangement, he drove a van and headed towards Qingyan City. For Chu Chen, this trip to Japan not only allowed him to harvest so much fine jade, it also allowed him to release the ancestral hatred in his heart. Chapter 339. Sorter set outside the island to invite a duel. Next, what he had to do was to take the girl to the capital to meet Zhou Shixuan. After sending the children away, Chu Chen flashed into the space. Chu Chen felt a little uncomfortable after not drinking the mountain spring water for a few days. When Chu Chen arrived at the spring, he was surprised to find that the spring water seemed to be much more turbid. It has slowly changed from grayish-white to milky white. Without paying attention to the changes in the space, Chu Chen simply picked up a large bucket of spring water and left the space. Then he started flooding mode again. He drank enough to feel dizzy, then rushed into the bathroom. Hey, it's milky white when I drink it, but colorless when I pee it out. Did I absorb all that milky white substance? Chu Chen said slowly while aiming. But then he felt a huge force flowing inside his body. Without even having time to pull up his pants, Chu Chen ran and dived into the bed, waiting for the power to slowly digest. After he felt that all the energy in his body had subsided, only then did I feel my own power. Ha ha ha, Jimengzi, finally I've become a 9th grade master just like you. See if you dare to use force against me again. I'll beat you so hard that you won't even be able to go to Red Romance. After saying that, Chu Chen pushed open the door and headed straight towards the beach of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Next to a huge coconut tree, Chu Chen punched the trunk, and then the coconut tree was smashed into pieces and rose from the ground. Chu Chen looked at his fist with satisfaction, laughed, and walked towards a bunker inside the wall of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Godfather, why are you here? What the cat is doing here instead of fishing? Godfather, my elder brother told me to guard this place day and night. How dare I go fishing? Chu Chen looked at the junior high school student sitting in front of the machine gun and shook his head helplessly. This kid is big, strong, loyal, and honest, but his only shortcoming is that he is stubborn. So he quickly said, don't listen to your big brother. When there's an enemy, you just need to be able to get there quickly. Now go fishing. Fuck, father, it seems like there's an enemy. Before Chu Chen finished teaching, the 3rd grader pointed at the sea outside the observation cave and said excitedly. After hearing this, Chu Chen quickly looked outside. On the sea, a Japanese warship was seen heading towards Peach Blossom Island. I thought to myself, it seems just as I expected, the Japanese have finally arrived. So he patted Chu San on the shoulder and said, okay, then you stay here and listen carefully to the instructions on the intercom. After saying that, he slipped out of the bunker and walked onto the wall. At this moment, on the wall, Lu Rongdong was holding a telescope and instructing the soldiers around him to deploy defenses. Seeing Chu Chen coming, he immediately stepped forward and said, Sir, it's just a boat. How come you were alarmed? Chu Chen didn't say anything, but took the telescope from Lu Rongdong's hand. Through the telescope, one can vaguely see a skinny old man standing on the deck with a sword in his hand. The entire deck is empty. So he put down the telescope and said to Lu Rongdong, tell the brothers not to get too nervous and just stay alert. If I'm right, this guy is not someone you can handle. Lu Rongdong was confused for a moment, thinking, could it be that there is some other important person on this warship? Thanks to Chu Chen's order, the warship successfully entered the outside of the wall of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. The sailors stopped the ship, and the captain walked up to the old man Kato and said, Old man, we have arrived at the port of Daxia, but unexpectedly, we have not encountered any attack. After hearing this, Patriarch Kato stood up and waved at the man, signaling him to leave, then strolled to the bow of the warship. Gathering all his strength, he shouted towards the high wall, I, Kato Shirmo of Japan, have come to Daxia with no intention of provoking anyone on behalf of Japan. I only wish to have a decisive battle with Prince Chu Chen of Daxia on this warship in 3 days. After the shout, a rope ladder was dropped from the warship, and a servant came down from it, holding a letter tremblingly, and walked towards the gate of the wall. Chu Chen watched this scene with great interest, turned his head, and said to Lu Rongdong, send someone to the door and bring that thing back. Don't hurt anyone. After getting the letter back, Lu Rongdong handed it to Chu Chen respectfully. What are you doing for me? Read it. Lu Rongdong opened the letter and found something similar to an invitation written in Daxia characters inside. After a while, Lu Rongdong said to Chu Chen anxiously, Sir, this is their declaration of war. It's the same as what the old man said just now. The purpose is to target you. You must not leave. Chu Chen thought for a moment after hearing this, then turned around and asked, 3 days later, a declaration of war? Where does this old man come from? Sir, I am stupid and don't know. After listening to this, Chu Chen did not say anything, but turned and walked towards a villa. Then he took out the walkie-talkie and sent a message back to Qingyun and Jingqing. Asked Taoist Xiaoyao who Kato Shirmi is and how strong he is. Because they were so far away, Chu Chen couldn't be sure of the old man's strength, but since he could still transmit his voice so clearly from such a distance, his strength must be strong, at least at the level of Zhu Liuxiang. It is likely that the master outside the Japanese temple has come to seek revenge. Although my weapon has not been seen by the Japanese, who knows what is special about this old monster? It is better to be cautious. Soon after, the news reached the mansion in the west of Qingyun City. Master, it's a good thing you came to Qingyun to see me. This kid seems to have offended a master. Chu Chen rushed into the house in the west of the city with a note and said to Zhu Liuxiang. Zhu Liuxiang blushed at what he said and thought to himself, I didn't come here to see you at all. But after taking the note and taking a look at it, he frowned instantly. Where is this kid? The news came back from Linhai. Let's go, send a car, and take me to Linhai. Master, then I will go with you. Chu Chen looked at the anxious Zhu Liuxiang and became nervous in an instant. You have to stay in Qingyun City and protect these people in Qingyun City with your junior brother. Master, is Kato Shermo very powerful? It's quite powerful. Even Master isn't very confident. Besides, I suspect his disciples are here too. So you have to stay. Okay, Master, be careful. I'll go get a taxi right away. As soon as Chu Chen left, Zhu Liuxiang showed a smile. Just a mere Kato Shermo. I slapped him and made him call me daddy. But Linhai is so much fun. If I bring you along, wouldn't it be much less fun? Master, what are you mumbling about? At this moment, Chu Chen, who had returned, looked at Zhu Liuxiang in confusion and said, Chapter 340 Qingyun, Xiaoyao Taoist comes. Nothing. Is the car ready? Zhu Liuxiang said this with a red face, afraid that Chu Chen would hear something. It's ready, Master. We can go at any time. After seeing Zhu Liuxiang off, Chu Chen wondered what was wrong with her master today. She always felt something was not right. But she didn't care. She turned around, picked up the walkie-talkie, and called Chun Qingxian. Zhu Liuxiang, on the other hand, rushed towards the sea at lightning speed. Fortunately, the journey was not far, and Zhu Liuxiang arrived at Peach Blossom Island that night. Master, why are you here? Chu Chen asked Zhu Liuxiang, who looked exhausted after the journey. You kid, do you know who Kato Shermo is? He's a veteran Japanese master, the Kato family's strongest god of war. Why, if I don't come, you plan to do it yourself. Zhu Liuxiang glanced at Chu Chen and said, unhappily. Chu Chen touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Master, I really want to try it. You? Using your hidden weapon? Do you know what it means to be a grandmaster? Chu Chen had no choice but to exert all his strength and release it. This scene left Zhu Liuxiang stunned. What's going on? You said before that you could absorb jade essence, but how could you reach the 9th rank in such a short time? Master, I don't know why, but my strength just came out like this. Zhu Liuxiang stared at Chu Chen intently, and then burst into laughter. Haha, I never thought that you, a kid, actually have such a physique. Congratulations. Seeing this, Chu Chen brought him a chair and made him a pot of tea. Then he said with a smile, Then Taoist priest, do you think I can go up and give it a try? Zhu Liuxiang poured himself a cup of tea and said thoughtfully, Although this Kato Shermo is not considered a strong master among the grandmasters, he is still not comparable to you, a 9th grade cultivator. Although your hidden weapon is very powerful, you don't have any martial arts skills. This is exactly what he was worried about. In his eyes, Chu Chen was like a child with brute force. But this battle with the grandmaster cannot be won by brute force alone. Unless one has strength higher than that of a grandmaster, like Big Bear and Little Bear from the Bear Country, Chu Chen is far from enough now. When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately said, I have martial arts skills. After saying that, he picked up the tetanus blade next to him and started a series of continuous chopping and stabbing attacks in front of Zhu Liuxiang. Seeing this, Zhu Liuxiang shook his head repeatedly. Where did you learn this, kid? This is just a farming trick. Well, Qingxian taught me that. This stinky boy is misleading young people. He is misleading young people. Just wait and see how I will beat him up when I get back. After hearing this, Zhu Liuxiang immediately started cursing. In his mind, this was just a farm skill and had nothing to do with martial arts. But Chu Chen didn't think so in his heart. Anyway, it didn't matter whether it was martial arts or not, as long as he could use it in a way that was convenient for him. So he quickly said, Master, How about I go and give it a try, and you help me with the raid? Do you really want to try it? Zhu Liuxiang asked seriously. That's right. Zhu Liuxiang looked at Chu Chen's serious expression, and her fingers tapped on the table involuntarily. After a long while, he said slowly, That's good, young man. You dare to challenge an opponent stronger than yourself. In this respect, you are much better than that fool Chun Qingxian. You are like me in my past. Then go ahead and try. He can't kill you with me here. After the agreement, Chu Chen asked the maid to send him back to the villa specially reserved for him in Jiumengzi, and he also entered the room. The next day, Zhu Liuxiang disappeared early in the morning. Chu Chen didn't care about this. If he thought about it a little, he would know where he went. In a blink of an eye, the day of the agreed duel arrived, and Chu Chen got up early. He put on stab-proof clothing, shoulder and knee pads, and a bulletproof helmet. He had weapons like a Glock, a stun gun, pepper spray, and a dagger on his back. And in his hand, he held the tetanus blade. The 3-day deadline has arrived. Could it be that the great Xia dynasty doesn't even dare to reply? Outside the wall, Kato Shimo's voice was heard again. His voice was full of anger. He had been there for 3 whole days, but no one spoke up or paid any attention to him. If he hadn't been concerned about Japan behind him, with his temper, he would have rushed in long ago. In his eyes, the wall in front was useless. But he didn't know that Chu San had also stayed in the bunker for 3 days, and any unusual movement of the people on the ship would be noticed. The machine gun in his hand would give him a tongue of fire. Just when Kato Shimo could no longer bear it, suddenly, a head wearing an unknown hat popped out from the wall. Holding a white object in his hand, he shouted at him, Old Kato, stop being so arrogant. As a veteran master of Japan, you are so shameless as to make things difficult for a young man like me. After hearing this, Kato Shimo's eyes turned cold, and she stared at the figure who made such a sound in some unknown way and said, Are you Chu Chen? That's right, it's me. Humph, you little brat. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? You are considered an elder, but at most you are just an old immortal. Humph, enough talking. If you have the guts, get on board and fight. Kato Shimo's patience has reached its limit. At this moment, he has the urge to ignore everything and rush forward to twist off Chu Chen's head. But as long as he did so, Daxiao would surely crush Japan. So, he was enduring it at the moment. As long as this kid in front of him came onto his warship, the situation would change completely. Killing him on his own warship would at most be considered a duel, and Daxiao would have no reasonable reason to embarrass Japan. Just as Chu Chen was about to answer, he found that his body was being lifted up. Then, he ran towards the Japanese warship at high speed. Master, I thought you had gone back. Well, I just went to Linhai for some personal matters. How could this Taoist priest go back on his word? You can go ahead and fight without worry. Chu Chen rolled his eyes after hearing this. That Hong Lang was all his. Could it be that he didn't know where you went? But Chu Chen was not stupid enough to say it out loud. That would be too embarrassing. After a few swoops, the 2 men landed steadily on the Japanese ship. Kato boy, what's wrong? You're going backwards and starting to bully the younger ones. As soon as Zhu Liuxiang stopped, he pointed at Kato Shimo and started cursing. Zhu Liuxiang, I challenged this guy to a duel today. Why, you want to get involved? Seeing Zhu Liuxiang coming, Kato Shimo was indeed a little scared. He really couldn't beat him. Chapter 341, Battle with Grandmaster Kato Shimo. Humph, you're so shameless as to challenge me to a fight. What's the matter? I'm here to scout his territory. What can you do to me? Zhu Liuxiang said to Kato Shimo in a domineering manner. The main thing is to protect your child. What can you do? At this time, Chu Chen also stood up and spoke to the skinny old man in front of him. Senior Kato, right? I, Chu Chen, have no grudge against you. So why are you chasing me here? Aren't you afraid that Daxiao and your country will fight? Ha, you little brat. There's no grudge or hatred. Don't you know what you did? Kato Shimo was extremely furious at this moment. But because Zhu Liuxiang was here, he did not dare to take the initiative to attack. After hearing this, Zhu Liuxiang turned to Chu Chen and asked, You went to Japan? What did you do? He, Taoist priest, it's actually nothing. We just robbed his family's treasury. What? You robbed the national treasury? Master, you know I need that jade essence, and it just so happens that he has it. Zhu Liuxiang nodded after listening and gave Chu Chen a thumbs up. Not bad. You were quite like me in my old days. The Taoist priest also robbed the national treasury in the past. Hee, that's not the case, not at all. I'm just comparing myself to this guy's sister-in-law. When Chu Chen heard this, he was like, wow. For him, robbing other people's treasury was just his personal property, but this guy's robbing other people's wives. I admire you so much. Well, since you want to fight me to the death, then I will see today how much weight you, the so-called veteran master of Japan, have. It was all made clear they were all enemies, so Chu Chen didn't bother to waste time talking to him and rushed out with the tetanus blade. Kato Shirmo didn't expect this kid to be so courageous, so he quickly said to Zhu Liuxiang, "We'll talk about our grudges later. You can't interfere in my grudge with this kid. Don't worry, just beat him first." As Zhu Liuxiang spoke, he unscrewed the thermos cup Chu Chen gave him and poured himself a cup of wolfberry water. Then he sat on the deck with an expression as if he was watching a show. With Zhu Liuxiang's words, Kato Shirmo felt much more at ease. Zhu Liuxiang would never let go of his status as a master and suddenly attack him. As long as he could kill the boy in front of him within a short period of time, his purpose of coming to Daxia would be achieved. As for being killed by Zhu Liuxiang later, that was all within his expectations. So he shook off the shadow of Zhu Liuxiang from his mind and stared at Chu Chen in front of him. He thought to himself that he couldn't beat Zhu Liuxiang, but the boy in front of him had no skills at all, and if he went against him, it would be like committing suicide. Haha, kid, you're carrying a broken hatchet. Are you going to chop wood? No, this young master only beats animals, not cuts wood or knives. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward and swung his sword at Kato Shirmo with all his strength. Kato Shirmo was too lazy to even move her body. Facing Chu Chen's chopping knife, she casually raised the sword in her hand to block it. Haha, you're really a farmer. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw Kato Shirmo being so contemptuous of his enemy. When approaching him, he suddenly changed from chopping to slashing, turned his wrist, and slashed the blade horizontally towards his side. Oh, not bad. You even know how to change your tactics. After Kato Shirmo finished speaking, he tilted his sword downward to block Chu Chen's knife. For a moment, the swords collided with each other, sparking a burst of sparks. But just when the swords collided, Kato Shirmo's jaw dropped in shock. How could this seemingly powerless boy burst out with such powerful force? Chu Chen didn't care about that. After the knife passed, he turned around and stabbed Kato Shirmo in the face from bottom to top. Having felt Chu Chen's strength, Kato Shirmo panicked and quickly retreated, barely avoiding Chu Chen's attack. It was only a finger's distance away. If it had been a little faster, Kato Shirmo would have been ripped open by Chu Chen in an instant. Despicable. They actually hid their strength. Are all the people in Daxia so despicable? Humph, I have a lot of hidden things. While Kato Shirmo was stunned, Chu Chen raised the Glock in his sleeve. He pulled the trigger at the defenseless Kato Shirmo. Boy, use hidden weapons. I am your ancestor. When Kato Shirmo heard the sound coming from Chu Chen's sleeves, she instantly laughed triumphantly. But before he could finish his words, he felt something hit his stomach. He instantly rolled over and covered his stomach to avoid the subsequent bullets. At this time, Zhu Liuxiang's voice came from behind. Ha, old man, you are indeed good at using hidden weapons, but you must know that there are always people better than you. After saying that, Zhu Liuxiang took another sip of wolfberry water. Seeing that Kato Shirmo was injured by Chu Chen's hands, he was now completely relieved. As long as Chu Chen was given time, it would not be a problem to capture Kato Shirmo. Despicable. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Kato Shirmo covered her bleeding stomach and stared at Chu Chen and said. But in an instant, Kato Shirmo gave up the wound on her stomach and chased after Chu Chen with a sword in hand. I won't even tell you until you die from this hidden weapon. After saying that, Chu Chen quickly retreated towards Zhu Liuxiang. He was secretly shocked, thinking that the master was the master. Even after being shot, he could still rush towards him with his sword. But while running, Chu Chen took off the shotgun on his back and fired the bullets at Kato Shirmo, who was coming towards him. Kato Shirmo reacted very quickly. When Chu Chen took out the black stick, she dodged to the side. But he ignored the fact that the shotgun bullets were umbrella-shaped. Although he dodged in time, several steel balls were still shot into his kidneys. For a moment, a feeling of weakness came from his body. Although the previous shot injured the intestines, these steel balls were nailed into the kidneys. At this moment, he felt that his internal energy was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. In a few moments, he would probably be unable to move. So he gritted his teeth, swallowed down the blood that was about to gush out, and then shouted loudly at Chu Chen. "Shameless boy, give me your life. Today I will die with you." After saying that, he rushed over at high speed without any fear of the weapon in Chu Chen's hand. At this time, Zhu Liuxiang also realized something was wrong. "Boy, get out of the way. This guy's going to die." Chu Chen had his back to Zhu Liuxiang, but he acted as if he didn't hear what Zhu Liuxiang said at all. With a wave of his hand, a sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and then he pulled the trigger at Kato Shurmo, who was coming towards him without hesitation. The large-caliber bullet spun and pierced into his body in an instant, and then instantly shattered his heart. Chapter 342, Taking the Princess to the Capital. After firing a bullet, Chu Chen instantly put the sniper rifle into space. Kato Shurmo looked at Chu Chen in disbelief as the weapon suddenly appeared and disappeared in his hand. With his eyes wide open, he saw the secret that Chu Chen had never revealed before. But as his consciousness gradually faded, he never had the chance to tell this secret. "Good boy, did you kill this guy just like that?" "Haha, Taoist priest, how is it not bad?" Chu Chen put the shotgun on his back and said to Zhu Liuxiang with a smile. "Well, yes, your hidden weapon is indeed terrifying, but your martial arts skills are really just farm skills." After saying that, Zhu Liuxiang carried Chu Chen back to Peach Blossom Fairy Island. And at Lu Rongdong's command, that warship added some strength to Murong Huai's navy. Zhu Liuxiang had a quick meal on Peach Blossom Island, and then said goodbye and left. In his words, the whereabouts of this Taoist must not be revealed, so as to avoid being noticed by those with ulterior motives. Chu Chen watched him leave with a smile, but no words. His mind was on the port terminal in the space. After returning to the villa, he said hello to Xiaofeng and went straight into the room. Chu Chen said not to be disturbed, so no one would come to disturb him, including Xiaofeng. After entering the room, Chu Chen had no time to rest and flashed into the space. After a while, on the embankment of the harbor, Chu Chen stared blankly at the Coast Guard ship in front of him and the large and small cargo ships outside the Coast Guard ship. There's also the expanded area on the land. This trip to Japan was extremely worthwhile. With the shopping mall as the center, at least a straight-line distance of 10 kilometers in radius emerged from the fog and appeared in front of Chu Chen. What concerned him most was the Coast Guard ship, with its main gun, 2 secondary guns, and a machine gun. If 10 or so of these were replicated, no country would be able to compete with it on the sea. Chu Chen walked along the edge of the space. Not long after, at the westernmost end of the back mountain, he saw a small sign that made Chu Chen so excited that he almost jumped up. There was a sign that said, "Military Restricted Area, no entry for unauthorized persons." Chu Chen said slowly, "I have lived in this city for so long before, and I have climbed the mountain behind it. I didn't expect that there would be a military base here. Although I only saw a sign and a gate, everything behind it was shrouded in fog. But as long as there is a chance for it to appear. Tanks, armored vehicles, and various weapons and equipment are much more powerful than those in the public security agencies." With excitement, Chu Chen drank enough spring water and then appeared outside the house again. "Lie on the sofa and light a cigarette for yourself. It's time to go to the capital to see if Zheng Jing's firearms have been forged. Also, send the little princess back to Zhou Shixuan." Early the next morning, Chu Chen asked Lu Rongdong to bring the little princess into the villa. Then he said to Xiaofeng beside him, "We have almost finished the Linheim matter. Let's go back." "Sir, you're right. Who is this?" Xiaofeng looked at the girl in front of her and asked. "Her identity is not simple. You will know it in the future. This time I have to take her to the capital and send you back by the way." After breakfast, Chu Chen drove the yacht and brought the little princess and Xiaofeng to Linhai City. In order to avoid trouble, Chu Chen did not greet Murong Huai. Instead, he drove an off-road vehicle towards Qingyun City. Although the little princess saw many new things on Peach Blossom Island, this was her first time riding an off-road vehicle. He pulled Xiaofeng and asked her questions. When women communicate, they communicate very quickly. After just half a day of getting along, the little princess became familiar with the girl and called her sister Xiaofeng. When the little princess said goodbye to Xiaofeng in Qingyun City, she said reluctantly that she would definitely come to Qingyun to see Xiaofeng in the future. Chu Chen looked at this sentimental scene with some disapproval. Women are always so difficult to understand. After a few more days of long journey, the red SUV drove into the gate of the capital. With a warm farewell of the soldiers guarding the city, he headed straight for the palace. In the imperial study, Zhou Shixuan held Chu Chen's hand tightly and said, "Boy, you went to Japan and made such a big scene. You really made Daxia proud. He even managed to kill Kato Shirmo. What a good brat." After hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled and asked Zhou Shixuan leisurely, "Haha, Uncle Zhou, when are you planning to attack Japan?" "We're planning on it. We're just waiting for that kid Zheng Jing." After some greetings, Zhou Shixuan gestured for Chu Chen to sit down. Then he looked up and saw the girl standing behind Chu Chen. So he asked doubtfully, "Who is this?" Chu Chen didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Shixuan and then at the little princess. He murmured, "Resembles, indeed quite similar, this nose and this mouth. But Uncle Zhou, this girl is so much prettier than you. She probably looks more like her mother." Zhou Shixuan was confused for a moment. "Chu, what are you talking about?" Seeing this, Chu Chen took out the jade pendant that the man in black gave him before he died. "Uncle Zhou, when I went to Japan, I not only got people from the National Treasury and killed Kato Shirmo, but I also brought you a daughter." Zhou Shixuan and the girl were stunned when they heard Chu Chen say this. "Where did Chu Wazi come from? Give me back the jade pendant. It's mine." The girl and Zhou Shixuan looked at the jade pendant in Chu Chen's hand and shouted almost at the same time. Zhou Shixuan was a little dazed. It was so obvious. How could he not see it? So he took a few steps forward, walked past Chu Chen, stared at the girl, and said, "Is this jade pendant yours? Are you Xiao Yanzi? Are you really Xiao Yanzi?" Xiao Yanzi. Chu Chen curled his lips after hearing this. What a good name. The girl was a little scared by Zhou Shixuan's gaze. "It's mine." "Ugly master said it's the jade pendant I've worn since I was a child. But my name is not Xiao Yanzi." "Ha ha ha, Chu Wazi. How can I thank you?" Zhou Shixuan said a little crazily that when he saw the jade pendant, he thought of the concubine who was burned beyond recognition by the fire. But because the seizure of power was imminent at that time, no careful inspection was carried out. It was originally believed that the child and her mother had died in the fire. Unexpectedly, a girl holding a jade pendant suddenly appeared today. He didn't believe that Chu Chen would lie to him, and the girl's eyebrows looked like her mother, so he was confirmed in an instant. Don't be so anxious to thank me. Don't you have a system of recognizing relatives or something? Just go through that process and give them a name. Then my mission will be accomplished." Chu Chen said disapprovingly. When Zhou Shixuan heard this, he immediately reacted and hurriedly shouted to Eunuch Wei behind him. Yes, Lao Wei. Quick, call the imperial physician." Chapter 343, Zheng Jing creates new firearms. Not long after, Eunuch Wei called an old man carrying a medicine box. Bringing a bowl of water, he said, "Your Majesty, please, a drop of dragon's blood." Chu Chen almost vomited after hearing this, and there was even dragon blood dripping. So he quickly said to Zhou Shixuan, "Well, Uncle Zhou, I'll leave the person to you." It was a man with scars all over his face who brought the little princess to Japan and raised her. "It's nothing else. I'll leave first." A person with scars all over his face? I forgot to ask his name. He said he was Zhou Shiji's personal bodyguard. It's him. Chu Chen did not dwell on these things too much. Instead, he bowed to Zhou Shixuan and walked out of the imperial study with a swagger. Let them handle the rest of the matters themselves. I don't want to see a sentimental drama of an old father recognizing his daughter. After leaving the imperial study, Chu Chen went straight to the arsenal in the suburbs. Because Zheng Jing was developing black gunpowder there, but I don't know how effective it was. Chu Chen did not drive, but walked towards the main street of the capital. "How much is the candied haws?" Chu Chen asked a vendor, pointing at the candied haws. "Young master, 3 cents. Chu Chen took a string, handed him 3 cents, and walked while chewing. After this disaster, the entire daxia seemed to have regained its vitality. Sure enough, Zhou Shixuan was right to invest a lot of money in food to help the people rebuild their homes. We walked and looked along the way, and before we knew it, we arrived next to the tall wall in the suburbs. Chu Chen bit off the last candied haws and walked straight towards the gate. "Who are you?" "This is the royal forbidden area." "Stop." A soldier holding a sword saw Chu Chen coming and immediately stepped forward to stop him and said, "I'm new here? Well, call Zheng Jing out to me." Chu Chen looked at the soldier in front of him and said to him with a smile. When the soldier heard the visitor calling Zheng Jing's name, he immediately became careless. So he immediately changed his attitude. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will report it right away." After saying that, he whispered a few words into the ear of the soldier beside him and rushed inside quickly. After a while, a bearded man saw Chu Chen at the door and immediately rushed out. "Uncle, why are you here, Zhengjing? Meet your uncle." Chu Chen looked at the unshaven Zhengjing, his eyes wide open, and he said, "Zhengjing, Zhengjing, you are indeed quite shocking." "Haha, uncle, don't worry about the details. I just built this new gadget, and I'd like you to come and give me some guidance." After saying that, he walked up to Chu Chen and ran inside. Chu Chen smelled the sour odor coming from Zhengjing and quickly asked, "Where's your father?" Uncle, what happened to my father?" "No, I asked where your father was, but he didn't come to take care of you. You are the eldest son. How can you get a wife if you're like this?" Chu Chen broke free from Zhengjing and said with a look of disgust. Zhengjing seemed to have discovered his problem, so he said a little embarrassedly, "Hey, uncle, you see I'm so busy that I can't take care of anything else." In Zhengjing's messy studio, he found a clean place for Chu Chen to sit down. Then he took out a gun from the box behind him. Chu Chen became interested as soon as he saw it. This gun was made of an iron pipe and a piece of wood, with a fire starter fixed on the side of the gun. "Uncle, look, I followed your instructions and stuffed gunpowder and iron balls into this iron tube. Then I inserted a fuse into the small hole at the back. I opened the tinder, blew it, and then ignited the gunpowder, and the iron balls were pushed out. I've tried it. It's incredibly powerful. An ordinary shield wouldn't be able to withstand it." Chu Chen observed the gun while listening to Zhengjing's introduction. "Uncle, do you think my weapon can be improved?" After Zhengjing finished the introduction, he looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but asked, "How's your exploding bomb going?" After listening to this, Zhengjing turned around and ran out. When he came back, he had a round pottery in his hand. There were iron sheets inserted regularly on the outside of the pottery. Chu Chen took it and looked at it. He thought that these iron sheets were probably inserted during the firing process. "Uncle, we call this heavenly thunder. Please take a look." "Well, yes, this thing should be quite powerful, but it's also unstable. This pottery breaks too easily." "Uncle, I know, but the cost of iron is too high, so when we transport it, we can only use straw and other things to reduce losses." After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but nodded. There is no plastic in this world, and oil has not yet been mined. There is currently no better alternative. But if I go out with them in the future, I have to stay away from this thing. "Okay, what else?" "Uncle, there's also the matter of enlarging and thickening this iron pipe to make a siege weapon. It's too heavy, so I'm leaving it outside." Chu Chen gestured for him to lead the way, and soon they saw a large number of cannons placed in the bombed-out yard outside. Actually, it is correct to call it a cannon. It looks similar to the cannons seen in tourist attractions in modern society. "Uncle, this thing can fire large iron balls, but the impact area is too low." Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. "Then why don't you launch this thunder?" "Launch the sky thunder?" Zhengjing fell into deep thought after hearing this. But after a short while, he asked again, "If the thunder and the gunpowder in the iron pipe are mixed together, won't it explode?" Chu Chen nodded after listening. "Well, actually you can think of a way. Seal your thunder, then curl the fuse to lengthen the seal, ignite the fuse at the same time as the gunpowder is fired, and then control the burning speed of the fuse." "Haha, uncle, I understand. After Chu Chen gave it a hint, Zhengjing understood it instantly. After hearing this, Chu Chen patted his shoulder and thought, "Isn't this just a firecracker? Okay, about that thing of yours that shoots iron balls, I call a gun, but it's still far from a gun. Tomorrow, you come to my house, and I'll give you a blueprint that might inspire you to make that flintlock." As Chu Chen remembered, there was an introduction to the flintlock rifle among the pile of books in the mall. He had an inexhaustible supply of weapons, so he didn't think much of this thing at all. But if Zhengjing can make this thing, it will not be a problem for Xia to unify this continent in the future. By that time, it would be convenient for me to obtain the Jade Essence. As for the weapons in the space, Chu Chen could not provide them to Zhou Shixuan, at least not at the moment. People's hearts are hidden. Who can guess what they are thinking? Chapter 344. Zheng Wenkai, the Great Xia Man. After visiting Zhengjing's workshop for a while, Chu Chen walked out. In his mind, there was actually another task, which was to first observe the relevant personnel configuration of this workshop. Because when he was in Japan, Kato Yin knew that Daxia was making weapons, so there must be a problem within the Ministry of Industry. But after coming in and asking around, Chu Chen felt that there was not much leakage of information here. If this workshop leaked the information, then what Japan knew would not be just the fact that Da Xiao was making weapons. I originally want to talk about this with Zhou Shixuan in advance, but he is busy recognizing his relatives at the moment and probably can't take care of these things. Moreover, this matter may be a problem with the Ministry of Industry, so he has to tell Zheng Wenkai in advance. If Zhou Shixuan finds out and blames him, Zheng Wenkai will have time to deal with it. So after coming out of the workshop, Chu Chen went straight to the Ministry of Industry. At the entrance of the industry department, Zheng Wenkai hurried out after receiving a report from his subordinates. "Oh, Brother Chu, what a rare guest. Please come and invite him in." "Master Zheng, the weather is perfect today. Why don't you and I go out for a walk?" Zheng Wenkai became interested immediately after listening to Chu Chen's words. "Haha, my dear brother, you're a man of character. Let's go." Not long after, Zheng Wenkai took Chu Chen into a place called Ziyue Tower. After entering, a mommy with a big, but took the two of them into a private room. Chu Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, "Brother Zheng, that's not what I meant. Since we are in this brothel, it is not appropriate to call him Lord Zheng. Brother Chu, this is indeed not as good as your red romance, but it has its own unique flavor. Since we are here, let's have a few drinks." Chu Chen had no choice but to follow him into the private room. After a while, gusts of fragrant wind blew, and the large dining table was filled in an instant. Come on, Brother Chu, I've been learning foreign languages recently. How about you look at the Persian gentleman?" Chu Chen looked up and saw a woman with a modern European face, leaning obediently against Zheng Wenkai and winking at Chu Chen from time to time. "I couldn't help but despise you in my heart. You learned this foreign language only to suit the situation." However, as a super official, Chu Chen was too lazy to care about him. So he waved his hand to the mother and said, "Tell the girls to go out for a while. We have something important to discuss." When Mommy heard this, she immediately turned to look at Zheng Wenkai. She knew Zheng Wenkai's identity very well, but she didn't know this young man, so she had to ask Zheng Wenkai's opinion. Zheng Wenkai looked at Chu Chen's serious expression and immediately waved to his mother. After the girls left, he asked, "Brother Chu, what's so urgent?" Chu Chen glanced at Zheng Wenkai and thought to himself that this guy was definitely not a traitor. If he were a traitor, the gunpowder would have been known to Japan long ago. So he said to him, "Brother Zheng, there may be spies from other countries in your Ministry of Works." When Zheng Wenkai heard this, he instantly became nervous. "Brother Chu, where did you get this from?" So Chu Chen told him the information he got in Japan, and Zheng Wenkai was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "You mean the secret of how we made that firearm has been leaked?" "That's right, Brother Zheng. You should investigate carefully." Zheng Wenkai was horrified when he heard this. If His Majesty knew about this, then he... "Brother Chu, does His Majesty know about this matter?" "I haven't told him yet, but I thought there might be something wrong with you, so I'm telling you first." Zheng Wenkai felt relieved the moment he heard this, and quickly stood up and raised his glass towards Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I'll offer you a toast. Don't worry, I can find this person without your Majesty's intervention." Chu Chen understood the hidden meaning behind his words, so he immediately raised his glass and said, "Don't worry, Brother Zheng. We both know the truth about this matter." "Haha, that's great." Next, after some foreign language study, Chu Chen said goodbye and returned to his house in the capital. After instructing the maid not to let anyone disturb him, Chu Chen entered the room and flashed into the space. Half an hour later, Chu Chen came out of the space with an A3 paper in his hand. On it, a diagram of the structure of a flintlock rifle was drawn in pencil. As for whether he can understand it or not, that is Zheng Jing's business. The next morning, after Chu Chen finished washing up and walked out of the room, he saw Zheng Jing waiting in the living room. Today, Zheng Jing no longer has the image of an unshaven beard. Instead, he looks like he has been carefully dressed up and is clean and tidy. Seeing Chu Chen coming out, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Zheng Jing, greet your uncle." "Okay, let's have breakfast. I don't have so many rules here." Zheng Jing suppressed his curiosity and quickly finished the breakfast prepared by the maid, then waited obediently by the side. Chu Chen held the bowl in one hand, turned around, and walked into the room. When he came out, he threw the A3 paper to him. "Study it yourself, and see if you can understand it." Zheng Jing took the drawing as if it were a treasure. After staring at it for a long time, he threw the paper into the fire. "What the hell are you doing? I've been painting this for a whole hour." "Uncle, this is a sacred artifact, and must not be seen by outsiders. So, your nephew, will destroy it. Chu Chen looked at him in surprise. Do you understand? Uncle, I understand what you have read, and I have remembered it. Please rest assured, I will definitely make this thing to your satisfaction. After hearing this, Chu Chen drank the porridge in the bowl in a gulp, thinking that Zheng Wenkai had nothing to do all day long learning foreign languages. Could it be that this child is not his biological child? Why is he so smart that it's scary? Okay, remember this and go back and do it. I'll be waiting for your results in 2 days. Then my nephew will take his leave now. After saying that, Zhang Jingfei also ran out of the gate of the mansion. Not long after Zhang Jing left, several people arrived at the gate of the house, carrying several boxes. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu's family? Who are you? The maid opened the door and looked at the people who came in. I am Chu Chen, what do you want? Master Chu, my Lord Zheng sent me here to express his gratitude and present a gift. Chu Chen frowned in confusion about giving gifts, and then he understood it in an instant. I thought to myself that Zheng Wenkai is really cut out to be an official. Now that he has been silenced, why wouldn't I want him? Haha, then thank your parents on my behalf. Chu Chen ordered everyone to carry the box in, and then walked up to the leader and stuffed a silver ingot into his hand and said, Thank you, Master Chu. I will wait for you now and take my leave. After the group left, Chu Chen opened the box and saw that it was full of silver. He turned and said to the guard Lao Qin, Old Qin, keep 1 box of this silver for your expenses at home. Chapter 345 The Princess Visits Chu Yi. Old Qin took a look at the silver in the box and immediately said, Sir, this is too much. We're just a few servants, and you don't come here on weekdays, so we don't need so much. It's all right. You've been so loyal for so long. I'm willing to give you a little silver. This old guard and his 2 maids have kept the house in good order for so long, and every time I come, I give them some money for spending. But on weekdays, no matter how Chu Chen asked, they were reluctant to eat or wear more. So Chu Chen suddenly had an idea and used this box of silver to test these 3 people. If they're truly loyal, then perhaps we can let them do more things in the future. You know, money is the most attractive thing. The 3 of them are from poor families. Even if they divide this box of silver, it can ensure that they will have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Old Qin had no choice but to move the silver into the warehouse. After doing all this, Chu Chen laid down leisurely on the rattan chair, ready to close his eyes and rest. A sharp voice came from outside. The emperor has arrived. The princess has arrived. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen impatiently got up from the rattan chair, wondering what day it was today. This is the 3rd wave of people in this morning. But the person who came was Zhou Shixuan, so he had to get up. Chuwazi, what's wrong? You're sleeping in so early in the morning. Are you really free? Zhou Shixuan didn't care about the rules and walked in directly and spoke to Chu Chen, who had just gotten up. Uncle Zhou, why are you here? Look, this little swallow just returned to the royal family, so I brought her here to thank you. When Chu Chen heard this, he looked behind Zhou Shixuan. I saw a girl dressed in luxurious clothes standing behind Zhou Shixuan. She was the so-called princess of the fake Japanese country, but now she should be called Princess Daxia. Uncle Zhou, you're too polite. This princess is worth a fortune. How can we let her come here in person? Where did you learn these polite words, Chu boy? You're being so polite. Uncle Zhou was the first to be so polite. Haha, we're all family, but I heard from Xiao Yanzi that if it weren't for you, the Japanese would have used her to ask for marriage from old age. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he pulled Zhou Yin out from behind him. Xiao Yanzi, come quickly and thank your brother Chu Chen. Why should I thank him? He didn't save me. Zhou Yin took a step forward and said to Zhou Shixuan, Don't be rude. Although you are the princess of Daxia, he is also your sworn brother. Zhou Shixuan said with some pretended anger after hearing this. When Chu Chen heard this, he wondered what was wrong with this princess. Could it be that a farmer's family in Japan could also cultivate this young lady's unruly temper? But Zhou Yin's next words made Chu Chen understand instantly. Father, it's not that I don't know etiquette, but the person who saved me was Brother Chu Yi. Chu Chen understood what was going on immediately. When they landed on the island, it was Chu Yi who carried her back to the yacht. So, this little girl remembered that boy. Could it be? Haha, that would be great. If Chu Yi could enter the royal family, it would be a great thing for him or myself. Brother Chu Yi? Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen inquiringly after hearing this. Uncle Joe, this is what happened. One of my brothers, Chu made great contributions during his trip to Japan. He blew up most of the Japanese royal palace. He also rescued the princess from the island, so when Zhou Shixuan heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. That's right, that's right. A man of the Xia should do this. Chu boy, go call Chui over and let me meet him. Uncle Zhou, he's in Linhai City right now and can't come for a while. Oh, Linhai City? I heard that you build a picturesque island there. Take your Uncle Zhou to see it sometime. Zhou Shixuan became interested instantly after hearing this. You know, after he learned that Japan was currently weak in national strength, he was recruiting troops. The fastest way to go to Japan is to go through Linhai City. This is unfortunate. Otherwise, I would go and explore it first. Uncle Zhou can go anytime he wants. Okay, in a few days you and I will go together and take a look at that old man Manhwa to see how he has been doing over the years. After hearing this, Chu Chen thought to himself, okay, it's time to get busy again. At noon, Chu Chen personally went into the kitchen and prepared a table full of meals. Although the princess had just come from Japan and had different eating habits, she could not resist Chu Chen's delicious food and her mouth was full of oil. After drinking, Chu Chen poured Zhou Shixuan a cup of tea. Uncle Zhou, what are you going to do about Japan? Chuazi, I was just about to tell you that I plan to mobilize a large army this month and prepare to take down the Japanese kingdom in one fell swoop. Also, as soon as I heard the news of your return, I sent someone to Murong, asking him to speed up the shipbuilding and set off as soon as Zheng Jing's weapons were ready. Uncle Zhou, this trip to Linhai was intentional, Chu Chen said, while looking at Zhou Shixuan with a smile on his face. Haha, that's right, but you know I'm not only the Emperor Daxia, but also a father. How can I not see what Zhao Yanzi is thinking? Then Chu I have to meet him. It's just a matter of convenience. Zhou Shixuan said a little embarrassedly. Okay, since Uncle Zhou is going to attack Japan, I'll give you another surprise then. When Chu Chen saw that Zhou Shixuan was going to attack Japan, he couldn't help but think of the Coast Guard ship in his space. I wonder if the 76mm naval gun, two 30mm secondary guns, and heavy machine guns on the ship can defeat the entire Japanese Navy. When Zhou Shixuan heard that Chu Chen was going to give him a surprise, his eyes lit up instantly. Chu, what surprise? Uncle Zhou, if you tell me this surprise, can it still be called a surprise? After saying that, Chu Chen started making tea for himself. But Zhou Shixuan had a feeling that since Chu Chen said this, it would be very easy to attack Japan this time. After seeing Zhou Shixuan and his party off, Chu Chen took out the walkie-talkie and sent a message to Chu Yi. The general meaning is that the new princess has taken a fancy to him, so he should be well prepared. After receiving the message, Chu Yi fell into deep thought. What was going on? That princess had taken a fancy to him. What should I do then? If I refuse, His Majesty will kill me. Will the young master protect me? If he doesn't refuse, then he will have to become a prince consort and stay with this woman for the rest of his life. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yi couldn't think of a good solution. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. While there is still time, finish your unfinished business first. After Chu Yi finished speaking, he drove the boat to Linhai City. Without hesitation, I stepped into the romantic door of Linhai Hong. Chapter 346, Flintlock Rifle Demonstrates Power. On the second day, Chu Chen had nothing to do, so he took 2 maids and ran to the streets of the capital. Sir, this is too expensive. I don't want it. Chu Chen inserted a headdress on the maid's head, and the maid immediately shook her head like a rattle. Don't worry, the young master has money, so you have to accept it if it's given to you. Ignoring the maid's objection, she reached out and handed the silver to the shopkeeper. Although there are so many ornaments in his space and in the gold shop, the modern craftsmanship is too shocking. More importantly, the purity of gold and silver in the space is simply incomparable to that of this era. Moreover, most of the shapes are incompatible with this world, so Chu Chen never took out a large number of things from the gold shop in the space from beginning to end. If he had dared to take it out at the beginning, he would not have preferred to sell rice in the city rather than use the things in the gold shop before crossing over. After a while, Chu Chen and his maid arrived at the gate of the capital. The scene seemed to be the same as when he first crossed over, except, watching the soldiers checking the people entering the city, Chu Chen felt a little emotional. He wondered what the man who used to buy his rice at a low price was doing now. Chu Chen felt a little amused when he recalled the time when he sold rice at the city gate in order to enter Qingyun's city with his second uncle. The people at the city gate called themselves fools at the time for selling such good quality rice at such a low price. But who knew that Chu Chen didn't even think much of that little bit of food? "Sir, what are you looking at?" "Aha, look at those people rushing into the city, bowing and scraping, being ordered around by the soldiers. What are they doing here?" The maid looked up at Chu Chen, who was full of emotion, and said in confusion, "To enter the city." "Yes, you are absolutely right." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took the maid's hand and walked towards the house. "Yes, it's to get into the city. Even a 3-year-old child understands. But what happens after entering the city? What for? For money? To settle down in the capital? For? Little did people know that Mashan village, which is comparable to a modern rural area, is not 1,000 times better than the city. People are just impetuous. They guard their own blessed land, but they still yearn for the world that others talk about. But then again, not every village is Mashan village. As soon as he returned to the house, Chu Chen saw a man who looked like a soldier standing upright at the door of the house. Seeing Chu Chen and the other two arrive, he immediately stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Mr. Chu, my young master invites you." "Your young master?" "Zheng Jing, Master Zheng, I've been sent down to invite you. I've been told that the food is ready." Chu Chen laughed after hearing this, turned to the maid and said, "You guys go in. I have something to go out for." After saying that, he stepped onto the carriage prepared by the sergeant. Not long after, Chu Chen entered the weapons development workshop. Zheng Jing meets uncle. "Did you make it? That's pretty fast." Zheng Jing excitedly welcomed Chu Chen in. On the table was a flintlock rifle. "Try to shoot." Chu Chen picked up the flintlock rifle and said to Zheng Jing. After listening to this, Zheng Jing took Chu Chen to the yard, quickly loaded the flintlock with ammunition, and then handed it to Chu Chen. "Uncle, please fire the first shot." Chu Chen looked at this crude thing and immediately refused. "This is something you made. You should go first." "What a joke. This crude thing, what if it explodes? I don't want to die." Zheng Jing was a straightforward man. Seeing that Chu Chen had no interest in shooting, he picked up the flintlock rifle and pulled the trigger at an iron target in front of him. Immediately afterwards, with a loud bang, a steel ball, pushed by gunpowder, instantly passed through the iron target. Zheng Jing ran over excitedly and immediately shouted to Chu Chen, "Uncle, it's on! Uncle, it's on!" Chu Chen coughed awkwardly and thought to himself, "Only your father, Zheng, when Kai wore it." But he said, "Yes, kid, you are much smarter than your father. Your father can only learn foreign languages. But I'll give you another piece of advice. Adding a front sight and a notch to the barrel will greatly improve accuracy." "Uncle, what are the crosshairs and the notch?" Chu Chen took the flintlock and explained it to Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing then happily took the flintlock and rushed into the workshop. Just like that, Chu Chen was left aside in a daze. Feeling quite bored, he walked out of the workshop. 2 days later, Chu Chen was having breakfast when Eunuch Wei came to his door and said, "Mr. Chu, good morning." Hey, Eunuch Wei has made great progress. He even learned how to say good morning. Haha, isn't this what I learned from Master Chu? "Let's eat together." Chu Chen pointed to the breakfast on the table. "No, I've already eaten. His Majesty invites you, Master Chu, to follow me into the palace." After listening to this, Chu Chen put down the bowl, wiped his mouth casually, and followed Eunuch Wei towards the palace. "Eunuch Wei, His Majesty is looking for me?" "Test the gun," Eunuch Wei said with a smile on his face. Chu Chen understood as soon as he heard it. It turned out that the boy had reported the flintlock rifle to Zhou Shixuan. As soon as he entered the palace, Chu Chen followed Eunuch Wei to the back garden. When he arrived at the scene, he saw Zhou Shixuan, Zhou Heng, Zheng Wenkai and his son, as well as a group of soldiers. On the table were 2 flintlock rifles, and opposite them stood a suit of iron armor. Seeing Chu Chen coming, Zhou Shixuan immediately said enthusiastically, "Chu boy, Zheng Jing is a good kid. This is your hidden weapon." When Chu Chen heard Zhou Shixuan say this, he did not object, but nodded. "That's right, Uncle Zhou. I have even given you the ability to make a living." "What are you talking about, Chu?" "As long as my Zhou family survives, my Zhou family will always be your strong backing." After that, Zhou Shixuan picked up a flintlock rifle and handed it to Chu Chen. "Try it, after all. This is something you are familiar with." Chu Chen took the flintlock rifle and thought to himself that he was a little scared of this thing. "I remember when I was a child, in the countryside of modern society, I was scared to death when I saw my parents shooting bird guns because this thing has poor stability. But since Zhou Shixuan said so, he could only bite the bullet, aim his gun at the armor in the distance, and pull the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, the iron ball instantly pierced a small hole in the armor. After the fight, Chu Chen turned to look at Zheng Jing. How much medicine did you put in? It's so powerful. You know, the armor in front of you is the armor worn by the Imperial Guards, which is not comparable to the rubbish you saw yesterday. Uncle, this is not His Majesty's order. We need to see its maximum power, so... Chu Chen rolled his eyes at Zhou Shixuan after hearing this and said, "Don't do that next time. Too much medicine could easily cause the chamber to explode. How about Uncle Zhou? You try it too." Hearing Chu Chen say explosion, although he didn't know what it meant, Zhou Shixuan was not stupid. He laughed and said, No, this power, I am very satisfied." Chapter 347, The Emperor wants to confer a king of a different surname. Chu Chen muttered, "Old fox." He immediately handed the flintlock rifle to Zheng Jing, then sat down next to Zhou Shixuan, waiting for the next weapon test. Zheng Jing brought more than just flintlock rifles. He also brought ceramic bombs and cannons. Zheng Jing was no fool either. He waved his hand and called over several soldiers. "You, test your guns for His Majesty." Next, Zhou Shixuan watched how the flintlock rifle was loaded, aimed, and fired. He immediately slapped his thigh and shouted, "Haha, Chu boy, with this magical weapon, we have nothing to fear in this world." Immediately afterwards, Zheng Jing ordered someone to drag up a cannon. "Your Majesty, this is a cannon built under the guidance of your uncle. Please step back 10 feet. "Oh, Chawazi, what's this again?" Chu Chen smiled and took Zhou Shixuan back. "Uncle Zhou, with this thing, you'll be more ambitious." Immediately afterwards, Zheng Jing ordered people to load the gunpowder and a large bomb with an extended fuse. "Ignite, fire." The huge bomb, propelled by the gunpowder, flew forward and then pierced into a small house that had been built in advance. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion, and the small house was instantly blown to pieces. Zhou Shixuan stood up immediately after seeing this. "Chu Wazi, this is amazing, this is amazing. Ha ha ha, God bless my great Xia." "Okay, don't get excited, there's more. Besides, yes, do you still remember the divine thunder I used to defeat the rebel army of the noble families?" After Zheng Jing finished testing the cannon, he reached out and took out a fist-sized ceramic grenade and handed it to the sergeant beside him. Then he used the lighter given by Chu Chen to light the fuse, and the tall sergeant threw the ceramic grenade out in a flash. There was another explosion, and a big hole was instantly blown out on the ground. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the iron sheets and iron balls next to the ceramics instantly turned the wooden boards on both sides into honeycombs. After the explosion, Zhou Shixuan went forward to check the results and looked at the targets that were shattered on the ground. The smile on his face never stopped. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Zheng Wenkai, Zheng Jing, come forward and listen." After doing all this, Zhou Shixuan's excited heart never calmed down, and he pulled Chu Chen into his imperial study. "Chu Wazi, you have offered such a powerful weapon this time. Tell me what reward you want." "Uncle Zhou, I don't like money. I know you have endless money, but I can't sleep or eat unless I reward you," Zhou Shixuan said to Chu Chen seriously. Chu Chen couldn't think of what he wanted for a moment, but judging from Zhou Shixuan's attitude this time, if he didn't give him some reward, he probably wouldn't let him leave. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Shixuan continued, "How about I give you a different surname, Wang Dang Dang?" "A king with a different surname?" Chu Chen asked doubtfully. "Yes, my great Xia is vast. Chu boy, you have brought me so much, so I am wondering whether to give you a city or a country." "A city, a country?" Chu Chen wondered what happened to Zhou Shixuan today. "Do you think you can kill yourself just because you have that weapon? Or is it simply to show goodwill to me? A city is understandable. It means a prince of a different surname gives me a fiefdom and makes me a vassal king. But what's going on with this country? Could it be that he wants to give Daxia to himself?" In fact, Zhou Shixuan had no ill intentions. He simply felt that Chu Chen had made too many contributions to Daxia. As a member of the royal family, he has been taking advantage of others for so long, so he has to give something in return. He had originally wanted to marry his daughter, who had just returned to Chu Chen, but was worried that he would not accept it. Moreover, after trying it yesterday, he found that his daughter's mind was not on Chu Chen, so the idea of making her a prince consort was abandoned. If I can confer upon him the title of a prince and keep him firmly by my side, it would be a good thing. But as the emperor of Daxia, how could he not investigate Chu Chen? According to the feedback, Chu Chen not only possesses weapons like flintlock rifles, he was able to lead a few people to blow up the Japanese imperial palace and was able to kill Kato Shurimo in a duel. This means that such a person must not be offended. Once offended, if he does this to your capital city one day, it will be a devastating blow. So this country is another solution Zhou Shixuan thought of. That is to send troops to conquer a country and then hand it over to him. In this way, as long as the relationship with him is maintained, the threat to Daxia will be much smaller. He also heard that Chu Chen was looking for the jade essence. If there is a demand, it will be easy to do. Chu Chen thought for a moment and asked, Uncle Zhou, I can understand this city, but what's going on with this country? Chuwazi, I know you're looking for the jade essence. If I conquer a country like Japan that has a large reserve of jade essence and give it to you, would you be satisfied? When Chu Chen heard this, he narrowed his eyes instantly. I thought to myself that this old guy was guarding against me. He wanted to conquer Japan, give it to me, and then let me vigorously develop it. This is a very sound calculation. As a result, he couldn't concentrate on becoming an enemy of his Zhou family. Secondly, 100 years later, if his descendants are not capable enough, Zhou Shixuan can find any excuse to take back the territory he has worked so hard to build. I traveled through time to this ancient time, and my main goal was to be carefree and unrestrained, to find a place that would work for me, and to obtain beauty. Besides, if I really want to be the king of a country, I will recruit a group of loyal subordinates, 1,000 people, and take up firearms. It will not take minutes to conquer a country, and I don't need you to help me. So he said, since Uncle Zhou knows that I'm looking for this jade essence, why don't you set up a special team to help me collect this jade essence? Wouldn't that be better? As for that city and king, Uncle Zhou, you know I have no such intentions at all. Please rest assured, Uncle Zhou. After listening to Chu Chen finish speaking, Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen for a few seconds, then looked away and laughed. Since you're lazy, Chu, Uncle Zhou won't force you. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you collect the jade essence, but you can't just ignore Daxia. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou, if you need me, just let me know. After a few greetings, Chu Chen said goodbye and left. At first, Chu Chen was a little unhappy because he thought Zhou Shixuan was on guard against him. But thinking back, if I were Zhou Shixuan with such a powerful person by my side, I would inevitably be worried and frightened. Since I am not interested in this world at the moment, I will leave the capital. Things will change over time. My strength has not yet reached the Grandmaster level, so I'll just stay calm for now. Also, my current power is not strong enough, and those children have not been trained yet. When I become completely strong, then whatever I want will be my own business in the future. Chapter 348 Space takes out the Coast Guard ship. On the second day, Chu Chen drove the red BJ-80 towards Qingyan City. As for how Zhou Shixuan used flintlock rifles and cannons to expand his territory, that was his business and had nothing to do with him. All I have to do is secretly strengthen my own power. In Chu Chen's words, not every protagonist has to be an emperor. Being free and easy is the way of life. After returning to Qingyan City, Chu Chen went straight to the house on the outskirts of the city. When Chu Er saw Chu Chen coming, he excitedly cried out, "Godfather, who are you going to hit this time?" Chu Chen was speechless for a moment. It seemed that they were not satisfied in Japan. So he quickly said, "You have a violent tendency, don't you? I won't hit anyone this time." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he saw Chu Er's eyes dim instantly. "Okay, call everyone over." Chu Chen patted him on the back of his head and said, "Okay, Godfather, I knew there was a mission." Since Chu was not there, Chu Er naturally became the leader of this group of children and soon gathered everyone together. Soon after, all the children stood in a row in front of Chu Chen, looking at him with longing eyes. Chu Chen looked at this row of children. In ancient times, this group of children were no longer considered children. Chu Chen walked to the last child and asked, 27, how old are you this year? Godfather, after the new year, I'll be 13 on the 27th. After listening to her, Chu Chen touched her head. At the age of 13, if she were in modern society, she would probably still be acting like a spoiled child in her parents' arms. But the little girl in front of me already looks a bit like an adult. It seems that Chu Er has not slacked off in his daily education of them. Then he asked again, those over 15 years old, step out. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, 19 children walked out of the team. Godfather, there are a total of 21 people age 15. My eldest brother and third brother are outside, so there are 19 people in total. All of them are here. Chu Er glanced at the team, then spoke to Chu Chen seriously. Okay, 21. Stay and take care of the remaining brothers and sisters. The rest of you, I have a task for you. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, 21 came out unwillingly. Godfather, 21 is 15 years old. I want to do things for you and make achievements. After hearing this, Chu Chen stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Be obedient. This time we're training them. You should go too. Your brothers and sisters are still young and have no one to take care of them. After hearing this, Urshii lowered his head and looked unhappy in an instant. But facing Chu Chen, he didn't dare to be angry. But when he thought of the things that Brother Chu and the others had said when they came back, he felt longing. Okay, taking care of my younger brothers and sisters at home is also my mission, understand? 21 understands. Chu Chen took the 18 children out of the yard, turned around, and took out a bunch of things from the car. Then he pointed at the pile of things and said, Okay, you are all adults now. If you were in an ordinary family, your parents would be arranging marriages for you by now. But you are different. You have no father and no mother. This is your fate, and you cannot change it. However, your fate can be changed through your own efforts. From today on, you must face yourselves as adults. So, do you see what's on the ground? One for each of you. Leave immediately. No matter what method you use, I will wait for you at the dock in Linhai City in 3 days. Everyone acts independently and is not allowed to help each other. Someone will be watching you along the way. If you arrive at Linhai City within the stipulated time, you can continue this mission. Otherwise, you will come back and cook for the rest of your life. After saying that, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and left the house. Chu Chen looked through the rearview mirror at the group of children running out, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 3 days is actually not a short time for them, and everyone had a dagger and a bag of dry food in their backpack. But if they walk, they will definitely not be able to reach Linhai in 3 days. That would depend on their intelligence. After all, there are many merchants coming and going on the road from Qingyun to Linhai, so they should be able to think of a way. This time, Chu Chen did not go home, but drove towards Linhai. He had to be prepared before these children arrived in Linhai. Be prepared for training, that is, training on how to use modern weapons in that Coast Guard ship. On the second day, Chu Chen drove the yacht alone, looking for a suitable island on the vast ocean. Soon after, a yacht was quietly parked on the beach next to a large, isolated island. Chu Chen flew onto the island and waved his hand, and a dozen empty containers appeared. Various weapons had already been placed in a container. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen built an inflatable little house. This is your own house, and everyone else can just live in a container. After working on the island for most of the day, Chu Chen drove the yacht into the sea for a distance. He just had an idea, and then there was a loud bang, and a huge Coast Guard ship appeared on the sea. Chu Chen Fei got on the boat. To be honest, he had never even figured out how to use this thing. But there should be no problem in starting it. The main difficulty is that it is hard to understand those guns. So, before they come, you have to understand this thing first, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Chu Chen spent a long time figuring out how to drive the Coast Guard ship and already had a general idea of it. Since this thing can be copied infinitely, just make as many copies as you can. Even if it explodes, don't feel bad. Just hide in space, and it will be over. After finishing this, Chu Chen walked to the location of the ship's gun. This thing is quite advanced and can be operated automatically and manually on board. Chu Chen simply gave up on those high-tech things like radar automatic aiming. There was nothing like network positioning, so those things are useless. After groping for a long time, Chu Chen finally figured out how to operate the main gun. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen held the launch handle, stared at the aiming screen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, automatic loading, indoor control, this thing is almost like playing a game. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and a shell flew straight towards the island. Fuck, my container! Chu Chen stared at the container that was blown away, beating his chest and shouting loudly. After playing for half an hour and using up all the ammunition in the Coast Guard ship, he turned and headed towards the position of the high-speed machine gun. High-speed machine guns can also be operated by a single person. It is fired by pedaling and controlled up, down, left, and right by both hands. If there are enough people, one person can observe and the other can load. In less than a moment, Chu Chen left dense bullet holes on the blown-to-smithereens container. Looking at the containers that were smashed into pieces by him, Chu Chen showed an excited smile. Chapter 349. All personnel arrive for training. Chu Chen was busy on the Coast Guard ship for 2 days, even though many functions were not available. But being able to sail and attack is enough. In this world, there is no air threat. For land and sea, this Coast Guard ship is the absolute overlord of the sea. In that case, let's train 20 people first. Once they are familiar with both land and sea combat, they can show their skills when Zhou Shishun attacks Japan. On the 3rd day, Chu Chen drove the yacht back to Linhai City early in the morning and moored the yacht at the Linhai Pier. Chu Chen moved out a chair and sat on the deck, waiting for people to arrive. There were 2 other people on the deck. One was Chu Yi, who was pulled back by Chu Chen from Honglang, and the other was Chu San, who was holding a machine gun. At this time, Chu Yi buried his head under Chu Chen's scolding. Chu San, on the other hand, tried hard to suppress his smile and glanced at Chu Yi's miserable appearance from time to time. I thought to myself, what's so good about women? What's the point of having a machine gun? If Chu Chen knew this, he would definitely be beaten. The person he had worked so hard to train was not a killing machine. The 3 of them waited for less than an incense stick of time before Chu Air appeared in front of the yacht. Chu Chen watched him being escorted off a luxurious carriage by a noble-looking woman. I couldn't help but think that this guy has become sensible so early. Immediately afterwards, people came to the front of the yacht one after another. Some were riding horses, some were walking, some were riding in sedan chairs, all kinds of things. The last one to arrive was Chu Shiwu, carrying a huge package on his back, staggering towards the yacht. After seeing Chu Chen, he excitedly shouted, "Godfather, I didn't let you down, come eat sweet potatoes." As he spoke, he threw the package behind him onto the deck. He picked out a clean sweet potato and handed it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took the sweet potato and looked at his package. "Did you steal someone's granary?" Inside the package were steamed buns, sweet potatoes, fruits, and even a chicken. Hearing Chu Chen's question, Chu Shiwu shook his fat body and said, "Godfather, I didn't steal this. I was given this by someone when I was working for him. Everyone is busy on their way. Do you have the time?" "Well, Godfather, as soon as I left Qingyun, I met a caravan driving a carriage. They took pity on me, so they hired me as a temporary worker for 2 days." Chu Shiwu took a bite of the sweet potato and said with a smile, "What's with the chicken?" "The shopkeeper saw that I was sweet-talking and gave it to me as a reward. I couldn't bear to eat it and saved it for my godfather." After Chu Shiwu finished speaking, he farted in the direction of Chu Ba. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Chu Chen did not blame her. It should be said that being good-looking, sweet-mouthed, and strong is a skill. "Okay, Chu Yi, start the boat and go out to sea." Chu Chen handed the sweet potato in his hand to Chu Yi with disdain. Chu Yi took the order and left. Chu Chen then picked up the chicken and handed it to Chu Jiao and Chu Shi. "You 2 sisters make a pot of chicken soup so that everyone can have some nourishment. Look at Shiwu, he has lost weight." Chu Shiwu rubbed the flesh on his belly. "9th sister, 10th sister, thank you for your help." The group headed towards the sea in a lively manner. Half an hour later, Chu Chen brought chicken soup and pointed to the small island in front of him and said to Chu, "Okay, this is the new home I found for you. Also, look over there, that's the super powerful weapon you will use in the future." Everyone followed Chu Chen's finger and looked at the huge Coast Guard ship, all showing expressions of shock. "Godfather, are you saying we can drive that big thing?" Chu Chen said excitedly, pointing at the huge Coast Guard ship. "Haha, as long as you train well on this island, you'll have a chance. And let me tell you, 3rd brother, the machine gun up there is much better than this thing in your hand." Chu Chen said with a smile, pointing at the Coast Guard ship. Looking at everyone's excited eyes, Chu Chen flew onto the Coast Guard ship. Then he got into the gun position and fired a shot at the sea. After a loud bang, everyone stood there in a daze, staring at the huge splash caused by the shell. At this moment, everyone was sighing in their hearts. With such a warship, who would dare to provoke them on the sea? Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen walked to the position of the anti-aircraft machine gun and stepped on the pedal towards the trees behind the island. The most excited person who watched the huge towering tree fall down was Chu San. He thought that this thing was tailor-made for him, and he must grab that position. Thinking of this, Chu San couldn't help but look at Chu Shiwu, who was chewing a sweet potato beside him. Judging from his body size, this guy would become his biggest competitor. It seemed that he had to have a good talk with his godfather. All right, now that they've seen the power, let's all get off the boat and start land training. You'll introduce them to firearms first. After saying that, Chu Chen drove everyone away. With Chu, and others who had used firearms before around, Chu Chen was happy to have some free time. I went back to my inflatable tent, made a cup of tea, and lay down comfortably. There was a blackboard hanging outside the inflatable tent, on which was written, "Barbecue tonight, please bring your own ingredients, and people from Chu 1 to Chu 10 are not allowed to participate." This is Chu Chen's task today, which is to let those who have never used guns go hunting on the island. On the first day, keep it simple. The main purpose is to let them know about firearms and how to use them. As night falls, the outside gradually becomes lively under the illumination of those portable photovoltaic LED lights. Chu Chen walked out of the tent and looked at the 20 busy people. They walked forward and checked their prey one by one. There were 10 beasts in total, some big and some small. After a while, Chu Chen's attention was attracted by one of the wild sheep. He pointed at the wild sheep and said, "Who shot this? And what gun did they use?" At this time, a gentle voice came over. "Godfather, it's me. I'm using this." After saying that, the girl handed Chu Chen a garand and said. Chu Chen looked at the little girl in front of him. 16, not bad. You were aiming at the eyes? Yes, Godfather, it won't damage the fur. Chu Chen walked up to her and touched her head, thinking that this 15-year-old girl was able to shoot through someone's eyes the first time she used a gun. It seems that he should give her a sniper rifle to try tomorrow. If one day we need to kill a target precisely, this kind of talent will be indispensable. Well done, little 16. Tomorrow, Godfather will give you a treasure. There are only 3 girls in the entire team, the 9th, 10th, and 16th. Being praised by Chu Chen on the first day, the little girl was so excited that she almost jumped up. She kept thinking in her mind what kind of treasure her godfather would give her tomorrow. Okay, everyone has worked hard all day. Now eat some meat and rest. With Chu Chen's order, the whole island became lively. Chapter 350. Return to Fairy Island after the special training. Early the next morning, Chu took a whistle and blew it to wake everyone up. Chu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the inflatable house. By the way, he was also holding a sniper rifle that looked very technological. Little 16, come here. As soon as Chu Chen walked out, he said to 16 who was making breakfast. Godfather, what do you want? 16 put down the work in his hands, walked up to Chu Chen and said, Come here, I'll show you a treasure. After saying that, Chu Chen handed the sniper rifle to 16. Xiao Shirlu grabbed the gun and looked at Chu Chen in confusion, thinking that this thing looked a bit like the Garen, but what was this long thing on the gun? Chu Chen gestured for her to follow him, then walked to the side. Arriving at a remote place, Chu Chen took a sniper rifle, loaded a bullet into it, then squatted down and shot. With a puff, a target about 200 meters away fell down. Godfather, why is the sound of this gun so quiet? Chu Shirlu looked at the fallen target and asked Chu Chen curiously. Okay, this is called a sniper rifle. The reason it's quiet is because of the silencer in front. It's specially designed for hitting targets with precision. You have a natural talent for marksmanship, so I'll give it a try. If you can, you will be the sniper of our team. Chu Chen sat on a big rock and spoke to 16 in front of him. Then, Chu Chen used the knowledge he had learned to explain to her how to use the gun. Then he took out the sniper guide that he had been reading and handed it to her. You should be able to understand most of what's in there. First, try shooting at a fixed target. I have plenty of bullets. If you work hard enough, I can turn you into a sniper. Chu Shirlu took the gun and the little book handed to him by Chu Chen and looked at Chu Chen with gratitude. Godfather, I will study hard and live up to your expectations of 16. After listening to this, Chu Chen walked up to her, touched her head, and walked back to the crowd with a smile. After leaving, the sound of gunfire was heard in the woods. After breakfast, the others also took their assigned weapons and walked into the training ground. Third brother, take 15 with you today and tinker with your machine gun. Chu Chen looked at Chu San and gave instructions. Ah, sir, that 15 used a machine gun. What should I do? After listening to what Chu Chen said, Chu San felt a deep sense of crisis. After hearing this, Chu Chen frowned and called everyone to his side. I thought to myself that this wouldn't work. If everyone had such selfish thoughts, then this team would be difficult to manage. Everyone stop for a moment. I'll say a few words. Chu Chen said as he looked at the 20 people in front of him. Then he pointed to the Coast Guard ship next to him and said, Do you think I only have this one ship and these few weapons, so I plan my position from the beginning? Remember this. You are a whole, brothers and sisters. You are not related by blood, but after living together for so long, you have become a family. That family is inseparable. The weapons you hold in your hands now are just the types I personally think you're good at, but my requirements are far more than that. In addition to being able to skillfully use the weapons you currently have, you must also learn to use other weapons, including those on the large ship in the future. I don't want you to be great in one area. I want you to be all around. Do you understand? Chu Chen said this seriously, then placed all the weapons beside him. You can use all of these, right? Sir, I know how to do it. Okay, then you teach them and help them find their specialties. But people like the 35th, 56th, and the 16th have talents. You need to explore their talents and make sure they excel in all of them. After listening to this, Chu nodded, turned around, and gathered the team. Chu Chen looked at the children who were full of energy early in the morning and nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he let them know everything was that he didn't want there to be casualties in future battles, and others would pick up his weapons and be unable to use them. Although it is somewhat risky to do so, if one of these people betrays him and steals a batch of weapons, he could pose a threat to himself. But if you don't take some risks, there's no need to support this group of people in the first place. After handing over all matters to Chu Chen flew onto the Coast Guard ship again. Firing a shot from time to time, in Chu Chen's words, means that there is too much ammunition to spare. In the next few days, the island could occasionally hear the sound of frying beans and Chu Chen's artillery fire. Chu Chen was not only familiar with the Type 92 naval gun, but he was also very familiar with the 2 secondary guns and a high-speed machine gun. They also built a small house at the gas station to conceal the secret of refueling. Half a month later, Chu Chen gathered everyone together and conducted an exam. After feeling that there was no big problem, he took everyone on board the Coast Guard ship. Old 35, come here. On the Coast Guard ship, Chu Chen stood next to the high-speed machine gun and shouted to the crowd. Godfather, is it finally the big guy's turn? Chu San and Chu Shiwu shook their huge bodies and walked to the machine gun and said, That's right. Today, I'll let you try this big guy that can destroy everything. Chu Chen looked at the two of them, turned around, and sat on the high-speed machine gun. At this moment, not only Chu San and Chu Shiwu, but everyone gathered around the high-speed machine gun. All right, everyone, keep an eye on us. From now on, this position will belong to the 3rd and 15th brother, but each of you must learn all the operations. Do you understand? Understood, Godfather. Chu Chen demonstrated to them everything from how to load the gun to how to aim and fire. Chu San couldn't wait to sit on it. Wearing a helmet, he looked through the optical sight and fired a volley of bullets at the island. After everyone had felled it, Chu Chen took Chu into the control console of the Type 92 naval gun. Chu, this thing is like playing a game. It's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Sir, why play games? Come here, I'll teach you. For the next half-month, the Coast Guard ship kept circling around several nearby islands. The direct consequence is that there is no intact land on several islands. The wake-up call was no longer the whistle, but the deafening sound of cannons. After a full month and a half of training, Chu Chen was very satisfied with the results. Now, whether on land or at sea, Chu Chen would not be afraid at all when facing a large army. Everyone can use all weapons to fight, and talented people like 16 can be pulled out now to assassinate Zhou Shixuan without anyone noticing. Chapter 351. Arrangements for the Japanese crossing the ocean army. Chu drove the Coast Guard boat into Peach Blossom Island. Lu Rongdong looked at the big guy coming suddenly, and all the soldiers on Peach Blossom Ferry Island entered a state of preparation for battle. It was not until he saw Chu Chen's figure through the telescope that he opened the door and looked at the big guy in front of him with surprise. Sir, is this a warship? Who are they? Lu Rongdong asked as he looked at the group of masked and camouflaged people behind Chu Chen. Yes, it's a warship. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Chu Chen said something to Lu Rongdong, and Lu Rongdong immediately understood and returned to the island with a few soldiers. Because except Chu and Chu San, none of them had seen it. So Chu Chen asked them to cover their faces every time they appeared on Peach Blossom Ferry Island. The purpose is to prevent others from recognizing this group of people, as they will have to help them with things in the future. Chu has always been in the open, and Chu San is in charge of the machine guns on Peach Blossom Island when he has nothing to do. So he is also in the open. But it's different for others, including Jimengzi, who are currently unaware of their existence. After Liu Rongdong left, Chu Chen gave each person a small pistol for self-defense and sent the group away. He took Chu Yi and Chu San to Peach Blossom Island. When other people are needed, Chu Chen can gather them to wherever he needs them in a short time with just one word from him. This also depends on the establishment of communication base stations to make communication more convenient. After returning to the island, Chu Chen had nothing to do all day. He brought Chu Yi and Chu San to cause great harm to the fish around the island. As a result, Chu San gained weight again. A full month later, news came from Linhai City. His Majesty had arrived in Linhai City and invited Master Chu to discuss matters. After hearing the news from Chu Chen, he drove a yacht towards the City Lord's mansion of Linhai City. When they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, they saw Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Hong were both there. Murong Huai was sitting below and talking to Zhou Shixuan. Eunuch Wei stood behind Zhou Shixuan, his eyes slightly closed, looking like he was dozing off. On the other side, Fang Shuzhen was also sitting next to him, listening attentively. Chuwazi, you're here. Uncle Zhou, since you are so honored to be here, why don't you come and visit my island? Haha, I'm going to discuss the conquest of Japan with City Lord Murong. I'll stay on your island for a few days. After Chu Chen sat down, Murong Huai reported on the preparations for this time. Murong Huai was mainly responsible for the production of warships. Your Majesty, there are currently 30 warships in Linhai, each of which can accommodate 1,000 soldiers when fully loaded. If we mobilize all our forces, we can send approximately 30,000 soldiers to fight in Japan. 30,000. Chu Chen smiled when he heard it. If all the soldiers were armed with flintlock rifles, it would not be a problem to conquer a small Japanese country. Zhou Shixuan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Not bad, Murong, you've worked hard. Chuwazi, how many people do you think should go with us? After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he asked Chu Chen. Uncle Zhou, that depends on how many weapons you have. That kid Jing can easily equip 20,000 people if he rushes. Chu Chen was also shocked when he heard this. Zheng Jing was indeed shocking. He could produce so many in just over 2 months. So Uncle Zhou plans to go for 20,000? Chu Chen asked tentatively. I remember you said that day that you would help me deal with the Japanese Navy. Do you still mean it? Zhou Shixuan immediately asked back after hearing Chu Chen's 20,000. Chu Chen thought that they were waiting for him here, but they were just Navy soldiers, so that was just right. He could try out the results of the training. So he quickly said, Uncle Zhou, I have never lied to you. That's great. Then send 10 warships and 10,000 soldiers, with Xu Zhen as the commander, to conquer Japan. Fang Shuzhen was invigorated after hearing this and immediately stood up. Shuzhen will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations. Afterwards, they discussed some details and followed Chu Chen to Peach Blossom Island. On the yacht, Zhou Shixuan touched here and looked there. Chuwazi, I didn't expect you to have a chariot on land and such a warship on water. Uncle Zhou, this is not a warship. It's a boat for fishing. Zhou Shixuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, thinking that such a good thing is used for fishing. It is made of unknown materials, but it is very hard and extremely fast. If there is a batch of such ships, the Japanese Navy will not be able to touch them at all. But as the yacht got closer and closer to Peach Blossom Island, the figure of the Coast Guard ship slowly appeared in Zhou Shixuan's eyes. Chuwazi, what is this? That's right, Uncle Zhou. This is a real warship. It's very powerful, but there's only one of its kind. Besides, no one else can operate it. Looking at the huge ship, Zhou Shixuan felt a lot of emotion. He was glad that Chu Chen was born in Daxia and became Lao Ba's sworn brother. Otherwise, I would probably be the one who couldn't sleep. Moreover, he was able to kill even an old master like Kato Shurmo, which means that Chuwazi not only has excellent weapons, but also has considerable strength himself. Therefore, there is only one way for Daxia to treat him, and that is to make friends with him. Chu boy, you really don't want to conquer a country and become the emperor? Zhou Shixuan asked tentatively. After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled inwardly and thought, You're scared, right? It's right to be afraid. Uncle Zhou, do you think I'm stupid being the so-called emperor is so tiring? It's better to eat, drink, and have fun every day with a warehouse full of money and a group of beautiful women. How free and easy it is. Zhou Shixuan felt much more at ease when he heard this. Fortunately, this kid didn't have any big ambitions. Ah, that makes sense. Everyone says being an emperor is great, but few people know how tiring it is to be one. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself, you are just pretending as hard as you can, and you are still tired. There are beauties in the harem, the country is stable, you can do whatever you want, but you have nothing to do after eating, and you think about fighting this and that every day. Soon after, Chu Chen welcomed Zhou Shixuan off the boat. Welcome to Peach Blossom Fairy Island. It was Zhou Shixuan's first time on the island. He looked at the scenery and modern facilities on the island. He turned around and looked at the soldiers on the wall who were wearing camouflage uniforms, holding crossbows and in high spirits. And he was even more shocked. Chu Wazi, your Peach Blossom Fairy Island is truly as its name suggests. It's truly a paradise on earth. Aha, Uncle Zhou knows that I don't have big ambitions. Just having this place is enough for me. Under the pavilion outside the villa, Chu Chen was making tea. Eunuch Wei, aren't you tired of standing all day? Sit down. Yes, Lao Wei. There are no outsiders here. We are all family, so there is no need to be restrained. Zhou Shixuan quickly took over the conversation and deliberately spoke loudly about his family. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Master Chu. Yes, we are all family, and it is Old Wei who is being too formal. Eunuch Wei understood what Zhou Shixuan meant, and he sat down as he spoke. Chu Chen smiled without saying anything and picked up the intercom on the table. Big brother, fry the fish and cook. A distinguished guest is coming. Chapter 352. The Army's Expedition to Japan. There was no answer from the intercom, but soon after, several loud noises broke the silence of the island. The families of the soldiers working in the field said, without surprise, those two guys are frying fish again. Poor fish, it's like breaking the law of heaven. Who says it's not? We haven't finished eating the fish that the young master sent as a reward last night. I wonder if he will come again tonight. No, didn't you see the young master bringing his distinguished guest to the island? A stick of incense later, Chu Yi came to the villa carrying a bucket of fish. Sir, how would you like to eat today? When Chu Chen saw Chu Yi coming, he immediately waved at him and said, Leave it to the maid, come here. Zhou Shixuan looked at the tall boy carrying the bucket, then turned to look at Chu Chen in confusion. Chu Wazi, who is this? Uncle Zhou, this is Chu Yi. Come here and meet his majesty. When Chu Yi heard Chu Chen say the word, Your Majesty, he immediately knelt down in front of Zhou Shixuan. As a native of Xia, Chu Yi became nervous for a moment when he suddenly faced the emperor. He doesn't have Chu Chen's modern soul, so how can he not be panicked? I, Chu Yi, pay my respects to your majesty. Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Yi, who was kneeling in front of him. Get up, you are not bad. You're a good-looking man, not bad. Not bad. Eunuch Wei leaned over to Zhou Shixuan's ear and said, Your Majesty, not only that, this kid's strength under the 7th rank is also considered a master in Daxia. When Zhou Shixuan heard this, he immediately smiled. From then on, his little girl's safety was assured, and she was Chu Chen's close brother, so this time, he could only make money and not lose. Chu Yi felt a little uneasy when Zhou Shixuan and Eunuch Wei stared at him. I thought to myself what was going on. As far as I could remember, this was the first time I met the Emperor of Daxia, but why did they seem to be so familiar with me? Haha, Chu Wazi, I'm staying on your island for a few days. Boy, just follow me. Chu Chen nodded when he heard it. Chu Yi, this is your chance to perform well. Do you understand? Only at this moment did Chu Yi remember what Chu Chen had said to him at that time. I thought to myself, so that's how it is. His Majesty is secretly observing his son-in-law. How should I behave? I haven't decided whether to be the prince consort or not. This is too sudden. But he was facing the Emperor of Daxia, and his own son also said so he had to take the job. So he said to Zhou Shixuan and Chu Chen, Your Majesty, young master, Chu will definitely perform well and will not let you down. Haha, good boy, come on, take me around the island. Zhou Shixuan stood up as he spoke, and Chu Yi hurried to greet him and took him downstairs. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Chu Chen a look for help. Chu Chen smiled, but said nothing. This kind of thing depends on your wishes. Of course, he wanted Chu Yi to become the prince consort. In this way, he could get some information about the royal family. When Chu Yi saw that Chu Chen didn't say anything, he took Zhou Shixuan to visit the island. As night fell, Zhou Shixuan ate seafood and drank beer with big mouthfuls, and expressed his envy of Chu Chen and admiration for Chu Yi in a slightly tipsy manner. After living on the island for more than 10 days, Chu became more lively from the initial restraint. After showing his true self, Zhou Shixuan liked this young man more and more, and immediately found Chu Chen to arrange their marriage. Chu Chen quickly stopped him. "Uncle Zhou, the battle is imminent. Why not wait until the victorious return before we talk?" "Haha, if you mention Chu, I'm going to." "Yes, this kid is very capable." "That's great. I've already decided that the army will be ready to march in 3 days. Look over here." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I will definitely live up to your expectations." After seeing Zhou Shixuan off, Chu Chen picked up the intercom. "Chu, notify everyone to gather at Linhai. I'll take you out to play." 2 days later, on the Coast Guard ship, Chu Chen pointed at the sack on the ground and spoke to Chu Shiru earnestly. "I don't usually let you eat enough. Godfather, I'm full. Then next time, could you please not bring these sweet potatoes, chickens, ducks, etc. on board? There's plenty of food on board." Godfather, I know I'm wrong, but I just can't help it. It's over. This child is beyond saving." Chu Chen rolled his eyes, turned around, and left the sack. "Okay, everyone, after half a month of training, I wonder how much of that stuff you still remember. But this time, the place we're going to is far away on the other side of the sea, Japan. Our main goal is to eliminate their online troll army. Do you have confidence?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, cheers came from below. Everyone is ready to go. They've been itching to get their hands on it for a long time. Who wouldn't be excited to have the chance to eliminate the Japanese pirates? "Godfather, just wait and see. One shot will definitely take down a ship." "Haha, Godfather, look at my machine gun. Can the Japanese Navy hold up for half an instant stick?" "Okay, since everyone is so confident, let's get going. Chu, start the boat." At Chu Chen's command, the Coast Guard ship slowly left the port and headed towards Japan. Just as they were leaving the port, on the other side of the port, 10 great Xiao warships, at Fang Shuzhen's command, the sailors rowed their long oars vigorously and headed towards Japan. "Chu, slow down and lead the way. That big ship will get lost soon." Inside the cockpit, Chu Chen looked at Chu and said, "Sir, it's not that I don't want to go slow. It's that they're too slow." Chu said helplessly, pointing at the great Xiao warship behind him. "Okay, keep up the pace, walk for a while, and stop for a while." Chu Chen looked back at the great Xiao warship that was left far behind by them, and said helplessly, "Godfather, do you want to have sex?" At this time, the somewhat bored Chu heir walked up to Chu Chen and said in a flattering manner, "If you want to fight, just have a go." Chu Chen was also quite bored. The last time he came, he drove a yacht, which was faster. But this time we have to wait for those warships, so we can't go fast. But it's really boring to be unable to speed up in the vast ocean. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, a shell shot out towards the sea ahead. The splash from the explosion went high. "Chu, speed up and see if there are any fish." Fang Shuzhen, who was standing behind him, looked at the Coast Guard ship in front of him through a telescope, shook his head and said, "This Mr. Chu is such a waste." On the second day, Chu Chen took the fishing rod and cast it towards the distance boldly. "Hey, fish, fish, quick! Build a fire, build a fire." After a while, a delicious fish was handed to the third-grade student. Chu Chen looked at the fish in front of him with tears in his eyes. "Godfather, I really can't eat it anymore. Why don't you give it to Xiao Shiru?" "Yes, give it to little 15. He's growing." Chu Chen took the fish, turned around, and chased after Chu Shiru. Chapter 353. The Japanese Navy is instantly destroyed. A few days later, Chu Chen finally saw the familiar dock in Japan through the telescope. "I saw dozens of warships parked in the port. Boys, cheer up and get ready for battle." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, everyone in the group screamed with excitement. Chu Chen picked up the intercom and shouted to Fang Shuzhen behind him, "General Fang, the territory ahead is the Japanese territory. Wait here. Once I destroy the Navy, you can move forward. Mr. Chu, please be careful and retreat immediately if things become impossible." After a while, Fang Shuzhen's nervous and excited expression could be heard from the intercom. Chu Chen replied, "Got it," and then asked Chu to drive the boat slowly towards the Japanese Navy. At this moment, everyone on the Japanese warship was ready for battle. Ever since the newly appointed emperor saw that Kato Shurmo had been away in Daxia for such a long time and had not returned, he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, all the ports where Daxia was most likely to land were armed. He knew in his heart that this might be a fearless struggle, but the first sentence of the Kato family's ancestral motto was that if you were born in an imperial family, you should never back down when faced with difficulties. All he can show off now is these navy, which is more powerful than Dacia. As long as there is any unusual movement, the catapults and bows and arrows on these warships can instantly attack the warships coming for Dacia. General, here I come. In front of the Japanese commander, a soldier reported hurriedly. Speak clearly, what's coming? Dacia's warships are coming. Don't worry. How many ships are there, and what's the scale? One ship. You coward. You're in such a panic with only one ship. Come with me and fight. When the Coast Guard ship came within range, it stopped straight on the sea. Chu Air, take the helm. Chu E, prepare the ship's guns. Chu Chen looked at the Japanese warship in front and gave instructions to several people. Old 35, you two, take turns firing the machine gun. Again, don't save ammunition. Try to sink all the ships in a short time. After hearing this, several people pulled up their hoods, put on their helmets, and instantly got in a combat position. Chu Chen stood on the roof of the ship with a walkie-talkie and a telescope, looking for targets to attack. On a Japanese warship, the commander looked at the stopped Coast Guard ship. He coldly said to his subordinates around him, "Don't move, don't chase, this is trying to lure us out to sea. Don't be fooled." But the next second after he finished speaking, a loud noise came from the parked Coast Guard ship, and then a cannonball flew straight towards his ship. What is this? Who is this? The commander looked at the flying shells, and before he could finish his words, he felt the warship he was on shaking violently. Then, a big hole was blown in the middle of the wooden warship. The sea water poured in instantly, and the entire ship slowly sank into the sea. Quick, abandon ship and escape. Several soldiers supported the still, frightened commander and headed towards a nearby warship. At this moment, the sound of machine guns bang, bang, bang came from the Coast Guard ship. Wherever the machine guns were aimed, huge holes appeared in rows on the hulls of the Japanese warships. For a moment, the extremely fast-firing Type 97 naval guns and high-speed machine guns rushed towards the Japanese fleet like crazy. The soldiers on the Japanese fleet looked at the lonely Coast Guard ship on the sea as if they had seen a ghost. I never dreamed that such a small ship could burst out with such powerful combat power. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds, which was to escape. On the Great Xiao warship, Fang Shuzhen was holding a telescope in his hand and was also extremely frightened. Originally thought that this Master Chu's warships were just extremely fast, but unexpectedly, their combat power was like a god descending from heaven, and they beat the Japanese fleet so hard that they didn't even have the thought of resisting. What are you all standing there for? There's so many enemy troops on the water. Are the weapons in your hands any more effective? Following Chu Chen's order, the others also started to move. For a moment, the Garand, the general-purpose machine gun, and the sniper rifle in 15's hand were all reaping the lives of the Japanese soldiers on the water. In an instant, cries, pleas for mercy, explosions, and gunshots filled the sky of Japan. The battle lasted less than an incense stick of time, and no Japanese warship was seen on the sea. The blood also dyed the entire sea surface red. Chu Chen picked up the intercom and said to Fang Shuzhen behind him, "General Fang, the Japanese land is now in your hands. I will circle around the Japanese territory and try my best to eliminate his navy. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness, Master Chu. When I return victorious, I will definitely commend you for your achievements." Fang Shuzhen put down the intercom and switched to the fleet channel. "Everyone, please pay attention. Land on the island at full speed." At Fang Shuzhen's command, 10 Great Xiao warships headed towards the dock with great momentum. Chu Chen ordered Chu E to drive the Coast Guard ship and sail rapidly along our country's coastline. As soon as he saw a warship, Chu Air would fire a few shots at it without hesitation, and then the others would use a variety of weapons in their hands to reap the lives of those who fell into the water. Chu Chen stood at the highest point of the Coast Guard ship, watching the scenes of massacre, and unknowingly, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. He muttered, "Chu Chen is incompetent and has made no contribution to modern society, but in this fictional world, he has avenged our ancestors." After saying that, he returned to the room, locked the door, and slipped into the space. He didn't have to worry about the battlefield outside. Inside the space, Chu Chen kowtowed hard at a picture with the number 300,000 engraved on it that he had found a long time ago. Then he came to the spring, drank half a bucket of water, and then slipped out of the space. Holding a bottle of white wine, he sat quietly on the Coast Guard boat, watching everything in front of him coldly. Seeing Chu Chen like this, Chu couldn't help but stepped forward and asked with concern, "Godfather, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, you guys go and get busy. Godfather is happy." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took another sip of wine. On the other hand, Fang Shuzhen also successfully set foot on the territory of Japan at this moment. At first, some Japanese soldiers resisted Fang Shuzhen's attack. But after a few volleys of gunfire from the daxia soldiers knocked down a large number of soldiers, those people immediately abandoned their armor and weapons and fled inland. Fang Shuzhen did not stop nor harass the Japanese people. Instead, he pursued the victory and headed straight towards the Japanese capital. Japan was originally a small island, but under the charge of 10,000 soldiers armed with flintlock rifles, it moved as fast as if it were traveling on its own land. On the first day, Fang Shuzhen led his men to occupy the first coastal city of Japan. Chapter 354. From then on, Japan was called Huapu. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shuzhen continued to move forward and soon attacked the capital of Japan. Under Chu Chen's previous guidance, Fang Shuzhen led a team of 1,000 soldiers and headed towards Fushan. Kato, the second in command of the Toyama Kato family, went on the road and looked at the daxia people who were coming with great momentum. All the masters in the family were sent out instantly. "Bold daxia people, do you know where this place is?" Kato said coldly while looking at Fang Shuzhen, who was in the lead. "If nothing unexpected happens, this place will soon become part of our great Xia territory." "Humph, if you want to occupy my Kato clan's land, then first ask me, Kato Shanglu, and all the Kato disciples if they agree." As soon as Kato finished speaking, all the family masters took out their weapons and acted as if they were ready to fight to the death. Fang Shuzhen looked at the Japanese masters in front of him and said to him with a smile, "You want Kato to go on the road?" "Yes, it is this old man." "Then blame your parents for not giving you a good name. Brothers, send him on his way." As soon as Fang Shuzhen finished speaking, the first row of flintlock musketeers immediately pulled the trigger in their hands. Before those experts could react, they were shot to the ground by several rows of bullets and fell in a pool of blood with their eyes open. On the second day, Fang Shuzhen led the soldiers to take the head of the Japanese emperor and occupied the palace. Immediately afterwards, a large number of soldiers were sent out to wipe out the remaining forces. 20 days later, Chu Chen's Coast Guard ship appeared at the original Japanese port terminal. Chu Chen looked at the tired crowd and said, "All right, let's rest here on the sea for one night. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the land." After hearing Chu Chen's instructions, everyone put down their weapons and headed towards the dormitory. After arranging people to stand guard, Chu also rushed into the room. On the second day, the people of Japan saw a strange ship sailing behind the daxia warship. Then a man who looked like a young man came down from above, followed by a group of masked men. Wherever they went, the people gave way. Chu Chen ignored them and just took a quick look along the way. "I thought Fang Shuzhen was quite good. In such a war to destroy a country, not a single corpse of a civilian was found. The shops that should be open are still open, and the people who should be living are still living their lives as usual." Perhaps after this battle, Zhou Shixuan sent a large number of personnel to daxia to unify their writing and language. Then send men to spread the seeds, and after a few generations, the Japanese country and the Japanese people will completely disappear from this world. 5 days later, Chu Chen and his group boarded a Shanghai police boat and headed towards daxia. In Linhai City, Zhou Shixuan looked at the returning ship excitedly. "Chu Wazi, you've worked hard. How's the battle going?" "Haha, we've lived up to your expectations and conquered Japan. This is the memorial General Fang sent you." Zhou Shixuan took the memorial from Chu Chen's hand and looked at the results of the battle excitedly. After a long moment, Zhou Shixuan let out a hearty laugh, the kind only an emperor could laugh. "Ha ha, you've repeatedly harassed my great Xia border with your wolfish ambitions. Now this piece of land will officially become part of my great Xia territory. Chu boy, such a great victory. You and I will not stop drinking tonight." Chu Chen smiled without saying anything, and secretly winked at Chu behind him, asking him to take his younger brothers and sisters out to have fun. Then he changed into a yacht and headed towards Peach Blossom Island with Zhou Shixuan, Eunuch Wei, and Morong Huai. In fact, this victory was completely within Chu Chen's expectations. With the Coast Guard ships defeating Japan's most powerful navy, and combined with Fang Shuzhen's flintlock army, the outcome was already determined. But Zhou Shixuan was happy, and I was happy too, so I had to celebrate. Eunuch Wei and Murong Huai kept whispering congratulations to Zhou Shixuan and Chu Chen. Taking advantage of Zhou Shixuan's happiness today, even Murong Huai became less restrained. Soon after arriving at Peach Blossom Island, the maids prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Chu Chen generously took out a box of Maodai and poured a cup for everyone. Then he stood up and said, "Congratulations, Uncle Zhou. Daxia's territory has expanded significantly." Huh, we have to thank Chuwazi for this. If you hadn't taught Zheng Jing how to make weapons, and if it weren't for your powerful worship, this battle wouldn't have been so easy. Come, let's toast to Chuwazi together. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, Eunuch Wei and Murong Huai stood up and drank it all in front of Chu Chen. As we clinked glasses and exchanged cups, we found ourselves drinking deep into the night. During the meal, Zhou Shixuan raised his glass to Chu Chen and said, "Chuwazi, although it was Fang Shuzhen who occupied the Japanese capital, everyone knows that without you, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. So, you have made the greatest contribution. This country of Wa should also change its name. Also, regarding the subsequent management of Wa, Chuwazi, do you have any good suggestions?" Chu Chen was also a little tipsy when he heard Zhou Shixuan talk about governing Japan and changing its name. I felt a little excited at that moment. Since Zhou Shixuan asked for his opinion now, he had to think about it carefully. So he said to Zhou Shixuan, "Uncle Zhou, it will take a long time to make those people completely become Daxia people." Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen reiterated his previous idea of unifying the writing, language, currency, and sending Daxia men to sow seeds. Zhou Shixuan thought it made sense after hearing it. He immediately slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, this cultural invasion is simply killing people without being seen. Let's do it this way. Chuwazi, you come up with a name. What's a good name?" The Japanese have been harassing Daxia for years. Now that it has been destroyed by Daxia, it is equivalent to a big city of Daxia. It's just separated by a sea. Chu Chen was also lost in thought for a moment and only raised his head after a long time. Look at the dark sky. Suddenly a word came to my mind. Generations of slaves and generations of servants. Then a light bulb went off in his head, and he said to Zhou Shixuan, "Uncle Zhou, Japan has used its powerful navy to cause trouble to our great Xia. Now that they have been captured by our army, doesn't that mean that from now on, they will live under the management of the great Xia dynasty forever?" Zhou Shixuan nodded and said, "That's right, I finally got rid of the hatred in my heart." "Then Uncle Zhou, how about calling it Huapu City?" Huapu City? Zhou Shixuan didn't understand what Chu Chen meant for a moment after hearing it. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly said to Zhou Shixuan, "Uncle Zhou, I can't explain the reason to you, but this time, please allow me this once, okay?" Chuwazi is too polite. Whatever you say is what it is. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he patted his thigh, then stood up and raised the wine glass in his hand. "Come, everyone, from now on, this country of Japan will be called Huapu City, and we will drink together." Chapter 355, Brother Who's Little Tiger. The next day, Zhou Shixuan walked out of the villa with a hangover head. "Chu boy, this Wa country, no, it should be called Huapu City, has been incorporated into our great Xia territory. You have made great contributions this time, but the specific reward will be discussed after Fang Shuzhen returns, okay?" Chu Chen shook his head after hearing this. "Uncle Zhou, we'll talk about the reward later. You know me, I only want the jade essence." "Okay, in that case, Uncle Zhou will be returning to the capital today. The jade essence will be delivered to you in Mashan village from time to time." Zhou Shixuan did not argue with Chu Chen about the reward and immediately prepared to say goodbye. "In that case, Uncle Zhou, please be careful on the road." Chu boy, I see a lot of cars parked at the Linhai Wharf. Why not let Chu take us back?" Chu Chen felt a little amused when he heard this. Zhou Shixuan was so polite so early in the morning. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. "No problem, I'll go call Chu right away." Chu Chen picked up the walkie-talkie after he finished speaking. Not long after, Chu drove a van and headed towards the capital with Zhou Shixuan and his party. In order to show that he was not stingy, Chu Chen also sent another person from Linhai Honglang to bring a truck of gasoline to Beijing. He also told them to come back after teaching Zhou Shixuan how to drive in Beijing. By the way, I also gave him a van and gasoline. Originally, I wanted to get him an electric car from the space, but the range was not high and the charging current was too large. The current energy storage equipment in the palace was not enough. Therefore, a van is the best configuration for Zhou Shixuan. Imagine the emperor of Daxia driving a magical chariot and taking a group of concubines with him, speeding through mountains and rivers. How cool that would be! It is so much better than the previous three-wheeled motorcycles. After seeing Zhou Shixuan off, Chu Chen instructed Lu Rongdong to keep an eye on the Coast Guard ship and drove the yacht towards Linhai City. I've been away for so long, it's time to go back to Mashan village to see my fellow villagers. Another point is that after fighting with Kato Shurmo, Chu Chen also deeply understood a truth. That is the importance of one's own strength. If he didn't have a hot weapon, Kato Xia Huineng would kill him in minutes. So this time when he returned to Mashan village, Chu Chen set a goal for himself. That is, he would never come out until he became a master. After a day's journey, the car finally returned to Mashan village in the evening. Mashan village is still a peaceful scene. Under the locust tree, the Information Exchange Center has added the game of landlord. The Annie's dancing square dance in the auditorium never seemed to get tired. When Chu Chen returned to the villa, most people were asleep. Looking at the quiet villa, Chu Chen thought to himself that this was not acceptable. He had been running around outside all this time and had indeed paid less attention to Mashan village, especially to Li Qinglian, the woman who only cares about taking care of the family and never complains. Perhaps Li Qinglian heard the sound of a vehicle, so she walked to the first floor wearing a coat. "Husband, you're back. It's so late at night. Why don't you stay overnight at Qinglian before coming back?" "Haha, I miss my Qinglian, so I came back. My husband is being naughty again." Li Qinglian opened Chu Chen's outstretched hand and pulled him up to the second floor. In the room, Chu Chen was washing away the fatigue of the day in the bathroom, and Li Qinglian was looking for sleeping clothes for Chu Chen. "Qinglian, your husband has neglected you for so long." "What are you talking about, sir? Qinglian is just a farm girl, and she can't help you with your worries." On the bed, Chu Chen hugged Li Qinglian, and the two talked softly. "Qinglian is so nice," Chu Chen said, and kissed her lightly on the face. "When will my husband leave this time when he comes back? I'm not going out for the time being. By the way, Qinglian, do you have any ideas or wishes?" Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian seriously and said, "My husband, Qinglian, is just an ordinary farm girl. My only wish is for our family to be safe and sound. But if Qinglian can help you leave behind a child, I will be relieved." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that this woman wanted to cause trouble, but he had no such idea at the moment. Isn't it good to be free and easy? Why do you have to have a child? It's such a hassle. Besides, he and Li Qinglian are only in their 20s now, still young. But on second thought, he could understand Li Qinglian. In this world, if a woman has been married for several years without giving birth to a child, most people would say it is the woman's problem. Moreover, Li Qinglian has no worries about food and clothing. If she stays idle at home every day, she will get sick sooner or later. She is different from Mu Shuaqin and Roy Xiaofang. They all have their own things to do. Xiaofang manages the store, Roy manages the accounts, and Li Qinglian seems to have nothing to do except cooking. As he thought about it, an idea came to Chu Chen's mind, which was to find something for Li Qinglian to do. So she changed the subject and said, "Qinglian, if my husband opened a huge shop and asked you to run it, would you be afraid of being tired?" When Li Qinglian heard this, she instantly woke up from her sleepiness. She knew very well that her husband was good in every way except that he didn't want children. "But I am really bored. The more idle I am, the more useless I feel." Now that she heard Chu Chen say that he had something for her to do, how could she feel tired? "My husband, you said Qinglian is not afraid of being tired, but is afraid of being idle. Well, I'll make plans tomorrow. Go to sleep." Li Qinglian was so excited at the moment that she couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally fell into a deep sleep after Chu Chen gave him an injection. On the morning of the second day, the villa area gradually became lively. After breakfast, Li Qinglian said to Chu Chen, "Husband, Huzi's sister-in-law, Feng Fong, gave birth to a little nephew a while ago. As an uncle, now that you are back, you should go back and see her." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself that it was true. When he took out the playing cards, Feng Fong was already pregnant. Now that he had been out and about for so long, it was time for her to give birth. "We have to go. This is the new force of our Chu family. Wait a minute, I'll get ready." After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and went back to the tea room, and took out a lot of baby supplies and a large pile of clothes and toys from the space. He carried 2 large bags and then took Li Qinglian to Hu Zi's house. Chu Chen was also happy at this moment. The Chu family had 2 boys, himself and Hu Zi. He had never wanted a child, which had worried Chu Dazhuang to death. Now that Hu Zi had given birth to one, he felt a lot more relieved. "Brother Hu Zi, come out quickly. I'm here to see my little nephew." At the door, Chu Chen shouted loudly inside. "Hey, Chu Wazi is back. Come in quickly." When Chu Chen was welcomed into the house by Chu Dazhuang, he saw Feng Fang holding a chubby little baby in her arms. So he quickly stepped forward and said, "Come here, little tiger. Let uncle hold you." Chapter 356, Qinglian wants to sell diapers. "Uncle, you better be careful. I might accidentally pee on your hand." Feng Fang handed the child over and said to Chu Chen. At this time, Hu Zi also walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. "Chu Wazi is back." "Brother Hu Zi, where did you go last night? I tell you, Feng Fang is tired of taking care of the children, so don't go out and run around." Chu Chen looked at Hu Zi's listless appearance and thought that he was following Jiu Mengzi to Qingyun City to fool around again, so he immediately spoke sternly. Unexpectedly, Feng Fang took over the conversation as soon as he finished speaking. "Uncle, Hu Zi is well behaved now. I was trying to coax him last night and didn't sleep well." Chu Chen understood immediately after hearing this. It turned out that this kid was staying up late at night to mess with his father. As they were talking, Chu Chen suddenly felt a warm current on his hand, and then half of his sleeve was wet. The little tiger in his arms was listening to Chu Chen and laughing. "Hey, Chuazi, give it to me quickly. Look, your clothes are all wet, this kid." When Hu Zi's mother saw that her grandson had urinated, she immediately took the child from Chu Chen's hands embarrassedly. Chu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. It's normal for children. Why don't you give him diapers?" Having said that, Chu Chen immediately stopped talking. Where would diapers come from in this era? So he quickly took the 2 bags in his hands into the main room. "Little tiger, look what gift your uncle brought you." After saying that, Chu Chen took out diapers, small clothes, various towels, and other clothing items from the bag. When Chu Dazhuang's family saw Chu Chen taking out so many clothes and other items, they instantly became polite. "Chu boy, look, I made you spend money again." "What are you talking about, uncle?" "This is the eldest brother of the new generation of our Chu family, so naturally we have to take good care of him." After that, he handed another 200 taels of silver to Feng Fang's hand. "Sister-in-law, this is a red envelope for the child. You must accept it. Come, let's take a look at these clothes. Do you think Xiao Huzi likes them?" Feng Fang was stunned, holding the 200 taels of silver note, speechless for a moment. "What is this? Zhu Wadi?" At this moment, Hu Zi's mother picked up a diaper and asked. Chu Chen's eyes lit up immediately when he saw it. He had just picked it up randomly in the maternity and baby area of the supermarket. There were no diapers in this era, but I have them. So he quickly said, "Oh, this thing is a good thing. It's called a diaper. With it, this kid won't have to pee on others anymore, and you won't have to wash diapers anymore." After saying that, he took out a piece, and Li Qinglian looked at the thing in front of him a little embarrassedly. "I thought to myself, isn't this what my husband gives me every month? Just a little bigger. And can it be used like this?" Chu Chen took the little tiger, swiftly pulled down his pants, and put on a diaper for him with a somewhat clumsy technique. "Sister-in-law, if Xiaohu urinates a lot, this stuff will last for most of the day without any problem." After saying that, he took out another piece, scooped some water with a ladle, and then poured it on the paper, just like in the TV commercials. "When this diaper swells up, just change it for him." As the water was absorbed by the diaper, everyone's eyes widened. "Chu Wazi, such a magical thing must be expensive." "That's okay, Brother Hu Zi. I'll send some more over later. I'll take care of this kid." Li Qinglian watched Chu Chen's operations, and slowly an idea emerged in her mind. Since the young master said he wanted to open a shop, this thing would definitely be in short supply. She just didn't know what the price would be. After returning from Hu Zi's house, Chu Chen said to Li Qinglian, "Qinglian, I have an idea. Look at these magical children's things and some daily necessities. My husband can find a large amount of goods. Otherwise, I will open a supermarket in Qingyun City. How about you take care of it?" "Husband," Qinglian was just about to tell you, "these things are definitely in short supply. But what is this supermarket?" A supermarket is a supermarket. It brings together most of the things on the market and sells them together. This makes it convenient for people to buy and can also generate huge profits. Chu Chen explained to Li Qinglian in a random manner. But in his mind, the supermarket should not be too big and should not have too many products. There should be no problem with baby products such as diapers and towels, daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shower gel, and feminine hygiene products, as well as food such as meat and beverages. But it is better not to take out some high-tech products, modern clothing, knives, etc., because modern technology has surpassed the world in so many aspects. Zhou Shixuan would not be able to sleep if some of these things were owned by ordinary people. Husband, why don't we go to Qinyan City today? Choose a place and open this supermarket as soon as possible. Chu Chen didn't expect Li Qinglian to be so anxious. It seemed that she had been idle for too long. Okay, I'll go drive now. After saying that, Chu Chen drove the red BJ-80 and took Li Qinglian to Qinyan City. Not long after, on the second floor of Wenxiang Pavilion, Li Qinglian was sitting on the sofa drinking tea at the warm invitation of Chuanxiang and Xiuju. Chu Chen walked to the next door of Wenxiang Pavilion. In addition to a piece of vacant land, there's also a small house next door. Chu Chen knocked on the door, and in less than an incense stick of time, he came out with the owner. After paying the money and getting the land deed, Chu Chen picked up the intercom and called Uncle Feng. Chu Wazi, why do you want to build a house again? Yes, Uncle Feng, you see, besides the people working in the salt factory, there's some people in the village who are idle. I want to increase their income. I plan to open a supermarket. Oh, what's a supermarket? Chu Chen explained the supermarket to him and told him the general layout. Feng Wu immediately understood. Great, Chu Wazi. With such a market, the maids of the wealthy families won't have to run around all day to buy things, and the income will definitely be considerable. Haha, then I'll have to trouble Uncle Feng. You can ask the villagers to come and help build the house during this time. The village has the materials. Ask the young people to drive over. Just leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done beautifully for you. After explaining everything to Uncle Feng, Chu Chen took Li Qinglian to visit Qinyan City and then returned to Masan village. At night, Chu Chen invited Wang Defa into the house and talked to him about the employment matter. Chu Wazi, you also noticed that the salt workshop has been idle and everyone has nothing to do. So you made this? Is the workshop idle? Hey, you're out all day, so you don't know that mountain. It's almost been dug up, and we're embarrassed to tell you. Only then did Chu Chen realize that the mineral salt in Masan village had been almost mined out. That's perfect. Once this supermarket opens, it will need shopping guides, cashiers, security guards, etc., and can accommodate a lot of people. Chapter 357, Supermarket in Qinyan City. Uncle Wang, don't worry. There will be new work for everyone soon, and the income will be higher. Chu Wazi, I know you have good intentions and want everyone to make money. Don't worry. As long as you say something, we will do whatever you say. The people of Masan village will definitely help you make it beautiful. Chu Chen nodded when he heard that. In fact, he opened the supermarket because he was worried that Li Qinglian would get sick from being idle. Unexpectedly, it could also solve the employment problem in Masan village. It was really an unexpected success. The people in Masan village are not short of food now, but who doesn't want to have money in their pocket? So he quickly told Wang Defa about his idea of opening a supermarket and his hiring plan. Chu Wazi, you need 100 people to sell a commodity. Will this make you lose money? Don't worry, Uncle Wang. This supermarket won't lose money. As long as everyone works together, we can make money. Will it lose money? The answer is no. The main feature of the supermarket is that it is expensive. For example, ordinary people probably would not be willing to use diapers, no matter how cheap they are. After all, in this era of material scarcity, who would be willing to use and throw away one? The wealthy families wouldn't care so much. Even if it costs 50 cents per piece, they're willing to spend it. After all, for them, a comfortable life is what they pursue. Although there's servants to wash diapers, we can promote how good this thing is, how helpful it is to children's health, and how harmful diapers are to children's health. In modern society, people first ate MSG. So why was the market taken over by the sudden appearance of chicken essence? This is the benefit of publicity. Once new things are accepted by people, old things will not have much room to survive. Uncle Wang, compared to Masan village, the most important issue is that people have to go to Qinyan City to work. But I will provide food and accommodation, and people will take turns to rest. During the rest period, I will also provide transportation to and from Masan village. Don't worry, Chu Wazi. It's just going to Qinyan City. Look at our Masan village. No one has ever left Qingyo town for generations. Everyone is eager to go there, and you have provided so many conveniences." After saying this, Wang Defa said goodbye and left before it got too late. Soon his voice was heard from the loudspeaker at the entrance of the village. "Fellow villagers, I am Wang Defa. Next, I will announce a good news to you." Following his shout, the villagers walked towards the auditorium one after another under the cover of night. After a while, Wang Defa found that most of the people had arrived. Sitting on the podium in the auditorium, Chu Chen used the square dance speakers to tell them about his idea of recruiting people for Qingyun City Supermarket. It also explains what a supermarket is and what people needed to do in the past. It must be said that Wang Defa is particularly concerned about the affairs of Mashan village. Moreover, Chu Chen gave him a basic salary every month to ensure his life, so he also brought many conveniences to Chu Chen by relying on his deterrent power. "Uncle Wang, are you saying that we will go to Qingyun City to work in the future?" "Yes, Uncle Wang, what about the wages? Is it the same as working in the salt workshop?" "I'm saying, kid, can you be more promising? If you go to Qingyun City, you will definitely earn more." After hearing this, Wang Defa reached out and suppressed it. "Stop arguing." Chu Wazi said the wages will definitely be higher than those in Mashan village, but the exact amount will have to be calculated by him before he can tell everyone. "We currently need 100 people. Registration is open now." After Wang Defa finished speaking, he picked up the notebook and ballpoint pen next to him and began to register the people who wanted to apply. Wang Defa understands the family situation of every person who registers. So as he signed up, he made a preliminary plan in his mind about what these people were suitable for. The registration lasted until late at night. The next day, Uncle Feng returned to Mashan village, brought dozens of people, and drove several vans to Qingyun City to build a supermarket. Chu Chen slept soundly at home without any concern. Everyone is already familiar with the basics. In fact, the most troublesome thing is the pricing of the goods. Li Qinglian and Mu Shuachin are not good at this matter. Chu Chen is too lazy to take care of it, so he has to hand over all the goods to be sold to Li Qinglian and tell her the purpose of these things. As for the pricing, let her take the things to Qingyun City to find Xiaofeng and Chunxiang Qiuju. After all, Wenxiang Pavilion is basically managed by these three people. Moreover, he also knows the wealthy families in Qingyun City. Chu Chen had only one request, which was to sell it at double the price they wanted. Feng Wu had the help of dozens or even hundreds of people. The house was built very quickly, and the main structure was completed in just half a month. All that remains is the interior decoration. Chu Chen calculated the days and estimated that the renovation and training would take about a month, which would be right at the end of the year. That is when everyone starts buying New Year's goods. If you open your business at this time, it is expected to be popular as long as the publicity is in place. Another half-month later, after drinking a lot of spring water, Chu Chen's strength was getting closer and closer to the 9th level. On this day, Chu Chen came out of the space to drink water as usual, and Feng Wu hurried towards the villa. "Uncle Feng, what's the rush?" "Chu Wazi, the supermarket is finished. I want you to go take a look today and see if there's anything else that needs to be modified." Chu Chen said immediately after hearing this, "So fast. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Feng Wu. We'll go right away." After saying that, he drove the off-road vehicle and took Feng Wu to Qingyun City. Not long after, the off-road vehicle stopped steadily next to the Wenxiang Pavilion. Chu Chen looked up and saw a 2-story shopping mall-like building appear in front of him. The entire facade of the shopping mall is made of tempered glass. There is a hall as soon as you enter the door. On the left and right sides of the hall, there is a staircase leading up and a staircase leading down, and there's another hall above. The hall was filled with rows of shelves made by Feng Wu according to Chu Chen's instructions. After entering the door, there is a one-way door, which is the entrance to the supermarket. After passing the one-way door, there's a place where shopping carts are placed. All the shelves are arranged according to Chu Chen's drawings. Once people enter the one-way door, they have to walk along all the shelves, go upstairs, then pass all the shelves on the 2nd floor, and then go down the stairs to the exit. Several cash registers are designed at the exit. It seems that apart from the high-tech equipment, there is not much difference between it and supermarkets in modern society. Because it was a supermarket, Chu Chen specially took out some cameras and asked Feng Wu to install them all. It was the first time for Feng Wu to see this thing, and he was scared when he saw his own figure appear on the screen. Chu Chen turned around and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, then choose a day and open it." Chapter 358. Leng Shuang appears again in Qingyun City. Then, Chu Chen followed Uncle Feng to the warehouse and dormitory behind the supermarket. The warehouse is made entirely of reinforced concrete, and the main door is also a large iron door. As long as there is no traitor, there will be no problem with safety. Although the standard single and double rooms in the dormitory are not large, the dozens of rooms do take up a considerable area. After Feng Wu accompanied Chu Chen for a walk, he said goodbye and left. Chu Chen used the key to open the door of the warehouse and closed it. With a wave of the hand, the goods ready for sale were neatly stacked throughout the warehouse. After doing all this, Chu Chen walked out of the supermarket door and headed towards the house in the west of the city. At the moment Chu Chen got into the car, he didn't know that on the second floor opposite the Wenxiang Pavilion, a pair of eyes were staring at his SUV. So, you're really not dead. Then the one who's dead is Auntie. Since you've shown up, explain everything clearly. After saying that, the figure turned around and chased after Chu Chen's SUV. This person is Lung Shuang from Xuanchen Tofu Shop across the street. Inside the house in the west of the city, Chu Chen stopped the car and was about to get out. Suddenly, a figure opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Immediately afterwards, a long sword was pressed against his waist. Seeing this, Chu Chen sneered and drove towards the suburbs. Then, he took out the intercom and said, "Xiaofeng, I have something to do outside. You guys eat first. Put down your sword. Miss Lung Shuang. No, you should call me Lord City Lord." Chu Chen stopped the car in the suburbs and spoke to her calmly. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? You wouldn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have opened a tofu shop across from my Wenxiang Pavilion and then exposed yourself to inquire about my whereabouts." Lung Shuang frowned after hearing this. "You know everything? Isn't that obvious enough? Okay, tell me, where's my aunt? Why did the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake collapse?" Chu Chen was amused when he heard this. "What stone chamber? What aunt? Don't pretend. I know you know the truth. Since I still have no hostility towards you, tell me the truth." After Chu Chen finished listening, a scene of an underground stone chamber appeared in his mind. "I thought to myself that I had been too busy recently and forgot to ask Zhou Shixuan who this woman was. Only when I saw Lung Shuang did I remember all this. Take the sword away first. We have no grudge against each other. Besides, I help you a lot in Dragon City. How can you treat your benefactor like this?" "Benefactor?" Lung Shuang put down the sword in his hand after hearing this. "By the way, how did you know how to open this car door?" Seeing her put down the sword, Chu Chen turned around and looked at her with a smile. "I've been observing you for a long time. I'm not stupid." Lung Shuang seemed to have forgotten why she had pressed the sword against Chu Chen's waist just now, and said calmly. Chu Chen thought to himself that this woman was schizophrenic and abnormal. But since he was stuck in the car, Chu Chen took out the cell phone. Chu Chen read over and over again the words that the purple-clothed woman said before she died, and finally understood them. The reason why Lung Shuang and others were able to improve their strength so quickly was that they ate something provided by the woman in purple. However, this thing will shorten a person's lifespan, or in other words, it will burn one's lifespan in exchange for strength. This is also the reason why the woman in purple said that Lung Shuang would not live long. "What is this?" Lung Shuang asked in confusion when she saw the cell phone Chu Chen took out. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but played the video that the woman in purple had recorded herself before she died. "You locked your aunt in here? Let her out now." Lung Shuang looked at the naked woman in purple in the video and spoke to Chu Chen anxiously. But the next words in the video made Lung Shuang frown even deeper. After watching the video, Lung Shuang was speechless for a long time. Seeing this, Chu Chen patted her shoulder and said, "Well, you've met the wrong person. Just digest it yourself. Chu Chen, she is my most respected aunt. I never thought that she would give me that thing to eat in order to get revenge." Then, Lung Shuang opened the car door. "Chu Chen, I have to go to the snow mountain. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, Lung Shuang disappeared with a whoosh. Chu Chen opened his mouth in confusion and was about to ask what he had eaten to improve his strength, but Lung Shuang's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Snow Mountain again," Jimengzi said. On the way back, Chu Chen repeatedly tried to chew out some information from Lung Shuang's words. "I found that there was no other information except the two words, Snow Mountain." "Ah, schizophrenia. Will you die if you say one more word?" Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself in a bad mood, then drove back to his house in the west of the city while cursing. "Sir, are you done with your work?" As soon as Chu Chen arrived home, Xiaofang came up to him and took off his coat for him. Then he told Xiaolan and Xiaodao to bring the food. Chu Chen ate a few bites quickly and went into the room. Lying in bed, I couldn't fall asleep. I was thinking about the mysterious snow mountain and the mysterious man who kidnapped the fourth girl. It seems that this world is becoming more and more interesting. However, I have no idea at the moment. Perhaps when Leng Shuang appears next time, everything will be solved. Since I have no idea, I will just live a good life first. Tomorrow, I will tell them to put the goods on display. This is a gift I give to Li Qinglian, so I can't be careless. On the second day, under Chu Chen's arrangement, the supermarket door was closed. Inside, there were people busy working. These people were workers from Mashan village, as well as Li Qinglian and several women. Chu Chen, those are women's products, not baby products. They should be placed here. Li Qinglian was busy checking the goods one by one with a notebook in hand, but her face was full of happiness. Chu Chen looked at the lively scene, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. They worked until dark before the goods were finally put into the containers. In fact, if Chu Chen could just take the shelf directly from the space, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But this is too shocking, and the goods piled up in the warehouse can be said to have been shipped back from outside. But when they were brought back, they were put in order. What's going on? Besides, doesn't Li Qinglian like to be busy? Then let her be busy for a few days. At night, after arranging the personnel on duty at night, Chu Chen took a few people back to the house in the west of the city. Okay, Qinglian, now the supermarket has all the conditions for opening. Can you pick a date? Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian and asked. Husband, the new year is approaching. In a few days, everyone should buy New Year's goods. Otherwise, how about the day after tomorrow? Li Qinglian counted the days on her fingers and said excitedly. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought they were on the same page. So he raised his glass and said loudly, It's up to you. The day after tomorrow, Masan Supermarket will officially open. Chapter 359 Masan Supermarket Grand Opening. On the second day, Chu Chen asked Li Qinglian to go to the City Lord's mansion in person and send an invitation to the City Lord's mansion, and asked those ladies to help spread the news that Masan Supermarket will open tomorrow. After hearing this, Lan Tianlei's 7 wives patted their chests and guaranteed that there would be no problem. Chu Chen came to Honglang and found Lan Pingyun. I told him about Masan Supermarket. Lan Pingyun also patted his chest and guaranteed that those villains in Qinyun City would never dare to touch Masan Supermarket. With Lan Pingyun around, Chu Chen felt much more at ease. But I still talked to Feng Er about the issue of supermarket safety. He also took out some steel knives and crossbows and gave them to him, asking him to lead 20 people to ensure the safety of the supermarket. Since the supermarket will open tomorrow, there is no alcohol in the cafeteria tonight, and everyone goes to bed early. Meanwhile, in the house in the west of the city, Li Qinglian was tossing and turning in excitement and couldn't sleep. Chu Chen had no choice but to use his own shot of adrenaline. On the second day, Li Qinglian got up early and went to the supermarket with Mu Shuochen, Luo Yi Xiaofeng, and others in high spirits. When the first ray of sunlight shines on the supermarket door, a plaque covered with red cloth appeared in front of everyone. Chu Chen took out a square dance speaker and played deafening music. The crowd quickly gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Hey, what's this shopkeeper opening again? I asked around, and they said it was a supermarket, but I don't know what it's about. Hey, you're all so ignorant, aren't you? My master said that from now on, you could get everything you buy here, and there are so many novelties. That's why he made me line up so early in the morning. A man who looked like a servant was carrying a basket and spoke proudly to the people around him who were talking. Just as the crowd was growing, a voice suddenly shouted, The city lord has arrived. Let everyone make way. Lan Tianlei, accompanied by 7 wives, walked up to Chu Chen and Li Qinglian with smiles on their faces. Brother Lan, you came in person. This really makes Qinglian's Masan supermarket shine. How can I not come to my sister-in-law's business? While Lan Tianlei was greeting Chu Chen, he asked his servant to hand the gift to Li Qinglian. Fellow citizens of Qinyun City, please be quiet. At Chu Chen's repeated request, Lan Tianlei took the microphone handed to him by Chu Chen. When the city lord spoke, there was a sudden silence below. Everyone is curious about what kind of business has opened here. So let me, the city lord, introduce it to everyone. This is the supermarket opened by my sister-in-law. You can think of it as a supermarket. In other words, there's nothing you can't buy inside, except for things you can't imagine. So, as we open today, we ask for your support fellow villagers. After saying that, amid the sound of firecrackers, Li Qinglian and Lan Tianlei's first wife together pulled open the red cloth. In an instant, the four big words Mashan Supermarket appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, at the invitation of Li Qinglian and the workers, people filed in and the entire supermarket became bustling. Master Wang, what are you planning to buy? Hey, I'm just looking around, but the items here are so novel, I have to buy some of everything and show them to my master when I get home. And Zhang, do you think this stuff is really better than wood ash? You'll know after buying it and trying it. It's not expensive for us, right? For a moment, the whole supermarket became busy. Li Qinglian stood alone next to the cashier counter, watching everything in front of her, with a smile on her face all the time. At the cash register, Roy was busy teaching the girls from Mashan village, who knew how to collect money. Chu Chen was strolling around the supermarket with nothing to do, always paying attention to the customers' movements. As the silver piled up in the cash register cabinet, Li Qinglian smiled even more brightly. Qinglian, how does it feel to make money on your own? My husband. All of this is given to Qinglian by my husband. However, seeing the silver pouring in, Qinglian is extremely happy. As long as you're happy, don't be too tired. This is just the opening period. In a few days, it won't be so busy. When that time comes, don't run to the supermarket all the time. Go play with Xiaofeng and the others more. Chu Chen hugged Li Qinglian and turned to walk towards Lan Tianlei. Brother Chu, your money-making ideas come one after another. I admire you so much. When Lan Tianlei saw Chu Chen coming, he immediately said with a smile on his face, Brother Lan, you are too kind. If it weren't for Brother Lan's care, how could this be so smooth? Hey, we're family, so why not go out for a drink? Lan Tianlei and Chu Chen stayed together for a while and then met at the restaurant across the street. During the meal, Lan Tianlei put down his cup and asked Chu Chen, It is said that my brother played a great role in the conquest of Japan this time. Brother Lan is well informed. He doesn't care about merit or not. It's all for the good of Daxia. Chu Chen thought that this old guy must have something to do, otherwise he wouldn't ask this question suddenly. That makes sense. Come on, brother. I'll toast you. Chu Chen drank the wine. Brother, there's no need for us to be like this. If you have something to say, just tell me. Haha. Brother, you are indeed a quick-witted person. I heard that His Majesty has used new weapons in this attack on Japan. Tell me about it, brother. When Chu Chen heard this, he immediately understood Lan Tianlei's purpose. It is estimated that the flintlock rifle has just been produced, and the various cities below are queuing up to be equipped with weapons. This Lan Tianlei came in through the back door. Haha, Brother Lan, there's something called a flintlock rifle, and it's quite powerful. Why doesn't the Qingyan defenders have any equipment? Don't mention it, brother. I'm here to ask you for help. To be honest, I'm jealous. How about I take the trouble to talk to His Majesty? After hearing this, Chu Chen picked up the wine glass, but did not agree immediately. Who knows what Zhou Shixuan was thinking? Perhaps they were afraid of unrest in the cities, so it is possible that they did not issue the order. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely convey the message to you. But as for what His Majesty thinks, I have no idea. Okay, don't worry. I, Lan Tianlei, have absolutely no second thoughts. Your Majesty should know this better than me. Come, drink. After the banquet, Chu Chen sat in the car, hesitated for a moment, and finally picked up the walkie-talkie and sent a message to Jingqing. Then he drove towards the house in the west of the city with a relaxed look on his face. However, he secretly thought in his heart that Zhou Shixuan's news was not kept secret enough. The army set out from Linhai, and no one recognized their weapons. It is said that the army led by Fang Shuzhen has not returned yet. The wisdom and power of this flintlock rifle seems to be known to everyone. If that's the case, it's not necessarily a good thing. Chapter 360, Grandmaster's Outing. But on second thought, these don't seem to have much to do with me. He is free and easy, and his goal of ruining things has never changed. Half a month later, the new year has passed. Chu Chen was sitting by the small reservoir in Mashan village fishing as usual. De Huang sat beside him loyally. Suddenly, Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a gleam. Is it coming? Then he dropped his fishing rod and ran towards the villa. In the tea room, Chu Chen flashed into the space and ran hurriedly towards the spring. He picked up the water scoop and drank it all in one gulp. Then, after leaving the space, I felt the power contained in the spring water spreading throughout my body. Suddenly, A huge aura emanated from Chu Chen's body. About an incense stick of time later, Chu Chen felt his body filled with explosive power and laughed out loud towards the sky. Haha, finally, I've become a so-called 10th grade master. Look, Mengzi still dares to show off in front of me. Chu Chen pushed open the door of the tea room refreshed and walked outside. At this moment, Chu Chen suddenly felt fearless. Before, I didn't have the ability, so I had to be cautious in everything I did. Now that I have reached such a high level, equipped with hot weapons, I guess none of those so-called masters can be my opponent. Even Zhu Liuxiang, he was confident that he could easily defeat her. In that case, it's time to go out and have some fun. You still have to continue drinking the spring water in the space, but you must continue to extract the jade essence. Chu Chen was a little excited when the entire city appeared in the space. Japan has finished collecting all the jade essence, and Zhou Shixuan promised to send the remaining jade essence to Qinyan City as soon as possible. There was another place that interested him. That was the mysterious man that Jiao Mengzi met in the snow mountain that Lang Shuang mentioned. Speaking of this snow mountain, since Lang Shuang knows about it, then Lang Shuang's aunt should also know about it. There's another person among them. That is Zhou Shixuan. Maybe he also knows something. After all, Zhou Shixuan is the person Lang Shuang's aunt wants to kill in her lifetime. Li Qinglian has settled down now. In that case, it's time to travel around the world. So after saying hello to Hu Zi and the others, Chu Chen drove out of Mashan village. Husband, are you going out again? Inside the supermarket in Qinyan City, Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen and asked, That's right. We prepared a lot of supermarket goods for you in the warehouse at Mashan village. It's enough for you to sell for a whole year. My husband, I'm not talking about this. It's just that Qinglian is worried about your safety. After hearing this, Chu Chen stepped forward and touched her. Don't worry, your husband. Every time he goes out, he comes back safely. Li Qinglian nodded after hearing this. Okay, when we set off, my husband, please be careful. After coming out of the supermarket, Chu Chen staggered towards the children's house. Passing by the door of the Senate pavilion, a man and a woman holding perfume just came out of the pavilion. Chu Chen instantly smelled a familiar scent, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Brother, this small town actually has such a magical object. Haha, junior sister, human creativity is endless. Look at this perfume, just smelling it makes me. After the man finished speaking, he hugged the woman. Oh, brother, you are so mean. There's so many people watching us. Chu Chen watched the two flirting with great interest, thinking that there were not many people in Xia who were so bold and unrestrained. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. The woman saw Chu Chen staring at the two of them, and then she scolded Chu Chen harshly. After hearing this, Chu Chen took a step forward and thought to himself, I will never let you bully me in this Qinyan city. Who the hell are you talking about? Do you want to die? Seeing Chu Chen showing no sign of weakness, the man quickly tried to smooth things over and said, Sir, my junior sister has a hot temper. Please bear with her. When Chu Chen heard the man say this, his anger subsided a little. Unexpectedly, the woman blurted out, Brother, he's just an ordinary person. Why should you be so polite to him? When Chu Chen heard this, he thought, wow, they're just ordinary people. But when he looked up, he found that these two people had no cultivation at all. What was going on? Could it be that only the son of a wealthy family can often refer to the common people as ordinary people? Okay, junior sister, you've forgotten our mission. Don't cause any trouble. After saying that, he smiled apologetically at Chu Chen, pulled the woman away quickly. Chu Chen chuckled and didn't take it seriously. He turned around and walked toward the house again. Not long after, inside the house, Chu Chen pointed at a pile of Uzi submachine guns on the ground and gave orders to Chu Er. Your current mission in Qinyan City is to protect my property and my family. Don't show these weapons to others easily. When you go out on weekdays, just carry a knife and a pistol. If you encounter an emergency, don't be afraid. Just point these automatic weapons at people. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Then, Chu Chen handed a sniper rifle to Chu Shirlu. This gun is in your hands. Use it well. Godfather, don't worry. With us here, no one can hurt Godmother in the slightest. Chu Er and others spoke to Chu Chen. When Chu Chen heard the word mother-in-law, his face turned red. I thought that the children had grown up and become sensible, but in this era, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was not uncommon. Just think of yourself as the master of a wealthy family. Okay, in that case, you should stay in Qingyun City for the time being. After arranging them, Chu Chen turned and headed towards the house in the west of the city. He put back the bottle of spring water he had just taken out. Since they have been given hot weapons, don't let them improve too quickly. Besides, I'll just use this thing myself for now. As for what effect it will have on other people is still unclear. Inside the house in the west of the city, Chu Chen gave some instructions to the group, then drove towards the capital. This time, Chu Chen openly carried a shotgun on his back. Anyway, Zhou Shixuan and the others had seen it. Moreover, with his current strength as a 10th grade grandmaster, when he arrived in the capital, Chu Chen was not afraid of anyone. Even if Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei joined forces, Chu Chen was confident that he could subdue them. Because, after reaching the grandmaster level, Chu Chen discovered that his speed and strength had made a qualitative leap. This is not comparable to the 9th rank, and this is also why masters are rare in the entire daxia. The reason why Eunuch Wei, Chen Qingxian, and Mu Shuichen have been stuck in the 9th rank for so many years without any progress. The 9th rank and a master level cannot be achieved through hard work alone. But unfortunately, Chu Chen was cheating, and there was no way to seek justice. On the way to the capital, Chu Chen drove the car very fast, not paying any attention to the cursing of pedestrians on the road. 3 days later, at the gate of the capital, the defenders saw the red BJ-80 representing Chu Chen approaching. The city gate was opened quickly in an instant. We are waiting to welcome Master Chu. Chapter 361, Zhou Shixuan and the Purple Robe Woman. Haha. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. As Chu Chen spoke, he rolled down the window and handed out a silver ingot. I am happy. Take 10 taels to spend. The leading soldier nodded and took the silver from Chu Chen's hand. Thank you, Master Chu. Not long after, in Zhou Shixuan's imperial study, Chu Chen sat lazily opposite Zhou Shixuan, smoking a cigarette. Hey Chuwazi, are your cigarettes really that good? Zhou Shixuan, who was reviewing memorials, looked up at Chu Chen and asked, Uncle Zhou, this stuff is addictive. Once you start smoking, you can't get rid of it. So, be less curious. Zhou Shixuan nodded after hearing this. Since Chu Chen didn't let him touch it, it must not be a good thing. Then he asked again, what is the purpose of Chu Wazi's visit this time? Uncle Zhou, the last time I went to Casa, which is the dragon city I told you about, I met an old friend of yours and wanted to tell you about him. Oh, old friend. Zhou Shixuan put down the work in his hands and walked towards Chu Chen when he heard it. Then, Chu Chen took out a screenshot of the video and handed the photo of the woman in purple to Zhou Shixuan using his mobile phone. Do you know this person? Zhou Shixuan took the small box from Chu Chen's hand with confusion. He didn't find anything strange new about Chu Chen taking out. But as soon as he took a look, Zhou Shixuan was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He kept saying, bitch, bitch. Chuwazi, get her out of this box. I'm going to kill her myself. Uncle Zhou, don't get excited. This is just a video. She's already dead. I killed her. After saying that, he played the video of the woman in purple before her death. Zhou Shixuan suppressed his excitement and watched the entire video. Ha! It would be better if I died. I didn't expect that after all these years, you still wanted to kill me. Okay, Uncle Zhou, who is this? That happened many years ago. Zhou Shixuan took the tea handed to him by Eunuch Wei, took a sip, and then slowly told Chu Chen about the woman in purple. It turns out that this woman in purple was Zhou Shixuan's lover when she was young. At that time, Zhou Shixuan was still a prince and had not yet ascended the throne. During a trip, he met the woman in purple. The two fell in love with each other and soon got together. But not long after, the woman in purple met Zhou Shiji, also known as Qi Yanfei, again. The two of them exchanged glances, and Qi Yanfei directly cheated on Zhou Shixuan. After Zhou Shixuan ascended the throne, he was so angry about this incident that he forcibly separated Qi Yanfei and her. Perhaps the woman in purple thought that Zhou Shixuan had ruined her relationship. Zhou Shixuan was angry that she cheated on him. So, the feud was formed, and the woman in purple came to trouble Zhou Shixuan more than once. But he had Eunuch Wei and Zhu Liuxiang by his side, so he never got the upper hand. So the woman in purple disappeared from then on and hid overseas to practice. After he perfected his magical power, he killed Zhou Shixuan in one fell swoop to vent his anger. Chu Chen chuckled after hearing this. This was a plot that couldn't be more ordinary, and he instantly lost interest. Then he turned to Zhou Shixuan and asked, Uncle Zhou, Do you know what the snow mountain they're talking about is? Snow mountain? Zhou Shixuan asked with a frown. It's the snowy mountain where the fourth princess was abducted by the mysterious woman in the cave. This time, I met the purple-robed woman's apprentice in Qinyan City, and she also mentioned the word snow mountain. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen mentioned Lung Shuang to Zhou Shixuan again. After a long while, Zhou Shixuan said slowly, "Could it be that the snow mountain they were talking about is where she came from?" Chu Chen became interested as soon as he heard it. "Uncle Zhou, do you know that place?" The word snow mountain appeared in his ears several times, and each time it reflected his mystery. How could Chu Chen not be anxious? Moreover, Chu Chen also vaguely felt that the people in this so-called snow mountain must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the drunkard would not even have the thought to resist the mysterious woman. Since this is the case, Chu Chen is even more eager to find the snow-capped mountains. "I haven't been there. I just remember that year. She said she came from the top of the highest mountain in the west of Daxia. Later, I sent people to check it out. The western mountains are covered with snow all year round, and there is no human habitation at all. The westernmost part of Daxia, on the top of a high mountain." As soon as Chu Chen heard this, a plan came to his mind. If that's the case, why not go and look for it? So he quickly said, "Uncle Zhou, if that's the case, then I want to go there and take a look and investigate further." "You want to go west?" Coincidentally, the ambassador of Luoduo recently came to pay tribute and invited my Daxia envoy to visit Luoduo. "How about sending you there?" Luoduo Kingdom. Chu Chen wanted to refuse when he heard it, because being an envoy would be too troublesome. Uncle Zhou, I'm used to being free, so..." "No, this time is a little different." During the heyday of Daxia, the surrounding small countries came to pay tribute one after another. But after the previous natural disasters, many countries now have ulterior motives. The envoys from Luoduo came here ostensibly to pay tribute, but in reality, they were mainly here to ascertain the true situation of our dynasty after the disaster. Moreover, perhaps, the invitation of our great Xia envoys is also intended to demonstrate their national strength. When Chu Chen heard this, he was confused. "What's going on? When you are strong, people play with you, but when you are weak, people don't want to play with you. Isn't that normal?" Also, the neighboring small nations like Luoduo have been eyeing our great Xia territory for a while now. According to Lao Wei's secret intelligence, Luoduo and other nations have secretly assembled a large army on our Great Xia border and may be about to invade our Great Xia. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that Zhou Shixuan must have seen him bombarding the Japanese imperial palace and killing Kato Shurmo. Sending me to Roto this time must have been planned long ago. This trip shouldn't be as simple as just a sightseeing trip. "Uncle Zhou, what good will this trip bring me?" After listening to this, Chu Chen directly asked the question that concerned him the most. In fact, he also planned to travel around the world. If the benefits were great, it would not be a bad idea to do it as a side job. Ever since he reached the Grandmaster level and had thermal weapons and space in his hands, Chu Chen thought he would not be afraid of anyone in an open conflict, which made him gradually become a little inflated. "Ha, Chu Wazi, Uncle Zhou has certainly taken this into consideration. Didn't you plunder the Japanese treasury last time? Let me tell you, in fact, the jade essences you want are available in almost every treasury. Moreover, Luoduo may not have less than Japan, you see." Chu Chen smiled silently after hearing this. Yes, since Zhou Shixuan had already planned to let him go, he would definitely come up with conditions that would attract his interest. So he asked, "Uncle Zhou, are you serious?" Zhou Shixuan did not answer when he heard this, but waved to Eunuch Wei behind him. After a while, Eunuch Wei asked someone to bring up 2 large boxes. "Chu Wazi, this is Luoduo's tribute this year. It's all jade essence. Take a look for yourself." Chapter 362, Envoy to Roto. Chu Chen opened the box and saw that it was full of jade essence, neatly arranged. "Is this from Luoduo?" Yes, in previous years, Luoduo always brought cloth, fast horses, gold, silver, and treasures. But this year, it's mostly these things, which is enough to prove that Luoduo has bad intentions. Seeing that Chu Chen was interested, Zhou Shixuan exaggerated his words. After hearing this, Chu Chen thought to himself, "This is a matter between your 2 countries. If you're unhappy, just take your musketeers and shoot them. What is the meaning of this luring me forward?" So he said to Zhou Shixuan, "The jade essence is good, but the reason is not enough. Uncle Zhou, stop beating around the bush. Okay, Chuwazi, even if Uncle Zhou begs you. There's a high chance that your trip to Luodu this time will allow Luodu to use you as a hostage to threaten our dynasty. Uncle Zhou also thought deeply for a long time before he decided that you were the most suitable candidate. Looking across the entire Great Xia, the only one who could bomb the human emperor's palace and escape unscathed is you, Chuwazi. So, Zhou Shishun didn't say anything else, and Chu Chen also understood the reason. This was to let him go out and cause trouble, forcing Luo Duo to attack Daxia. In Chu Chen's heart, if it is true, as Zhou Shishun said, that Luo Duo has more jade essence than Japan, it is worth a trip, and it would be more convenient to go there as an envoy. Okay, Uncle Zhou, I can agree to this, but for the sake of our friendship, you have to collect more of this jade essence for me, because the amount I need is very large. Don't worry, Chuwazi. Since you became sworn brothers with Old Eight, even though I haven't given you much, you have always been a flesh-and-blood Daxiao person, right? Uncle Zhou. All right, nothing else. I'll take my leave now. Please send someone to find me on the day of departure. Hearing that Zhou Shishun was about to start his tricks and PUA him, Chu Chen quickly said goodbye. I think that this kind of empty promises is something we experience too often in modern society. But Zhou Si-hun is okay. Every time he finishes drawing a pie, he sprinkles a handful of sesame seeds on it, unlike those arrogant elites in modern society. After coming out of the palace, Chu Chen went straight back to his residence in the capital. In the courtyard, Lao Qin was repairing tables and benches. Two little girls were also mending there. Seeing Chu Chen coming back, he immediately stood up to greet him. Sir, you are back. Lao Qin, just throw these broken things away. I gave you money, so just buy new ones. Don't worry, sir. These pieces of furniture are still usable, but they will definitely not appear in a conspicuous place in the yard. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this and thought to himself, saving is a good thing. These three people didn't run away with so much money. They're good people. So, with the help of the two maids, he went into the room. On the third day, someone knocked on the door of the house. Envoy from Chu, His Majesty invites you. When Old Qin opened the door, he heard the sound of Eunuch Wei pinching his neck outside. Quickly welcome him in. Eunuch Wei, I have to ask you in person. Have you had breakfast? Chu Chen, who was washing up, saw Lao Qin bringing Eunuch Wei into the room, so he hurriedly said, Ah, Mr. Chu, no, now I should call him Envoy Chu. Our family is just like yours. After hearing this, Chu Chen quickly ordered the maid to bring a set of bowls and chopsticks. Eunuch Wei took the bowl without hesitation and started to work hard. Going today? Chu Chen looked up and asked. That's right, Master Chu. Luo Duo has great ambitions. His Majesty has said that you can do whatever you want when you go there. Do whatever you want? Chu Chen thought it was not bad. However, they probably don't need to be reminded of this. With his current strength, he can do whatever he wants. Grab all the jade essence, turn around, and go to the top of the mountain to take a look. Then you, Luo Duo, and Daxia can fight as much as you want. It will be none of your business. Haha, Eunuch Wei, since His Majesty has said so, I will not be polite. After saying this, he and Eunuch Wei looked at each other and smiled, instantly looking like a cunning old man. After breakfast, Chu Chen was taken to the gate of the capital. At this time, Zhou Shishun and Luo Duo's delegation were already waiting here. Uncle Zhou, what's the matter? Do you have to deliver it in person? Chuwazi, we are sending you to Luo Duo today. Remember that safety is the most important thing. We are all waiting for you in the capital. Come back with a full load. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Zhou Shishun introduced him to Luo Sibiao, the envoy of the Luo Duo mission. Luo Sibiao is the head of the Luo Duo delegation and is proficient in the Daxiao language. Therefore, after Chu Chen arrives in Luo Duo, this person will arrange everything for Chu Chen. Luo Sibiao has met with the Chu envoy. That's right, Brother Biao, you're welcome. From now on, you can just call me Master Chu. Chu Chen looked at the greasy-looking man with a full beard in front of him and said without any airs, Okay then, Your Majesty, Master Chu, let's get going immediately. After saying that, several Roto maids came forward and took Chu Chen to a super luxurious carriage. The carriage was divided into an inner and outer room. Chu Chen was arranged in the inner room, and outside were two maids. It was just after the Chinese New Year, and the weather was a bit cold, but it was warm as spring in the carriage. After Chu Chen entered the carriage, he was surprised by the luxury. He saw a small bed placed upright inside. The entire soft furnishings in the carriage were covered with some colorful stuff that was not sure whether it was leather or cloth. It feels very comfortable to touch. Chu Chen stepped on it in his socks, and two maids immediately came forward to help him take off his outer cloak. Chu Chen quickly stopped them and said, ladies, from now on, I will handle such small matters myself. When the two maids saw that Chu Chen was unwilling to serve them, they immediately looked at each other in confusion. Then, the two of them took off their outer clothes. Fuck, you Luo Duo are using this to test Daxia's cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Master Chu, it's a little hotter inside the car than outside. Please take off your coat. Can you speak Daxia? Chu Chen looked at the two of them and asked in surprise. The two women smiled and said, Sir, it's not just the two of us. The entire delegation will be there. Chu Chen listened and thought, that's right. For anyone who can join this delegation, it should be basic for them to master the language of Daxia. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, thinking that Zhou Shixuan didn't even know how to equip himself with a secret technique that could understand the Roto language. So he smiled awkwardly and said, Okay, I'll do it myself later. Let's all rest first. The journey to Luo Duo is not short. My lord, the journey to Luo Duo is about half a month. I, Luo Duo, consider that you may be lonely on the road, so I have sent my two sisters to serve you. We will share a carriage with you. If you need to rest, you can rest on the bed. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself that Luo Duo was fine. It was just nominal companionship, but it was actually surveillance. I guess they will have to control themselves once they leave the border of Daxia. Facing two such strong maids, should she resist or endure? Chapter 363, Meeting Qin Shan in Anduching. So Chu Chen reached out and touched his waist, and the weapon on his waist instantly entered the space. In fact, Chu Chen can take out thermal weapons from the space and use them at any time. But after so long, he has become accustomed to drawing his gun, so Chu Chen always carries some weapons on his waist. If nothing else, just for the fun. After doing this, Chu Chen took off his cloak and handed it to the two of them, drove them out, and then lay on the bed wearing his coat. Chu Chen was not worried at all that these two people would hurt him. After all, they were still in the territory of Daxia. Every time we pass through a city, there's soldiers checking. Moreover, according to Zhou Shixuan's analysis, since he was going to be a hostage, there was no need to hurt himself. Besides, I have the strength of a 10th grade grandmaster, and I have stab-proof clothing on me. Even if these two women suddenly attack me while I am sleeping, as long as I stay alert, they will find it difficult to succeed. Moreover, there's a door separating the inner and outer rooms. Once you leave the territory of Daxia, you could just put a small bell on your door when you go to bed at night. The carriage was moving slowly on the official road of Daxia. Chu Chen still felt a little bored when he thought about the 1.5-month drive. After sleeping for half a day, Chu Chen came out of the carriage and walked directly to the coachman's seat. He lit a cigarette as if no one was around, then looked at the somewhat surprised maid and asked, Where are you? My lord, we have just left the capital. Tonight, we will rest in Anda City and continue our journey tomorrow. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself that this thing was really slow. It took a whole day to reach Andu. But it's good to be in Andu. I can take some time to visit my brother-in-law Qin Shan in Anda City. This kid was the one who accidentally revealed the news about Zhou Heng to Qi Yanfei last time. It has been a long time now, and I don't know whether Zhou Shixuan has punished him. It was also my own negligence. If Zhou Shixuan had killed him, it would have been a bit too much. While Chu Chen was thinking, the maid next to him asked Chu Chen in confusion, Sir, what kind of magic is this smoke coming out of your mouth? Chu Chen turned around after hearing this. Magic? That doesn't exist. So he reached out and handed her a cigarette. This is called a cigarette. It can refresh your mind and beautify your skin. Here, it's yours. The maid took the cigarette in confusion, and Chu Chen took out a lighter and lit it for her. Hey, yes, breathe it in. Beautiful, you're learning really fast. Are you not choking anymore? Are you feeling elated? Chu Chen had a wicked smile on his face as he taught the maid how to smoke. I thought to myself that I was free anyway, and I wondered if it would be fun to see these two maids getting cravings for cigarettes. Come on. 2 packs each. Here's a reward for you. 2 packs should be enough to get you addicted. Chu Chen planned in his mind that during the time they were with him, he would let them suck as much as they wanted. What if I go to Luo Duo and these two get craving for cigarettes and beg me for them? I can still order them around. As night fell, the delegation arrived at the gate of Anda City. After explaining their purpose, The soldiers opened the gate of Andu City and let the delegation in. Not only that, when the lord of Andu City saw that it was Chu Chen who was sent to Luo Duo, he specially took the delegation to the city lord's mansion. The excuse was that the Rhodesian delegation had been through a long journey, so he wanted to show his hospitality. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Chu Chen was called to the study by Mu Zheng. Master Chu, why are you on a diplomatic mission to Luo Duo? Mu Zheng asked with a frown. Oh, City Lord Mu, why not? Oh, Master Chu, going to Luo Duo is fraught with danger. Master Chu, please think twice. Chu Chen felt a little touched when he heard this, and thought that Mu Zheng was a good person. City Lord Mu is worrying too much. If His Majesty didn't have a foolproof plan, why would he send me there? Chu Chen is here. Thank you for your concern. By the way, how is my brother-in-law, Shi Qingshan? Mr. Chu, His Majesty also investigated this matter at the time. When he learned that Shi Qingshan was your brother-in-law, he did not pursue the matter. However, I dare not give him the refined salt business anymore. I hope you will understand. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I, Mu Zheng, will take care of Mr. Chu's people. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately took out several glass bottles of wine from behind him and placed them on the table. Haha. In that case, thank you very much, City Lord Mu. It's just a small token of my respect. The wine is not a good one, but this glass bottle is still quite valuable in Daxia today. Therefore, Chu Chen's gift was equivalent to helping Shi Qingshan build a relationship. After coming out of Mu Zheng's study, Chu Chen took advantage of the night and ran towards Shi Qingshan's house. Although he escaped this time, he still needs to be educated. Otherwise, with his honest and simple character, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Brother-in-law is here. At the gate of Shi Qingshan's house, Shi Qingshan came out to open the door and saw Chu Chen, stunned for a moment, then fell to his knees in an instant. Brother-in-law, listen to me. I know I was wrong. I committed a capital crime. Beheading? Confiscating the property wouldn't be too much. Chu Chen walked straight past Shi Qingshan, who was kneeling on the ground, and headed towards the inner hall. When the wives of Shi Qingshan saw Chu Chen coming, they all came to the inner hall. Some served tea, some said nice things. Brother-in-law, please save my family. It was an unintentional mistake on my part. Also, I don't drink alcohol anymore. I go to the City Lord's mansion every day to inquire about news, but the City Lord refuses to see me. These days, my family doesn't even dare to leave the house, nor does it dare to go to Qingyan to look for you. Chu Chen found this interesting. Mu Zheng avoided him, perhaps because he was thinking about his attitude. It seems that coming to Andu by chance this time was the right decision. Then he said to the outside, "All right, get up. The mistake you made this time should be punished by the execution of your entire family. But His Majesty is kind-hearted and, considering this as your first offense, has pardoned your crime. From now on, don't do the refined salt business anymore. You've saved some money over the years. Just start a small business with your family and live a simple life. Don't go to the City Lord's mansion anymore." After Chu Chen finished speaking, Shi Qingshan's trembling body slowly calmed down. He immediately kowtowed to Chu Chen and expressed his gratitude. Chu Chen shook his head. "Okay, there's no point in saying more. Just take care of yourself." After saying that, he walked out of Shi Qingshan's house. For Chu Chen, Shi Qingshan has the family business he has today, and he has done his best for Chunxiang and Xiuju. Some people are like mud that cannot be helped. The higher you push them, the harder they will fall. This result is very good for Shi Qingshan's family. If someone else leaked the news about the prince, Zhou Shixuan would not let it go unless he killed the entire family. Since you are suitable to be an ordinary citizen, then be an ordinary citizen. This is also the best protection for Shi Qingshan's family. After returning to the City Lord's mansion, Chu Chen went into his room and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 364. The delegation approaches the snow-capped mountains. On the second day, with Mu Zheng's warm farewell, the delegation left the gate of Andu and headed straight for Luo Duo. Before leaving, Mu Zheng pulled Chu Chen aside and gave him some serious instructions, asking him to be careful and so on. Moreover, he gave Chu Chen a ceramic grenade that Zheng Jing had given him, which he didn't know where he got it from. Chu Chen accepted the grenade, expressed his gratitude, and got on the carriage and left. However, Chu Chen sent the grenade into the space. "I'm thinking of finding a time to throw it away. This thing is too unstable. If it explodes in space, I will be in tears." The delegation's carriage creaked as it moved along the official road of Daxia. Because the car was covered with thick cushions, Chu Chen didn't feel much of a bumpy ride. Except for some shaking, everything else is acceptable. The two maids understood that Chu Chen didn't like being served, so they stayed outside obediently. 3 days later, Chu Chen came out of the carriage. A sudden gust of cool wind made him turn around and put on a piece of clothing. Where are we? Why is it so cold? Sir, we are almost at the snow-capped mountains. Once we cross this huge mountain, we will enter the territory of Luoduo. When a maid saw Chu Chen coming out, she immediately turned around and answered. At this moment, all the carriages of the entire delegation stopped. After a while, the leader of the delegation, Luo Sibiao, ran to Chu Chen happily. Master Chu, we are about to reach the snow-capped mountains, so we plan to camp here for one night and set off tomorrow. We will try to cross the snow-capped mountains before dark tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Biao. Chu Chen was polite to Odbo, then got out of the car and walked to the side. Seeing this, the two strong maids hurried over. Sir, I want to see the scenery. The scenery here is so beautiful. Even when I came here for the first time, I was so enchanted that I couldn't walk. Chu Chen laughed heartily. How many times have you come to Daxia? Reply, sir, it's the first time. After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but look at the two girls, who were probably about 17 or 18 years old. At this age, they can go abroad with the diplomatic mission. In Rodo, they should be top students. But there was no sign of any powerful skills on the two of them, which made Chu Chen a little confused. Logically speaking, these two people were sent specifically to keep an eye on him, so before that, Rodo must have investigated him. Then I must have two martial arts masters by my side. So what's the point of having two girls? But it is also possible that Chu Chen has no idea how good the two of them are, and he can only know after trying. Chu Chen did not answer, but looked up at the snow-capped mountains. In my heart, I was thinking about the top of the snow-capped mountain that Zhou Shishuan mentioned, but I could only see half of the tall snow-capped mountain in front of me. Because the half of the mountaintop was blocked by a thick fog, we had no idea what was going on there. Soon after, the entire mission camp was set up, and slowly, wisps of smoke drifted out from the middle of the camp. Chu Chen had seen the food of the Rodo delegation, but he had no appetite at all. These past few days, Chu Chen had been hiding in the carriage, eating dry food. One reason was to prevent them from poisoning him, and the other was that he really couldn't stand those colorful things that had to be eaten with the hands. Then he turned to the two maids and said, How about I give you some special cooking? Open your own kitchen, sir. Is our Luoduo food not tasty? How about I ask them to make you some Daxia food? Don't bother them. I'll take you two out for something delicious. After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and went back to the carriage. He took out a folding barbecue grill and a pot from the big box that he had asked Zhou Shishuan to make for him. Okay, both of you go find some dry wood and start fire. Although the two maids didn't understand why Chu Chen did this, since he said so, they had to do it. After a while, Chu Chen placed a barbecue grill on the fire. After the fire completely turned into charcoal, he placed slices of marinated pork belly and skewers on the barbecue grill. Next to a stone stove, a pot of water was boiling. Chu Chen put 3 packets of instant noodles in. After a while, the aroma of barbecue and the taste of instant noodles spread all around. The two girls stared in disbelief, cigarettes between their lips. Master, is this Daxia food? It smells so good. Come, both of you try it. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took out 2 disposable bowls, filled them with 2 bowls of instant noodles, and opened a bottle of Otaku Happy Water and poured a glass for each of them. In this era, no matter which country, instant noodles can definitely beat everything. It is even more attractive to the two maids who eat colorful food every day. Seeing this, the 2 girls stopped being polite and took Chu Chen's bowl and started eating without hesitation. Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh as he watched the 2 of them eating instant noodles while holding cigarettes. This scene was so damn cool. Soon, the fragrance also attracted the rest of the delegation. Brother Biao, there isn't much food left, so I won't bring any for you. Luo Sibiao looked at the 2 maids eating noodles with big mouthfuls and smelled the fragrance in the air. His saliva was almost flowing out. Mr. Chu, I just came to take a look. Chu Chen was not stingy and handed over a skewer of grilled food. Luo Sibiao took a bite and left the 3 of them contentedly. While they were eating and drinking, they didn't realize that a pair of eyes were quietly watching them from a distance. Boss, those camped over there should be the envoys from the Naruto kingdom. Oh, It is said that Daxia has also sent a wealthy man to Luoduo this time. There must be a lot of gold, silver, and treasures in this caravan. A bearded man listened to his subordinates' reports and spoke slowly. But, boss, this robbery of the Luoduo envoys is a heinous crime punishable by the death of 9 generations of the clan. The subordinates looked at the bearded leader with concern and spoke hesitantly. After hearing what his subordinates said, the bearded man began to think about it. But after completing this deal, I guess this group of people will never have to make a living by living on the edge of a knife again. He didn't want to give up in his heart. He was just weighing the pros and cons. After thinking for a long time, he said to his men, "It's okay. We must rob you, but it doesn't have to happen in Daxia." "Big boss, are you talking about the Luoduo robbery?" "No. Do you see the snowy mountain ahead? They're right there on the mountain. Keep an eye on them and report back anytime." His men took the order and left, while he turned and walked toward the mountains. On the mountainside, he waved his hand and opened a snow-covered door from the mountain, and then a group of people rushed in. Then he came to a hollow in the mountain and ordered one of his men, "Go, call the second and third in command. We have something important to discuss." Chapter 365, Encountering Robbers in the Snowy Mountains. As for Chu Chen, after eating and drinking his fill, he got into the carriage and prepared to rest. Chu Chen carefully looked at the road from Daxia to Luoduo. Although the road is not narrow, there is no problem for a carriage to pass through. But there are high snow-capped mountains on both sides, and the road between the 2 snow-capped mountains is the only way to go. Although the snow was not as thick as on the mountain, it would still take a lot of effort for such a large delegation to get through. Although under Zhou Shixuan's governance, the security environment in the entire Daxia has improved a lot. But who can guarantee that there are no such desperate criminals? You have to know that this is a diplomatic mission. Although they are protected by a team of soldiers, the gold, silver, and treasures they bring are enough to drive people crazy. But none of this poses a threat to him. Chu Chen was thinking that if some criminals hijacked the delegation in the territory of Daxia, it would be enough to cause a dispute between the 2 countries. That would completely ruin his plan. The dispute between the 2 countries would come early, so how could he sneak into the Luoduo palace to steal the jade essence? Therefore, Chu Chen planned to conserve his strength. If any special situation occurred tomorrow, as a person from Daxia, he would have to make a statement and support Luoduo. Once I successfully enter the Luoduo palace and find out the location of the Jade Spirit, I can turn against him and my goal will be achieved. Late at night, the bearded boss and several of his men were discussing how to rob the delegation. Suddenly, a figure kicked open the door of the mountain and appeared in front of them in an instant. The bearded boss was frightened for a moment. If this man wanted to kill him, he would probably be a corpse now. "Good man, you broke into my place at night. What do you want me to do?" The man didn't say anything, but handed him a letter. The bearded man opened the letter in confusion, and after reading it, his brows instantly twisted into knots. "Sir, this is what the higher-ups want us to do. They want us to go to the Luoduo mission." After the bearded man finished speaking, he heard a sound from the man in black, as if he was strangling his neck. "Yes, tonight, you will gather your troops and secretly head to the border of Rodo to await the arrival of the delegation. At that time, someone will cooperate with you, but your people are not allowed to make any sound and are not allowed to reveal their identity as Daxia people. Also, once you've reached the largest carriage, you'll hand this letter to the young master in the Great Xia envoy's carriage, and then retreat." The bearded man heard the duck-like voice and instantly understood the man's identity. I thought to myself, I've finally made it big, but this is a robbery under imperial orders. So he and his subordinates all knelt on the ground. "Okay, get up. Remember, this is a secret operation, and it's a fake robbery. You've never seen me before. If you do it well, you're no longer robbers. If you don't do it well, then you all disappear." After saying this, the duck voice disappeared into the darkness in an instant. After coming out of the cave, the man in black cursed, "Your Majesty, what are you trying to do? Why didn't you tell Master Chu about your plan to create conflict earlier? Instead of doing this, I'm freezing to death." After saying this, he glanced in the direction of the delegation, then turned and ran into the darkness. On the second day, the entire delegation got up early, and after hastily packing up, at a command from Luo Sibiao, the convoy slowly headed towards the snow-capped mountains in front of them. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the rocking of the carriage, and said to the 2 maids outside, "Are we setting off?" "That's right, sir." In order to cross the snowy mountain as soon as possible, we left a little earlier. I hope we didn't disturb your rest. After hearing this, Chu Chen said it was okay and stood up to put on his clothes. Then he opened the window of the carriage and looked outside. I saw a group of people rushing towards the snow-capped mountains. The horses were walking with difficulty in the snow, dragging heavy vehicles forward. The walking team wrapped their legs with a thick layer of unknown fur, which looked like boots in modern society, and they walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the ancients. Aren't these just boots? They are warm and waterproof, but I don't know if they will stink your feet. However, considering the depth of the snow, if we make an explosion-proof vehicle, passage should not be a problem. It will just be a little slower. As the carriage slowly moved forward, it soon arrived at the pass through the snow-capped mountains. At the difficult part, the wind and snow suddenly increased, and Chu Chen in the carriage could clearly feel the carriage shaking. When I opened the window of the carriage, I saw that the horse pulling the carriage was also wrapped in thick fur. The horse was pulling the cart with great effort in front, and the driver's whip was hitting the horses but mercilessly. Even through the thick fur, I could feel the horse's pain. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh after seeing this. This is a truly good horse. If you want an ordinary horse, you would have quit long ago. The carriage moved forward and entered Ayaku, which was about 1 or 2 kilometers long and shaped like an S, which also effectively withstood the huge wind and snow. If it were a straight line, the carriage would definitely not be able to pass. The carriage then entered the first bend, and 2 maids knocked on Chu Chen's door. Sir, after passing this bend, we will enter Ludwig's territory. Oh, then I'll be going abroad in a little while. Chu Chen chatted with the 2 girls in a random manner, making them laugh from time to time. Chu Chen thought to himself that although he had no ancestral hatred with Luo Duo, since he was not of the same race, his heart must be different from mine. If a war breaks out with Daxia, it would be okay if Luo Duo is honest and becomes friends with these 2 girls. At least, the journey is not so lonely. But sooner or later, he would have to fall out with Luo Duo. With Chu Chen's ruthless character, he would definitely empty their treasury. Even if Rodo was occupied by Daxia, the top leaders of Rodo would hate him to the core. While Chu Chen was thinking, the voices of 2 women came from outside. Sir, we have entered Luo Duo. After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but open the window of the carriage again. At this moment, suddenly all the horses in the team became uneasy. Chu Chen immediately realized that something was wrong and thought that the thing he was worried about had finally happened. Luo Sibiao, who was walking at the front of the team, couldn't help but frown and immediately turned around and shouted, "Stop! There's an ambush!" Just as he finished speaking, a group of masked men rushed out from both sides of the snow-capped mountains, weapons in their hands, and rushed towards the delegation. The leading bandit rushed towards the delegation and shouted in Luo Duo language, "Brothers, surround them! They're coming back from Daxia with gold, silver, and treasures. Rob them, and you will never have to worry about anything in your life." When Luo Sibiao heard this, he frowned and wondered what was wrong with the border troops. Why did they encounter such blind robbers as soon as they returned to Luo Duo? And, judging from their accent, they are from the Luo Duo border. Chapter 366. Finding a reason to attack Luo Duo. So Luo Sibiao drew the long sword from his waist, and the other soldiers rushed to his side, pretending to fight. "Who are you?" "This is the envoy from Luo Duo. Are you tired of living?" With Luo Sibiao's shout, the bandits who were rushing over stopped abruptly. The leader was a burly man, only his eyes showing. He spoke to Luo Sibiao in fluent Luo Duo dialect. "This road is mine, and this tree is dead." In short, no matter what mission you're on, if you want to get through here today, you have 2 choices. Perhaps it was because the wind and snow were so strong, he was a little out of breath after saying so many words in one breath. After a short rest, he spoke again. "First, leave your belongings behind and you can pass. Second, if you resist, all of you will stay." Luo Sibiao glanced at the mob in front of him, who he considered a rabble. "How dare you, a bunch of lowly people, to go against the imperial power? Do you really think you can rob us?" At this moment, Chu Chen also walked out of the carriage, putting on a pair of long boots. Listening to the chattering and confrontation in front of him, he turned to the maid and asked, "What's going on? Did you run into the robbers from Rodo?" "Sir, it's dangerous outside. You should go back to the car." The 2 maids followed Chu Chen anxiously, although they looked very anxious on the surface. But Chu Chen took a glance at their standing posture and instantly felt that these two maids were not simple. This was also the purpose of Chu Chen going out to watch the fun. That is, to see whether the two people sent by Luo Duo to monitor him would be the same as he usually saw. There was a lot of chatter going on over there, and soon the two gangs rushed toward each other. Luo Biao fought and retreated, slowly approaching Chu Chen. Then he shouted to the two maids and Rodo, "You two, protect him well. He can't afford any mistakes." Chu Chen didn't understand, but he felt that after Luo Biao finished speaking, the two women stood closely beside him, one on the left and one on the right, looking alert. But the robbers didn't seem to be very interested in killing people. They fought while moving towards the carriage loaded with supplies at the back of the team. When a group of people saw Chu Chen and the two girls, they immediately rushed over screaming. Chu Chen looked at the crowd and was suddenly confused. I was just standing there watching the show. Why were these people coming towards me? Could it be that the Luo Duo kingdom was divided into several factions, and some people didn't want me to go to Luo Duo? But he was not panicking at all at this moment. For him, if he really wanted to take action, he could get rid of these people in minutes. Just as he was thinking, suddenly an arrow came towards him. Immediately afterwards, a long knife slashed towards the three people. Chu Chen looked at the flying arrow. He had a feeling that the arrow seemed to be flying towards him, but even if he didn't dodge, it probably wouldn't hit him. So I thought silently in my heart that these people wanted to kidnap me, not kill me. When the two women beside him saw the attacking robbers, they moved instantly, flew forward and fought with a group of bandits. The two women had no weapons in their hands, but they were able to fight them on equal terms. Chu Chen exclaimed that it was wonderful. At this moment, a sudden shout was heard, and another group of people rushed over behind Chu Chen. In a moment, he came in front of Chu Chen and chopped towards his shoulder with the long knife. Chu Chen dodged sideways, and the leader rushed towards Chu Chen head first. Chu Chen turned his back to the Rodo soldiers who were fighting with the bandits. Just as he was about to kill the person who bumped into him with one blow, the person suddenly changed his attitude, took out a letter from his arms, and stuffed it into Chu Chen's arms. Chu Chen took the letter quickly, then subconsciously extended his hand. Before he could even exert any strength, the man flew backwards with a cry. At this moment, a maid saw Chu Chen was under attack, so she shook off the bandits and came to Chu Chen. Chu Chen put the letter in his arms in confusion, turned around, and walked towards the carriage. Just when the battle seemed to be extremely fierce, suddenly a burst of shouting and killing sounds came from the direction of Daxia. The general-looking leader rushed over and shouted, "How dare you, Luo Duo, attack our Daxia envoys? Are you trying to start a war between Daxia and Luo Duo?" As they shouted, the army rushed over. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bandits turned around and fled towards Luo Duo. The leading bandit ran while shouting in the unfamiliar Daxia dialect, a mere Daxia envoy. I, Luo Duo, have nothing to fear. Wait, I will kill you, the Daxia envoy, sooner or later." As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Biao instantly sensed a hint of conspiracy. This matter did not seem right. If they were really Luo Duo bandits, how did they get past the border guards? But at this moment, he couldn't tell what was going on. After the bandits left, a man who looked like a Daxia general walked up to Chu Chen's carriage and said, "Your Excellency, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Please follow me back to Daxia. It's better for Luo Duo not to go." Luo Biao stepped forward quickly upon seeing this. "General, it is my fault that Luo Duo failed to manage things properly. I beg you and Master Chu to forgive me. Humph, someone attacked us as soon as we crossed the border. Was it you, Luo Duo, who planned this first?" General Daxia looked at Luo Biao and spoke righteously. Chu Chen found the scene somewhat amusing, from the man delivering the letter to the sudden appearance of the Daxia soldier. It is not difficult to see that this may be another bad idea from Zhou Shixuan. Although I haven't read the content of the letter yet, I can guess what's inside. But Luo Duo must go. If he doesn't go now, he will suffer the bumpy ride in vain. So he quickly stepped forward and said, "General, this visit to Luo Duo will help increase exchanges between Luo Duo and Daxia, and will have far-reaching significance for the development of Daxia and Luo Duo. Even if I have evil intentions, I will still go to Luo Duo. However, if anything were to happen to me in Luo Duo, or if I didn't return to Daxia within a month, General, please help me and Daxia vent our anger." The man who looked like a general looked at Chu Chen in front of him with a slight smile on his face. He quickly saluted and said, "Sir, do not worry. We will wait here. If you do not return to Daxia within a month, we, the men of Daxia, will definitely cross this mountain and go to Luoduo to find you." Luo Xibiao became even more confused after hearing this. Looking at Chu Chen and the general in front of him, the two of them probably don't know each other. It was as if they had discussed it beforehand, and they spoke in different ways. The meaning was very clear. If the ambassador did not return for a month, the Daxia soldiers would find a reason to attack Luoduo. But it takes a month to go from Daxia to Luoduo capital and back. Where's the fun? This is too obvious. But he couldn't say anything, so he decided to leave it to Lord Rodo to handle. In another 7 or 8 days, we should be able to reach the capital of Rodo. There is still some time before January. After listening to this, Chu Chen bowed to the general, turned around, and walked towards the carriage. Chapter 367. The carriage enters the capital. After Chu Chen got on the carriage, he closed the door tightly with his backhand. Then he took out the letter from his pocket and opened it. There was a sentence written on notebook paper and in ballpoint pen. "The kid is feeling wronged, so this is a last resort. This will give you more reason to attack. After that, you can do whatever you want without any scruples. It's best to disappear for a while." Chu Chen found the letter in front of him somewhat amusing. Zhou Shixuan was quite good at writing vernacular literature. He waved his hand and put the letter into the space, not caring how Zhou Shixuan attacked Luoduo. For Chu Chen, this can be considered a transaction. He wanted to use Zhou Shixuan's identity as an envoy to enter the Luoduo palace and get the jade essence with less trouble. Zhou Shixuan used his disappearance as an excuse to attack Luoduo. But it doesn't matter. As long as my goal is achieved, I won't lose anything. Moreover, with my current strength, I just want more. The carriage continued to move forward, and Luo Xibiao walked in front with his head down, looking aggrieved. After the bandits retreated, they disappeared in an instant and were never seen again. 2 days later, the temperature inside the carriage suddenly rose. Chu Chen took off a piece of clothing, opened the car door, and looked outside, only to find that the delegation had already left the snow mountain. Arriving at a lush green area, he looked outside and asked, "Have we entered the territory of Luoduo?" "My lord, we left the snowy mountains early this morning and will soon reach the city on the border of Luoduo." "That's great. I didn't realize your martial arts skills are indeed quite impressive. Sir, we sisters are responsible for your daily life as well as your safety. Compared to Xia's martial arts, we are just a little stronger." After hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled and said, "You call this strength?" However, the two women's kung fu was just so compared to me, and it would only take me a few minutes to kill them. 5 days later, the carriage entered the capital of Rodo amidst enthusiastic cheers spontaneously organized by the people. Chu Chen opened the window and saw that the capital was the same as other cities. There are tall, pointed buildings everywhere. The people were also wearing all kinds of strange clothes, red, green, and yellow. The skin of the Luo people is slightly darker than that of the Daxia people. Most of the girls have plump figures, and their facial features are neither ugly nor delicate. But most of the women carrying children on the street are big and strong. The streets were filled with all kinds of food, but when Chu Chen looked up, he instantly lost his desire. The sanitary conditions of the entire street refreshed his understanding of the two worlds. How dirty and messy it is. Soon after, the carriage entered a palace that was similar to a large cathedral in modern society. The whole palace was shining with golden light, as if it were made of gold. Chu Chen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, thinking that Luoduo is rich in mineral resources. But you have to see it to see if it is real gold. "Sir, we have arrived at the Luoduo palace. Please get off the car and follow me to rest. In a few days, the king will personally meet you, young master." As the carriage stopped, 2 women's voices were heard outside. Chu Chen picked up a big lock and locked the box beside him, then walked out of the carriage. After getting off the car, I saw a soft carpet under my feet and headed straight toward the palace. The 2 maids followed the welcoming crowd and took Chu Chen into the palace. Without any stops along the way, he was brought directly to a house that looked somewhat strange. "Sir, this is where you will stay. We sisters will also stay here to serve you day and night." The 2 women pointed to an archway and made a gesture of invitation to Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled and walked into the building. After passing through the front hall, Chu Chen was taken directly to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a luxuriously decorated room, which was where Chu Chen rested. Chu Chen looked around and saw that the entire room was covered with carpets and various fur-woven fabrics. It looks warm and comfortable. The house has only one window, and outside the window is a wall. Chu Chen frowned and looked at it, thinking that this room must not be as simple as it looked. Perhaps this is the place where Luo Duo Kingdom specifically uses to imprison itself. When the two countries go to war, I will be Luodua's negotiation condition, so there must be something strange about this room. However, he was really tired after being rocked by the carriage for so long, so he waved everyone away. He threw himself into the bed. After a comfortable sleep, it was already the next morning. Chu Chen used a big wooden stick to prop up the door and slipped into the space. After a quick wash and breakfast, he walked out of the space again. He took the stick and pushed open the door, then shouted outside, "What time is it now?" When the two maids saw Chu Chen's door open, they immediately walked up with the cigarettes Chu Chen gave them in their mouths. "My lord, you have slept for a whole night. My lord, you must be hungry. I'll ask someone to prepare food." After saying that, the two maids turned around and winked at a soldier outside, but they themselves had no intention of leaving. Chu Chen's eyes turned cold when he saw this, and he thought that this was the beginning of house arrest. But with these chickens and dogs outside the door, they really couldn't stop me from going out. So he looked at the two women who were smoking and said, "Hey, do you still have the cigarettes I gave you?" "Huh, sir, I was just about to ask you for it." "Well, wait a minute. After all, I don't have much with me. I am sleepy. I'm going to sleep for a while." After saying that, Chu Chen closed the door and thought to himself that there was no rush, as the first few days of withdrawal reaction were the most uncomfortable. But the two women were obviously guarding him, so he had to find a way to get out. Otherwise, how can we find the location of the jade essence? But since I have told Da Xiao that I won't be going back for a month, there's plenty of time, so I might as well sleep for a few more days first. It's not impossible for me to rush out forcefully, but once I reveal my strength, it's estimated that these two women will no longer be the ones guarding me. Then how can I ask them about things? After a while, there was a knock on the door. Chu Chen got up and opened the door, only to see several men who looked like soldiers bringing a pile of food into the room. He put down the food, turned around and walked out without saying a word, then closed the door again. Chu Chen smiled slightly and thought that this door must be locked from the outside. I took one look at the muddy basins and instantly lost interest. I thought to myself that not only was the environment of the Luo people dirty and messy, but even the food was comparable to that of others. So he took out a few garbage bags from the space, poured the food into them, and put them into the space. Chapter 368, The Residence, turns out to be a cage. Then he waved his hand and took out a bag of snail noodles, a portable gas stove, and a small milk pot from the space. I cooked snail noodles for myself. Being used to eating modern food, Chu Chen had no interest in these foreign things. I don't care whether the smell of snail noodles will spread out. So what if someone smells it? The main point is to do whatever you want. As long as I don't kill anyone, Luo Duo probably won't bother with me. Moreover, he had cooked for himself with the two girls before, so they knew that the box he had was filled with food. After a while, Chu Chen held the snail noodles in his hand and looked around the room while slurping them. The windows were barred with iron, and the solid iron bars were frighteningly thick. If it were an ordinary person, as long as the outside was locked, even a master at the grandmaster level would have to make a lot of effort to get out. But Chu Chen is different. There are a lot of super large wire cutters in the space. It's just an iron rod. With your own strength, you can easily break it. However, he had to remain calm and wait for the Lord of Rodo to see him and touch the structure of the palace first. After slurping the noodles, Chu Chen took out a dagger and walked to the wall of the room. With a swish sound, the leather covering the wall of the room was cut open. In an instant, rows of fences made of iron bars appeared in front of Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen nodded and walked to the other wall. About an incense stick later, Chu Chen sat on the bed and said leisurely, "This Luo Duo is good." He locked himself in an iron cage. If my analysis is correct, then I will not be able to get out next. There will be no such thing as a summons from the king. Then he shouted outside, "You too! Go ask when your king will summon you." "Sir, please rest for a few days. The king is busy with affairs, so it will probably take a few more days." As promised, the maid's voice came from outside. Chu Chen grinned after hearing this and thought to himself, if that's the case, then it's no wonder that he took action in advance. Then he asked again, "Well, this is my first time in your Lodo. Why don't you take me out for a walk first? I'm almost suffocating in this small house." The two maids looked at each other and finally pushed the door open and walked in. "Young master is lonely." Chu Chen looked at the shy looks of the two and thought to himself that they were testing me again. Then asked around first. He casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "Yes, I am indeed a little lonely. How about you two accompany me to visit the Roto Palace?" The two girls sniffed their noses. The smell of cigarettes made them feel a little itchy. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will report to my superiors, and we will talk later." After saying that, one maid stayed in the room, while the other turned around and walked out of the room. Chu Chen looked up at the maid who stayed in the room and was staring at the cigarette in his hand. He threw the half-smoked cigarette but into the bucket next to him. "If you ask me, you Luoduo people are not doing your job. As an envoy of Daxia, I eat your Luoduo food and live in such a small house. And I guessed right, I can't open this door from the inside. Why? You want to put me under house arrest here?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the maid's brows jumped and she thought to herself, "You just realized it." But she had no choice, as this was the king's intention, saying that this man would be of great use if kept. Treat him to delicious food and drinks, and don't let him suffer any harm. Except for freedom, everything else must be satisfied. Then he said to Chu Chen, "Sir, Luoduo has been in turmoil recently. The king did this to ensure your safety before meeting you." Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. "Is that so? Then you two can take me around the palace. It should be no problem, right?" Just as Chu Chen was chatting with the maid. Deep inside the Roto Palace, another maid was kneeling in front of Tall Man, saying something. "You mean he figured it out? Does he suspect anything? If not, take him around the palace, but don't let him go to any key areas." After hearing this, the maid kowtowed to the man and said, "I understand, my lord. I'll go right away." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the room. "Sir, since you're feeling so lonely, how about we take you on a tour of the palace?" When Chu Chen heard this, it seemed that the Lord of Luoduo had not investigated him deeply enough. If he knew that he could kill the Grandmaster, he probably wouldn't let me out even if he killed him. In this case, why not take this opportunity to investigate thoroughly? "Haha, that's great. Let's go." After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the room first, and the two maids followed quickly, one on the left and one on the right. Looking along the way, both of them took Chu Chen to look at those insignificant things like gardens. As long as there were soldiers guarding the place, the two women would find excuses to let Chu Chen leave. "Your palace in Roto is so beautiful. Is that the highest palace your king's bedroom?" Chu Chen asked toward the tallest building in the middle. "Sir, that's where we Luoduo hold meetings. There's nothing new about it." "Oh, that's right, that place is not fun. Oh, look ahead, it's heavily guarded. Could it be your treasury?" After Chu Chen finished speaking, he pointed to a building that looked very solid like a fortress and asked. In fact, as soon as he arrived at this place, his eyes were drawn to the fortress, and he saw that there were soldiers outside surrounding it in several circles. If it wasn't something extremely important, there would be no need to guard it so heavily. The two maids looked at the place Chu Chen pointed to and hesitated for a moment. Then he interrupted the conversation and said, "Sir, you've been out for a long time today. You must be tired. Why don't we go back and rest?" Chu Chen looked at the reactions of the two and immediately had an idea in his mind. Having passed by so many places guarded by soldiers before, as long as I asked, the two women would follow the topic. It is either the palace of a noble concubine or the residence of a prince. Only this one place made them both hesitate for a moment and change the subject. Then this place is probably where the national treasury is located. So he said, "No, it's still early. I'll go over there and take a look." As Chu Chen spoke, he walked towards the fortress. Seeing this, the two maids immediately stepped forward and pulled Chu Chen. "Sir, this is a forbidden area. It is better for us not to go there." "Yes, sir, go back and rest. We sisters have been with you for so long, and we haven't served you properly yet." Chu Chen turned around and smiled when he heard it. "Then let's go back to the room?" "Yes. Don't you think that we sisters are very beautiful?" "Haha, that's right, two beauties. Go back to the room." Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself and walked towards the room. Chapter 369. Night Exploration of the Royal Palace of Roto. The two girls breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and followed Chu Chen's steps forward. But the smell of smoke wafting out from time to time made them both want to ask Chu Chen for it urgently. After entering the room, the The two girls sat on Chu Chen's bed and then began to take off their clothes. Chu Chen found this scene a little funny. He decided to forget about that sturdy figure. "Sir, let's bathe and change your clothes for you." Well, I'm not available today, so you two should leave first." The two women looked at Chu Chen with some confusion, thinking, will this man ever have an inconvenient day? But since Chu Chen has spoken, we can't force it. After a long time, the two of them finished dressing up, and a maid mustered up the courage to ask Chu Chen, "Sir, could you give us some more of those cigarettes?" "Oh no, withdrawal symptoms coming?" Chu Chen looked at the two girls with a smile, then said with an embarrassed look, "Well, I don't have many, just one for each of you." After saying that, he handed them a cigarette. Chu Chen knew that giving them one to hang on each of them would make them more uncomfortable than not giving them one at all. In fact, he had another decision, which was to explore the so-called fortress tonight. If it is indeed the national treasury, then so be it. Just find an opportunity to rob it. If not, then these two maids are the breakthrough point. Anyone who can accompany the diplomatic delegation to Daxia is probably of high status. Then they must know a lot of things, such as the national treasury, granary, and so on. Daxia will definitely go to war with Luoduo soon. So as long as he succeeds in taking the palace, he'll have to grab some military rations on the Luoduo border on the way back. This can be considered as a sweet treat for Zhou Shixuan. After the two maids left, Chu Chen looked at the sky through the window, put on a smart watch, estimated the time, and set a vibrating alarm. After doing all this, he threw himself on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, Chu Chen woke up from vibration coming from his wrist. He slipped into the space, drank some water, washed up, put on a black nightgown, bought a pair of oversized bolt cutters from the hardware store, and walked out of the space. Using a large steel pipe to prop up the door, Chu Chen came to the window with bolt cutters in hand. Soon after, there were only a few slight clicks, and the iron bars on the window were removed by him. Then he waved his hand to put away the bolt cutters, and with a whoosh, he jumped out of the window of the room, standing on the pointed roof of the Roto Palace. After Chu Chen looked around the quiet city, he headed towards the fortress he had seen during the day. Since Chu Chen did not have the aura of a great Xiao warrior, his journey was smooth, and he was not discovered by the masters in the Luoduo Palace. In fact, before coming here, Chu Chen was a little worried about this issue. He has been in this world for such a long time and has been to several palaces. In each palace, there are masters who are extraordinary. But after walking around the Luoduo Palace, he didn't see anyone coming to stop him, and he was a little confused at this moment. But now that I'm here, if there's nothing, that's exactly what I want. Not long after, Chu Chen stood quietly on the roof of the building that looked like a fortress. On both sides of the fortress, a team of soldiers were patrolling in an orderly manner. The soldiers guarding outside the door stood there like wooden stakes, unmoved even by thunder. Seeing this, Chu Chen hid on the roof, wanting to see if anyone was entering or leaving this place. I stayed there all night and didn't see anyone coming in or out. Chu Chen was also getting a little impatient. When they were about to leave, suddenly, about a few hundred meters ahead, several soldiers carrying a huge box came towards them. Chu Chen took a look and thought, could it be that the box contains what he wants? The sergeant walked to the gate of the fortress and said a lot of gibberish to the sergeant guarding the gate, and then the gate of the fortress was opened. A stun bomb also appeared in Chu Chen's hand. This fortress is made entirely of stone. I have to either blow it up and make a big noise, or that door is the only way I can get in. Chu Chen thought to himself that he had been lying there all night, so he had to go in and take a look. This explosive bomb is enough to make the person at the door dizzy for a moment, allowing him to take advantage of the opportunity and enter the space. Wait until they react, and then close the door before coming out. Thinking of this, Chu Chen pulled the explosive grenade and threw it accurately into the middle of the crowd at the door. Then, with a slight explosion, the soldiers at the door suddenly felt a flash of white light, and then they fell to the ground and rolled over, screaming. Seeing the opportunity, Chu Chen rushed into the fortress with a whoosh. Then he looked around and saw that there were no soldiers inside, so he quickly entered the space. The commotion outside immediately attracted the patrolling and station soldiers. What's going on? What happened? The leading sergeant, who looked like a commander, asked as he looked at the soldier lying on the ground in pain, holding a knife. After a long while, the soldiers finally reacted. They said with fear on their faces, "The gods have sent down punishment. We don't understand what's going on." Suddenly, we saw a flash of white light, and then we were attacked by an invisible force. The chief commander frowned after hearing this and looked at the scene. He saw that the big box at the door was still there and there were no signs of attack on the ground. If it could be seen, it would have been quick. When Chu Chen came in, he collected the debris from the explosion with a wave of his hand. The commander then ordered those around him, check the treasury to see if anything is missing. Upon hearing this, the soldiers in charge of the treasury hurried inside, and when they came out, they all shook their heads. Report to the commander, there is nothing unusual. After hearing this, the commander also looked confused and scratched his head. So he could only sternly say to the crowd, "Everyone, cheer up and strengthen the guard." After saying that, he left the place with a small group of people. Chu Chen was currently leisurely drinking spring water in the space, waiting for time. About half an hour later, Chu Chen thought that those people should have left. It was a sudden attack, and they certainly wouldn't be able to find out what it was. After carrying those people away, they should have closed the door tightly and strengthened the guard. In that case, don't blame yourself for being rude. You could take a look around before entering the space. All I could see was yellow and white. As soon as Chu Chen thought about it, his figure instantly appeared in the warehouse. Before Chu Chen could stand still, his eyes gradually became excited. I found myself in a room filled with gold, silver, and rare treasures. Haha, I'm rich. I'm rich. It feels so good to plunder someone else's treasury. Chu Chen smiled and stretched out his hand towards the boxes of gold. Chapter 370. A passage appears in the treasury. Chu Chen just waved his hand and collected all the boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. This fortress-like treasury looks like a small tomb from the outside. I didn't expect it to be so huge after I came in. It seems that the treasury of this big country is much larger than that of the small country. Chu Chen sighed as he packed up his things. Indeed, this is more than 1 or 2 times larger than Japan's treasury. With so much gold, silver, and treasure, if we could take a city, it would greatly improve people's living standards. Treasures are always valuable, and now that I have come across them, there is no reason to let them go. It took them a full hour to collect all the gold, silver, and treasures. Hey, that's not right. Why don't I see the jade spirit? Could it be that Zhou Shixuan is lying to me? Chu Chen looked at the empty wall and said in confusion. Since candles were lit throughout the treasury, it didn't look particularly dark. Chu Chen, who didn't believe it, took out a flashlight and carefully examined the wall. Since Rodo was able to build the treasury underground, there might be other compartments. But after shining the flashlight around, there was no discovery at all. By the way, there's a light inside. Chu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Only in darkness can the power of light be revealed. Then he walked around the house, and soon, Chu Chen turned off all the lights. Then he glanced around, and sure enough, he found a ray of light coming up from a crack in the ground. How can you make the stone floor tiles so seamless? Then Chu Chen came to the light, took out a dagger, and inserted it into the gap. With a strong push, he pried open a stone door installed on the ground. For him, who had the strength of the 10th rank, he opened the stone door effortlessly, and then jumped into the warehouse on the lower floor. As soon as he entered, Chu Chen was stunned. There were emerald green jades neatly stacked inside, more than anywhere else he had seen. I'm rich, I'm rich. Chu Chen shouted while dancing and gesticulating as he frantically collected the jade essence. It took 2 hours to finally collect all the jade essence into the space. At this moment, Chu Chen had the urge to immediately go into the space to check. With so much jade essence filled in, the entire city would probably come out. But now is not the time to check. Let's look again, just in case we can find something else. Use the same routine as before and turn off all the lights. Sure enough, another ray of light was found on the wall. After pushing open a heavy stone door, Chu Chen looked at the things in the warehouse in front with some surprise. I saw that the room was filled with shelves, and there was a strong aroma of medicine wafting out. Oh my God, there's a Chinese medicine store in the basement. Chu Chen looked around for a while and saw that except for some things like ginseng that he recognized, he had no idea what the rest were. But based on the principle of plucking feathers from passing geese, Chu Chen still put all these things into the space. He used the same trick again and turned off all the lights in the room. After finding a faint ray of light, Chu Chen pushed open another stone door. This time he was a little disappointed as he saw a passage appear in front of him. There were lights on both sides of the passage, and the ground was paved with bluestone slabs. Judging from the degree of wear and tear on the slabs, people must have come here frequently. Chu Chen turned off the flashlight with one hand and walked towards the passage. After walking for about a few minutes, suddenly, the sound of people talking came from the front. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately flew up and reached the top of the passage. But after waiting for a long time, no one came, so he walked forward again. As we walked, a staircase leading upwards appeared in the passage. Is this the exit? What does it lead to? Chu Chen wondered in his heart, but he couldn't stop going up the stairs. When I reached the end, I saw a door blocking my way. The door was made of wood and didn't look strong. Chu Chen took out a dagger and inserted it into the crack of the door. When I knocked on the bolt on the door and pushed it open, strong light from outside shone in instantly. After coming out, Chu Chen took a quick look around and almost dropped his jaw in shock. Oh my god, this is Luo Duo's meeting hall. The so-called meeting hall was what Chu Chen called it, which was the same as the Golden Palace where Zhou Shixuan of Daxia held court. It was the place where ministers discussed matters with the emperor. What's the purpose of digging a passage here to reach the fortress? But Chu Chen immediately thought of a possibility, because the place where he came out was right above the main seat in the hall. This may be the place where the Lord of Rodo took refuge in order to deal with unexpected situations. If that's the case, then this underground treasury must have other exits. Thinking of this, Chu Chen quietly retreated back into the passage and placed several grenades at the door with thin wires. Then they returned the same way and returned to the bottom of the fortress. Where's the exit? Chu Chen looked at the walls around him in confusion. If Lord Luo Duo encountered an emergency and entered this fortress, if he wanted to escape, he would definitely not choose to go up to the first floor and exit through the fortress gate. In that case, the most urgent passage must be in these stone chambers on the second underground floor. Since there's no light, let's use the slowest method. After saying that, a claw hammer appeared in Chu Chen's hand, and he slowly knocked against the wall. After knocking on the entire passage, no empty space was found. Chu Chen did not give up and went into the room where the medicinal herbs were stored and started working again. As luck would have it, when Chu Chen stuck his butt out, it hit a shelf where medicinal herbs were previously placed. Not only did the shelf not fall over, it also rotated smoothly for a distance. Hey, this thing is weird. Then Chu Chen put away the claw hammer and pushed it toward the shelf. Unexpectedly, after this push, a ray of light appeared on the wall on the right. Haha, so it's here. Chu Chen quickly pushed the shelf open, and in an instant, a hole letting in light appeared in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen flew forward and walked quickly along the passage. After walking for a whole incense stick of time, Chu Chen finally saw the end of the passage. I saw a rising staircase, just like the layout of the Luo Duo Council Hall. Walking up the stairs, Chu Chen saw a hidden door. Chu Chen pushed the door open a crack, took out a mobile phone, plugged in a plug-and-play camera, and reached out. After a while, the outside scene appeared on the phone. There were two soldiers guarding the door. Right in front of the wooden door, there was a luxurious carriage. Chu Chen thought for a moment, put away the camera, turned around, and returned to the stone chamber. Chapter 371. After raising the national treasury, bombing the imperial palace. That's right, Chu Chen thought, since he was already here, and Zhou Shixuan said he could do whatever he wanted, why not prepare a surprise for him? Moreover, before Zhou Shixuan came, he also frantically hinted to himself that he should deal with Luo Duo in the same way as he dealt with Japan. The meaning is very clear. It means to blow up someone's palace. After returning to the underground warehouse, Chu Chen went to the first floor. At the gate of the fortress, a dozen or so grenades were tied with thin wires. Then he went down to the second underground floor, where he found a grenade tied to the stone door leading to the second floor. Walking into the passage, Chu Chen found that there were bullets placed every 10 meters or so all the way to the exit. Only then did he sit down or rest. After recovering some strength, Chu Chen came to the small door outside again. Then he knocked on the door twice with his hands. The two soldiers guarding the door looked at each other in confusion. He opened the door and went down the stairs. Hey, why are the lights out? Who knows who refilled the lamp last night? The two were chatting in Luo Duo language, but they didn't know that Chu Chen was extremely fast in the dark. Before the two soldiers could react, they turned into two cold corpses. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen went up the stairs, rushed out of the small door, closed the door intact, and flew to the roof of the building. This was originally the exit built by the Lord of Rodo to prepare for emergencies, so no heavy troops were sent to guard this place. Only a small team of about 20 people was arranged. But no one has ever come out of this thing since it was built, and their daily job is to add oil to the lamps in this passage. Moreover, there is a stone gate blocking the way, and they could not find the exit no matter how far they walked every day. It was completely a dead end. Although they wondered why they were sent to guard this place, they obeyed military orders and received their wages. Who cares what you use it for? Besides, it's such an easy job, and everyone is happy to have some free time. Therefore, the defenses were relaxed a lot. In order to make it easier for everyone to do this job, the team leader only arranges 2 people to be on duty here every half day. If there is any abnormal situation, ring the gong nearby. Unexpectedly, the 2 were very curious. After hearing the sound, they both went down to check. It was just solved by Chu Chen. After Chu Chen climbed onto the roof, he took a quick look and understood. This is an ordinary building in Rodo, probably built intentionally by the king of Rodo. At this moment, I was already some distance away from the palace. Well, since that's the case, let's just go all out and cause some trouble, then go back to Daxia. After saying that, Chu Chen ran towards the palace at an extremely fast speed. Chu Chen stopped on a small hill outside the palace and looked around to make sure there was no one around. Chu Chen waved his hand and took out a bunch of bazookas and rockets. At this time, in the Luoduo Council Hall, the king of Luoduo was looking at the messengers below. How are the preparations for attacking Daxia going? My lord, we have assembled our forces and are only waiting for the half-month the Great Xia envoy mentioned before we can attack. No, the time is advanced by 5 days. We want to catch the Xia off guard. Keep the Daxia envoys for now. They might be useful at a critical moment. Daxia's horses are no match for our snow-crossing horses. They can't carry large numbers of soldiers across the snow-capped mountains. This attack is mainly to weaken Daxia's power. They have just recovered from the natural disaster, and their national strength is declining. Haha, then we will slowly outlast them. The Lord of Luoduo was sitting on his seat, talking nonstop about his plans. Lord, if the war is long, where will my lord was food and fodder be? It's okay. The latest batch of food and supplies is already on its way to the border. Just focus on killing the enemy. We will set out immediately and deliver the king's order. After saying that, several people headed out of the palace. After the Lord of Luoduo had arranged everything, he was immediately in a very good mood. Officials, Daxia is now weak. We must work together to invade Daxia and enslave its people by this time next year. After he finished speaking, there was a burst of flattery from below. Along with the sound, a strange object, trailing a long trail of smoke, also came flying from outside. Hey, which official prepared this surprise? Before the Lord of Luoduo could utter the word happy, he saw the rocket hit the pillar of the hall. Then there was a loud bang, and half of the pillar was blown off. The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then they swarmed towards the Lord of Rodo. Protect the Lord, there's an enemy attack. Hurry, hurry, protect the king. On the hill outside, Chu Chen looked at the rocket flying away. Ha! This thing is not bad, very useful, but the power is a little small. After launching more than 10 rockets, Chu Chen instantly thought of the Coast Guard ship in the space. I thought that although this thing can't move on land, it could be used as a naval gun. As soon as Chu Chen thought about it, a huge Coast Guard ship stopped on the top of the mountain. Chu Chen flew onto the ship and started the ship's guns in a short while. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying firing rate of the 75mm naval gun sent shells flying towards the entire Rodo Palace. In the Rodo Palace, the sounds of explosions, shouts, and cries suddenly filled the entire sky. Lord, hurry, get into the tunnel. Just when the king of Rodo was a little confused by the explosion, a general pulled him and ran behind the main seat. He took the lead and kicked open the door of the secret passage. But just as Lord Rodo was about to enter the passage, suddenly there was an explosion from inside the passage, and the soldier who rushed in first was blown to pieces. At this moment, the Lord of Luoduo wanted to retreat. Seeing the explosion in front of him, he stopped abruptly and thought to himself, why are there explosions everywhere? Did he offend the gods? But the officials behind did not see this scene. They only saw the soldier say something and then pull the king towards the main seat. So they all rushed there. As soon as Lord Luoduo stopped, he felt a huge push from behind him. Turning around, he saw that the officials behind him were all coming here and forcibly pushing him into the tunnel. Don't push, the situation inside is unclear, don't... King Luoduo cried out behind him, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the people fleeing outside. Immediately afterwards, two loud explosions were heard in the passage, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. And the people behind them are still pushing them forward. The Lord of Rodo fell to the ground. The passage was now dark, and no one could see each other. The king of Luoduo never dreamed that he would not be killed by the enemy on the battlefield, but died in front of a group of cowardly officials. The soldiers guarding the fort were bombed to death by the dense artillery shells. The brave ones simply opened the door of the fortress. Immediately afterwards, the previous commander and his soldiers rushed into the fortress. Chapter 372: Encountering Robbers in a Foreign Country. Not surprisingly, the action of opening the door triggered the grenade tied behind the door, and the commander was the first to receive his lunchbox. After Chu Chen emptied the shells in the Coast Guard ship, he waved his hand to put away the Coast Guard ship and headed towards the outside of the capital at a very fast speed. Before the Luoduo soldiers could react, Chu Chen had already changed into a set of Luoduo people's clothes outside the city and was walking leisurely on Luoduo's official road, heading towards Daxia. After the explosion stopped, one of the two maids who had been guarding Chu Chen died, and the remaining one hurried towards Chu Chen's room. The palace is now in chaos, and people are hiding inside the buildings and dare not come out. Chu Chen is the person that the king has entrusted to them to look after, and he must not be allowed to fail. If Chu Chen was killed in the explosion, he would probably lose his life too. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw the house collapse, and the room where Chu Chen was instantly crushed under the rubble. "Mr. Chu, where are you? You can't die." The maid was pulling bricks out and shouting inside. But she immediately thought of a problem. The house where Chu Chen was completely wrapped in iron and was extremely sturdy. There must be nothing wrong with it. After working for half an hour, she and the soldiers finally found the door to the room. Under the rush of the soldiers, the door opened, but when they walked in, it was empty and there was no sign of Chu Chen. "Hey, where are the people?" The maid was a little confused. Could it be that this man flew away? But her eyes saw the window that Chu Chen had cut open. She cursed a few words in Luoduo language, and without caring about others, she moved out of the palace. In her understanding, Chu Chen used some unknown method to cut off the sturdy iron of the window and escaped. In that case, she herself has the obligation to capture him and hand him over to the king. Little did they know that their king had been trampled into a pile of meat paste. But she didn't know this, and her mind was racing as she chased after him. That's right, Daxia. If he escapes, he must want to return to Daxia. Since he was able to break the iron railings, he must have understood Luoduo's intentions. At this point, he can only be safe if he returns to Daxia. Thinking of this, he led a fast horse at the city gate and headed out of the city. Chu Chen was holding a loaf of bread in his hand, admiring the scenery of Luoduo on the official road while heading towards Daxia. Just as he was enjoying the scenery, suddenly, a group of people holding long knives rushed over from both sides of the road. He was chattering in Luoduo language that Chu Chen couldn't understand, but his eyes were fixed on the bread in Chu Chen's hand. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but look around, wondering if the security in Luoduo is so bad. This is on the official road, and you dare to rob in public? Looking at the crowd opposite, I saw that their clothes were ragged and the weapons in their hands, which could barely be called knives, were already rusted. It is even more powerful than the tetanus blade in his own space. I thought that, judging by the attire of these people, they must be the ones who couldn't survive Luoduo. Looking at the dozen or so people opposite him, he stared at the bread in his hand with pitiful eyes, but pretended to be fierce. Chu Chen felt a little amused at this moment, thinking that no matter which country, there are always people who cannot survive. But as a 10th rank master, if I were to be snatched away by you, where would my face be? Chu Chen pretended to put his hands behind his back, then waved his hand and pulled out a long tang sword from behind. This was pulled out from the office of the CEO of a company in the space. The blade was as bright as snow, and the edge was sharp, flashing with cold light. When the crowd saw Chu Chen take out such a powerful weapon, they instantly wilted. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen moved extremely quickly and put the tang sword on the neck of the leader in one step. Then she looked at him with a smile on her face. Before the man could react, he felt the blade approaching. He was so scared that he immediately dropped the tetanus blade and walked to the sides of the road. Just as Chu Chen put away his sword and prepared to set off again, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. So he quickly turned around and raised his knife to block, but the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the person in front of him. Fuck, you're not dead. Mr. Chu? I've been searching for you for so long. Why are you making things difficult for me? The Luo Duo refugees. Chu Chen looked at the dusty woman in front of him, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. The person who came was one of the maids that Luo Duo sent to him. He aimed the guns on the Coast Guard ship at the room where he lived and fired several shots. Unexpectedly, this girl was lucky enough to survive. You came here specifically to chase me? That's right, young master. You escaped without permission, and a major incident occurred in the Luo Duo Palace. But you are my mission, and I must bring you back. Also, as an envoy of Daxia, you harmed the people of Luo Duo without reason. What crime should you be punished for? Chu Chen was confused after hearing this. When did I hurt the people of Luo Duo? It was obviously them who wanted to rob me. But Chu Chen was too lazy to explain to her, so he turned around and walked forward. As he walked, he said, "Don't follow me, you'll get killed." No, since this is my mission, you can't leave. As soon as the maid finished speaking, she flew forward and grabbed Chu Chen's shoulder. Chu Chen was extremely fast. He grabbed her hand with his backhand and gently twisted it. There was a click, and the maid screamed instantly, and her whole hand drooped down. Then Chu Chen followed up with a punch, hitting her directly in the chest. I forgot to tell you, your little bit of strength is just like a baby's in my presence. Considering that you have served me for so many days, I will not kill you this time, but there will be a next time. Chu Chen didn't continue speaking, but turned and walked away. The maid stood there in a daze. The pain in her arms and chest made her face a little distorted, and coupled with her incredible expression, her face was as ugly as it could be. If Chu Chen looked back, he would kill her without hesitation. It was so disgusting. It was not until she saw Chu Chen's figure disappear in the distance that the maid realized that the explosion in the palace could be caused by this person. No, she realized that she urgently needed to go back and report to the king. Little did they know that the king had died suddenly in the palace, and according to custom, a lively banquet was already underway at this moment. Who would care about her, a small envoy? Besides, she was punched by Chu Chen, and it was still unknown whether she could go back alive. Besides, what difference does it make even if we know it was Chu Chen who did it? Because at this moment, Daxia had already assembled a large army of muskets and was rushing towards the snow-capped mountains in a mighty force. They carried long spears on their shoulders, had thunderbolts on their waists, and were wrapped in thick coats. They were abandoning their horses and walking on foot. The aim was to cross the snow-capped mountains and attack Luo Duo. After Chu Chen left, he walked to a deserted place and took out an explosion-proof vehicle with a wave of his hand. Chapitre 373, Explosion-proof car. The strength of a 10th grade master, plus so many hot weapons. Chu Chen no longer has to hide what he does. Moreover, judging from the comparative analysis of the strength between Daxia and Luo Duo, it is only a matter of time before Daxia defeats Luo Duo. In Chu Chen's current words, his wings are now strong enough, and he doesn't want to walk anymore. Following the roar of the engine, the explosion-proof vehicle was speeding along the official road of Rodo like a wild horse. The people on both sides had never seen such a ferocious vehicle, and they all dodged. With the blessing of speed, Chu Chen entered the city next to Luodudu when night fell. At the city gate, the defenders looked at Chu Chen's explosion-proof vehicle and were a little confused for a moment. A group of soldiers holding weapons stood in front of Chu Chen, chattering something in Rodo language. No need to guess. You know that they should ask Chu Chen to get out of the car for inspection or something like that. I don't understand what you were saying. Chu Chen rolled down the window and shouted outside. I thought to myself, if I couldn't find another way, I wouldn't want to pass through your city. The leading soldier heard Chu Chen speaking the language of Daxia, turned around, and ran towards the inner city. Not long after, a man who looked like a civil servant came out. Then he asked Chu Chen in Daxia dialect, Daxia people, why did you come to Luo Duo? Yes, as long as I have someone who can talk, I'll be fine. I came here for fun, and now I want to return to Daxia. Please open the city gate and let me pass. Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself in a cocky manner, and then said to the person who came, Haha, you're so arrogant. You probably don't know that your great Xia has been weak for a long time. Soon, you will become my Lodua's territory. Chu Chen shook his head after hearing this. Open it or not. If you don't blame me for being violent. Haha, come here. Capture this arrogant man for me. The official-looking man became furious instantly when he saw Chu Chen's attitude. He waved to the soldiers around him and prepared to attack Chu Chen's explosion-proof vehicle. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't want it. Immediately afterwards, the accelerator was stepped on, and the official standing in front of the car felt as if he was hit by a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds. He screamed and flew backwards. After drawing a streak of blood in the air, it slammed heavily onto the city wall. However, Chu Chen's explosion-proof vehicle did not stop, but instead crashed through the city gate and rushed into the city. Looking at the dilapidated houses on both sides and the people who were fleeing, Chu Chen thought to himself, how about we go and grab some from the city lord's mansion as well? Chu Chen did what he said. He stopped the car in front of the largest building in the city, then rushed into the building with a Type 95 pistol in his hand. After a stick of incense, Chu Chen looked at the room full of gold, silver, and treasures, and the Lord of Luo Duo, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Not bad. There's some substance to this. I'll give you 10 breaths to get out of my sight, or I'll kill you with a weapon in my hand. After the translator told the city lord what Chu Chen said, the restless time had already passed. After hearing the translation, the city lord got up and ran outside crying. At this moment, he wished his parents had given him 2 more legs. But he didn't run far before he heard the sound of frying beans coming from behind. The city lord fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. Seeing that there was no one around, Chu Chen waved his hand and cleaned the warehouse clean. Then he moved like a ghost, and after a few breaths, he walked out of the city lord's mansion. He arrived in front of the explosion-proof vehicle, fired a few shots, and killed the people who were surrounding the vehicle and slashing with knives, then drove towards the next city. 5 days later, the new ruler of Rodo came to power. The first thing they encountered was a car with a black iron box that appeared in the territory of Rodo and almost emptied the warehouses of all the major cities. Moreover, this person was masked, had great martial arts skills, and held powerful weapons in his hands. The black iron box driven by this person is also invulnerable to swords and guns, which has caused panic among the officials of Rodo and made their lives difficult. The new king scratched his head in difficulty as he listened to the report below. This person's target is the city lord's mansion treasury. That's right, lord. So far, no one has ever seen him make things difficult for the people. The king pulled a handful of hair from his head. At this moment, war with Daxia is imminent. This person's behavior must mean he is a spy sent by Daxia. When did such a person appear in Daxia? Whereas Luo Xibiao, he had previously investigated Daxia, but there was no such person. My lord, the delegation that Luo Xibiao led to Daxia was completely wiped out after the last explosion. So, all right, the new king pulled out another handful of hair. He thought to himself that he had just come to power and did not understand anything, and that the previous ruler had acted in a secretive way. Even the details of the delegation's return from Daxia were not disclosed publicly. At this moment, he wanted to quit immediately. Being the leader of a country was too difficult. Okay, let's put this aside for now. How are the military rations? Lord, the military rations are safe for now. What do you mean by temporary safety? King, we are worried about that iron box. While they were discussing, Chu Chen was already standing on the roof of the car, holding a pair of binoculars in his hand, looking towards the border. Through the telescope, I saw hundreds of ox carts lined up in a long queue heading towards the foot of the snow-capped mountains. The ox cart was bulging with supplies. If my guess is correct, this should be the military rations for the war with Daxia. Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled and put away the telescope. He put the explosion-proof vehicle into the space and then slowly followed behind them. Chu Chen was waiting. After they arrived at their destination, these food and fodder would definitely be piled up together. At that time, I can sneak in without anyone noticing and take it from him. Not only will I benefit, but it will also be of great help to the soldiers of Daxia. At this moment, the space is already filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. No matter what era it is, this money can never be spent. For Luo Duo, after being pulled out by Chu Chen, he was now like an empty shell. All the major cities and treasuries were completely plundered by Chu Chen. Now there's only one way for Luo Duo, that is to go to war with Daxia. If he wins, he will have the opportunity to make a comeback. If you lose the battle, you will just have to accept your fate and become the territory of Daxia. But Daxia had flintlock rifles in hand, and this battle was not on the same level at all. If these military rations were taken away by Chu Chen again, then there is no need to fight this war. Just surrender directly and avoid unnecessary casualties. Chu Chen followed all the way. The ox cart moved very slowly. It was not until 3 days later that Chu Chen saw from afar that they drove all the ox carts into a cave at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Seeing this, Chu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and then his figure was like a ghost, and he rushed towards the cave with a whoosh. Chapter 374. Gathering food and setting fire in the cave. On a small hill outside the cave, Chu Chen's figure disappeared instantly and entered the space. That's right, he was waiting for dark. After all, it was broad daylight, and robbing them would kill many people, which would be troublesome. In the space, Chu Chen took a look at the jade essence that had not been completely absorbed by the space, and then walked leisurely to the spring. Drinking spring water while squinting my eyes, I enjoy the leisurely time. The surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and Chu Chen suddenly had some thoughts. What would happen if I stayed in this space forever? He did it right away, dropped the cup of water, and headed towards the residential area. After kicking open a room, Chu Chen instantly felt an inexplicable excitement. Haha, it seems that there's a bad person hidden in everyone's heart. Chu Chen spoke leisurely as he walked towards the master bedroom of someone else's house. Then, they started to visit each family happily. Fuck, this is corruption. So much cash. Hey, these two are really playing around. What bad luck. Damn it, this counts as possession of firearms. Chu Chen took out an air rifle from under a bed and said slowly. After playing for about 2 hours, Chu Chen suddenly lost interest. Said to a mannequin in a shopping mall, "Alas, it seems this person will soon feel lonely. It is better to go out." After saying that, he flashed and appeared on the hill again. As night fell, Chu Chen simply lay on the grass with his hands propped up, staring blankly at the sky, which was slowly getting darker. It was not until late at night that Chu Chen felt a vibration on his arm and slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his muscles, then picked up a night vision goggles and put them on his head, looking towards the cave where the Luo people had hidden their food. Okay, after finishing this order, it's time to do my own thing. After he finished speaking, he stood up and rushed towards the cave. At the entrance of the cave, 2 soldiers were holding weapons and complaining about the terrible weather. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind coming, but in the end, neither of them said this. After Chu Chen dealt with the 2 men, he grabbed a corpse with one hand, swung it hard, and threw it into the darkness in the distance. At this moment, the soldiers who were setting up tents outside were snoring loudly. No one noticed that Chu Chen had quietly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Then he pushed open the door of the cave and instantly felt a wave of heat. It's really like heaven and earth. The temperature in here is much higher, Chu Chen said slowly in his heart as he walked inside. But he always held the dagger in his hand. In order to avoid trouble, Chu Chen always used cold weapons to kill people. There are also several crossbows loaded with arrows placed in the space. These things are silent, and if there are many soldiers guarding the cave, Chu Chen can take it out at any time to kill people in the distance. The temperature inside the cave is just right, and there's faint light. But perhaps in order to make room for food, there were not many people in the upper cave. There was only a commander-like man sleeping in a tent inside the cave with his maid. Chu Chen doesn't care who you are. He quickly approaches the tent, dives in, and starts stabbing people. He's quite good at playing bringing to. After coming out of the tent, Chu Chen cursed and ran towards the neatly stacked food. Half an hour later, Chu Chen turned his head to look at the empty cave, waved his hand, took out a few barrels of gasoline, and poured them on the straw mat to cut off moisture. Then he ignited the gasoline, flashed out of the cave, and headed towards the snow-capped mountains. Soon after, a patrolling soldier saw the fire and quickly shouted towards the tent. "Oh no, the food is burning." The shouting soon woke up the sleeping soldiers. But when they came out of the tents, they all looked at the cave but did not dare to go forward. In fact, this is also because they chose a good location. The cave has only one entrance. At this time, the flames were rising into the sky. Who would dare to go forward to put out the fire? Moreover, even if they went, no one could withstand the heat waves gushing out of the cave. It's over. The commander is still inside. Yeah, what should we do? If the king finds out, our lives will be in danger. That's right, we're out of food. This war, why don't we just run away? For a moment, various discussions arose among the crowd. Some of the brave ones have begun to secretly pack up their things, thinking that instead of waiting here to be punished, it would be better to escape under the cover of night. Moreover, they came from the inner city, so they knew clearly what was happening inside the city. Without food and supplies, let alone attacking Daxia, it would be a problem for these people to survive. Moreover, those who were well-informed had already received the news that Daxia was also gathering troops. If he escaped now, what if Daxia attacked and occupied Luo Duo? At least I am a commoner and can still survive. Gradually, many soldiers began to discuss escape plans in groups of 3 or 5. What's more, some have already run away for a long distance. Chu Chen was watching the scene below the mountain with night vision goggles and couldn't help but laugh. He thought that Roto's soldiers didn't seem very united. If that was the case, there was no need for him to take care of this battle anymore. Then he turned and left. After putting some distance between himself and the scene of the incident, he waved and took out an RV. Then he got in the car, closed the door, dived into the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. Although there is no snow at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, the temperature is frighteningly low. This is why Luo Duo's military rations are hidden in the cave. The next day, Chu Chen slept until almost noon. When Chu Chen opened the curtains of the RV, he was shocked. Fuck, when did these people come? Outside the RV, there were already dozens of soldiers holding weapons. Chu Chen opened a vent and heard the chattering sounds outside. Although I didn't understand what they were saying, judging from their expressions, they were probably discussing what their RV was. So Chu Chen became playful and walked straight to the driver's seat. Suddenly, the sergeant standing outside at the front of the car saw the 2 big eyes of the big monster in front of him suddenly light up. Moreover, it emits a dazzling white light. A sergeant immediately drew his knife and put on a battle-ready attitude. Chu Chen ignored them and just honked the horn and stepped on the gas a few times. The huge roar of the engine frightened the soldiers surrounding it so much that they dropped their weapons and ran away. He ran several hundred meters before stopping, then looked at everything in front of him vigilantly. Chu Chen ignored them, shifted gears and started the car, and the RV whooshed out. Chapter 375, Caves Hidden Under the Snow Mountain. The RV sped along and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Chu Chen got out of the car, put away the RV, and then used his body skills and speed to run straight towards the intersection of Luo Duo and Daxia. Along the way, Chu Chen saw many soldiers camping at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Everywhere, there is a sense that a great war is about to break out. Chu Chen ignored them and arrived at the pass the next day. Then he took out the explosion-proof vehicle and drove into the pass. Chu Chen didn't want to freeze himself to death in such a heavy snowstorm. Besides, it was a good opportunity to test the off-road and snow capabilities of the explosion-proof vehicle. The result made Chu Chen very satisfied. Although the speed was not fast, the ability to cross the snow was really impeccable. The power is also very sufficient. At this time, the general guarding the border of Daxia suddenly saw Chu Chen driving a black explosion-proof vehicle and immediately came to meet him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu?" The man who looked like a general asked Chu Chen in the car. "Exactly. Are you guys preparing to attack?" "Greetings, Master Chu. His Majesty has ordered that Master Chu will definitely return. When you return, it will be the day when my army attacks." Chu Chen smiled silently after hearing this, thinking that Zhou Shixuan was really thoughtful. Knowing that he had plucked all the feathers out of Luo Duo's character, he should have guessed that Luo Duo at this moment was just an empty shell. Haha, your Majesty is very thoughtful. Okay, you can attack at any time. They have no money or food at the moment, so go and earn your military merits. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked up to him and patted his shoulder, then turned and headed towards the depths of the snow-capped mountains. After hearing this, the general turned and entered the tent. "Order, all commanders, gather here immediately." Chu Chen doesn't need to worry about the subsequent matters. He has already turned Luo Duo into an empty shell. If Daxia cannot defeat him again, Zhou Shixuan will no longer have to continue to be the emperor. At this moment, Chu Chen was holding a Glock and jumping towards the snow-capped mountains. There was snow everywhere on the mountain, a bare expanse with only the fog on the mountains and small snow hills blocking the view. Chu Chen's goal is the top of the snow mountain that Zhou Shixuan mentioned. With his current strength, as long as he has enough time, there will be no problem for him to reach the top of the snow mountain. At night, Chu Chen would find an open place, take out the RV, and rest comfortably inside. Since there was no one around, Chu Chen didn't hide anything. The next day, Chu Chen looked at the foggy area in front of him and thought that after passing through this layer of fog, he should be able to see the whole picture. Then he packed up the RV, jumped up, and headed toward the mountain. But at the moment he landed, he suddenly felt that he had stepped on empty air and his body fell straight down. Fuck you, which dad is digging a hole here? Chu Chen's body fell rapidly, and he controlled the speed of his fall while cursing. He waved his hand, took out a high-intensity flashlight, and shone it downwards. The light from the strong flashlight instantly allowed him to see the ground not far away. Just as he was about to land, Chu Chen flashed into the space. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in the deep well again, but the space slowed down his falling speed. This time, Chu Chen found himself still in the air, but only 4 or 5 meters away from the ground. For him, who has the strength of the 10th rank, this height is not a problem at all. After his body landed steadily on the ground, he took out the flashlight and shone it around. There was pitch darkness all around. Under the light of the flashlight, Chu Chen suddenly saw a huge cavity in front of him. It seems there is a hidden world here. Hey, there are traces of people living here. After a while, in a tall cave, Chu Chen stood beside a stone bed and said slowly. Opposite the stone bed, there was another cave entrance. Chu Chen raised his leg and walked forward. At this moment, he was a little confused about the direction, but with the strength of weapons, he explored the passage without hesitation. About an incense stick later, Chu Chen frowned slightly and stood there thinking. After seeing so many room-like stone chambers along the way, Chu Chen could be sure that humans must have lived here before. But judging by how dilapidated those things are, these people should have moved away from here a long time ago. And judging from the beds, stoves, bowls, and other things left behind, the people living here should be unusually tall, because these things are much larger than what ordinary people use in the outside world. So he put away a few large bowls and headed towards the passage. After running around for half an hour, Chu Chen finally remembered that he had been in there for a long time and didn't feel any lack of oxygen at all. This proves that this passage must have an exit. Otherwise, I would have suffocated to death long ago. Walking forward along the passage, suddenly, a faint light appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly turned off the flashlight and headed forward. When he reached the light in the passage and turned a corner, Chu Chen saw a big door made of iron bars in front of him, blocking his way. Chu Chen didn't hesitate. He took out a pair of wire cutters and cut the iron gate with a few clicks. Just as Chu Chen dropped the iron gate and stepped out, suddenly, he saw a bearded man holding an oil lamp coming towards the passage. And the man instantly discovered Chu Chen. Oh my god, ghost! Boss, a ghost is coming out from behind. After hearing this, Chu Chen shook his head and smiled, then ran toward the man at an extremely fast speed and grabbed his shoulder. If you don't want to die, stop making noise. Hey, you could talk? Are you human? At this moment, people outside heard the shouting and rushed in with all kinds of weapons. Then a bearded man walked out from the crowd, looking at the masked Chu Chen with vigilant eyes, and said, "Who are you? Let go. Chu Chen looked down at the person he had caught. He saw that he had a pointed face and a tuft of beard. He thought that the name of this dog boy was quite on point. Then he turned to the bearded man and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Stop the fucking nonsense. If you don't let go, don't blame us for being violent." Chu Chen laughed. "Try to move one." Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed, and the crowd instantly let out terrible shouts and pleas for mercy. When everyone reacted, Chu Chen put a long tang sword on the bearded man's neck and said, "Now you can tell me who you are, right?" The bearded man wondered what had happened these days. A powerful eunuch had come before. At this moment, a scholar with great martial arts skills appeared, and his face was covered, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. Chapter 376. Bandits hiding in the cave. How come I'm in so much trouble, even though I'm hiding in a cave? Didn't the person above promise me that he could live an honest life in the future? But the reality before him forced him to bow his head and beg for mercy. Good man, hero, grandpa, you can't kill me. I am the Snow Mountain robber appointed by His Majesty to protect the border of Daxia. Chu Chen was happy when he heard this, because he was wearing a special headgear to avoid the wind and snow. But the man's voice sounded familiar, so he took off his hood and said, "You are the robber chosen by Zhou Shixuan." When the bearded man saw Chu Chen let him go, he raised his eyes and looked at Chu Chen's face. Instantly, he shouted in surprise, "Sir, it's me. That day, I delivered a letter to you at this pass. I see. Otherwise, do you think you can still survive? After Chu Chen finished speaking, he put away the knife and walked towards the direction they came from. Seeing this, the bearded man immediately followed him and asked, "Sir, where are you from?" After saying that, he turned around and pointed at the iron gate behind him. "Yes, I was just about to ask what this place is and why they added a door there." After hearing this, the bearded man quickly walked to Chu Chen's side. Then he said in a flattering manner, "Sir, don't be anxious. Go outside and have some hot tea first. I will tell you slowly." After listening to him, Chu Chen followed his instructions and came to a larger stone chamber outside. The bearded man respectfully invited Chu Chen to the main seat. In his eyes, the person who could make the person above send someone to pick up the letter must be someone with a considerable status in the court. If we can climb this big tree, maybe we can change our destiny. Chu Chen looked at the respectful bearded man and asked, "What's your name?" "My lord, I am Gu Dabiao, originally an honest commoner living at the foot of the snowy mountain. However, I had never encountered a natural disaster before. I was forced to take my brothers up the mountain to become a bandit." After listening to this, Chu Chen looked at Gu Dabiao in front of him and thought that the beard was very suitable for his name. But the ground is covered with ice and snow. How can a robber here not starve to death? What's going on? So he asked again, "What you just said was that the robbers were handpicked by Zhou Shixuan. Is there such a thing in the world?" When Gu Dabiao heard this, he immediately recounted the story of Eunuch Wei coming here to instruct him on the task that night. Chu Chen burst out laughing after hearing this. Eunuch Wei, how many people have you led astray unknowingly? So after you completed the mission, your superiors didn't give you any explanation? Sir, aren't we waiting here? Look, you're here." After listening to this, Gu Dabiao looked at Chu Chen and said with a smile, "Good heavens, it turns out that they were mistakenly thought to be someone sent by the imperial court to rescue them." Zhou Shixuan played the game very well this time, doing his own thing and letting others return the favor. But you can't always repay every favor yourself. There is no problem in supporting this group of people. The question is whether this group of people is valuable. So Chu Chen turned around and asked, "How long have you been here? How did you find this cave?" "Sir, we have been here for almost 3 years. We discovered the cave by chance. Since it can shelter us from the wind and snow, we settled here. Have you ever been to the top of the mountain?" "Sir, you're joking. This mountain is 10,000 feet high. How can we climb it with human power?" 10,000 feet high? You must be kidding. Well, no one has ever been up there. How can you know how high this mountain is?" Chu Chen asked doubtfully after hearing this. This question left Gu Dabiao speechless, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Okay, I'll stay here for one night. I'll go up the mountain to take a look tomorrow. As for you, we'll talk to you when I get back." Seeing Chu Chen say this, Gu Dabiao had no other way to win over the relationship. Sometimes, silently doing good service work may be more effective. The young man in front of me kept calling the current emperor's name, which was enough to prove his noble status. So this thigh must be held tightly. "That's fine. I'll arrange a room for you right away." After saying that, Gu Dabiao called a few presentable girls here to serve Chu Chen, then turned around and went to the back. After a while, Chu Chen, led by several presentable girls, came to a stone chamber at the back. There was flickering candlelight in the stone room, covered with a bright red quilt. Chu Chen understood what Gu Dabiao meant at a glance, so he quickly waved everyone away and closed the door. He took out an inflatable mattress and a quilt, then lay on the bed, lost in thought. "I climbed for several days and reached the halfway point of the mountain. I accidentally fell and ended up here. Is it a trap dug intentionally by someone, or is it a vent? If it is a ventilation hole, such a deep ventilation hole, without a modern air compressor, is just a decoration. Could it be that there are other secrets in this cave?" But he couldn't care about anything else at the moment. According to Gu Dabiao, they had never seen anyone go up the mountain in the 3 years they were here. This so-called top of the snow mountain might be what the purple-clothed woman used to trick Zhou Shixuan. But the snow-capped mountain mentioned several times by several people made Chu Chen believe that there was something on the top of the mountain. As he was thinking, Chu Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, Chu Chen packed up his things and walked out of the stone chamber. With the help of Gu Dabiao and his party, Chu Chen walked out of the cave. After taking a deep breath, Chu Chen flew towards the snow-capped mountains again. In order to keep warm, Chu Chen wrapped himself tightly. He had no weapons in his hands. The powerful space had made Chu Chen slowly accustomed to not carrying any weapons. Anyway, if you want to use it, it's just a thought, so why bother with so much trouble? Just wear protective clothing. There are probably no large wild animals in this snowy and icy place. The biggest threat is humans. Going up the snow mountain, 2 days later, Chu Chen came to the place where he fell. The entrance to the cave had already been blocked by snow. Chu Chen did not stop, but ran up in one breath. In front of the huge, snow-capped mountain, Chu Chen was just a small black dot at this moment. It looked a bit out of place on the white snow. This time, there are no traps or anything like that, and everything seemed to be going very smoothly. After running for another day, Chu Chen stopped. Looking at the thick fog on the mountain, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out a compass. After determining the direction, he plunged into the fog. After entering the fog, Chu Chen found that his surroundings instantly became foggy and visibility was extremely low. Without a compass, I would probably lose my way immediately. It's a wonder any normal human could find the direction to the top of the mountain in here. Chu Chen cursed as he climbed up according to the compass. Little did he know that just after Chu Chen entered the fog, a person who was resting with his eyes closed in a mound on the top of the mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Then he directed his order outside. "Shall see, someone is breaking in outside. Go and chase them away." Chapter 377, Fighting the Masked Woman in the Mist. "I understand, Master." A girl outside heard the order, flashed, and went outside. When she came out of the mound, she found that the outside was not covered with snow, but the spring breeze was blowing, and the earth was full of vitality. There are rivers running through the area, fertile fields interlaced, and lush branches and leaves. It doesn't look like the top of a snow-capped mountain at all. But as we went down from the top of the mountain, not far away, there was a fog so thick that we couldn't see our hands in front of us. But this mist seemed to have no effect on the girl. Let her move skillfully between them. Chu Chen followed the direction of the compass and moved forward, and unknowingly, he stepped into the depths of the fog. Just when he was wondering about the endless fog, he couldn't get out of it no matter what. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. No one is allowed to enter the sacred mountain. Leave immediately. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped and looked at the woman with a veil covering her face with vigilance. "Hey girl, are you from here?" Because Chu Chen was wearing a hood, the girl couldn't see his appearance clearly. So he replied, "You don't need to understand what you shouldn't know. Let's go back to where you came from." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself, "I have such a bad temper. You don't understand, even if I talk to you nicely, right?" So his tone became stiff. "I won't leave. What can you do? Under all heaven, is it the emperor's territory? Do you want to establish your own country?" After hearing this, the girl looked at Chu Chen in front of her, as if he were a fool. Then he burst into laughter. "Haha, you are so ignorant. You are still in the whole world. Is it the emperor's land? If you have the ability, come up." Chu Chen's temper flared up, and he immediately took out the tetanus blade from behind him. Today I will break your so-called rules. You little girl, who hasn't even grown all her hair yet, dares to stop me." After saying that, he rushed forward with the tetanus blade. Seeing this, the girl was not in a hurry. She dodged Chu Chen's attack with a slight move, and then kicked Chu Chen on the butt with a nonchalant kick. Chu Chen lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Then he took out a Glock from behind and fired a volley of bullets at the girl. The girl frowned when she saw this, and quickly dodged to the side. However, he had an incredible expression on his face. With just this little bit of strength, you can barely tie with me with the help of external objects. You're really not that good. If you want to go into the mountains, you'll have to practice for a few more decades before coming back." In fact, when Chu Chen took out the Glock and fired, she had already guessed Chu Chen's identity. What you've seen of that yellow-haired girl who hasn't fully grown out is just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Chen looked at the girl in front of him and said viciously, "I thought to myself, if I wasn't afraid of avalanches, I would have shot you in the face. Try to tell me that my hair hasn't fully grown out again. You scoundrel, do you really think I dare not kill you?" You scoundrel, you're just like that scoundrel. When you meet someone who's similar to you, you'll be aggressive, but when you meet someone stronger than you, you'll be a coward. Let's go. This is not the place for you. You might as well die in vain. Listen carefully. Go back and tell that other scoundrel that I will seek revenge on him one day." After saying that, the girl flashed and disappeared into the fog. This sudden change in attitude caught Chu Chen off guard, and he could only stand there blankly thinking about her words. Lecher, another lecher, and he recognized me after taking out the Glock. After a brief recollection, Chu Chen understood the girl's identity. Isn't this Zhou Shixuan's daughter, the little fourth girl who was with Qi Yanfei before? It seems that the place I came to was not wrong. Sure enough, this is the legendary Snow Mountain, the mysterious place that those people talked about. Chu Chen was unwilling to give up, so he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to pick up the compass again. He walked forward again according to the direction he had set before. Little did he know that the fourth girl did not leave, but was looking at him with a smile in the fog. Ah, forget about being a scoundrel, you're not very smart. You'll be in trouble if you can reach the top of the mountain this way. Chu Chen trudged along the way, and as he walked, he found that he was actually going down the mountain. I wonder what was going on. Could it be that there was a magnetic field here that was interfering with the compass? In fact, Chu Chen was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. The top of the snow mountain had been shrouded in fog. Who says the direction set at the foot of the mountain must be the direction of the top of the mountain? After all, the top of this mountain has never been seen by anyone, and its direction is also unknown. So Chu Chen looked at the compass in his hand that had no true energy and cursed with his head down. He turned around and headed in another direction, taking out some miscellaneous items from the space and marking his path. But after walking for a long time and trying many routes, I finally returned empty-handed. At this time, Chu Chen's ears rang with the girl's words again. Practice for a few more decades before coming back. I thought to myself, maybe I'm not strong enough. It seems I have to drink more water when I get back. But then he thought of another idea and took out a drone. As the drone took off, Chu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. But after the drone kept shaking and flying upwards for a long time, the screen was filled with fog. Chu Chen then shook his head and retracted the drone. The wind and snow were so strong that we couldn't fly very high. Moreover, the distance was too far, and the signal connection between the machines alone would easily lead to loss of contact. After all, there were no satellites in this world. Perhaps only by gathering more jade essence and completely expanding the space, and then waiting for the helicopter to appear, can we use external objects to explore the inside. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't even beat a little girl, who knew there were other powerful people inside. On the way back, Chu Chen was thinking and eager to improve his strength. After so many years in this world, I finally found a goal that challenges me, so I can't give up easily. In this case, don't think about it for now. Secretly improving your strength is the best way. And the people at the foot of the mountain are also useful now. Chu Chen didn't believe that the people on the snow mountain would never come down the mountain, so letting Gu Dabiao and his group act as spies here was better than nothing. As for the legendary top of the snow mountain, I don't have enough strength at the moment, so I'll put it aside for now and develop myself slowly. After all, life is the most important thing. As for the rest, if you have the ability, you can get it, but if you don't try. After thinking of the plan, Chu Chen felt relieved. Chu Chen went down the mountain very quickly and arrived outside the cave 2 days later. Just as Chu Chen was going down the mountain, he listened to Xiao Xi's report on the small hill on the top of the mountain. The man smiled leisurely. This guy is quite interesting. Xiao Xi, you made some progress. After a while, why don't you go down there and gain some experience? And by the way, go see if that other scoundrel is dead. If not, give him a slap in the face. Chapter 378, Planting an Informant and Sending a Motorcycle. Master, Xiao Xi still want to stay by your side and serve you. Haha, little C, you won't grow up without worldly experience. Be obedient and go out for a walk. After listening to this, Xiao Xi lowered his head, nodded uncomfortably, and then ran out of the hill. Chu Chen stood in front of the cave entrance for a while, thought for a moment, then quickly retreated. When he appeared in the cave again, there was an off-road motorcycle under his crotch. Hearing the rumbling sound of the motorcycle, Gu Dabiao led his men out of the cave in an instant. When he saw it was Chu Chen, he instantly felt relieved. Young master, you're back. What's this? Gu Dabiao asked, pointing at the motorcycle under Chu Chen's crotch. Haha, this iron horse is a gift for you. Chu Chen got off the motorcycle and said to Gu Dabiao, Iron horse, a gift? Gu Dabiao felt excited. Could it be that the young man in front of him recognized him? So he quickly knelt on the ground and said, Gu Dabiao and the other brothers are at your disposal, young master. Chu Chen looked at Gu Dabiao, who was kneeling on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he gestured for him to stand up and said, Since you have followed me, you will be my Chu Chen's people from now on. I don't have too many requirements for you, but the only thing is that you must be loyal. It doesn't matter, even if you are all trash. Gu Dabiao stood up and said, Master Chu, we have cast aside our identities as bandits and are actually flesh and blood men of Daxia. We will not do anything that would disloyalty to others. Please give us your instructions. Chu Chen nodded and pointed at the motorcycle in front of him and said in front of everyone, The first task is you, Gu Dabiao, to control this thing, otherwise nothing else will be discussed. After hearing this, Gu Dabiao excitedly ran towards the motorcycle, pulling out the whip from his waist as he ran. Chu Chen slapped his forehead when he saw this, thinking that this guy was probably going to go up and drive, so he quickly stopped him. That Biao, put away your whip. Gu Dabiao was stopped by Chu Chen and turned to look at Chu Chen in confusion. Chu Chen got on the motorcycle and started it. Watch carefully, follow my operation, first like this, then like this. As Chu Chen finished speaking, the motorcycle suddenly rushed out and ran towards the grass outside. Gu Dabiao looked at the iron horse in front of him running towards the grass at high speed, and his eyes widened instantly. I thought this thing was great, much faster than riding a horse. Since the grass below the snow-capped mountain was very flat, Chu Chen drove the motorcycle very fast. In an instant, only a small black that remained in Gu Dabiao's eyes. After strolling back, Chu Chen said to Gu Dabiao, How is it? Do you have confidence? Don't worry, I, Gu Dabiao, will control this iron horse even if it costs my life. Chu Chen looked at Gu Dabiao, who was full of confidence, and handed the motorcycle to him. Then he started to teach me step by step. It took Gu Dabiao half a day, and he fell countless times before he was able to operate the motorcycle. Okay, practice harder in the future. It will bring you unexpected benefits. Chu Chen looked at the dusty Gu Dabiao and led them into the cave while talking. After sitting down, Chu Chen explained the purpose of this motorcycle. Always keep an eye on the top of this mountain. If anyone comes down, ride on your iron horse and report to the city. As Chu Chen spoke, he took out a plastic sign and handed it to him. That's right, this thing is the first of its kind in Daxia, and it's perfect as a keepsake. Chu Chen planned to ask Chu Yi to build a walkie-talkie base station from the border city to Qingyun after he returned this time. Not only that, Chu Chen also decided to spend a lot of money to use walkie-talkies to connect information throughout Daxia. In this way, as soon as you arrive in the city, you can know the information you want first. For Xueshan, as long as Gu Dabiao and his men find someone coming from above, they can take the token into the city, find the base station, and send out information. Gu Dabiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chu Chen's mission. I thought that the task assigned by the young master was so simple. Guarding the mountain? I have lived here for more than 3 years and have never seen anyone coming down from upstairs. Why did Mr. Chu conclude that there was someone upstairs? But he was smart and tactful enough not to ask. The young master must have his reasons for doing so. To be honest, Chu Chen actually had no idea whether the people on the mountain had other access routes. Placing people like Gu Dabiao is better than nothing. Anyway, there's endless money in my space, so I can just support a group of bandits. Okay, now, find me a secluded room where no one is. Since you followed me, I'll let you have a taste of the sweetness. Gu Dabiao didn't understand what was going on, but he still obediently took Chu Chen into a room. Seeing this, Chu Chen drove everyone onto the grass, the farther the better. His reason was that he would send people to deliver supplies, but these people could not be seen by them. After Gu Dabiao and his party left, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out some Luoduo military rations to fill the entire warehouse. Then he went into another house and put some gasoline in it. After doing all this, he called the man back, took out a bucket of gasoline, and taught him how to fill the motorcycle with gas. Gu Dabiao and his party were also very surprised when they saw the iron horse eating oil. He quickly bowed and knelt before Chu Chen again. Chu Chen smiled and asked them to get up, then asked another question, which was about the situation in the deep cave separated by an iron gate. As it turned out, Gu Dabiao knew nothing about this, and the iron gate was there before they arrived. Because they lacked strength, they never got in. Chu Chen thought it made sense when he heard it. It would be abnormal if Gu Dabiao could make up such an outrageous story for him. All right, you guys keep an eye on the situation on the mountain. I'm leaving soon. With the farewell of Gu Dabiao and others, Chu Chen flew quickly towards the grass. After he was out of everyone's sight, Chu Chen waved his hand, took out an RV, and headed towards the border town. On the second day, Chu Chen arrived at the border town closest to the snow-capped mountains. Without caring about the surprise of others, Chu Chen took out the token given by Zhou Shixuan and drove into the small town called Yunbian. Seeing that Chu Chen had taken out the token bestowed by Zhou Shixuan, not long after the RV stopped, a man who looked like an official came to Chu Chen's car, accompanied by a large group of officials and soldiers. Chu Chen grinned, opened the door, and got out of the car. At this moment, the leading official hurried forward and said, "Yunbian City, Lord Yao Xiaoming pays his respects to you, young master." After saying that, he and a group of people knelt in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen laughed when he saw this, and quickly stepped forward to pull up the city lord in front of him. "Your Excellency, Lord City Lord, are too polite. I happened to pass by the beautiful Yunbian City, but I didn't expect to disturb you." Yao Xiaoming smiled broadly, but he was secretly muttering, "You've already shown your badge. How can I not come out to greet you? You become the city lord with great difficulty." Chapter 379, Yunbian City, Lord Yao Xiaoming. "Haha, please move to the city lord's mansion and let me show my hospitality." Chu Chen nodded and smiled after hearing this. "In that case, I'm sorry to bother the city lord." After saying that, Yao Xiaoming took Chu Chen and walked towards the city lord's mansion. Chu Chen left the RV where it was. Needless to say, Yao Xiaoming in front of him had to send someone to protect it. The group walked along the streets of Yunbian City, and Chu Chen instantly discovered the difference between Yunbian City and other cities. There were very few vendors on the street, and those shops looked lifeless. Judging from the environment, Yunbian City is much poorer than other cities. Chu Chen observed and sighed as he followed Yao Xiaoming. Soon after, they entered the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was not as luxurious as Chu Chen had imagined. Instead, it looked a bit shabby. And right next to the city lord's mansion, there's a huge palace standing in Yunbian City. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask in confusion, "City Lord Yao, why isn't your city lord's mansion the tallest building in Yunbian City?" Yao Xiaoming looked in the direction of Chu Chen's finger and became confused instantly. Logically speaking, how could someone who could produce Zhou Shixuan's imperial token not know the situation in Yunbian City? Is this your first time in Yunbian? To be honest, Lord City Lord, this is my second time here. The first time I only crossed the road once, so please give me some advice. Come on, sir. Please come inside and talk." Yao Xiaoming did not continue speaking, but led Chu Chen into the city lord's mansion. After the host and guests sat down, a thin maid came up to them and poured them tea. Chu Chen glanced at the maid and saw that although she was dressed warmly, patches were clearly visible on the back of her clothes. Chu Chen thought to himself, when did the city lord's mansion become so poor? Look at Lan Tianlei again. Everyone is dressed up in fancy clothes. What's going on? At this moment, Yao Xiaoming, who was standing by, asked, "Excuse me, sir, what is your name and what is your position?" Chu Chen laughed when he heard it. It seemed that Yao Xiaoming must have some unspeakable secrets. Otherwise, he would have asked about his situation after seeing the token. Perhaps this unspeakable secret comes from the big palace next to it. So he said without hiding anything, "I am Chu Chen. I have no official position." It turns out that it's Master Chu who's here. Yao Xiaoming is being rude. "Do you know me? I have long heard of your great name, but have never had the chance to meet you. I never expected that Mr. Chu would come to my small town of Yunbian. Please forgive me if I have been inconsiderate." When Yao Xiaoming heard the name Chu Chen, he instantly became excited. He had heard a lot about Chu Chen. As the sworn brother of the current 8th prince, he donated money and food to disaster relief. It is said that Zhou Shixuan and he are like uncle and nephew. If we become good friends, then maybe there will be an opportunity at Yunbian's side. It's just an empty reputation. Let's not talk about other things for now. Now I have something to ask for your help, Lord City Lord. Yao Xiaoming is more than happy to serve Master Chu. Please give your instructions. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen immediately took out a letter. It was a letter to Chu Yi. The content of the letter was to ask him to build base stations throughout Daxia to keep communication smooth. He originally wanted to ask Gu Dabiao's men to deliver it, but considering that this was ancient times and there were few peaceful roads, the official route was the safest. Qingyun City, Wenxiang Pavilion. Yao Xiaoming took the letter and spoke. "That's right. I would like to borrow your power to safely deliver this letter to Qingyun City. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. This city lord still has the ability to do this. Don't worry, I will send someone to set off immediately." Yao Xiaoming took the letter and waved to call the maid. After saying a few words in her ear, the maid bowed and walked out with the letter. "Master Chu, this letter will reach Qingyun City within 10 days. Please rest assured." Chu Chen chuckled after hearing this and took out a few bottles of wine in glass bottles from the bag behind him. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord City Lord. Yao Xiaoming was shocked when he saw the gift Chu Chen took out. I've heard that Master Chu is as wealthy as a country, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. Just this glass bottle is enough for an ordinary family to live on for many years. Moreover, this move was 6 bottles, so he quickly said, Mr. Chu, no merit, no reward, this is not allowed. Haha, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Lord City Lord, you must accept it. Otherwise, I will be uncomfortable. Only after Chu Chen's repeated requests did Yao Xiaoming accept a few bottles of wine. Well, Lord City Lord, I see that your City Lord's mansion is not as good as the palace next to it. Moreover, from your maid, it seems that Lord City Lord is not wealthy. Mr. Chu, please forgive me for laughing. I'm just a mere City Lord. How can I be considered wealthy? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes after hearing this, thinking that this guy must be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger and brought him here on purpose. Did he already know my identity? Did he come to take advantage of me? Or did he have other motives? Then he asked again, who is the person living next door? After listening to this, Yao Xiaoming paused, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. He seemed to think for a while before speaking. Mr. Chu, the person living next door is not someone you and I can offend. Mr. Chu, please stop asking. I've heard that Master Chu is as wealthy as a nation, but the people of Yunbian have had a hard time these past few years. I'd like to put aside my pride and ask for your help. After hearing this, Chu Chen thought to himself, you really want to grab me. But I can't afford to offend the people around me, whether it's true or not. I really enjoy doing this kind of challenging thing. So he said with a smile, it's no problem to help, but since you mentioned the person next to you, my curiosity has been piqued. So, tell me, who is that person next to you? Yao Xiaoming didn't expect Chu Chen to dig deep and get to the bottom of things today. This young man doesn't look like a fool, so why doesn't he listen to advice? So he tried to persuade him again. Mr. Chu, listen to me. Although you are rich enough to rival a country, you are not just rich. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, I have such a bad temper, but Yao Xiaoming is really good. He arouses my curiosity step by step. Chu Chen thought while staring at Yao Xiaoming. You don't have to tell me. Then I can only send someone to ask His Majesty, who is so powerful that he can be even more extravagant than the City Lord's mansion. Sir, you can't do that. Daxia has just stabilized. Don't create unnecessary trouble. Finally, under Chu Chen's threat, Yao Xiaoming sighed and told Chu Chen the identity of the other person. Chu Chen was stunned when he heard this, thinking that Zhou Shixuan was really patient. Chapter 380. The frontier historian squeezes the people's money. It turned out that when Zhou Shixuan ascended the throne, things were not peaceful. Inside, Qi Yanfei is fighting for power and profit, and outside, small countries are harassing and causing trouble. Just when Qi Yanfei attacked Zhou Shixuan, Yunbian was attacked by the surrounding small countries. So when Zhou Shixuan was unable to cope with the situation, he sent an old veteran with him to lead a team of people to support Yunbian City. Unexpectedly, the small country only harassed and did not launch a large-scale attack. Naturally, he was driven out of Daxia by this veteran. After Zhou Shixuan ascended the throne, Lao Jiang was promoted to become the governor of Yunbian City. And this veteran naturally spread out his family and settled down in Yunbian City, guarding the border of Daxia. Under the leadership of this veteran, Yunbian City was unprecedentedly prosperous, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. For a time, everyone was grateful for his kindness. Little did they know that the old general had only gone to the battlefield when he was old, and he passed away just after he finished finishing Yunbian. At this time, the elder general's eldest son, Zhu Hongyi, the current owner of this palace, was an uneducated and dissolute young man. After the old general died, he squandered the family property in less than a year, but he did not change his years of dissolute behavior, and he had to support the whole family. So he began to rely on the power of the defenders and gradually did whatever he wanted. Not only did they force Yao Xiaoming to increase taxes on the people, but they also required him to hand over 80% of his annual income to the various government offices. Yao Xiaoming was helpless. After all, the entire Yunbian military power was in the hands of others. So he had to agree to Zhu Hongyi's request. From then on, the people of Yunbian fell into dire straits. Zhu Hongyi not only did not know how to restrain himself, but he even enjoyed the feeling of being so superior. From then on, He committed all kinds of evil in Yunbian City, such as abducting women, beating and killing civilians at will, and doing all kinds of evil. This also earned Zhu Hongyi the title of Living King of Hell. The most hateful thing is that he forced Yao Xiaoming to take his youngest daughter as a concubine, and she eventually died under his manipulation. Looking at Yao Xiaoming, who was crying and snotting in front of him, Chu Chen asked with a frown, "You didn't write to His Majesty about this behavior?" Hey, of course there were some, but every time, he discovered them and then maneuvered with the court to calm them down. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself that Zhou Shixuan couldn't be that kind of person. In Chu Chen's eyes, at least for now, Zhou Shixuan is an image of a good emperor who loves his people like his own children. But why did he let this matter go? It can be said that people's hearts are hidden, and Chu Chen began to waver. If Zhou Shixuan is really a tyrant who allows his subordinates to do whatever they want, then how should he treat himself? Chu Chen thought carefully in his mind. After a while, Chu Chen had a new idea in his mind. If I kill this person, I wonder how Zhou Shixuan's attitude towards me will change? As long as what Yao Xiaoming said was the truth, then he was a man who could be killed by anyone. It can be considered as a good thing for the people of Yunbian. But I can't just listen to one side of the story. I'd better wait and see and investigate further. Then he said to Yao Xiaoming, "Lord City Lord, please calm down. Those who do evil will be punished by heaven. It's getting late. How about this? Young master, I stay at your City Lord mansion today. I wish Mr. Chu would not despise this dilapidated place of mine." Seeing that Chu Chen did not express his opinion immediately, Yao Xiaoming could also guess what was going on. If Chu Chendang helped based on his own words, then the chances of bringing down Zhu Hongyi would not be very high. Since he can live in his own City Lord's mansion, it means that Chu Chen is very concerned about this matter. But at the same time, Yao Xiaoming was secretly worried that if Chu Chen and Zhu Hongyi had already known each other for a long time, he would be the one in trouble. But rumors in the streets say that the young Master Chu in front of him is a truly kind-hearted person and should not be the same kind as Zhu Hongyi. Yao Xiaoming was also betting at this moment, betting that Chu Chen was a good person. After Chu Chen was brought to a room by Yao Xiaoming, he closed the door and sat on the bed to think. If what Yao Xiaoming said was true, should he get the job of the so-called frontier historian? There are two benefits to doing this. First, it helps the people of Yunbian escape from suffering. Second, test Zhou Shixuan to see if he would punish him. In fact, Chu Chen had no idea that Zhou Shixuan had been kept in the dark about everything Zhu Hongyi had done so far. Every time Yao Xiaoming submitted a memorial, it was secretly intercepted. As a result, Zhou Shixuan felt somewhat alienated from Yao Xiaoming, saying that he was not diligent in his work and never submitted memorials to the emperor. In that case, let's just walk around the streets of Yunbian tomorrow. I have nothing to do anyway. I have to stay in Yunbian City for some time. At least, I can only leave after the intelligence network is established. Early the next morning, Chu Chen opened the door and two thin girls came in with hot water, towels, and other items to help him wash up. Chu Chen looked at the two thin little girls and felt a little pity for them. This young master doesn't need any waiting. You two could just take a rest. As he spoke, he walked towards the wash basin, washed his face, then filled some water and started brushing his teeth. The two little girls stared blankly at Chu Chen's operation. Although they had never seen it before, in their hearts, this must be something that only nobles can enjoy. Looking at this dilapidated mansion, the two women sighed in their hearts that although they had entered the high and mighty city lord's mansion, their lives were not even as good as those of some wealthy families. As the saying goes, people have different fates. I heard that the maids in the city lord's mansion outside are living a good life. After Chu Chen finished washing up, he looked at the two stunned people and said, "I have nothing to do today. How about you two take me around Yunbian City?" "As you wish, sir." "Okay, then let's go." Chu Chen put the things down and walked out the door. Seeing this, the two maids behind hurried up and said, "Master, you haven't had breakfast yet." "Uh-huh. No, you two take me to find some delicious food in Yunbian. These bland soups at home are tasteless." After hearing Chu Chen's words, the younger maid looked at her sister with blinking eyes. Then he whispered, "Sister, how can we afford to eat out?" The sound was not loud, but the attentive Chu Chen heard it clearly. I thought to myself, this city lord's mansion is really poor. They can't even afford the reception expenses. No wonder the girls' clothes are so patched up. So he quickly said, "Come on, what are you two standing there for? I'm treating you guys today, and I'm going to take you out for a good meal." At this moment, In the great palace next door, a subordinate was reporting obscenely into Zhu Hongyi's ear. Chapter 381. The Arrogant and Domineering Living King of Hell. What are you talking about? It's all white and it runs so fast. After listening to his subordinate's report, Zhu Hongyi's eyes lit up instantly. Master, what we brothers saw clearly was a small moving house. A young man came down from it and was picked up by Yao Xiaoming. Then what are you still doing here? Zhu Hongyi looked at his subordinates with a puzzled look and asked, Master, I'm back to report to you. What are you reporting? Bring it back to my house, quickly, quickly. After hearing this, Zhu Hongyi kicked and beat his subordinates and tried to get them out. But, sir, the master was taken away by Yao Xiaoming. Why do you care so much? Just get it for me. It's just Yao Xiaoming. Why are you afraid of him? After being slapped several times, the subordinate crawled out of the house and hurriedly headed towards Chu Chen's RV with dozens of people. Zhu Hongyi looked at his subordinates who rushed out, humming a little tune, lying on the rocking chair, and touching the two waiters next to him. Here, Chu Chen, led by two maids, walked onto Yunbian Street. Come on over there, it's hot and looks delicious. Chu Chen completely ignored their tight pockets, took out a few coins, and threw them on the breakfast stall. Boss, bring all the delicious food to this young master. The shopkeeper glanced at the silver on the table, then turned to look at Chu Chen. Oh, sir, I was scared to death. I thought the king of hell had come. Oh, who is this living devil? Young master, you are from another place, right? Even the biggest playboy in Yunbian City doesn't know who the living devil is. Please give me some advice, shopkeeper. No, sir. You make it, and the delicious food will be up soon. Listen to what Uncle said. Don't show off your wealth. After saying that, the shopkeeper started working on his stall. Chu Chen did not continue to ask, but looked at him quietly. Judging from the shopkeeper's expression, Zhu Hongyi really did exploit the people. After the food was served, Chu Chen invited the two girls to eat together. After eating and drinking, Chu Chen walked the two of them into a clothing store. Sir, do you want to buy some clothes? The shopkeeper came forward immediately when he saw Chu Chen, who was dressed elegantly. That's right, buy a few sets for them both. The two maids looked at the young master in disbelief and said, Sir, we don't need this. This dress is too expensive. We can't afford it. Since you're following me, then dress like a rich man, or I'll lose my reputation as a rich man. Chu Chen looked like a dandy young man and spoke to the people in the shop. The shopkeeper immediately and excitedly asked his wife to take the two maids to the inner room. At this moment, a group of people carrying ropes, sticks, and other things ran towards the street. Chu Chen looked at these people in confusion and turned to the shopkeeper and said, What's going on? Who is having a feast and carrying a coffin? Sir, please don't talk nonsense. These are the people of the living devil. We can't afford to offend them. The words living devil appeared in Chu Chen's ears again. So he asked quietly, Boss, who is this living devil? Why is the whole street so terrified by the mention of him? Sir, you can't say it. After hearing this, Chu Chen smiled and handed over a silver ingot. Boss, can you tell me? The shopkeeper took the silver from Chu Chen, gritted his teeth, and pulled Chu Chen into the inner room. Sir, you're a stranger, but in this Yunbian city, you must know the principle of not showing off your talent. Sir, I hit it off right away. So let me tell you, this living king of hell is none other than Zhu Hongyi, the son of the former frontier historian. Immediately afterwards, the shopkeeper told Chu Chen about Zhu Hongyi. The general meaning is similar to what Yao Xiaoming said yesterday. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. As expected, Yinzi got along well with everyone from the first meeting. However, this also made him believe Yao Xiaoming's words a little more. Since it would take some time to find suitable clothes for the two girls, after coming out with the shopkeeper, Chu Chen sat inside the shop and observed the situation outside. Not long after, the two girls came out wearing new clothes and bowed to Chu Chen. Thank you for the gift of clothes, sir. Haha, good. Now you look like a maid from a wealthy family. After paying for the clothes and preparing to leave with the two maids, I heard shouting coming from outside. Get out of the way, don't block the grandfather's way. Those of you who don't want to die, get out of here. Chu Chen stuck his head out and saw a scene that made him both angry and amused. I saw that the man who was carrying the rope was not carrying the coffin, but tied up his RV. Dozens or even hundreds of people were carrying a motorhome and marching towards the palace while shouting slogans. Chu Chen did not step forward to stop him, but said slowly in his heart, If that's the case, then you, Zhu Hongyi, have offended me to death. After the crowd left, Chu Chen took two maids to hire a carriage from the carriage shop and headed out of the city with the two of them. Yao Xiaoming said that since the old general's death, Zhu Hongyi has imposed taxes, making the people's lives miserable. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. They are arrogant and domineering on the streets. In this era, there are too many such playboys and they cannot control them all. But if someone exploits the people, he is truly a wicked person. In the carriage, Chu Chen asked the two maids, "Where are you from?" "Sir, we are from outside the city. 3 years ago, there was a famine, and the city lord took pity on us and brought us back to the city lord's mansion." "Oh, then take me to your village." The two women nodded and said something to the coachman, and the carriage drove out of the city gate and headed outside. On the way, Chu Chen looked through the window of the carriage at the people busy working in the fields outside. In the cold, early spring, they were seen wearing ragged and thin clothes, digging for food in the fields. When we arrived at the village of the two maids, we saw that the whole village was in ruins and the laborers were working outside. There were only a few old, weak, and sick people left in the village, but most of them looked poorer than ordinary people. The two maids had no relatives at home, so Chu Chen did not stay for long. Instead, he walked into the fields, found a farmer's house, and asked about the harvest. The old farmer was a little at a loss when he saw the noble young man suddenly coming. Under indirect hints, Chu Chen's face gradually darkened as he collected information. Finally, Chu Chen handed the old farmer a silver ingot and turned to leave. On the way, Chu Chen muttered, "Since you act like a beast while treating it as a human, don't blame me for killing a beast." Back in the carriage, the two maids asked Chu Chen, "Sir, where are we going next?" Chu Chen reached out and patted the maid. "Haha, let's go back to the city. The young master will take you to kill the pig." Chapter 382. Visiting the palace to request a motorhome. The two maids didn't understand what was going on, but they had a vague idea of what was going on. So he said to Chu Chen, "Sir, this trip is too dangerous. It is better to go back and report to the city lord before making a decision." "Oh, you think I don't have this ability?" "No, you misunderstood. It's just that this trip is too dangerous and we don't want anything to happen to you." Chu Chen laughed after hearing this and reached out to touch the two of them. "Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not sure of." "In that case, you two should go back to the city lord's mansion and tell the city lord not to get involved. It will be beneficial to him." After returning to the city, Chu Chen sent the two back to the city lord's mansion. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he swaggered towards the palace next door. When he reached the door, Chu Chen looked up at the three big words, "Zhu Wangfu," on the doorplate. He grinned, threw away the cigarette butt, and walked over with a swagger. "Stop, who is it?" At the door, two soldiers stopped Chu Chen and then kept looking at Chu Chen. Before Chu Chen could answer, a soldier mocked him and said, "You are dressed well, but you want to see our prince. Why do you come empty-handed? Do you think the palace is a place you can come and go whenever you want?" Chu Chen was confused when he heard this. "I haven't said anything yet. In fact, the soldiers are not to blame. In Yunbian City, which wealthy family does not want to find ways to climb up the mountain of Zhu Hongyi? As long as you get in touch with the people, you will be able to prosper in Yunbian City. Although he paid a lot, it was better than being killed by Zhu Hongyi." Therefore, Chu Chen was regarded by them as a rich kid who came to make connections. Chu Chen chuckled, waved his hand, and slapped him in the face. "Did I say anything? You're still saying hello. I'm here to get my things. If you know what's best for you, carry them back to where they came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The gatekeeper was stunned for a moment when he saw Chu Chen being so arrogant and domineering. You know, he has never been slapped in the face since he took this job. But since the person dared to hit me, he might be someone with a background. It is better to report such things. "Boy, if you dare to hit me, just wait." After saying that, he covered his face and ran inside. Inside the palace, everyone carried the RV into the hall. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi was walking around the RV. "Hey, come here. This thing has a door, but how do I open it?" The subordinate was confused by the question and thought to himself, "I just saw it, how can I understand?" So he said, "Master, this is a door, right? Then it must have a key." "Yes, there's a key. Bring it to me." "Where the hell am I going to get the key for you?" The subordinate was helpless and stared at Zhu Hongyi in a daze, speechless for a moment. But then he thought, "Master, this key must be with its owner, the person Yao Xiaoming took away." After hearing this, Zhu Hongyi kicked him in the ass. "Since you know, why don't you go and ask for it? Get out of here." At this moment, A soldier with a slap mark on his face ran in panic. Master, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Someone is causing trouble. Zhu Hongyi turned around and said, Useless. Why don't you just beat them up and send them away when they start trouble? Why do you come to report such a trivial matter? No, sir, that man doesn't look like a good person. Perhaps he is of high status. Oh wow, you've been guarding the gate for so many years, you should have some good eyesight. In that case, bring the person in and let me take a look. Zhu Hongyi also became interested after hearing this. He knew the two people at the door were very discerning. They were considered to be of high status and looked like they had been beaten, which meant that the newcomer was worthy of some challenge. At this moment, a leisurely voice came from the door. No need to shout. Your father is here. Everyone turned around and saw a young man in white clothes, with an unknown object smoking in his mouth, walking into the hall in a swagger. Who are you? Zhu Hongyi looked at Chu Chen, who walked in, narrowed his eyes, and said viciously. Chu Chen walked forward nonchalantly, took out the RV key, and pressed a button on the RV. The side marker lights came on, instantly scaring everyone surrounding the RV back 2 or 3 meters. Don't worry about who I am. Are you Zhu Hongyi? You brought my car to your house without my consent. Aren't you being too arrogant? Then Chu Chen walked forward, opened the car door, climbed in, and locked the door. Zhu Hongyi watched Chu Chen's operations and instantly became interested. He thought that he couldn't find a key to open this door, but he didn't expect that it would be delivered to his door. You mean this car is yours? Ha ha ha. Well, from now on, this car belongs to me. You can get off now. Chu Chen turned on the ignition and rolled down the window, thinking that it was just as what the outside world said, so arrogant. What a pity this young master specializes in dealing with arrogance. The veterans are all gone. I guess Zhou Shixuan didn't take back all this because of his father's contribution. He doesn't know how to restrain himself and is so domineering. It seems that he is not very smart. So he turned his head and looked at Zhu Hongyi and said, If you say it's yours, it's yours. I'm not your father, so I have no obligation to buy you a car. You daring thief, even if the King of Heaven comes today, you will never leave my palace. Come here, surround them. With a wave of Zhu Hongyi's hand, hundreds of soldiers came from all directions in an instant, surrounding the RV tightly. Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. I thought to myself that it would be better if you didn't surround me. If we fight, I will show my token and kill you in a moment, which will be a natural thing. You daring thief, don't think that your smoke-breathing magic can withstand the iron army of my palace. If you have the good sense, come down immediately, respectfully present the key with both hands, and kowtow to this prince 100 times, and you may still be able to survive today. Well then, if you have the guts, come up and give it a try. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, he started the RV, stepped on the accelerator, and the RV engine roared. For a moment, none of the soldiers dared to move forward and could only look at the White House in front of them with vigilance. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen smiled, shifted gears and started, and the RV instantly rushed into the hall. Go ahead. Whoever captures this man will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. As expected, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. When a soldier saw the RV rushing towards him, he picked up his sword and rushed forward to meet it. Then, he slashed at the RV with a knife. You bold thief, give me your life. The sharp saber left a mark on the front of the car, but the next moment he regretted his recklessness. His body was hit by the front of the car and flew out in an instant. After spitting out a stream of blood in the air, he fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 383. Capturing Zhu Hongyi alive. Zhu Hongyi became more excited instantly when he saw the RV's powerful strength and invulnerable body. I thought to myself that I must have this thing in my own hands. By then, I will be able to roam the world freely. Even if Zhou Shixuan comes to punish me, he can't stop me from living. He also knew in his heart that Zhou Shixuan would one day know what he had done in Yunbian. Maybe he would not kill himself for the sake of his father, but once the matter was exposed, all of this would be taken away by Zhou Shixuan. Then he said loudly, Whoever captures this man will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Hearing the promise of a reward of 1,000 taels of silver, all the soldiers went crazy and rushed towards the RV shouting. Chu Chen grinned, stepped on the accelerator, jumped out of the hall, and came to the outside of the square. Then he flew onto the roof of the car, waved his hand, and took out a 95 rifle from behind. All right, since you are not afraid of death, I will grant your wish today. As the sound of rifles rattling rang out, the few people rushing in the front instantly fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, those people were panicking. A reward of 1,000 taels of silver was good, but they had to live to spend it. As a magazine was emptied, the crowd fell into silence. Zhu Hongyi was also panicked at this moment. He wanted to experience the huge impact of the RV, but he didn't expect that Chu Chen had such a powerful weapon in his hand. I saw the small black stick in his hand, which was as loud as thunder and as fast as lightning. It took dozens of lives in one encounter. I'm afraid that this person came here specifically to cause trouble, and it's not just a simple matter of retrieving his own things. So his tone instantly softened. Brother, please identify yourself. Zhu Hongyi, I apologize for any offense I've caused you. Chu Chen laughed when he heard it, thinking that since you have the money, you won't let me use force. Haha, it would have been nice if you had said that earlier. You had to be so arrogant and domineering. It's okay to tell you, I'm Qingyan Chu Chen. Qingyan Chu Chen. Zhu Hongyi thought hard. How come he had never heard of this person? So he turned to his subordinates and asked, Have you heard of this? No, but the last time I went to the capital, I heard that there's a young master named Chu who's been a favorite of His Majesty in recent years. However, he rarely shows up in public. How could he come to Yunbian City? After hearing what his subordinates said, Zhu Hongyi suddenly became much more enlightened. In that case, we just need to trick this person out of the car first, and then find a way to kill him. Thinking that Mas Han could possess such powerful weapons and protection, he almost jumped for excitement. But his face remained calm as he said, So it's Brother Chu who's here. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Please come in and talk to me. Chu Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard it. It seemed that this thing really didn't recognize him. He must be planning something bad, so I'll just fulfill his wish. So he got out of the car and said, Okay, what good things do you have to treat me, my lord, from the dignified prince's palace? Brother Chu, you definitely don't like delicacies from land and sea, so how about I make something new for you? After saying this, he waved his hand and the soldiers retreated outside, signaling Chu Chen to go inside. Soon after, a table full of food was placed in front of Chu Chen. Except for 2 empty seats, the table was full of beautiful women. Chu Chen was amused when he saw it, thinking that this kid didn't know that he had 2 red romance doors. How could I possibly look down upon these vulgar women? Mr. Chu, please. Okay, please. Chu Chen sat down in his seat generously. Before he even started eating, Zhu Hongyi said, Master Chu, we hit it off right away. I wonder if you would be willing to part with this car outside. Yes, this guy failed to rob, so he had to buy it with money. Of course, but I'm afraid the price is too high for you, my lord. Zhu Hongyi laughed heartily after hearing this. Master Chu, you are joking. I am determined to obtain such a magical item. As for the price, you can name it. Chu Chen pretended to think. At this moment, the girls around him immediately surrounded Chu Chen at Zhu Hongyi's signal. Chu Chen glanced at these women and found that they all had their hands behind their backs. He instantly understood what was going on. He immediately stood up with a loud shout. The price is negotiable. With all the wealth of your Zhuang mansion, plus your head, I think it will be enough. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhu Hongyi's face instantly turned cold. Mr. Chu, you really know how to joke. If that's the case, then today, I can no longer keep you. As soon as Zhu Hongyi finished speaking, the 2 women closest to Chu Chen instantly drew out the daggers behind them and stabbed Chu Chen in the waist. Chu Chen did not move, but looked at Zhu Hongyi with a smile on his face. When the dagger stabbed Chu Chen's waist, the faces of several people changed instantly. They are all top-tier 4th-grade masters, so how come they can't even penetrate a person's flesh? There's only one possibility, that is, this person must have armor that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at everyone. Just now, you had a chance to die quickly, but you used up this chance. After saying that, Chu Chen leaped up, and suddenly the tetanus blade appeared in his hand. With one swipe, the 4 women in front of him were cut in half. Then he flew into the air, jumped in front of Zhu Hongyi, and kicked him to the ground. Then he took out the Glock and fired several shots at the women. The power of the pistol instantly took out 2 of them, leaving only one killer who looked at Chu Chen in front of him with a trembling body and said, Master, this is a master, a 10th grade master, comparable to Taoist Xiaoyao. Zhu Hongyi, whose head was pointed at by Chu Chen with a Glock, suddenly went limp after hearing this. I thought it was over. I had hit a wall this time. This was a person comparable to Taoist Xiaoyao, and he was definitely the top strength of the Xia. Even if you have thousands of troops, it will be useless if you're targeted by such people. There is only one way out, and that is death. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, Master Chu, please be magnanimous and forgive me. I'm sorry for offending you before. I will agree to any conditions you ask. Well, I don't want a car anymore. I just want to stay alive. If I offend anyone, I will give you half of the property of the princes. Chu Chen looked coldly at Zhu Hongyi lying on the ground, thinking that this guy was really greedy for money. He was almost dead, but he still wanted half of his property. If such a greedy person is given military power, the people will suffer in the end. So he reached behind his back, pulled out a pair of handcuffs, and handcuffed him behind his back. At this moment, a group of soldiers outside rushed in instantly. Let go of the little prince. Do you want to destroy the 9 clans? Zhu Hongyi's close associates held steel knives in their hands and shouted viciously at Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't waste any time talking to him. He raised his hand and shot him in the forehead. The bullet spun and instantly entered his brain, bringing out a red and white mass that instantly spread all over the sergeant next to him. Chapter 384. Conquering the Prince's Palaces. The soldiers next to him were numb. It would be better to say that they were private soldiers of the Prince's palaces rather than soldiers. These people are all newly recruited, former veteran soldiers. After following the veteran and making military achievements, he did serve the princes for several years. But after the veteran left, seeing how Zhu Hongyi was exploiting the people's wealth, those people gradually distanced themselves from Zhu Hongyi. He returned to his hometown, retired from the army, and resumed his normal life. But unfortunately, Zhu Hongyi never remembered their kindness and treated them as objects of exploitation. Therefore, these so-called royal palace soldiers are all composed of a group of gangsters. They were good at following Zhu Hongyi and bullying the people on weekdays, but they had never seen such a scene before. So they couldn't help but retreat. At this time, Zhu Hongyi saw the people who usually protected him slowly retreating, and his heart suddenly became panicked. Master Chu, you can't kill me. My father is the grand historian of the frontier. I am the successor chosen by His Majesty. I am the prince. If I die, His Majesty will definitely punish you. Then, you won't be able to escape His Majesty's clutches. Chu Chen instantly became interested after hearing this. He squatted down and said, Oh, really? Then find someone to deliver the letter to His Majesty and see what you think of him. Ah, you really won't kill me? Yeah. Didn't you say you have a backer? Go find him and try. You don't have to die these few days, but you deserve to suffer a little. After saying that, Chu Chen grabbed Zhu Hongyi and walked outside. As I walked, I was thinking, I wish you would go and inform Zhou Shixuan. I want to see Zhou Shixuan's attitude. When Zhu Hongyi heard this, he saw hope again and started shouting outside. Did you hear that? Send someone to the capital to deliver a message. If I die, Yao Xiaoming will let you go, and the people of Yunbian will let you go. The subordinate thought that this was right. He had followed Zhu Hongyi and committed many evil things. If the big tree behind him fell, he and his men would be like dogs that had lost their homes. So several close subordinates quietly withdrew from the crowd, walked into the house, picked up the token, and rushed out of the prince's palace. Chu Chen ignored them and took out 4 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed Zhu Hongyi behind his back in the back of the RV. Then he turned around and went into the prince's palaces. At this moment, Yao Xiaoming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After receiving the report from the maid, he wanted to take people to rush into the prince's mansion to rescue them, but was stopped by 2 maids. What Mr. Chu meant was that he should not get involved in this matter. But as the shouting and screaming from next door grew louder, his heart rose to his throat. How could he not understand what Chu Chen meant? He just didn't want him to get involved in this mess. The prince's palaces had fallen, but that didn't mean there were no other forces with him. If they can't cause trouble for Chu Chen, then Yao Xiaoming will be their target. Yao Xiaoming was thinking about the gains and losses here. But suddenly he slammed the table in front of him fiercely. At worst, I could just give up this position. How can I put Master Chu in such a predicament? Come here, put on your armor, and go to the prince's palaces to rescue them. At Yao Xiaoming's command, the soldiers of the Yunbian city lord's mansion lined up in a short while. Yao Xiaoming, wearing armor and carrying a long sword on his waist, led a group of people and rushed towards the direction of the prince's palaces with great momentum. At this moment, Chu Chen was grabbing a man who looked like a steward and taking him towards the warehouse of the prince's mansions. The man who looked like the manager walked tremblingly in front, leaving wet shoe prints with every step. He kept muttering, Master, please don't kill me. I didn't do anything wrong. This is the first time I see you. Please don't kill me. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll change you. No, 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 sir. I know the treasures of the prince's palace is best. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. As the steward opened the door of the warehouse, Chu Chen looked at the gold and silver treasures inside, which were shining brightly. He grinned and kicked the steward out. I'll give you some time. Run as far as you can. Then he closed the door, and within 5 minutes, he had emptied the entire palace of the princes until not even a hair was left. After finishing everything, Chu Chen kicked the door down and walked out in a hurry. At this moment, Yao Xiaoming also rushed into the prince's palaces with his men. When Zhu Hongyi saw Yao Xiaoming coming with his men, and Chu Chen was not there at the moment, he started shouting immediately. City Lord Yao, Brother Yao, help me. Please put me down and take me away. As long as Brother Yao saves me this time, I will repay you 1,000-fold. You will then have endless gold, silver, and treasures. Yao Xiaoming ignored Zhu Hongyi, who was shouting, and looked at the entire Zhuang mansion. At this moment, there was no trace of the once arrogant guards in the mansion. Apart from some corpses on the ground and the house that Master Chu rode to that day, only Zhu Hongyi was locked in the back of the house. Chu Chen also came to the door at this time, but when he saw Yao Xiaoming and the palace soldiers enter the yard, he instantly disappeared. He wanted to see what choice this person would make when Zhu Hongyi begged for mercy. If he chose to go forward to save Zhu Hongyi, then this person would not be able to stay. Yao Xiaoming looked around, but didn't see Chu Chen. He immediately became anxious and ordered the people around him, "Go and find him. We must find Master Chu. We must find him alive or dead." After the crowd dispersed, Yao Xiaoming came to Zhu Hongyi and asked, "Tell me, where did you take Master Chu? If anything happens to Master Chu, Zhu Hongyi won't have enough heads to chop off." Zhu Hongyi felt like vomiting blood at this moment. What did they say? Where did I take young Master Chu? It was obvious that I was the victim. Isn't it just carrying his car back to the house, coming in to kill people at will, and then taking control of himself? City Lord Yao, Brother Yao, I don't know where that Mr. Chu has gone. If you want to have a relationship with him, you must help me beg him not to kill me. If His Majesty punishes you, you will not be able to escape responsibility. His Majesty, you're still punishing me. Do you think His Majesty would blame someone who holds His Majesty's personal token? He's the sworn brother of the current 8th prince. Haha, Zhu Hongyi, blame yourself for all the evil you've done. Do you remember shower? Today is the day of your death. After saying this, Yao Xiaoming thought of his little daughter again, and thinking of Master Chu who was probably killed by him, he got so angry that he picked up the knife and chopped at Zhu Hongyi's head. It happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Chen exclaimed, "Fuck," and thought, he's getting a good deal by doing this. Besides, this man can be killed by himself, and the people of Yunbian can be killed by you, but you can't. Then he leaped forward and flashed in front of Yao Xiaoming, and with a flick of his tetanus blade, he knocked Yao Xiaoming's knife away. Chapter 385, tied up in a caravan and paraded through the streets. City Lord Yao, please don't be impulsive. Evildoers will be punished. He has exploited the people of Yunbian, so let the people of Yunbian take it back from him. Ah, Master Chu, you are not dead? Yao Xiaoming looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and shouted in surprise. City Lord Yao, could you please hope for me a little better? No, Master Chu, I thought you were killed by this guy. Looking at Yao Xiaoming's nervous expression, Chu Chen nodded slightly in his heart. Then he said to him, "Okay, what should we do with this person? Do you have any ideas?" Yao Xiaoming looked at Chu Chen and didn't know how to start for a moment. He thought to himself that this was a hot potato. If you wanted to handle it, you should have done it long ago. Why do you have to show off your power here? Asking such a question now. I hope you won't leave halfway through the task. This mess will definitely kill me. Even though I was about to kill this guy with my knife just now, I still feel a little scared when I think about it now. As you wish, sir. Yao Xiaoming instantly thought of the answer to this question. Chu Chen looked at Yao Xiaoming's expression and expressed his understanding. After all, how could he, a mere city lord, dare to deal with Zhu Hongyi? So he said, "Don't worry, no matter how you deal with it, I will keep you safe." With these words, Yao Xiaoming was completely relieved. With this person as my guarantor, I could do almost whatever I want. As long as it's not too excessive, His Majesty can't do anything to me. As the sworn brother of the 8th prince, he is like the uncle of the current emperor. Moreover, he was able to enter the palaces of the princes alone and win a great victory. This fully proves that Chu Chen not only has strong connections, but also has ridiculous strength. So he quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Master Chu, I, Yao Xiaoming, will follow your orders." After standing up, he continued, "This man has committed numerous evil deeds and must not be forgiven lightly. I suggest that he be temporarily imprisoned, his crimes listed, and reported to your majesty, and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for handling." After hearing Yao Xiaoming's method, Chu Chen shook his head instantly. Zhu Hongyi, who was handcuffed in the RV, became excited instantly when he heard that Yao Xiaoming was going to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice. Yes, City Lord Yao is right. I have committed many evil deeds and must be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for punishment. Chu Chen laughed heartily after hearing this. City Lord Yao, you heard that, didn't you? I'm really looking forward to it. Do you think it's appropriate? It seems that Yao Xiaoming still takes into account Zhu Hongyi's relationship with the court. It was handed over to the Ministry of Justice. If someone deliberately concealed this matter, it would be too easy for Zhou Shixuan to get away without knowing it. Yao Xiaoming knew it very well, but after all, he was still afraid. Okay, I have an idea. Let's parade them through the streets for 3 days. This will give their people time to report to the capital. It will also allow the people of Yunbian to vent their anger. After Chu Chen finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes quickly glanced at the heads sticking out from the courtyard wall. Anyone who understands will know that it is Zhu Hongyi's people who are gathering information. If Chu Chen kills Zhu Hongyi at this moment, why would they go to the capital? They should run for their lives. Yao Xiaoming didn't know what Chu Chen meant, but he had become smart and chose to silently carry out Chu Chen's orders. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he climbed onto the RV, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Yao Xiaoming reacted and brought his men back to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, at the gate of Yunbian City, 3 fast horses hurried out of Yunbian City and headed towards the capital. On the second day, Chu Chen drove a motorhome and appeared on the streets of Yunbian City. Behind the RV, Zhu Hongyi was still handcuffed in the car. On the roof of the RV, Chu Chen placed a large loudspeaker, which recorded Zhu Hongyi's crimes. The people had never seen such a magical thing before, and they all ran out to watch the fun. Slowly, the back of the RV was filled with people from Yunbian City. At first, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. "Hey, shopkeeper Yang, isn't that our Yunbian's living king of hell? Yeah, what's going on? Who is so bold? The city lord? Come on, what courage does our city lord have?" Chu Chen listened to the discussions outside and turned to look at Yao Xiaoming. "I'm sorry you've been wronged over the years. Listening to such remarks, don't you need to do something?" Yao Xiaoming immediately understood that Chu Chen was giving him a chance to win back the hearts of the people of Yunbian. Regardless of the RV still moving forward, he opened the door and jumped out. "Fuck, you don't want to die, and you dare to leave alive." Yao Xiaoming jumped out of the car and fell. He quickly got up and said to Chu Chen, "Thank you for your guidance, master. Yao Xiaoming will definitely not let you down." After saying that, he trotted to the back of the car, pulled a whip from the sergeant, and lashed Zhu Hongyi with it. Following Zhu Hongyi's roar, he turned to the people and said, "Fellow villagers of Yunbian, I am Yao Xiaoming. Zhu Hongyi committed numerous evil deeds, exploiting the people and forcing me to collect taxes. Now that he has been executed, I will parade him through the streets for 3 days to bring justice to you, my fellow villagers." After saying that, he whipped Zhu Hongyi hard again. After doing this, he whispered a few words into the sergeant's ear. The sergeant immediately understood what he meant, quietly withdrew from the crowd, took off his military uniform, and picked a few eggs from the stall. With a bang, he threw it on Zhu Hongyi's head. Zhu Hongyi has done many evil things. Folks, take revenge if you have any, and vent your anger if you have any. City Lord Yao is not afraid of power today and has apprehended this thief. City Lord Yao is righteous. Everyone watched the egg liquid flowing down Zhu Hongyi's face and instantly exploded. All of a sudden, rotten eggs, rotten leaves, mud and manure all flew towards Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi looked at Yao Xiaoming with red eyes. "Yao Xiaoming, don't let me turn over, otherwise you'll be the first one to be killed." "Ha! Who threw the shoes? Whoever threw the brick. You don't want to live anymore. You are trying to murder the prince. I will report this to his majesty and have you executed." Ugh, damn it, who threw this shit? When the people saw that someone was taking the lead, they became more and more happy, and they wanted to vent all the grievances they had suffered over the years. 3 days later, Zhou Shixuan looked at the men kneeling before him and instantly slammed the table. "What did you say? Someone raided the prince's palace. Your Majesty, I saw with my own eyes that this person controlled a large white house with a black iron club that could kill people. He has already captured all the kings." "Well, that's not right. The moving White House and the black iron stick that can kill people look like Chu Wazi no matter how you look at it. Is Zhu Hongyi crazy? Why would he pick on Chu Wazi when there are so many people to pick on?" So he said to Eunuch Wei behind him, "Old Wei, perhaps I should ask you to go to Yunbian for a walk." No, let's go together." Chapter 386. His Majesty is driving a small van. Eunuch Wei turned his head to look at Zhou Shixuan, thinking to himself, what's going on? Why is he going there in person? Could it be that His Majesty has other ideas in mind? "Come on, Lao Wei, what are you standing there for?" Seeing Eunuch Wei standing there in a daze, Zhou Shixuan immediately urged him. Eunuch Wei came to his senses and said, Hey, it's coming, Your Majesty. Please slow down." Immediately afterwards, the two walked out of the imperial study and headed towards Zhou Shixuan's exclusive garage. In the van, Zhou Shixuan snatched the keys from Eunuch Wei and said, "The journey is not far. Let me enjoy it. Your Majesty, this thing is dangerous. Let old Wei do it." You old fool. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Wait until I'm done with my high." Then Zhou Shixuan inserted the key in the engine, shifted to first gear, released the handbrake, and the car sped out. As for traffic rules and such, in Zhou Shixuan's mind, the main thing is to do whatever you want. "Your Majesty, shift gears. Your Majesty, boule. Haha, that's awesome. Old Wei, you rarely praise me." "No, Your Majesty, there are cows ahead. Please keep an eye on them." The two chatted casually, forcing the master-servant relationship into a brotherly one. Far away in Yunbian City, Zhu Hongyi had been dragged out by Chu Chen to stroll through the streets for 4 days. In fact, Chu Chen just said 3 days casually. At their speed, it would be good if they could reach the capital in 3 days. But Chu Chen will wait. He wants to wait for Zhou Shixuan's attitude. Zhu Hongyi lay dying in the prison of the city lord's mansion, his eyes empty. To him, 4 days seemed longer than 40 years. The people of Yunbian City have had a great time these days, and all the orchid leaves in the fields have been pulled out. On the 7th day, Chu Chen got up as usual, washed up, and then stayed in the city lord's mansion to brag and chat with Yao Xioming. At noon, the sound of the emperor arriving frightened Yao Xioming so much that he fell off his chair. Then he turned around and looked at Chu Chen in panic and said, "Master Chu, the emperor is coming. The emperor is coming. What should we do?" "It's okay. At worst you can join me and become a bandit." Chu Chen didn't even blink and said to Yao Xioming with a smile, "What? Becoming a bandit? It's all over." At this moment, Zhou Shixuan strode into the city lord's mansion with Eunuch Wei. Yao Xioming quickly knelt on the ground. "Your humble servant, Yao Xioming. I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Zhou Shixuan ignored Yao Xioming and walked up to Chu Chen and asked, "Chu, what's going on? How did that idiot offend you?" Chu Chen laughed. "Uncle Zhou is here. He didn't provoke me, but he provokes the people of Yunbian." After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the hall and pointed at the city lord's mansion to Zhou Shixuan, and then pointed at the huge palace next to it. When Zhou Shixuan saw this scene, he immediately understood everything and thought that the boy must be corrupt. Then he turned to Yao Xioming and asked, "Stand up and tell me what happened." Yao Xioming climbed up tremblingly and walked to Zhou Shixuan with his body hunched. But his eyes kept looking at Chu Chen for help. Chu Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, just tell His Majesty everything you know." Seeing Chu Chen's calm expression, Yao Xioming immediately cleared his throat and told Zhou Shixuan everything. He talked about how Zhu Hongyi had exploited the people of Yunbian over the years, bullied men and women, increased taxes, and made life miserable for the people. He was even so straightforward that he submitted memorials many times, but they were all blocked, and he was retaliated by Zhu Hongyi. He tortured his little daughter to death. He recounted the entire story of how Chu Chen clashed with Zhu Hongyi, how he was arrested, and how he was paraded through the streets. The more Zhou Shixuan listened, the more shocked he became. He never thought that such a thing would happen under his rule. Taking advantage of the title of frontier historian, he did whatever he wanted in his own country and harmed the people of Daxia. He instantly became furious. Where is that beast? Such a heartless person should be cut into pieces. Your Majesty, he is being held in the city lord's mansion prison. After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan yelled at Yao Xiuming, "Hurry up and bring this bastard here." Then he calmed down a little, turned to Chu Chen and said, "Chu, you've worked hard." "Oh." Uncle Zhou heard that Zhu Hongyi was in trouble and came here in person. This surprised me. Chu Chen said this calmly. But Zhou Shixuan and Eunuch Wei, who were present, heard the implication clearly. Doesn't this mean that you, Zhou Shixuan, still care about Zhu Hongyi very much? Everyone knew that it was Chu Chen who caused the conflict, and he came in person. Was it to question the guilt or to mediate? You misunderstood, Chu Wazi. After all, General Zhu drove out the enemies and saved Yunbian for me when I was in the most dangerous time. I heard about the conflict with you, Chu Wazi. As the ruler of a country, I should come. If it is a private conflict, I believe Chu Wazi will not be branded as a perpetrator of murdering loyal officials. But now that this boy has committed such a beastly act, he must be killed as a warning to the rest, to protect our dynasty's reputation among the people. One more thing. The battle report from the front line shows that most of the cities of Luoduo have been captured. As the king of Daxia, I must also comfort the soldiers on the battlefield. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this. Uncle Zhou, you're worrying too much. I thought to myself that since you got so angry as soon as you heard Yao Xiuming's one-sided story, it shows that you are still a good king who cares about the people. As for the rest, it depends on how you deal with Zhu Hongyi. After a while, Zhu Hongyi was brought to Zhou Shixuan by Yao Xiuming's men. As soon as Zhu Hongyi saw Zhou Shixuan, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. Excited, he knelt before Zhou Shixuan and said, "Your Majesty, please save me. This man, possessing great power, has caused me so much suffering. Please send an army to apprehend him. I will tear him into pieces." Zhou Shixuan started to make a fuss when he heard this. To put it another way, if you offend Chu Chen, I can't protect you. What's more, you have done something that is punishable by everyone. If you don't die, how can I, Zhou Shixuan, protect my reputation and the reputation of the Zhou family? How to deal with the people of Yunbian? He ignored Zhu Hongyi and turned to Eunuch Wei, saying, "This man is incredibly audacious. He has abandoned the people and pursued pleasure alone. Tomorrow at noon, he will be beheaded and displayed to the public." When Chu Chen heard this, he thought to himself, Zhou Shixuan is capable of this, but is it so fast? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongyi's heart completely turned cold. He shouted at Zhou Shixuan, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. It was them, Yao Xiuming, who framed me. Your Majesty, please spare my life because my father conquered Yunbian city for you." Eunuch Wei also felt that Zhou Shixuan was being too hasty and quickly said, "Your Majesty, why don't you check it out?" "Check it out? Do you think Chu Wazi will deceive me?" Chu Chen laughed when he heard this. "Zhou Shixuan, you are such a bastard. You didn't forget to send me a trust card at this time. An emperor, after all, is an emperor." Chapter 387, The Important Task of the Chairman of Yunbian City. In fact, Zhou Shixuan believed in Chu Chen from the bottom of his heart. It could be seen from the prince's palaces and the city lord's palace that Zhu Hongyi has been too well off in recent years. And the Chu Chen in his heart didn't need to put on such a show for him just to kill Zhu Hongyi. The Chu Chen in his mind is omnipotent. Not only is he incredibly powerful and wealthy, but he is also smart. With Chu Chen's skills, he could kill a small person like Zhu Hongyi without anyone noticing. But Zhou Shixuan still couldn't figure out the purpose of Chu Chen doing this. Could it be that he was simply testing his tolerance for him? Try to test the critical point where you turn against him? But how could Zhou Shixuan turn against Chu Chen? If such a person were to be taken away by another country, it would be a disaster for Daxia. If you can't kill them or defeat them, the most effective way is to win them over. Zhou Shixuan had a clear calculation of the difference between an outdated prince's palace and Chu Chen. Okay, Yao Xiuming, you've suffered a lot over the years. Blame it on me for not disciplining the officials below me. But don't worry, I will give a satisfactory answer to those who stopped you back then. From now on, please work hard to benefit the people of Yunbian and contribute to Daxia. Zhou Shixuan was very humble, which made Yao Xiuming suddenly feel like he was basking in the spring breeze. In fact, he had no idea that all this was done just for Chu Chen's sake. Yao Xiuming's personality is not suitable for fighting against powerful enemies, but he cares about the people and works for their benefit, so he can still be used. Chu Wazi, what do you think of my handling of the matter? After doing all this, Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen, who was doing nothing, and asked, Aha, Uncle Zhou, I don't understand matters like governing a country and its people, and I'm not interested in them. If you really want me to say anything, I can only say that Uncle Zhou is wise. But why not let the people deal with those who plunder the people like this? In this way, Uncle Zhou, you will be in the hearts of the people of Yunbian. Chu Chen didn't finish his words. He believed Zhou Shixuan would definitely understand. With a little publicity, he could take this opportunity to gather the people of Yunbian firmly around Zhou Shixuan. Okay, Chu Wazi, don't worry. I will definitely give the people of Yunbian a satisfactory explanation. Chu Chen nodded after listening to this. Now that things had come to this, there was no need for him to get involved. He would just let Zhou Shixuan handle it. But Chu Chen thought about the money that was taken from the royal palaces and realized that it ultimately came from the people of Yunbian. Then donate it in your own name for the production and life of the people in Yunbian. In this way, he also gained face in front of Zhou Shixuan. Wouldn't it be better if it also allowed the people of Yunbian to get real benefits? So he turned to Zhou Shixuan and said, Uncle Zhou, I won't get involved in the subsequent matters. But I have one more request. Lord Yao Xiaoming is diligent and caring for the people like his own children. Your Majesty, please put aside past grudges and make good use of him. Yao Xiaoming was so moved that he burst into tears when he heard Chu Chen speaking for him in person. From Zhou Shixuan to the city lord's mansion until now, he has finally understood that the position of this young Master Chu in his Majesty's heart is quite important. With his words, his Yao family is about to take off. Chu boy, although Yao Xiaoming may not be very courageous, he truly loves the people like his own children. Don't worry. Upon seeing this, Yao Xiaoming immediately knelt before Zhou Shixuan and said, I will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations and Master Chu's. Chu Chen smiled when he saw this. In this way, he also fulfilled his promise to protect him. But when it came to the disposal of Zhu Hongyi's property, Chu Chen immediately thought of Yao Xiaoming. If for no other reason than that this person has an upright heart and will not embezzle money, as can be seen from his simple life. Such people will never be greedy for the interests of the people. If these properties were turned over to the national treasury and then distributed from the national treasury after being peeled off layer by layer, there would probably be very little left in the hands of the people. So he continued, Uncle Zhou, Chu Wazi has another favor to ask. I've already had Zhu Hongyi's property moved elsewhere. As for this money, I suggest you let City Lord Yao handle it. What do you think? After listening to this, Zhou Shixuan thought about it and instantly thought of Chu Chen's concerns. So he immediately nodded and said, That's fine, but Yao Xiaoming, you must put this property into practice. Don't let down Chu Wazi's trust in you, and don't let down the people of Yunbian's trust in you. After hearing this, Yao Xiaoming knelt down again, thinking that this was a test of himself. So he said loudly, Your Majesty, rest assured, Yao Xiaoming will make good use of it and benefit the people of Yunbian. Okay, then this matter is settled. Let's quickly carry it out. Zhou Shixuan waved his hand, arranged everything, and took Chu Chen to Yunbian Street. As they walked, he sighed and said to Chu Chen, I haven't been to Yunbian City for many years. Uncle Zhou, when you have time, go out and walk around. Don't let the scoundrels down there ruin the reputation of the royal family. Chu Wazi, you've taught Uncle Zhou a good lesson this time. As the ruler of a country, you should travel more often, otherwise you won't understand the suffering of the people. Uncle Zhou is so considerate of the people of Daxia. Chu Wazi thanks you on behalf of the people of Yunbian. When Chu Chen heard this, he flattered him very happily. But Zhou Shixuan changed the subject and stretched out his hand towards Chu Chen. Chu, Uncle Zhou wants to go out more often, but the national treasury is empty. It is said that you are rich enough to rival a country. Otherwise, Uncle Zhou, stop it. My nephew is so poor that he only has... he's so poor that his family can't even support him. Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen with a sinister look on his face, then turned to look at Eunuch Wei. Old Wei, you said Chu Wazi is so clever. Our royal family has a good business. Let Chu Wazi come up with some ideas. After hearing this, Eunuch Wei immediately said, Your Majesty, if you want to make money to build roads for Daxia, improve people's livelihood, and develop water conservancy projects, it's not easy. I think you have found the right person to look for, Master Chu. Chu Chen laughed when he heard it. What a great way to sing the same tune and build roads and develop water conservancy projects. It's obvious that he wants to do some business and make a profit from it. After all, he is the head of a country. Now that things have come to this, there is no reason for him to refuse. He then pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Your Majesty and Eunuch Wei have both said so. Contributing to Daxia is my unshirkable responsibility as a Daxia citizen. But as for what to do, let me think carefully. That's great, very good, Chu boy. I feel relieved now that you've said that. After hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then stopped talking. Looking at the half-smoked tobacco in his hand, Chu Chen immediately came up with an idea. Chapter 388. This matter is over. Chu E arrives. Yes, this thing is good. As long as you work hard in many aspects, you will definitely be able to find something like tobacco leaves. Secretly grown and sold at high prices, different grades and prices are offered to the people of Daxia. Then the money is here, and I use my own money. Although I don't lack it, it hurts. Using the money of the people of Daxia to build Daxia is the permanent way. So he said to Zhou Shixuan, Uncle Zhou, give me some time, and I will definitely satisfy you by then. Haha, old way. With Chu Wazi's words, there's no need to worry about Daxia's prosperity. Chu Chen, are you damn satisfied? Okay, let's do something big. On the second day, Zhu Hongyi was taken to Kaishiku for a public trial. Zhou Shixuan and Yao Xiuming were in charge personally, while Eunuch Wei was responsible for Zhou Shixuan's safety. The people of Yunbian heard that it was the current emperor and the city lord who personally captured the legendary Yunbian living king of hell and handed him over to the people for public trial. They knelt down one after another, praising his majesty as wise and the city lord as wise. This made Zhou Shixuan so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. As an emperor, what could be happier than being recognized by the people? Chu Chen did not go to the trial scene. It would be so boring to just watch Zhou Shixuan play the good guy. So after handing over the property of the various princes' palaces, he took the two maids and wandered around Yunbian city, wandering around, looking here and playing there. After a while, the two maids' hands were full of things. At this moment, Chu Chen actually missed the modern society, of course, since he had both military power and money. Otherwise, if I go back to being a delivery boy, it would be worse than the ancient times. Just when a maid could no longer lift the things in her hands. Suddenly, a voice came from Chu Chen's ears. Master, where are you? Chu Chen couldn't help but grin after hearing this. On the fourth day after sending the letter to Chu E, Chu Chen turned on a walkie-talkie and put on a headset. Whenever Chu E comes, he will definitely turn on a walkie-talkie, tune to his channel, and call him. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. So he replied, Where are you going shopping in Yunbian City? Sir, Uncle Feng and I are watching the beheading here. It's so cool. Fuck, your future father-in-law is here. Aren't you afraid of being seen? It's okay. I'm wearing a hood. He won't recognize me. Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. Go find a house and give me the location when you find it. The two girls looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly talked to himself, and thought that the young man in front of them was possessed by evil spirits. So he stepped forward and asked with concern, Sir, are you okay? It's okay. I'm used to it. Talking to myself out of the blue is good for my physical and mental health. Talking to herself? The maids looked at each other in confusion. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly after saying this. Come on, let's go buy you 2 belly bands. Look at you two. It's been a while since you last changed into new ones. After saying that, he pulled the two of them into another clothing store. After strolling around for most of the day, Chu Chen finally returned to the city lord's mansion with 2 maids. Seeing the 2 maids eagerly checking out the many new things Chu Chen bought for them, Chu Chen also smiled. Some people can be happy for a long time if you give them a little sweetness. This kind of happiness will also make you feel good. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'm going out to play. When your master comes back, tell him. Sir, let's go. That's right. I have my own things to do. I can't play every day. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he didn't give them a chance to speak. He quickly left the city lord's mansion and walked towards the prince's palaces. He drove the RV to a deserted place, waved his hand to put into the space, took out the intercom, and said to Chu E, How is it? Did you find it? Sir, it's almost done. Please wait. Not long after, Chu Chen appeared in a large house behind the streets of Yunbian City. Uncle Feng, long time no see. You look a lot younger now. Chu Chen joked to Feng Wu as soon as he entered the door. Oh, it's all thanks to our Chu Wazi, otherwise your uncle, would be working in that field right now. Uncle, stop being polite. Now everything is clear, right? Clear, clear. As Feng Wu spoke, he gestured for Chu Chen to sit down. Chu Chen repeated his request to several people, and also told Chu Yi about Gu Dabiao, whom he had placed in the snow mountain, and asked him to arrange the liaison personnel. After listening to this, Chu Yi nodded and patted his chest to assure himself that there would be no problem. Then, Chu Chen pulled Chu Yi aside and took out a photo of tobacco leaves. Send people to search for this plant in all the mountains and forests of Daxia. Chu Yi took it and looked at it, thinking, is this a medicinal herb? It can also be a medicinal herb with calming effects. It's also a good hemostatic agent. In fact, Chu Chen also wanted to sell cigarettes with Zhou Shixuan at the beginning, and he was struggling for a long time. But when it comes to really making money, based on his knowledge and culture, the first thing that comes to mind is energy. But in this world, there is not much usable energy, and it is extremely difficult to use it. Therefore, cigarettes have become the best choice at present, with low planting costs and low manufacturing costs. It can be said to be a very profitable business. Although this thing can be addictive, it depends on the individual. Moreover, you say that it is very harmful to the body and can make a nation weak like DP. That is totally impossible. So, let Chui look for it for a while to see if Daxia has this thing. For this matter, Chu Chen went to the space last night to look up a lot of information. It is said that this thing originated in South America, but this is an imaginary world. The terrain of the entire world is different, so where does the so-called South America come from? Therefore, Chu Chen bet that there was a high probability that Daxia had this thing, and it didn't matter even if he couldn't find it. Then you will suffer a little loss. There's a lot of smoke in the space, and it can be copied infinitely. After explaining everything, Chu Chen started to do nothing again. I don't know if it's because there is too much jade essence in the space, but it has not been completely absorbed so far. So Chu Chen has not gone in to investigate the changes in space during this period. On the morning of the second day, an inflatable tent stood on a small hill outside Yunbian City. Chu Chen was making tea outside the tent and observing the entire Yunbian City. Suddenly, he said slowly, "Maybe it's almost time? Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, Chu Chen drank the tea in the cup in one gulp and then flashed into the space. Looking at the empty jade essence box on the ground, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. "Master Space, you've eaten so much. What surprise will you bring me this time?" After saying that, he ran towards the back mountain, only to see that the spring water on the back mountain was flowing out like milk. Chu Chen picked up the water scoop beside him and drank a scoop of it. "Fuck, that's awesome. So fucking sweet." Feeling the abundant power that the spring water brought to his body, Chu Chen cried out in comfort. Chapter 389, Space Change Aircraft. After drinking the spring water, Chu Chen stood on the hill and looked down, only to see the outline of the entire city appear before his eyes. So Chu Chen ran towards the west side of the back mountain, shouting excitedly. He remembered clearly that after the last space change, a big gate appeared on the west side of the back mountain. There is a sign outside the gate saying Military Restricted Area, no entry for unauthorized persons. With so much jade essence pouring in at this moment, all the people in that military base should have come out by now. Armored vehicles, tanks, various large-caliber weapons, and maybe even helicopters. In this case, the top of the snow-capped mountain is nothing. Sooner or later, I will fly up there to take a look. Anyway, I have space at hand, and I won't die from falling. Although I don't know how to open it, as long as the infinitely copied things are there, I will eventually figure it out one day. After running for half an hour, Chu Chen finally arrived at the door. Chu Chen couldn't wait to jump into the yard. With so many years of experience in finding things, Chu Chen soon pushed open the door of a huge warehouse. Haha, I'm rich. I wonder who will dare to mess with me from now on. The first thing that caught Chu Chen's eye was an infantry fighting vehicle whose model he couldn't identify. On top of the tank, there's a 30mm cannon and a coaxial machine gun. Chu Chen touched it, then turned his head to look around. There were tracked infantry fighting vehicles and off-road vehicles. At the very end, there was a tank parked there quietly. There are various kinds of artillery, and Chu Chen can't name them, but with these things, he could train a group of soldiers and walk around in this world at any time. Chu Chen excitedly climbed up the two and ran towards the other one. Although he wouldn't use most of the things inside, he had plenty of time. After walking around inside, Chu Chen frowned. So far, he had not seen a single plane. It seems that this is an artillery base. I guess there are no airplanes here. There are no military ones, but it's hard to say whether there are small civilian planes in this city. Thinking of this, Chu Chen jogged towards the beach again. He had seen it before when he was delivering food. The city had a small helicopter exhibition hall next to the beach. There are several small civilian helicopters inside. Arriving at the exhibition hall, Chu Chen's face instantly broke into a smile. What is parked inside is something that ordinary people would never dare to pursue in their entire lives. Now they are all yours. Single rotor, twin rotor, and so on. Haha, from now on, the sea is wide and I can jump as far as I want, the sky is high and I can fly as far as I want. Chu Chen kicked open the glass door of the exhibition hall and ran towards a helicopter. After taking a look, he rushed into the office of the exhibition hall. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of rummaging through drawers. Yes, Chu Chen was looking for the keys and the basic flight operating manual. To learn this thing, you have to understand the basic operations of it. In fact, this was also an idea Chu Chen had after he fell from the snow mountain cave and found that entering the space and slowly falling could save his life. Before the change, Chu Chen didn't even dare to think about controlling this thing himself. After all, he was a flesh and blood body. If he traveled to ancient times and was not killed by anyone, but fell to his death, that would be too unprofitable. Not long after, Chu Chen sat down at a table in the exhibition hall with a pile of things and began to study them slowly. An hour later, Chu Chen picked up a key and walked toward a small helicopter. This is a single-rotor helicopter that can seat 2 people. It is probably used for tourism in modern society, but Chu Chen's heart at this moment was as excited as if it was being pawed by a cat. After opening the door with the key, Chu Chen climbed onto the helicopter and then flashed out of the space with it. There was no one on the hill, and the helicopter and Chu Chen landed steadily on the platform at the top of the mountain. Well, slowly push the accelerator, pull the aggregate. Fuck, the plane crashed. There was a series of crackling sounds, and Chu Chen stayed in the space, trembling. 5 minutes later, Chu Chen appeared outside again with a brand new plane. 2 hours later, fuck, it's flying, it's flying. Chu Chen looked through the helicopter window and saw himself gradually leaving the ground, and he immediately screamed with excitement. Soon after, oh shit, how does this thing stop? Look out, it's crashing. At this moment, Chu Chen calmly finished smoking a cigarette in the space. Then the body goes in and out in the space, in and out. Finally, he slowly landed on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a brand new plane. 5 days later, Zhou Shixuan frowned as he listened to Eunuch Wei's report. A large bird on the outskirts of the city, sometimes flying up and sometimes falling down. Your Majesty, that's right. I want to see it myself, but I didn't know what kind of monster it was, so I didn't dare to go forward to check it out. Hey, when has there ever been a rumor of monsters appearing in Daxia? Where's Chu Wazi? After listening to the report, Zhou Shixuan immediately felt that the matter was too strange. Could it be that the monster recorded in the letter really existed? That would be an indelible disaster for the entire Daxia and for all of humanity. When Zhou Shixuan was undecided about something, the first person he thought of was Chu Chen, and he wanted to ask for his opinion. Your Majesty, Master Chu left without saying goodbye 5 days ago and has since vanished. I don't even know where he is. After Eunuch Wei finished speaking, Zhou Shixuan looked at the sky helplessly. In that case, let's send someone to observe first. If there's any unusual movement, report it immediately. Little did they know that at this moment, Chu Chen was driving the helicopter with a compass on the dashboard, rushing towards the snow-capped mountains. On the top of the snowy mountain, Chu Chen started a fight with it. Chu Chen knew clearly that the higher they went, the thinner the air would become, and the worse the flight performance would be. And if there's an air current or something, the plane will crash. People will also have difficulty breathing due to the thin air. So it is absolutely impossible to fly to the top of the snow mountain. But we won't get close to it. It should be fine if we fly high into the sky and observe it from a distance. In these few days, Chu, Yi, and the others have begun to arrange the things that Chu Chen has instructed them to do. For him, building a walkie-talkie base station is just a matter of time. So Chu Chen was too lazy to manage it. Ever since he was beaten up by a woman suspected to be Shaoxi girl when he went to the snow mountain last time, Chu Chen has always been curious in his heart. As the helicopter slowly approached the snow-capped mountains, Chu Chen pulled the joystick and the fuselage rose rapidly into the sky. Chapter 390, A Touch of Green on the Top of the Snowy Mountain. The helicopter slowly entered the clouds, and after rising for a long time, Chu Chen did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, the clouds seemed endless. So after thinking for a while, he turned the plane around and flew towards the distant snow-capped mountains. Not long after, he arrived above Yunbian City, and the clouds disappeared. Chu Chen frowned as he looked at everything in front of him, thinking that the clouds and fog in front must be quite strange. So he made up his mind, and the helicopter slowly flew into the sky again. Not long after, Chu Chen widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. I saw that the so-called clouds and fog around the mountain in front of me became flat. It's like a white sponge covering the top of a snowy mountain. Chu Chen swore that the sea of clouds and the like in modern society were nothing compared to this. This was the most beautiful spectacle Chu Chen had ever seen. Then he took out a pair of high-power binoculars and looked towards the top of the snow-capped mountain. After a while, he discovered the problem. Suddenly, a hint of green appeared on the top of the snow-white mountain. However, due to the distance, even with a high-power telescope, it was impossible to see what the green was. After looking for a while, Chu Chen took out a SLR camera with a long lens and took a few photos of the top of the snow-capped mountain. He controlled the helicopter and landed it on the land. When he reached the land, Chu Chen waved his hand, put away everything, and flashed into the space. Inside the space, Chu Chen pulled out a laptop and copied the photos from the SLR camera. Then he zoomed in and zoomed in again, and finally, the green area on the top of the snow-capped mountain appeared in Chu Chen's eyes. Although it was very blurry, you could vaguely see that it was a grassland-like place. Hey, there's actually green land above the snow. Chu Chen looked at the picture in disbelief and muttered to himself, "This is getting more and more interesting. The world is so vast and full of wonders. It seems that my understanding of this world is really not enough." After saying that, Chu Chen put away his computer and flashed out of the space again. Last time I went up the snowy mountains, I saw someone who looked like Xiao Girl. This time, I saw a green area again using a plane. At this moment, Chu Chen had an urge to go up the snow mountain again. He wanted to try to build a platform where the fog opened, then release a helicopter and take off from there. Just as he was sitting in the inflatable tent on the hill thinking. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a motorcycle. Gu Dabiao, could it be that someone has come down from upstairs? After saying that, Chu Chen ran towards the motorcycle. After a while, Gu Dabiao was seen riding an off-road motorcycle towards Yunbian City. So he immediately took out the RV and chased after the motorcycle. Gu Dabiao grinned and drank the wind, but he was happy in his heart. With this attire and the iron horse under his crotch, after entering Yunbian City, I don't know how many young girls and young wives cast eager glances at me. Thinking of those plump young sisters-in-law, Gu Dabiao felt like his heart was being scratched by millions of ants. In his heart, the iron horse under his crotch must be unique in Yunbian City. Parking it in Yunbian Suishan Tower instantly elevates its status. As the motorcycle sped along, we soon saw the gate of Yunbian City. "Ah, Yunbian City, I'm here." "Ugh." Gu Dabiao opened his mouth and shouted while eating the flying beast unique to the outside of Yunbian City. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He saw a white iron box passing him at an extremely fast speed and stopping him. Gu Dabiao was unable to dodge, and nervous, he turned the handle hastily and fell onto the dusty official road with a loud bang. "Whoever chopped off your head, I'll throw you to death." "Uncle Biao, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your cycling skills haven't improved much." Chu Chen got out of the RV and said to Gu Dabiao, who was cursing on the ground. Gu Dabiao looked at Chu Chen, who got out of the car, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought, "It's over," and scolded the young master. So he quickly knelt on the ground and said, "Gu Dabiao, I'm honored to meet you, master." "Okay, get up, are you hurt?" Gu Dabiao heard Chu Chen's concerned voice and immediately got up. "It's okay, sir. Dabiao is used to these little bumps and bruises." Chu Chen nodded after hearing this, and seeing that he was shivering with cold, he immediately took him into the RV. The air conditioner was on in the RV. Gu Dabiao looked around in surprise, feeling that it was very unreal. He could probably guess that the young master's iron horse also consumed oil, but he didn't expect that he could even make a fire inside it. "Okay, let's talk." Chu Chen handed over a cup of hot water and asked with a smile. Gu Dabiao looked at the crystal glass handed to him by Chu Chen, swallowed, picked it up, and took a sip. Then he said, "Sir, someone is coming down from the snowy mountain." "Oh, tell me more specifically." After a cup of tea, Chu Chen frowned and began to think. It turned out that after receiving the task from Chu Chen, Gu Dabiao sent many of his younger brothers to patrol the area around the snow-capped mountains. One day, the two younger brothers saw a girl coming from the direction of Luo Duo, and they had evil thoughts. Unexpectedly, he was knocked to the ground before he could get close to the person. After beating the man, the girl left a few words and headed towards Daxia. The girl said, "How dare you be so rude to me? Go back and tell your manager that if there is a next time, there will be no need for him to live under our snowy mountain." After hearing what Gu Dabiao said, Chu Chen immediately thought of the girl who called him a lecher that day. So he asked, "What are your appearance characteristics?" "My lord, the wind and snow were so strong that I couldn't see her face clearly, but she has a nice figure and a strong, youthful aura. She must not be ugly." She was dressed in white, with a veil covering her face. She was extremely fast and was no less powerful than the young master. Chu Chen nodded after listening to it, and actually had the answer in his heart. This girl is most likely the fourth girl from before, but what is she doing down the mountain? By the way, Jimengzi, this girl said before that she would seek revenge on Jimengzi. After all, if she was Shaoxi, she would have fought with Jimengzi several times. Could it be that it seems that I have to put everything aside and return to Qingyun City? So he patted Gu Dabiao on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. You did a great job. Wait a minute, I'll introduce you to someone. If you find anything in the future, just report it directly to him." After saying that, he picked up the intercom and said, "Chu Yi, come to the city gate." After a while, Chu Yi's voice came from the intercom. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon." Gu Dabiao was secretly delighted when he received Chu Chen's affirmation, but he saw Chu Chen suddenly pick up a black box on the table and start talking. I was shocked again. Is the young master a god? Transmitting sound over 1,000 miles. This is too magical. After a while, a van stopped in front of the RV. Gu Dabiao was confused. He originally thought that he could charm a lot of young ladies just because he had an iron horse. But now it seems that I am still too young. Chapter 391, Qing Xian kicks out Hongmong. Chu Yi, this is Gu Dabiao. After your base station is built, he will come to Qingyun to report any situation. Arrange the right people and remember his token. Chu Chen gave a few instructions, and Chu Yi stepped forward to greet Gu Dabiao, then led them into Yunbian City. Chu Chen can just leave the follow-up matters to Chu Yi. Chu Chen returned to the house and locked himself in the room, then slipped into the space. He wanted to find weapons to guard against the fourth girl. After this girl went to the snow mountain, her strength increased greatly. Even with his strength as a 10th grade master, he couldn't even defeat her. Then I must be fully prepared. Who knows what her purpose is in coming down the mountain? It's not a bad thing to be a little more survivable after all. More than a day passed from the time Gu Dabiao saw her to the time he realized something was wrong and came to report the news. So Chu Chen prepared to set off tomorrow and return to Qingyun. Since we can't get up on the snow mountain, there will be a chance if we can deal with this girl. After some preparations, Chu Chen said hello to Chu Yi and drove the RV towards Qingyun City. 2 days later, Chu Chen's Yu climbed out of the RV, took out a telescope, and gradually saw the outline of Qingyun City in the distance. At this moment, Qingyun City was in a state of chaos, when suddenly a loud noise frightened the passers-by. I saw a figure falling down from the upstairs with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a girl stepped forward and kicked the man in front of her to the ground, then picked him up by the neck and returned to the Red Romance. Wang Qingchuan and the other girls were so frightened by the fierce girl in front of them that they were speechless. "You lecher, you've disappointed me so much that I want to kill you right now." That's right, the one who was thrown down the building was Chun Qingxian. "Well, Miss Shaoxi, let's talk it over nicely. How did I offend you?" Chun Qingxian sat dejectedly on a chair on the first floor of Honglang, looking at the fourth girl in front of him with a look of grievance. "Humph, coming to this place of pleasure so early in the morning." The fourth girl was so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. Chun Qingxian still looked at her in confusion, thinking to himself, "I came here last night. Who the hell would come so early in the morning? I didn't go home at all." But in the face of strength, Chun Qingxian had to admit defeat and could only think rapidly on the side, thinking about the cause and solution of the matter. This girl called him a lecher right from the start. Apart from the offense he had with the Tontian sect during the last fight, he didn't seem to have any deep hatred against her. Why was she so angry about visiting a brothel? Then, Chu Chen thought of fact that he was unwilling to admit. Could it be that this tigress has taken a fancy to him? If so, then the days ahead will still. No. Could it be the girl who took her away from the cave before? Thinking of the girl in the cave, Chu Chen instantly became excited and immediately said to the fourth girl viciously, I come whenever I want. What's it to you? You are my mother, and you control me every day. As expected, he was responded with another whip kick. The fourth girl looked at Chu Chen rolling on the ground with a filthy look on his face, and she instantly became furious. She took a step forward, sat on him, and beat him up. Chu Chen was a little confused after being beaten. Slowly, another figure appeared in my mind. Mo Yun, the fairy-like girl. So he shouted loudly, Stop hitting me. Were you sent by Miss Mo Yun? Master told me to slap you in the face as punishment for your rude words that day. I didn't expect you to be like this. I added these last few things to avenge the beating you gave me earlier. After hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled and thought to himself, It's okay as long as you like me. Miss Mo Yin looks much more sophisticated than this tigress in front of him. Phew, it's much gentler and prettier. Then he said, Little fourth miss, since we've already fought, since we've come to Qingyun City, why don't you let me treat you and have a simple meal together? I won't eat with a lecher. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Sister, since you don't want to eat with lecher, then I will take you to eat. After hearing this, Xiaoxi turned around and saw Chu Chen, whom she had met before, standing at the door, talking to her with a smile on her face. It's you? Haha, now, you're no match for me. Why? Do you want to help him get revenge? In fact, Chu Chen had been here for a long time. At first, she thought that Chu Chen had gotten into trouble somewhere. It was not until she saw her face that she recognized that she was the girl who had been with Qi Yanfei. Miss, you are joking. With our limited strength, how can we be your opponent? This place is too dirty. Please move on. Seeing that the once high-ranking 9th-rank master had submitted to her, the fourth girl instantly became full of confidence. He kicked Chu Chen and followed Chu Chen outside. Shortly after Chu Chen took Xiaoxi away, Chu Chen's RV was parked steadily at the door of Honglangman. But when he opened the door and saw Chu Chen with his face swollen like a pig's head, he immediately realized that the girl had come. So he stepped forward and pretended to be ignorant and said, Hey, Jimengzi, what happened? Is there syphilis on your face? Chu Chen glanced at Chu Chen and said, Get lost, you idiot. Don't mess with me. I'm very happy. If you want to talk about cheapness, you're second. No one in Qingyun City dares to claim to be first. You've been beaten into a pig's head, and you're still happy. You don't know. She specially sent her apprentice to slap me in the face. You idiot. Do you think she's interested in me? Chen Xingxuan's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Chu Chen with an intoxicated look and said. Chu Chen immediately made way after hearing this and waved to Wang Qingxuan. Tell me, what's going on? Qingxuan has met you, sir. The Taoist priest came last night. I woke up early this morning and didn't know anything about it. I only know that the Taoist priest fell from the second floor and was pinned to the ground and beaten by a girl named Xiaoxi. Young master, you have to think of a solution. The Taoist priest seems to have been beaten and is a little unconscious. When you came here, he kept grinning foolishly. Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. Where's the fourth young lady? Where's she now? He was picked up by Hero Mu. Okay, nothing to do. Go ahead and get busy. Let me tell you quietly, your Taoist priest has someone in his heart. Chu Chen said this to Wang Qingxuan, fearing that the world would not be in chaos, then pulled Chu Chen and climbed onto the RV. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Wang Qingxuan suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart. Yes, I'm just a prostitute. How can I expect to enter the life of the Taoist priest, but the Taoist priest has entered my life? It's a good thing that the Taoist priest has a sweetheart. Wang Qingxuan looked at the RV going away and muttered something, but a tear just fell. Hey, actors are supposed to be ruthless. Chapter 392, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in front of the door. Chu Chen didn't care about all that. After pulling the drunk man into the car, he took out the walkie-talkie. Chu Chen, where is the fourth young lady? I have something to talk to her about. City West residents, remember to come back and make something delicious. This girl is not to be trifled with. Chu Chen heard Chu Chen's call on the intercom, so she whispered quietly. Chu Chen knew very well that this girl was not easy to mess with. But when it comes to cooking, Xiaolan and Xiaodao are here. Just because they're not easy to deal with, you can't just ignore them. With my own space-eating weapon, who am I afraid of? So he said into the intercom, "Don't be scared, she is a human being too." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove Chu Chen towards the house in the west of the city. At the gate of the house, Chu Chen stopped the car steadily, then slapped Chu Chen, who was still grinning foolishly. "Get off the bus, licker." "What dog?" "No, you're just a dog, the kind that licks." "Go to hell." Chu Chen punched Chu Chen on the shoulder, then kicked open the car door and walked into the house with a pig's head. But before Chu Chen could reach the door, he heard a scream, and Chu Chen flew out of the house. "Fuck, so violent." Chu Chen simply took out a shotgun, put it on his shoulder, and walked into the house in a swagger. The fourth girl in front of him was sitting at the table in the middle of the yard chatting with Chu Chen. Seeing Chu Chen swaggering and carrying a black stick, he stood up instantly. Chu Chen glanced at her and ignored her, but turned to speak to Chu Chen outside. "Jiu take a look at my hidden weapon." After saying that, he pulled the trigger of the shotgun at a rockery next to him. After hearing a few loud bangs, the rockery was instantly hit by flying sand and rocks, and a piece of it was knocked down. This scene made Xiaoxi's heart skip a beat. He thought that on that day on the snowy mountain, this scoundrel in front of him had held back when attacking him. Otherwise, with the power of this thing and his status as a master, it would have been easy for him to kill him if he had caught him by surprise. Thinking of this, the fourth girl slowly sat down. "Hey, hello, Miss Xiaoxi. I almost didn't notice. Why are you here?" After Chu Chen fired the gun, he pretended to be surprised and said to the fourth girl, Master Chu, I told you that day that sooner or later, I would come down. All right, since you're a guest, Xiaolan and Xiaotao cook. Make your best dishes. Since we have distinguished guests today, I'd like to have a few drinks with Miss Fourth." After saying that, Chu Chen sat down between the two of them and threw the shotgun on the table. The shotgun had already run out of bullets, so Chu Chen was very relieved. Even if someone took it away, it would just be a piece of scrap metal. "Ha! Master Chu is so arrogant. Why did you go to my sacred mountain?" When Miss Xiaoxi saw Chu Chen sitting down, she immediately asked straight to the point. I'm just curious. Do you believe me?" "Humph, you're so curious without any strength. Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" Hearing Chu Chen's indifferent expression, the fourth girl felt angry, so she stared at Chu Chen and said, "I'm very afraid of death, but this world doesn't seem as dangerous as I imagined." Chu Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket and said with a cocky look on his face. The fourth girl in front of him was indeed strong, so strong that if he simply faced her, he would have no chance of winning. But in fact, that's all. Judging from the last fight and this time's beating of Jimengzi, she is still a human being, not a god. Nor is he an immortal with great powers, as described in novels read in modern society. So Chu Chen thought in his heart that perhaps the top of the snow mountain was a paradise away from the world. The people inside practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies, but they do not engage in conflict with the world. But all of this is just speculation based on that photo. All the mysteries in the future will be revealed by this little fourth girl. So you have to act more naturally, not trying to please others or making enemies on purpose. After saying that, Chu Chen stood up and said, "You guys chat, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look." How could Chu Chen not understand what Chu Chen meant? Chu Chen cared about this girl in front of him, very much so. So, she had to use some unique things between women to become friends with the girl in front of her. By then, maybe I can help Chu Chen. As soon as Chu Chen left, Chu Chen took the fourth girl's hand and said, "Oh, sister, you need to take care of your hands. What is maintenance?" After hearing this, Miss Xiaoxi asked with a puzzled look on her face. Although she was a little resistant to Chu Chen's sudden pulling of her hand, as a woman, she did not refuse. When Chu Chen heard this, she immediately said seriously, "There's a lot to learn about maintenance. I'll explain it to you in detail." After an incensed stick of time, Chu Chen and Chu Chen squatted at the door, turning their heads from time to time to glance at the two people who were chatting animatedly in the yard. Then they looked at each other with disgust, lowered their heads, and took a deep breath. I thought that if this woman could communicate, she could transcend everything. Who doesn't have a love for beauty? On the table, Chu Chen took out a bunch of bottles and jars and smeared them all on the hands and face of the fourth girl. Chu Chen sometimes laughed and sometimes looked sad. Chu Chen had a pig head and his expression could not be seen clearly. Jiu you are so ugly. Chu Chen's sudden words made Chun Qingxian angry again. You're so good-looking. Why can't you even get in if you're so good-looking? Well, it's my first visit, so I didn't bring any gifts. Come on, Mo Yun's place is not suitable for a fool like you to go there. The two of them were arguing with each other, which made Chu Chen look at himself and Jimengzi squatting at the door. The words crouching dragon and phoenix chick instantly popped up in my mind. What the hell is this? Then he stood up and went into the kitchen. Instead of squatting with the drunkard, it would be better to go to the kitchen and tease Xiaolan and Xiao Dao. As Xiaolan and Xiao Dao were busy working, various aromas slowly rose from the kitchen, making Chu Chen feel a little hungry. I've been away for so long that I haven't had a good and quiet meal, let alone the food cooked by the girl who has been with me for several years. Haha, Xiaolan and Xiao Dao are amazing. Their cooking skills have improved a lot. You are too kind, sir. Xiaolan and Xiao Dao were both taught by you. How can they compare to you? Soon after, the two of them worked hard, and the table was filled with steaming hot food. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately invited the fourth girl to the table. Miss, you must be hungry after a long journey. Come and try the cooking of Xiaolan and Xiao Dao. Chu Chen sat down on the main seat and opened a bottle of Mao Dai with a wave of his hand. Chapter 393, Snow Mountain Photo Shocks, Xiao Si. Xiao Si looked at the table full of food, swallowed his saliva, and then looked at the wine in Chu Chen's hand in front of him, and his appetite instantly came. But the next second, she saw Xiaolan and Xiao Dao sitting at the table naturally. He couldn't help but feel curious about Chu Chen in front of him. In her eyes, the masters of every wealthy family treated their maids like beasts of burden. But seeing how natural these two girls are, could it be that Chu Chen is a person who treats servants well? Come on, little sister, try this cucumber. It's good for your skin and beauty. Seeing that the fourth girl was still confused, Chu Chen picked up a handful of cucumber and put it into her bowl. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of dishes flooded into her bowl. Chu Chen carefully poured a glass of wine for each of them, and then handed it to them one by one. Come, welcome Miss Fourth to Qingyan City. Little fourth miss, we didn't get to know each other until we fought. Let's have a drink. After drinking a glass of wine, Chu Chen looked up at the door and said, Jiomingzi, come eat. Why are you acting like a grown-up girl? Humph, I won't sit at the same table with vulgar people. After saying that, he flew upstairs. On the roof, Chun Qingxian was grinning as he chewed peanuts and drank a bottle of 56-degree liquor. He glanced at the yard with disdain, then turned his head to look into the distance. After eating and drinking, Miss Xiao Si was a little tipsy. Chu Chen made a pot of tea, then turned around and took out a notebook. He opened the photo he had taken earlier and held it out to Xiao Si. Miss, does this place look familiar to you? When Miss Xiao Si saw this small black box that was glowing for the first time, she was immediately surprised. But when she saw the familiar scene inside, she stood up instantly. You! Why did you put the sacred mountain in this little black box? Don't get excited, girl. This is a photo. What is a photo? The fourth girl still looked confused. You can think of it as a portrait, but none of that matters. What's important is that I'm very curious about this place. Chu Chen stood up and motioned Xiao Si to sit down, then looked at her seriously and said, Why be curious? There are some things in this world that you shouldn't be exposed to. Curiosity will kill you. Can you tell me about this place? Looking at Chu Chen's sincere face, and under the stimulation of alcohol, Xiao Si's heart was also shaken. When a master asked me to go down the mountain to gain experience, he did not tell me not to mention the sacred mountain. In fact, in Daxia, there are still some people who know the location of the sacred mountain. They call it the top of the snow mountain. But only a few can get up there. The portrait in the black box that Chu Chen took out made her deeply confused. What kind of person can overlook the sacred mountain from such a height? Is it possible that in this world, there really are people like those in the legend? It doesn't mean that they have already escaped from this world. The only tokens and secret manuals that were said to have been left behind by them also disappeared. Even his own master had searched for them for many years, but to no avail. But the person who can overlook the sacred mountain from such a height, could it be that he knows the secrets here? Otherwise, how could he have such strength? Thinking of this, the fourth girl couldn't help but look at Chu Chen deeply. I thought that the man in front of me was weird, but from the surface, his strength was just top-notch in the world, and it was impossible for him to rise to such a height. Then this person must have the secrets of those people. Since he is so curious about the sacred mountain, Why not bring him to the sacred mountain and let the master interrogate him personally? In this way, if the master really asks something, it will be a credit to me." Then he changed his expression instantly and said to Chu Chen, "Are you really that curious?" "That's right. Young lady, why don't you tell me about it? Besides, I have a close relationship with your biological father, the current emperor, and I'm also your brother, the 8th prince's sworn brother. So, I can also call you my sworn sister. How can I harm you?" Chu Chen spoke vividly and affectionately, and Xiaoxi instantly remembered it. She is also the princess of the great Xia kingdom. In that case, why not take him there once? "Okay, in that case, I can take you to the sacred mountain, but you must not have any bad intentions, otherwise the people on the sacred mountain will never let you come out alive." As soon as the 4th girl finished speaking, before Chu Chen could respond, Jimengzi fell from the sky and landed directly between the two of them. Well, Miss Xiaoxi, take me with you. I can drive the carriage for you." Xiaoxi glanced at Chun Qingxian and thought to himself, even if he didn't ask, Master would still want me to abduct you to the mountain. "That's perfect. It saves me a lot of trouble." But he said with a look of disgust on his face, "Lecher, I'm afraid you will tarnish the name of the sacred mountain." Well, little 4th miss, you can see that drunk Taoist Master Chen fell in love with your master at first sight. So what if he lets you go up once? If your master doesn't want to, with his limited strength, how much trouble can he stir up? Hearing Chu Chen say this, the 4th girl pretended to think about it. "Okay then, I'll grant you my offer this time." "Ha ha, you idiot, go and give me some advice. I need to change my clothes." Yes, and your sword, give me a handsome one." After hearing this, Chun Qingxian immediately came back to life. Seeing her dancing and planning, Chu Chen was speechless for a moment and turned around to walk towards the room. The 4th girl also looked at him with disgust and walked towards Mu Shuichen. For her, no matter what, she has to learn the maintenance knowledge before leaving. Besides, I haven't had a good look around Qingyan City yet. After saying a few words to Mu Shuichen, the two of them walked towards the main street of Qingyan City. After Chu Chen entered the room, he flashed into the space. The place he went to this time was different from usual. Judging from little 4th girl, he had no idea about the so-called top of the snow mountain. After all, Miss Xiaoxi only entered that place at a later stage, so who knows what shocking secrets are inside. All I have to do is enter the space and count the weapons. Check all the large weapons, including ammunition and other equipment. If things really get to the point where there's nothing I can do, I can indeed hide in the space, but what about Jimengzi? What needs to be prepared still needs to be prepared. After all, Jimengzi helped me a lot when I was still young and inexperienced. If there is any danger, giving him a tank to hide and can save his life. After some preparation, Chu Chen came out of the space, holding a large thermos cup in his hand, which was filled with spring water from a space. All my strength comes from this thing. From now on, I will drink it like ordinary water. Chapter 394. Set off again to the snow mountain. As night fell, when Mu Shuichen and Xiaoxi appeared in the West House again, there were many more things in their hands. Without a doubt, these were all gifts given to her by Mu Shuichen. Chu Chen was bored and fiddling with a Glock in the house. Chen Qingxian was so excited that he jumped up and down and tried on more than 10 sets of clothes, which shocked Chu Chen. I thought to myself that I finally got it. Maybe a man, after meeting the person he has always wanted, will give up everything for her. Under normal circumstances, Chen Qingxian could stay in the house in the west of the city for a whole day, and he would have gone to meet the red romantic troublemaker girl long ago. But when they were having dinner in the evening, Chu Chen mentioned it, but the 4th girl had no intention of going to the snow mountain immediately. The reason is that I hit it off with Mu Shuichen right away, and I have to take a good look around Qingyan City. Chu Chen had no choice but to follow their lead and told Mu Shuichen not to save money and to satisfy any of her requests. The thing I have the most now is money, and I'm afraid that you, a little girl, will spend it all. So Xiaoxi started going out in the morning, coming home in the evening, and going on a shopping spree. This situation lasted for 5 days before the two women stopped consuming. On the 6th day, Chu Chen drove out a motorhome, and the back of the motorhome was stuffed full of things. After arranging Xiaoxi in the car and Chu Chen sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Qingxian stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Yunbian City. Chu Chen was still wondering how she was going to carry all this stuff up the mountain, but Xiaoxi said that they had plenty of people in Yunbian City, so they didn't need to worry. After hearing this, Chu Chen became even more confused. Logically speaking, transporting so many things up the mountain is not something that can be done by human power. Then the road to the snow-capped mountains must be in another place, and there must be a shortcut. When the fourth girl followed Chi Yin Fei before, she knew that Chu Chen had an indestructible chariot. Even the Grandmaster couldn't break through the defense. I didn't expect that the chariot brought out this time could be like a small house. It was not only extremely fast, but also so comfortable. So my curiosity about Chu Chen increased a lot. As the RV sped along, after Miss Xiaoxi woke up again, the RV entered Yunbian City. Chu Chen signaled Chen Qingxian to park the car at the city gate. Before Chu Chen got out of the car, Miss Xiaoxi appeared outside the car with sleepy eyes. It's so fast. This is a car, isn't it? Tell me, where do you put the stuff? Chu Chen said in annoyance. I thought to myself, you seem to be feeling comfortable, but I've been driving all the way with the drunkard, and I'm so tired. Go into the city, walk to the south, and I'll tell you where to stop. Then, you two can go wherever you want. Chu Chen nodded after listening to this, expressing his understanding. After all, what's the point if someone else's secret base can be easily known by others? But for me, it is something I must know. So he drove the car to the alley she designated, opened the door, and quickly retreated to a distance with Chen Qingxian. What are you idiot? Aren't you curious about where their base is? Chen Qingxian said to Chu Chen with some confusion. After hearing this, Chu Chen took out a bottle of Moutai from his backpack and said, Go wherever it's cool. Don't disturb me while I'm working. After hearing this, Chen Qingxian rolled his eyes, took the bottle, flew upstairs, and landed on the roof of a house. After Chen Qingxian left, Chu Chen took out a drone. As the drone took off, the scene on the ground slowly appeared on the screen. Soon, 5 people came to the side of the RV. After respectfully bowing to the fourth girl, they moved the things in the RV and walked into another alley. After turning into 7 or 8 alleys, the group finally stopped in front of an unremarkable house. Little did they know that Chu Chen knew everything about this scene. After seeing them move all the things away and never come out again, Chu Chen put away the drone. Then he staggered towards Chen Qingxian and shouted, Let's go, Jimengzi. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Chen Qingxian appeared in front of Chu Chen as promised. The two of them walked towards the RV in a very arrogant manner. Hey, you two came at the right time. You just finished moving the things, and you're here. We were watching from a distance, didn't you notice? Chu Chen walked up to him and joked. Do you think that all the people on our sacred mountain are fools? Xiaoxi rolled his eyes at him and said with dissatisfaction. Chu Chen smiled, but said nothing, thinking that technology was something you could never fully understand. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxian, who was standing by, drank his last sip of wine without getting involved. Let's go up the mountain. Chu Chen looked at the sky and turned to ask for Miss Xiaoxi's opinion. Xiaoxi looked at the two of them and said, I have no objection, but you are not allowed to enter the back of this car. I need to sleep. No problem. Let's continue. Chu Chen didn't want to stay in Yunbian City either. Who knew if Zhou Shixuan was still there? If he was stopped by him and saw the fourth young lady, it would probably delay him for a long time. The car continued to move towards the foot of the snow-capped mountains. When night fell, they successfully arrived at Gu Dabiao's territory. Gu Dabiao saw the car approaching and came out to greet it from a distance. Sir, are you free to come here today? Chu Chen didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he turned to Xiaoxi and said, You can rest in the car tonight. How about going up the mountain early tomorrow morning? No problem. You two will go up the mountain on your own tomorrow. I will be waiting for you at the top of the mountain. When Chu Chen heard this, he thought that it would be difficult to know the secret passage. I don't know when this girl will leave, nor do I know how she will go. I can't always keep an eye on her. Moreover, even if Gu Dabiao's men were to keep an eye on her, with their strength, they would not be able to figure out Miss Xiaoxi's whereabouts. With their strength, Xiaoxi's speed was like a flash. So how could they catch her? Moreover, if she walked at night, even a drone would not be able to capture her clearly. Since that's the case, Chu Chen simply gave up. As long as he could go up the mountain tomorrow, it would be fine. After making some arrangements, Chu Chen left the RV here and followed Gu Dabiao towards the cave. If you live in the wild, although you can take it out and use it as a tent, it is still not as comfortable as living in a cave. When we entered the cave, we were still served by those skinny girls. Chen Qingxian didn't say a word along the way, and no one knew what he was thinking. After entering the cave, he followed the girl into the room to rest. Chu Chen just asked Gu Dabiao about his situation in the past few days and then hurried off to rest. Early the next morning, Chu Chen ran towards the RV. But the fourth girl had already disappeared. After asking Gu Dabiao's men, they all said that they did not see any movement from the car. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this, and thought to himself that it would be strange if you could see it clearly. Chapter 395, Climbing the Snow Mountain to See Wonders. After a quick breakfast, Chu Chen said goodbye to Chun Xian and Gu Dabiao, and the two of them used their skills to head towards the snow mountain. The wind and snow were whistling in my ears, but for a 9th grade master and a grandmaster, this was nothing. Except for Chun Xian, who felt a little uncomfortable after the altitude increased. Chu Chen seemed very relaxed. Because Chun Xuan's speed was a little slower, it took the two of them 3 days until night fell again before they arrived at the foggy place where Chu Chen had arrived before. During the journey, both of them rested in the inflatable tent in Chun Xuan's backpack. For two masters, they could still hold on. Fuck, I'm so tired. What a horrible place. Are you sure that little fourth miss got here this way? Chun Xian complained breathlessly, looking at Chu Chen with some confusion. Chu Chen spread his hands and said, "As long as you're not a fool, you will be able to think of it. There must be a shortcut." At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the fog. "Not bad. You're smarter than last time. You know there's a shortcut. But if you want to enter the sacred mountain, it's understandable that you have to endure some hardship." The voice was exactly that of Miss Xiao Si. Slowly, her figure emerged from the fog. Then he looked at the two people in front of him with a smile on his face, and then looked at Chun Xian with contempt. I thought to myself, what's wrong with my master? Why is he interested in such a weak person? Okay, follow my steps closely and don't go the wrong way. Haha, aren't you afraid that we'll remember the route to the snowy mountains and offend you in the future? Chu Chen said as he looked at the arrogant little fourth girl in front of him. Haha, it's so easy for you to remember, and you can even call us Sacred Mountain. Don't worry, the method of entering is different every time, so you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, he took a step and walked into the fog first. After hearing this, Chu Chen and Chun Xian hurriedly followed. The two of them followed closely in the footsteps of Miss Xiao Si, going all the way up. The thick fog made it so that the two of them could only see the blurry figure of the fourth girl. If they were not careful, they would be lost in the fog, so the two of them followed closely, not daring to delay at all. In Chu Chen's hand, he was holding a long roll of cow tendon rope. This thing was too thin and not easily discovered. It was perfect for remembering the way, and it was also strong. The three of them walked like this for about an incense stick's time. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, and dazzling sunlight suddenly shone into their eyes. A warm spring breeze blew over, and Chu Chen and Chun Xian stood blankly on the edge, their mouths wide open, unable to speak. You idiot, what kind of magical place is this? I haven't read much, so I can only say what. When they looked up, they saw a basin-like area on the top of the snow-capped mountain. Looking out at the vast expanse of green, the small hills in the middle of the basin appear particularly beautiful. Next to the hills, next to the winding rivers, the fertile fields, and the people digging the land in the fields have turned the entire basin into a perfect landscape painting. Chu Chen couldn't help but take out a cell phone from his pocket and started taking pictures. Ever since Chu Chen reached the level of a 10th grade grandmaster, he would occasionally take out a mobile phone to take pictures and record his entire ancient life. Gradually, it became a habit. But gradually, the two discovered a problem. Although there were working people, roads, rivers, fields, and crops in the entire basin, the two men never saw anything that looked like a house from beginning to end. Xiao Si, who was standing by, looked at the two of them with disdain as if they were used to it. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities to shock you both in the future. Now, follow me to see the master. When the fourth girl spoke, the two of them finally woke up from their shock. I never thought there would be such a beautiful view on top of this icy and snowy mountain. How did you do it? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask Miss Xiao Si. I don't know. When I first arrived, I was just as surprised as you all. But after being surprised so many times, it seems normal. After the fourth girl finished speaking, she took another step and motioned the two to follow her as they headed towards the center of the basin. Chu Chen and the other two hurriedly followed, and along a small path about 10 feet wide, the three of them moved forward. On the roadside, the scenery along the way was breathtakingly beautiful, and people working on both sides greeted Xiao Si. Everything looks so peaceful and tranquil. Chu Chen felt like he was back in his childhood, walking in the fields in the countryside of that world. As the spring breeze blows, The elders in the fields work and chat, sowing the seeds of hope for the new year. The children had nothing to do, and they harmed the small fish and crabs in the stream, and the loaches and eels in the fields. Adults sow hope, and children reap happiness. It is so leisurely and comfortable. Unfortunately, people will grow up eventually. I just miss it from time to time. At this moment, Chu Chen is in another world, another time and space, and he misses his hometown even more. Okay, we're here. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. The fourth girl pointed at the hill in front and said to the two of them, "Here. Huh, right here. Some things, seeing them isn't always believing." As she stepped forward and lifted a piece of grass, a door emitting bright light appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Chen then understood why there was not a single house in the entire basin. It turned out that these hills were where they lived. But with such a sunny and pleasant environment, why would one live in the hills? This made Chu Chen a little confused. In that case, he would go in to understand all the magic. "Okay, Miss Fourth, please lead the way," Chu Chen said politely, and the fourth girl turned around and smiled, then led the two of them into the hill. At the same time, he closed the door of the hill. After entering the hill, the first thing he saw was two burly men holding weapons at the door. Chu Chen took a quick glance and found that both of them had the strength of a 10th grade master. You have to know that these are just two guards guarding the gate. The owner of this hill, Miss Fourth's master, is such a powerful being. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen couldn't help but tighten his stab-proof suit. If her master suddenly attacked and hurt someone, she would have space to hide, but Jimengzi would be in danger. Thinking of this, Chu Chen looked up at the space in the hill and thought that it would be no problem to put down a tank. If there is really no other way, you can only take out the tank to hide. Xiao Si is back. Hey, he brought guests with him. At this moment, a pleasant voice came softly into the ears of several people. Chapter 396 Dasha, Coward, Chen Qingxian. Chu Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a couch made of some unknown fur not far ahead. A stunningly beautiful woman was half lying down, her eyes staring straight at Chen Qingxian beside her. Chu Chen thought that this must be Xiao Si's master, the Miss Mo Yun mentioned by Jiomengzi. "Master, Xiao Si is back, and he brought two scoundrels with him." As the fourth girl spoke, she walked towards the couch and whispered something in the woman's ear. Slowly, the woman revealed a barely perceptible smile. Chu Chen reached out and pulled Chen Qingxian, who was standing still, thinking, "Isn't this the girl you've been thinking about? Why is she so cowardly now? Where has the momentum that was so freely expressed in Red Romance gone?" Seeing that Chen Qingxian was silent, Chu Chen quickly stepped forward and said, "I am Chu Chen from Qingyun City, and I, along with my good friend Chen Qingxian, would like to meet Miss Mo Yun." "Oh, young Master Chu of Qingyun City. I've heard of your great name for a long time, and today I finally meet him. He's quite good-looking, and he has impressive strength." Mo Yun looked up at Chu Chen and nodded instantly. Chu Chen, on the other hand, felt as if someone had seen through him. Even Zhu Liuxiang could not see clearly his own strength, and ordinary masters could not tell that he had any cultivation. Why could this woman and Xiao Si both see at a glance what was going on? So he said politely, "Miss Mo Yun, you are too kind, but my good friend." After saying that, Chu Chen swung his leg and kicked Chen Qingxian hard on the butt. Chen Qingxian finally reacted and stepped forward and said, "Chen Qingxian greets Miss Mo Yun." After saying that, he stepped aside and stopped talking. Chu Chen could see that the eyes of this supermaster were shining with joy after seeing Jiomengzi. But when he saw that Chen Qingxian only said one sentence, he walked aside embarrassedly. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, you're shy now after entering my sacred mountain. But sister still likes your lecherous look." After saying that, Mo Yun waved his hand, and two people who looked like maids brought two chairs to them and gestured for them to sit down and talk. After the two of them sat down, Mo Yun got up from the couch, wrapped in a fur cloak, and walked to sit in front of them. "Your name is Chen Qingxian?" Mo Yun ignored Chu Chen's meaning and spoke the first sentence to Jiomengzi. "I'm serving wine." "Chen Qingxian, nice to meet Miss Mo Yun." Chen Qingxian stood up tremblingly, saluted and said. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen wanted to take out his Glock and shoot him. This guy was acting cool and dressed up at home a few days ago, but why is he as cowardly as a rhubarb here? So he stretched out his foot and kicked him hard under the table, squeezing out two words in his ear through gritted teeth. "Gift." Only then did Chu Chen react and hurriedly took out a bunch of things from the backpack behind him, including perfume, hand cream, moisturizer, and even women's intimate products. Miss Mo Yun, this is the gift I brought you. Of course, these things were all picked up by him from the Wenxiang Pavilion and the supermarket. As for Chu Chen's things, he can take them however he likes. No one will say anything. And Mo Yun looked at the table full of bottles and jars, as well as some things she didn't recognize, and couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. Then he said, there are many things here that people don't want to use. You have to take the time tonight to tell them how to use them. Chu Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard this female expert suddenly act like a little woman. All right, shall see. Send Master Chu to rest. I'll discuss this with him in detail tomorrow. Perhaps it was the effect of Jiu Mengzi's gift that Mo Yun directly ordered Chu Chen to leave. Chu Chen stood up and said goodbye, then followed Xiao Si out. With only the two of them left, Chu Chen chuckled and thought that Jiu Mengzi had finally met his match. He shook his head and thought for a moment, then asked the fourth girl, how old is your master? He knew that in this world, many people had secrets to maintain their youthful appearance, and Miss Mo Yun's every move was not like that of a young girl. So Chu Chen suddenly asked this question out of curiosity. Xiao Si turned his head in confusion. I remember clearly that Master celebrated his 50th birthday last year. What happened? When Chu Chen heard this, he almost cried out in surprise, and instantly gave Chun Qingxian a thumbs up in his heart. This drunkard can at least work less for a few decades. As long as he likes it, it's actually not bad. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen followed Miss Xiao Si to another hill and settled down there. The hill is small enough to fit a room. Chu Chen looked around and thought to himself that this felt a bit like being buried in the ground. The more he thought about it, the more creepy it felt. So not long after the fourth girl left, Chu Chen staggered open the door of the hill and flashed out. I thought to myself that this so-called sacred mountain treated its guests like this, and I haven't even had a meal yet. It looks like the sky is slowly getting dark. Chu Chen walked around outside bored, cursing under his breath. At this moment, a sharp whistle came from the entire basin, resounding throughout the sky. Chu Chen looked in the direction of the voice in confusion. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Hurry back. You are looking for death. The snow monster is coming. After saying that, he picked him up and stuffed him into a hill. After entering the hill, the man immediately closed the door of the hill, then opened a small hole in the wall and stuck his butt out to observe the scene outside. Chu Chen stepped forward and patted his butt in confusion. Big brother, are you snow monsters? Are they scary? The man turned his head in confusion after hearing this, and then looked at Chu Chen, who was also confused. New here. Big brother, this is my first time visiting your precious place. Could you please give me some advice? Chu Chen looked at the burly man with his big butt sticking out and his head twisted, and said politely, what's your name? How did you get to the sacred mountain? My name is Chu Chen, and I haven't asked my elder brother for advice yet. Chu Chen, the person below. My name is Mo Can. Who are you here with? The burly man turned around and looked at Chu Chen with interest and asked, that's right, brother Mo. Miss Xiao Si took me up the mountain to meet Miss Mo Yun. Mo Can nodded after hearing this and said, you're looking for Aunt Mo Yun. Then why are you still wandering outside when it's almost dark? Didn't the fourth miss tell you? The sacred mountain is not safe in the dark. After thinking for a while, he said, boy, I saved your life today. You have to repay me. After hearing this, Chu Chen glanced at the man in front of him and thought to himself, I don't understand what's going on. How did he save my life? At least you have to give a reason. Chapter 397. Nightfall and the snow monster appears. Brother Mo, whatever reward you want, that's not acceptable. Looking at Mo Can walking towards him, Chu Chen tightened his clothes and said, there are many such rough men in this world. The more Chu Chen thought about it, the more his anus tightened. Is there anything to eat? After saying that, Mo Can glanced at the backpack behind Chu Chen. Hearing this, Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, but you have to tell me what this snow monster is. Fetty, I'm starving. When Mo Can heard that Chu Chen had food, his eyes lit up instantly, and he even ignored the snow monster outside. Chu Chen then asked in confusion, why? Don't the people in Shinshan have enough to eat? Well, they can eat their fill, but I have a big appetite. Mo Can felt a little embarrassed. Chu Chen thought, is this still distributed per capita? Or is it really so poor that people can't eat enough? But he didn't ask any further questions at this moment. He had just arrived, so it would be better to get to know a few people first. Then he took out some bread from his backpack, opened the package, and handed it to him. Imoken looked at the food handed over by Chu Chen in confusion, thinking that he had never seen this thing before, but it smelled quite good. Eat with peace of mind. You and I have never met before. How could I possibly harm you? Chu Chen saw his hesitation and spoke immediately. Imoken looked at Chu Chen, grabbed the bread, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he made a chewing sound. Hey, this thing doesn't look very good, but it tastes really good. Brother Chu, give me some more. After finishing a large piece of bread in a few bites, Imoken extended his hand to Chu Chen again. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but took out 2 large loaves of bread from his backpack and handed them over. After eating 3 large loaves of bread, Imoken seemed to be just barely full. He turned to Chu Chen and said, Brother Chu, don't go out at night. You're not as strong as me. It's too dangerous. After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at him and found that this person was indeed much stronger than himself. Brother Mo, what exactly is a snow monster? Imoken signaled Chu Chen to keep quiet. At this moment, a roar came from outside the hill, followed by a sound of earth shaking. So Imoken pulled Chu Chen over and motioned him to look from outside the cave. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Chu Chen saw a group of snow-white figures running towards the hill. It looks a bit like a blind bear, but it is much taller than a blind bear. Chu Chen made a rough estimate and felt that it was comparable to his own RV. You know, there's not just one of these things, but a group of them. And it was extremely fast. Chu Chen felt that even if he used his maximum speed, he probably wouldn't be able to outrun this thing. If a person were to encounter this group alone, even a master at the grandmaster level would be killed instantly. If I am not prepared at all, I probably won't have enough time to enter the space. Thinking about how he had just walked outside, Chu Chen felt a little scared at this moment. He turned around and glanced at Imoken behind him. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Imo. Are you still hungry? I still have some. After saying that, Chu Chen took out another pile of bread and placed it in front of him. Imoken felt a little embarrassed by Chu Chen's action. Hey, Brother Chu, you're such a nice person. Don't go back tonight. Sleep here with me. It's too dangerous outside. Okay, tell me about what's happening on your sacred mountain. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he sat down on his bed carelessly. While munching on some bread, Imoken sat on a chair in front of the bed and began to tell Chu Chen about what happened on the sacred mountain. Half an hour later, Chu Chen finally understood. They had never seen the so-called snow monster before, and they didn't know when it appeared. This thing has existed since Imoken can remember. As for how terrifying the snow monster was, he also heard it from the elders of the sacred mountain. Then you haven't thought about resisting or moving away from this place. Haha, Master Chu, you're joking. Even Aunt Imoken couldn't withstand the attack of the snow monster if she resisted. As for leaving, Master Chu, didn't Aunt Imoken tell you that we can't leave this sacred mountain? Can't leave this sacred mountain? What's going on? So Chu Chen quickly asked, then why did Miss Imoken go out? And why did Xiao Si also go out? Hee, you don't understand this. Aunt Imoken's strength has indeed reached the level where she can break free from the restraining power of the sacred mountain, but she can't leave for too long. As for us, we can't leave even for a moment. We will be instantly torn apart by the pulling force of the sacred mountain, and no one will be left with a complete body. As for Miss Four, she is not from our Shinshan, so she will not be bound by the Shinshan. After listening to this, Chu Chen sat blankly on Imoken's bed, slowly digesting this information. First of all, Imoken was hungry. Just now, when he looked over, he saw many so-called snow monsters running out of the fields. It was estimated that a lot of crops had been destroyed. This resulted in a food shortage on the so-called sacred mountain. The second one, which also puzzled Chu Chen, was that there was a binding force on the sacred mountain that prevented these people from leaving and forced them to live in this place for generations. Moreover, even though he had reached Imoken's terrifying power, he had only been out for a few days, so there must be a very powerful force controlling these people. But later on, Xiao Si was able to enter and leave this place freely. Could it be that there's such a thing as bloodline suppression? But Imoken didn't know much about all this. Perhaps Imoken knew everything. Unfortunately, Imoken should be discussing the Kuan character secret with Jiu Mengzi at this moment. Another point is that Xiao Si brought himself and Jiomengzi to this place so easily. Jiomengzi was easy to deal with because Mo Yin had taken a fancy to him, after all. But as for me, I tried so hard before but couldn't get in, but this time it was so easy. I remember when I first met Mo Yun, Xiao Si whispered something in her ear, and there was a smile on Mo Yun's face. Could it be that the so-called Miss Mo Yun has some ulterior motive towards him? So what was it about me that made someone like me? Was it because I was rich and powerful? That was impossible. Xiao Si doesn't know much about his own affairs. But Chu Chen immediately thought of a possibility, the picture he showed to Xiao Si. Even if Xiao Si thinks it is a painting, being able to overlook the entire sacred mountain from that height is not difficult to achieve by human power. Perhaps it was this point that made Xiao Si think that I was not an ordinary person, so he readily agreed to bring me here. After figuring this out, Chu Chen slowly started to think about it. I will ask Jiomengzi tomorrow, and if they have already mastered the Kuan character technique, then things will be much easier for me. Even if Mo Yun suddenly attacked him, he could protect himself with the space in his hands. She wouldn't kill Jiomengzi, would she? Chapter 398 Jade Essence appears in the Divine Mountain River. Imoken didn't care what Chu Chen thought. After eating, he fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Chen walked to the wall, opened the small hole, and observed the situation outside. Those snow monsters that had been running like crazy seemed to be tired at this time, and they all stayed where they were and didn't move. It was digging something in the small river in the middle with its sharp claws. Slowly, one by one, they carried something in their mouths and walked towards the distance. But it was too far away, and he couldn't see clearly what they were holding. Just when Chu Chen was about to take out the telescope. Suddenly, Imoken woke up from behind him and said, "Brother Chu, you're still awake. What's so interesting about that thing outside? Let's go to sleep right now." Chu Chen turned around and smiled, then turned and walked towards the table. Asking him to sleep in the same bed with a burly man like Mo come on, it's dangerous. The next morning, Chu Chen opened the door of the hill and walked outside to breathe the fresh air. After stretching a little, Chu Chen walked towards the river he saw last night. By the river, Chu Chen looked at the water flowing towards the other end in confusion. The river water is shallow but clear enough to see the bottom and the stone patterns on the riverbed. He stretched out his hand to test the river water, which was icy cold. Chu Chen stayed in it for a short while before withdrawing. "You got up pretty early. Did you see it last night?" At this moment, a pleasant voice came into Chu Chen's ears. Chu Chen turned around after hearing this and saw that Mo Yun had appeared behind him without him noticing. "Fuck, you're so scary. You don't even make any sound when you walk." "Huh, sister has no ill intentions towards you, don't worry." "Sister?" Chu Chen felt a chill in his heart as he remembered Xiao Si's words about Mo Yun's age and how even the burly, immature Mo can call her auntie. "I saw it. Brother Mo can said it was a snow monster." "Miss Mo Yun, what exactly is this snow monster?" "Oh, it seems that Master Chu is also interested in that thing." Mo Yun looked at Chu Chen with great interest and asked slowly, "Look, it's such a beautiful place, but you can't go out at night. What a waste of the beautiful moonlight and the cool breeze at night." Chu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and said this. "Ha ha, a man who is a playboy with many wives and concubines still needs the beauty of moonlight. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here?" Mo Yun walked towards the river while speaking. Suddenly, she took off her shoes and stepped into the water. And she scooped up a handful of water and gulped it down. "Ha, come on, what's the matter? A real man. Don't you dare to speak out your inner thoughts." After Mo Yun finished speaking, he picked up a stone from the river and threw it towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and caught the stone. "Ha ha, my purpose. I said it was purely out of curiosity. Do you believe me? Look at the stone in your hand. Do you think I will believe it?" Mo Yun looked at Chu Chen coldly, then pointed at the stone in his hand and said. Chu Chen then looked down, but then his eyelids twitched. Mo Yun picked up a stone from the river and found it was the jade essence he had been looking for. But Chu Chen remained calm and said, "Haha, it's just a broken stone. What's so strange about it? Come on, stop pretending. Do you really think that just because we can't get out, we won't know what's going on outside? Who doesn't know the legendary Master Chu, who single-handedly destroyed 2 countries all for this stone, the jade essence you call it?" When Chu Chen heard this, she originally thought that Jiomengzi had told her, but when she thought about their previous base in Yunbian City, she instantly understood. It is not surprising that others know about my high-profile search for jade essence. So he simply admitted it. If you said you didn't have a goal before, you have one now. Can you find a place to talk about it? Chu Chen tossed the stone in his hand and said, "Good, smart. Let's go." And Mo Yin returned to the shore and took Chu Chen towards the hill where she lived. On the hill, the two sat down as host and guest, and the fourth girl stood behind Mo Yin. But there was no trace of Jimengzi on the couch. Chu Chen instantly became nervous and pointed at Mo Yin's bed and said, "Where's my brother? Why isn't he here?" "Don't worry, he's mine. Let's talk about our relationship." And Mo Yin turned her head to look at the bed. A blush flashed across her face, and then she instantly regained her composure and spoke. "Haha, come on. Since we are all smart people, tell me, what do you want from me? We need to get out of here, or give us back the night." And Mo Yin was very decisive, so decisive that Chu Chen felt it was a little unrealistic. When she woke up in the morning, she didn't see Mo Kansas. Maybe he wanted to tell her about their conversation last night. But since I am bound by this world, what can I do to help? And that snow monster, why do they think they can defeat it and give him back the night? But he still stated his conditions. Why do you think I have this ability? And what can I get? Haha, Master Chu, haven't you always wanted jade essence? You wouldn't be able to guess the amount of jade essence on this sacred mountain. But as long as you help me, all of this will be yours. Then what do you need me to do? Chu Chen said calmly. I believe Master Chu also knows that there is a token with the word beast written on it, and a secret book in this world that has been left behind. It is rumored that whoever finds this object will be able to break through this world and go anywhere they want. Only those legendary figures can ascend to such a height to paint a portrait of my sacred mountain. I believe that Master Chu must know where they are and the whereabouts of the things. The beast token and the secret book, aren't these two things just lying quietly in my own space? But I have studied that thing a lot, and I still don't understand it. So he shook his head and said, I guess Miss Mo Yun misunderstood. I'm not some legendary person. When Mo Yun heard this, he frowned instantly. Could it be that Xiao Si had seen it wrong? Or was he lying to him? But Xiao Si has followed me for all these years, and I have learned a lot from him. He is also very loyal to me. This shouldn't happen. So he said, Mr. Chu, could you please show me the portrait of my sacred mountain? After hearing this, Chu Chen took out the laptop from his backpack indifferently, then opened the photo and placed it in front of her. You mean this? And Mo Yin took the laptop and looked at the picture in surprise. Yes, it is this thing, sir. Where did you get it? It is very important to our sacred mountain. Ever since he saw the jade essence in the river, Chu Chen never thought of hiding this thing. If I don't give this woman in front of me some sweet treat, how can I know the whereabouts of the jade essence? Chapter 399. Exchange conditions for killing the snow monster. Haha, if you want to know about this thing, then you have to let me know something. Since you were curious, Chu Chen climbed up the pole. After all, everything here made him very curious. Okay, Master Chu, feel free to ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know. In Mo Yun's eyes, the person who could reach such a height to paint this picture must be the one who set the constraints here. Although this group of people has incredible military power, they've been trapped here for generations. Only by finding the source can we change all this. Okay, so, first of all, why are you bound when you are so powerful? Also, what exactly is a snow monster? Where are the tokens and secret manuals? Most importantly, where is the jade essence? Mo Yin looked at Chu Chen, who asked so many questions in one breath, reached out and picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then he started talking to Chu Chen leisurely. According to ancient Maya's books, this place is called the Sacred Mountain because a group of very powerful people lived here in the past. They can fly into the sky and into the ground, and are omnipotent. Each of them can destroy a city with a wave of their hands. But at some point, this group of people suddenly disappeared all at once. In fact, his Maha's school has been slaves of this group of people since his ancestors. In order for them to serve well, he taught them a set of Maha's cultivation techniques, which made them stronger than ordinary people in this world. But in order to manage them well, constraints were set on them. Unless their martial arts skills reach a certain level, they cannot leave this world. Mo Yun has shown extraordinary talent since birth and can be called a genius in cultivation. After practicing for more than 40 years, he reached a height that the Mahis had never reached. Even so, she could only be out for 4 days. Those snow monsters were actually a kind of wild beasts that were kept in captivity by the group of people at that time. As time passed, The Mo family no longer knew what they were called. This thing is not only extremely powerful, but also likes to collect things like jade essence. But there is one characteristic, that is, this thing cannot see the sunlight. So the situation on the entire sacred mountain is that humans and snow monsters appear during the day and at night respectively. You mean to say that if I defeat the snow monsters, I can get all the jade essences they have collected? When Chu Chen heard this, he interrupted and said, "Yes, these people have been collecting this stuff since I can remember. Decades have passed. How big a quantity do you think this is?" "Hee hee, how do you know they don't feed on it?" Chu Chen still said with a look of disinterest. "One time, I thought I was strong enough, so I went to their lair in broad daylight to challenge them and see if I could defeat them. I saw that their lair was full of these things. If it were food, it wouldn't be overflowing from the cave entrance." Seeing that Chu Chen seemed a little unconvinced, Mo Yun tried her best to explain. "Okay, I'll believe you for now. What about the token and the secret book? According to our ancestors' records, the powerful people here not only have supernatural powers, but can also control beasts. Therefore, I suspect that this item is originally from the sacred mountain. As long as I obtain it, there is hope that I can break free from the constraints of my Mo family and gain freedom." Chu Chen nodded after hearing this. Her suspicion was correct. But when he got these two things, people said they belonged to the beast-taming family. The people on the sacred mountain disappeared suddenly, without even having time to take care of their servants. How could this thing still remain in this world? Perhaps there's a possibility that this group of people encountered a powerful enemy at that time and had no choice but to leave. Then he gave this thing to a family in this world and left the fire. Thinking of this, Chu Chen shook his head. What a powerful, mysterious person. What a beast-controlling family. What a Mahis school. He would not care about these things for now, but he must get the jade essence. So he pointed at the notebook and said to Mo Yun, "First of all, where did this thing come from? I will tell you later, but it is definitely not from the hands of the person you think it is. I can help you try to fight the snow monster, but I'm not sure. I don't know the other token's secrets, but I can help you find them in this world. You should know my ability. But you have to tell me where the jade spirit is first." Mo Yun nodded after listening and said, "It's okay. If you want to get the jade essence, you must defeat the snow monster. You should know that in addition to the jade essence in the snow monster's hands, there will also be jade essences in the river at night." Chu Chen smiled, but said nothing. He understood what Mo Yun meant. It's just that if she wants to extract the jade essence, it's her own business, not to help her Mo family. The Mahis provided him with information about the jade essence, and he owed them a favor. So help them find tokens and secrets, and pay more attention to it. Mo Yun was actually placing a bet. What piqued her interest was the person who created the portrait of the sacred mountain in Chu Chen's hand, not Chu Chen. But since this person was able to obtain this thing and also needed jade essence, he was either hiding his strength or really got this thing by accident. In that case, it would be better to let him fight the snow monster. If Chu Chen wins, they will gain the freedom to travel at night. Chu Chen lost, which means Chu Chen is Chu Chen. For the Mo family, there is nothing to feel sad about. It's nothing more than using a waste that cannot be used. Just throw it away. But how could Mo Yun know that Chu Chen had space? As long as he is well prepared, he can protect himself against the snow monsters and the like. Even grabbing a handful would not be a difficult task. If it were a flesh and blood creature, Chu Chen was confident that he could kill some with hot weapons. As for the tokens and secrets, since everyone in the world says they are good, then they are mine, just in case I figure them out someday. He became a person who could fly into the sky and into the earth and do everything. After discussing everything, Chu Chen once again asked to see Chun Qingxian, but he didn't expect that this guy was really fine. It's just that he worked too hard last night, and Mo Yun's maid has taken good care of him and made sure he has a good rest. Seeing that Jimengzi was fine, Chu Chen felt relieved. Under Mo Yun's arrangement, several strong men took Chu Chen to the edge of the basin. After walking through a period of fog, Chu Chen was surprised to find that there was a big mountain outside the basin. On the top of the mountain, a huge cave entrance appeared in front of Chu Chen. It was daytime at this moment, so the snow monsters all entered the cave. After several men sent Chu Chen here, they said goodbye and ran back towards the basin. After the few people walked away, Chu Chen took out a telescope and looked towards the cave. This sight made Chu Chen talk to himself in surprise. It seems that old lady Mo Yun didn't lie to me. The entire entrance to the cave is filled with jade essence. Isn't there more in there? Chapter 400. Mounting a cannon to attack the snow monster. Then he raised his legs and ran towards the cave at high speed. Since the jade essence is real, Mo Yun would not lie to him. This thing is afraid of light during the day and will definitely not dare to show up. Then you have to make all preparations before dark. Judging from the size of that thing, the first thing that came to his mind was the tank in the space. If you can't deal with this thing, you can only go in quietly and hide in the space. After the monsters go out at night, he quickly collects the jade essence. If that's the case, then I'll have to live in this cave for a while. Since there is no good solution at the moment, let's try firing a few shots tonight to see how powerful they are. While planning, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. I wandered at the entrance of the cave until night was about to fall. Then, with a wave of his hand, a tank appeared in front of him. Chu Chen turned his head and looked behind him. At this moment, he was not afraid of being discovered by the people in the basin. Because at this time, no one would come to this ghost place, not even Mo Yun. Moreover, compared to this huge mountain, the tank is very small and is far away from the edge. Even if someone is observing from the edge, they cannot see clearly what is in front of them. Then he climbed into the tank and used the method he was familiar with many times in space to stuff a shell into the barrel. Then he carefully observed the situation outside through the observation port, ready to fire at any time. As the sun slowly sets in the sky, night slowly falls upon the earth. Chu Chen's heart also became nervous. About an incense stick later, the sky became completely dark. Suddenly, several sharp screams came from the cave entrance, like orders. Immediately afterwards, a huge earthquake followed. "Oh my God, what a big scene," Chu Chen said, and put his hand on the tank gun launcher. When the first snow monster appeared, Chu Chen shouted, "Watch out." A shell instantly spun at high speed along the barrel and headed towards the cave entrance. Then, with a loud bang, the first snow monster that appeared was instantly blown into a pool of mud. "Hee, the effect is good," Chu Chen said as he stuffed the second shell into the barrel. But just as he was about to fire, he immediately realized something was wrong. This thing was incredibly fast, and it rushed to a distance of about 600 meters from the tank in one go. Chu Chen hurriedly fired the second shot, and as a snow monster was blown to pieces, these things acted as if they didn't see it and rushed to the front of the tank in an instant. "Fuck, what a beast, he has no fear." Chu Chen looked at the dense crowd of snow monsters heading towards the tank and immediately looked outside. But in an instant, the tank was overwhelmed by the group of snow monsters, followed by the sound of clanging things hammering the tank. The next moment, Chu Chen uttered, "Fuck you." With a flash, he entered the space with the tank. In the space, Chu Chen looked at the tank that was somewhat deformed by the hammer and couldn't help but pat his chest. "I thought I had underestimated the power of this thing. Whoever this hammer hits will die on the spot. But I had made a big promise in front of Mo Yun, so I had to think of a way to deal with this thing. Although the tank's power can kill a single snow monster instantly, it cannot withstand a large number of them. Could it be possible to call Chu, E, and the others up the mountain and place a row of tanks to concentrate their fire?" But when I thought about it, I felt that this method was very unrealistic. First of all, they had no space, and if they were rushed by that group of things, there would be casualties sooner or later. Secondly, such a large-scale tank group is not suitable to appear in this world at present. The power that I have hidden for so long must not be easily exposed unless it is absolutely necessary. Unless your life is seriously threatened, you must not ask them to show up. To deal with this thing, you must first find their weaknesses. Chu Chen was wandering around in the space. "Yeah, aren't they afraid of the sun?" Looking up at the eternal light in the space, Chu Chen instantly came up with an idea. "Isn't this thing afraid of the sun? What is the sun? It is light. What if you create a city that never sleeps at the entrance of its hole? Wouldn't that mean they would be trapped in the cave and never be able to get out? To create light, you who have space should not be too simple. But before doing this, I have to take the risk and do an experiment. So, these things wonder, are they afraid of the sun or the light? If it is light, then hasn't the Mo family experimented for so long, lighting torches to drive these things away? What's more, these things are not afraid of moonlight and go out to look for jade essence. In fact, the method that Chu Chen thought of was indeed thought of by the Mo family. But it is not very realistic. If they want to light up the entire basin, they do not have enough fuel to make torches. The cost is too high and the operation is troublesome, so it's better to go into the hill. While thinking, Chu Chen walked into a shop. "That's right, This is an outdoor lighting store. There are all kinds of flashlights and lighting tools inside. In less than half an hour, Chu Chen had fully armed himself. Now it seems that Chu Chen is a moving big light bulb, and a super bright one at that. The various lamps on his body emit strong light, which is several times stronger than the sunlight felt on the ground. After doing all this, Chu Chen had a flamethrower on his back, which was also pulled out from the military base. Not only do we need to test whether these things are afraid of light, but we also need to test whether they're afraid of fire. As long as this thing doesn't dare to get close to me, I can go into the cave and search for treasure tonight. After arming himself, Chu Chen looked at the watch on his hand, calculated the time, and estimated that if those things were moving fast, the first mission of transporting the jade essence should have returned. Then he appeared at the foot of the mountain outside in a flash. As soon as he appeared, several huge snow monsters instantly discovered him and rushed towards Chu Chen with roars. "Fuck, so sensitive," Chu Chen yelled and turned on the lighting tools on his body. Just when the snow monster was about 10 meters away from him, ready to take down Chu Chen with one blow. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and the snow monster in front of him stopped abruptly, turned around, and ran in the opposite direction. "Ah, it works. In that case, you're welcome." Chu Chen, covered in light, ran towards the cave where the snow monster was. At the entrance of the cave, he saw those so-called snow monsters, all of which were about 400 or 500 meters away from him, not daring to get close. Chu Chen shot a ball of fire into the cave entrance.